The man is a well-known game maker. He fell asleep last night while browsing his phone wrapped in bed. As a result, when he opened his eyes, he was hit by the dazzling sunlight and the salty sea breeze. The man found himself lying on a raft less than 2 meters square, holding a yellowed parchment book in his hand, his feet creaking, and all around him were either rolling waves or densely floating plastic bottles, tattered fishing nets, and various unrecognizable garbage. In the distance on the sea, the dorsal fins of several sharks were faintly visible, as if waiting for him to fall into the water. The man subconsciously unfolded the parchment book, revealing a line of blood-red characters. Please make good use of your parchment book and plastic hook. Each plank of the raft has a durability value. You can think of it as your health bar. If your health bar reaches 0, you die. If the raft is scrapped, you also die. The man's face froze, and he blurted out, "No way. I haven't bought a yacht yet, and I haven't even hooked up with any female anchors yet." Just as he finished complaining, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his head. Superfarm system activated. The next second, a newbie gift pack came crashing down from nowhere. 10 white radish seeds, a rare seawater purifier, permanent herbicides, pesticides, and 10 primary fertilizers. This system is even more bizarre, allowing users to enter a virtual farm with just their thoughts. Not only do the crops grown on the farm materialize, but even scraps found in the ocean can be converted into farm resources, essentially carrying a logistics base with no worries about food and drink with them. While others were still fighting sharks for a bite of food, the man had already eaten breakfast by gnawing on radishes and could even leisurely grill a fish for dinner. The most outrageous thing is the daily sign-in and task reward system. On the second day after signing in, he actually received rice seeds, making the man's small wish of cooking a bowl of white rice within reach. Wow, it's rice. Lennon was worried about the lack of staple food due to the fact that there were only white radishes on the farm. At this time, he unexpectedly obtained a rice seed, which just solved his urgent problem. As long as they were planted, they could rest assured and wait for the harvest. Thinking of this, Lennon planted 2 more white radish seeds and the rice seed on the farm. The time it takes for rice to mature is 24 hours. In order to see how much rice can be harvested from this rice seed, Lennon used 4 bags of primary fertilizer without hesitation. Then, Lennon clicked the Harvest button. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 kilogram of pearl rice. 1 kilogram of pearl rice will make enough steamed rice to last 4 days. That's a pretty good yield. Lennon's satisfaction with the super farm increased further. At this time, others were still struggling to survive, but Lennon was able to ensure that he could fill his stomach. Of course, Lennon did not completely do without any effort, because all the seeds and fertilizers in the store must be purchased with resources from the ocean world. Moreover, Lennon can't just buy any seeds he wants. He must meet the conditions specified by the system before he can unlock the corresponding seeds. For example, the condition for purchasing rice seeds is that Lennon must own 5 pieces of land before he can unlock the purchasing permission. It takes 500 thick wooden boards to reclaim the 4th piece of land. This condition is too harsh. After Lennon clicked on the wasteland, a prompt popped up in front of him, requiring him to submit 500 thick wooden boards before he could reclaim new land. Lennon then realized that mastering Superfarm was no easy task. Helplessly, he could only let the radishes in the field continue to grow. When Lennon opened his eyes again and returned to the ocean world, his fighting spirit was rekindled. Hook it for a better tomorrow. Lennon was desperate for a cup. He picked up a plastic hook and aimed directly at the orange plastic bucket closest to him. The bucket's mouth was open, making it a relatively easy target. After 3 attempts, the plastic hook finally hit the mouth of the bucket accurately and successfully pulled the entire plastic bucket over. Lennon reached out and touched the bucket, and a prompt popped up instantly. Get plastic *3. Damn, I only need 1 plastic to make an empty cup. Lennon looked into the distance and noticed a piece of wood slowly floating towards him, so he said, "Hey, there's a piece of wood floating over there. I'll pick one up first." Plastic hooks can be used to retrieve items that have strayed from the raft, but if you're lucky, you won't need them at all. There are a plethora of resources floating on the sea, and many of them will naturally crash onto the raft. Just reach out, and you'll be able to pick them up for free. Lennon happened to see a piece of wood floating to the edge of the raft, and naturally did not want to let it drift away in vain. But when Lennon just reached out to grab the piece of wood, a bloody mouth suddenly jumped out from the sea and bit hard, biting the thick wooden board that was almost within Lennon's reach into pieces. Shark? There are sharks indeed. This ocean world is really scary. However, the shark did not attack Lennon's raft immediately, but just cruised slowly around. The shark's triangular dorsal fin was still sticking out of the water, a constant reminder of its presence. After sensing the danger, Lennon no longer dared to easily reach out from the edge of the raft. If the shark's mouth full of sharp teeth had really bitten Lennon, it would probably have bitten him into pieces in one bite. Just stick to hooking the plastic and solve the drinking water problem first. The shark did not leave for a moment, but it did not stop Lennon from continuing to hook resources. As the shark circled the raft, Lennon successfully hooked another plastic bucket. Lennon now had a total of 7 pieces of plastic. Obviously, the larger the volume of material caught, the more resources you'll get. After collecting the required amount of plastic, Lennon turned to the 5th page of the parchment book. Empty cup, plastic asterisk 4 make. Consume plastic asterisk 4, get empty cup asterisk 1. With just a make, Lennon got a brand new plastic cup that can hold about 1 liter of water. It looks pretty good. Now that he had an empty cup, in order to use the seawater purifier, Lennon had to risk going to the edge of the raft, squatting down, and scooping seawater with the empty cup. The moment Lennon leaned over, the shark's dorsal fin suddenly disappeared from the sea. Lennon quickly scooped up a cup of seawater and quickly returned to the center of the raft to squat down. Just as he steadied himself, the shark's jaws suddenly emerged, biting down hard on the edge of the raft. Durability -1. A system notification popped up above the bitten plank. Lennon walked over to check, and the remaining durability of the wooden board became durability 1/2. Lennon said, "If the shark bites me twice, I'll lose a plank. If it bites me 8 times, won't my raft be gone?" Fortunately, this game engine isn't too realistic. Otherwise, if we were still on Earth, a great white shark would probably capsize our fragile raft. How should I expand the raft? Lennon wondered as he poured the scooped seawater into the purifier. After filling it with 1 liter of seawater, the purifier began a countdown. It would take an hour to completely convert it into drinkable fresh water. It was a fast pace, but given the danger he was in, Lennon wasn't particularly pleased. Lennon silently took out the parchment book and flipped to the World Channel page. On the page, the live footage of most survivors crying for help was still there. However, some people have begun to accept reality and plan to make good use of the World Channel to obtain information. Page 3, World Chat Channel. I really don't want to die. I want to go home. Can anyone privately message me? Besides scavenging for food and drinking fresh water, is there any other way? The planks are now on sale at the trading house. If you have extra palm leaves or ropes, please take a look. Is there anyone who can protect me? The sun is right above my head. Can anyone find me? Does anyone know how to get back to Earth? Take me away. I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Who brought us here? Lennon had been away from the World Channel for less than half an hour, and the atmosphere had clearly improved. However, no one was chatting too much, as sending a message required resources. There is also a sub-channel in the channel where private chats can be conducted, and it is completely free. Lennon thought for a moment and felt that Sui Yuan and others bringing up the raft expansion was a waste of time. So Lennon took the initiative to send a message. I'll trade a white radish for a thick plank. The requirement is to tell me how to expand the raft. Those who chat privately first and provide the correct information will get the trading opportunity. After verification, the transaction will be carried out directly. Survivalists don't cheat on survivalists. Perhaps the temptation of white radish was too great. As soon as the message was sent, Lennon's private chat window was instantly flooded with messages. Song Qing Feng. Brother, we are all Chinese. Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people. If you trade with me first, I will tell you how to expand the raft. Alice. Adventurer, can you tell me how to get some fresh radishes? Kim Tae. Hey, Smita, I know how to expand the raft, but you have to give me more radishes. Tanaka Akiji. Brother, I don't have a plank of wood, but I can have a one-on-one video chat with you. Can you give me a white radish? I'm very open-minded. Salman Khan. Buying large quantities of food and fresh water. Message me privately if you want to trade. Alex. The raw materials for expanding the raft are thick planks, and the tool is a construction hammer. A basic construction hammer requires 2 thick planks to expand a raft. I have the materials here. If you have more white radishes, we can trade. Lennon's eyes were almost dizzy as he flipped through these messy private chats, and finally, he found a private message that went straight to the point without beating around the bush. After Lennon sent a private message, he typed casually, Lennon, hello. Alex immediately replied, Alex, you replied to me. It seems my sincerity was pretty good. Although Lennon knew that among the numerous private messages, more than one person must have mentioned the method of expanding the raft, he was too lazy to scroll down and directly selected Alex. Lennon, you said you had a large supply. It just so happens that I need to figure out how to expand the raft. How about this? I'll trade a white radish for 6 planks and 2 ropes. Crafting a basic construction hammer requires 4 planks and 2 ropes. while expanding a raft requires 2 planks. Therefore, Lennon had already made up his mind and wanted to use a white radish to exchange for enough supplies to meet his needs at one time. Alex, of course. I'm not kidding. The sea is littered with palm fronds, plastic buckets, and wooden planks, but there's very little food and drink. Whatever food you can get, be sure to save it. I predict the price of food and water will skyrocket after today. Lennon, thanks for the heads up. Let's trade first. This time, I actually met a pretty good person. Everyone knows these principles, but few are willing to speak up and remind others. Ultimately, even Lennon himself would rather the others die before him. After chatting with Alex, Lennon immediately placed an order on the trading platform, specifying the other party as the transaction partner. Soon after, Alex placed the order. Consume 1 white radish, obtain 6 thick planks, 2 ropes. Hey, let's try expanding the raft. With the supplies in hand, Lennon decisively turned to the 5th page of the parchment book. Page 5, manufacturing page, primary construction hammer, thick planks 4, rope 2. Craft, consumption, 4 planks, 2 ropes, obtain a primary construction hammer. Primary construction hammer. This can help you expand your raft or craft some basic wooden furniture like tables, chairs, and benches. It can also be used to repair wooden items. This ocean world is essentially very similar to the game world and cannot be measured by the common sense of the earth. Lennon picked up the construction hammer and walked to the edge of the raft to see the option of whether to expand the raft. If he walked to the top of the board that was just bitten by the shark, it would show whether to repair the board. The planks required for repairs are the same as those required for expansions. Planks have a total durability of only 2 bars, meaning 1 plank equals 1 bar of durability. Expand. Consumes 2 planks. Lennon tapped a button, and the raft in front of him immediately extended outwards. The raft, which originally had only 4 squares, suddenly became 5. Fuck, why did I suddenly think of a game? This method of expanding the raft piece by piece reminded Lennon of a puzzle game on Earth, Tetris. Of course, playing Tetris is much more difficult than this. As long as there are enough supplies, Lennon can continue to expand, and he can also expand it in a square shape. At this time, Alex's message popped up again. Alex, friend, have you verified it? Because they had already chatted privately with each other, they were considered friends in the chat channel on the sheepskin book. Whenever Alex sent a message, Lennon would see the reminder, unless he was blacklisted. Lennon, I verified it, and it works. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Don't worry, I'll give you another radish as promised. Then, Lennon listed another radish on the trading platform and designated Alex as the recipient. Consume 1 white radish, obtain 1 plank. Alex, thank you. You're truly trustworthy. I hope we can work together again. Lennon, I hope so. After completing the transaction, Lennon closed the parchment book. He knew in his heart that he would never pay such a high price in exchange for basic information again. The reason this kind of transaction was possible at the moment was because Lennon didn't know much about the ocean world. Once he understood the whole game, Lennon would naturally not waste food anymore. The extra plank he got from Alex was also perfect for repairing the one bitten by the shark. Lennon immediately used it up, restoring the durability of all 5 rafts to full. Lennon said, "It seems that the tools on the manufacturing page are indeed very practical, but I need to prepare a lot of basic resources to make everything I want." The crafting page lists various tools sufficient for survival, such as fishing rods, grills, pots and pans, and even beds. Lennon desperately needed a bed. He couldn't just lie down on the raft to sleep at night, could he? If he did, he'd wake up the next day completely bleached by the seawater. The reason why people like Alex have so many resources is not because of good luck, but because they have been continuously hooking resources from the sea since they crossed into the ocean world. Although Lennon owns a super farm, he knows that he cannot slack off, so he immediately begins to desperately hook the floating wood, palm leaves, and plastic barrels around him. Time slipped by quietly. An unknown amount of time passed before the sun, once on the right side of the sky, shifted to the left. Lennon's inventory gradually accumulated some resources. Page 6, Item Warehouse, Existing Items, White Radish Seeds 6, White Radish 15, Permanent Herbicide, Permanent Insecticide, Primary Fertilizer 5, Thickwood 28, Plastic 19, Palm Leaves 27, Fresh Water *6L. Lennon said, "If I had known this earlier when I was on Earth, I should have learned how to throw grenades." Since the raft and floating supplies were moving, it was actually not easy to accurately hook the supplies and pull them to the side of the raft. Each plastic hook has a durability of 99 points and cannot be repaired, meaning it will be scrapped after 99 uses. The plastic hook in front of Lennon has just been used for the 98th time. At this moment, a familiar silhouette floated on the sea, Wooden barrel. Is this the legendary wooden barrel? After a full day of research, Lennon had a rough idea of the types of floating materials found on the sea. He could generally identify 4 types: palm leaves, plastic barrels, planks, and wooden barrels. The first 3 are basic resources, while the last barrel is like a floating blind box, where what comes out depends entirely on luck. Lennon said, "I am the child of destiny who has an extra system. God, please give me something good." Even though the plastic hook only had a little durability left, Lennon remained calm. This hook would be scrapped after use, and since there were plenty of materials, it would be easy to make a new one. Seeing the wooden barrel gradually approaching the raft, Lennon decisively swung out the plastic hook. The hook hit the target accurately and firmly hooked the wooden barrel. Chapter 5. Natural Disasters on the Farm. Obtain 3 thick planks, 2 ropes, 1 plastic, for metal fragments, 1 piece of bread. Fuck, this luck is so bad. Lennon originally thought that he could get some blueprints in the wooden barrel, but in the end there was only a piece of bread, which made Lennon complain. After working from morning till night, I only found a barrel like this. The loot I opened was worthless, and my mood plummeted. At the trading house, a piece of bread could only be exchanged for 50 thick planks, which was not worth mentioning at all. Lennon looked at the few resources he had and realized how inefficient he was. He knew he wouldn't be able to build anything if he continued to collect them. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He threw away the plastic hook and took out a construction hammer from the storage compartment, intending to expand the raft. But problems also followed. Lennon only had 31 thick wooden boards left, and he could expand the area by a maximum of 15 blocks. Once they were used up, Lennon would not be able to do anything else. Lennon immediately thought of another direction. By the way, sell some white radishes. So Lennon closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the super farm. The radishes in Lennon's 3 plots of farmland were ripe, though the leaves were infested with insects and weeds had grown in the fields. Without giving it much thought, Lennon simply clicked to harvest. Obtained white radishes *31. Seeing the harvest, Lennon was stunned. It felt like the yield had dropped significantly. Previously, 1 plot of land would yield 17 white radishes, but now, from 3 plots, only 31 were harvested, a significant decrease of 1/3. Lennon guessed that the poor harvest was caused by pests and weeds, coupled with dry soil. Although he had never farmed before, he knew that growing vegetables required weeding and pest control and occasional watering. Lennon realized that he couldn't be lazy anymore. If he collected a dozen less white radishes and put them on the trading platform, he could at least get 100 or 200 planks in return. Thinking of this, Lennon planted 3 more seeds. Consume white radish seeds *3. Lennon then took out herbicides and insecticides from the warehouse and carefully sprayed them on the 3 plots of land. The insects and weeds disappeared instantly. Then, Lennon took out a liter of fresh water and evenly poured it on the land. Fresh water consumption *1L. This was precious fresh water that Lennon couldn't even bear to drink, but to increase yields, the investment was worth it. After finishing his farm work, Lennon withdrew from the super farm and listed the 30 white radishes on the trading platform. Each plank was priced at $20, which wasn't cheap. But now that fresh water could be obtained through seawater purifiers, the main problem became food. Although the parchment book states that a fishing rod can be crafted, the efficiency of the primary fishing rod is too low, and fishing does not yield any resources. Fishing and gathering cannot be combined, which puts most people in a dilemma. As Alex had reminded him, food would eventually become the scarcest resource in the ocean. And Lennon's white radish was incredibly valuable in this vast ocean. You can still catch fish, but vegetables and fruits? Forget it. Consume 1 white radish, get 20 thick planks. Consume 1 white radish, get 20 thick planks. Lennon had just put 20 white radishes up for sale when they were all snapped up in less than 10 seconds. I should have raised the price earlier. What a loss. Lennon hadn't expected the other survivors to be so wealthy, willing to give him 20 planks of wood without hesitation. Lennon suddenly had more than 600 thick wooden boards in his hands. Perhaps in this ocean world, Lennon had become the richest man. With more resources, Lennon was finally able to expand his raft, which was his main purpose for selling white radishes. However, Lennon's trading house soon went into chaos. The display of 30 white radishes caught a lot of attention. Previously, when Lennon was exchanging information with Alex, he'd only used 2 white radishes, which wasn't very noticeable. But now, with 30 of them, everyone could tell that Lennon was something special. Alex sent a private message. "Brother, where did you get all those white radishes? I've been watching the World Channel all day, and no one's showing any fresh vegetables. Did you find an island?" After seeing the message, Lennon hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to respond to Alex. Lennon replied, "No, I just took out the seeds, soil, and small potted plants from the barrel, planted them a few times, and got lucky." Lennon knew very well that he would have to sell more vegetables and fruits in the future, so he had to find a good excuse now to avoid being targeted. Alex replied, "I see. If you have any more, I'd buy them for 25 planks each." Lennon simply declined, "We're out for now. The next batch won't be ready until tomorrow." Alex, "Okay, contact me when you have the goods." Lennon put away the parchment book, feeling a pang of regret. Just now, Lennon had thought he had abundant resources and was the richest man. But from Alex's tone, it seemed that he might have even more resources hidden. "I didn't expect a trader to sneak into the exchange on the first day." Lennon understood that people like Alex were masters of scalping. Lennon could do this himself, but it was too tiring. Scalping requires constant market observation and a keen sense of smell, but Lennon prefers the joy of exploration. Shaking his head, he put aside these distracting thoughts and focused on the raft expansion plan. Lennon first built a rectangular structure along the edge of the raft, 20 meters long and 2 meters wide. Then, expand the space forward from both sides. Consume 214 planks. After a long time of hard work, Lennon finally built his raft into a concave U-shaped structure. Each of the 3 sides was 20 meters long and 2 meters wide, with only one gap left unsealed. That gap was left intentionally by Lennon. Chapter 6. Let's have grilled fish today. Hee hee. If we get a few more collection nets, this raft will become a magical tool for fishing at sea. Lennon looked at the palm leaves and thick wooden boards floating in with the waves, his eyes narrowed with smiles. Lennon's U-shaped raft played a perfect role in collecting fish. Even if Lennon took a nap at night, he could still pick up a wave of resources the next day. It was so cool. But there was a problem. Currently, it was impossible to build a collection network because it required nails. But nails have to be crafted from metal scraps, which in turn have to be crafted from metal ingots. The problem is, no one knows how to get metal ingots. Fortunately, there's a simple way to get scraps. Open the barrels. Each barrel is covered with iron sheets, so opening one gives you a chance to pick up metal scraps. However, wooden barrels are now scarce, and metal fragments are even rarer. Even if there are occasional cheats in the trading house, they are ridiculously expensive. The opening of the raft was too wide, so one collection net was definitely not enough. Building more would consume too much resources. So Lennon had to temporarily put his dream of a marine waste recycling plant on hold. "I still need a fishing rod and a bed. I still can't build the bed, I need nails." Lennon sighed, looking at the pile of thick wooden boards, ropes, and palm leaves in the warehouse, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Why did Lennon have to follow the instructions in the parchment book? He could just build his own bed. Lennon immediately expanded the raft. It was still a U-shaped structure, but this time he widened the bottom by a row of planks. Now, the bottom of the raft was 20 meters long and 3 meters wide, which gave it a lot more space. Next, Lennon took out 20 thick wooden boards and piled them in one place, then tied them tightly with ropes. In this way, a simple small bed above the water was half completed. Lennon spread out a few more dry palm leaves. A small bed, 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, was ready. Hey, only someone like me with so many planks of wood could be so extravagant. Lennon patted the bed with satisfaction. Although he was still sleeping in the open air, at least he didn't have to soak in the wet floor anymore. It was already dark, but Lennon hadn't decided to rest yet. Lennon had already found the 2 things he was missing, the bed. The only thing left was the fishing rod. Make the fishing rod. The night is so long, it's perfect for fishing. Lennon opened the parchment book's crafting interface. Page 5. Basic fishing rod. Thick planks 6, rope 8. Just for a thin fishing rod, 6 thick planks and 8 ropes are needed? What a waste. Lennon complained and looked down at the materials. He only had 2 ropes, not enough. Rope, palm leaves, *2. Lennon quickly used 12 palm leaves to make 6 ropes. Consume 12 palm leaves, obtain 6 ropes. Start making a fishing rod. Consume 6 planks and 8 ropes. Obtains a basic fishing rod. Basic fishing rod. No bait, only a hook, low chance of catching fish. Seeing the description of the fishing rod, Lennon nearly exploded. Holy shit, what a foolish thing have I done. Others might have been able to use breadcrumbs as bait, but Lennon had wasted resources on a fishing rod that wouldn't catch anything. But the next second, an idea struck Lennon. I have a super farm. Caterpillars and other insects can be used as bait. Thinking of this, Lennon immediately closed his eyes and entered the super farm. His luck was incredibly good. As soon as he entered, he saw a green caterpillar crawling slowly in the field. Without hesitation, Lennon rushed over and caught the insect. Lennon was initially worried about whether he could bring the insects out of the farm, but when the notification sounded, He burst out laughing. Obtained baby caterpillar *1. You can bring them out. Then all these insects will become natural bait from now on. Even the weeds can be saved for making fire. This farm is a treasure. However, Lennon stayed on the farm a little too long. Half an hour was almost over, and the countdown was about to reach 0, so Lennon had no choice but to leave. Back at sea, Lennon's mental state was completely different. He took out a caterpillar and hung it on a hook, then sat cross-legged on the wooden bed he had built. Then he cast his line into the water between the U-shaped rafts. Not long after, the rod suddenly sank. Huh? A fish really took the bait. The fish had taken the bait with considerable force, dragging the line around and occasionally diving under the raft. Lennon held onto the fishing rod tightly, but unfortunately, the beginner fishing rod didn't even have a reel, so he had to pull the line in by hand. Lennon waited until the fish ran out of energy before letting go of the rod and slowly pulling the line back in with his bare hands. By this time, night had completely fallen, the moon had risen, and its light shone on the sea, illuminating the dark world in a hazy way. In the moonlight, Lennon could clearly see the first fish he had caught. Obtained a large yellow croaker *1. Lennon said, not bad, a hit. And it's such a big fish. This large yellow croaker is at least 40 centimeters long, maybe even close to half a meter, and looks very fat. Lennon touched his stomach and suddenly realized that he hadn't eaten anything all day. Originally, Lennon planned to nibble on a white radish and then eat the bread before going to bed. But now, such a fresh yellow croaker is waiting for Lennon in the warehouse. Save the bread for breakfast tomorrow morning and have grilled fish tonight. Lennon jumped out of the bed and reopened the parchment book. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Basic grill. 1 metal fragment. 6 thick planks. 3 ropes. Manufacture. Consume 1 metal fragment. 6 thick planks. 3 ropes. Obtain basic grill. Basic grill can grill any food. The grill is installed similarly to the seawater purifier, secured to the wooden planks. Lennon's raft is now incredibly large, so there's no need to worry about running out of space. But for convenience, Lennon chose to install the grill next to the purifier. Chapter 7. Advanced Construction Hammer. Do you want to add fuel, thick wooden planks? Fuck, do you need to add fuel? The price of living a better life is really not low. Lennon placed the newly built grill on the raft, intending to grill a fish directly, but the system suddenly popped up a prompt to add thick wooden planks as fuel. Lennon wasn't surprised by this request. After all, if you want fire, you have to burn something. But then Lennon suddenly thought, the seawater purifier is used from morning till night, without a single piece of wood being used. Why does grilling a fish require burning wood? Lennon turned to look at the purifier. He finally understood. The machine, which used to purify 1 liter of seawater in an hour during the day, now had a 10-hour countdown as soon as the sun went down. So it's powered by solar energy. Only then did Lennon realize that the amazing thing about that rare-grade purifier was not its speed, but its high technology. It actually used solar energy. It can produce water by simply drying it in the sun during the day, without using any fuel. It's simply a magical device. As for the lower efficiency at night, that's understandable. After all, the water produced during the day is enough for Lennon. Add a thick plank. To get a hot meal as quickly as possible, Lennon threw in a thick plank without hesitation. A flame suddenly shot out from the grill, instantly warming the raft and giving it a homey feel. This thing is simply a magical tool. It can be used for grilling, heating, and lighting. It must be rated 5 stars. Lennon secretly sighed in his heart. If he had bought this from Taobao, he would definitely leave a message to give the store crazy likes. The fire was lit. Lennon began preparing the yellow croaker, stuffing the fish with white radish, wrapping it in palm leaves, and slowly roasting it on the fire rack. While waiting, Lennon opened his parchment book and began to browse the world channel. Adrift on this boundless ocean, there's always a certain loneliness. While Lennon isn't a socially anxious person, he's not particularly good at entertaining himself either. Without internet access or socializing, his only way to pass the time is to scroll through the world news feed, just like he used to scroll through Weibo. Page 3. World Chat Channel Griffin. It's dark now. Will sharks come and bite my raft? Zhaolinger. Actually, sharks are not that scary. As long as you don't squat next to the raft, they generally won't attack. Hirasu Ryoko. I'm more afraid of other monsters appearing at night. I'm too scared to sleep anyway. Jack. Are there any girls who can't sleep at night? I'm online for chatting, and I have 8-pack abs. Qian Yun. Who is Lennon, the guy selling 30 white radishes today? Does anyone know him? Song Ching Fong. Don't expect to contact Lennon. He is a very cold guy. I bet at least hundreds of people chatted with him privately today, but he ended up doing business with a foreigner and ignored us Chinese. Austin. Forget about the Chinese or not. In this ocean world, there are only races, no national boundaries. Andrew, that Alex is no small figure either. I've been watching him trade. He's made at least 100 trades today. Abel, someone, please save me. I'm starving to death. Alan, let's grit our teeth and build a water purifier and a fishing rod first. If we can hold on, there's hope. Lennon couldn't help but laugh as he scrolled through the chat room. He realized that everyone was having a rough time, and some people were even discussing him, especially that Song Ching Feng. Lennon remembered this person. The first person to send a private message today was Song Ching Feng, and he even played the emotional card, saying, Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people. And now he was calling him cold-blooded in the channel? Lennon even wanted to spend a thick wooden board to open the chat permission and reply in person. You are right. I am so ruthless. After all, this ocean world is not a place for charity. That white man named Austin was right. National borders no longer exist here. Everyone is an independent individual, and camaraderie is meaningless. True survival depends not on favors, but on resources. Just as Lennon was watching the channel and laughing, Alex suddenly sent a private message. Alex, brother, are you watching the World Channel? Don't pay attention to those words. Only survival is the truth. Lennon was stunned for a moment, thinking that this guy really had a system that could monitor others. Lennon, shit, how did you know I was watching? Alex, I'm scrolling through it too. I clicked your profile picture and saw you grinning. I guess you're either crazy or watching something interesting, so I guess you're watching a channel. Lennon, if you keep doing this, I'm going to block you. They'd added each other as friends, so they could see each other's animated profile pictures and expressions. Lennon was just joking, not really wanting to block them. After all, an animated profile picture wasn't considered private. Alex, haha, you're quite humorous. I'm not here to chat. I want to remind you not to build your raft too big or too small. Lennon, what do you mean? Can you explain it more clearly? Alex, of course. But you have to know, I'm not telling you this just to get your radish shipment tomorrow. I'm willing to share because I truly consider you a friend. Lennon, we're not stupid. Just tell me the news, and you'll get priority for tomorrow's radish shipment. Alex, bro, I love people like you who are straightforward. Actually, everyone would know this information in a few days, but I got it firsthand today. Someone gave me the blueprint for the advanced construction hammer, and I immediately used my resources to buy it and even built it. Lennon, advanced construction hammer? That sounds impressive. Alex, it's definitely impressive. With this tool, you can build a boat from a raft. But here's the key. You have to build on the existing raft. The larger the raft, the more materials you need. But a raft that's too small won't work either. It won't be able to withstand the wind and waves. So the size of your current raft determines the starting point and cost of your future boat building. Lennon's eyes lit up after hearing this. Lennon, brother, this is incredibly valuable information. Thank you. Chapter 8. You have been blacklisted by the other party. Being able to get the blueprint of the advanced construction hammer on the first day made Lennon look at Alex with new eyes. Lennon had originally thought Alex was just a small-time resource dealer, but he hadn't expected his ability to act and acquire information to be so incredibly powerful. If Alex hadn't tipped off Lennon in advance, he might have actually planned to build his raft into a sea continent. After chatting with Alex for a while, Lennon learned more about the ways to obtain blueprints. He didn't have to stick to the wooden barrel route. He could use the trading platform to place fishing orders to attract others to come. For example, Lennon could spread the word about exchanging radishes for blueprints and see if anyone is willing to trade. Lennon immediately placed 2 orders, one offering 100 planks in exchange for a high-level construction hammer blueprint, and the other offering the same conditions for a high-level fishing rod blueprint. The bait had already been cast. It was now a matter of luck who would take the bait. The blueprints in the barrel are one-time consumables. After use, they are automatically added to the crafting column of the parchment book and cannot be traded. Because of this, blueprints are extremely valuable in the early stages, and whoever grabs them will have the first mover advantage. But if you can spend resources to buy it, this investment is worthwhile. Just like playing games, the sooner you wear the divine equipment, the easier it is to challenge high-level enemies. It smells so good. Just as Lennon was still thinking about the transaction, the fire on the grill gradually went out, and the fragrance slowly dissipated in the night breeze. Lennon subconsciously reached out to pull at the palm fronds that were wrapping the fish, only to be burned. I'm such a smartass. I actually forgot to make tableware. Lennon chuckled bitterly and quickly flipped open the parchment book. Page 5, manufacturing page, chopsticks, thick wooden board *1, manufacture. Consume thick wooden board *1. Obtain chopsticks. A whole piece of thick wooden board could only be exchanged for a pair of chopsticks. The more Lennon thought about it, the more he felt that he had lost out. It's a pity that Lennon didn't have a knife. Otherwise, he would have cut a few pairs of shoes for himself. But now is not the time to worry about these things. With delicious food in front of him, who has time to worry about resources? Lennon picked up his newly made chopsticks and carefully tore apart the burnt palm leaves, revealing the steaming yellow croaker inside. Seeing that the night was too dark, Lennon extravagantly added a thick wooden board to the grill. The firelight illuminated the raft, allowing Lin to finally enjoy a good dinner. I'm a real genius. I stuffed white radish into the fish's belly and then roasted it together. It's even more delicious than meat. Lennon first took a piece of radish. The radish was soaked with the juices from the fish, and it was crystal clear. When he took a bite, the juices exploded in his mouth, and the taste was so delicious that it was hard to open his eyes. Then Lennon tasted the fish again. It was just the right amount of salty, tender, and juicy, a perfect 5-star sea view grilled fish meal. After a day of fishing, he was already starving. He didn't have time to think about anything else at this moment. In a matter of minutes, he devoured the yellow croaker, along with the white radish. After finishing, Lennon didn't even throw away the palm leaves that had wrapped the fish. There was still some fish broth on them, and Lennon planned to throw them back into the sea the next day, hoping they would attract fish and use them as bait. Although these days are lonely and hard to bear, having a full stomach and looking at the moon in the sky can be considered a way to find joy in suffering. Lennon looked at the night sky and made a silent wish in his heart, hoping that when he opened his eyes tomorrow morning, he would find that everything was just a dream. Moonlight shone on the raft, and Lennon finally lay down and slowly fell asleep. There was still a rope tied around Lennon's wrist, as if he was afraid that he would fall into the sea if he fell asleep. The next morning, the crisp chirping of birds woke Lennon from his dream. He slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and discovered several seabirds perched on the other side of the raft. So that's how it is. If those floating islands sink at night, these seabirds will have to find a place to roost. When Lennon thought of this, the manufacturing options in the parchment book immediately emerged in his mind. There is indeed a blueprint for making a bird's nest. Maybe if I build a few birds' nests in the future, I can not only collect feathers, but even eggs. Then I'll have an extra ingredient. At this time, Alex's message popped up again. Alex, brother, you're finally awake. Come and see if the radish is ripe. Lennon had just opened his eyes for less than a minute when the other party's message arrived. It was clear that Alex was really concerned about the white radish. Lennon, wait a minute, I'll go check it out. As soon as the message was sent, Lennon immediately blacklisted Alex. After all, Lennon's white radishes weren't grown in the ocean world, so he couldn't let anyone track them too frequently. Alex, who was far away, was so excited to see Lennon finally willing to sell his white radish that he sent a message back. Alex, okay, I'll wait. However, just as the message was sent, a system prompt popped up. Send failed. The other party has blacklisted you. What? Alex had never expected Lennon to be so decisive and block Alex. But Lennon knew that Alex was always watching Lennon's updates, so sooner or later he would have to block him to avoid being monitored. After blocking Alex, Lennon entered the super farm. The radishes in all 3 plots of land were ripe today. From the looks of it, the drought had improved, but there were more insects and weeds than yesterday. This time, Lennon didn't rush to harvest. He discovered that if he harvested the vegetables right away, the insects hiding in the leaves would disappear. So, he started catching them first. Gain, 5 baby caterpillars. Gain, 2 adult caterpillars. Gain, 8 weeds. Once you've cleaned up the area, start harvesting the radishes. Harvest with 1 click for maximum efficiency. Obtained white radish *36. Hey, 5 more than yesterday. It seems that yesterday's watering did have an effect. Lennon smiled with satisfaction, but he still felt sorry in his heart. Lennon couldn't come into the farm to deal with pests and weeds at any time. He could squeeze in some time during the day, but it was impossible at night. After harvesting, he noticed a notice on the notice board next to the field. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Obtained. Intermediate fishing rod blueprint. Chapter 9. Holy crap. He has a cheat. What? I can get a blueprint just by signing in. Super Farm suddenly threw out such a big surprise that Lennon almost thought he was dazzled. Lennon had originally thought signing in would only give him some radish seeds, which was pretty generous, but he hadn't expected to receive a fishing rod blueprint. This meant that the rewards for signing in on the farm were no longer limited to crop seeds. There might even be more unexpected items or tools to unlock in the future. Just as Lennon was immersed in the joy of signing in, a new notification popped up on the notice board. Holy crap, there's really a mission? Super Farm mission. Develop the 5th plot of land. Reward. Primary fertilizer *20. Fertilizer is a precious thing, but this task is a bit difficult. Lennon recalled that he spent 500 thick wooden boards to open up the 4th piece of land. and the fifth piece would probably cost double. Lin En's total resources might only be worth a little over 1,000 now, so completing this task would obviously take more than a short time. However, if it wasn't possible today, there was a good chance he could gather enough tomorrow, so Linen wasn't in a hurry. Alex must be getting impatient, so let's go back and complete the deal with him first. Linen exited the super farm and returned to reality with 36 fresh white radishes. The first thing he did was to remove Alex from the blacklist. Linen, hey, man, I have 50 radishes. Can you come up with 1,250 planks? Alex, oh my god, do you own a farm? Wait, why did you block me just now? Linen block? You can block people in this chat channel? I'm hearing this for the first time. I think there's a bug in the parchment book. Alex, oh, okay, I know you wouldn't lie to me. We're brothers. But wait a minute while I replace the palm leaves and plastic with thick wooden boards. Linen, okay, I'll wait for you. Message failed to send. The other party has blacklisted you. Tisk, you're quite petty. Linen saw the system prompt and smiled and shook his head. Linen was not worried at all that Alex would really block Linen. On the contrary, Lin En's blacklisting probably made Alex feel entangled for a while. In today's ocean world, whoever controls the food has the final say. The reason why Lin En was willing to sell the white radish to Alex was because Alex shared the information about the advanced construction hammer yesterday. While Alex was exchanging resources, Lin En took out the blueprint he had just obtained after signing in and planned to study it first. Lin En took out the blueprint from the item warehouse, and a prompt popped up. Do you want to use the blueprint? Please note that once the blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Use. You have activated the intermediate fishing rod manufacturing page. Lin En immediately flipped open the parchment book, and sure enough, the intermediate fishing rod blueprint had already appeared. Intermediate fishing rod. Thick wood 12, rope 16, metal scrap 2. This thing was indeed expensive, requiring twice the resources of a basic fishing rod, plus 2 more metal scrap. Lin En only had a fragment in his hand, and he couldn't rebuild it yet. But Lin En wasn't in a hurry. After a whole night, a lot of floating supplies had been piled in the middle of Lin En's concave raft. 2 of the wobbling barrels particularly caught Lin En's eye. Hey, this design of mine is pure genius. Who could have imagined that a raft could have suction? Lin En circled the edge of the raft, picking up everything that had drifted in. Gained. Thick planks 18, palm leaves 24, plastic 19, rope 7, metal fragments 6, milk 1L, stone 6, bread 1. There's a rock in this barrel? Are you kidding me? Lin En had originally hoped to find the blueprints inside the barrel, but now it seemed like it was all down to luck. Fortunately, he had the metal fragments, and he was almost done with making an intermediate fishing rod. Stone wasn't completely useless. It was needed to make tools like axes and anchors. With the materials, Lin En's goal became clear: quickly craft a mid-level fishing rod. After all, Lin En still had 7 caterpillars. With a bit of luck, he could catch 7 fish. Fish were more valuable than radishes and tasted better. More importantly, besides fish, Lin En couldn't find any other source of animal protein in the sea. However, at this time, Alex's message came again. Alex, brother, 1250 thick planks are ready. You can put them on the shelf. Lin En, okay. Lin En had too much to do, so he didn't have time to dwell on the trivial matter of Alex's chat and blocking. He quickly logged into the trading platform and lined up 50 white radishes. Because of the high price, this order immediately jumped into the top 10 on the trading platform. The other 9 were basically price gouging orders that no one paid attention to. Only Lin En's was a genuine resource exchange. Page 3. World Chat Channel, Zhou Fushuan. Lin En pulled out another 50 radishes? What kind of magical operation is this? Irving. Every time a radish appears in the trading room, it's all Lin En's name. Is Lin En using cheats? Dylan. Are we not in the same ocean world? This is too outrageous. Benjamin. If this parchment book could be reported, I would be the first to report Lin En. Ramirez, why are you staring at Lin En? I'm more curious about where Alex got all those thick planks. Lin En hadn't read a single word of the discussions on the World Channel. He had no desire to check the World Channel right now. As soon as the order was posted, Alex quickly accepted it. Lin En's white radish was completely sold out in exchange for a large amount of basic resources. Lose. White radish asterisk 50. Gain. Thickwood asterisk 1250. The transaction was complete, and Lin En closed his eyes again and entered the super farm. This time, Lin En's goal was clear: to open up a 4th plot of land. Arriving at the wasteland marked cultivable, Lin En decisively clicked on the cultivate button. Consumes 500 planks. Congratulations on obtaining your 4th piece of land and unlocking the ability to purchase cabbage seeds in the farm store. Tisk TSK, both white radish and cabbage. I'm really going to turn white eating all this. Despite his disdain, Lennon still opened the shop. He spent 100 planks of wood and bought a cabbage seed. Consumption: 100 planks of wood. Gain: 1 cabbage seed. Chapter 10. Leisure Life at Sea. After planting the cabbage seeds in the 4th plot of newly reclaimed land, Lennon took another look at the conditions for the 5th plot. This time, no planks were needed. Only 1,000 pieces of plastic were needed to unlock it. This suddenly brightened Lennon's mood. At the current rate, if I sell another batch of white radishes, I'll have the full amount soon. The price of plastic on the trading floor is almost 1:1 with the price of planks, so it's not a bad deal. Go to the trading house to check the market. Lennon exited the super farm and casually opened the trading house to confirm the price changes of plastics and other materials. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Alex was selling the same white radishes that Lennon had just sold to him at a high price of 35 thick wood boards per white radish. This guy is really a profiteer. However, despite the high hanging, not many people bought, and after putting 50 radishes on the shelves, not a single one was sold. Lennon just found it funny and didn't bother to pay attention. Let's just live our own life first. Lennon reopened the manufacturing page of the parchment book, preparing to exchange the resources for practical tools. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Intermediate fishing rod. 12 thick planks. 16 rope. 2 metal fragments. Manufacture. Consumes: 12 thick planks. 16 rope. 2 metal fragments. Gain: intermediate fishing rod. This version of the fishing rod finally had a reel, and that alone made Lennon feel it was worth it. The line was stronger, the rod was lighter, and the feel of catching fish was completely different. This rod was estimated to be able to handle fish weighing 50 kilograms, unlike a primary fishing rod that would break at a weight of just over 10 kilograms. Then, Lennon continued to make basic tools. Basic axe, thick plank 6, rope 2, stone 2, craft. Obtain. Basic axe. Lennon held the stone axe, his face curled with reluctance. If I really have to rely on this to fight wild beasts, my life will be too long. The axe was a practical tool, but it was too crude. Lennon had made it because the stones in the warehouse were useless, and he was short of self-defense tools. Then, Lennon synthesized another important item. Stone anchor. 2 planks. For ropes. For stones. Craft. Receive. Stone anchor. Seeing the introduction, Lennon's eyes suddenly lit up. This thing can make the raft stop in place. It's so crucial. Finally, it's useful. This is the equipment of a real fisherman. Lennon knew full well that many people couldn't catch fish at sea, not because they were unlucky, but because they lacked the basic fishing conditions. Without an anchor, the raft drifted back and forth, and the hook kept drifting. How could a fish possibly bite? And without bait, catching a fish was simply a pipe dream. Without hesitation, Lennon installed the anchor in the middle of the raft and threw the stone anchor into the sea. Today, Lennon decided to fish in this area and did not move. The sun gradually rose. Lennon casually took a liter of fresh water from the purifier and added seawater to it. With a piece of bread beside him, he sat in the shade and leisurely began fishing. But after a while, Lennon saw the familiar dorsal fin reappear. Damn, this guy is here again. What kind of fish is he fishing for? The appearance of the great shark immediately put Lennon off from fishing. With this underwater overlord around, other fish simply didn't dare approach. Even if a fish were caught, it would most likely be snatched away by this guy. Instead of wasting time, it's better to deal with other things first, like repairing the raft, building a sunshade, or something. Time passed quickly. When the sun was right above Lennon's head, a simple but practical awning had appeared on Lennon's raft. The awning was supported by 4 thick wooden planks, topped with palm leaves and secured with ropes. As long as Lennon couldn't get up from his sitting position, he could remain in the shade. However, Lennon discovered that if he wanted to raise the awning higher, he would need nails to support the structure. Damn it, that shark finally left. Lennon finally breathed a sigh of relief when the shark left at noon. However, the shark had stayed there the entire morning, biting through 8 of Lennon's planks, forcing him to waste another 16 planks repairing them. After repairing the raft, Lennon took out a white radish, nibbled on it, and continued fishing. This time, his luck was good. As soon as the shark left, a large yellow croaker took the bait. Lennon continued fishing for several more rounds. An hour or two later, all the caterpillars Lennon had prepared were gone. And this was after Lennon had caught a few more at the farm that morning. 4 large yellow croakers, 3 silver carps, and 4 sea bass. It's a really good harvest. Lennon looked at the fish in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This time, Lennon decided not to trade fish for basic materials, but to prioritize metal scraps to upgrade the raft's equipment. After fishing, Lennon decided to take a break. After all, by afternoon, the radishes and cabbages on the farm should be almost ripe. Once these vegetables are harvested, Lennon will be able to exchange them for 1,000 pieces of plastic and cultivate a fifth plot of land. Lennon was in a good mood, even thinking about dinner. The fish was ready, and the cabbage was almost cooked. Just thinking about a pot of cabbage and sea-based soup made his mouth water. Hey, another wooden barrel comes. Let's see if I can pick up some surprises. Lennon walked out from the awning. The waves were pushing a red wooden barrel towards him. Lennon expertly picked up the plastic hook and swung it hard. He missed the first time. The second time was just a hair's breadth away. The third time, Lennon finally heard a snap as the hook hit the barrel. Hey, this barrel's a different color. It used to be wood, but this one's painted. Lennon instantly perked up, sensing a surprise inside. The barrel looked different. So could it possibly hold rocks? You must be kidding. Chapter 11. Hoist the sail. Set sail. Obtain 6 planks, 8 metal fragments, 12 ropes, intermediate sail blueprint. Lennon said, Hey, I actually got the blueprint. Lennon had long felt that this red wooden barrel was extraordinary, but the moment he actually opened the blueprint, he was so excited that he couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, I didn't build the primary sail first, otherwise it would be a waste of resources. The manufacturing page has always had primary sails and oars, but Lennon's raft has a special structure and a weird shape, which is not suitable for paddling at all. Want to rely on human power to control the direction? It's unrealistic. So, Lennon gave up the oars early on and decided to go the wind route, and wind propulsion requires sails. However, Lennon had been short on scrap metal and the materials needed to make the sails were too much, so he shelved the plan. Now that he had the blueprints, why hesitate? Let's get started. Do you want to use the blueprint? Please note, once the blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Use. You have activated the intermediate sail manufacturing page. Intermediate sail, palm leaves 40, metal fragments 6, thick wood 10, rope 20. Lennon glanced at the materials needed for crafting and couldn't help but mutter, Wow, this guy really is a big spender. But Lennon also knew that once this thing was built, it would be a key step in completely upgrading the raft. With the sail, Lennon could get rid of the plastic hook and directly approach the barrel to fish for resources by hand, doubling his efficiency. Lennon immediately went to the trading house, traded the planks for some palm leaves, and then crafted the palm leaves into enough rope. Once everything was ready, click Craft. Manufacture intermediate sail, consumption, palm leaf 40, metal fragments 6, thick wood 10, rope 20, gain. Intermediate sail. This sail is not only larger than the primary one, but also has a control device, so only one person can control the direction, which is very suitable for Lynn and who is alone. Lennon couldn't wait to prepare for the installation, but immediately discovered a problem. Installing the sail required a 2-meter square space, which meant at least 4 wooden boards. Lennon's current raft center area is already crammed with stuff. A seawater purifier, a barbecue grill, a bed, and an anchor, all crammed together. There's definitely not enough room for a sail. So, Lennon decided to expand it again. He upgraded the concave raft to a mountain raft. Lennon extended a 3-meter wide and 17-meter long passage along the middle, placing the sail in the center. The control console was installed next to the bed for easy operation at any time. Swish! When the 10-meter high sail slowly unfolded and the wind blew, the entire sail was instantly inflated, and Lennon's mood instantly became excited. Set sail. The sails were filled with wind, and the raft slowly started moving. However, after just 10 meters, it stopped. Lennon looked down and realized that the anchor had not been pulled up. Lennon immediately pulled up the anchor, and the raft started moving again, gradually sailing away. He could flexibly adjust the direction through the joystick, which was almost identical to the rudder of a ship. Seeing that the sun had not yet set, Lennon decided to make a bucket fishing charge. The changes brought about by the sails were huge. Lennon controlled the sail while rushing towards the floating supplies. In less than half an hour, the 6 wooden barrels were stuck in the middle of the raft and could not escape. Lennon said, If I had known the sail was so strong, I should have spent all my money to build it yesterday. As the sun gradually set, Lennon folded the sail. Then, walk into the middle area and begin to touch the resources trapped in the mountain-shaped traps. Obtain 19 planks, 26 palm leaves, 15 plastics. With the basic materials in hand, the next step is to touch the barrels. Lennon looked at the 6 barrels. One of them was painted blue, making it stand out. The first barrel, gain, thick planks 6, rope 2, metal fragments 2, canned ham 1. Lennon instantly perked up. Canned meat? Amazing. Meat was extremely scarce in this part of the world. Fish was considered a staple, but pork, beef, and mutton could only be obtained in cans. A can of ham could fetch at least 500 planks at the trading post. Furthermore, no one knew if the supplies at sea would constantly be replenished. If the resources were ever to run out, the value of these cans would increase several times over. I have to keep this. When I reach 100 days of survival, I'll open the can to celebrate. Lennon smiled and put the can into his inventory. Second barrel. Gain. Thick planks 8, rope 4, metal fragments 2, bread 1, stone asterisk 1. Lennon said, bread again. Who wants this crap? Lennon's biggest annoyance right now was bread. He'd already sold several. As a Chinese, Lennon longed to grow rice soon so he could eat it every day. The third wooden barrel. Obtain. Bread asterisk 1 fuck. The fourth wooden barrel. Obtain. Milk asterisk 1 L fuck. The fifth wooden barrel. Obtain. Metal ingots asterisk 9. Lennon said, oh shit. I won the prize. Lennon jumped up and almost took off in excitement. Metal ingots are currently the most valuable resource in the ocean world, second only to blueprints. 1 ingot can be smelted into 5 metal fragments, so 9 ingots yield a total of 45. More importantly, some equipment requires metal ingots to manufacture, such as advanced construction tools, bolt structures, and even wooden boats. Alex had said before, building a wooden boat requires not only nails, but also bolts. Nails can be crafted from metal scraps, but bolts can only be crafted from metal ingots. Therefore, the value of metal ingots has completely surpassed that of metal scraps. This is really a gift from God. Lennon looked at the harvest in his hand and smiled from ear to ear. Chapter 12. Amazing luck, first treasure map. Hey, keep these metal ingots for now. There's only 1 blue barrel left, and blue is the color of the sea. Lennon walked towards the single blue barrel with a smile, moving with extreme caution as if he were handling some sacred treasure. He gently placed his hand on the barrel, as if he was afraid of disturbing something precious. Obtain. Thick planks 9, rope 9, metal fragments 9, primary treasure map. Primary treasure map. A treasure map marking a primary treasure. Lennon said, treasure map? Oh my god, I've never heard of it. Night had fallen. Lennon held up the treasure map, but could not see anything. He could only put the thick planks into the grill and use the fire to illuminate it. The flames of the grill danced, shining on the treasure map, revealing 2 silvery white spots of light. One was large, the other small. The large one must be a treasure, but he couldn't figure out which was the small one. Lennon's mind raced. The treasure map instructions said, only 1 primary treasure is marked. What is that little light dot? I don't know. I need to ask someone. Lennon immediately found Alex, the know-it-all. Lennon, Alex, do you know what a treasure map is? After a while, Alex replied. Alex, treasure map? Never heard of it. Why don't you give it to me to study? I'll return it to you once I understand it. Lennon said, this guy is really rude, trying to steal my treasure map. Seeing that Alex didn't know, Lennon's heart suddenly skipped a beat. In other words, the treasure map was likely Lennon's only copy. It seems that this might really be the first treasure map in the entire ocean world. Lennon suppressed his excitement, put the treasure map away, and planned to talk about it tomorrow. Let's wait and see tomorrow. The fire has been lit. It's time to make a pot of cabbage and sea-based soup. Lennon took out the cabbage he harvested in the afternoon and was about to pour it into the plastic cup, but his hand suddenly stopped. I'm stupid again. I have metal ingots, but I use a plastic cup to make half-cooked cabbage and sea-based soup? Lennon opened the manufacturing page immediately after he said it. Manufacturing page. Pot. Metal ingot asterisk 2. Manufacture. Consumption. Metal ingot asterisk 2. Gain. Pot. Beautiful. Lennon happily placed the metal pot on the grill, added a little seawater and a large spoonful of fresh water, and then threw in the sliced sea base and Chinese cabbage. Let this pot of soup simmer slowly. Lennon, my friend, 30 white radishes and 8 cabbages, traded for 1,000 pieces of plastic, is that okay? While the soup was stewing, Lennon approached Alex again, hoping to cash in on the vegetables he had harvested today. Alex, brother, you really scared me. Can you answer my previous question? Do you have a farm? I really doubt what you said before. It's been 2 days. You can't be the only one who has dug soil out of a barrel. Lennon, no one has ever found a treasure map, right? Wait, are you saying someone has found crop seeds? Alex, not only crop seeds, but even flower seeds have been produced. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you produce white radish seeds? Now it seems you also have cabbage seeds. Lennon, are we friends? Alex, of course. Lennon, then help me see if anyone is selling seeds. If the price is low, how about you buy them for me? Alex, of course, I'll go get 1,000 copies of the plastic first, and I'll check the price of the seeds for you tomorrow. Alex disappeared quickly and decisively. Lennon didn't rush to reply, instead waiting for Alex to process the situation. 10 minutes later, Alex reappeared and told Lin and that he could place his order. Lin immediately put 30 white radishes and 8 cabbages on the market, along with the fish he'd caught that day. Of course, Lin also saved a large yellow croaker for himself as a side dish for dinner. Consumption: 8 Chinese cabbages, 30 white radishes. Gain: plastic asterisk 1000. Got it. Lin immediately laid down on the bed, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness take the raft into the super farm. Cultivate. Consumption: plastic asterisk 1000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th piece of land. The farm store has unlocked the purchase rights for rice seeds for you. Lin didn't plant the fields right away. The new plots of land were empty, while the radishes and cabbages on the other 4 plots were still growing. The radishes matured in 2 hours, while the cabbages took 2.5 hours. Once they were harvested, he could plant the rice. Lin glanced at the notice board again, which indicated that the mission was complete. Lin clicked to confirm. Congratulations to the host for completing the super farm mission. Reward: primary fertilizer asterisk 20. Good boy. I now have 25 bags of primary fertilizer, but unfortunately, I don't want to use it now. Lin was not in a hurry to use the fertilizer for 2 reasons. First, what Lin needed most right now wasn't vegetables, but caterpillars. Caterpillars were the primary fishing bait, and they were only obtained by eliminating insects. However, using chemical fertilizers to ripen crops would skip the weed and insect stages. This meant that Lin had lost his only way to obtain caterpillars. Another point: Lin truly had no shortage of food. Even if he overripened white radish or cabbage, at most he could only exchange them for basic ingredients. But to Lin, these were no longer unusual. No one would trade blueprints for vegetables. Canned goods, fish, and metal ingots were the real hard currency. Keep them until you need high production. Chapter 13. I got it. As soon as night falls, it's Lin's leisure and relaxing time. He would open the parchment book to see what other survivors were saying. If you are lucky, you can collect information that is useful to you. Page 3. World Channel. Lucas: why can't I catch any fish? Lin still has extra fish to put on the trading table. Robert: is this normal? How can you fish without bait? Li Juanxia: we Chinese have an old saying, Jiang Taigong fishes, and those who are willing will take the bait. The reason you can't catch fish is because your fate has not arrived. David: those fish Lin sells are so expensive. He wants to exchange one fish for an intermediate blueprint. Is he crazy? I want to buy one to try. Nakajima Sachiko: expensive? If I had the blueprint, I would definitely buy those fish from him. Sushma: why? Fish is bait. Bread is more economical. Fong Ming: thank you for your guidance, I understand. Enlightened? Enlightened of what? When Lin saw this, he felt as if he had overlooked something. Then someone started chatting with him privately like crazy. Considering Lin's current popularity in Ocean World, someone would privately message him every day, and there would be people privately messaging him all the time. He now has 50,000 to 60,000 unread private messages. But at this moment, the number of his unread private messages was increasing at a rate of almost 100 per second. Lin opened it and took a look. They all want to buy fish. He managed to find the Chinese man named Fong Ming inside. Fong Ming: Boss Lin, I have the blueprint for an intermediate axe. Can you please trade it for a big yellow croaker? Except for Fong Ming, the others who chatted privately were also telling Lin what intermediate blueprints they had and what kind of fish they wanted. Lin thought about it and decided to ask Fong Ming what he had realized. Lin: I can sell you a big yellow croaker, but you have to tell me, you said on the World Channel that you have realized something. What exactly did you realize? Fong Ming probably didn't expect Lin to actually reply to him. His face was originally calm. But after seeing Lin's message, he instantly showed a surprised smile. Fong Ming: boss? So you watch the World Channel too? After hearing this, Lin wanted to block him. This is different from before on Earth. I was playing a 2D game when suddenly someone came over and said something. So you also play Genshin Impact? Then he took out his mobile phone, opened the 2-dimensional game, and shouted something in a very childish way. Genshin Impact. Launch. Lin was almost embarrassed when he saw the same question. Lin: cut the crap. At least 1,000 people have privately messaged me. Although most of them are definitely spam, I think you are definitely not the only one who has the intermediate axe blueprint. Fong Ming: hey, big man, don't worry. If you don't know what I've learned, then that means you don't fish this way. I wanted to buy your fish because I was thinking of using the fish meat as bait. So many people used bread as bait yesterday and today, but why couldn't they catch any fish, big man? Think about it. What do fish in the ocean usually eat? Small fish eat plankton. Generally, large fish eat small fish, and large fish eat smaller fish. So if you use fish meat to fish, you're definitely going to catch big fish. Lin: that's it? Fong Ming: that's it. Linen knew that Fong Ming had no reason to lie to him, and immediately lost interest in this fishing method. Linen knew very well that using fish as bait to fish would increase the success rate much more. You can use a beginner fishing rod or an intermediate fishing rod. You go fishing using fish meat as bait. So what if you catch a big fish? Can you pull it up? Linen thought that it was very difficult for him to catch a big yellow croaker with a basic fishing rod yesterday. If you use small fish as bait, the fish that will be caught are tuna, sailfish, swordfish, etc. Then it's not Linen who is fishing, but the fish that is fishing him. At the very least, it's a waste of a fishing rod. In serious cases, Linen was dragged into the sea. However, it cannot be denied that people with great strength and endurance can stand on a flat raft and fight with those big fish. You know, this raft is not the same as a boat. The raft had no protection at all from the sides. Linen, I will modify the order and you can go and trade. Fong Ming, okay, thank you, boss. Linen had previously randomly assigned some intermediate blueprint names to those fish. Now that you have confirmed the transaction with others, you can simply modify the order requirements. Consumption, large yellow croaker 1. Obtain, intermediate axe blueprint. See if there are any blueprints you need. Linen was not in a hurry to use up this intermediate axe blueprint. Instead, I started looking for blueprints that were useful to me in private messages. This intermediate telescope blueprint is useful, the intermediate bow blueprint is also okay, but forget about the intermediate construction hammer. Wow. There's even an automatic sprinkler blueprint. I have to get this. Many tools have intermediate level blueprints. But that doesn't mean those intermediate blueprints are useful to Linen. For example, the difference between the intermediate construction hammer and the primary construction hammer is not that big. Linen also knew the function of the intermediate construction hammer. It could make the raft stronger and consume nails and thick wooden boards to expand the raft. The durability of a wooden board directly increased from 2 squares to 10 squares. It looks pretty awesome. But without a lot of resources, who would waste metal scraps to synthesize nails and then reinforce the raft? The raft, expanded with 2 thick planks, was not durable, but it only consumed 2 thick planks. Linen still has a clear understanding of this account. There are also some blueprints for intermediate beds and intermediate stools, which are really useless. The primary bed is a wooden bed, and the intermediate bed has bedding. Can palm leaves no longer be used as mattress pads? What do you need bedding for? It's not time to enjoy it yet. You can enjoy it in the future and get a mythical big bed. Wouldn't it be fun to make love every day? Consumption, tarpon 1. Obtain the intermediate telescope blueprint. Consumption, large yellow croaker 1. Obtain the intermediate bow blueprint. Consumption, large yellow croaker 1. Obtain, automatic sprinkler blueprint. Do you use blueprints? Please note, once a blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Use. You have activated the intermediate axe, intermediate telescope, intermediate bow and arrow, and automatic sprinkler manufacturing page. After activating these manufacturing pages, Linen first turned to the page about automatic sprinklers. Later, when he had an automatic sprinkler, he placed it in the super farm. He only needed to add some water to the sprinkler every day to ensure that the land would never be dry and the crop yield would not be affected by lack of water. This is also the reason why Linen was willing to exchange it for a big yellow croaker. And it's a thing that seems to be completely useless on the sea. In fact, if Linen was willing to spend some time bargaining with the other party, he could have bought the automatic sprinkler at a much lower price. Chapter 14, 7 melons on 1 vine. Automatic sprinkler, plastic 32, thick wood 4, rope 12, metal fragments 4. Manufacture. Consumption, plastic 32, thick wood 4, rope 12, metal fragment 4. Get an automatic sprinkler. Automatic sprinkler. It can help you water your flowers and crops, and you can even use it as a shower. Am I so extravagant as to allow you to think I have enough fresh water to bathe in? Linen looked at the automatic sprinkler with a long water pipe and a shower head, and knew that his life would be easier in the future. But he still complained a few times out of habit. The pressure of survival life is too great. If he doesn't curse the system a few times every day, he won't be able to relieve the pressure in his heart. If you think of Raft survival as a game, then the players will definitely complain about the GM. Oh, my cabbage and sea-based soup is finally ready. Just as I finished building the automatic sprinkler, the fire in the barbecue went out. This entry-level grill is particularly smart. A fire on a thick plank can burn for half an hour if there is no food on it. If there is food on it, when the food is cooked, the fire will go out. Because there was no bowl or spoon, Linen simply used an empty cup to scoop a cup of fish soup. He thought this was quite convenient. Then he picked up some cabbage and fish with chopsticks and put them in the cup, savoring them slowly. Occasionally looking up at the moon hanging in the distance over the sea, and the stars in the sky behind him whose brilliance was not blocked by the moonlight, Lennon felt more and more satisfied. If I can get a high-end construction hammer, I can really have a home that can shelter me from the wind and rain. Most people in Ocean World have similar ideas to Lennon. It is difficult to feel safe living on a raft. Sleep at night. You need to tie yourself up with a rope. Otherwise, you might fall into the sea. But with a boat, you can rest in the cabin. That feeling is completely different. Gurgle, 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 hiccup. Lennon ate up all the sea bass and cabbage in the pot, then drank all the fish soup in one breath and burped comfortably. After dinner, he did not forget to rinse the pot in seawater. Rinse again with fresh water. You still have to maintain basic personal hygiene. You can't let yourself get sick in the ocean world because of these trivial things. Once you get sick, there will be no one to take care of you. That's really like crying out to heaven and earth, but getting no response. Go into the super farm, install the sprinklers, plant the rice, and then go to sleep. Lennon thought about the last bit of work for the day. Then quickly close your eyes. In super farm, catch the caterpillars, remove the weeds, and then harvest the radishes and cabbages. I bought 5 rice seeds using palm leaves and planted them. Automatic sprinklers were installed last, and added 10 liters of fresh water into it. Seeing that the automatic sprinkler could indeed irrigate the land of the super farm, Lennon left the super farm with peace of mind and lay down on his wooden bed to sleep. Quack! The morning of the 3rd day of survival. It was still the seabird that woke Lennon up. Fuck you, besides shitting on my raft. You didn't even leave any feathers or eggs behind. Fuck! Lennon, who was in a very bad mood when he woke up, started cursing the seabirds as soon as he opened his eyes. His roar scared the seabirds away. Once I get the blueprints for the bird trap, I'll definitely have to catch a few seabirds to try. Lennon shouted twice more, then stood up to see if there was any new catch on the sea in the middle of the raft. Maybe he didn't adjust the direction of the U-shaped raft properly when he was sleeping yesterday, so not much supplies floated into the middle of the raft. Not to mention the barrels. Of course, Lennon didn't mind. As long as there were resources, he would take them. Get thick wood planks 5, palm leaves 3, plastic 3. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to have something to gain every morning? But it does seem that there aren't that many supplies on the sea. Lennon looked around at the sea and saw only a few scattered pieces of wood, a few plastic barrels, and inconspicuous palm leaves. This is very different from the sea surface on the first day. At that time, looking around, the sea was full of resources. But Lennon couldn't hook it. Realizing that these resources might become less and less in the future, Lennon could only sigh and enter the super farm to start his farmer's life for the day. Catch the bugs. Weeding. Open the taskbar. Sign in. Bite. Sign in successfully. Obtain watermelon seed 1. That's great. We have fruit to eat. Lennon's bad mood when he woke up disappeared immediately after seeing the watermelon seeds. In the farm store, Lennon could only see crop seeds for sale. There are still 4 pieces of uncultivated wasteland left. After reclaiming the 6th piece of wasteland, Lennon can unlock potato seeds. After reclaiming the 7th piece of wasteland, Lennon can unlock tomato seeds. After reclaiming the 8th piece of wasteland, Lennon can unlock pepper seeds. After reclaiming the 9th piece of wasteland, Lennon can unlock pumpkin seeds. If you insist, you will say it. Tomatoes are also fruits, but it's definitely not as attractive as watermelon. Now there's a reason to use primary fertilizers. Lennon had a lewd smile on his face, and then he used 3 bags of primary chemical fertilizer on the rice on the 5th piece of land. Then the rice on the 5th piece of land matured. Click again to harvest. Get pearl rice 1 kg. Then Lennon immediately planted watermelon seeds on the 5th piece of land. I saw that it takes 48 hours for watermelon seeds to fully mature. Lennon is also generous in using primary fertilizers. 8 more bags of primary fertilizer were used directly. The watermelons are ripe too. Obtain watermelon 7. 7 melons on 1 vine. What a delight. I continued to plant cabbage on the 5th piece of land. Lennon looked at the taskbar again and found that no super farm task was refreshed today, so he happily returned to the raft. Should I eat it or not? I'm so greedy. Forget it. It's better to eat bread and drink milk so early in the morning. Lennon muttered to himself twice, forcibly suppressing the urge in his heart to eat watermelon. Started eating bread and drinking milk. By the way, take out the treasure map that I took out from the blue wooden barrel yesterday. Awesome. Just open the treasure map. Lennon saw that the picture above had changed. There are slight changes from what I saw yesterday. On the treasure map, you can actually see fine lines on the blue sea, just like the surging ocean currents. The 2 silver spots of light seen last night turned into a small brown dot and a large green dot during the day. On the large green dot, there was a bronze treasure chest icon. Chapter 15. Sharpen the axe and the knife. The small brown dot should be my raft, and the large green dot is where the bronze treasure chest is hidden. Wood is brown, so what's green on the sea? Oh my god, I shouldn't have told Alex about the treasure map yesterday. Lennon realized it later. The treasure map glows silver in the night. That was purely to make him see more clearly. But during the day, these symbolic patterns. It was telling Lin and very directly what information was on the treasure map. Island. Treasure. Lennon suddenly felt the excitement of being a pirate. Go over there now. It shouldn't be far from me. The treasure map is only the size of 2 palms, but a brown raft can be seen on it, which means that the island is not too far from Lennon. Until now, there is still no one in the world channel of the parchment book saying that they have discovered an island. Every day someone asks whether there are islands in Ocean World. But there was no response. Lennon didn't know what was on the island, but he felt that there was treasure there regardless of whether there was one or not. He would drive his raft over there to take a look. Soil, sand, stones. These 3 basic resources. It can be found on the island 100. There are also metal ingots and clay on the manufacturing page. Maybe you can find it on an island too. In addition, the treasure map shows that the island is green, which means that the island is covered with a large amount of plants. Lennon's primary axe seemed to be useful all of a sudden. After adjusting the direction of the sail to face the wind, the raft moved at full speed, gradually approaching the island where the bronze treasure chest was buried. Lennon, who has nothing to do, considering that he might encounter some unknown risks on the island, he opened the parchment book. I plan to make the intermediate axe that I traded with Fong Ming yesterday. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Intermediate axe. Metal fragments 2. Thick wood planks 8. Rope 4. Bolt 1. The resources required for this are basically different from those for a primary axe. It seems that this intermediate axe has been upgraded from a stone axe to a metal axe. Bolt. Metal ingot 1. Synthesis. Consumption. Metal ingot 1. Obtain. Bolt 1. Make an intermediate axe. Consumption. Metal fragments 2. Thick wood planks 8. Ropes 4. Bolts 1. Obtain. Intermediate axe. Intermediate axe. An axe with a sharp metal body. It is more lethal than a primary axe and has higher durability and efficiency. After Lin and made this intermediate axe, he took out the primary axe for comparison. He suddenly felt as if he had evolved directly from the Stone Age to modern times. Because bolts are so modern. The primary axe is a wooden handle and stone axe fixed with a rope, while the intermediate axe is a wooden handle and metal axe fixed with a bolt and rope. That feels completely different. In other words, when you chop someone with a basic axe, it's all about strength. Whoever has more strength can break the other's bones. But the intermediate axe is completely different. Although the axe blade is not very sharp, if you really chop someone's neck, it will definitely chop off the head. Hey, I can even use this rudimentary axe as a whetstone. I'm such a fucking genius. The intermediate axe is not sharp enough, right? Then Lennon sharpened it. Sharpen your sword before battle. Even if it's not sharp, it will still shine. In case any wild beast appears on the island, Lennon has a sharp axe in his hand, so at least he has a means of self-defense. Alex, dude, what are you doing? Your face is all screwed up. When Lennon was sharpening the axe with increasing enthusiasm, as expected, an accident happened. Alex really has to come and keep in touch with Lin and every day. And I also like to look at Lin and's profile picture. Look what Lennon is doing. If you didn't see it, he asked directly. Such a person is really like those salesmen selling insurance and health products on Earth. I visit the elderly every day to check on their health. If you see that the old men are in a good mood, they then tricked the elderly into opening their wallets. Buy some of their products. Lennon, I'm sharpening my axe, preparing to kill someone. Alex, brother, don't scare me. You're not going to attack me, are you? Lennon, congratulations, you guessed it right. Alex, huh? Haha, let's not joke around. I'm here to talk to you about something. You want to buy some crop seeds? I bought some last night, but the price isn't cheap. I'm not sure if you'd be willing to pay. Lennon, just state the price. Alex, brother, you are so direct. I won't beat around the bush. 1 wheat seed can be exchanged for 10 thick wooden boards. If you also have white radish and cabbage, then both can be exchanged for 3 wheat seeds. In addition, there are tomato seeds, winter melon seeds, and potato seeds, and the price is the same. Seeing crop seeds sold at such a cheap price, Lennon slowly put down the intermediate axe in his hand. This price was much cheaper than the seeds he saw in the farm store, at least 10 times cheaper. Although there are no wheat seeds in the farm store, Lennon equates wheat seeds with rice seeds. Lennon, I want as many as you have. Let's see how many resources there are in the package. Alex, really all of them? Lennon, of course. Alex, let me do the math. Wait a minute. After a while, Alex Price sent over. Alex, there are a total of 368 wheat seeds, 100 tomato seeds, 100 winter melon seeds, and 100 potato seeds. See how many white radishes and cabbages you have, and whether the other resources combined are enough to buy them. Before Lennon said he would pack up Alex's seeds, he didn't expect that he had so many seeds. Now I see that even if I sell all the seeds, I still can't afford to buy them. Lennon, how come there are so many seeds? Can you tell me where those people got them from? Alex, you don't know? Aren't your radish and cabbage seeds from barrels? The people who open the seeds open a whole can at a time. A can has at least 100 seeds. If there are more, they fill the can to the brim, so there are probably 300 or 400 seeds. When Lennon heard Alex say this, he thought about it and felt that growing crops in the ocean world and growing crops in a super farm were definitely two different concepts. The reason why super farm is called super farm, it must be because there is something very special about this farm. It should be the yield. Growing crops in super farm will yield more than sea world, much higher. Lennon said silently. He seemed to have discovered the advantages that a super farm brought him. Alex, brother, are you still going to buy it? If you don't have enough resources, you can buy some first. Chapter 16, it can be seen from the question mark. Lennon, then I'll buy 10 wheat seeds, 10 tomato seeds, 10 winter melon seeds, and 10 potato seeds. Alex, from these 5 question marks, it can be seen. Alex was devastated. Lennon just said that they were all packed, and then in the blink of an eye, only 10 of the same seeds were needed. This is not funny. And Alex thought Lennon was going to pack up. He actually poured out all the seeds from the jars and counted them one by one. In the end, Lennon only wanted this little bit. He suddenly felt like an idiot for counting the seeds with a silly smile. Lennon, are you selling them? There are 40 seeds in total, and I'll give you 14 white radishes. That's quite nice, right? Alex, put it on the shelf. Lennon, then I will put it on the shelves. You keep the seeds and don't rush to sell them to others. I will buy from you when I have used them up. Message sending failed. You have been blacklisted by the other party. It seems my previous assessment of him was correct. This guy is really petty. Lennon shook his head, then put 14 white radishes on the trading shelf. These 40 seeds will be enough for Lin and to use for a long time, before he reclaimed the remaining 4 pieces of wasteland. On average, he can only consume 3 to 5 seeds a day. Consumption, white radish 14. Obtain, wheat seeds 10, tomato seeds 10, winter melon seeds 10, potato seeds 10. After the transaction, Lennon continued to sharpen his axe. After sharpening the axe blade to the point where it can cut through hair just by touching it lightly, Lennon stopped his actions and stopped wasting any more effort. The island is almost here. Open the treasure map and take a look. The image of Lin and's raft on the treasure map can be initially seen as a mountain-shaped raft, and the sail is also very obvious. That island is even more exaggerated, occupying 1/10 of the corner of the treasure map. According to the treasure map, Lennon was driving towards the beach area of the island. As for the terrain on the other side of the island, there is no way to know, because now the island is stuck right at the corner of the treasure map. There are no telescopes yet. Lennon could only rely on his own eyes to see if there was anything on the sea. You can climb up on the sail and take a look. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. During the age of exploration, many sailors climbed to the top of the sails to look out in order to have a better view. Lennon felt that he could do the same. He followed the mast, pulled the rope, and climbed up to the top of the sail like a monkey. Then he widened his eyes towards the island. The sunlight reflected from the sea was very strong, but after Lennon looked hard for a few times, he still saw a slight bulge above the horizon. Island. It's an island. The 3rd day of survival. Lennon saw land. Although this is land that sinks at night, but it still made him, a man who wanted to keep his feet on the ground, cheer ecstatically. The closer you get to the island, the more seabirds you see circling in the sky. The sound of waves. Birdsong. The sound of leaves whistling in the wind, mixed into a beautiful symphony. In order to be accurately transported to this island by the sea breeze, Lennon jumped off the sail and started to control the rudder, while also not forgetting to block all the friends he had privately chatted with. Who knows if there are people like Alex who have nothing to do but stare at other people's profile pictures all day long. Those portraits all have backgrounds. Lennon really didn't dare to gamble. If others see that the background of his avatar is a tree, land, beach, or reef, Lennon is the one who is truly famous in the ocean world. With the help of sea breeze, Lennon soon saw a golden beach stretching for hundreds of meters. The island on the treasure map also covers half of the entire treasure map, and Len's own figure even appears on the island. That's so thoughtful. This way, we don't have to worry about finding the treasure. The bronze treasure chest image is in the lower right corner of the treasure map. The island is on the treasure map. Half of it is sandy beach and the other half is lush green. The bronze treasure chest is in the woods on the island. Lennon could already see the palm groves on the island. Resources. Resources are everywhere. Holding the axe in his hand, Lennon knew very well that all these trees could be cut down. Although the resources on the sea are gradually decreasing. But the resources on the island have never been touched by anyone. Perhaps the ocean world sensed that Lennon was approaching the island. At this moment, a strong sea breeze suddenly blew over, making the raft speed several times faster, and it was suddenly washed onto the beach with the waves. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. First use the rope to secure the raft. Lennon was preparing himself mentally again. If someone else traveled to such an unfamiliar ocean world, hadn't seen land for a long time, and then saw such a beautiful island, they would probably excitedly run around the island. But since morning, Lennon has been thinking about what he should do in his mind, planning every step to avoid wasting time. The first step he thought of was to secure the raft, to prevent the raft from being washed away by the waves. So what if he found the treasure? He didn't even want his home anymore, so he was bound to lose this survival game. Lennon tied a rope that was 20 meters long to the mast. Then he tied a loop on the other end of the rope and put it on a black stone on the beach. This will secure the raft. Then Lennon took his parchment book, 2 axes and a bundle of ropes, and walked towards the bronze treasure with the treasure map. With his feet stepping on the soft sand, Lennon felt a little numb all over. Although he kept telling himself not to get excited, he still got excited. It was as if he had never seen land. What are those balls of light? Walking onto the beach, Lennon saw some light balls on the beach. Some were brown and some were milky white. He walked in the direction of the bronze treasure and stopped beside the first ball of light he encountered. Collectible clay. So this is clay. Lennon gently touched the ball of light, just like touching the wood and palm leaves on the sea. The ball of light disappeared in a flash. But Lennon harvested a piece of clay. Obtain clay 3. The brown ball of light is clay, and the milky white ball of light is sand. Lennon continued to move forward and got a lot of clay and sand. Although there are still many such light balls on the beach, he could easily collect all the clay and sand and then look for the bronze treasure chest. But Lennon still strictly followed his plan and walked into the palm grove barefoot. Chapter 17 Engine, the heart of the sailor. In the palm grove, some of the trees also emit a faint light. Those glowing palm trees can be cut down. Palm trees that don't glow cannot be cut down. Lennon roughly understood why the collection of sand, clay, and palm trees was set up like this. It would be great if we could dig sand, soil, and cut trees endlessly. If every survivor comes and plunders the island, it won't be long before there's nothing left. That's the only setting. Even if the resources on the island were plundered by the survival humans, then it can still maintain the appearance that an island should have. Let's not cut down the tree yet. Let's go deeper. Lennon never closed the treasure map. He was now shirtless, with a bundle of ropes tied around his shoulders and a stone axe and a metal axe hanging from his waist. As for the parchment book, it was also placed between the belt and the trousers. There is a palm grove near the beach on this island. Behind the palm grove is a bush, and behind the bush is a flat grassland. The bronze treasure chest is between the bushes and the grass. There are no roads on the island and no signs of human activity, but indentations can be seen in the middle of some bushes, as if they had been run over by some large animal. Maybe the island was flooded by the sea at night and was run over by a shark or whale, or maybe it was blown away by a typhoon. Lennon knew nothing about this island, and he could only rely on his own guesses to judge some of the inexplicable scenes on the island. If we don't guess this way, do we have to imagine that there are some ancient mythical beasts on the island? Arrive. When your image on the treasure map coincides with the coordinates of the bronze treasure chest on the treasure map. Lennon immediately shouted with joy. So this is the bronze treasure chest. It's so damn small. Bronze. As soon as you hear the name, you know that this treasure is the lowest level treasure. The treasure chest is of course the lowest level treasure chest. After Lennon arrived at the place, I saw the bronze treasure chest lying plainly under the bushes. There's nothing strange about it. As long as Lennon squatted down and cut down some bushes, he could take out the bronze treasure chest with his hands. Now I see, this island is worthy of the name of a treasure trove. This treasure chest is just a byproduct. Lennon shook his head a little disappointedly. The treasure he imagined in his mind should be like the one in pirate movies. At the corner of an island, you can row a small boat into a cave and go a few dozen meters deep to see the golden treasure, instead of just randomly placing them in the bushes like they are now. This treasure hiding level is probably only that of a 5-year-old child. There can't be any more. Since the bronze treasure chest is right in front of him, Lennon has no reason to delay any longer. Perhaps there is some surprise hidden in this ordinary-looking treasure chest. Anyway, the stuff inside is better than what comes out of the barrel. Lennon swung the primary axe vigorously. Soon the bushes in front of him were chopped into pieces. The once lush shrubs are now scattered all over the ground. In the future, it will become nutrients for the land. In fact, if Lennon wanted, he could also bring these shrubs back to the raft and use them for burning later. That would save some planks of wood. But unfortunately, they cannot be placed in the item space inside the parchment book. Lin and small body really can't carry much firewood. Hee, this bronze treasure chest doesn't even have a lock. I hope there are good things inside. It feels different from touching a wooden barrel. Touch the wooden barrel on the sea. All the resources in the wooden barrel can be put into the item warehouse at once. But opening the bronze treasure chest and touching it with your hands is not the end of the story. You have to open this treasure chest yourself to see what's inside. It's full of ritual sense. The moment Lin opened the bronze treasure chest, his heart was in his throat, because there was a blue drawing with lines inside. Blueprint. Sure enough, there is a blueprint. There's also a cloth bag on top. Could it be filled with gold coins? The bronze treasure chest is not very big. At the bottom lay a blueprint of what looked like a heavy sack. Lennon was already very satisfied with the appearance of the blueprint. Now there is still extra gain. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Lennon reached out and picked up the cloth bag, and with his other hand took out the blueprint from the bronze treasure chest. Primary engine blueprint. The heart of a seafarer. The blueprints in the bronze treasure chest are neither intermediate nor advanced blueprints. It's a primary blueprint, but it is more valuable than most advanced blueprints. Engine. As the jewel in the crown of industrial civilization. Commonly used in transportation vehicles such as cars, airplanes, and ships. Obviously, this primary engine blueprint can provide Lin An's raft with a powerful heart. It seems the parchment book isn't even a basic blueprint containing all the tools. These more valuable ones are completely missing. Lin still knows nothing about the fuel used to start the engine, but he was still happy to have found this rudimentary engine blueprint. Look carefully. There's a biofuel refiner thing on the crafting page of the parchment book. That thing must be used to make fuel. What is this bag? It looks a bit soft, and there seems to be sand or seeds inside. Lennon put the primary engine blueprint into the item space, then squatted down, opened the sackcloth bag, and took a look. He found that the seed inside was indeed the one he guessed. A bag of corn seeds. A heavy bag of seeds. Lennon was too lazy to count how many pills there were. It looks like there are at least 200 or 300, or even more. It seems that the only treasure on the island is this bag of corn seeds and the basic engine blueprint. But in fact, the bronze treasure chest is also one of the treasures. After Lin took out the blueprint and corn seeds, the bronze treasure chest became collectible. Wait for Lin to touch it with his hand. The bronze treasure chest also turned into some materials and entered the item warehouse. Consumption, primary treasure map. Obtain, copper ingots 8. The metal ingot should be made of iron, and this copper ingot is pure copper. It seems that there should be other types of minerals in the ocean world. Lennon has not yet flipped through all the manufacturing pages in the parchment book, so I don't know the main use of copper ingots. In fact, this copper ingot is a more precious metal than metal ingot. It's done. Now let's pluck out this island. Lennon was ready to go, as all the collectible resources on the entire island would be in his pocket. In the following period of time, Lin Onxian ran wildly on the green grass next to the bushes, because there are many grass seeds and soil that can be collected on this green pasture. These are resources that are within easy reach. Standing on the green grass, Lennon was standing in the center of the island. Although he no longer had the treasure map in his hand, he could still see dense reefs on the other side of the island. Chapter 18 Lumberjack. Start. There seems to be something glowing faintly in the reef area. Could it be a rock? Lin Onjin couldn't decide whether to go to the rocky beach or go back along the same route, cut down the palm trees, and collect the sand and clay on the beach. The main reason why he couldn't make up his mind was, if he goes to the rocky beach, that's too far away from your raft. The second page of the parchment book warned Lennon, don't stray too far from the raft. Let's go. The parchment book also says that we should have an adventurous and curious heart. From the center of the island to the rocky beach, there are only bushes in the middle, no palm trees, and the round trip takes no more than half an hour. And now, it's probably not even noon yet. There's so much time. You'll definitely gain something by going there. Lennon made up his mind and ran towards the rocky beach. He has now entered savage mode. Even if a stone hit his feet, he would just frown at most. After traveling to this ocean world, God only left Lin with a pair of shorts and a pair of underwear. There is nothing else. But it's not God's fault. Lennon woke up from his sleep and found himself in this ocean world. When he slept on Earth, He didn't wear shoes or a shirt. Fuck, it's really a stone. After running to the rocky beach in one breath, Lennon looked at the light balls around him. Each of them was a collectible stone. He kicked the air in anger, with the mentality that since I'm here, I might as well take away everything, even if it's a stone. Lennon started running on the rocky beach again. As he got closer to the ocean, Lennon suddenly discovered that there was a ball of light that was a completely different light yellow color. Obtain. Large clam 1. Pale yellow clams. Soft clam meat. The way I pick you up looks like a pervert who hasn't touched a woman in 30 years. If he had simply picked up a big clam, Lennon would not be so happy. The key is that this big clam can solve one of Lennon's troubles. I wonder if anyone still remembers the seabird that appeared on the raft every day and woke Lennon up. If you want to build a bird's nest, the shell of a giant clam is an important material. It can be said that with this big clam, Lennon can now build a bird's nest. Maybe someone will ask, aren't you annoyed by the seabirds waking you up every morning? Then why do you build a bird's nest? This is indeed the truth. If Lennon doesn't build a bird's nest, will the seabirds stop bothering Lennon? Anyway, there will be seabirds coming to the raft and chirping. Lennon might as well build a bird's nest so that the seabirds can give birth to their children comfortably, so that Lennon can have an extra fried egg for breakfast every day. If you disturb my sleep, I will eat your son. Isn't this reasonable? Sure enough, surprises always come after disappointments. There's a green ball of light in the sea. What are those sticky things? Seaweed. Before singing that familiar song, Lennon actually went into the water to take a look. The green ball of light turned out to be seaweed. And they are all seaweed that can be collected. Lennon just grabbed handfuls of them. In the ocean world, as long as a resource can be collected, it is basically useful. Obtain, seaweed 8. Obtain, seaweed 12. When Lennon's whole body was soaked until it was almost whiter than a dead person. Lennon had almost cleared away all the seaweed in the entire reef area. He even picked up a few large clams in the crevices of the reef. At this point, there was no grass growing on this rocky beach, and everything that could be collected had been taken away by Lennon. Go back and chop down trees. Lennon happily walked through the green grass and ran back to the palm grove. He began to swing his rudimentary axe again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Crash. A palm tree was cut down by Lennon and turned into a resource and entered the item warehouse. Obtain. Thick wood planks 7. Palm leaves 12. After figuring out the easiest way to cut down the tree, Lennon began to wander around the palm forest. Speed up the flow of time tenfold. It wasn't long before the palm grove became sparse. When the sun tilted to the left, Lennon started running on the beach again. Always high-intensity labor. Lennon collapsed on the raft as the sky turned slightly pink. I'm so tired. Maybe I should exercise later. Lennon had untied the rope between the raft and the stone on the beach, and the sail was raised again. The sea breeze blew the sail slowly away from the island. Lennon planned to go to a safer place and see how the island was swallowed by the sea. I lay on the raft for about 10 minutes. Seeing the outline of the island in the distance becoming smaller and smaller, Lennon stood up, dropped the anchor, and then climbed to the top of the sail, looking at the island that brought him rich resources. Under his observation, the island was indeed slowly sinking, and the surrounding waves were becoming bigger and bigger, especially the waves on the island's side, which at one point even blocked Lennon's sight. Because the only reference point around Lennon is the horizon. So Lennon thought that the island was sinking, but in fact the sea level was rising. The clouds in the sky have turned pitch black, and electric snakes can be vaguely seen running among the clouds. The sea below has turned inky black, and the waves are getting bigger and bigger, almost breaking Lennon's raft into pieces. All the facilities on the raft were shaking along with it. But it did not roll into the sea. A few palm leaves on the wooden bed that Lennon built himself were washed away by the sea. This scene did not last long. After the island completely sank into the sea and the sky gradually returned to calm. It was really dangerous. Luckily, I ran away. Otherwise, this little raft would have been smashed to pieces by the waves. Lennon saw the shocking scene and was glad that he did not return to the raft on time. Nor did they continue to search for useful resources on the island. People should have an adventurous spirit. But greed and curiosity are actually just a fine line apart, and it is actually very difficult to grasp that degree. Look at what we've gained today. We found a lot of resources on the island that we've never seen before. Now we can create many facilities on the manufacturing page that lack key materials. Lennon sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the parchment book. Page 6. Item warehouse. Existing items. Thick wood planks 729. Palm leaves 1134. Basic fertilizer 14. Basic engine blueprint. The most abundant resource Lennon obtained on the island was palm leaves, followed by thick wooden boards. There is no plastic at all on the island. He also collected a lot of sand, clay, stones, and seaweed. Next, Lennon will definitely be able to carry out his own infrastructure project. Chapter 19, Crazy Infrastructure. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Wet bricks, sand 2, clay 2. 50 bricks first. Consumption, sand 100, clay 100. Obtain, wet bricks 50. Wet bricks. Place them in the sun for 2 hours, and they will become dry bricks. Bricks are useless if they are wet, and they need the sun to dry. But Lennon didn't care whether it was night or not. He went straight into Super Farm. Throw all 50 bricks into the farm. Super Farm has sunshine 24 hours a day. Exactly 2 hours later, Lennon went to the farm to harvest the rice and took out the bricks. Get some big soil pots so that the farmland is full of plants and I can also plant other things. Lennon said this, but what he really wanted to do was to experiment and see how the growth of crops in the Super Farm differed from that in the ocean world. Hinge, metal ingot 1. Synthesize the 2 hinges. Consumption, metal ingot 2. Obtain, hinge 2. Large earthen pot. Thick planks 10, ropes 4, hinge 1. Make 2 large earthen pots. Consumption, thick planks 10, ropes 4, hinges 1. Obtain, large earthen basin 2. After Lennon's few words, 2 large earthen basins, 2 meters long and half a meter wide, were made. Lennon found an open space on the raft and placed the large earthen basin on it. At this time, a prompt also appeared on the large earthen basin. Should soil be added? Note, a large soil basin requires 20 portions of soil to be filled, and once added, the soil cannot be collected again. Add soil. Consumption, soil 20. Once the large pot is filled with soil, Lennon thought for a while, then threw in 5 potato seeds, 5 winter melon seeds, and 6 tomato seeds. This large earthen pot limits the number of crops that can be grown. But it looks good. Can plant 8 seeds. Just like the Super Farm, after these seeds are planted, a growth countdown appears. Potatoes take 3 days to mature, winter melons take 5 days to mature, and tomatoes take 2 days to mature. The growth rate is indeed slower than that of the Super Farm, and there is no grade difference between soil and large earthen pots. In other words, unless other surviving humans can get fertilizers, they will have to wait this long before they can harvest their crops. Then we need to develop a biofuel refiner and see how we can produce fuel. Lennon walked from the big earthen basin to the bed and sat down. Open the parchment book. Bolt, metal ingot 1. Hinge, metal ingot 1. Synthesis. Consumption, metal ingot 2. Obtain, bolt 1, hinge 1. I'm still short of 6 metal fragments. I'll just buy some from the trading house instead of crafting them with metal ingots. Lennon quickly bought the 6 cheapest metal fragments from the trading house. Consumption, thickwood planks 180. Obtain, metal fragments 6. Then he clicked on the manufacturing page of the refiner he wanted to make. Biofuel refiner, metal scrap 12, planks 10, rope 4, bolt 1, hinge 1. Manufacture. Consumption, metal fragments 12, thick planks 10, rope 4, bolt 1, hinge 1. Obtain, biofuel refiner. Biofuel refiner can refine some plants into fuel. Sure enough, this thing can make gasoline. After seeing the introduction to the biofuel refiner, Lennon has already gained a clear understanding of the rules of this ocean world. He knew that he wanted to thoroughly understand the relationship between various tools and materials in manufacturing. It is necessary to build all the facilities for making pages. Biofuel refiners are only part of the story. There are also facilities that need to be built, such as the furnace, which is clear in its function. Lennon found a place to install the biofuel refiner. Then I stayed by and studied. This biofuel refiner also needs fuel, but not oil, but thick planks of wood. Also, not all plants can be refined into fuel. There are only 3 types of plants available for adding to the biofuel refiner: corn, olives, castor beans. Hey, no wonder the bronze box containing the engine blueprints contained corn seeds. Now I don't have to worry about fuel. They say everything is ready except for the east wind. Now Lin and even has Dongfeng. You can build the engine directly. Do you use blueprints? Please note, once a blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Use. You have activated the primary engine manufacturing page. Primary engine, metal ingots 5, thick wood planks 20, rope 5, circuit board 1. I'm so happy too early. The materials required to build an engine are too many and too complex. Lennon simply couldn't gather them all at once. Metal ingots may be available, but the circuit board? Lin Onren was dumbfounded. In just a few short days, Lennon went from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age, and from the Bronze Age to the Age of Discovery. Now he saw that he had already stepped into the Electrical Age. Circuit board, plastic 5, copper ingot 2, grapevine sticky substance 1. I'm just in need of this grapevine sticky stuff. Looks like I need to go ask how to get it. For the sake of their own infrastructure. And the important responsibility of opening the electrical era in the marine world. Lennon chose to ask others for help without hesitation. That was the only person he could find. If Alex still can't get the answer, then in the entire ocean world, I estimate that 99 of the survival humans will not know the answer. Lennon, Alex, do you know how to make grapevine sticky stuff? Before chatting with Alex, Lennon removed him from the blacklist. Alex, fuck. Why did you block me? You've been blocking me all day. Lennon, you know, there are often bugs in the parchment book. I don't think it's my problem. So, my friend, you can't blame me. Alex, come on. I know you're treasure hunting. Lennon, hee, if you insist on thinking so, then just think of it as me going treasure hunting. Alex, what good stuff did you find? Why are you asking about grapevine goo all of a sudden? Lennon, this will be kept secret for now. Just tell me if you know how to make grapevine sticky stuff. Alex, I don't know. I just know it's a necessary material for making something, bro. You probably want to make diving equipment, or circuit boards, or even a bow and arrow. The parchment book currently states that the things Alex mentioned require grapevine sticky substances to make. So as soon as Lennon asked, he could guess Lynn and true thoughts. Chapter 20, The New Industrial World. Lennon, you don't know anything, yet you're talking so much. I was planning to make a bow and arrow, but now it seems I have to put it on hold for the time being. By the way, do you have any metal ingots? Sell them to me for a few dozen dollars. Alex, a few dozen? One metal ingot can be sold for 200 planks. Are you sure you want a few dozen? Lennon, let's start with 3 pieces. I'll trade them in palm leaves and give you 660 palm leaves. Alex, okay. Lennon was very confused that he couldn't become the richest man in the ocean world even after conquering an island. Could it be that individual efforts are no longer enough? Are they no match for these cunning businessmen? However, Lennon was only confused for a short while. Many of the things he got on the island today were currently scarce or even non-existent resources. For example, copper ingots. There are also resources unique to the islands. Sand, clay soil. Consumption, palm leaves 660. Obtain, metal ingots 3. After getting these 3 metal ingots, Lennon only needs 1 material, grapevine sticky substance, to build the engine. Spent so long talking to Alex. Lennon also discovered a problem. He activated the manufacturing page for intermediate bows and arrows. There was also a manufacturing page for primary bows and arrows in the parchment book. Compare the manufacturing materials of primary bows and intermediate bows. In fact, we may find some clues. Basic bow and arrow, thick plank 6, rope 4, bolt 1, grapevine sticky material 2. Intermediate bow and arrow, metal ingot 4, thick wood 6, feather 6. Look at it this way. The grapevine sticky substance required for the primary bow does not appear at all on the manufacturing page of the intermediate bow. This seems to be telling Lennon, grapevine goo is just a very basic resource. At present, the survival humans in the ocean world have not discovered this thing. That doesn't mean it's rare. I've been working on one thing after another. I saw that I needed feathers to make an intermediate bow and arrow, and then I thought about making a bird's nest later. I just happened to have some clam meat from some large clams that I could grill and eat. The whole day today was a day of harvest for Lennon, and also a day for him to give the raft a complete makeover. Lennon took out the 2 largest clams. Use the blade of the intermediate axe to pry open the 2 large clams. Then take out the clam meat and grill it on the grill. The 2 empty large clam shells can be used to build a bird's nest. Bird's nest, palm leaves 6, thick wood plank 6, large clam 1. Build 2. Consumption, palm leaves 12, thick wood planks 12, large clams 2. Obtain, bird's nest 2. Bird's nest can attract seabirds to live on your raft. You treat my home as your home, and I treat your children as my food. This deal is so fair. Whenever I want to eat bird meat, I just set a trap under the bird's nest, hee. Lennon had no good intentions when he built these 2 bird nests. In order to attract seabirds as soon as possible, he even reluctantly cut off some of his own flesh and got 2 caterpillars to put in the bird's nest. Today is a perfect day. Listen up, God. If you give me lots of treasure maps, even if I call you daddy, that's fine. Lennon laughed loudly at the black sky. Today was indeed the happiest day since he traveled to the ocean world. After the clam meat was cooked, Lennon ate it all and filled his stomach. He entered the super farm again. The rice on the 4 plots of land is ripe. The cabbages on a piece of land are also ripe. Since Lennon had already removed insects and pulled out weeds when he threw the wet bricks into the super farm, the farm is now very clean. One-click harvest. Gain. Rice 4 kg, Chinese cabbage 7. It's a good harvest, and the yield is maintained very well. Because he had been thinking about the engine, Lennon thought about it and planted corn on 4 plots of land and potatoes on 1 plot of land. The ripening time of potatoes is 12 hours. Compare it with the maturity time of potato seeds in large earthen pots. The gap is 6 times. This gap is really big. As for how big the gap is in production, Lennon needs to wait 2 more days to find out. He planted seeds in large pots of soil, and the fastest to mature were tomato seeds, which only took 2 days to mature. The corn grown in the super farm takes a long time to mature, even longer than rice. It takes 36 hours to mature. Just be patient and wait. There's no rush anyway. It's good to be able to eat potatoes tomorrow. Potatoes are definitely one of the most popular vegetables for humans on Earth. Lennon also likes to eat potatoes. If it weren't for filling the stomach, who would want to eat white radish and cabbage? When Lennon left the super farm, take 50 dry bricks with you. These bricks are not for building houses. They are all the materials that Lennon plans to use to build the furnace. Before building the furnace, Lennon spent a huge amount of money to buy another 20 pieces of metal fragments. Consumption: thick wood planks 400, palm leaves 220. Obtain: metal fragments 20. The prices of planks, palm leaves and plastic on the trading floor are no longer 1-to-1. Currently, the value of plastic to wood and palm leaves fluctuates in a ratio of 1.2 to 1.1-to-1. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Nail, metal fragments 2. Synthesis. Consumption: metal fragments 12. Obtain: nails 6. Furnace: metal fragments 4, thick wood 4, nails 6, dry bricks 6. Manufacture. Consumption: metal fragments 4, thick wood planks 4, nails 6, dry bricks 6. Obtain: furnace. Furnace can further smelt many raw materials into special materials. The appearance of the furnace was the same as the brick-burning caves that Lennon had seen on TV before. It's just a small cave. But even if it is small, the effect is very big. It occupies a space of 9 square meters on the raft. Then it provided Lennon with another whole new world. This furnace is another manufacturing page. Lennon's eyes lit up when he looked at the wide variety of smelting options in the furnace. Smeltable materials, various metal ores, plant raw materials, sand. Glass, sand 5, melting time, 1 hour. Grapevine sticky material, seaweed 3, melting time, 10 minutes. Metal ingot, metal or 1, smelting time, 10 minutes. Copper ingot, copper or 1, smelting time, 15 minutes. Titanium ingot, titanium or 1, smelting time, half an hour. The furnace can smelt much more than just this. There are also inactive gray pages behind it. The grapevine sticky substance that Lennon needs most at the moment must be melted in a furnace. In addition, the glass needed to make the telescope also needs the help of a furnace to be melted. Chapter 21. No second man is welcome on the raft. Let's get some grapevine goo first, then we'll rebuild the engine in the morning. It takes some time for a furnace to smelt any raw materials. It's getting late now. Lennon didn't want to waste the beautiful daytime, so I don't plan to wait any longer. He added plenty of planks and seaweed to the furnace. Consumption: thick planks 20, seaweed 180. It's done, go to sleep. The furnace, running at full power, was emitting an orange-red glow in the dark night. The rumbling sound never stopped. Let's change it to the day before yesterday. Lennon certainly couldn't sleep with such a loud noise in his ears. But Lennon was really tired today. As soon as his head touched the wooden bed, he fell into a deep sleep. Quack! The next morning, there were the cries of seabirds again. Lennon was woken up this morning, but he was not as angry as he was yesterday. Maybe he slept very deeply and soundly at night, so even if he was woken up, his mind was still clear. This is what it means to have a good sleep. Hee, even the birdsong has become sweeter. Lennon jumped off the wooden bed and looked at the bird's nest he had placed at the 2 corners of the mountain shape. A white seabird was found in both nests. He leaned over to see if there were any treasures in the bird's nest, and one of the birds flapped its wings at him. You little bastard. You're looking for death. Lennon spat at the seabird in a very uncivilized manner. Scare away the seabirds. Then he walked leisurely to the bird's nest and took a look. A seabird must have stayed there overnight, and there were some feathers and an egg in the nest. This bird's nest is really a good thing. I'll add a boiled egg to my breakfast today. Lennon smiled contemptuously and took away everything in the bird's nest. Gain: feather 6, bird, egg 1. After touching this bird's nest, Lennon went to touch that bird's nest. Unfortunately, I didn't touch the egg this time. Obtain: feather 7. Is it because male birds don't lay eggs? That's rubbish. Male birds, don't come to my raft anymore. Men are not welcome here. Lennon cursed at the seabird that had just flown into the sky and circled. He built 2 birds' nests in order to eat the eggs. Those guys who can't lay eggs are occupying the bird's nest without laying eggs. Aren't they just bullying Lin and Lauscher? He certainly couldn't stand this kind of freeloading. Today is a new day. There were only some basic supplies scattered among the raft. Lin casually took the supplies. Gain, thickwood planks 2, palm leaves 3, plastic 3. The resources on the sea are becoming increasingly scarce. It is no longer possible to make a fortune by relying on resources floating on the sea. Humans who want to survive in the ocean world should consider other ways out. Lin is fine. He has a super farm. Even if we ignore the resources in the ocean world, he can live well by relying on the products of super farm. Obtain, grapevine sticky material 60. The whole night passed. The furnace has stopped working. 60 parts of grapevine sticky substance were also melted out. Lin definitely cannot let the furnace stop working. He added some sand, intending to melt it into glass so that he could make a telescope. Consumption, thickwood planks 10, sand 25. The furnace began to work again. Wait for it to stop this time. Lin can own a telescope. Wake up every day, embrace the sun, and then go to farm. Farmer Lin used an empty cup to water the large earthen pots. He watched the crops slowly grow into green seedlings and sang happily. Farming in SeaWorld is different from farming in Super Farm. From planting to maturity, the crops on the Super Farm seemed to have little to do with Lin. The crops in the large earthen pots grew slowly around Lin, just like Lin's child. Sign in at Super Farm. After watering the plants, Lin closed his eyes and entered the Super Farm. Then we started the first pest control and weeding work of the new day. Then comes the sign in. Sign in. Bite. Sign in successfully. Obtain, primary scarecrow blueprint 1. The scarecrow has blueprints? Holy shit. Wait, this is something good. Lin received the sign-in reward and thought about it before realizing the use of the scarecrow. He now grows crops and has bird nests on the raft. The crops are now only in the seedling stage. Those seabirds won't think about crops for the time being. But what about tomorrow when the crops bloom and bear fruit? When Lin woke up, he found that the crops he had carefully cared for had probably been eaten by seabirds. From this perspective, the sign-in reward the system gives him is very timely. Thanks for the Super Farm system. Love you so much. Lin hugged the notice board and kissed it, then saw another line of text appear on it. Super Farm mission, plant 10 plants cumulatively, current progress, 2/10, reward, immediately cultivate the host's 6th piece of land. Another mission. This one's pretty good. 10 plants. It doesn't look too difficult. Lin counted the kinds of seeds he had on his fingers. Corn seeds and potato seeds have been counted by the system. Because these 2 crops are growing in the land now. Besides corn and potatoes, I can also grow cabbage, white radish, rice, wheat, tomatoes, and winter melon. No, it says 10 kinds of plants, not crops. Then I can also grow forage grass. Damn, if I hadn't planted watermelons yesterday, I would have 10 plants by now. What a shame. Lin just happened to have seeds of only 9 species of plants. There is just one missing requirement from the farm mission. Go ask Alex. Now Lin has become somewhat dependent on Alex. To be honest, sometimes these businessmen seem to be quite enviable and annoying. But the existence of these people can provide convenience to most people. Lin, Alex, my friend, I come to see you again. Alex, what's up this time, bro? Lin, do you have other kinds of seeds? I don't want the ones I bought before. Alex, yes, I do. But do you have any resources? You bought a lot of resources on the trading platform yesterday, and also bought metal ingots from me. Lin, tell me what seeds you have. Alex, beet seeds, minimum order of 20, package price is 1,000 planks. Don't say I'm asking for too much. These are beets. Of course Lin knew what beets were. If you just look at beets as a green vegetable, their seeds are definitely not more expensive than potato seeds. But it can make sugar. This extra function is enough to make the price of beet seeds far higher than that of other crop seeds. The same goes for Lin Onyo's corn seeds. By the time most survivalists knew that corn could be used to make fuel, the value of corn seeds is also sure to soar. Chapter 22, The Fierce Boss Lin. Lin, 20 pieces of grapevine goo in exchange for 20 beet seeds. It's up to you if you want to trade or not. If you don't want to trade, then forget it. I'll go to the trading house and find someone else to trade with. There are also seeds of various plants on the trading floor. If Lin wants to save money, he can buy flower seeds. Alex, you finally got the grapevine sticky stuff out. I'll make a deal with you. Thank you, Lin. Lin, thank me? Alex, of course I have to thank you. With the grapevine goo I can make an oxygen tank, and with the oxygen tank I can maybe try diving. Lin, awesome. If you find anything on the seabed, be sure to tell me. Alex, of course. We're good brothers. Consumption, grapevine sticky matter 20. Obtain, beat seeds 20. Lennon felt a little impressed by Alex's courage. It looked like Alex really intended to go into the sea with only an oxygen tank. Lennon has no such plans for the time being. What kind of world is under the sea? To Lennon, it is 100 unfamiliar. And the shark that we didn't see yesterday appeared again today. Maybe it's because I was moving at full speed yesterday and the shark couldn't keep up. Now that we're on the island, it can't track me anymore. The shark circling Lennon's raft was still the same one as before. Lennon can be sure of this, because the dorsal fin of the shark staring at him was a very flat, right equilateral triangle. The shark appeared and the island disappeared. Yesterday, Lennon didn't drive the raft very far away from the island. He also used an anchor to ensure that his raft did not move from its original position. Lennon was thinking that if he could land on the island again today and continue searching the island, that would be the perfect operation. But SeaWorld didn't give him that chance. The island is gone. Lennon's plan also failed. I knew that SeaWorld wouldn't leave such a big loophole for others to exploit. In fact, it is understandable if the island has always been in one position, but it sinks at night and sinks during the day. With the capabilities of humans on Earth, it is entirely possible to build the island into a base. It simply means leaving the island when it is getting dark and returning to the island when it is daybreak. Let's build the engine first and see how fast we can reach. Lennon already had the grapevine sticky substance he wanted, so naturally he wanted to build an engine. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Circuit board, plastic 5, copper ingot 2, grapevine sticky substance 1. Manufacture. Consumption, plastic 5, copper ingot 2, grapevine sticky material 1. Obtain, circuit board. Circuit board, essential basic components for manufacturing electrical appliances. Now we have finally gathered all the materials. Primary engine, metal ingots 5, thick wood planks 20, rope 5, circuit board 1. Manufacture. Consumption, metal ingot 5, thick wood plank 20, rope 5, circuit board 1. Obtain, primary engine. Primary engine, the most basic fuel-powered marine engine, capable of providing rafts and boats with a maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour. It looks pretty good, because there were no reference points, no nautical charts, and no tools to measure distance. Lennon didn't know what speed his raft could reach with the intermediate sail. But now, there is an engine. His raft was directly transformed into a high-tech dual-powered raft. This engine can only be installed at the rear of the raft. Lennon added a few more wooden boards to provide space for the primary engine to be installed. After doing these things, you cannot use the engine directly. Lennon still needs fuel to start the engine. And Lennon saw it. An engine alone is not enough. A biofuel tank is also needed for the engine. Then connect the biofuel tank with the fuel line. The fuel is gone. You have to work harder. This is quite realistic, but the materials needed to build the fuel tank include 2 bolts, and I'm still short of 2 metal ingots. Lennon, who was thinking of going to Alex to trade 2 metal ingots, opened the parchment book and took a look. Alex's avatar also remained motionless. Lennon definitely didn't block him. If this happens, it means that Alex has blocked him. Going into the water so soon. Lennon had only traded the grapevine goo to Alex a few minutes earlier. Alex wouldn't really go into the water as soon as he made the oxygen tank, would he? If this is true, then the word brave may no longer be used to describe him. It would be more appropriate to call Alex a lunatic. This ocean world is still turning even without Alex, and people are selling metal ingots in the trading house. Of course, those who sell metal ingots basically do not only trade basic supplies like Alex. Page 4. Trading bank. Seller, Tongyeya. For sale, metal ingot 2. Requirement, bread 100. Note, I'm in urgent need of staple food. If you have any, please contact me. That's not bad, we can talk about it. Lennon knew that this seller was also a bait and switch, so she deliberately placed an order in the trading house and would only actually trade metal ingots with others when buyers with specific needs came to her and chatted with her privately. And this person probably doesn't want bread, so the demand is 100 loaves of bread. She was just afraid that the price she listed was too low and someone would actually buy her 2 metal ingots for bread. Lennon, beauty, how much are the metal ingots? I have pearl rice. Tongyeya, are you Lennon? This person's message was replied almost instantly. When there are no resources on the sea, most of the humans trying to survive in the ocean world will have nothing to do. I can only hold this damn parchment book and browse the world channel. Lennon, I am Lennon, tell me, how much pearl rice do you want to exchange for 2 metal ingots? Tongyeya, I don't know. Is pearl rice sold 1 grain at a time, or by pound, or by can? I've never seen it before. Lennon, you haven't seen it, and you're still leaving a note on the trading platform saying you want to trade staples? There's a saying that goes, the more you lay the bait, the more you catch. Did you know that? There are really strange things happening every day, and there are especially many strange things in the ocean world. This person is called Tong Yaya. I haven't seen any other staple foods. Just fishing at the trading post. It also sounds amazing. Tong Yaya. Boss, why are you so fierce? I didn't put the order on the shelf just to deceive people. Let me put it this way, I believe you. 2 metal ingots in exchange for 4 days of food, okay? I used to eat a big bowl of rice in one meal on Earth. I see that the other party really wants to make a good deal. Lennon also suppressed his anger. Lennon, an adult eats half a pound to 1 pound of rice a day. I'll count it as 1 pound. How about I give you 2 kilograms of pearl rice in exchange for these 2 metal ingots? Tong Yaya. Okay, put it on the trading platform. Chapter 23. The Sinner Who Seeks to Survive. First time chatting with a woman at SeaWorld. Lennon's attitude is not very good overall. He felt deep down that most women would not live long in the ocean world. So he treated the other person as someone whose life was about to come to an end. When chatting with this kind of person, you have to be cold and not invest any emotions. This way her avatar will turn gray in the future. Lin-N's emotions will not fluctuate either. Consumption. Pearl rice 2 kg. Obtain. Metal ingot 2. After the transaction. This biofuel tank can be built directly. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Bolt. Metal ingot 1. Synthesis. Consumption. Metal ingot 2. Obtain. Bolts 2. Biofuel tank. Metal fragments 6. Plastic 25. Thick wood planks 10. Bolts 2. Manufacture. Consumption. Metal fragments 6. Plastic 25. Thick wood 10. Bolt 2. Obtain. Biofuel tank. Biofuel tank can hold 200 liters of biofuel. So good at pretending. But it's not enough. Build a boat according to the current length of the raft. In the future, it may consume 50 to 60 liters of fuel per hour. This one biofuel tank is definitely not enough. But this thing, if it is not enough in the future, he can build more. As long as there is space, Lennon can build unlimitedly. The only thing missing is a fuel line. Fuel pipe, metal fragments 4. Manufacture. Consumption, metal fragments 4. Obtain, fuel pipe. Fuel line, the pipe connecting the biofuel tank and the engine. This is a tube made entirely of metal and is only 1 meter long. It looks short, but it is actually enough. Lennon just needs to put the biofuel tank and the engine together. Install. Lennon had already installed the primary engine at the very back of the raft, on the pointed end of the mountain shape, and then installed the biofuel tank next to the engine. The most critical fuel pipe needs to be installed by Lennon himself between the primary engine and the biofuel tank. Soon, Lennon screwed the fuel pipe to the middle of the two facilities. After Lennon completed his final action, a pale golden glow suddenly appeared from the biofuel tank to the fuel pipe to the primary engine. Byte. Ocean World's first global broadcast. Detected that the survivalist Lin and has activated the engine. The natural disaster system officially begins. 3 days later, the first round of natural disasters will sweep across the ocean world. Natural disaster countdown, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Fuck, is this such a big deal? Lennon looked at the blue sky and listened to the huge mechanical sounds coming from all directions, feeling numb. SeaWorld is broadcasting worldwide. Lennon didn't expect such a grand ceremony. He was thinking yesterday about how to make a circuit board and build an engine. It's the direct entry into the electrical age. It seems he was right. That's how SeaWorld is set up. When the first engine is activated, it means we have entered a new era. Unfortunately, the setting of the ocean world is to enter the era of natural disasters. Tongya. Boss Lennon, the pearl rice you put on the trading platform was snatched away by someone else, so I didn't buy it. Lennon was wondering what kind of natural disaster would occur in the ocean world. Tongya, who had just agreed to trade metal ingots with him, came out again and said that she did not receive the order placed by Lennon in seconds. Only then did Lennon realize that he had forgotten to specify a trader. Then it was bought by someone else. Lennon, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll just sell you 2 more kilograms of pearl rice. Lennon is still in great need of metal ingots and metal fragments. So there is no problem in continuing to trade with Tongya. Consumption, pearl rice 2 kg. Obtain, metal ingot 2. After completing the transaction with Tongya, Lin indirectly blocked this person. At present, Lennon has blocked several people who had privately chatted with him. Of course, Alex was not blocked by Lennon. Lennon's main strategy is to keep as friends whoever is useful to him. Because I have nothing to do at the moment. Lennon used the scarecrow blueprint he signed in for today. Then he used some palm leaves, ropes, and thick wooden boards to build a rudimentary scarecrow and stuck it in a large earthen pot. Primary scarecrow. Coverage area is 4 meters by 4 meters. Any creature that enters the area will be expelled. Affected groups include, but are not limited to, fish, birds, and beasts. You're still very strong, but your area of influence is so wide that I can't fish near you anymore. This scarecrow not only keeps seabirds away from crops, but also affects animals and fish. Lennon now has everything he needs on this raft. It can even be said that it has everything. The only things left on the parchment book manufacturing page that Lennon had not made were some diving, swimming, and lighting equipment. It took an hour or two. Complete all the infrastructure work that was not completed yesterday. Lennon collected the anchor, raised the sail again, and adjusted the course. Prepare to go east. Ocean world is a whole new world. Lennon didn't know whether the sun in this world followed the rule of rising in the east and setting in the west. Let's just assume that this world follows this rule. The sails were raised, and the raft sailed against the wind and waves into the distance. Lennon, who was in urgent need of fuel, closed his eyes and entered the super farm, intending to use fertilizer to ripen the corn and get some fuel first to test the strength of the engine. And at this time, the World Channel is already in an uproar. Various comments are updated very quickly. I can't even see the picture and name clearly. Page 3. World Channel. Lennon deserves to die? He is a sinner. What did that sound just now mean? Is it telling us that the novice protection period is about to end? I don't want to die. I'm just getting used to life on the raft. Why? Why is it so difficult to take control of my life in my own hands? Natural disaster? What kind of natural disaster could it be? Earthquake, tsunami, typhoon, waterspout, storm. It feels like any natural disaster could shatter the raft. I knew we couldn't keep playing house like this forever, but it feels like the end is coming too soon. Where did Lennon get the engine? I haven't even built a sail yet, and he already has an engine. What a bully. Whoever kills Lynn and is a troublemaker. Without him, I would at least be able to grow up and build a wooden boat. For a moment, all the survivors in the ocean world are cursing Lennon. I can't read all the information. Some people even cursed Lennon, consumed several or even dozens of thick wooden boards to exchange for speaking times. It feels like a party before death. Chapter 24, Living People. Obtain corn 34. Hey, we can harvest 34 corn cobs from this piece of land. That's pretty good. Lennon used several bags of fertilizer to ripen a corn, then get 34 corn cobs directly. This output is still high. Because there was a task on the notice board that required planting 10 kinds of plants, Lennon bought some white radish seeds and planted them. After, he put all 34 ears of corn into the biofuel refiner. The biofuel refiner started operating immediately. It shows that it takes more than 5 hours to completely convert these corn cobs into fuel. Then Lennon can only wait. Fuck, why are they all cursing at me? There are over 1 million private messages. What do these people have to do with all their free time? Lennon had nothing to do, so he opened the parchment book and saw that the World Channel was full of messages cursing him. His private messages also exploded. Survivors of all skin colors, races, countries, names, and genders were cursing Lennon. After reading it, he didn't feel very angry. You can curse me all you want, but no amount of curses will make me lose a piece of flesh. Lennon had a very good attitude. He didn't deliberately want to cause a natural disaster. It just happened that the world chose him to be the first to stand out. If a natural disaster strikes and many humans who survive in the ocean world die, Lennon will still not feel guilty. But their anger reminds me that I can't just lie down and do nothing. What if I get killed by a natural disaster? When Lennon realized this, goosebumps appeared all over his body. His raft was just the lowest level of planks. In order to avoid wasting materials, Lennon thought about not purchasing the intermediate building hammer blueprint, but waiting to get the advanced building hammer blueprint before building the ship directly. Now, in order to ensure my absolute safety, let's reinforce the raft. There are a few fish left. I wonder if I can trade them for the intermediate construction hammer blueprint. I'll just leave them there for now. Lennon put all the sea fish in the warehouse on the trading floor. All transaction requirements are blueprints for intermediate construction hammers. In addition, Lennon did not put all his hopes on the trading house. He was still observing whether there were any resources on the sea. The resources on the surface of the ocean world today may not be even 1/10 of what they were on the first day. But it doesn't mean it's gone. Lennon stood at the front of the raft. Whenever he saw any resources, he would control the raft and store the resources in the warehouse. Because the speed of the raft is okay. Lennon's harvest was also pretty good. 5 hours of work. He even picked up 2 wooden barrels, from which he opened a loaf of bread and a blueprint for an intermediate flipper. Fins are equipment specially used for swimming and diving. Lennon used the blueprint directly, but there is no rush to build it. After a few hours, the glass in the furnace was melted out first. Obtain Glass 5. The crystal clear crystals give the raft some other colors of light under the sunlight. At sea, the most critical use of glass is in making telescopes. If Linen had a boat in the future, glass can also be used to make windows. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Bolt, metal ingot 1. Synthesis. Consumption, metal ingot 1. Obtain bolt. Empty bottle, plastic 6, grapevine sticky material 4. Build 2. Consumption, plastic 12, grapevine sticky material 8. An empty bottle, like an empty cup, is a container for liquid, but this empty bottle is thinner and longer. This empty bottle is needed for the telescope's barrel. Linen made 2 first. Intermediate telescope, glass 4, rope 4, bolt 1, empty bottle 2. Manufacture. Consumption, glass 4, rope 4, bolt 1, empty bottle 2. Obtain, intermediate telescope. Intermediate telescope. With an 8-fold magnification, it allows you to see a field of view of 148 meters within a kilometer. Compared to the entry-level telescope, it also has a night vision function. It can see far and clearly. This is exactly what you need for navigation. As soon as Linen made the telescope, he took it out and used it. This telescope allows him to see the sea surface 1 kilometer away, making it easier to collect resources. Why is that piece of wood so big? Oh no, it looks like a raft. Linen looked here and there with a telescope. Suddenly, he saw a raft about 800 meters in front of his raft. The raft was also drifting towards the east. But Linen's raft was moving a little fast, so the distance between the 2 rafts would get closer and closer. I met a living person. There are billions of humans on Earth. If only young and middle-aged people survive in the ocean world, there should be more than 1 billion people. No matter how big the ocean world is, it is impossible for Lin and to never encounter other humans. Wow, not only is she a woman, but she also looks like she's from China. Thanks to the advantage of the telescope, Linen could see a person walking back and forth on the raft from 800 meters away. Of course, he couldn't see what the other person's face looked like. Oh no, it seems like I've been discovered. Linen has a telescope, but he also has a green sail that is 10 meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide. If there weren't such high sails, from such a distance, people definitely can't see the raft here. But Linen's sail is so big that others can definitely see it if they look carefully. Be reasonable. After Lin and discovered that the other party had discovered him. Want to leave? You can directly control the sail to go around the raft in front. But at this moment, in the northeast, a blue wooden barrel was hidden and floating on the sea. The reason why Lin could see the wooden barrel was because there was a dolphin or some fish under the sea that pushed the wooden barrel, causing it to jump out of the sea. Lin knew very well what the blue wooden barrel represented. He made a prompt decision. Control the rudder. Head northeast. Perhaps his change of course was too obvious. The Oriental woman on the other raft seemed to have also discovered the blue wooden barrel that Lin was going to steal. But she had no sail, so she could only rely on a small oar and try her best to get closer to the blue barrel. This is the ocean world. If 2 survivors see precious resources at the same time, then there will inevitably be competition for this resource. There are rarely discussions on the World Channel about whether anyone has encountered other humans in the ocean. Linen thought that the reason no one discussed it might be that those who encountered other surviving humans and survived killed them. That's why I won't bring up such things. Linen also took out the intermediate axe from the item warehouse. He thought that if the other party was stubborn and insisted on fighting, then he could only use weapons to tell the other party that killing was the only rule of survival. Chapter 25 Stop. Robbery. Smith Masai. It turned out to be a small day. Although the yellow-skinned woman's raft is closer to the blue barrel, but Lin's raft is fast. Still, get ahead of the woman and maneuver the raft between her raft and the blue barrel. Lin held the intermediate axe in one hand, ran to the blue wooden barrel, and reached out to touch it. Obtain. Thick planks 6, metal fragments 8, rope 2, intermediate treasure map, intermediate grill blueprint. It's an intermediate treasure map, really good. Lin turned around happily, planning to change the direction of the sail, first leaving the woman beside him, and then look at where the island was on the treasure map. Oh hi, what the hell are you talking about? Why is she pointing at the parchment book? Can the parchment book be translated? When Linen was about to turn the rudder, the woman on the raft next to him yelled at him. Linen also couldn't understand the language of Shaori, but he saw that the other party kept pointing at the parchment book. Linen simply took out the parchment book and tried to see if it could be used as a translation tool. Follow the other party's reminder. Linen turned to the 3rd page dedicated to chatting. Then the words of the woman in front of him actually turned into pleasant Chinese. Hello, Mr. Linen. My name is Samir Kuramoto. No way. Linen is too famous now. Almost all the survivors in the ocean world know what he looks like. What are you going to do? Lennon had basically no desire to communicate with the woman in front of him. Although the other person looks very cute, smiles very sweetly, wears very little clothes, and has a nice voice. But for some reason, Lennon just couldn't be moved. Mr. Lennon, I'd like to ask if you are in need of a maid. As long as you can take me with you to survive in the ocean world, I will do anything you ask me to do. Samire Kuramoto lowered her chin, her face slightly red. Maybe she used to be very fair, but after being exposed to the sea for so many days, her fair skin completely faded, leaving only a healthy wheat color. But even so, this woman can still act pitiful in her daily life. Come with me. Lennon pondered for a moment. Then a wicked smile appeared on his face. Seeing Lin An's behavior, Samire Kuramoto thought that Lin An had bad intentions. Then her expression and movements became more shy. It looked like a frightened deer that had stumbled into a lion's habitat in a panic. It makes people's bestial nature come out. Sure, since you want to be my maid, don't you have to give me all your resources first? Lennon was still very far away from Samire Kuramoto, at least 10 meters away. His raft alone is now 20 meters wide. Lennon, standing in the middle of the raft, was not afraid of a sneak attack from the other party, so he could tease this little woman so calmly. Huh. Kuramoto Samire suddenly raised her head. That's not a good idea. I don't have many resources. I don't care how much you have. Throw it all onto my raft right now. Remember, all of it. Lennon instantly retracted his smile and spoke to Kuramoto Samire very seriously. See the change in Lin An's attitude. Only then did Samire Kuramoto realize that she had provoked a cold-blooded demon. She originally wanted to seek asylum. If possible, it would be even better if we could get some benefits from Lin An. At least by being with Lin An, her chances of surviving the first natural disaster will be much higher. But Lin An not only has no intention of protecting her now, he also wanted to snatch all the resources from her. Can you let me go? With tears in her eyes, Samire Kuramoto began to beg for mercy from Lin An. Let you go? Do you think I'm stupid, and I'm a maid? I'm that kind of lustful person? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Once you're on the raft, if I have the chance to stab my neck, can you resist? For consecutive rhetorical questions, each of which hit Samire Kuramoto's heart directly, and her true thoughts were seen through by Lin An. Hurry up and throw everything onto my raft, or I'll crush your raft. Lin An became more and more ferocious as he spoke. His raft was big enough and had enough power. It is entirely possible to smash Samire Kuramoto's small raft into pieces just by impact. Perhaps Samire Kuramoto has enough resources to expand the raft. But would she dare to expand the raft with a construction hammer in Lin An's sight? I absolutely wouldn't dare. Here you go. All for you. Samire Kuramoto didn't dare to anger Lin An again. She took the parchment book and started taking things out of it. Soon, dozens of wooden boards, hundreds of palm leaves, and dozens of pieces of plastic were piled on Lin An's raft. Don't kid me. How did you survive in the ocean world with only basic materials and no food or water? Besides, if there weren't 10 pieces of metal debris, I would still run over your raft. Lin An had no way to verify how many resources were in the other party's item space. What he just said was purely a threat. Lin An had no intention of killing. I just wanted to ask for some money for the passage. But he won't allow others to fool him. I'll give it all to you. Samire Kuramoto's eyes were red. She filled 2 empty cups with fresh water and placed them on Lin An's raft, then threw 3 loaves of bread and 11 pieces of metal fragments. This woman is very smart. Lin An asked for 10 pieces of metal fragments, but she gave him 11, just to make Lin An feel that she had used up all the resources she had. Gain: thick wood planks 53, palm leaves 105, plastic 48, fresh water 2L, bread 3, metal fragments 11. Hey, robbing and obtaining resources is faster than getting them yourself. Lin An felt an indescribable joy when he experienced the feeling of being a pirate for the first time. No wonder Xuanzi said that human nature is evil. He was absolutely right. Can I go now? After paying such a huge price, Samire Kuramoto knew that she could not get any benefit from Lin An, so she wanted to leave early. Avoid the moody Lin An from making even more unreasonable demands. Leave? Wait a minute. Take off your shirt and pants and throw them to me. My scarecrow is in need of some clothes. Besides, I want to use your jeans as a pillow. Lin An originally wanted to let Samire Kuramoto go, but when he saw that her clothes were still intact, he made a request that made Samire Kuramoto extremely ashamed and angry. This time, Samire Kuramoto wanted to jump into the sea. She regretted it so much. It is acceptable to spend some resources, but if she doesn't even have clothes to cover her body, then she will have to use palm leaves as clothes to cover her body. Although the chance of meeting people at sea is very low, it still hurts my self-esteem. You don't agree? That's fine, but you're a strange person. There's no road on the sea, so if you want to go, just go. Why are you asking me? Seriously, you're giving me such a big gift. Linen shamelessly complained about Samaire Kuramoto, then raised the sail and disappeared from Samaire Kuramoto's sight in a few minutes. Chapter 26 Black Island. Scoundrel. Samaire Kuramoto looked at the empty sea. Only then did he dare to curse Lin in shame and anger. She found out. Linen is not a completely bad person at all. If she were that kind of person, she would be dead now. Maybe before death, he will suffer humiliation and torture. But Linen acted like he was joking the whole time. Trick her into taking away her supplies. Then before leaving, he had to hit her hard to make her realize that she would not die even if she did not compromise. People with such bad tastes are just scoundrels. After the rogue Linen left, he immediately forgot about the island beauty Samaire Kuramoto, whom he had just robbed. He actually wanted to leave a long time ago. With a treasure map in hand, who would want to keep competing with a woman? Why is there still a bronze treasure chest on the intermediate treasure map? Damn ocean world. When Linen spread out the treasure map, a silver treasure chest appeared on it. However, the treasure chest on the treasure map was exactly the same as the one on the primary treasure map. The bronze treasure chest, the one that was casually thrown into the bushes by the creator. But this is a good thing. It saves time looking for treasure chests. Besides, this intermediate treasure map is still better than the basic one. It even has a compass and the distance is marked. The intermediate treasure map has an additional compass in the upper left corner compared to the primary treasure map, and the chart is twice as large. The most important thing is to mark the straight line distance between Lin An's raft and the island. At present, it is only 30 kilometers away. Linen placed the long treasure map next to the rudder. While looking at the map, he steered the boat and slowly headed towards the second island he discovered. Bite. Not long after, the biofuel refiner word. Remind Lin and that all 34 corns have been refined into fuel. Linen let go of the rudder and ran over to take a look. The 34 corn cobs were refined into 34 liters of fuel. So, if there's enough corn cobs, we can only refine 6 liters of fuel per hour, or just over 100 liters per day. If we want to run our engines around the clock in the future, one biofuel refiner won't be enough. Pour all 34 liters of fuel into the biofuel tank. Linen pressed the start button next to the rudder with excitement. The sails and engines can be controlled synchronously by the rudder. The two forces will not pull against each other. Now we can try to see how fast the raft can go. Linen looked at the intermediate treasure map. He was now 27 kilometers away from the island. To test the speed of the raft, he added 5 more portions of sand to the furnace. It takes exactly 1 hour for a furnace to smelt 5 parts of sand. Linen didn't have a timer or a watch, so he used the facilities on the raft to keep time. Buzz, buzz, rumble. The engine makes a powerful sound after starting. The propeller also rolled up waves crazily. Linen pushed the handle next to the rudder that controlled the engine power to the top. The primary engine immediately burst out with its strongest power. With the help of sails. In just 1 minute, the raft actually traveled 1 kilometer. This speed is already exaggerated. You have to know that Lin An's engine is just a primary engine. It consumes half a liter of fuel per kilometer, which means I use 30 liters of fuel per hour. It would take me 5 hours to refine that much fuel using the biofuel refiner. This rudimentary engine is a fuel-guzzling monster. While paying attention to the speed, Linen also looked at how much fuel was left in the biofuel tank. The fuel consumption and speed are calculated. Then he discovered, even if this engine can be built, it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Corn, olives, castor beans. I can buy more seeds from the trading house that can be used to refine oil. Linen thought about it and felt that in the future, these plants that could refine oil might become the most sought-after resources in the ocean world. Think of this. He placed many orders directly on the trading floor. The items sought were corn, olive, and castor seeds. For a while, no one came to Linen to trade. Instead, the island was getting closer and closer to Linen. He held a telescope and could see the island standing on the sea from 4 or 5 kilometers away. This island is not simple. When the intermediate treasure map reveals most of the island's appearance, Linen discovered that this island was at a very high altitude. The island is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides and a flat sandy beach on 1 side. The vegetation on the island is probably mainly grass, with only scattered palm trees and bushes. The rocks that make up the entire island are all black. The bronze treasure chest was right on a platform on a cliff, completely exposed to the sky, so much so that Linen could see it on the island map. It's about 3 meters high. Fortunately, it's not too far from the ground. The area below the 3 cliffs is very terrifying, with huge waves and countless undercurrents and reefs. Linen didn't plan to drive the raft there, even though he knew there might be plenty of seaweed to collect in that place. Same as before, Lennon prepared to land on the beach. The beach on this island is also black. It seems that the resources are very scarce, and Lennon estimates that it will be difficult to harvest a large amount of basic resources like yesterday. It's all black gravel. Why does this island look like a place where demons live? A few minutes later, the raft was washed up on a black gravel beach by the waves. Lennon also stepped onto the island barefoot. There were no boulders on the gravel beach to anchor the raft. Lennon could only carry the rope and walk inside, find a relatively tall palm tree, and tie the rope to it. It's really empty, desolate, and barren. You can see the end as far as you can see. After fixing the raft, Lennon looked up and observed the island with his naked eyes. He could see the highest point of the island from the gravel beach at a glance. From the gravel beach to the highest point of the island, 90% of the area is covered with green grass. There are only 2 or 3 palm trees around that can be harvested. Those black gravels cannot be collected either. However, there are grass seeds that can be collected on the grass. Compared with the island Lennon encountered yesterday, this island is very barren. Lennon planned to take the bronze treasure chest and leave. Start walking on the grass and head towards the highest point of the island. Collect some grass seeds from the surrounding area. Black stones, green grass, blue sky, white clouds. What is this? A dandelion? No. Hair. Animal hair. Lennon hummed a song without melody and bent down from time to time to collect grass seeds. But when he reached the halfway point of the island, in the middle of the grass, I saw a ball of white fluff. Chapter 27: Lambs to be slaughtered. There are mammals on the island. This isn't just downy feathers left by seabirds. Birds' feathers also have fluff. For example, the feathers on the buttocks of birds are irregular fluff rather than smooth feathers. But the down left by birds is fundamentally different from the hair of land mammals. The real treasure. I must find it for you. Lennon didn't plan to search the island with a telescope. He knew that relying on a treasure map was worse than relying on a telescope. Lennon happened to be standing in the center of the island. The intermediate treasure map can just cover the entire island, turning it into a floor plan of the island, and it is real time. There's a white spot here, and there's a white spot there. There are 2 animals on the island. They eat grass and have fur. They're probably sheep. Of course, they could also be rabbits, but if they're rabbits, the white spots are a bit too big. Lennon muttered to himself, thinking that catching 2 sheep and bringing them back was more important than opening the bronze treasure chest. So he walked straight back. Why didn't Lennon notice these 2 animals when he went to the island just now? That's because they hide in the few bushes that are there. When Lennon reached halfway up the mountain, the 2 unknown white animals came out of the bushes. With the treasure map in hand and the fact that there were almost no obstructions on the island, Lennon found the 2 white animals very easily. They are really sheep, 2 sheep at that. Lennon looked happily at the 2 little lambs shivering in the bushes and couldn't help licking his lips. He didn't show such a perverted expression when he saw the woman he just met. This shows how happy Lennon is. But seeing the 2 sheep doesn't mean he can catch them. In order to catch these 2 sheep, Lennon also put in a lot of effort. He used the only materials he had to make one noose after another. Then he threw it madly at the 2 sheep in the bushes. Missed the throw. Lennon threw another one. All the noose in my hand has been used up. He pulled back the noose and continued throwing. The 2 lambs waiting to be slaughtered were isolated and helpless. They could only hide everywhere, but they dared not leave the bushes. Those 4 or 5 clumps of bushes have become their only support. But their efforts to avoid it were in vain. Lennon is also very patient. In order to get the heads of these 2 sheep, Lennon spent an hour and a half fighting with them. When he successfully lassoed the necks of both sheep, he immediately and happily dragged the 2 sheep to the palm tree where the raft was fixed and then tied the rope tightly. Me, me, me. The 2 little lambs cried and struggled in panic. But the more they screamed, the louder Lennon laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky today. I didn't receive a maid, but I received 2 pets. God, you are so good to me. What does catching a sheep mean? This means that Lennon will have a steady supply of wool in the future, and 2 live emergency food. Of course, Lennon is not such a ruthless person. He would also treat these 2 sheep as pets and take good care of them. But what if you are about to starve to death? I can't let myself starve to death rather than eat these 2 sheep. Now we can open the bronze treasure chest. These 2 sheep are worth at least 10,000 planks of wood. Lennon was really laughing. He found that since he traveled to the ocean world, he was depressed on the first and second days. The next 2 days were happier than the previous ones. Everything went smoothly. The key is contrast. This joy is even more obvious when everyone else is having a miserable time and he is having a good time. After running from the gravel beach to the highest point of the island in one breath, Lennon stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the huge waves hitting the cliff below, and still felt a little scared. What if this falls from above? The chance of survival is no more than 50%, because half of the bottom is covered with black rocks. Fortunately, there are raised rocks here to secure the rope. Lin was afraid of heights, but under the temptation of the bronze treasure chest, he still tied 4 ropes around a black rock step by step. A rope was tied around Lin's waist. 2 ropes were tied tightly around Lin's thighs. There is also a climbing rope that Lin uses with both hands to pull. After making all safety preparations, Lin slowly descended along the edge of the cliff. It's only 3 meters high, so it's still relatively close. To put it bluntly, let's get someone braver. Maybe he just jumped from the top of the cliff to the bronze treasure chest. But Lin just wanted to go down step by step. Even after his feet were firmly on the platform where the bronze treasure chest was placed, he did not untie the 3 safety ropes on his body. This bronze treasure chest is a little bigger than the one yesterday. Lin discovered the differences between the bronze treasure chests. Then he reached out and opened the bronze treasure chest. An arrow, a whistle, a blueprint. There are only these 3 things in the bronze treasure chest. Intermediate construction hammer blueprint. Yaka arrow. Lin looked at the single arrow and felt as if he had heard of its name before. When he picked up the arrow and looked at it, he remembered what kind of weapon it was. Yaka arrow. Made from a very special and extremely rare sound-sensitive metal called yaka, it can be controlled with a whistle. The strength and speed of the yaka arrow are between those of high-level and rare-grade bows and arrows. It is a sharp weapon capable of killing people without being noticed. It must be used in conjunction with an arrow whistle. The so-called arrow whistle is another metal whistle in the treasure chest. Great stuff. Now I have a long-range weapon. I can be a soul shooter in the future. Lin smiled and put the yaka arrows, arrow whistle, and intermediate construction hammer blueprint into the item warehouse. Then take the bronze treasure chest away. Consumption. Intermediate treasure map. Obtain. Copper ingots 16. It's better to have a bigger treasure chest, as it gives more copper ingots. After Lin touched the treasure chest, he grabbed the rope with both hands and planned to climb up. The weight of an adult rested completely on the 4 ropes, causing them to sway slightly. Just this flash. Lin saw a ball of silver-white light appearing on the rock next to him. Resource. Lin, who was afraid of heights, saw the resources that could be collected and immediately put his legs back on the platform, then moved 2 steps to the left, approaching the white light. Metal or collectible. Note: a pickaxe is required to collect. A pickaxe. It seems to be in the parchment book. The metal ore that can be smelted into metal ingots is right next to him, so Lin is no longer afraid of any danger. He opens the parchment book on the cliff on a whim. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Primary pickaxe. Thick planks 6, rope 1, metal fragments 4, bolt 1. Chapter 28. It's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die. I have a parchment book and materials in my hand. Lin made a basic pickaxe on the spot. Then dig at the metal ore that is shining with a silvery white light. Obtain metal ore 4. Amazing. This piece of ore is equivalent to a metal ingot. Overjoyed, Lin walked to the edge of the platform and found the second piece of collectible metal ore. At this point, the rock platform has come to an end. Lin could not continue to move left. He could only go to the right. He looked to see if there was any ore on the right side, but unfortunately, he didn't see any ore on the right side of the platform. Lin felt that there must be a metal mine on this island. But it's not a big deal for him to stay on the platform all the time. So he returned to the top of the cliff. Then he stuck his head out from the place where he had just discovered the metal ore and looked down. The vein is here, right under my feet. There is no ore anywhere else. Lin has found the exact location of the metal mine. But he had neither the time nor the tools to dig on the island. Lin can do it. Only with the help of a rope can one slowly descend along the cliff wall and mine the exposed metal ores on the rock wall. Obtain metal ore 3. Obtain metal ore 5. Obtain metal ore 17. Obtain metal ore 2. That's all we can collect. There are now 131 pieces of metal ore in the item warehouse. All the metal ores that Lin could collect without taking any risk had been mined out. The remaining glowing metal ores on the cliffs were too far away. Lin had no way to get through either, so I temporarily gave up the idea of continuing to collect metal ores. Besides, it was getting dark. This island is about to sink into the sea. It is impossible for Lin to bet his life in exchange for these metal ores. Thinking that I have received many surprises today, Lin left the island with great satisfaction and a lot of harvest. As he pulled the 2 sheep back onto the raft, he even felt like he had been dreaming all day. Living land animals. It actually appeared in this ocean world. Let me give you 2 little ones a name first. The older one will be called Dolly, and the younger one will be called Xiaobai. From now on, our family will depend on each other. You too must grow fat and plump, and also grow more wool. See your master, me? Still shirtless? Only if you produce more wool can I have clothes to wear. You know, Dolly Xiaobai? If you understand, please call out to me. Me. After Lin returned to the raft, he began to lecture the two sheep. Of course he knew that neither of them understood anything. Even if they were crying out, it was because they were out in the sea and had lost their sense of security. But Lin just wanted to talk more. He suddenly felt less lonely. Let me build you two a sheepfold. I've made a fortune today, so I'll be generous for once. Lin knew that even if he just used thick wooden boards to build a sheepfold for Dolly and Xiaobai, they would not feel safe. Just be extravagant. I first bought some metal ingots on the trading floor. Then he used the resources he had to create 16 large earthen basins. Put all these large earthen pots together, block the gaps in the middle with grapevine adhesive, and then use thick wooden boards to widen and raise the outside of these large earthen pots. Then evenly spread grass seeds in a sheep pen of 16 square meters. Then lock Dolly and Xiaobai in there. This way their feet won't get stuck to the seawater at all. To be honest, Lin treats these two sheep better than he treats himself. I'm afraid they won't have anything to eat in the days before the grass seeds germinate. Before Lin left the island, he cut 3 large bundles of grass that could not be put into the storage warehouse. Save it for Dolly and Xiaobai for the next 2 days. Lin sang. Lin just settled Dolly and Xiaobai. Then he built an intermediate building hammer and threw all the metal ores he had dug today into the furnace. He planned to make a meal and stir-fry some vegetables to celebrate the arrival of Dolly and Xiaobai. Not far away, someone was calling Lin on another raft. It's really haunting. Lin turned around and saw that it was still Kuramoto Samayer, the woman he had been living with for a long time, and he immediately showed a sour face. He didn't expect that Samayer Kuramoto could catch up with him in just one day. Maybe Samayer Kuramoto never thought about pursuing Lin at all. She was originally heading east. It's just that Lin spent the whole afternoon on the island, so he was caught up by Kuramoto Samayer. Boss Lin, I'm so lucky to meet you again. Knowing that Lin would not kill her, Samayer Kuramoto actually dared to come over and deliberately tease Lin. Because she was saying she was lucky. The tone was deliberately emphasized. Boss Lin, you actually got 2 sheep. Oh my god, there are sheep in the ocean world. Is that an island? Samayer Kuramoto was screaming on her raft as if she had discovered a new world. But I can't blame her. Any human survivor would have the same expression as hers when seeing living sheep in an island. Don't go over there. In another hour, it will be dark and the island will sink. If you go near it, only death will be waiting for you. Lin is still very kind in his heart. He did this because he extorted a large amount of resources from Samayer Kuramoto today. Remind Samayer Kuramoto not to approach the island at this time. But there is an old Chinese saying that goes, it's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die with kind words. It was the first time that Samayer Kuramoto saw an island. I also saw 2 extra sheep on Lin's raft. She wanted to give it a try and go to the island to see if she could get some resources. Boss Lin, don't worry about me. I will definitely leave the island before dark. Samayer Kuramoto said something perfunctorily, then knelt on her own raft and paddled hard. Lin saw her like this. I didn't tell Samayer Kuramoto that the island was not submerged by the sea the moment it got dark. How does the saying go? Respect the fate of others and let go of the desire to help others. It was already very commendable that Lin had said that extra word just now. I want him to continue to persuade me in a kind way. That's basically impossible. I need to stay away. The waves in this area are extremely large. I'd better retreat 3 kilometers away. Lin thought that some people did not value their own lives, and he couldn't do that. So he started the engine again, steered the raft, and moved a distance in another direction. Then he began to cook his dinner for the evening on the raft. Lin eats lightly in the morning and at noon every day, and has a good meal at night. This pace of life is actually quite comfortable and relaxing. Chapter 29 Lung capacity needs to be trained. Alas, I told you not to go. I guess it's gone. Half an hour later, Lin used a telescope to see the island 3 kilometers away gradually sinking. The waves around are getting higher and higher. But Samayer Kuramoto's raft did not appear again. He knew that Samayer Kuramoto was probably finished. As mentioned before, this island is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. If Samayer Kuramoto wants to evacuate after arriving on the island, she can only evacuate from the black gravel beach. Lin was in this direction, but he did not see Kuramoto Samayer's small and cute raft appear through his telescope. This means that there is basically no possibility for Samayer Kuramoto to survive, even though the island hasn't completely sunk yet. But the huge waves around were enough to smash the small raft into pieces. Without her raft, Samayer Kuramoto could only helplessly wait for death on the island. then wait for the whirlpool to drag her into the deep sea. It's still hard to see a life perished like this. It seems I'm not hard-hearted enough. Lennon is not pretentious at all. There are only 2 sheep around him, so no one will pay attention to him even if he pretends to be cool. So I accepted the change in my mentality very calmly. When Samayer Kuramoto went to the island, Lennon thought he would be gloating. As a result, when tragedy struck, he wasn't happy either. Alex, bro, are you there? You did something big today? Just when Lennon was feeling melancholy, Alex, who might be the only friend of Lin in an ocean world, sent a message. Lennon, you are not dead? Alex, you want me to die? Lennon, I didn't say that. Don't think that way. Alex, talking to you always gives me a headache. It's just diving. How could I die? Besides, I got the shark bait and lured the shark to another place, and then dived into the sea. Lennon, I was saying, how could you possibly seek death? We smart people should be very afraid of death. Alex, you're right. No matter what you do, you have to save your life first, and then think about plundering resources. Lennon, buddy, you came to me just to talk about disasters? Alex, yeah, well, what else can we talk about? I saw you buying the blueprint for the intermediate construction hammer from the trading house. It seems you want to increase your chances of survival. Lennon, who doesn't want to live? I developed the engine by accident. I really didn't know that building an engine would cause such big changes in the ocean world. You don't need to ask me for information. Alex, I just care about you, my friend. The survivors in ocean world have been scolding you all day. You should not care about other people's opinions, right? Lennon, those people are all clowns. Even though they curse me vigorously on the World Channel, if you let them stand in front of me, I guarantee they will bow and scrape to me, either calling me brother or boss. Alex, I'm relieved that you have this mentality. I hope both of us can survive the natural disaster. Lennon, I hope so. Chatted with Alex for a while. Lennon didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. The rice still takes some time to cook. He thought for a moment and took out the Yaka arrows and arrow whistle he found on the Black Island. The introduction of the Yaka arrow says that it can only be controlled by blowing the arrow whistle, but Lennon still didn't quite understand how to operate it. So I thought about getting in touch. He placed the Yaka arrow flat on the raft, then put the whistle to his lips and blew it softly. A faint whistle sounded. The Yaka arrow also began to tremble. Lennon slowly increased the volume, letting the Yaka arrow float in the air, and then blew hard, and the Yaka arrow instantly moved forward. Dang! As Lennon's breath suddenly stopped, the arrow whistle also fell silent. The Yaka arrow fell on the raft. Fuck, I need to work on my lung capacity from now on. Lennon controlled the Yaka arrow to remain suspended in the air for more than 10 seconds, and then he felt as if he was suffocating. He also figured out how to make the Yaka arrow move. Blow the arrow whistle steadily, and the Yaka arrow will float into the air. As the whistle gets louder, the Yaka arrow will shoot forward, and the louder the whistle, the faster the Yaka arrow will go. Of course, these are all linear motions. The hardest part is making the Yaka arrow turn. Lennon probably had to play a melodic tune to make the Yaka arrow turn. It can only make the Yaka arrow move in a straight line, so the function of this thing is basically the same as that of a bow and arrow. It's easy for others to hide. If the Yaka arrow is compared to a missile, it's easy to launch a missile, but it is difficult for a missile to hit the target, especially to hit a moving target, which is extremely difficult. Therefore, the missile tracking system is particularly important. The same goes for the Yaka arrow. Lennon must master the technique of making the Yaka arrow turn before he can release it to kill people. Otherwise, just let the Yaka arrow fly straight out. Wait until the whistle stops. It fell into the sea. Such a precious thing fell into the sea. Lennon must be heartbroken. The rice is ready. Let's start cooking. Today I'll make fried potatoes with ham. The potatoes in the super farm had already ripened. After Lennon harvested the potatoes, he thought about cooking them. Because if you stew potatoes without beef or chicken, it would be really boring. Fried potatoes are different. Even without meat. Stir-fried shredded potatoes can also be delicious. Besides, Lennon has canned ham, and there is oil in the can. Today I made some fried potato chips and ham slices. This dish will definitely be the most delicious meal Lennon has ever had since traveling to the ocean world. The potatoes and ham have just been put into the pan. The fragrance has spread everywhere. Lennon was cooking, and the sky and sea were roaring not far away. The Black Island completely sank into the sea, until the sea calms down again. Lennon also didn't see any raft floating over from the direction of the island. What is certain is, there is a 99% chance that the first human being seeking survival that Lennon meets in the ocean world is dead. Respect life. After preparing the meal, Lennon held the pearl rice and bowed towards the island. It can be regarded as a tribute to the person who just passed away. Then Lennon took the bowl of offering and started eating happily. Oh my god, this ham smells so good. I'm going to go to the trading house later to see if there are any other canned meats for sale. I'll stock up a little bit. It's nice to have some meat every now and then. As soon as Lin took a piece of ham into his mouth, he instantly forgot about Samaire Kuramoto. She was just a passerby. But she was the first person Lin had ever met since he grew up whom he could have stopped from dying, but didn't. So when this person died, Lin felt quite touched. But Lin's pretentiousness will only last for a short while at most. I will forget about this matter soon. If he meets this kind of person again, Lin probably won't say a word. Chapter 30 Population Food Wars. Meh. Quack. It's a new day again. After eating fried potato chips and ham slices yesterday, Lin went to bed. The next morning, it was no longer the seabirds that woke him up. But Dolly and Xiaobai didn't want Lin to sleep any longer. Damn, I thought I was the master, but it turns out you two are the masters. When Lin opened his eyes and saw Dolly and Xiaobai crying so loudly, he knew that they were hungry and thirsty. So he got up and ran over. Throw some grass into the sheep pen. He took 2 empty cups, poured 2 liters of fresh water into them, and found 2 wooden boards to hang the empty cups filled with fresh water on. Dolly and Xiaobai were indeed thirsty. He didn't even rush to eat the grass, but licked the fresh water in the empty cup frantically. You two eat and drink first. I'm going to go take care of those 2 dead birds. Lin still has a bad temper when he wakes up. But he couldn't vent his anger on Dolly and Xiaobai. So he picked up a stone and gradually approached the bird's nest at one end of the raft. The mother bird that laid eggs yesterday is back again. Seeing Lin approaching, it flapped its wings like yesterday, trying to drive Lin away. How could Lin be afraid of this seabird? He threw the stone in his hand directly at the seabird. It hit the seabird's head with great accuracy, knocking it into the sea. Holy crap, I actually hit it. Lin really didn't expect that his luck would be so good. The shot hit the target and knocked the seabird unconscious. Hey, we can make some chicken and potatoes tonight. Seabirds and chickens are both birds, so the taste shouldn't be any different. Lin smiled happily and tried to reach out to pick up a seabird floating in the sea. But who knew that while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the sea and swallowed the floating seabird in one gulp. The seabird at the other end of the raft was also frightened and flew away immediately. Fuck you. You're trying to steal my food, huh? Wait until my magical powers are fully developed. I'll definitely kill you, stupid fish, with my yaka arrows. Even if Lin can travel hundreds of kilometers a day, the shark that appeared on the first day of survival did not give up and continued to protect him. As soon as Lin's raft stops, the shark will appear. And this time it also swallowed Lin's prey. Fortunately, there's an egg. Lin could only take the eggs from the bird's nest to comfort himself. Gain, feather 5, bird, egg 1. Another nest contained only feathers. It seems that the seabird resting in that nest yesterday was another male bird. Lin no longer wanted to complain. Since the male bird intends to take advantage of the nest he built for free, don't blame him for being cruel. Lin made up his mind that if the male bird continued to appear tomorrow, he would kill it. If you and that female bird are a pair of lovers, then I really despise you. Your wife was eaten by a shark, and all you know how to do is fly around in the sky, not take revenge? Coward. After cursing at the seabirds circling in the sky, Lin walked back to the furnace angrily. After returning from the island yesterday, he threw all the metal ores he had obtained into the furnace. Now the metal ore in the furnace has been smelted. Obtain. Metal ingot 131. Get rich. I can finally reinforce the raft. Lin took out the intermediate construction hammer he had made yesterday and planned to reinforce the raft. Upgrade the raft. Note: upgrading the raft requires 1 metal fragment and 2 thick wooden boards. Upgrade everything. Lin took the intermediate construction hammer and carried out reinforcement regardless of the cost. Hammer a plank of wood for intermediate construction. Requires 4 planks of wood plus 1 metal scrap. To upgrade, you only need 2 thick wooden planks and a metal fragment. Lin consumed hundreds of metal fragments and several hundred thick wooden boards. Just upgrade all the planks on the raft. The originally brown raft also has a metallic luster after the upgrade. The durability has been greatly improved. The sharks roaming nearby lost interest in the raft as soon as they saw that Lin had upgraded it and swam deeper into the sea. It's a pity that a raft is still just a raft. It would be really great if it could be upgraded to a boat. Lin was far from satisfied with the current situation. But I can do it now. It's pretty good. Upgraded the raft. Lin entered the super farm and started doing the daily farm work. Get weeds 25, baby caterpillars 7, adult caterpillars 9, corn 118, white radish 14, Chinese cabbage 8. Sign in. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtain soybean seeds 20. Today's sign-in reward is soybeans, which is also the crop seed that Lin wants most. Soybeans can not only be eaten by humans, but also used as animal feed. If Lin wants Dolly and Xiao Bai to grow up healthily, you definitely can't keep feeding them both grass. Now there are soybeans. Dolly and Xiao Bai can have extra meals. Maybe Lin could also use soybeans to grind some soy milk to drink, or even make some soy products, such as tofu, soybean oil, and bean skin. This is really a good thing. Now that all 5 plots of land are free, it looks like the super farm quest can be completed directly. Lin thought about the past 1 or 2 days when he had planted corn, potatoes, radishes, and cabbages in the super farm. There are still 6 plants left to complete the super farm mission. It seems. Lin seemed unable to complete the task directly, because you can't grow 6 kinds of plants on 5 pieces of land. However, the growth cycle of grass is very short. It's the same growth cycle as white radish. After Lin planted the grass, I just used a bag of chemical fertilizer to ripen the grass. Then seeds of beets, soybeans, wheat, tomatoes, and winter melons were planted. Bite. You have completed the super farm mission. The 6th piece of land has been reclaimed for you free of charge. It has been detected that you have cultivated your 6th piece of land. The purchase permission for potato seeds in the store has been opened. There are still 3 plots left. Reclaiming the 7th plot will cost 300 metal ingots. Holy crap. Lin, who was in a relatively good mood, clicked on the conditions for reclaiming the 7th piece of land. He just left the super farm cursing. What does 300 metal ingots mean? If Lin couldn't find a metal mine, he wouldn't be able to collect these 300 metal ingots. If you want to buy from other people on the trading platform, first, Lin had to sell himself. In the past, I couldn't afford it even if I sold it, but now I can just afford it after selling it. Byte. Ocean World's 2nd global broadcast. 2 days later, the first round of natural disasters will sweep across the ocean world. Natural disaster countdown. 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Please be prepared for natural disasters. All survivors. Chapter 31. You are so self-indulgent. Are you worried that some people won't take natural disasters seriously, so you're reporting it to the entire world every other day? Man, I still say the same thing. Stay out of other people's business. Wouldn't it be better to have a few more deaths? Lin listened to the voice from the creator of the ocean world, and secretly wondered who had such great ability that he could make so many humans on Earth move to this world in an instant. You can also survive like playing a game. It will not let someone like Lin, who has no ability to do things, lose hope of living. But we cannot let the survival humans live comfortably in the ocean world. It's only been a few days since I started surviving. Create a natural disaster. It looks like the humans who are trying to survive are not allowed to live. But a deity with this kind of power could just kill all humans directly. Well, I don't object to you reporting the natural disaster, but the problem is that every time you do, the surviving humans will scold me. Lin was actually very annoyed. I see my private messages increasing by millions every day. He had no way of clicking into the private message to read it. Some people may think, didn't you say you don't care about other people's opinions? There is no difference between 10,000 people scolding you and 100 million people scolding you. Others can't scold you to death, Lin. Really, that's the truth. The key problem is that Lin cannot use the functions of the parchment book to live a normal life in the ocean world like others. For example, the fishing orders he listed on the trading platform. How many days has it been? It's totally useless. Is there really someone who is unwilling to trade with Lin? No. These were private messages from people who wanted to trade with Lin, and they were directly drowned out by the endless insults. Lin ignored the insults and pretended that no one was insulting him. But he was looking for trading information. I went through those private messages. Seeing so many people scolding me will definitely affect my mood no matter what. This is normal. It seems that I need a spokesperson. Lin thought about it for a while and knew that from now on he could only play the role of a chess player in the ocean world. As a chess player, of course you have to control some chess pieces. Think of this. Lin opened the parchment book. Page 3. World Channel. Once a day, Lin, you deserve to die. The real doomsday is coming, and this time, everyone will die. Creator, why do you treat your people like this? Stop howling like a ghost. Aren't you annoying me every day? The natural disaster is only 2 days away from happening. Why is there still no sign of what the disaster is? It won't happen suddenly, will it? That's right. If we don't know what the natural disaster is, we can't prepare in advance. Prepare in advance. Did you see Lin acquire the intermediate building hammer blueprint yesterday? Isn't this Lin telling you the answer? Lin is the sinner of the ocean world. He is a complete destroyer. He wants all of us to die. How can we watch him do it? Well said. If there's a blizzard, we should prepare thick clothes, not reinforced rafts. What a bunch of idiots, unreasonable. You said we were stupid, but you are the stupidest one. Everyone else wants you dead, yet you still want to imitate him. The World Channel is really interesting. Lennon finally discovered the bad tastes of those big stars on Earth. In fact, it is really fun to hide behind the screen and watch others discuss yourself. Take another small notebook and write down the people who scold you. Wait until you feel unhappy later. Then find them one by one and take revenge. This is also a way to relieve stress. Li Ran, a Chinese, why is she a woman? But it seems there is no other suitable candidate. So let's take her. Lennon found the person who said that he acquired the blueprint of the intermediate building hammer to tell everyone the answer. Then I clicked on her profile picture and decided to chat with her first. Lennon, hello, I saw you speaking for me on the World Channel. Li Ran, Lennon, speak for you? You're being too self-indulgent. I didn't mean to speak for you. I was just reminding those idiots to reinforce the raft. As soon as he contacted the other party, Lennon was turned down. Damn it. I should have known that most people are very difficult to survive. Lennon should have let that Samaire Kuramoto get on his raft yesterday. Then he continued to train Samaire Kuramoto until she was 100 loyal to him. Lennon, okay, since you say so, then forget it. I met such a strong and straightforward woman. Of course, Lennon would not insist on asking her to help him. What Lennon needs is someone who can show up and do things for him when it is inconvenient for him to show up. Li Ran, what do you mean by that? You didn't even tell me what you wanted me to do, and you're backing out already? I never thought that Lennon, the famous figure who ushered in the age of natural disasters, would be such a coward. Fuck me. Lennon admitted that he was angered by Li Ran, but he knew that the other party was provoking him. This kind of person is too smart. Difficult to control. I still have to find someone stupid. I have to find someone who is smarter than me. The chances of him backstabbing me in the future will also be higher. Lennon blocked Li Ran and thought about whether there were any stupid people he had met. After some careful reflection, Lennon actually discovered such a person. Tong Yeye, that little idiot who didn't even know what the measurement unit for staple food was. Yesterday morning, Lennon contacted Tong Yeye in order to buy 2 metal ingots. And there was another thing yesterday. Lennon didn't think anything of it at the time, but now I think about it. It can be considered a shortcoming of Tong Yeye, but for Lennon, this shortcoming is considered an advantage. Tong Yeye first discovered that the order Lin and put on the shelf was photographed by someone else. According to normal human behavior, she should talk to Lin and directly. But it seemed that Tong Yeye didn't message Lin and about this until about 20 or 30 minutes later. He is timid and hesitant in doing things. He has never experienced any setbacks since he was a child. This is Lin An's entire impression of Tong Yeye. Isn't this a common problem among ancient puppet emperors? Lin An's mouth was almost splitting with laughter. It seems that all those puppet emperors are like this. He had no setbacks in his childhood and lived happily in the palace. Then suddenly, something unexpected happened. Their personalities will change drastically. He starts to become cowardly, but also becomes very arrogant, thinking that he is still an invincible emperor. But in fact, a puppet is just a puppet, a marionette in the hands of others. I'm talking about you, Emperor Xian of Han, Lucia, Lennon shouted with a smile. Then stop entertaining yourself and start doing serious things. Tong Yeye is still on Lin An's blacklist and has not been removed yet. Chapter 32 Chess Piece Number 1. Lennon, Yeye, are you there? Tong Yeye, Boss Lin, you still want to buy metal ingots? But I don't have any more. Good. So good. It is easy to make use of such talents. What was that Li Ran just now? Lennon, Yeye, I am not buying metal ingots this time. I just want to care about you. After all, if it weren't for me, this natural disaster wouldn't have happened so early. We are destined to be together. If you were to die because of me, I would definitely be very sad. In order to deceive Tong Yeye, Lennon kept his head down and covered his face with one hand. Women are creatures. Most people will let down their guard in the most difficult times. Lennon never intended to be a human being. He wanted to exploit this emotion. Tong Yeye, I always feel like something is not right. Lennon, is there something wrong? Tong Yeye, other survivors say you are not a good person, but now you act like a caring older brother. Lennon, how am I not a good person? You see, I didn't curse anyone on the World Channel, and no one can prove that I have killed anyone or done anything bad. They cursed me only because I accidentally caused this natural disaster, but it was not intentional. Tong Yeye, it seems you were right. Lennon, it doesn't seem like what I said is right. What I said was right. Think about it. If I were a bad person, how could I continue to trade with you just because I made a mistake in the order? I'll tell you the truth. I came to you to trade metal ingots in order to build an engine, but I had already built the engine. But I still traded with you again because of integrity. Tong Yeye, wow. That seems to be the case. It turns out I misunderstood you. You are such a nice person. Oh, Linen. Now that you understand me, I feel much better. By the way, are you confident you can survive the natural disaster? Have you got the intermediate construction hammer yet? Tong Yeye. No, I will show you all my wealth now, Boss Lin. Speaking of this, Tong Yeye raised her head directly. In this way, the background behind her portrait becomes a raft. Tong Yeye spent the next few minutes walking across each plank, showing what was on her raft. How naive. Seeing that Tong Yeye was so simple, Lin showed him his home. This made Lin feel reluctant to use Tong Yeye. But Lin knew. The more such people there are, the easier it is to take advantage of them. Lin, stop your show. I understand what you mean. All you have now is a grill, a pot, a seawater purifier, a sail, a bed, a bench, a plastic hook, a stone axe, a construction hammer, and a fishing rod. Tong Yeye nodded frantically. What she wanted to show Lin was her poverty. Lin, I'm also impressed. Even though you're so poor, you can still make beds and benches. Tong Yeye, without a bed, I can't sleep comfortably. If I don't get enough rest, I won't be able to get resources. Without a bench, I have to stand on the raft all day, which causes leg pain. Lin, if there's no bed, won't you just put some planks on the raft and use them as a bed? If there's no bench, won't you just sit on the bed? Tong Yeye, is this possible? I thought everything had to be manufactured before it could be used. Let's talk about this. Lin also couldn't figure out whether such a single-threaded person could be his pawn. But soon, Lin felt relieved. No matter if he is a chess player or a puppeteer, as long as Lin has a brain, it will be fine. It is best if the chess pieces and puppets are a blank sheet of paper. Lin, okay, I'll talk to you about this for a while, and you won't be able to wrap your mind around it. I'll give you some caterpillars now, and you can use them as bait to start fishing. If you have stones, you can make an anchor to prevent your raft from moving. Tong Yeye. Okay, from now on, Boss Lin, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Tong Yeye's calling Lin and Big Boss Lin made Lin feel like the boss of a gang. However, his underworld group seems to be very short of people at the moment. At present, Tong Yeye has been recruited by him. But there were only 2 people. That is completely unable to cope with the dangers that will come in the future. Next, Lin first secretly traded some unwanted resources with Tong Yeye. Like pasture. No one would buy it, even if it was put on the trading floor. He asked Tong Yeye to buy the grass. Then Lin put the caterpillar on the shelf. Demand is set directly to forage. Those who wanted to buy caterpillars had no grass at all, so they could only watch the orders being placed. The rules of the trading house are as follows. As long as the seller does not mark the designated trader, others will not be able to see who the buyer is. Lin did this completely by taking advantage of the rules. Lin, I don't have time to go fishing, so I'll give you these caterpillars first. Don't eat the fish you catch yet. Use them to exchange for the intermediate building hammer blueprint, and then expand and reinforce the raft. It would be best if it could be 8 meters long and 8 meters wide. Tong Yeye, Big Brother Lin, thank you. I thought I would die in the ocean world in 2 days. Your caterpillars gave me hope to live. Lin, okay, stop being so pretentious. Just remember one thing, I really treat you well. From now on, just do whatever I ask you to do. That's enough. If you are mine, you can live longer than anyone else in the ocean world. Tong Yeye, okay. Onaji. Degree? A little girl who has just come of age. He looks to be around 20 years old. After Lin gave her hope to live. She also gradually became sunny. He also sent this kind of emoticon to Lin. Chess piece number 1. I didn't expect my first chess piece to be a little sister. I thought I would get a little brother. Lin was still in a good mood. Even though he gave all the caterpillars to Tong Yeye, he gave them to her for free. But Lin knew that this was an investment. Besides, Lin was now searching for floating resources, barrels and islands on the sea, so he had no time to fish, and the raft was always moving. The caterpillars kept growing. In that case, it would be better to give it away or sell it. And Lin's caterpillar is exclusive to him. There will be no pests or weeds when growing crops on the raft. Only Lin and Superfarm will have weeds and pests. There are also bugs on the island. Lin had seen insects both times he went to the island, but he had so many caterpillars that he certainly wouldn't waste time catching them. Huh? Why are there more resources in the surrounding seas today? Since he got up in the morning until now, Lin has not cared about the situation on the sea. When he finally thought about starting to sail, he took out his telescope and looked towards the sea to the east. I found that there are many more resources nearby than yesterday. Oh my God, could it be that the ocean world also feels that the natural disaster started too early, so they're allocating resources to the surviving humans? Chapter 33 Dolphin Xiaoxin, a good helper who understands human nature. Lin guessed right this time. Because natural disasters are approaching. In order to allow the many humans who are trying to survive to work hard to find a way to survive, the resources on the sea have increased again. And it's different from before. In this wave of resource allocation, less basic resources are allocated, and more random resources such as barrels are allocated. I see. Buddy, building the engine is equivalent to reaching the previously established level cap for Ocean World. That's why Ocean World has a new level cap. Natural disasters are considered an event after the update. Lennon used to be a game anchor, and this Ocean World looks so much like a game. So Lennon thought about the various phenomena that occurred in the Ocean World completely according to the logic of the game. We still have to do it. Lennon controlled the rudder and began to sweep the sea frantically. Wherever Lin An's raft passed, there was not a single speck of debris on the sea. Because Lin An's raft is very fast, dolphins will chase Lin An's raft and swim together. These dolphins often jump 1 or 2 meters out of the sea. If Dolly and Xiaobai and the sheepfold saw it, it would be a horror movie. Sometimes, Lennon stopped the raft first, then shovel out the sheep manure from the sheep pen and throw it onto the sea, which will attract many small fish to gather around the raft. Actually, if the sheep manure is fermented, it can be turned into organic fertilizer and spread in large earthen pots. Crops will grow well, but I feel uncomfortable when I think about eating Dolly and Xiaobai's feces. It's a bargain for you little bastards. In fact, Lennon could just get a fishing net and catch all the small fish that were gathering around him. But he didn't do that. It's not that Lennon is kind, but he feels that these little fish seem to bring him good luck. There are more small fish near the raft. More dolphins will come over. Dolphins are naturally interested in floating objects on the sea surface. Yesterday, a dolphin hit the blue barrel, and Lennon found the second treasure map. Now Lennon basically relies on dolphins to find barrels. Lennon spread sheep dung on the sea, which attracted small fish. The small fish then attracted dolphins, and the dolphins provided Lin An with the location of the wooden barrel. Isn't this a complete resource chain? Obtain thick planks 6, metal fragments 4, rope 2, intermediate paddle blueprint. Times of day. Lin An picked up a dozen wooden barrels thanks to the dolphins chasing the raft. Most of these barrels contain mid-level blueprints. A few are food and metal ingots. Lin An never found the blue wooden barrel containing the treasure map. Obtain thick planks 6, metal fragments 6, rope 4, intermediate construction hammer blueprint. Finally, I got the blueprint for the construction hammer. Xiaojin, this is your reward. Lin An squatted beside the raft, touched the nose of a dolphin, then took out a big yellow croaker from the item warehouse and threw it to it. This was the dolphin that Lin An had seen pushing the barrel the hardest all day. So in the afternoon, Lin An threw a sea bass to it to eat. Dolphins are very intelligent creatures. After it discovered that there would be a reward for hitting the top barrel, I worked even harder. It would even swim to the raft and wait for Lin An to touch it. Then Lin An named it Xiaojin. I have to say, he likes the feeling of naming other creatures. It's getting dark, and the shark will probably follow us. Stay away from me for now. Come back tomorrow after I start sailing, and I'll give you some fish to eat. Lin An didn't know whether Xiaojin could understand. It's best if you can understand. If you can't understand, wait for the shark to come. I hope Xiaojin can swim faster. Ugh ugh. Xiaojin called out twice, dived into the sea, and never appeared again. Lin An knew that Xiaojin left because she understood what he said. Damn shark, I'm starting to practice controlling my Yaka arrows now. Just wait. I'm going to find a way to kill you. The threat of sharks hangs over Lin An's head like a knife every day. It seems that except for the threat posed by the shark on the first day of his survival, Lin An has always been very safe. But such a man-eating shark followed the raft every day. It made Lin An very uncomfortable. If there hadn't been that shark, would Xiaojin have stayed? If there was no shark, Lin An could also make oxygen tanks, flippers, and diving suits and sink into the sea to take a look. Alex hadn't said a word all day, and he hadn't said much yesterday either. Without thinking, Lin An knew that he was diving. Under the sea, there are definitely rich resources that Lin An can hardly imagine. Call out, call out, call out. Through persistent practice, Lin An was able to control the Yaka arrow to rush out in a straight line and then stop steadily in midair. But Lin An really had no way to practice turning. The Yaka arrow flew straight ahead, and due to operational errors, it landed on the raft. But if Lin An controls the Yaka arrow to turn, if the operation was wrong, it would fall into the sea. Almost done. Let's find another island that's big enough and practice turning and retrieving arrows then. Lin An's lung capacity is actually quite good. As long as he breathes rhythmically, it will not affect the rhythm of the Yaka arrow. And control this weapon that can kill instantly. There is no need to blow the arrow whistle all the time. Unless you want to kill hundreds of enemies at once, in which case you may have to blow it continuously for several minutes. Lin An has already tested it. The speed of the Yaka arrow may be close to the speed of sound. If a weapon with hypersonic speed is used to kill people, assuming that all the enemies are standing in a vertical row, the Yaka arrow can kill 1 or 2,000 enemies in 1 second. This is already very exaggerated. When shooting arrows with a bow, the arrows can only penetrate a few enemies at most before they lose their power. But the Yaka arrow, as long as Lin En's lung capacity is strong enough, the Yaka arrow will not lose power. This is still between high-level bows and rare-level bows. How powerful would those legendary rare-level weapons be? I also have a rare-level seawater purifier, but I don't think it's that powerful. The water it purifies is no different from others. What Lin En said is simply that a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Other humans in the ocean world basically use primary seawater purifiers. That seawater purifier was a still and required fuel, which was planks of wood. Only 1 liter of fresh water is purified in a day, and it takes 24 hours to purify 1 liter of fresh water. Then 24 thick planks are needed. A big part of the reason why Tong Yaya is so poor is that she consumes too many thick wooden boards to meet her daily water needs. In order to survive, humans have to spend all their energy to even satisfy their need for drinking water. Not to mention someone like Lin En. Not only is there fresh water for irrigation, but there is also a lot of fresh water left over every day. Chapter 34, Am I the Villain or the Protagonist? Late at night, Lin En was getting ready to go to bed. Alex suddenly sent a message a day later. Alex, good brother, please sell me some soil. The soil sold by other people in the trading house is too expensive, and I really can't afford it. Also, I want some sand and clay to make bricks. Of course, if you have enough bricks, you can sell me some. Alex has been acting mysterious these past 2 days. Lin En knew that he had been exploring the underwater world. But how is it possible that the more you explore, the more you end up making yourself poorer? And now that we've become poor, why are we still thinking about buying soil and bricks? Lin En, the most I can give you is a 10 discount on the market price. I am also very poor now, and we are brothers in distress. Alex, a 10 discount is better than no discount at all. I want 20 units of soil, plus materials for 6 bricks. If you have extra bricks, just sell them to me for 6. Lin En, can I ask what's on the seabed? Since yesterday afternoon, some of the survivors have already found the island. They may have found the island through a treasure map, or they just discovered the island on the sea by luck. That's why trading houses sell soil, sand, and clay. But these people are a minority after all. They also knew that rare goods were valuable, so they sold the soil and other resources that were only available on the islands at a very high price. Now as long as we can sell it, we will make a profit. Lin En knew these things, but he didn't follow the trend and sell it. More and more people are beginning to know what is on the island. But what lies beneath the sea? Lin En estimated that there were probably less than 100 people in the entire ocean world who knew about it. One of them is Alex. Lin En was quite curious, so he thought of asking. Alex, it's okay to tell you, there are actually only 2 kinds of resources on the seabed. The resources I'm talking about are materials, not edible things like big clams. These 2 kinds of resources are ores and seaweed. There are a lot of seaweed on the seabed, which is inexhaustible. As for mineral deposits, you need to rely on your luck to find them. Lin En, you are really my brother. I will give you 20 pieces of soil and 6 bricks in exchange for 200 pieces of metal ore. Alex, huh? You call this a 10 discount? You're extorting me. Lin En, just tell me whether you want to exchange it or not. The people at the trading house asked for a higher price than me. Besides, I'm giving you a 10 discount based on the market price. The market price that Lin En mentioned is the market price that has been inflated several times in the current trading house. Alex thought that the market price Lin En was talking about was the original price of soil, sand, and clay. There is a deviation in the understanding between the 2 people. But Lin En saw that Alex wanted to build a furnace. Without bricks, all the metal ores in Alex's warehouse would be waste. Alex, I'll just change it. Seeing Alex agreed so readily, Lin En now has a better understanding of the richness of seabed resources. 200 pieces of metal or will be given to you at your leisure. What is exchanged is the most basic resources. Lin En really couldn't imagine how much metal or Alex had dug up through mining. Consumption, soil 20, dry brick 6. Obtain, metal or 200. After completing this big deal with Alex, Lin En threw 200 pieces of metal ore into the furnace and fell asleep. This night, Lin En had a very strange dream. In his dream, he was riding a small wooden boat, drifting on a rough river. There was heavy rain in the sky, and the wind on the river was very strong. Lin En couldn't see the river in front of him at all. The sweat on his body mixed with the rain water and kept flowing, gradually filling the wooden boat with water. Soon, the wooden boat where Lin En was living capsized, and he fell into the river and soon fell into unconsciousness. I don't want to die. Linen, who had a nightmare, suddenly sat up from the bed early the next morning. Then open your eyes and look. There is a calm sea around us, not a raging river. Heavy rain, floods, and a capsized boat. What is this dream trying to tell me? Linen rubbed his temples, trying hard to stop the headache from getting too severe. Bite. Ocean World's third global broadcast. It has been detected that the survivalist Alex has built the first ship in the ocean world. From now on, the ocean world is officially divided into 108 regions. Survivors can enter the regional channel on page 3 of the parchment book to chat. This damn guy built a ship? I was wondering how this greedy businessman could be so anxious to spend 200 pieces of metal or just for a little soil and bricks. When Lin heard the worldwide report, he was stunned. Others have boats to drive, but he still relies on a small raft. And Alex's ship can divide the ocean world into 108 areas. But the engine built by Lin brought the ocean world into an era of natural disasters. Am I the one who is destined to be the hero, or is he? Who is the hero and who is the villain? Based on these two results now, the impact caused by Lin will cause the deaths of thousands of people who are trying to survive. But the impact caused by Alex can make the ocean world gradually become a whole from now on. It probably won't be long before these people can create a map of the ocean world. Lin is optimistic about the issue of dividing the areas. Because there are regional channels, many people can tell whether one area is to the east, west, south, or north of another area just by entering from one area. That's why Lin felt that it was only a matter of time before the map of the ocean world was produced. Of course, this map may only have the codes for each area. I want to make a complete world map. It's basically impossible. However, even if this level can be achieved, it will greatly facilitate Lin's future travels in the ocean world. Bite. The sea area you are in has been divided. Regional channel is being established. Regional channel established successfully. There will no longer be any limit on the number of times you can speak in a regional channel. The notification sound in Lin's ears never stopped. In order to see what the hell this regional channel was, he took out the parchment book. Page 3. World channel. Regional channel. Private chat channel. This page of the parchment book has been replanned, and the private chat channel that previously existed under the world channel has also become an independent subpage. Lin didn't care about that. He just opened the parchment book to watch the regional channel. Those people who spoke on the world channel before had nothing to do with Lin. But now there are regional channels. That's completely different. The person speaking in the regional channel is 100% sure to be in the same sea area as Lin. Any information revealed by anyone here may be of great use to Lin. Let me give you an analogy. Someone on the world channel said he discovered an island. When Lin saw it, he probably didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. But someone in the regional channel said that an island was discovered. Lin had to start the engine and begin searching in this sea area. It can be said that the meaning of the two channels is very different to him. Chapter 35. Becoming the Pirate King of the Ocean World. Regional channel. Survivors, 1,279,534. Can this also show the number of survivors? With over 1 million people in one region, that's over 100 million people in those 108 regions. How could there be so few young people on Earth? Don't ask. Knowing too much is not good for everyone. What's wrong with that? Everyone knows it. In fact, from the first day of survival to now, many people have died. We have been reduced to surviving on the sea. Can't we accept death? Once a day, Lin deserves to die. Haha, the natural disaster is coming tomorrow. The number of survivors is currently in the 7 digits. I think it would be good if we can keep 6 digits the day after tomorrow. We are all compatriots in the same sea. Why don't we try to find each other? There is strength in numbers. Perhaps if we put the raft together, we can survive tomorrow's disaster. You can try. I haven't seen a living person since the first day until now. If I can see a living person before dying, I won't have any regrets. I have an intermediate sail, and the raft is quite fast. Everyone, move around freely for now. I'll see if I can find 1 or 2 people first. Okay, we'll be waiting for you. The third time that voice was broadcast around the world. After Lin knew that the areas needed to be divided. We know that someone must think about uniting the majority of people to deal with natural disasters. Humans are social animals after all. Whenever they get a chance to get together, they will try their best. Oh, I can't really say anything. How can Ocean World allow a group of people to gather together and live happily and contentedly? They must be really crazy. Lin still reads the 4th warning on the 2nd page of the parchment book every day. Don't trust any humans who approach you. They might just want to take your raft and supplies. Don't trust any human. Maybe these humans who want to survive should gather together in front. We lived happily for 2 days. Lin wanted to ask, when natural disasters strike, In order to survive, will some people invade other humans who are trying to survive? In fact, it doesn't matter whether Linen asks or not. Human nature is inherently dark. Under the threat of death, 99.99% of people will protect themselves. Even if it means murder or robbery, they will do it to save their lives. The remaining 0.11 of saints cannot shake human nature at all. If only there were a saint who could make everyone a good person. That was when we were still on Earth. There would be no rules and laws to restrict ordinary people. After all, if we are all good people, what is the use of laws? They're all gathering together, so should I hide? I'm a villain now, and if someone with ulterior motives sees me, they might provoke all the survivors in this sea area to kill me. But it's not right to think like that. I'm not afraid of them. I still have Yaka arrows in my hand. If others want to kill me, I can just fight back. You can even rob others. Yes, I'm going to rob others. Become the pirate king of the ocean world. Linen became more and more excited as he spoke, and he raised his axe, wanting to do something big. And he thought so. There are people helping him. In the regional channels, many people are racking their brains to bring everyone together. Some people are smart. Some people thought that since there were no islands on the sea as reference points, they could use reference points in the sky to locate themselves. For example, the cloud above so-and-so's head is heart-shaped. Then any survivor who sees this heart-shaped cloud nearby will go and find that person. Wait until everyone has formed teams, and then use this method to bring these teams together. Hey, isn't this flat cloud right in front of me? Linen was watching the regional channel and noticed someone saying that there was a very flat cloud above his head, and he lowered his head so that the flat cloud appeared in the background of his avatar. Then, Linen looked up and saw a cloud of a similar shape. My goodness, these people are much smarter than me. But unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, you can't resist the axe and Yaka arrows in my hand. Linen smiled sinisterly, but did not raise the sail on the raft. Instead, he started the engine and approached the cloud. Adjust the direction of the raft. Linen hurried to feed the sheep, took out the biofuel from the biofuel refiner, and poured it into the biofuel tank. 118 cobs of corn harvested earlier were refined into 118 liters of fuel. That's enough to power the engine for nearly 4 hours. The tomatoes are ripe too. The growth cycle of tomatoes on the raft is 2 days. In fact, the tomatoes were already ripe at midnight yesterday. But Linen fell asleep. There is no gain. Obtain, tomato 23. I harvested 23 tomatoes from 6 tomato seeds. I'm going to go check out Super Farm again. Yesterday, in order to complete the Super Farm mission, Linen also planted tomatoes in the Super Farm, and they must be ripe today. He closed his eyes and went straight into the Super Farm. Then click one button to harvest. Gain, beet 12, soybean 385, tomato 16, flour 1 kg, winter melon 3. The yield difference is 4 times. Super Farm is still the best. Linen actually knew from the beginning that the output of the Super Farm would definitely be exaggerated. But now that he knows there is a 4-fold gap, he still feels very happy. This 4-fold gap is the gap between him and other surviving humans. Keep planting corn. Linen planted corn on all 5 plots of vacant land. What he lacks most now is no longer food, but biofuel. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain, compass. Compass. It can accurately point you to all directions in the ocean world. Oh my God, you're finally here. Since the establishment of Super Farm, Linen has signed in once a day. This time, the reward obtained by signing in is what Linen needs most, and it is also the most precious thing in the ocean world. Linen returned to the raft with the compass, which might only be sold for $10 on Earth, as if it were a treasure. There are not only 4 directions on this compass. In addition to the direction, there are also very precise degrees, a total of 360 degrees, all marked by Linen. Next time Linen sails far away, there will definitely be no problem with the course. When he sailed before, he didn't have a treasure map, he just looked at the position of the sun. Now take a look at the compass. He then realized that he had previously thought that the sun he saw rose in the east and set in the west. Now I know the answer after I got the compass. The sun he saw from his position rose from the southeast and set in the northwest. This is completely different from Earth. If you see the Earth's sun rising from the southeast, it will set in the southwest. Chapter 36, Survival of the Fittest. I saw this fool. Linen felt that before the natural disaster came. A human survivor who exposed his position and said he wanted to gather other human survivors together. 95% are fools. The other 5 wanted to harm people. Linen used a telescope to look at the man who was still controlling the raft and staying under the clouds, and thought that he should be one of the 95 fools. This person is a black man. His name is Jacob. It is too conspicuous on the sea. Get within 300 meters, aim, and kill from a distance. 300 meters is not a close distance, and it was on the sea surface that was constantly rising and falling. Lennon could see through the intermediate telescope that the other party was busy on the raft. There was no furnace on Jacob's raft, and the facilities were very simple. There certainly couldn't be such a thing as a telescope. Lennon could see Jacob very clearly, but Jacob could not see what Lennon was doing at all. Lennon could even get closer, waved at this Jacob, but in fact, he had an arrow whistle in his mouth, and the Yaka arrow rushed over in 1 second at a distance of 200 or 300 meters. Lennon drove the raft until it was only 200 meters away from Jacob. He then stopped. Hi. Jacob also discovered Lennon's raft. He shouted excitedly, thinking that Lennon came to reunite with him. Your voice is really loud. Lennon shook his head without any mercy and took out the arrow whistle and put it to his mouth. As for the Yaka arrows, they were always lying flat on the raft. Wait until Lennon blows the arrow whistle. The Yaka arrow first hovered in the air, then shot out with a whoosh. Lennon was afraid that he couldn't control the Yaka arrow well, so I kept holding the telescope. The moment he saw Jacob's expression change, he immediately rolled the whistle under his tongue. He did, but unfortunately, he was shot through the stomach. Lennon could only control the Yaka arrow to move forward or rise into the air. He also couldn't retrieve the Yaka arrow by blowing the arrow whistle, so I could only move closer. However, before raising the sails, Lennon covered the engine with palm leaves and covered his face with a mask made of palm leaves. It's more fun to be a bandit if you cover your face. Lennon held an intermediate axe in his hand, with one foot on his bed, acting like a thief. He is now a thief and a pirate. Plunder other surviving humans at sea. Don't kill me, don't kill me. When Lennon approached the raft of the black man Jacob and took out the parchment book, he heard the other party begging for mercy. Jacob kept holding his stomach, and the blood flowing on his body was not very obvious. But the blood flowed into the sea through the cracks in the raft. It immediately dyed the surrounding sea water dark red. Lennon jumped onto Jacob's raft, leaned close to Jacob, and stretched out his hand. Oh. He pulled out the AKA arrow from Jacob's body, causing him to scream in extreme pain. I'm too lazy to kill you. In the ocean world, a cold or fever can be fatal. You definitely won't survive like this. Why would I waste my energy killing you? Lennon suddenly sighed, and he didn't know why he said so much. There was none of the supplies that Lennon was interested in on Jacob's raft. This made Lennon a little disappointed. How can I transfer the supplies from other people's parchment books to my inventory? Lennon snatched the parchment book from Jacob's hand again. He felt that if he wanted to be a pirate, he had to figure this out. Otherwise, does he have to stand there and wait for others to voluntarily take out all the resources in the parchment book and give them to him? Most people are not stupid. There are even people who would rather die than give Lennon any resources. So Lennon wanted to figure out this problem. Then think about developing the great cause of plundering and surviving humans. I'm leaving now. You should cherish the last moments of your life. I'll take your parchment book to prevent you from telling other people in this area about my existence. If I had known you were so poor, I would have found someone else. Alas, I encountered a poor person on my first round. This has nothing to do with my philosophy of robbing the rich and giving to the poor. As Lennon walked, he complained that Jacob was a poor man. This made Jacob almost give up the idea of living. How could a person say such cruel words? I'm afraid only the devil would do this. Jacob looked at Lennon's departing back and knew that he had met the devil. Crack, crack, just when Lennon moved his raft to a nearby place. Suddenly, he heard a sound of wood breaking behind him. Lennon took out a telescope and looked back. Right next to Jacob's raft, 4 sharks appeared and were gnawing at Jacob's raft frantically. The shark that usually follows Lennon's raft is also there. The 4 huge sharks went crazy when they saw the blood. In just half a minute, they tore Jacob's raft into pieces. Of course, Jacob was also dragged into the sea and was fought over frantically by the 4 sharks. His limbs were torn to pieces. Bite. An ownerless parchment book has been detected. Synthesis or not? Holy crap, so that's how it works. It can even be synthesized? Wow, that's awesome. If the humans trying to survive in the ocean world knew about this rule, everyone would probably be in danger. Unless the shark sees blood or finds a good opportunity to attack, it will basically not attack the raft. But humans are different. Meeting someone like Lennon, although he had no intention of killing, he just wanted to loot supplies. It's impossible to survive. Now Lennon was thinking that when he met his next target, he would not have to kill the person, but would just make a wound on the other party and let him bleed. Let the sharks do the dirty work. If the shark is full, it will be less likely to attack him. It's truly a win-win approach. It's like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric switch. Winning is numb. Lennon is getting worse and worse. The win-win situation he has in mind means that he wins and the shark wins too, so it's a win-win situation. As for the person he was targeting, actually, it can't be said that we lost. Survival of the fittest. Since there was no way to adapt to the ocean world, it would be nice to leave early. Synthesis. The parchment book was synthesized successfully. You have activated the intermediate seawater purifier, debris hook, and primary fishing net manufacturing page. Gain. Thick planks 41, palm leaves 74, plastic 36, rope 11, metal fragments 5, metal ingot 1, bread 3, milk 1L, fresh water 1L, braised pork kin. So this is how synthesis works. Lennon saw that the parchment book belonging to Jacob in his hand had disappeared. At the same time, several pages of the manufacturing page of his parchment book were lit up. The resources in the item warehouse have also increased. My mood instantly improved. This basic fishing net was very useful to him. Besides, Lennon really didn't expect that Jacob still had a box of canned braised pork that he hadn't eaten. You can have a bite of braised pork and a bite of rice in Ocean World. That is truly an imperial enjoyment. Chapter 37, Meet a Colleague. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 1,279,682. The number of survivors in the regional channel did not decrease because of Jacob's death. On the contrary, there are a few more. This means that someone has entered the sea area where Lennon is from another area. This setup is pretty good. At least if the number of survivors decreases, we cannot be sure whether someone is dead or has left the area. Certainly, if it comes to a specific individual, there are still people who can find some clues. I'm under a pig-faced cloud. Can someone find me? The clouds above my head are wispy. There are already 3 people gathered here in the heart-shaped cloud. I've reached this flat cloud. There are a lot of sharks around, and there's blood in the sea. Jacob is dead. His profile picture has turned gray in my friend list. Did a shark kill him? It should be. Then I'll retreat first. Everyone, be careful of sharks. This is the first time I've seen several sharks moving at the same time. Lennon looked at the regional channel, thinking about finding a second target of attack. Then I saw that someone had discovered that Jacob was dead. It's actually normal. Jacob had previously exposed his location on the regional channel, so of course some of the survivalists who saw the cloud were paying attention to him. There were even many people who chatted with him privately and became friends with him. Now Jacob is dead. Of course everyone can find it. However, the sharks that had just been active in the waters over there made them think that Jacob had died in the shark's mouth. Indeed, Jacob was killed by a shark. But if he hadn't been injured, the shark wouldn't have attacked him. I just left and someone came over. Hey, here comes another prey. Lennon no longer feels guilty about anyone's death. Instead, he is now excited because he has a goal. This is how gaming works. When your gear is better than everyone else's and it's hard to level up, fighting around becomes part of the fun of the game. That's why those online games have various activities such as national wars, gang wars, and city wars. Players will also kill each other. Lennon turned the raft around and planned to chase the human who wanted to survive and leave the place where Jacob died first. As it happens, the direction that person was heading was exactly towards Lennon. Not even 5 minutes. Lennon could already see with his own eyes the other party's raft appearing on the sea. Then it was too late to pick up the telescope to observe. The other party also discovered him. Then speed up the raft and rush towards Lennon. Fuck. Bow and arrow. This guy thinks just like me. We're kindred spirits. Lennon used a mid-level telescope to see that the man coming towards him was already drawing his bow and arrow. Who would take out a weapon the moment they see someone? Maybe it's because this person is more defensive. But Lennon could tell from his fierce gaze that this person was the same as himself. Also a pirate. But the other party is more decisive than himself. At this time, Lennon directly lowered the sail, started the engine, and made the propeller rotate in the opposite direction. The raft came to a sudden stop on the sea. No way. If Lennon also rushed over, it won't take half a minute. The 2 rafts will meet. It was obvious that the other party had experience in archery and could shoot arrows at Lennon. Lennon also has to adjust the direction of the Yaka arrow before he can blow the arrow whistle. Maybe not. Lennon was explained here. So Lennon stopped the raft first. Give yourself more time to deal with it calmly. Wooden arrowheads, so they're just basic bows and arrows. You're trying to be a pirate with a basic bow and arrow? You're really embarrassing us pirates. The closer the other party is to him, the clearer Lennon can observe. When he saw that the arrows used by the other party were made of wood, he knew that this was just a basic bow and arrow. With the strength of a basic bow and arrow, it can't even penetrate a thick wooden board. That's all. Lennon adjusted the direction of the Yaka arrow very calmly. He didn't blow the arrow whistle until the man was only 50 meters away from him. The Yaka arrow was like an invisible killing weapon, flying out at the speed of sound. Even Lin could only see the afterimage of the Yaka arrow and the person who was attacked. When he saw the Yaka arrow, he was about to dodge. The Yaka arrow had pierced his chest and flew back another 30 or 40 meters before it hovered steadily in the air. Lin whistled and quickly started the engine again. Let the raft rush to the Yaka arrow as fast as possible. My cheeks are stiff from the blowing. Damn, it's too fast. Luckily, I reacted in time. Otherwise, this Yaka arrow would have shot out hundreds of meters. Lin held the Yaka arrow floating in the air with one hand, and then stopped blowing the arrow whistle. I was too close to that person just now. Yaka arrows are more difficult to control, unless Lin deliberately made the Yaka arrow fly slower, but if so, the opponent would have time to react. However, Lin was able to make the Yaka arrow float, rush out, and then stop in just a quarter of a second, which was already very amazing. Let's go back and see what this guy is capable of that he actually wants to kill me. I'm a supervillain. Lin continued to reverse the propeller. Let the raft go back. The man who had just looked ferocious and was holding a basic bow and arrow had collapsed on the raft. Because the Yaka arrows are too thin and too fast. As long as it doesn't directly penetrate the opponent's brain or heart, it can't cause direct death. So Lin still wore a face mask. The palm leaves pricked my face. The man was wearing clothes, but his shirt was covered in blood and he had to take off his pants. Lin doesn't dislike others at all. After getting on the other side's raft, they began to sweep, moving all the tables, chairs, benches, pots, pans, and utensils they saw onto their own raft. They even took off the other person's pants and shoes. During this period, the man fell into a coma due to excessive bleeding. So Lin was not disturbed at all. After getting the other party's parchment book, he can confirm the other party's identity. It really is the person who spoke on the regional channel. It's another small day. Why do I encounter small days every day? Lin has met 3 people in Ocean World. 2 of them are from the same country. This made Lin wonder whether he had a connection with the people of this country. It must be because I've watched too many of your teacher's movies before, so I've formed an inseparable bond with them. Lin could only think so. Shit, these sharks are coming so fast. We need to run away quickly. While Lin was daydreaming, 4 sharks had gathered around him. They were the same 4 sharks from before. They came over to have another party. Lin didn't want to be accidentally injured by sharks because he stayed on the dead man's raft. So he jumped right back onto his raft and sped away. Chapter 38 Shearing. Bite. An ownerless parchment book has been detected. Synthesis or not? Synthesis. The parchment book was synthesized successfully. You have activated the intermediate flipper manufacturing page. Gain. Thick planks 84, palm leaves 146, plastic 58, rope 42, metal fragments 19, metal ingot 7, bread 14, milk 2L, fresh water 3L, small yellow croaker 2. This person is indeed much richer than that Jacob. Lin knew that such a fierce person must have a lot of resources. Maybe he got these resources by killing people. Now he was killed by Lin. It can be considered as retribution for him. Because Lin had just taken a pair of pants off the man. Lin can now make the pillow he wanted to make before. And a pair of pants has 2 legs. Use one trouser leg as a pillow. The fabric of the other trouser leg can be removed and used for other purposes. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Hinge, metal ingot 1. Synthesis. Consumption, metal ingot 1. Obtain hinge. Wool scissors, metal ingot 1, metal fragment 2, hinge 1. Manufacture. Consumption, metal ingot 1, metal fragment 2, hinge 1. Obtain, wool scissors. Wool shears, thick and durable shears for shearing wool. Because he wanted to make a pillow, Lin didn't have any cotton, so what should he use to fill the trouser leg? Either palm leaves or the wool on Dolly and Xiaobai. Everyone took a look. In fact, Lin seems to have 2 choices. But really, he only had one choice. The trouser legs are filled with wool. Dolly, Xiaobai, don't be afraid. It's too hot out at sea. I'm afraid you 2 might get sick from the heat, so I'm helping you cut your hair. Lin held the handles of the wool shears in both hands and walked into the sheep pen with a smile. This is another way of sharpening his knife to attack the pigs and sheep. SeaWorld will not let Lin really shear the sheep slowly, just like cutting down trees and mining ore. Lin first grabbed Dolly and cut her body with a pair of scissors, and all the wool on Dolly disappeared. Obtain, wool 42. Dolly, revealing her rosy skin, couldn't accept the change at all. In shame and anger, he ran to a corner of the sheep pen and faced the wall. This might be the first time it has taken off its outer clothes and revealed its sexy body since it grew up. This was the first time in Yangsheng's life for Lin. Meh. Xiaobai saw that Dolly had no hair on her body, but she was still barking at her. No matter how you listen to it, the barking sounded like a mockery. Don't yell anymore. I've already attacked Dolly. How can I let you go? Linen grabbed Xiaobai's neck and beat him hard. Obtain, well 38. Hey, I was wondering what's wrong. I usually feed you two so much, but now that I've sheared your wool, why is there no meat on you two? Linen looked at the two naked sheep shivering in the sheep pen. He felt a little curious. Because Dolly and Xiaobai have so little flesh on their bodies, Linen could even see their ribs under their skin. When the soybeans are ripe tonight, I'll give you a snack. I don't believe I can't fatten you up. As for his emergency food, Linen must feed Dolly and Xiaobai until they are plump and white. Gathering the wool from them was secondary. The most important thing is the mutton on them. Who knows what will happen when Linen is in trouble in the future? If Dolly and Xiaobai gain 1 more pound, Linen can live 1 more day. Ugh, ugh. Linen had just finished abusing 2 sheep. Just when I was planning to cut the trousers with scissors and fill them with wool. On the sea nearby, Xiaozhen appeared, carrying a green wooden barrel next to the raft. Xiaozhen, you found me. It's so nice to see such a sensible and well-behaved little dolphin. A bright smile appeared on Linan's face. Come on, and bring a gift. This little yellow croaker is a reward for you. The small yellow croaker that Linan had just obtained from the parchment book was now being used as a reward to dolphin Xiaozhen. Linan threw the small yellow croaker to Xiaozhen with one hand, and took the gift Xiaozhen brought with the other hand. Obtain, thick planks 8, metal fragments 6, rope 4, primary metal detector blueprint. Xiaozhen, your gift really surprised me. Metal detector. You can tell what this name is used for just by looking at it. The damn Alex also told Lin and that finding mineral deposits on the seabed depends entirely on luck. Linan can guarantee with his own reputation that Alex definitely has this metal detector. Then he would go to sea to mine. If Alex didn't have a metal detector, would he use up the precious shark bait? That's definitely impossible. Do you use blueprints? Please note, once a blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Use. You have activated the primary metal detector manufacturing page. Linan looked at the materials in his hand and found that he could make this basic metal detector. So he just built a metal detector. Basic metal detector can detect metal mines within a radius of 100 meters. Once the battery is exhausted, you need to replace the battery before continuing to use it. Linan took the metal detector and turned it on directly, and then saw the indicator light on the metal detector light up red. This means that there are no metal mines within 100 meters of Linan. I'm in this ocean. As long as the sea depth exceeds 100 meters, this thing is useless, right? Linan thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. It is impossible for metal or to float in the sea. It must be on the seabed. But if the water depth exceeds 100 meters, this metal detector is useless. However, if Linan can find another island and has a metal detector to help him, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Anyway, as long as I'm not asleep, this thing has to be on all the time. Even if I find mineral deposits on the seabed, I have to find a way to lure the sharks away and then go into the sea to try to mine. Dolphin Xiaozhen did give Linan a big gift. Because Xiaozhen was near the raft, Linan could only temporarily put his pirate plan on hold. If they rob other surviving humans, there will be casualties and sharks will be attracted. It would be too dangerous for Xiaozhen to be next to the raft. If there is enough food. Sharks rarely choose humans as food because humans have too little fat in their bodies, which makes them feel unpalatable. But dolphins are definitely the most important dish in the diet of those big sharks. In order to prevent the sharks from catching up, Linan raised the sail to keep the raft moving. Xiaozhen followed Linan's raft, jumping around on the sea, helping Linan find the wooden barrel. Chapter 39 Preparations Before the Natural Disaster. Tong Yaya, Boss Lin, are you free now? One day later. When Linan saw Tong Yaya's message, he finally remembered that he had a puppet to be trained as chess piece number 1. It seems that after giving Tong Yaya so many caterpillars yesterday, she must have been busy fishing all day, then prepared to report to Linan. Linan thought for a moment and was about to ask Tong Yaya about the current progress, when suddenly a deafening sound came from the ocean world again. Bite. Ocean World's 4th global broadcast. One day later, the first round of natural disasters will sweep across the ocean world. Natural disaster countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Please be prepared for natural disasters, all survivors, and upgrade your rafts as soon as possible. Don't take any chances. I got up early this morning. Lin Andu robbed 2 humans who were trying to survive. Only then did Ocean World begin broadcasting the countdown to the natural disaster. He also kindly told the survivors to upgrade their rafts. Upgrade? How? Not everyone has the blueprint for the intermediate construction hammer. Linan complained a few words, then picked up the parchment book and began to care about his little sister Tong Yaya. Linan, yes, I'm here. Did you hear the announcement from Ocean World just now? Tong Yaya, I heard that. Sigma, wow. Thank goodness you, Big Brother Lin. Let me upgrade the raft, otherwise I definitely wouldn't be able to buy the intermediate construction hammer blueprint today. The cute little girl started sending emoticons again. She uses these symbols specifically to express her emotions. What a cute and lively chess piece. Lennon smiled with relief. Lennon, after you upgrade and expand the raft, you must remember that if the wind is too strong tomorrow, you must remember to fold the sails in advance. If the waves are too big, you must tie your hands to the mast with a rope. This way, even if you are knocked off the raft by the waves, you can get back on the raft by pulling the rope. Tong Yaya, Boss Lin, do you think tomorrow's natural disaster will be a storm? Lennon, it's just a premonition. Besides, whether it's an earthquake, a tsunami, a typhoon, or a volcanic eruption, there will be strong winds and huge waves. Because he had a nightmare last night, Lennon felt that the waves on the sea would be particularly strong and it would rain tomorrow. He hadn't thought about it before. But now I have a chat with Tong Yaya. He just discovered. This is Ocean World. No matter what natural disaster it is, the sea will definitely react in the most violent way, so there will definitely be wind and waves. From this perspective, the reinforced raft is the foundation of the foundation. Tong Yaya, I'll do whatever you say. By the way, I came to see Big Brother Lin to tell him that I have more than a dozen fish, so I'll give them all to you now. Also, Big Brother Lin, don't worry about whether I can eat enough. I've saved a week's worth of food for myself. This is a kind girl. Seeing that Tong Yaya was so innocent, Lin couldn't bear to use her. However, this thought quickly flashed through Lin's mind. There's nothing to be reluctant about. Lin chose Tong Yaya. Whether he was taking advantage of her or not, it was a blessing for Tong Yaya. If he thought this way, Lin would not feel any guilt. Just like the maids in ancient landlords' houses. Whether it is a year of famine or a year of plenty, there will always be something to eat. Much better than those who are starving to death. Lin is always better than the landlord. First, he does not allow Tong Yaya to be a slave to warm his bed, and second, he does not intend to torture or abuse her. From this perspective, Lin is simply a living bodhisattva. Lin, keep them all for yourself, trade them to others, or exchange them for what you need. Also, if you really want to help me, please check the trading house for the blueprint of the advanced building hammer, as well as metal ingots and metal ores. If so, please buy them all for me. If you don't have the resources to trade, just come to me. You can put up some fish and exchange them with me for some soil and caterpillars. Then you can continue fishing while browsing the trading house. That's it. Now that Lin had enough food, he didn't take the fish that Tong Yaya caught. However, seeing that Tong Yaya was able to protect herself, he assigned her the first task. Lin looked at the resources in his warehouse. He currently has 28 metal ingots. There are still 200 pieces of metal or being smelted in the furnace. He was in a hurry to cultivate all the land in the super farm, so he needed to buy another 72 metal ingots. With Tong Yaya helping him to purchase, he can negotiate with the sellers and lower the price. Tong Yaya, yeah, okay. I have nothing to do anyway. By the way, Big Boss Lin, you want metal ingots? I have 8 here. I got them all from the wooden barrel yesterday. I'll give them all to you. Lin and Ojpk. Soon, Lin and Tong Yaya completed the resource exchange on the trading platform. Tong Yaya put some fish and 8 metal ingots on the trading floor and exchanged them with Lin for soil and caterpillars. Soil is too expensive now, so no one will rush to place an order for Tong Yaya. They completed the transaction smoothly. There's still $64 missing, Xiaozhen. Please work harder and find me some more barrels. It seems that collecting 300 metal ingots is no longer a dream. Lin also plans to speed up the progress. It would be great if we could cultivate the 7th piece of land in the super farm before the natural disaster comes tomorrow. When the sea is rough and windy, all other people's rafts will lose power. Only Lin can use the engine. So he thought about clearing more land, growing more corn, and then refining more biofuels. Ugu! The dolphin Xiaozhen cried out, then dived into the sea to help Lin and find the wooden barrel. It can find barrels faster under the sea. Because under the sea, if there is something floating on the sea surface, you can see its shadow. I also need to cover the sheep pen and secure all the equipment on the raft. I also need to put my bed, table, chairs, and benches in the sheep pen. If it rains heavily, I have to live with Dolly and Xiaobai. The more Lin thought about how much work he had to do, the more he hoped to build the boat as soon as possible. If you have a boat, you won't have so many worries. The sheep can live in the cabin, and he himself can hide in the cabin. A few hours passed in a flash. Basically, all the facilities on Lin's raft were tied to the mast with ropes. As long as the mast is intact, the facilities on the raft will not be scattered in the sea. During these hours, Xiaojun also helped Lin and find 3 more wooden barrels. Unfortunately, there are no treasure maps or metal ingots in these barrels. Lin got a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod and gave it directly to Tong Yeye so that she could make it. Finally, the work is done. Xiaojun, can you sense any danger? Alas, why am I asking you these questions? You can't speak our human language, and the parchment book can't translate your cries. Even if you knew there would be any danger, you couldn't tell me. After finishing all the work, Lin sat on the edge of the raft, hugged Xiaojun, patted her head, and let it return to the sea. Chapter 40 Super Fishing Ground. Wait for the dolphin Xiaojun to dive into the deep sea. Lin thought about struggling before the natural disaster came. He controlled the raft and moved forward in one direction. Occasionally, when he saw other rafts on the sea in the distance, Lin would not think of robbing them. When there were still 18 hours before the natural disaster came, the green light finally lit up on the primary metal detector. The metal mineral resources on the seabed are indeed very rich. It was easy for Lin to find the metal deposit. Of course, he didn't know whether it was metal mine, copper mine, or other metal. The water here is 73 meters deep, which is considered shallow sea. Let's go ahead and take a look. When he got the metal detector, Lin thought that the seabed might be covered with various minerals. Oil, gas, metals or gemstones, rocks. As long as Lin can successfully dive to the bottom of the sea. With some effort, finding the minerals shouldn't be difficult. From this perspective, the metal detector doesn't seem to be of much use. But Lin knows in his heart that the metal detector has another use. That is, it can detect the straight line distance between the seabed and the sea surface with a certain probability. 72, 64, 55, 41, 36, 25, 18, 28, retreat. That place is closest to the seabed. Lin kept trying and finally found what should be the shallowest sea area nearby. While the sun hasn't set over the sea, there is also plenty of ambient light. Plus, the shark that was tracking him didn't catch up. Lin bravely went into the sea holding the edge of the raft. He didn't make oxygen tanks, diving suits, or fins. I just tied a rope around my waist so that it would be much easier to get back on the raft. Oh my God, I found a colorful world. When Lin dived into the sea, countless colorful corals appeared in front of him, including soft corals and hard corals. The soft corals would sway with the ocean currents, while the hard corals stood on the reefs without being affected at all. What shocked Lin the most was that there were at least more than 1,000 tropical fish living happily in this area. Lin doesn't know many fish, but there was a kind of tropical fish that he knew. He saw a Nemo, or clownfish, diving into a sea anemone and then coming out again, over and over again, as if enjoying the massage from the anemone's tentacles. In addition to these marine creatures, Lin also saw metal ores and seaweed that could be collected, and even kelp that could be used as food. He didn't try to collect it. Instead, he waited until his breath was exhausted and then returned to his raft. Because of the corals, even if a natural disaster strikes, the waves here will be smaller than in other places. Lin's purpose of searching for shallow seas was to find coral reefs, because he knew that where there were coral reefs, the waves would be much weaker. There might be other places that are more perfect than the one Lin is looking for now. But now there is no extra time for Lin to search. He threw the anchor directly into the water. I plan to settle here temporarily, wait and see what the natural disaster is tomorrow, and then decide whether to leave. Lin then opened the parchment book, wanting to look for Tong Yeye. Because all 200 pieces of metal ores in the furnace have been melted, he still needed 64 metal ingots to open up the 7th piece of land in the super farm. Lin, Yeye, how many metal ingots have you bought? Tong Yeye, there are a total of 132 pieces. Big brother Lin, you have used up 12 portions of the soil you gave me, and there are 8 portions of soil left. Lin, give me these 132 metal ingots, and then continue to purchase metal ingots. As for the advanced building hammer blueprint, I don't think anyone will sell it at this time. Thinking of the announcement made by Ocean World this morning asking all the survivors to reinforce the raft, Lin knew that as long as it was a construction hammer blueprint, the price would definitely increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. For example, if a country releases nuclear wastewater, what will be the consequences? The price of salt will rise in the short term. Therefore, the price of goods is linked to the environment. Tong Yeye, okay. Big boss Lin. Consumption, soil 20. Obtain, metal ingot 132. Lin gave Tong Yeye another 20 portions of soil, so that she always has sufficient resources to acquire what Lin wants. After the transaction, Lin closed the parchment book and walked to the furnace. Obtain, metal ingot 200. Another 200 metal ingots entered Lin's warehouse. He now had enough resources to cultivate a 7th piece of land. Wait for Lin to enter the super farm. He ignored the ripe crops and clicked on the cultivation method. Consumption, metal ingot 300. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th piece of land. The farm store has unlocked the purchase rights for tomato seeds for you. Bite. It has been detected that the super farm already owns 7 plots of land. The super fishery will be online soon. Super farm system upgrading. Host, please exit super farm immediately. It is expected that the upgrade will be successful in 12 hours. Fuck, so awesome. And there's even a fishing ground? Oh my god. Even though you told me to quit immediately, I still have to accept the food first. System, don't be impatient. Lennon told the system not to be impatient, but his hands moved very quickly. They simply pulled out all the mature crops on the 6 plots of land, then pulled out the weeds and squeezed out the insects. Then plant corn in the open space. I saw a red light flashing inside the super farm. Lin Onsai left the super farm. Oh my god, I was scared to death. The alarm from the super farm just now made Lin and feel frightened. Next time if the super farm needs to be upgraded, he will definitely not do anything risky, but choose to leave directly. Super fishery, what a joke. In the future, I can farm and raise fish. Who in this ocean world can rival me? Lennon was very excited. Owning a super farm in Ocean World was not enough to help him widen the gap with others. Because after a while, a large number of people seeking survival landed on the island. Soil, of course, becomes a cheap resource. Everyone can grow a lot of crops on their own raft or boat. No matter how powerful Lin and Super Farm is, it only has 9 pieces of land. If someone gets a huge earthen basin, the advantage of Lin and Super Farm will be wiped out by others. But now Linen has another super fishery. This means he can raise fish. It is not clear whether it is a freshwater fish or a marine fish. But in the ocean world where others can only fish, Linen can enclose land and raise fish, which is already a dimensionality reduction attack. He's simply invincible. This buddy knows everything about astronomy and geography, and can till the fields and tend the fish ponds. And yet, you're still worried about not being able to achieve great things in the future. Lennon was having this beautiful dream and fell asleep early on the pillow filled with wool and feathers. Chapter 41. Tension. The next day, when Lennon woke up, the sky in the distance was just dimly lit. He didn't have dinner yesterday and went straight to bed. Even when he was resting, the sun hadn't set yet. The purpose of going to bed early is to wake up early the next day. Bite. Super Farm upgraded successfully. Host can use the Super Farm function normally. Put the rice on the grill first. This might be the only meal we'll have today. After a night's sleep, Lennon was no longer as excited as he was before going to bed the day before. He has a fish farm where he can raise fish. But others can also make fishing nets and catch fish directly in the sea. All I can say is that each has its own advantages. Super Farm has shown Lin in the advantages of this system. One is the sign-in function. Lennon can be provided with 1 item every day. In addition, super farms can shorten the growth time of crops and increase crop yields. In addition, it allows crops to grow without risk. The tomatoes and potatoes that Lennon planted on the raft are already ripe. Thinking that a natural disaster is about to come, Lennon did not plant more crops in the big earthen pots. He knew that if he planted crops on the raft, they might be washed away by big waves. 2 sheep can also be tied tightly in the sheep pen with a rope. Even if the crops are tied up, they will not be able to survive once they are flooded by seawater. But Super Farm and Sea World are 2 different worlds. There will be no impact at all. The super fisheries that appear at this time will probably also have these functions. Shorten the growth cycle of farmed fish and increase fish yield. The next step is to wait for the rice to cook. As for what to eat, well, let's just finish off the can of braised pork we got yesterday. After Lennon thought it over, he put the canned braised pork on the grill to heat it up. Then he closed his eyes and entered the super farm. Just after entering the super farm, Lennon didn't bother to sign in, nor did he think about clearing the caterpillars and weeds on the land. He turned his gaze directly to a pond next to the farm. This super fishery is right on the edge of the 9 pieces of land. The super farm system dug a big hole in the nearby land and filled it with water to create a super fishery for Lennon. It looks very perfunctory. Super fishery and super farm were not much different at the beginning. They all occupy an area of 4 plots of land, and there is a reclamation sign next to each one. The word reclamation is written on the farm side, and the word excavation is written on the fishery side. Lennon took a look and found that expanding the area of the fishing ground would require 300 metal ingots for the first time. It's exactly the same as reclaiming the 7th piece of land. Isn't this just killing people? Lennon shook his head angrily, then clicked on the farm store. The store previously only had a seed category, but now there is an additional fry category. To Lin N's disappointment, all the fish fry sold in the store were sea fish fry. The water in this fish pond is also seawater. Sure enough, the system won't let me take advantage of loopholes again. Lennon was still thinking yesterday, if this super fishery specializes in raising freshwater fish, then the water in the fish pond would all be freshwater. If that were really the case, why would he raise fish? He could just sell all the fresh water in the pond on the trading floor. Even if fresh water is cheap, it can still be exchanged for a thick piece of wood. There must be several thousand liters of fresh water in the fish pond. Wouldn't it be nice to exchange it for a few thousand thick wooden boards? But now it seems that the water in the fish pond is seawater, and it can even imitate ocean currents. Even in such a small fish pond, there are waves constantly hitting the land at the edge of the pond. The only fish we can buy now is black croaker, which should be pretty good. The fish fry in the farm store are the same as the farm seeds. Lennon needs to expand the fishery before they can be gradually opened for purchase. The only fish fry Lennon can buy now is black croaker. Most people may not know this fish, but it is actually very suitable for artificial breeding. And it tastes very good. Consumption: thick wood planks 400. Obtain: black croaker fry 4. Lennon bought 4 black croaker fry from the farm store and threw them into the fish pond. They immediately disappeared from the water surface and dived to the bottom. This fish is a bottom fish. Even if they all swim down, the area above the fish farm will still show how long it will take for them to grow. 24 hours is an acceptable time, but I'm not sure if these 4 fish will grow bigger and I can only harvest 4, or if the yield will increase. Lennon is not sure yet whether the super fishery has this function, but you can see it after a day. Please sign in today. Sign in. Lennon returned to the bulletin board and began to sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain: shark bait 10. Shark bait can attract all sharks within a 10-kilometer radius to the shark bait. Effective for 2 hours. Why didn't you come yesterday? Why did you have to come now? Lennon was in dire need of shark bait. If yesterday's sign-in reward had been replaced with this, he would have been able to dive into the seabed to collect metal ores, seaweed, and kelp yesterday afternoon. If he comes now, Lennon can only wait until after the natural disaster to use it. Immediately following, Lennon quickly removed the grass and insects from the farm and left quickly. After all, Super Farm is work and Ocean World is life. Exit Super Farm. Lennon checked the condition of the sheep pen immediately. Then mix some soybeans with the grass and stuff it into the feeding bowl in the sheep pen, so that Dolly and Xiaobai can eat more and better today. Although it was still dark, Lennon could still see all the facilities on the raft. There have been no seabirds at the 2 nests for 2 days. In addition, Lennon discovered that since yesterday, it has been difficult to see any traces of seabirds in the sky. He must have fled. Lennon thought so, and then he started eating. The braised pork mixed with rice was particularly fragrant. After the meal, he even opened a watermelon. The watermelons in Lin N's warehouse are gone every time one is eaten. I don't know if I will be able to get watermelon seeds again in the future. But he still took out a whole watermelon and started eating it. Sweets can make people happy, and eating watermelon on the hot sea can also relieve Lin N's tension. The dying ocean world happened after Lin N woke up today. The countdown to the natural disaster was projected in front of Lin N. You're deliberately trying to make the atmosphere tense, right? I don't believe it. This is only the first natural disaster. How serious can you make it? In fact, Lennon was just a little nervous. If he couldn't survive, there might be less than 100 people who could survive in the ocean world this time. If this is really the case, it would be more satisfying to just kill everyone. Chapter 42, The Man-Eating Shark. As the time on the countdown gets shorter and shorter, the sky, which should have been getting brighter, was actually getting darker. The sun is rising. But the thick clouds in the sky directly blocked the sun, preventing sunlight from reaching the sea. Lennon looked into the distance with a telescope and saw that the clouds in the distance were about to collide with the sea surface. The dark clouds above Lin N's head seemed to be touching the top of the mast. Is this the feeling of a dark cloud pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it? It's quite suffocating, but you can't scare anyone. Lennon was really feeling more and more relaxed. He had a feeling that after all this time of building up momentum in the ocean world, it would probably be all talk and no action in the end. There is always a calm before the real storm. Lennon was thinking about something that was a lot of noise but little action. Suddenly, in the distant sky, countless electric snakes darted back and forth in the clouds, and then merged into a thick bolt of lightning, which struck the sea with a bang. Then it suddenly started raining. It's just that the wind wasn't very strong, so there weren't any big waves on the sea. In the sea area that had just been struck by lightning, some fish that were electrocuted and died floated to the side of Lin N's raft. All these fish were also caught by Lin N. Oh my goodness, this lightning is so strong. If it hits my raft, won't I be electrocuted to death? Lin N said anxiously while catching fish. Fortunately, The lightning appeared only to make the rain fall faster. Afterwards, although there were still flashes of lightning in the clouds, no large lightning fell in the sea around Linen. The countdown to the natural disaster is less than 10 minutes away, but it was still only drizzling in the ocean world. Linen suddenly didn't quite understand what natural disasters were. Logically speaking, any natural disaster would have signs before it happened. But now, with this performance, almost no one can guess what it foreshadows. Alex, brother, are you nervous? After this wave of natural disasters, no matter how many people die, you will bear the blame. Linen, I don't think so. Think about it. After the natural disaster, those who wanted to scold me are probably dead. Those who survived probably won't scold me anymore. They are not dead. Alex, holy shit, that's what you're saying. I get it. Maybe everyone is too nervous. The world channels and regional channels are almost all flooded with various remarks. People who have friends will also chat with their friends at this time to relieve their tension. Before a person dies, his desire to speak is actually the strongest in his life. SeaWorld is doing the same thing now. Everyone was very nervous. When I'm nervous, I want to talk. Tong Yaya even came to Lin and for comfort. But when there was only 1 minute left in the countdown, the world channel and regional channels suddenly seemed to be sealed. No one was chatting on it anymore. Instead, they held on to the parchment books, either standing on the raft or finding a place to sit down. However, more people chose to hold on to something fixed on the raft. Lennon grabbed a rope that was tied tightly to the raft. The rope was tied in a knot around his wrist. 59, 58, 57, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown gradually went from 59 to 0. Lin-En's heart was in his throat. Bite. Ocean World's fourth global broadcast. Natural disaster countdown ends. Ocean World's first natural disaster has officially begun and is expected to end in 2 to 3 days. The first natural disaster in the ocean world was the man-eating shark disaster. I'm going to your spicy next door. The moment the Ocean World announcement sounded, Lin-En cursed. SeaWorld has fooled all the human survivors. Press it hard on the wooden board and play with it. No one would have thought that a natural disaster would appear in this form. It really is a game. It turns out that a beast tide can be considered a natural disaster. I admire you. Lin-En clasped his fists towards the sky. The survival humans in the ocean world all come from Earth, and 99.99% of humans on Earth have never regarded large-scale animal attacks as a threat. Because these things rarely happen. Usually only in online games. Those games only use gimmicks like beast hordes attacking cities and wild beasts attacking humans when they have server-wide activities. SeaWorld does the same thing now. Shortly after the announcement, triangular dorsal fins gradually appeared on the sea surface around Lin-En. He knew in his heart that these dorsal fins were all shark dorsal fins. I have to change the shape of the raft, otherwise I will be at a great disadvantage. Lin-En had previously built the raft in the shape of a mountain in order to better collect resources. But now, if he didn't square the raft up quickly, the sharks would have more room to bite. Consumption. Thick wood plank 4, metal fragment 1. Lin-En kept jumping on the raft. The raft was quickly built into a square. At the same time, he also expanded the raft to prevent the facilities installed on the edge of the raft from being damaged. In fact, Lin-En's action was completely unnecessary. Each plank of a raft built with an intermediate construction hammer has 99 points of durability. No matter how much durability the shark bites off, Lin-En only needs to use a construction hammer to repair it. To put it bluntly, this man-eating shark disaster is a test of whether humans have enough resources to survive. If there are enough resources, there won't be any danger at all. 8 sharks are coming. Damn, 8 sharks per raft. There are over 100 million rafts in the ocean world, so that means over 800 million sharks. Damn, no wonder these sharks are like they've been released from a starvation prison every day. There are just too many of them. The more Lin-En watched 8 sharks come and attack his raft, the more shocked he felt. Before today, who could have imagined that there would be so many sharks in SeaWorld? Durability -1. Durability -1. Durability -1. 8 sharks were gnawing at Lin-En's raft frantically. The frequency is about once every 10 seconds. For every 25 points of durability lost, Lin-En had to use a thick wooden board to repair it. I never thought the most important resource would be the planks of wood. Because the shark's bite frequency was not as fast as Lin-En imagined, he still had time to go to the trading house to take a look. At its peak, a metal ingot could be exchanged for 200 thick wooden boards. Now 1 metal ingot can only be exchanged for 10 thick planks. If I had known this earlier, I would have stocked up on some planks of wood. Lin-En is not a prophet and does not have the ability to predict the future, but the dream he had can now be answered. In China, flood and beast is an idiom. So there is a connection between floods and wild beasts. Floods and beasts are also used to describe extremely large disasters. But if anyone had the same dream as Lennon, no one would associate the flood with ferocious beasts. Chapter 43, Offense and Defense Change. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 749,523. Soon, half an hour had passed since the disaster began. The number of survivors shown on the regional channel dropped from over 1 million to less than 750,000. Many people don't have an intermediate construction hammer, so they can't upgrade the durability of the planks on the raft from 2 points to 99 points. You can imagine, with only 2 points of durability, the shark will eat it all in 2 bites. 2 sharks gnawed at a piece of wood simultaneously. It can just chew off the wooden board. The thick planks in the hands of those surviving humans are not unlimited. Once they use up the planks, they will be helpless against the gnawing of sharks. All I can do is wait for death. Oh, someone come and save me. Sell me some planks. I would give all my wealth for them. Damn it. I shouldn't have trusted you in the first place and joined you. Now, 8 pieces of raft have attracted over 50 sharks. There's no way we can escape. Who suggested tying our rafts together with ropes? Now they can't be untied. What's scarier than sharks is humans. I didn't want to be torn to pieces by sharks while I was alive. I couldn't face that fear, so I chose to end my life with an axe. There is hardly any positive news on regional and world channels. Some people can easily deal with this first wave of shark attacks, but they would not have expected that such hateful behavior would be resisted by the majority of people if they were to speak on world or regional channels. Some people in Lennon area wanted to huddle together for warmth. Those people really came together through their own efforts. Some groups have a large number of people, as many as 30 or 40, while others have only 2 or 3 people. I guess it's all cold now. Either there were too many sharks and they killed them, or they were killing each other for resources. Lennon had guessed this result long ago, so there was no surprise at all. Oh no, those people died. If these sharks don't have enough to eat, won't others suffer? While Lennon was daydreaming, he suddenly thought of this possibility. Then SeaWorld helped him prove that he was still very smart. In the sea not far away, 3 more sharks swam over quickly and joined the army of sharks that had just gnawed at the raft, working hard to gnaw at the wooden boards together. Oh my God, please blow some wind. Please blow some wind. If the raft could be moved quickly, the sharks would give chase. That would greatly reduce their efficiency in gnawing at the raft. But now, there is no wind at all on the vast ocean. Before the shark disaster came, the wind on the sea was very weak. Even when it rained, there was not much wind and the waves were very calm. Now comes the shark plague. Not to mention strong winds, there isn't even any majestic wind. The sea surface was as calm as a black ink stone. Only sharks will cause a little ripple on the sea surface when they hit it. There is less than 100 liters of biofuel in Lin&'s biofuel tank, which can keep the engine running at maximum speed for more than 3 hours. But those biofuels certainly cannot be used now. Who knows if there will be more sharks besieging Lin and from behind. I also have shark bait. 1 portion can last for 2 hours, and 10 portions can last for 20 hours. Once the corn in the super farm matures, it will probably provide me with nearly 200 liters of fuel. If the disaster lasts 3 days, I need to tough it out on the first day, use shark bait on the second day, and fuel on the third day. Lennon is not as nervous as before. He knows that the first natural disaster will not threaten him, so he is thinking about how to survive this man-eating shark disaster with the lowest losses. Actually, there is another way. Lin&'s eyes suddenly became extremely cold. In this world, no one says that the positions of prey and hunter cannot be changed. Thousands and tens of thousands of years ago, the wild beasts in the jungle posed a great threat to humans. They would even add human names to their menus. But soon, humans made themselves the top of the pyramid and began to stand at the top of the food chain. Now so many sharks are attacking Lin&'s raft. The ferocity in them was completely aroused, which meant that their rationality was no longer there. Sorry, from now on, it looks like we'll have to switch between offense and defense. A sneer appeared on Lin&'s lips. Afterwards, he took out the elementary bow and arrow that he had looted from someone else yesterday, bent the bow, and put the arrow on it, and shot the first arrow at the shark closest to him. Maybe the shark's skin was too slippery, and Lin&'s archery sight was not very accurate, so the first arrow slid directly along the shark's skin. Damn, I slipped, and I became a slippery boy too. Lin&' laughed at himself, but he did not give up and continued shooting arrows. These sharks were all living targets. Since it is difficult to shoot through the shark's skin, Lin&' did not shoot arrows at the shark's body. He directly aimed at the shark's bloody mouth. But the accuracy of archery is still very low. The shark's target was the wooden board. While they were chewing on it, they certainly wouldn't expose their entire mouths to Lin&'s attack range. Lin didn't dare to get too close to the edge of the raft, because as soon as he walked over, a shark would try to jump up and drag Lin off the raft. It's because the primary bow and arrow are too rubbish. It's not my fault. Lin used a lot of strength when shooting the arrow, but he still couldn't make the wooden arrow of the primary bow penetrate the shark's skin. And the harder he pushed, the faster the arrows flew out after hitting the shark's surface. Even if Lin shot arrows into the shark's bloody mouth. If the arrow hits a shark's tooth, it will definitely bounce off. If it doesn't hit the tooth, it will be bitten off by the shark. After several wooden arrows were used up, Lin threw the primary bow and arrow directly into the sea. Utter industrial garbage. Lin, who was a little angry, immediately opened the parchment book and turned to the manufacturing page. Manufacturing page. Intermediate bow and arrow. Metal ingot 1, metal fragments 10, thick wood 3, feather 5. Manufacture. Lin made it. Transform these materials into a mid-level bow and arrow with a metallic luster. Intermediate bow and arrow. Uses metal ingots as the bow body, metal fragments as the arrowhead, and feathers at the end of the arrow, making the bow more lethal and the accuracy of archery more precise. This is the kind of cold weapon that can kill wild beasts. Lin could feel the biting chill while holding the metal bow. Such a weapon was very suitable for hunting sharks on a day like this. Chapter 44, 1,000 Miles Cemetery. Whoosh. Lin picked up the intermediate bow and arrow and couldn't wait to shoot an arrow at the shark closest to him. This time, the arrowhead penetrated the shark's skin directly, but only the arrowhead did not go in, and the arrow body remained outside. When the shark was shot by Lin, it began to writhe in pain, splashing sea water onto the raft. As it struggled, the arrow hit the raft and broke directly. Blood was also flowing from the injured area on the shark's back. Blood. Ha 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 ha, it's bleeding. When Lin saw the scarlet blood flowing from the shark, he burst into laughter on the spot. For sharks, the allure of blood surpasses the temptation of anything else in the world. The sharks that were besieging Lin were already going crazy. Now they found that there was a shark bleeding next to them, and they completely lost their minds and rushed to the slightly injured shark, biting it madly. The besieged sharks can only swim underwater. For a moment, Lin's raft stopped shaking, and there was no trace of any shark around. Fuck, it really works. Although Lin paid the price of an arrow for making the shark bleed, this allowed the sharks attacking him to attack the injured shark instead. In this way, Lin's raft will not be attacked. To be honest, the resources consumed in making an intermediate bow and arrow are definitely not as much as the resources Lin uses to repair the raft. After all, as I said just now, the price of a thick wooden board has soared to 10 or even dozens of times its previous price. Hee. After I shoot the remaining 9 arrows, I'll make some more metal arrows. Damn it. If you dare to bite my raft, I'll make you all die in this sea. Lin had a strong desire to kill, and he had long been resistant to sharks in the ocean world. Before, the shark following him was mostly moving underwater. It is unlikely that Lin wants to kill the shark, so he didn't take action until his ability to control the Yaka arrow reached a higher level, and then he would kill the shark directly. But when the disaster of the man-eating shark came, the sharks came out and became brainless, so it became much easier for Lin to hunt them. After a while, a large mass of dark red blood suddenly surged up from under the sea. It seems that the shark shot by Lin has been killed by its own kind. Lin was still thinking that the speed was too fast. After the sharks finished eating the dead shark, it would probably float to the surface and continue to bite his raft. The next moment, another large mass of blood surged up from beneath the surface of the sea. Brother, no way, no way. You're injured and surrounded by 10 sharks. How can you kill the other sharks? Every drop of blood represents a shark being gutted. Obviously, the shark shot by Lin did not choose to sit and wait for death after diving into the water, but launched a counterattack. It even bit another shark and successfully dragged another shark to its back. Your courage is commendable. You are truly the overlord of the ocean. I am ashamed of myself for your brutality. Lin hoped that more sharks would die, and finally they would continue to fight under the sea, so that no sharks would affect Lin. It may be that Lin's innermost thoughts were seen by the ocean world. In the next hour, no shark came from the sea to bite his raft. But this doesn't mean there are no sharks around Lin. Instead, there were more and more sharks around him. From 10 at the beginning, it became 50, and then 100. In the end, Lin could see sharks swimming towards him as long as he looked at the sea not far away. As for why Lin didn't observe his side, that's because the surrounding sea water has been dyed dark red. He tried to see what was happening under his raft, but he could see nothing. The stench is getting stronger and stronger. Oh my God, what sin have I committed? I'd better run away and get away from here. Lennon knew that the situation was no longer under his control, and if he continued to stay here, he might also be in trouble. So he started the engine on the raft, moved about 2 kilometers to the north, and then stopped. I'll just stay here. If I go any further, sharks will attack me. At this distance, I won't be affected by the killing field over there. Lennon moved a stool and sat under the sail to prevent the rain from falling on his head. The fishy smell in the air is still unpleasant, but it is much better than before. Every minute, Lennon could see several dark shadows passing under his raft and rushing towards the killing field. Hundreds of sharks began to attack their own kind frantically. The sharks that originally only knew how to gnaw on the raft now became meat grinders. This sea area has also become a mountain graveyard for sharks. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 521,742. The shark next to my raft suddenly swam away. Mine too. The shark disaster is over? No way. That's it. Is this the extent of the natural disaster? Oh, I thought Ocean World could put some pressure on me, but it turned out to be nothing special. How could 700,000 people die at this rate? Those people are so useless. They could have survived with just a few hundred planks. Hey, you said the shark didn't attack you? Impossible. There are 4 sharks next to my raft, gnawing at the wood like crazy. Aren't we on the sea? What happened? Can someone tell me? Lennon looked at the regional channel, and then he felt uncomfortable. It was clearly him who drove the shark crazy. Benefited some people. As a result, I let others pretend to be me. That's it. That's it. Without me, your father, you would all be dead today. Because sharks can smell blood from several kilometers away, and there may be quite a lot of dead sharks in this sea area, the shark blood has dyed the sea red. So sharks from the surrounding waters within a range of 10 to 20 kilometers swam over. This range is gradually expanding with the fluctuations of underwater currents. Fortunately, there was no sea breeze. The surviving humans did not move, so this grand spectacle was only appreciated by Lennon. From now on, I have 2 more titles, Shark Killer and Ocean Butcher. When Lennon thought that he would be able to get through this natural disaster peacefully like he is now, God played a joke on him again. Bite. Ocean World Area Report. Congratulations to the survivors in this area for successfully surviving the first wave of shark attacks. Next is a 1-hour break. The resources of the survivors who just died in the area will appear on the sea surface. The surviving survivors can collect them as much as they want. In 1 hour, the second wave of shark attacks will begin. Chapter 45, I am a miner on the seabed. Second wave? Are you done yet? After the system broadcast sounded, all the man-eating sharks that were fighting frantically in the nearby waters swam away. The sea surface returned to its original state, the sea breeze began to blow, and the waves became strong and powerful. The fishy smell dissipated very quickly, and the dark red sea water was gradually washed away. Lennon is extremely depressed now. If those man-eating sharks had continued to go crazy, he could have easily survived this first natural disaster, but now it seems unlikely that his wish will come true. But having an hour's break is pretty good. Lennon had no intention of collecting the large amount of supplies that appeared on the sea surface as suggested by the Ocean World. These supplies are all basic supplies. Palm leaves, plastic, planks of wood. It was revealed by the hundreds of thousands of humans who died while trying to survive. Just like killing monsters and getting items in a game. When they died, the things they were carrying were exploded out by the Ocean World and returned to the surface of the sea. Ordinary people know that there will be a second wave of man-eating shark attacks soon. And this second wave of attacks will be even more violent than the first wave. Everyone will be crazy about collecting thick planks to repair the raft or expand it. But for Lennon, the situation he faced was different from that of others. There's a whole metal mine under the sea. Anyway, there won't be any sharks for the next hour, so let's just mine for an hour. Lennon started the engine with a smile and brought the raft back to the sea area. Then he used the resources at his disposal. Made oxygen tanks, intermediate fins, and beginner diving suits. Lennon had taken out the blueprint of intermediate flippers from the wooden barrel before, but he didn't use it. Later, he synthesized someone else's parchment book and activated the manufacturing page of intermediate flippers. The flippers allow Lennon to move faster in the sea, and the diving suit is used to cope with the pressure in the water. The basic diving suit can only allow Lennon to dive safely to the bottom of the sea about 50 meters deep. 100 meters underwater is the limit of entry-level diving suits. There is no need to explain the role of oxygen cylinders. A tank of oxygen can allow Lennon to move underwater for an hour. Exactly 1 hour later, the second wave of man-eating shark attacks will come. Lennon accurately stopped the raft only 18 meters from the sea surface. Then tie a 100-meter-long rope around your waist. Then he went straight into the water. After going into the water, Lennon could no longer speak. He had a breathing tube in his mouth, so he could only think about things in his mind. But after Lennon went into the water, it was impossible for him to have any random thoughts. Because the scene before him was enough to shock him so much that his mind went blank. Thousands of miles of graveyards, tens of thousands of miles of corpses. This scene is too terrifying. Just 10 to 20 meters from the sea surface, there are scattered corpses of hundreds of man-eating sharks. They have one thing in common. That is, apart from the head, only the skeleton is exposed in the seawater. The bodies of hundreds of great white sharks were completely eaten clean by their own kind. Some great white sharks only have a head left, but they can still move, but they can no longer swim in the water. Those who kill will be killed. You died here because your minds were filled with bloodthirsty murder. However, I chose a good spot. There are so many dead man-eating sharks here. For a while, this coral reef will become a real paradise for creatures. It is said that after a whale dies, there will be a whale fall. There are more than 100 dead sharks here, which is even more serious than a whale fall. Lin is optimistic. No matter what happens, there are pros and cons. His actions this time can be considered to benefit other marine life. Let's start mining. Lin's flippers swung gently, and he moved a few meters closer to the seabed. Then he touched the nearest silver-white light ball and began to dig with a pickaxe. Obtain metal or 5. The metal mines on the seabed are all rich ores and are basically exposed outside the mud and sand on the seabed. Sometimes, Lennon could see a piece of metal ore that was larger than his others. Dig down with a hoe. Directly harvest 99 pieces of metal ore. Alex is such a jerk. There are so many metal mines on the seabed, and he didn't even tell me. The more metal ore Lennon collected, the more he wanted to curse Alex. After all, Alex was one of the first humans in ocean world to sink to the bottom of the sea to mine for survival. Alex, knowing that the seabed mineral deposits were so rich, simply hid it from Lennon. He only said that there were mines on the seabed, but he didn't say that the number of mines on the seabed was a bit exaggerated. This is much more than the metal or cows Lennon found on the island before. Of course, there may be richer mineral deposits on the islands, but they are basically not exposed on the surface. In just half an hour, we've already dug up 700 or 800 pieces of metal ore. There's more over there, but my rope is too short, and we should be at a depth of 50 meters by now. Lennon looked at the pressure valve on the diving suit. The pointer of the pressure valve just pointed to the red area, which meant that the diving suit was bearing the water pressure of a depth of 50 meters. I know that going forward may be risky, and it is already too late. Lennon pulled the rope and slowly returned to the coral reef area and began to collect kelp and seaweed with sheep shears. These resources are free, so don't miss them. In addition, Lennon never let go of the giant clams hiding in the coral reefs. Obtain giant clam 1. Obtain giant clam 1. After all the resources near the coral reefs were plundered, Lennon quickly pulled the rope and slowly floated to the surface, then climbed back onto the raft. The moment he took off his oxygen mask and saw the sun again, he also smiled brightly. Not to mention that these 700 or 800 pieces of metal ores can help him dig a super fishery and reclaim the 8th piece of land. Even if Lennon gets the blueprint of the advanced building hammer now, he can upgrade the existing raft into a wooden boat with nearly 1,000 pieces of metal ores. Lennon's happiness at Ocean World did not last long. 1 minute after Lennon climbed onto the raft, the sound of the Ocean World rang out again. Bite. Ocean World Area Report. The second wave of shark attacks in this area is now starting. Please be prepared for this, everyone who wants to survive. As soon as the mechanical broadcast sounded, the dorsal fins of at least 15 sharks appeared on the sea surface. Sure enough, they've escalated their attacks. The others, seeing the nearly doubled number of man-eating sharks, probably wanted to die. Lennon felt happy when he thought that those people who had been showing off in the regional channel before probably couldn't laugh anymore. Human nature always makes us hate to see others living too well. Chapter 46. This is a war between humans and sharks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the moment when the great white shark rushed towards Lennon's raft, Lennon bent his bow and shot 3 metal arrows, all of which hit the head of a man-eating shark. But the man-eating shark seemed to have lost its sense of pain and was still madly pressing against Lennon's raft. After biting off 3 points of durability from a wooden plank, it slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Blood spread on the surface of the sea, but the other dozen or so man-eating sharks seemed to have no sense of smell and ignored the blood. Instead, they attacked the raft like crazy. Fuck. Awesome. You can actually do this. This isn't called fixing a bug. This is just being a scoundrel. Lennon realized at a glance that the ocean world had blocked the sense of smell and pain of the man-eating shark. Then make sure they only see the surviving humans on the raft. Lennon can still continue to shoot the man-eating sharks, but they will fight back desperately. Then I can only start the killing mode. I don't like killing anyway. At present, the mode of interaction between survival humans and man-eating sharks is a fight to the death. It is natural for whoever kills who, and there is nothing to say about it. Lennon is not the kind of soft-hearted person. He just loves to complain and show off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lennon put metal arrows on the bowstring and shot them out, and these man-eating sharks sank one by one from the sea surface to the bottom of the sea. But the number of great white sharks gnawing at Lennon's raft has never decreased. Lennon also tried not to shoot these sharks. But if nothing is done, the number of man-eating sharks will increase. The other human survivors in the area could not withstand such crazy attacks at all. They also began to realize that in order to protect themselves, they had to fight against the man-eating sharks. No matter how many thick planks we have, they will not be enough to repair the raft, even if there are only 10 sharks attacking a raft. But these sharks can consume 3 or 4 thick planks of wood per minute for the humans trying to survive. How much is an hour? 200 yuan. What about the day? What about 2 days? When the survivors in Lennon area learned of this horrific and desperate situation, they also began to pick up their weapons and resist. Human beings are actually such a kind of creature. If there is a way out, they will retreat. But if there is no way out, humans will also have blood. But being brave is not enough. You also need weapons and means. A basic bow and arrow cannot break the defense of the man-eating shark, and not everyone has an intermediate bow and arrow. Some people only had stone axes in their hands. The man holding the axe fought with the man-eating shark in close combat. If you are not careful, you will be dragged into the water by the great white shark. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 378,246. Brothers and sisters, pick up your weapons and fight them. Today, either these sharks die or we die. Why aren't other areas like us? Don't ask why. If we don't resist, there will be only one outcome. Our area seems to be blocked. My raft just hit a barrier and bounced back. Of course it is. Someone wants to bury hundreds of thousands of us. We can't let them succeed. There's a sea breeze now. Everyone, raise the sails. As long as the raft is moving, the sharks won't be able to bite it so quickly. Lennon took the time to check the regional channel, and then he found that during the 1-hour rest time, the sea breeze not only became stronger, but also after the great white shark attacked the raft again. The sea breeze did not weaken any further. Then the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. That's a good thing. Knowing that the raft could be moved with the help of wind, Lennon immediately raised the sail and moved the raft to the east. Since the area was divided, Lennon has been moving eastward. He thought to himself that maybe he could go and see what the barrier that others were talking about was. In addition, you can also take a look at the situation in other areas. That's all. While killing the white sharks, move the raft as far east as possible. Lennon finally saw the transparent barrier in the afternoon. I can't say I've seen it. Only when the sea breeze and waves hit it could Lennon see wrinkles appearing in the space, just like in the summer when one looks into the distance along the asphalt road and can see heat waves. Lennon reached out and touched the barrier, and it felt like he was touching silk. But if the raft hits it, it will immediately bounce to the sea surface 5 meters away. Good fellow, you want us to fend for ourselves in this area, right? Fine, just wait. Lennon thought about it and decided that he could survive this natural disaster by relying on his own strength. But that might not be the best plan for him. Just thought about it briefly. Lennon opened the parchment book again, turned on the regional channel, and then began to edit some words carefully. My name is Lennon. I'm sure everyone knows me. I admit that the special situation in our area is due to me. This morning, I found a way to kill hundreds of sharks, hoping to end the man-eating shark disaster in our area by myself. But everyone has seen the current situation. After the great white sharks suffered heavy casualties, they stopped attacking temporarily. They only came back after they had made corrections and launched a more ferocious second round of attacks. Now our area has been blocked. Not only can we not get out, but these man-eating sharks can't get out either. But at the same time, the man-eating sharks in other areas can't get in. At this time, everyone must abandon prejudices and communicate with each other to learn from each other's experience in killing man-eating sharks. My advice to everyone is that you can tie the axe to a rope and attack the man-eating shark. This way you won't lose the axe, and you can also ensure your own safety. If you don't have an axe, go to the trading house and buy a stone, tie it with a rope, and use it as a weapon. Brothers and sisters, since these sharks want to bury us in this sea, let's send them back to their homeland first. After finishing editing this long speech, Lennon clicked send directly, and then his long message appeared directly on the regional channel. Regional channel. Survivors, 241,753. It's Lennon. Lennon is in our area. Damn it, why didn't he die? What does he mean by sending these messages? Is he trying to take advantage of us? No, it shouldn't be. Not a single word he said was false. Shouldn't we take up arms to protect our lives? Then why is he so kind-hearted and wants to clear his name? Whether Lennon is cleared or not is none of our business. I just want to explain why I was so stupid just now. Using ropes to tie rocks can hurt a man-eating shark, so why would I use a wooden bow and arrow to fight it? Chapter 47. After the small one is destroyed, the big one comes. It should be effective. These people have mastered the method of killing and countering the man-eating sharks. Perhaps they can cause greater casualties to the man-eating sharks. Lennon closed the parchment book. He was certain that the barrier was impenetrable. Then his plan can now be officially implemented. After hesitating for a moment, Lennon took out the most lethal weapon in his hand. Yaka arrow. Before, Lennon had never used Yaka arrows because he was worried that he would use too much force and the Yaka arrows would fly hundreds or thousands of meters away and could not be retrieved. But now, Lennon is no longer afraid. A natural barrier stands before us. He only needs to use Yaka arrow on this side of the barrier. There is no need to worry about the Yaka arrow flying away. And I can practice turning, hee. Lennon smiled and put the arrow whistle in his mouth. Shoo. The Yaka arrow rose into the air and flew out quickly, passing directly through the head of a shark, leaving a trail of blood, and then rushed straight towards the barrier. At this moment, Lennon immediately changed the strength and tone of the whistle. Slow down the Yaka arrow and see if it will deviate to the side. Then Lennon saw a funny scene. The tip of the Yaka arrow trembled to the left and then to the right. The only thing missing is a song called G&I is so beautiful for Lennon. Fuck, do I need to put dungarees on you? Lennon couldn't help but complain, and then the Yaka arrow fell into the sea due to the lack of control of the arrow whistle. Lennon quickly blew the arrow whistle again, making the Yaka arrow float up. With this mistake, Lennon didn't dare to speak anymore. He could only imagine it in his mind. The shaking of the Yaka arrow just now gave Lennon inspiration. He might be able to control the Yaka arrow with the tone of a song. Slowly try to find out which tone makes the Yaka arrow turn. What song should I use? G&I is so beautiful? I can't remember the lyrics except this one line, so let's use a simple one. Lennon only has two simplest songs in his mind. One is Drop the Handkerchief, but Drop the Handkerchief is too simple and it only takes a few seconds to play. Another one is also a children's song, called A Little Bee. Before traveling to the ocean world, there is a kindergarten downstairs from Lin An's building, and this song is played on repeat for at least 2 hours every day. After listening to it every day, Lin An's mind was filled with the melody of the song. I am just a hardworking little bee. Lennon thought about the lyrics in his mind, and then blew out the melody of the song with the arrow whistle in his mouth. Soon, the Yaka arrows began to fly around following the rhythm of the arrow whistle. Sometimes it turns upwards, sometimes downwards, and sometimes it turns left and right. Even if Lin An made a mistake in operation, the Yaka arrow would only hit the barrier. If Lin An ran out of breath and the sound of the arrow whistle stopped abruptly, the Yaka arrow would just fall into the sea. Lennon just needed to take a deep breath and blow the arrow whistle, and the Yaka arrow would float up again. The reason why I need to go over the lyrics in my mind. That was because Lennon wanted to use the lyrics to locate the note that controlled the movement of the Yaka arrow in the song. If I had known this earlier, I would have learned music. Lennon practiced for more than an hour before he mastered the various steps of controlling the Yaka arrow. The number of man-eating sharks beside his raft was reduced to 3 during Lin An's practice. No way. As long as the AKA arrow penetrates the man-eating shark, it can end the life of the man-eating shark. These man-eating sharks died too quickly, and the man-eating sharks active in other directions could not fly to Lennon. After quickly killing the last 3 great white sharks next to the raft, Lennon looked at the regional channel. Many survivalists listened to Lin An's advice and began to take correct methods to hunt man-eating sharks. So during this more than an hour, the area where Lin An was located had only 2,000 or 3,000 surviving humans killed. By tying the rocks with ropes, even if the man-eating sharks cannot be killed, they can at least prevent them from biting the raft comfortably. So it is normal that the death rate has been greatly reduced. Being invincible is really lonely. Now I can continue looking for metal deposits. The man-eating sharks were no longer a threat to Lin An, so of course he had to take advantage of the fact that others were fighting with the sharks to look for another metal mine very close to the sea surface. Also collect the supplies floating on the sea. It had not been 12 hours since the disaster struck. 1 million people died in the Lin An area. The legacy left by these 1 million people is quite significant. The richness of resources on the sea is directly equivalent to what Lin An saw on the first day he traveled to the ocean world. Build a collection network. Lin Ank will no longer use plastic hooks to catch supplies. That would be way too slow. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Collection net. Thick planks 6, ropes 8, nails 2. Manufacture. Consumption. Thick planks 6, ropes 8, nails 2. Obtained. Collection network. Collection net. You can collect resources floating on the sea surface by throwing the collection net. Using this collection net is the same as using a fishing net. Just throw it at the floating materials, and the materials that touch the collection net will enter Lin An's warehouse. The collection net is more than 10 times more convenient than a plastic hook. Of course, Lin would not use the collection network in this way. He was on the first day. He made the raft into a concave shape and later expanded it into a mountain shape. At that time, he was thinking of using the collection network to better collect resources. But later, at the beginning, it was impossible to make nails because metal ingots and metal scraps were too scarce. After that, Lin had more metal ingots and metal fragments, but there were no more resources on the sea. He didn't build a network. Now the resources on the sea have increased again. Of course, he needs to build more collection networks. In order to cover the entire edge of the raft, Lin made more than a dozen collection nets and fixed them to the edge of the raft. Hee. Now I only need to control the rudder and don't have to touch those resources with my hands anymore. Isn't it that humans create all kinds of tools to make their lives easier? Lin is already working towards this direction. Wow, look at the arrow. Suddenly, a shark swam towards them. Lin did not use the Yaka arrow, but took out the intermediate bow and arrow as if to playfully shoot an arrow at the black shadow in the sea. Lin looked at the metal arrow with some bubbles directly inserted into the shark's abdomen and thought that the shark must be dead. Just go back and continue to control the rudder. But after a while, the shark acted as if nothing had happened and slapped Lin An's raft with its tail, causing the raft to turn abruptly. Durability -42. Fuck, how could this happen? How could the durability drop so much? After being hit by the shark's tail, a wooden board on the raft lost 42 points of durability, which had never happened before. Lin didn't even react to what happened. The shark pounced again, opened its mouth big enough to fit Lin in, and bit the wooden board, which was only half as durable as before, into pieces. Durability -57. Chapter 48. I really didn't want to be a savior. Did I kill so many sharks that I attracted the ancestors of these man-eating sharks here? The man-eating shark in front of Lin looked to be 7 or 8 meters long. It is completely different from the 3 to 5 meter long man-eating sharks before. Not only is it larger in size, it also looks more intelligent. There is no bloodshot in its eyes, and only the whites of its eyes are exposed. And the attack method was different from the previous behavior of the white shark biting the raft. This shark will swim upwards madly from the seawater, heading towards the center of Lin An's raft. It would also swing its huge tail to sweep Lin and who was standing on the raft. Of course, what surprised Lin the most was the shark's attack can reduce the durability of all the planks on the raft. For example, when it pushes the raft up from the bottom, the durability of all planks is reduced by a small amount. If it uses its tail to hit the edge of the raft, the durability of the wooden board it hits will be reduced by 1 to 50 points. As the shark bit into the raft with its jaws, it only needed 2 bites to splinter a plank. The intermediate bow and arrow are completely useless. Sticking the arrow into it is no different from tickling it. Damn it. The metal arrow could pierce the Shark King's skin, but that was all. Lin had no choice. I can only take out the Yaka arrow. The only weapon he had to deal with the shark was the AKA arrow. But when he took out the Yaka arrow, the shark disappeared directly on the sea. It wasn't long before they started ramming the raft underwater. No head showing at all. I'm very smart and alert. Damn, Ocean World is targeting me on purpose, right? Lin knew very well why he had provoked such a terrifying Shark King. To put it bluntly, he is not innocent at all. There is no use blaming others. I want to see whether you are faster or my raft is faster. Now Lin's raft has nearly 1,000 pieces, and the length and width of his raft are both 30 meters, so the Shark King has to push it from the bottom once. The total durability loss is equivalent to 40 thick wooden boards being needed to repair it. Let King Shark keep pushing forward like this. Lin will be bankrupt in about an hour or 2. So he had no choice but to run away. Once the engine was started and the sails were adjusted, the raft's speed gradually increased to 60 kilometers per hour. The Shark King couldn't continue to push the raft. However, it was still able to follow the weight created by the raft and follow Lin closely. This isn't a solution. Damn it, if you want to kill me, I'll kill your kind. Lin couldn't do anything to this Shark King, but dealing with other man-eating sharks was much easier. On the sea, whenever Lin saw a raft with humans trying to survive, He would approach and kill the small man-eating sharks with an intermediate bow and arrow, or aka arrows. Then they will look for the rafts of other surviving humans. Before you know it, more and more man-eating sharks died from Yaka's arrows. Many people who were trying to survive could also breathe a sigh of relief because of Lin An's help. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 235,781. I saw Lin An. He helped me kill 18 man-eating sharks next to my raft. I saw him too, and he helped me too. Lin An doesn't seem to be a bad person. I thought he was going to kill me after he killed the shark and steal my supplies, but he just left without saying a word. Saint. This is the savior. Lin An's behavior seemed a little strange. After killing the man-eating shark, he circled around my raft. I thought he was going to rob me. It seems like he did the same thing to me. Is Lin An looking for someone? At this time, Lin An really had no time to watch the regional channel. After he killed the white shark next to someone else's raft, he would circle around the other person's raft, not to look for anyone. Lin An wanted to see whether the Shark King would attack other humans who were trying to survive. His real purpose is to divert trouble away. But Lin An was disappointed in the end. The Shark King only has Lin An in his eyes. As long as Lin An's raft slows down a little, the Shark King will push the raft from under the sea. The human survivors that Lin An encountered had no idea that there was an extremely huge Shark King following under Lin An's raft. These people really thought Lin An was saving them. I only have 2 hours of fuel left. I can't possibly try to lure this shark away with shark bait. That would be a waste. Lin An was very upset. He killed other man-eating sharks on the road, but he couldn't anger the Shark King at all. It is very calm. It seems that Lin An killed other sharks, so just kill them. Just when Lin An was at a loss. Suddenly, a small dolphin was jumping on the sea surface a few hundred meters in front of him. At first, Lin An could only see a dot jumping. It was not until he picked up the telescope that he saw that the dolphin was Xiaojun. Xiaojun? No. Even the seabirds in the sky don't dare to appear at this time. Can't you just go back to your nest and hide? Lin An was so worried about himself that he couldn't take care of himself. Now the sudden appearance of Xiaojun the dolphin made him even more anxious. Fortunately, the Shark King only had eyes for Lin An and didn't think about swallowing Xiaojun into his stomach. Even though Lin An's raft was very close to Xiaojun, the Shark King was still moving under the raft. Chapter 49. Dolphins can also be fearless. Xiaojun, stay away and don't follow me. Lin An approached Xiaojun not to see if the Shark King would turn around and attack the dolphin. He just wanted Xiaojun to hear his voice and feel his emotions. Then realized the danger. Just run away. Woo! In order to keep up with the speed of the raft, Xiaojun jumped on the sea and made soft noises. Lin An didn't know what Xiaojun wanted to tell him. Anyway, Xiaojun just wouldn't leave the raft. But Xiaojun shouted for a few minutes. It also disappeared from the sea. Lin An thought Xiaojun sensed danger and left the raft to go to a safer place. But soon, Lin An noticed that the Shark King under the raft was gradually becoming manic. Before, King Shark had been under the raft, moving with it. When it noticed that the raft was slowing down, it suddenly pushed it with its head. However, the current situation is, Lin An could always feel the huge body of the Shark King rubbing against the raft, but the durability of the wooden boards on the raft did not decrease. Is it Xiaojun? No matter how stupid Lin An is, he knows what a control variable is. He had never angered King Shark before, and King Shark had always behaved calmly. Xiaojun disappeared from the sea not long ago. King Shark became manic. It was obvious that Xiaojun was provoking King Shark. Lin An's guess was very accurate. He stopped the raft now, and the Shark King did not attack the raft. Half a minute later, when Xiaojun jumped out of the sea again, Lin An could already see a dark shadow chasing after her from under the raft. Xiaojun, that's not necessary. Jane the dolphin angered the Queen of Sharks and did not stay away from the raft. Even though it is a little faster than King Shark, it didn't even think about leading the Shark King away. Xiaojun was circling about 20 or 30 meters away from the raft and would jump out of the sea every 10 seconds. But every time it jumps out of the sea, it slows down. The Shark King would also open his bloody mouth and bite Xiaojun fiercely. Xiaojun escaped from the shark's mouth again and again. Seeing that Lin An didn't move, she called out again. Woo! Lin An knew that Xiaojun was asking him to take out the Yaka arrow and find a way to kill the Shark King. The reason he hadn't taken action was that he wasn't sure. Xiaojun and King Shark are both very fast. It's not possible to kill the Shark King just because Lin An says he can. Xiaojun is risking her life to help me. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to at least give it a try. Lin An decisively took out the Yaka arrow and blew the arrow whistle. Bang! The speed of the Yaka arrow suddenly exceeded the speed of sound, causing a sonic boom to sound in the air. But it's just that fast. The Aka arrow still failed to hit the Shark King accurately. Linen tried a few more times. The closest it came was when it just brushed past the Shark King's skin. It is extremely difficult to hit a creature moving at high speed, especially the last time, when Linen almost succeeded. The Shark King seemed to suddenly wake up, start fleeing directly into the depths of the ocean. It swam as quickly as possible to a place where Linen could not see it, then dived under the raft and began to attack the raft angrily. Fuck, I failed. Linen thought he had no chance to kill the Shark King. However, Xiaojin did something that surprised Linen greatly. Xiaojin actually crashed into a collection net on Linen's raft, and then used her body to scratch the nails on the collection net. Linen is not a saintly person. Today alone, hundreds of man-eating sharks have died because of him or killed by him. Among those humans who tried to survive, 1 or 2 died at Linen's hands. And he himself calls himself the villain. But now, a little dolphin was so selfless for him that even Linen, who didn't know how to spell the word kindness, was moved. Xiaojin, Linen, will never give up a grudge and will repay a favor. Since you've helped me so much today, I'll cover your food for the rest of your life. At this time, Linen was also really angry. He saw Xiaojin was willing to hurt herself to help him. Now he focused his attention completely, his 2 pairs of eyes staring at the sea like an eagle's eyes. His mouth also held the whistle arrow tightly, with his lips slightly open. When he saw Xiaojin reappear with a trail of blood, his nerves were also tense along with Xiaojin's. The next moment, the figure of Shark King appears. Xiaojin wanted Lin and to hit the Shark King with 1 shot. The route you swim out is a straight line. The positions of Xiaojin, Shark King, and Lin and form a straight line. Bang! The Yaka arrow flew out at supersonic speed again, and this time it directly penetrated into the body of the Shark King with an afterimage. The moment Lin saw the Yaka arrow disappear, he made a quick decision. Changed the pitch of the arrow whistle. Lin started to blow some nonsense in fear. The purpose, of course, is to make the Yaka arrow run wild in the Shark King's body. Woo-woo. A very painful whimper penetrated the air from underwater. The Shark King's huge body began to roll continuously to relieve its pain. I thought you didn't feel pain either. Seeing the Shark King struggling in his death throes, Linen finally felt relieved. Without Xiaojin's help, he would never have been able to injure the Shark King like this. Shoo! Linen watched the Shark King sinking into the water. He thought that the Aka arrow was still in the Shark King's stomach. Then the arrow whistle was blown again. The Aka arrow, which was still in the Shark King's abdominal cavity, slowly floated up with the Shark King's body, which seemed to weigh dozens of tons. Wow, it's huge. At this point, King Shark appears to be dead. Blood and pieces of flesh kept flowing out of its mouth, and it looked like its internal organs were completely shattered by the Yaka arrow. Linen stood next to the Shark King and found that he was only as long as its fins. He felt a little insignificant at the time. Holy crap, this really is a Shark King. I can even collect its scales and teeth. When Linen saw that the Shark King's teeth and body were covered with a layer of green halo, he touched it with his hand and saw some information. Man-eating Shark King shield scale, collectible. Note, you need an axe or knife to collect the Shark King's shield scales. Sharp teeth of the Great Shark King, collectible. Note, you need a pickaxe or an axe to collect the Shark King's teeth. Shark scales are different from those of most fish, and Linen doesn't know what their use is. Wait, it looks like there's something in King Shark's stomach. Linen took a pickaxe and planned to dig out the Shark King's teeth first. Then I saw a box stuck in King Shark's esophagus. Chapter 50. Kill monsters and get treasures. That's amazing. Killing monsters and getting treasures, right? To be honest, if these sharks hadn't insisted on killing Linen, Linen wouldn't have killed them. Shark meat is very unpalatable, and some edible small sharks have to undergo special processing before they can be turned into dishes. Some people say that shark fins can be made into shark fins. But shark fin itself has no nutritional value and no taste. It takes quite some time to make. Linen would rather eat bread than shark fin. In the past on Earth, if the fins used to make shark fins came from grass carp or silver carp, Linen could guarantee that few people would eat them. But now, Linen killed the Shark King and found that the Shark King was full of treasures. He suddenly had a new understanding of the creatures living in the ocean world. Titanium treasure chest? Damn, the name sounds awesome. Linen put half of his body into the Shark King's mouth and forcibly pulled out the treasure chest that was stuck in the Shark King's esophagus. Then Linen squatted directly on the raft and bent down to open the treasure chest. This treasure chest is not very big. When I opened it, I found a parchment scroll, a key, and a blueprint inside. Woo! Linen was still wondering what this parchment scroll was. Xiaojin next to her suddenly shouted. Let Linen remember that Xiaojin was injured. Damn it, it's all my fault. Xiaojun, wait a minute, I'll get you some hemostatic ointment. The only ointment used to treat illnesses and wounds in the parchment book was made of clay and bird eggs. He ate the 2 bird eggs that Lin and had made before. So in order to make the ointment, he immediately went to the trading house and bought 2 bird eggs. Then he made an ointment that he said could heal wounds, stop bleeding, and suppuration. Lin didn't care whether it would work or not. He applied the ointment on Xiaojun's wound. Then he was worried that the sea water would wash away the ointment, so he used grapevine sticky substance to press down the ointment. Alright, don't stray too far from the raft these next 2 days. I'll change your medicine every day until your injuries are completely healed. Lin patted Xiaojun's head and explained everything to her very carefully. He knew Xiaojun could understand what he said. It's just that he was very stupid and couldn't understand the dolphin's intention at the first time. Okay, go play over there. I'll take care of the spoils first. Lin pointed to the titanium treasure chest and told Xiaojun that he was going to get to work next. Could this scroll also be a treasure map? It's really rare to find a treasure map in a treasure chest. Lin first took out the scroll and then untied the rope tied to it. Secret Sea Chart can guide you to a secret place lost in the ocean world. This was the first time Lin knew about the secret realm. It was actually not much different from a treasure map. The treasure map was a sea chart that guided humans to find treasure chests, and this secret realm map could help people find a secret realm. The key in the titanium treasure chest comes with the sea chart. Key to the secret realm. The key to open the door to the secret realm. The remaining blueprint was the advanced building hammer blueprint that Lin had been thinking about. Do you use blueprints? Please note, once a blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Yes. You have activated the advanced construction hammer manufacturing page. Compared to some secret map, I still prefer a real blueprint. This is an advanced construction hammer. It can make Lin An's life in the ocean world change from barbarism to civilization. Let Lin An truly have a home that can shelter him from the wind and rain. After taking away these 3 treasures, Lin An also collected the titanium treasure chests. Obtain titanium ingot 8. Titanium ingots are a rarer metal than metal ingots and copper ingots. Up to now, Lin An has never heard of anyone getting this thing. At present, Lin An only knows that titanium ingots have one use. That is to make battery chargers. It can be said that it is of no use. Because there is a charger, there also needs to be something to generate electricity. It's impossible for Lin An to get a metal stick and point it at the sky every day, waiting for God to send down a lightning bolt to strike him. First, build the advanced building, then transform the raft into a wooden boat. Lin An had plenty of materials and was not worried about not being able to build a wooden boat. Soon, a hammer made of all metal appeared in Lin An's hand. He suspected that the hammer used to build wooden boats could even be used to kill people. The advanced construction hammer is really heavy. It is detected that you already have an advanced construction hammer. Do you want to upgrade the raft? Note, if the materials are insufficient, the raft upgrade will fail. Hey, I'll first go and exchange all the extra metal ores for metal ingots, then turn the metal ingots into nails and bolts and upgrade them. Lin An mined the metal ore in the morning. With his furnace, it was impossible to turn all the metal ore into metal ingots within a few hours. So Lin An could only lose a little metal ore and exchange all the metal ore for metal ingots on the trading house. Wait until all the materials are prepared. Lin on site clicked the upgrade button. Upgrade. These 2 words are the most powerful words Lin An has said since he arrived at Ocean World. The 30-meter square raft began to change constantly because of these 2 words. The wooden board under Lin An's feet continued to rise. Thanks to friends like Alex, Lin An knew in advance that before upgrading the wooden boat, he should not make the raft too big or too small. 30 meters in length and width should be just right. Just half a minute passed. The wooden board under Lin An's feet was nearly 4 meters above the sea level. Wooden side panels also appeared on both sides. The front planks were sharpened and the back planks were widened. The rudder moved to the back of the boat, and the sail remained standing in the middle of the boat. Behind the sail, a wooden house appeared, and a wooden door creaked in the sea breeze. There are wooden steps on both sides of the house. The rudder is on the roof of this house. The Black Pearl. When Lin An was upgrading the raft, the only image in his mind was the Black Pearl from Pirates of the Caribbean. Then the appearance of his wooden boat was actually getting closer to the Black Pearl. However, the Black Pearl has 3 masts and 3 sails, while Lin An's ship only has 1 sail. Because of this change, Lin An immediately sent a message to Alex. Lin An, when you built the boat, did it become what you imagined in your mind? Alex, you built a boat too? I didn't realize it until you mentioned it, but it looks pretty similar to the Bachelor's Bash. If I had known this would happen, why didn't I think of a warship? Damn, but it's okay. It's just a wooden boat now. I can always upgrade it to a steel boat in the future. There's still room for improvement. Chapter 51 My Black Pearl. Bite. Ocean World's fifth world broadcast detected that the survivalist Lin and has upgraded the raft to a wooden boat. Since the number of wooden ships remaining in the ocean world has reached 99, after the natural disaster ends, the ocean world rankings will be opened. The ranking list will comprehensively rank the various aspects of the survival humans. Wait until Lin and's wooden boat is completely upgraded. The ocean world also started to make announcements. At that time, Lin stood there in a daze and began to think. He wasn't thinking about the rankings, but about the fact that there were already 99 wooden ships in the ocean world. When Lin upgraded the raft, he felt that even if he was not the second person to build a wooden boat after Alex, he should be in the top 10. Now it seems that he is only just ranked in the top 100. It seems that there are still many powerful people in the ocean world. Lin actually didn't know one thing, that he was one of the first 10 people to use the advanced construction hammer to upgrade the raft into a wooden boat. The other 90 wooden ships, well, how should I put it? They were all built by the survivalists who had experience in shipbuilding. The boats they built themselves were as big as 8 meters and as small as 2 meters, which were not as good as rafts. But there is one huge advantage to building your own boat. It means that you can break away from the rules and restrictions of the ocean world. All they needed was a stone, which they could use as a hammer, and a thick plank could be split into many planks. A 1-meter square deck on Lin and's wooden boat requires 8 thick wooden boards. Those who know how to build a boat only need to put 2 thick wooden boards together. However, there are actually some disadvantages in doing so. If you bypass the rules set by the ocean world and rely on your own strength, you will not be able to enjoy the protection that the ocean world provides you. Like a raft, no matter how hard the shark hits it, it won't capsize. The most it will do is reduce durability. But those man-made rafts and wooden boats really capsized when several sharks pushed against them. If the wooden boat they made was large, like Lin and's boat, 7 or 8 meters wide and more than 30 meters long, there would naturally be no need to worry about being hit by sharks. But they can't make it. Bite. You have upgraded the raft to a wooden boat. Except for the sails and engines, all onboard equipment has one chance to move. The raft has become a wooden boat, and all the facilities that were previously on the raft are now crowded on the deck, almost filling it up. Then Lin was given the opportunity to replan. The sail and the rudder are one and the same and cannot be changed. The propeller is integrated with the engine and cannot be modified. But even if he could change, Lin would not change. You can't put the propeller and engine on the bow of the boat. If you do that, Lin probably doesn't want to swim in the sea, but wants to fly in the sky. Move Dolly and Xiao Bai to the cabin, and then take care of King Shark. Lin was in a hurry to upgrade the raft, so he didn't care about the resources that could be collected from the Shark King. Instead, he used an AKA arrow to make a hole in the Shark King's head, then passed a rope through the hole and tied the Shark King to the raft. Lin doesn't have anything urgent to do now. Let's move Dolly and Xiaobai first. That's also to make them more comfortable. Soon, Lin finished the work at hand and began to use the AKA arrow to hoist the Shark King onto the deck to prepare for the dissection. This Yaka arrow is really useful. Ever since Lin used the Yaka arrow to bring the entire body of the Shark King out of the sea, he discovered a new use for the Yaka arrows. This Yaka arrow can be used as a crane. For something like the Shark King that can penetrate into the body, let the Yaka arrow drill into its stomach, then blow the arrow whistle and lift up the Shark King's body. For those that cannot be penetrated, you can also try tying a few ropes between the Yaka arrow and the heavy object and secure it. Too strong. You say it's not as good as a rare bow? I don't believe it. When the Shark King was carried to the center of the deck by the Yaka arrow, Lin mouth was wide with smile. There is such a weapon. When the rankings come out, he will definitely be number 1. Next, Lin used an intermediate axe and a pickaxe to dig out all the teeth and shield scales from the Shark King. Obtain Man-Eating Shark King Shield Scale 84. Man-Eating Shark King Shield Scale can be used to make leather armor and leather shields. Obtain Shark King Sharp Teeth 524. Sharp teeth of the Great Shark King can be used to make daggers and arrows. They are all good things, and Lin really needs them. After this natural disaster, Lin began to realize that having good weapons and good defensive equipment is actually very important. This shark has thousands of teeth, but they're only collecting the outermost row? How stingy. Lin was actually very satisfied in his heart, but he was still cursing. After he collected the Shark King's shield scales and teeth, the Shark King's body suddenly became soft and limp, and he instantly lost his kingly aura. Since Lin didn't want to eat shark meat, He directly controlled the Yaka arrow to move the Shark King to the surface of the sea and then threw it down. The huge body of the Shark King fell into the sea, splashing water 7 or 8 meters high. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. When you're dead, you're dead. Don't find another old man to seek revenge on me. I still want to live a few more years. Lin waved goodbye to the slowly sinking body of the Shark King. I also pray that there is no Shark King behind the Shark King. After killing those small man-eating sharks today and facing the arrival of such a big Shark King, Lin was exhausted. Now, his raft has been upgraded to a wooden boat. It was time for him to sleep soundly. He didn't want a bigger and stronger shark to appear and attack him in the middle of the night. The water purifier should be placed in my bedroom. The barbecue grill can stay on the deck, and the large earthenware pot should also be placed on the deck to get some sun. Lin rediscovered the joy of decorating his home and began to work on the wooden boat. During this period, he also became familiar with the structure of the entire wooden boat. The room on the stern deck is Lin's bedroom. Directly below this room are facilities such as biofuel tanks, biofuel refiners, and engines. It is called the power room of the entire ship. In front of this cabin is the largest space in the entire ship. Lin temporarily placed most of the facilities here. Then they also marked out an area for Dolly and Xiaobai as their sheepfold. As for the bottom, there is another layer. It is specially used for storing miscellaneous items. This is what the ship looks like now. Because of the upgrade, the speed has been reduced a lot. Lin imitated the Black Pearl again. He added 2 sails to his boat. An intermediate sail is placed in the front half of the boat, and a primary sail is placed behind the rudder. In this way, the basic construction of the entire ship has been completed. Chapter 52. Not letting people sleep well. At night, the sky is full of stars. It was probably because Lin killed the Shark King. There were no signs of any white shark activity next to the wooden boat. Xiaojin was cruising beside the boat and did not dive into the sea. It was searching for various resources for Lin. The collection net built earlier is now attached to the hull of the wooden boat. Let all the resources that collided with the wooden boat enter Lin's warehouse. Since your appearance is based on the Black Pearl, I'll just call you Pearl from now on. Lin certainly wouldn't really name his ship the Black Pearl. He is not Captain Jack. He is Lin. Moreover, the sails of the Black Pearl are black, while the sails of Lin's ship are white. It would be more appropriate to call it the Pearl. This secret realm is extremely far away from me. After he had some free time, Lin finally had time to carefully study the secret sea map. He used a compass to find the exact direction of the secret realm, and then discovered that the secret realm was at least 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers away from him. We can go now? It will take 2 days. I just don't know when this barrier will disappear. Lin didn't think that the diameter of the area he was in could be as long as 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers. If the diameter of an area can be 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, how big is the ocean world? It must be several times larger than the Earth. It doesn't seem very realistic. Byte. Ocean World Regional Report. The number of survivors in your area has fallen below 120,000, and the loss of human survivors has exceeded 90. The shark disaster has ended prematurely. Regional protection has been enabled in your area. You can go to other areas, but survivors in other areas cannot enter your area before the disaster ends. Note: once you enter other areas, you will continue to be attacked by white sharks. Haha, this is the protection mechanism being triggered. Turns out bottoming out is real. Ocean World is really bad. Lin's mood suddenly became better, not because he was happy that he could go find the secret realm. He discovered that the ocean world was really evil. Worse than him. That's why I smiled happily. Now the entire ocean world is bravely fighting against the man-eating sharks because they don't want to be the fish on the chopping board of others. As a result, this kind of report suddenly appeared in the area where Lin was. Isn't it just that SeaWorld wants to tell other survivors that they want the shark plague to end quickly? If more people die, it will end. If this is not considered bad, then people like Lin can truly become saints. Really. Shortly after this announcement, all the orders for selling thick planks, metal ingots, and metal fragments on the trading house disappeared at once. Those orders were then put back on the shelves. It's just that the resources required by this group of sellers are 10 to 100 times more than before. There is a lack of a strategic rear warehouse like the trading house. Many of the people trying to survive in the ocean world could no longer hold on. Lin also took advantage of this opportunity to make a small fortune. He put 90 of the thick wooden boards he had on him on the trading house. It is said to be 90 thick wooden boards, but there is actually not much left after the wooden boat is built. Consumption: thick wood planks 114. Obtain: metal ingots 114. I probably never imagined in my lifetime that thick planks and metal ingots could be traded on a one-to-one basis. Lennon smiled in his heart, and then he did not forget to adjust the course of the pearl, letting the pearl head towards the secret realm. Bite. You have entered a new area. The channel in your region has been changed. Not long after nightfall, Lennon harvested the corn in the super farm and caught the black croaker in a net, and then he heard the prompt sound. He has now left his original sea area and entered a new sea area. Well, luckily, there's wind. It looks like the shark crisis in ocean world has entered its second phase. Lennon walked out of his bedroom and saw that the speed of the pearl had not slowed down, so he knew that the wind on the sea was still very strong. He took out the parchment book and looked at it again. There are currently 280,000 people alive in this area. There shouldn't be any sharks so blind as to attack my pearl. These 999 points of durability on the planks are more than those little sharks can consume. Upgrading from a raft to a wooden boat, the durability of each wooden board on the boat is increased tenfold. Lennon had just entered this area and didn't notice much movement on the sea. He was not afraid of sharks attacking him, so I thought I could go back to sleep. Wait until you wake up the next day. Biofuel refiners can also refine corn cobs into biofuel. At that time, let the pearl head to the secret realm at full speed. Lennon was also very tired after the whole day. He has been fighting wits and courage with the great white shark, and has also been practicing hard to control the Yaka arrow. He now has sore muscles all over his body and his cheeks are swollen. You really need to have a good rest. He was physically tired, and it was the first time in a while that Lennon slept in a real room. He fell asleep quickly. Boom, 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 boom. While sleeping, Lennon felt a very rhythmic sound coming from his ears, so he woke up immediately. He propped himself up on his hands, sat up on the bed, and looked out the window. I discovered that there was a flickering fire outside. Boom, boom, boom. The hull also felt like it was being hit. Rema Belasamijwa. I could hear someone talking outside the bedroom. Lennon did not dare to relax. He stepped lightly on the wooden board with bare feet, picked up the intermediate axe from beside him, placed the Yaka arrow horizontally on the bed, and held the whistle arrow in his mouth. Lennon quietly walked to the bedroom door and hid, and also opened the parchment book. I told you long ago, let's get rid of that dolphin first. It keeps hitting the boat. It must be sick. Why are you still talking so much? If it wants to ram the ship, then do it. Let's find the owner of this ship quickly and kill him. Then this ship will be ours. Well, let's find someone. Saka, you go check out the captain's cabin. Bella, come with me to the cabin below. I have a feeling he might be sleeping down there for his own safety. Yes, Boss Davis. Yes, boss. Listening to the sounds, Lennon discovered that there were 3 people who secretly climbed onto the pearl in the middle of the night. One is called Saka, one is called Bella, and the leader is called Davis. The person currently making their way to his room was that Saka. I knew there would be a pirate gang on the sea, and I encountered one today. Luckily, I have Xiaojin. Lennon was very grateful that the dolphin Xiaojin could save his life at this time. If Xiaojin hadn't kept crashing into the boat, he would probably have been chopped to death by an axe in his sleep. Chapter 53 Pirates Black Technology. Squeak. The bedroom door was pushed open. The pirate named Saka walked in directly with a swagger. Huh? There's a bed and a pillow here. Where did the person go? Hey, this arrow on the bed looks like a good thing. Once I take this arrow, I'll be the boss. Huh? Lennon saw the red-haired white man named Saka holding a torch and walking towards his bed step by step, completely unaware that there was a living person behind the door watching him. Lennon didn't hesitate and blew the arrow whistle directly. The Yaka arrow sensed the whistle and immediately started to move, whooshing straight through Saka's abdomen. Saka was distracted and suddenly found that the Yaka arrow on the bed was gone, and then he felt something wet on his stomach. So he lowered his head to look at his stomach. In the light of the fire, a stream of blood spurted out from his stomach and splashed directly onto his cheek. Saka, who realized it belatedly, screamed, dropped the torch in his hand, and tried desperately to stop the wound from which blood was gushing out. But at this moment, Lennon rushed over and chopped Saka's back hard with an intermediate axe. In a moment, Saka's entire back directly split into 2 pieces. He fell straight to the ground and moved his mouth, trying to alert his companions of the danger, but no sound came out. Shoo! Lennon dealt with a pirate and summoned back the Yaka arrow. There are still 2 pirates left to deal with. Lennon thought for a moment and hid behind the door again. Soon, the 2 guys heard screams from above and quickly ran up from below. Saka, is that you yelling? Boss, we must have offended a tough guy. This guy has everything on his boat, including an engine. Holy shit. Could he be Lennon? So what if it's Lennon? Did you see those 2 sheep? Kill Lennon, and we'll each take one of those 2 sheep. Okay, let's kill Lennon. Davis and Bella were shouting frantically outside, and they refused to throw away the torches in their hands. The 2 men standing on the deck holding torches. What does it look like? Right, like a target. Oh, Lennon put the Yaka arrow in his hand on the ground, then gently pushed it with his hand, letting it roll to the side of the door. He blew the arrow whistle again, and the AKA arrow flew directly out of the bedroom and circled around the deck. When the AKA arrow flew back to Lin An's hand, Davis and Bella also fell on the deck. My accuracy is getting better and better. I can actually shoot both of them in the head. Lennon walked out of the bedroom and looked at the bodies of Davis and Bella. It was discovered that the wounds on both of them were on their ears. Originally, Lennon wanted to control the Yaka arrow to penetrate their temples, but it hit their ears instead. This level of accuracy is already very high. From now on, Lennon will be able to shoot someone in the temple whenever he wants. It is estimated that there will be no more opponents for him on the sea. After resolving this small crisis, Lennon quickly walked to the side of the ship and knocked hard on the outside of the ship. Xiaojin, thank you for still protecting me. I have killed the person who tried to attack me. In less than a day, the dolphin Xiaojin saved Lennon twice. Lennon could no longer describe Xiaojin as a benefactor. This is a relative, and they have to be immediate family members. Woo! Xiaojin emerged from the sea, shouted with joy, and then dived back down. Lennon threw a black croaker that he had previously harvested from the super fishery to Xiaojin to eat. Then he went back to his room. This time, Lennon was no longer so careless. He first threw the bodies of the 3 people into the sea, then blocked the entrance to the cabin, and then stuffed a handful of metal arrows into the handle of the bedroom door. In this way, even if someone sneaked onto his boat in the middle of the night, it would be impossible for them to enter the cabin and his bedroom quietly. As for whether someone would set fire directly on the ship, directly destroy Lin An's boat. At this point, he wasn't really worried. Who would leave such a large ship and so many resources behind and rather burn it down than destroy the ship? Before going to bed, use up these 3 guys' parchment books. Just when Lennon was about to report to Xiaojin that he was safe, he saw that the 3 pirates had tied their raft to their own collection net. It was the middle of the night, and it was so dark outside that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Lennon definitely wouldn't go down to search for resources. But Lennon got the parchment book carried by the 3 pirates. Bite. An ownerless parchment book has been detected. Synthesis or not? Synthesis. The parchment book was synthesized successfully. You have activated the advanced axe, advanced seawater purifier, intermediate diving suit, and primary radar manufacturing pages. Obtain. Thickwood planks 419. Primary treasure map 1. As expected of a pirate. So damn rich. Damn. Was the axe Davis had tucked into his pants just now a high-end axe? I'm so fucking at a loss. There's also a treasure map. This island seems to be quite far away. No wonder they didn't look for an island. And the radar? Oh my god. Get up early tomorrow and check on their raft. Maybe we can move the radar aboard the Pearl. After hearing this series of information, Lennon realized that he could not make money by being a pirate and robbing ordinary people. You have to rob these pirates to get rich. Seriously, these 3 pirates together have more resources than Lennon. Of course, this is because Lennon had just finished building the wooden boat. Just now, Lennon was disgusted by Davis sticking an axe in his crotch. He thought it was too disgusting and didn't even touch it. After seeing that your advanced axe manufacturing page has been activated, he finally understood why Davis could stick the axe in his crotch. Davis is placing his most powerful weapon next to his most precious organ. It seemed that Davis was also on guard against Sokka and Bella. Davis was able to become the boss among the 3, probably because of that high-level axe. In addition, Lennon also activated the radar manufacturing page. If you want to be a real pirate in the ocean world, radar is definitely an essential facility on board. This is the black technology that all pirates want. Before today, Lennon relied on a mid-level telescope to see if there were other rafts on the sea. Starting tomorrow, he can use radar. That primary treasure map was a small surprise. Lennon took a look. The location of the island is right on the way to the secret realm. Tomorrow, after the biofuel is refined, we can cross this area and find this island. Put up the planks and go to sleep. Lennon lay on the boat, opened the trading house, put some resources he had just obtained on the trading house, and then closed his eyes to rest again. Chapter 54 Sign in, Bluefin Tuna. Bite. You have entered a new area. The channel in your region has been changed. Bite. The order you placed on the trading platform has been taken. Consumption. Thickwood plank 419. Obtain. Metal ingot 419. The day after the shark attack, Lennon was woken up by the system's prompt sound early in the morning. but he didn't have any urge to curse. On the contrary, I think this is a good thing. It's so comfortable. This is the difference between a wooden boat and a raft. With a boat, I can keep it sailing even at night, but with a raft, I wouldn't dare to do that. Lennon suddenly said this, and some people might not understand why the raft could not move at night. The reason is actually very simple. If you were sleeping, the raft continued to drift at night. Whenever you encounter other humans trying to survive, isn't that equivalent to putting your life in someone else's hands? So in the ocean world, the unspoken rule is that at night, the anchor is dropped to keep the raft fixed in one place. Even people with bad intentions basically do this. After all, people always need to sleep. If those bad guys also choose to act at night, they may not be able to bear it during the day and need to rest. If they take a nap during the day, they may become the ones who face life and death crisis. There are very few people like Davis and his gang who we met last night in the ocean world. The three of them were together, so of course one or two of them could always rest, while the other one would keep watch. After a night of sailing, Lennon took out the primary treasure map again and suddenly found that he was very close to the island. 20 minutes at most. The Pearl can then sail to the island with the bronze treasure chest. Feed Dolly and Whitey, transfer the biofuel to the biofuel tank, and then you can go treasure hunting. Lennon was in a good mood. He was able to find a small island before the man-eating shark disaster ended, and it was an island that seemed to be covered with green plants. This could be described as Lennon's extreme luck. If he could get 1,000 thick wooden boards, Lennon would be like having dug up a rich mine. After completing all the daily work on the ship, Lennon has not forgotten his old profession. Bite. Host, please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain bluefin tuna fry 3. Fuck, it feels good. This is bluefin tuna. Lennon hasn't received any sign-in rewards related to the farm or fishery from the bulletin board for several days. Today, he directly signed in for 3 bluefin tuna fry, which made Lennon very happy. I've talked about it before. Super fishery is the same as super farm. Expansion is required to activate the corresponding seeds and fry in the store. Lennon can only become eligible to purchase these bluefin tuna fry when he has converted all available land near the super fishery into fish ponds. That's why Lennon is very happy now. When the bluefin tuna grows up, it's a good choice whether to eat it yourself or sell it. Lennon walked to the fish pond with a smile and quickly harvested the black croaker he had put in before going to bed last night. Obtain black croaker 28. Dig that piece of land next to it. Yesterday, I exchanged some thick planks for a lot of metal ingots. Now these metal ingots have a use. Consumption, metal ingot 300. Congratulations to the host on completing the expansion of your super fishery. The farm store has unlocked the purchase rights for grouper fry for you. Now the super fish farm can already hold 5 fish fry. So Lennon bought 2 grouper fry and 3 bluefin tuna fry and threw them all into the fish pond. 3 days to mature is way too long. The grouper fry next to it can be harvested in just 8 hours. But bluefin tuna takes 72 hours. Lennon, who was eager to eat bluefin tuna, still felt a little unhappy. However, when he left the super farm and returned to the ocean world, his mood improved when he saw the emerald green island appearing in front of him. The ship can't get close to the island. We have to build a raft to get ashore. Oh right, I almost forgot the most important thing. Lennon held an intermediate construction hammer and planned to build a raft so that he could row to the island. It suddenly occurred to him that the raft of Davis and the other 3 pirates was still tied to the Pearl's collection net. What a kind man. I shouldn't have thrown your bodies into the sea to feed the sharks yesterday. I should have brought you to this island to rot. After all, fallen leaves return to their roots. Lennon felt touched when he thought that Davis and the others not only gave him many gifts, but also helped him prepare for landing on the island. There are still many good people in the world. After Lennon threw the anchor down, he climbed up the collection net and onto Davis and his crew's raft. People die and things disappear, but you, the man-eating sharks, still don't let go of other people's rafts. It's a sin. As soon as Lennon jumped onto the raft, a man-eating shark came over to bite the wooden board. He knew that he had attracted the shark, so he used the aka arrow to quickly get rid of the man-eating shark that was gnawing at the wooden board. Only then did he look at the large raft composed of 3 rafts with peace of mind. Davis, Saka, and Bella tied the rafts together with ropes. Then we also made 3 sails to make the raft faster. The facilities on the raft are also very complete, and there are no duplicates. For example, if there is already a seawater purifier, the other 2 of the 3 people will not build another seawater purifier. All facilities on the raft are shared by 3 people. Doing this can save a lot of resources. Ocean World is really thoughtful. This radar allows me to move directly back to the ship. Lennon didn't care about the other facilities on the raft at all. He focused all his eyes on searching for the primary radar. Once he finds the radar that looks similar to a TV, he can just move it with his hands and take it away. The 7-inch monitor is huge, and the radar antenna is on top of the sail. Forget it. I'll move it after I get back from the island. Lennon thought that the radar antenna and display could not be placed in the warehouse. Carrying it back and forth is a waste of time. So they opened the sail on the raft and headed towards the island. It's strange. Lennon got off the boat and onto the raft today. No one saw the dolphin Xiaojin nearby. He didn't think much about it. After all, a man-eating shark had just appeared near the pearl, so it was understandable that Xiaojin hid to avoid it. Chapter 55 Thanks to Davis. Sunny beach, sea breeze and palm trees. The moment Lennon set foot on the island, he thought he had arrived in Hawaii. The white sand beach looks a bit dazzling under the morning sunlight. The resources are quite abundant. Lennon took a telescope and observed the interior of the island. He found that the number of palm trees that could be cut down accounted for more than half of the palm forest. Moreover, this island was surrounded by white sand beaches, and the area of the palm forest was very large. On the entire island, black rocks can only be seen in the middle area. In addition, in the palm grove, there are not only palm trees, but also coconut trees. This means that Lennon may not have to drink fresh water and milk every day. He will have a new option in the future, which is to drink coconut milk. First, let's see where the bronze treasure chest is. Lennon spread out the primary treasure map and then frowned. He was very far away from the bronze treasure chest. He needed to go through the center of the island and go to the beach on the other side to find the bronze treasure chest. I can only speed up, alas. Lennon held an axe in one hand and a yaka arrow in the other. He also had a metal detector and a parchment book on his waist and a telescope around his neck. He started running towards the other side of the island regardless of anything. He ran through dense palm trees and through exposed metal deposits. After running for half an hour, he finally crossed the island and reached another beach. Along the way, Lennon saw many collectible resources, putting aside the 2 sheep he met on the second island. This island is the most resource-rich island Lennon has ever seen, and there are also living things on this island. Rats and coconut crabs. Lennon didn't have time to catch them now, otherwise he would really like to catch 2 mice and keep them as pets on the pearl. There are fewer land creatures to see in the sea. After a long time, suddenly seeing a gray mouse, Lennon thought it was cute. Where's the treasure chest? Isn't it marked on this beach? It should be right at my feet. Lennon looked at the treasure map for a long time. His character mark on the map completely overlapped with the treasure chest mark. But Lennon just couldn't see where the treasure chest was. He thought briefly and stepped on the sand. It feels like this treasure chest can only be buried in the sand. So he took out a pickaxe from the parchment book and dug hard at the sand under his feet. Ding! The hole dug by the pickaxe was big enough to bury Lennon in it. Only then did they dig out the bronze treasure chest. Lennon took great pains to move the bronze treasure chest out, then collapsed directly on the beach. I'm so tired. I must put fitness on my schedule. No matter how similar the ocean world is to the game, Lennon's body is still that of an ordinary person. To put it bluntly, he is not even as good as an ordinary person. Before crossing over, he was a game maker. He never went out or exercised all day. The slightest movement would soak his clothes with sweat. The fact that he could stay in the ocean world for so long with this physical fitness was the result of Lin and strong willpower. Open the treasure chest first. It's so heavy, there must be something good inside. Lennon did not open the treasure chest in the dug sand pit, because he was worried that if the things in the treasure chest were seeds, the seawater in the sand pit would wet the seeds. After all, it's a primary treasure map. Lennon didn't expect to find any treasure in the treasure chest. He simply opened the lid of the box, and sure enough, there were 2 heavy cloth bags inside. You can tell at a glance that they are all seeds. Under the cloth bag is a blueprint, which is a must-have item in a treasure chest. 2 big bags of corn seeds? Oh my god, now I feel like I'm the child of destiny again. Lennon happily put away the 2 large bags of corn seeds, and wondered whether he should build some more large earthen pots on the pearl to grow corn. Then he picked up the blueprint at the bottom of the treasure chest. Flashlight blueprint. Holy crap, that's pretty cool. When Lennon saw that the things in the treasure chest were what he really needed, his spirits perked up again. Consumption, primary treasure map. Obtain, copper ingots 9. After collecting the bronze treasure chest, Lennon began to plunder the island frantically. He just had one idea. Chop it all. Dig it all. Touch it all. There is a metal mine in the middle of the island, and most of it is covered with palm trees and coconut trees. There are also coconut crabs that can be caught. There is a lot of sand and clay that can be collected on the beach, and there is also soil in the palm trees. Such a rich island, under Lin and's crazy collection. Soon, it became sparse. I'll see where you're going, little mouse. Lennon had already started catching mice on the island in the afternoon. The little mouse he was talking about was actually a big rat about 20 to 30 centimeters long. In order to catch the mouse, Lennon made a shell trap next to the mouse hole. Whenever a mouse runs out of its hole, it will be covered by half of the giant clam's shell. To get the mice hiding in the holes to come out, Lennon used a pickaxe to start digging right above the rat hole. He didn't believe that the hole dug by the rat could create an underground palace on the island. The only natural enemy of these mice on the island is the coconut crab. They themselves also feed on coconut crabs. So the rat hole was not very deep. Lennon dug the soil and kicked it hard with his feet, forcing the mouse in the hole out, and it burrowed into the shell. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse in the shell found itself trapped and began to run around and scream frantically. But Lennon had one foot on the shell. Make sure the mouse can't escape. Afterwards, Lennon packed the mouse in 2 shells, tied it tightly with a rope, and carried it all the way back to the beach to prepare to return to the Pearl. If someone could see Lennon from a distance, they would be able to see a ball half a meter away on the long rope behind Lennon. These balls are not the coconuts that Lennon picked, but it was the coconut crab he caught. They are all alive. For some reason, he couldn't put it in the storage room, so he tied it up with a rope and dragged it back to the raft. It's another fruitful day. We can have grilled coconut crab tonight. Thinking of the tender crab meat of the coconut crab, Lennon couldn't help but drool. He is able to receive so many gifts from nature today. It's all because of Davis. My benefactor, if you were still alive, I would definitely treat you to coconut crab. After moving everything onto his own boat, Lennon looked at the 7-inch monitor placed next to his rudder and the radar antenna that was constantly rotating on the top of the sail, and his gratitude to Davis overflowed in his heart. This was the first time in Lennon's life that she had developed feelings for a foreign man. Chapter 56, Rank 6th. The detection range is only 2 kilometers? Never mind. Since you're using a basic radar, I won't say anything. Lennon looked at the 7-inch TV. In addition to a large green dot showing his Pearl, there were also small white dots showing the surrounding rafts. As for units that pose a threat to you, they will be marked with small red dots on the radar. As for what constitutes a threatening unit, there is only one rule for judgment. See if the other party is coming towards the Pearl. If the opponent's target is the Pearl, the radar will mark it red. It also has an alarm function. Oh my God, this is such a treasure. Lennon touched the big butt of the monitor and found a groove on its side, in which was an alarm. Lennon can choose to install this alarm at the head of his bed or next to the bedroom door. This function is really amazing. Radar has only these few functions. Lennon soon figured it out. He then made an advanced axe, a flashlight, and an intermediate diving suit. After consuming a certain amount of resources, the number of useful treasures in Lennon's hands continued to increase. The intermediate diving suit allows Lennon to dive to a depth of 200 meters under the sea, and the maximum depth is 300 meters. The flashlight can also last for 10 days before having to change the batteries. As for the advanced axe, that really is the bottom of the problem. To make it, Lennon used 2 titanium ingots, which made Lennon begin to doubt whether Davis's axe was a high-level axe. Some people were lucky enough to pick up some high-level blueprints, but this does not mean that they have the resources to make these things. Ding! He took the axe and chopped hard at the side of the boat. After chopping off 100 points of durability from the wooden board, Lennon quickly put away the axe. My goodness, this is so powerful. It's a pity that it's only a close-range weapon. If only I could make a high-level bow and arrow. What does it mean if one axe chops off 100 points of durability from a wooden board? If the Shark King wants to bite through the planks of a wooden boat, he needs to bite off 20 pieces. In other words, the lethality of the advanced axe is stronger than the lethality of the Shark King's bloody mouth. Think King Shark. Lennon suddenly remembered something. I haven't used the shield scales or sharp teeth yet. How can I use this thing? I don't even have the blueprints that require them. The 2 materials collected from the Shark King's body are said to be able to make leather armor and arrows. But a day has passed, and Lennon still can't find a way to use it. Throw it in the furnace and try it. Lennon knew that if he didn't make use of these 2 things, by the time he found a solution in the future, these 2 materials might be of no use. So he took half of the Shark King's sharp teeth and threw it into the furnace. See if it works wonders. As for the shield scales, there are not as many as the sharp teeth. Lennon was thinking of waiting until the sharp teeth were refined, seeing the effect, and then deciding whether to throw the shield scales into the furnace. It really can be smelted. The countdown has appeared. It will take 12 hours. I will come back tomorrow morning to check it out. As more than 200 sharp teeth were thrown into the furnace by Lennon, a countdown also appeared above the furnace. Lennon could finally put his mind at ease. He saw that it was getting late and the island was about to sink, so he had to rush to the secret realm. So they quickly started the engine and bypassed the island to avoid the pearl being dragged down by the sinking of the island. Then he adjusted the course and continued to head towards the secret realm. The next day, scattered on the deck of the pearl were some coconut crab shells left over by Lennon. The seabirds that had flown back from who knows when were eating the leftovers left by Lennon on the deck. The mouse that was caught yesterday was running around frantically in a round wooden cage. This is the rat running wheel that Lennon made before going to bed yesterday. Use an arrow as the axis of the running wheel, and then use several thick wooden boards to support the wooden roller, and then this big rat, which is about 20 to 30 centimeters long, can start exercising in it. Bite. Ocean World's fifth world report. The shark disaster is over. The next natural disaster will come after certain conditions are triggered. 48 hours after the great shark disaster struck, SeaWorld announced that the natural disaster was over. Lennon was also woken up. Is that the end? I don't know if there are any sharks still following my boat. I guess there aren't any. After getting up, Lennon was somewhat surprised at the sudden end of this natural disaster. A few days ago, it was said that the shark disaster would last for 2 to 3 days. Now, just over 48 hours later, this disaster is over. From Lennon's perspective, it seems that this natural disaster started off well, but ended badly. But when he opened the regional channel and found that there were less than 100,000 living people in the area where he was, Lennon seemed to understand why the man-eating shark disaster ended so early. A natural disaster has wiped out at least 90% of the human race seeking survival. This disaster is more terrifying than plague or war. Lennon was actually a little scared. If it weren't for Xiaojin, his situation would have been more difficult. This natural disaster reminded Lennon. Want to survive the round after round of natural disasters in the ocean century? You must constantly improve your strength. To put it bluntly, natural disasters occur to prevent humans who want to survive from living too comfortably. Bite. Ocean World's fifth world report. The ranking list of survivors is officially online. Survivors can browse it through the last page of the parchment book. The ranking list that was originally said to be online immediately after the natural disaster is over has also been released. Lennon had already prepared himself mentally. But how come this ranking list appears on the last page of the parchment book? The last page is the item warehouse, which doesn't seem to be related to the rankings. Lennon was very confused, but when he opened the parchment book and found that there was one more page than before, he knew how much importance Ocean World attached to this ranking. Fuck. A single page, awesome. Page 7. Rankings. First, Edmund Dantes, overall score, 1087. Second place, Otto Leidenbrock, overall score, 983. Third place, Alex Fernandez, overall score, 981. Fourth place, Yukijima Muko, overall score, 973. Fifth place, Yunti Anyu, overall score, 972. Sixth place, Lennon, overall score, 966. I can actually rank 6th. After Lennon learned yesterday that he was the 99th human survivor who built a boat, he no longer had any expectations for this ranking. But now it is still very surprising that he can be ranked 6th. Chapter 57. The main focus is farming. Your score combination is strength score 586 plus wealth score 360 plus physical fitness score 20. Lennon first hid his name from the rankings. He discovered that the moment he opened the rankings, he saw those people's names. Then after a while, the ranking list that could only accommodate 99 people suddenly had less than 10 names left. Lennon knew that this name could be hidden. Not only can it be hidden, you can also see your own score composition at the end of the ranking list. If it weren't for Lennon's poor physical fitness, if he couldn't compare to those Western strongmen, he would probably be ranked higher. Lennon, friend, I see that you are ranked 3rd. Can you tell me your scoring combination? Alex was probably also studying this ranking. He was one of the few survivors who did not hide his name. When he saw Lennon asking about his rating combination, he didn't keep it a secret. Alex, there's nothing I can't say. My wealth score alone is 600, my physical fitness score is 30, and the rest is my strength score. How about you? Lennon, my wealth score is 360, my strength score is over 500, and my physical fitness score is 20. Alex, fuck. If we only consider the strength rating, you'd be ranked 1st. Information via Alex. Lennon also knew about it. This ranking is also inflated. The wealth score is entirely based on how much material possessions one has. However, no matter how much supplies you have, if you can't convert them into strength, you will just be a fat sheep kept by others. Alex is doing business at SeaWorld, so he doesn't hide his name on the list, which can provide him with many conveniences. As for Lennon, if he were number 1, he might not hide his name. But he is now 6th, and still has room to improve. Let's keep the name hidden for now. Wait until he really squeezes into first place. No one in SeaWorld would know that he was number one. Go see what the hell the shark tooth has been smelted into in the furnace. Lin enclosed the parchment book, hurriedly left his room, and ran to the cabin to see the furnace. 12 hours have passed. The furnace had long since stopped working. The flame inside also went out. But before it stopped working, it left a gift for Linen. A dagger as white as milk was quietly placed on the operating table. Occasionally, the light from outside would shine through the window into the cabin and onto the dagger, causing the blade to flash. Sharp-tooth dagger. This dagger is crafted entirely from smelted, hard sharp teeth. It possesses a very sharp blade, with a power between high-level and rare weapons. It can ignore wind resistance when used. In ancient China, daggers and short swords were initially equated. Over time, shorter daggers were collectively called daggers, and longer daggers were called short swords or short knives. Lin and sharp-toothed dagger has a total length of 40 centimeters. It is longer than the dagger people are familiar with, but it is shorter than a dagger. Not bad. It suddenly increased my strength rating by 50 points. Linen now has a standard to measure whether an item is powerful or not. That is to see how much the strength score has increased. As soon as he got the sharp-toothed dagger, Lin and strength rating increased by 50 points, allowing him to jump from 6th place to 2nd place. Then put all the shield scales in to smelt them. After the successful experience of smelting sharp teeth, Linen could also throw all the shield scales into the furnace with confidence. Meh. Dolly and Xiaobai at the other end of the cabin probably felt that the furnace was running all day and making a lot of noise, so they started shouting and protesting to Linen. But how could a bad guy like Linen care about their feelings? Why are you yelling? You just yell all day long. I told you to eat more, but you won't eat. I've been shearing your wool for several days, but you're still bald and haven't grown any more meat. Linen walked to the sheep pen cursing and found that there was still some feed left from what he had put in yesterday. These two sheep are very clever. They know that Lin and still has soybeans in his hands. Just eat up all the soybeans in the feed first, leaving the grass. The grass seeds that Linen had sown in the sheep pen had grown into green grass, but the grass was almost 30 centimeters long, and Dolly and Xiaobai didn't seem to be eating it. Okay, picky about food, huh? Then just starve. Linen had some soybeans in his hand, which he had originally planned to give to Dolly and Xiaobai today. But he has changed his mind now. In his hands, he had a sharp-toothed dagger that could cut through iron like mud and a high-level axe. Linen can make a stone mill by himself. The principle of the stone mill is very simple. As long as you have the tools, almost anyone can make one. But Linen thought that making a stone mill was a time-consuming and laborious job. He closed his eyes and entered the super farm. Finish today's farm work first. The super farm is also full of vitality, and everything is growing. The corn on the 7 plots of land grew well, and some weeds and caterpillars were quickly dealt with by Linen. The groupers in the fish pond are ready to be harvested. This is Lin and second grouper harvest. The bluefin tuna still needs some time to grow. Bite. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain Lao Gan Ma flavored chicken oil chili sauce 1. Is this something that can be signed out? Super Farm gives Lin and different surprises every day. When he saw this can of red chili sauce, he suddenly started to drool with emotion. Once upon a time, he could eat Lao Gan Ma with rice every day. Those days are gone forever. I can have Lao Gan Ma rice for lunch today. With saliva dripping from the corners of Lin An's mouth, he quietly left the super farm and started using the advanced axe to make a stone mill. I was busy until noon. Lin Ansai began to use the Yaka arrow to pull the upper part of the millstone and place it on the millstone. The upper part is made of 2 cylindrical stones of the same size. The millstone is also made of stone and is specially used to collect the powder or slurry flowing out from the gap between the 2 upper stones. After building the stone mill, Linen couldn't wait to start grinding soy milk. He directly stuffed the soybeans that had been soaked in water in the morning into the grinding hole. Then he used a rope tied to an aka arrow to pull the rotating shaft on the millstone and started grinding the soybeans. Linen also placed a bucket under the funnel of the millstone and a piece of cloth on the bucket to filter out impurities in the soybeans. In fact, those impurities can also be made into tofu dregs, but Linen doesn't know how to do it, so he can only filter out the dregs and feed them to Dolly and Xiaobai together with grass. The essence of survival is farming. Killing and plundering have never been the main theme of the ocean world. Linen watched as drops of soy milk seeped through the cloth and fell into the wooden barrel. He suddenly realized the joy of farming. Chapter 58 The Secret Realm Door is equal to a manhole cover. Layagama rice is delicious. Soy milk is also delicious. Life is getting better and better. Linen didn't have lunch until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, But he didn't feel tired at all. He sat at the bow of the boat, looking at the distant horizon. I thought I could see this scenery every day. Now it seems boring. But as material life becomes richer, the monotonous scenery also takes on new colors. Xiaojun, come out and eat fish. Linen also did not forget to feed Xiaojun, who was riding the waves alongside the pearl. After the shark attack this morning, Xiaojun appeared again. The sea once again showed signs of vitality, especially the seabirds, which even dared to come to Lin An's pearl to rest in broad daylight. Now there were 5 or 6 seabirds hanging on his 3 sails. For this animal that keeps shitting on its own boat, Linen didn't like it very much. But considering that they could lay eggs for Lin and from time to time, he chose to forgive them directly. It's still some distance from the secret realm, but by the time I get there, it will be almost dark. If the secret realm is an island, what should I do if it sinks? Linen would pick up the secret sea map from time to time to look at it. As the distance got closer, Lin An's heart became more nervous. His worries are not unfounded. If Lin An could reach the island where the secret realm was located before dark, then because the island was going to sink at night, he couldn't go on the island, and the island might disappear by the next day. The pearl will continue to search for this secret place. During this period of time, Lin An also discovered the rules of movement of these islands. If no one finds any trace of these islands, or simply put, no one sees the islands, they will reappear at the place where they sank. Otherwise, they move. Don't give the humans who discovered the island a second chance to get it for free. The more I look at it, the more I feel that this island is exactly the same as my object. Before I hurt her, she was waiting there all the time. After I hurt her, she disappeared. Lin An complained, then rolled up the secret sea chart, returned to the rudder, and increased the engine's speed to the maximum. He had to rush directly to the location of the secret realm to take a look. Even if you can't go to the island due to time constraints. At worst, I can just spend another night chasing it. The secret sea map is in hand. Still worried about not finding it. After about an hour, the pearl was only 1 kilometer away from the secret realm in a straight line. But Lin An still didn't see any island on the nautical chart or on the sea surface. The secret place shown on the nautical chart was just a mass of white fog. The sea area in front of the Pearl Sea can be seen to the bottom at a glance. Not to mention fog, even thin clouds are not visible. It's really mysterious, worthy of being a secret place. As long as it's not on an island, it's fine. Lin An controlled the rudder and continued to move forward, waiting for the position of the pearl on the nautical chart to coincide with the mark of the secret realm. He then turned off the engine, furled the sails, and dropped the anchor. There's nothing on the sea surface, so we can only look for it on the seabed. Lin An knew he was going into the sea, so he put on his diving equipment, took out a shark bait, tied it to a rope, and then tied the rope to a thick wooden board, letting the thick board carry the shark bait and float away. After making full preparations, he took the secret sea map and the secret key and jumped directly into the sea from the pearl. Of course, Lin An did not forget to tie a rope around his waist. Lin An cherishes his life very much. He certainly wouldn't put himself in danger. The seabed is all mud. No wonder the metal detector couldn't detect any metal. I thought the water was over 100 meters deep. After Lin An jumped into the sea, he swam towards the muddy seabed and found that before he swam 20 meters, his feet were already able to step on the seabed. The water near the sea surface here is particularly clear, but it is very turbid around the seabed. As long as there are fish swimming by, they will touch the seabed. It will bring up some sludge. Lin An was holding a flashlight, and his visible range was less than 3 meters. However, he could still see the secret sea map in his hand clearly. After spending a few minutes finding the location of the entrance to the secret realm on the nautical chart, Lin An started digging with a pickaxe again. He had no other good idea but to look for the entrance to the secret realm like he was looking for a treasure chest. But this time, one hole went down. Lin An found the entrance to the secret realm. What the hell is this? A manhole cover? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Who would have thought that at the bottom of the sea, the entrance to the secret place that Lin An wanted to find was a stone sewer cover? If there is no keyhole on this lid, Lin An might go dig somewhere else. Open it and see what's underneath. Lin An only cleaned the silt on the manhole cover and ignored other places. If he could clean up more silt, he would find that the seabed was actually a complete bluestone road. When Lin An took out the key to the secret realm, aimed it at the keyhole on the manhole cover, and turned it 180 degrees counterclockwise, a lot of bubbles suddenly emerged from the gaps in the manhole cover. These bubbles surged upwards like crazy. It was actually able to push open the stone manhole cover directly. The manhole cover was pushed aside, and Lin An stretched his head over to take a look. But just as he saw bubbles still rising from the deep black hole, suddenly a huge suction force from the wing bones appeared at the hole entrance. Lin An was sucked in just like that. Linen spun rapidly in the black hole and fainted within a few seconds. After he was sucked into the black hole, the suction force did not disappear, but became stronger and stronger, causing an extremely huge vortex to appear in the entire sea. After the pearl was sucked into the whirlpool, it became smaller with every turn. By the time the pearl was sucked into the cave entrance, it had shrunk to the size of a palm. Not only the pearl, but many fish nearby were sucked into the black hole as they passed by. About half an hour passed. The mud and sand on the seabed filled up the black hole, and the suction force disappeared. The turbid seabed became completely clear, and the bluestone road looked brand new. I don't know how much time has passed. Linen woke up on a beach. The things he had with him were scattered around. The pearl was quietly parked on the sea surface 70 or 80 meters away. Where am I? In a secret place. How did the pearl appear here? Linen didn't know what happened after he fell unconscious, and the rope around his waist had broken. If Linen wanted to get back on the pearl, he could only swim slowly by himself. Let's take a look at where this place is first. The secret sea map has been completely lost, and Linen has no equipment that can serve as a guide. Of course, the compass hanging around Lin's neck is also out of order. The pointer above kept spinning around, just like Lin's current state. Both of them were lost and like headless flies. Chapter 59 Jurassic Secret Realm. Is this an island or a continent? Linen picked up all the objects scattered on the beach, then faced the secret realm and looked left and right for a moment. The image in his telescope did not show the end of the coastline at all. Even if this is an island, the area is estimated to be very large. There are no resources to collect on the beach. What can I take away from this secret realm? Linen kicked the sand with his feet, not knowing what to do next. Bite. You have entered the Jurassic Secret Realm. Note: the Jurassic Secret Realm contains all creatures from the Earth's Jurassic period. Survivors who enter the Jurassic Secret Realm can choose one animal, one plant, or one mineral to take away within 24 hours. If no choice is made within 24 hours, the Secret Realm will default to giving up this opportunity. The deafening sound informed Lin of his current situation. Secret Realm. It sounds like such a mysterious place. There was no treasure chest, no resources, and there were only 3 things that Lin could take away. What's in the Jurassic? 2 words popped up in Lin's mind in an instant. Dinosaur. If you ask people on Earth what happened in the Jurassic period, 99% of them will answer dinosaurs. But ask them what plants or minerals there were in the Jurassic period. Then everyone can only guess. If I stay here and get eaten by a dinosaur, it would seem quite unfair. Linen touched his neck, and in his mind he had an image of an Allosaurus suddenly rushing out and biting off his neck. Another question we need to clarify is, do the creatures I bring out belong to me, or do I let them leave this secret realm and wreak havoc in the ocean world? Linen didn't move. He thought for a long time on the beach, and then decided to go to the forest to have a look. If it is choosing pets and plant seeds, Linen will definitely find the ones that are most useful to him. If it were to let something scary leave this Jurassic Secret Realm, Linen may give up the right to make this choice. Roar. Linen definitely wanted to go into the forest and take a look, but the moment he took a step forward, suddenly, a roar was heard in the forest, shaking the leaves, and 4 pterosaurs flew in the sky in the distance. Everything flying in the sky and running on the ground welcomed Linen. Those who swim in the sea naturally have to show their faces. An ichthyosaur that looked somewhat like a dolphin also jumped out of the sea and called out a few times. Fuck, you want to scare me, right? You think I was scared? Linen shouted twice to give himself courage, and then stepped into the forest. He had already made up his mind. Prioritize finding plant seeds. The second is minerals. If you can avoid provoking these dinosaurs, then don't provoke them. The pterosaur that just flew in the sky had a wingspan of 6 meters. When it passed over Lin's head, the wind it brought was enough to blow all of Lin's hair back. If I really use my claws to grab Lin's arms and legs were so small that he couldn't bear it at all. It turns out dinosaurs had feathers. Linen, who didn't know much about dinosaurs, thought back to the pterosaurs he had just seen and found that they had tiny feathers on their bodies, unlike the bald images he saw in cartoons when he was a child. After Lin entered the forest, he touched the plants next to him with his hand, and the system instantly gave Linen feedback. Equisetum, a perennial evergreen herb that can treat dysentery, bloody stools. Holy crap, it turns out to be herbs. Now I know what plants to bring back to Ocean World. The first plant Linen touched was a herb, which gave him a new understanding of the Jurassic Secret Realm. Among plants, the most useful are edible plants, followed by plants with medicinal value. Linen has no shortage of food now. If he wants to pick a plant to bring back to the ocean world, he must bring herbs that can cure diseases. Give me some ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, or something like that. I don't want any 10,000-year-old ginseng, 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, or 10,000-year-old snow lotus. Just give me a 5,000-year-old one. It'll keep me alive in this critical moment. He didn't know whether there were ginseng and other herbs in the Jurassic period, but he decided to make a wish first. If you can really find it, then you will make money. Just keep searching along the way. Lennon had already gone several hundred meters deep into the forest. The vegetation in front of me became increasingly dense, and occasionally I could see traces of giant animals trampling over it. Paw prints and very large piles of feces could also be seen on the ground. Some feces are even 1 meter high. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just when Lin-An's road was blocked by a pile of feces and he wanted to take a detour, a few small dinosaurs emerged from a patch of ferns. These dinosaurs were very curious about Lennon. They circled around Lennon. Lennon was also looking at them. Compsognathus, a small dinosaur that fed on small vertebrates. The Compsognathus, whose entire body length was not as long as Lin-An's arm, jumped around Lin-An and made an unpleasant sound. The system told Lin-An that Compsognathus's food was small vertebrates, in other words, lizards. But this did not make Lin-An relax his vigilance. He had seen the Jurassic movies, in which the tiny dinosaurs would attack animals larger than them. I'll give you a fish, stay away from me. Lin-An didn't want to get blood on his body, so he chose not to attack these Compsognathus. He took out a black mullet from the parchment book and threw it aside. As expected, these Compsognathus all ran to grab the fish to eat. While several Compsognathus were fighting over the fish, Lennon hurriedly left the place. Afterwards, Lennon not only saw Compsognathus in the forest, we also saw a Brontosaurus that was 20 to 30 meters long, and 2 Allosauruses fighting each other. The first roar Lennon heard was the roar of the Allosaurus, which is also the king of this forest. As for plants, Lennon probably discovered more than 100 species. Among them, herbs account for half of the number. The most useful herb, and the one Lin-An is most familiar with, is woad. The root of Isatis indigotica is the most familiar to Chinese people, and its leaves are called Isatis indigotica. Both can be used as medicine. Lin-An thought that if he couldn't find ginseng, a magical thing that could save his life, he would take Isatis back to the ocean world. After all, the probability of developing diseases such as colds, fevers, and inflammation is very high. Isatis root and Isatis indigotica leaf are used to treat these diseases. With this plant, Lin-An can definitely become a miracle doctor in the ocean world. The herbs were found. In fact, the mineral was also found by Lin-An. Somewhere in the forest before, Lin-An stepped on a dark brown sticky substance without noticing. After being reminded by the system, Lin-An realized that the sticky substance was petroleum. Oil is definitely a mineral. So Lin-An filled a can of oil and planned to take it out after the 24 hours were up. Chapter 60: The Egg Thief. All that's missing is the animals. You can take out 3 things. Lin-An has already found 2. Many of the animals in the Jurassic secret realm are dinosaurs. If you want to take it out, you will have to take a big risk. For your own safety, Lin-An had another option, which was to steal dinosaur eggs or baby dinosaurs that had just been born. Although it's a bit unethical, I still have to do it. Lin-An thought to himself that there was no use in taking the dinosaurs that lived on land out. Apart from causing damage to his pearl, they would also consume Lin-An's resources. So he seems to have many choices, but in fact there are only 2 choices. That is to steal pterosaur eggs, or kidnap an ichthyosaur or a plesiosaur from the sea. He thought that he might not be able to defeat those ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs that were more than 10 meters long in the water. Lin-An decisively turned his gaze to the highest mountain in the center of the forest. On that mountain peak, many pterosaurs of various kinds were resting. With a telescope, you can also see pterosaurs building nests on the cliffs of the mountain. See if you can steal a fairy pterosaur egg. Lin-An put down the telescope, quickened his pace, and walked through the forest. In order to cover up the human smell on his body, he also smeared every inch of his skin exposed to the air with crude oil. This move, I learned from the Jurassic film series. I have to say, this trick is still very effective. When encountering a large dinosaur, Lin-An would find a place to hide and pretend to be dead. If they encounter small dinosaurs, they will not be interested in Lin-An. When it's getting dark, Lin-An finally arrived at a rock wall at the foot of the mountain. 10 meters above the rock wall, there is a bulge. A fairy pterosaur is protecting its nest on it. There is a gray-white bulge in the nest. Obviously, the gray-white bulge is part of a pterosaur egg. Fairy pterosaurs are relatively small pterosaurs, so they can only live in the middle and lower parts of the mountains. The higher you go, the larger the pterosaurs that stop to rest will be. But even a small pterosaur is much larger than the birds that Lin-An knows. You should know that on Earth, the largest wingspan of a bird that humans can see is only more than 3 meters long. The wingspan of an adult fairy pterosaur is 5 to 6 meters long, and its body length alone is 70 to 80 centimeters taller than Lin An's height. Make another advanced axe, and then slowly climb up. It's not that easy to get the pterosaur eggs. Lin An took out the parchment book and made a high-end axe. These two high-level axes can help Lin An gain leverage and slowly climb up. Before we climb the rock face, I'm going to hit you, sorry. 10 meters is actually not a very far distance, especially in front of the huge body of the pterosaur. As long as Lin An looked up, he could see the huge body of the fairy pterosaur. However, under the cover of ferns, the fairy pterosaur did not notice that an intruder was so close to it. Because of the Yaka arrow, Lin An was very confident of killing this fairy pterosaur. After he took out the Yaka arrow, with a gentle blow of the arrow whistle, the Yaka arrow pierced through the wings and body of the fairy pterosaur above Lin An's head several times in succession. The pterosaur's blood sprayed from above to below. Lin An had already stood aside, but he was still covered in the smelly blood. The fairy pterosaur screamed a few times, and its limbs could not support its heavy body and fell to the ground, crushing a pile of green plants. Lin An no longer cared whether the fairy pterosaur was alive or dead. He quickly took out the advanced axe and climbed up desperately. The reason why Lin An was so nervous was that he didn't know whether the dead fairy pterosaur had any companions. He also didn't know the living habits of pterosaurs. If the other half of this pterosaur went out hunting and had not returned yet, Lin An would have to climb up quickly and steal the eggs. 10 meters is not that high. After 3 or 4 minutes, Lin An climbed to the protrusion of the rock wall and saw the pterosaur eggs in the nest. Fairy pterosaur egg. A pterosaur egg that is less than 20 hours away from hatching. This fairy pterosaur egg was not as big as Lin An had imagined. The long one is only 12 centimeters long, and the short one is only 8 centimeters long. There are 3 eggs in a nest. Lin An wrapped all the eggs in clothes, put them on his back, and then quietly went down the rock wall. When he jumped from the rock wall to the ground, he accidentally stepped on the front claw of the fairy pterosaur on the ground, causing the fairy pterosaur, which was not yet dead, to scream at Lin An for the last time. Lin An's eardrums were almost shattered by the extremely penetrating sound. I will treat your children well. What are you yelling about? At least in Ocean World, your children will have no natural enemies. We can eat whoever we want. Isn't that better than being a little jerk in this secret place? Lin An said a few random words to the body of the fairy pterosaur. Then he looked up and found that all the pterosaurs resting on the mountain were awakened by this fairy pterosaur. So he quickly went into the jungle and planned to run away. But the pterosaur on the mountain behind Lin An didn't seem to intend to let him go. There were as many as 50 or 60 pterosaurs swooping down towards the forest, half of which were fairy pterosaurs. They had no way of entering the forest to search for Lin An, but it can disturb other creatures in the forest. For a moment, the animals in the Jurassic secret land were running around in the forest like crazy. Lin An not only had to run to the beach, but also had to dodge the trees that fell on him from time to time. Those dinosaurs, which are often 20 or 30 meters long, don't care whether there are people at their feet. They would sweep their tails and break several trees, or step on the wet soil and make a big hole 20 to 30 centimeters deep. Lin An's movements were like parkour. You will have to jump high and jump over the potholes. I'll slide and pass by the fallen trees. These are just some of the threats posed by herbivorous animals. What really frightened Lin An were those carnivorous dinosaurs that were more than 10 meters long. When they see prey blocking their way, they will bite it and then throw it aside. Roar! As more and more animals began to join this inexplicable escape, Lin An could only find a place to hide. He didn't want to be crushed into a meat patty by a passing dinosaur. As for hiding there, it seems to be a difficult problem to solve. In fact, during this afternoon's exploration, Lin An also discovered that no matter how big the dinosaur is, it will not take its temper with stones. Lin An ran directly to a huge rock that he had discovered in the afternoon to rest, planning to dig a hole in the boulder. Get through this long night. Chapter 61. Take my balls. Clatter. The sharp-toothed dagger was under Lin An's precise control. A square line was drawn on the huge rock where Lin An was hiding. Then Lin An took the high-level axe and started to chisel and chop randomly within the line. The rubble scattered all over the ground, and the whole dugout was just big enough for Lin An to curl up inside. Cover it with some palm leaves. Lin An didn't dare to sleep either. He was just daydreaming in the cave, wondering how he would get back to the pearl during the day tomorrow, whether he would be eaten by the ichthyosaurs in the sea as small fish, and whether he would have to sit on the 3 pterosaur eggs to hatch them. He was still wondering whether the secret place was real or illusory. Maybe there are too many things on my mind. Lin An seemed to have temporarily forgotten that he was still in crisis. He tilted his head and fell asleep leaning against the stone wall. Russell. Early the next morning, Lennon was awakened by the noise beside him. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that all the palm leaves at the entrance of the cave were gone. A small dinosaur about 40 to 50 centimeters long was pulling the fairy pterosaur egg in Lin An's arms. Oviraptorosaur, a small dinosaur that feeds exclusively on carrion and eggs. Fuck, you dare to take my balls. Lennon saw that one of the fairy pterosaur eggs in his arms had disappeared, and there were several other oviraptorosaurs outside eating the little pterosaur in the egg. He was really angry this time. You should know that Lennon risked his life to get these 3 pterosaur eggs last night. Now one of them has been stolen by these little thieves. He was so angry that he swung the sharp-toothed dagger and cut off the head of the oviraptor in front of him. This small dinosaur was like a miniature ostrich with a very long neck. The dagger could cut off their necks with one stroke. After Lennon dealt with this oviraptor, he ran out to kill the other oviraptors, but these little guys were very alert. When they saw Lennon coming out, they immediately ran away with the scraps of meat of the baby fairy pterosaurs. It's all my fault. Lennon felt very guilty. But the matter is done. The loss of a pterosaur egg is a fact. There was nothing he could do. In addition, as mentioned before, living creatures cannot be placed in the item warehouse, so Lennon has been wrapping these eggs with clothes. If you can put the dinosaur eggs into the item warehouse, Lennon wouldn't be so embarrassed. We can go back now, but getting back to the ship will be difficult. Lennon cheered up and walked towards the beach. After the dinosaurs' rampage last night, the surrounding environment looked like a Force 18 typhoon had hit, with broken trees and crushed ferns everywhere. Such an environment made those short herbivorous dinosaurs die immediately. The reason why dinosaurs had such long necks was so that they could eat leaves at higher altitudes, just like giraffes. But some have long necks, and some have short necks. Those short-necked dinosaurs were so happy that they could suddenly eat the tender leaves on the treetops. It felt like a party had been going on in the forest for several days. The big dinosaurs that went crazy last night were listless, while the small dinosaurs were running around everywhere. This made Lin An's walk to the beach less unexpected. When Lennon walked to the beach, the sun was just hanging above his head. There were less than 3 hours left before he was asked to leave the secret realm, build a raft and paddle to the Pearl, or just start swimming. Lennon walked back and forth on the waves for several steps, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey, just kidding. Swim over there. I'm really an old man who wants to hang himself because he thinks his life is too long. No matter who encounters the same situation as Lennon, no one would think of swimming in the sea of the Jurassic secret land. In the ocean world outside, Lennon would make sure to lure away the sharks with shark bait before he dared to go into the water. In this Jurassic secret land, Lin Ank dared not mess around. All creatures in the sea are ancestors of sharks. It is also much larger than a shark. There is a saying on the internet, "Don't challenge my pocket money with your annual salary." This is what Lin An is thinking now. He will never use his body that is less than 2 meters long to challenge a dinosaur that is 20 meters long. Fortunately, I didn't throw the intermediate construction hammer before. Some people, after building a ship, thought that the primary and intermediate construction hammers would become useless, so they threw away the low-level construction hammers. But Lin An has always kept these 2 construction hammers. However, he left the primary construction hammer on the ship. I can use that hammer when making chairs and benches. The intermediate construction hammer is in his item space. Now Lin An took it out and built a raft directly on the beach. In just a dozen seconds, Lin An built a 3-meter square raft, and he also made an intermediate paddle. Lin An built the raft, threw the oars onto it, and then used all his strength to push the raft from the beach into the sea. He quickly jumped onto the raft, knelt in the middle of it, and began to row with an intermediate oar. A beginner paddle has only 1 paddle. There are 2 oars in the middle, and Lin An can swing the oars quickly like rowing a dragon boat. Why are these ichthyosaurs so big and small? The big one is 20 meters long, and the small one only looks like 3 or 4 meters long. When we get back to the Pearl, should we try to reel in the small one? Lin An was paddling the raft, watching the black shadows swimming in the water, and he discovered that one of the shadows was not as big as he had imagined. He naturally thought that the small creature was a baby ichthyosaur. If only I could bring an ichthyosaur back to Ocean World. Lin An definitely wouldn't want the fairy pterosaur's eggs. Although the fairy pterosaurs can fly, they can't actually help Lin An much. Their wing membranes are too thin, and even intermediate bows and arrows can penetrate the wing membranes of fairy pterosaurs, causing injuries. In addition, the wingspan of an adult fairy pterosaur is only 5 or 6 meters, and its main flying method is gliding. Compared with the ichthyosaurs that can swim freely in the sea, they are really the weakest of the weak. When an ichthyosaur grows up, it can be 20 to 30 meters long. It is several times stronger than the king of man-eating sharks Lin and had seen before. Hey, something's wrong. Why is this little ichthyosaur following me? Did it notice that I'm targeting it? Lin saw other large ichthyosaurs swimming aimlessly in the sea, occasionally jumping out of the sea to try to attack the pterosaurs gliding on the sea. But the little fish dragon he was targeting kept following Lin An's raft. Wait, there's something wrong with these fins. Why are there only a pair? The more Lin looked at the ichthyosaurs under the sea, the more he felt something was not normal. In the dinosaur era, the dinosaurs in the sea had 4 limbs, just like turtles. Even the dolphin-like ichthyosaurs had limbs. Their limbs are called flippers, so they are fundamentally different from fish. Tens of millions of years later, marine creatures that appear in the ocean will lose their hind limbs in order to swim better. Like dolphins and whales, they only have front limbs. As Lin observed more and more carefully, he finally realized that this fish dragon was fake. Xiaojun, it's you, right? You're trying to play tricks on me. You must have been too close to the pearl and got sucked into the Jurassic secret realm. Chapter 62: The Secret of the Jurassic Realm. It wasn't just the dolphin's front limbs that allowed Lin to recognize Xiaojun. There are also animals in the Jurassic period, most of which have rough skin, even the ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs that swim in the water. The dolphin's skin is so smooth that it can reflect light. Relying on these 2 points, Lin Onsai recognized Xiaojun. Ugh. After Xiaojun discovered that her true identity had been exposed by Lin, she directly emerged from the sea and shouted at Lin. It's strange that those ichthyosaurs didn't attack you. Oh, and by the way, their mouths are too small. I'm afraid they can't eat you. Lin thought that there had not yet appeared a giant like the mosasaur in this era. Those large creatures swimming in the sea actually have no way to deal with Xiaojun. Both plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs are marine creatures with extremely small mouths. If there were any prehistoric giant crocodiles or mosasaurs existing now, Xiaojun would probably not survive more than 3 seconds before being bitten in half by those large carnivorous marine creatures. You should know that the extinction of ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs was closely related to Mosasaurus. Let's go back to the pearl. You're not a creature from the Jurassic secret realm. I think when the time comes, you should be able to go out together. Lin said a few words to Xiaojun, then sped up the raft and brought it closer to the pearl. Even though the ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs in the sea are not aggressive, Lin doesn't want to stay on the raft for too long. In the secret Jurassic land, what he lacks most is a sense of security. Ugh. When Lin rowed the raft to the side of the pearl and was about to climb onto the boat along the collection net, Xiaojun screamed again, then jumped up and bit Lin's trouser leg. What are you doing? Ouch. Don't you want to leave? Or is there no way you can leave here? I can't stuff you into the super fishery either. How about you wait? I'll get on the boat and build a big pool, and then pull you on board. Lin saw Xiaojun biting her trouser leg and pulling herself into the sea, so he wondered if Xiaojun was in trouble. Judging from the environment you are in, the only trouble Xiaojun could encounter was that she couldn't leave the Jurassic secret realm. Xiaojun let go of Lin's trouser leg and screamed again, then dived straight into the sea. Lin hesitated for a moment, but decided to return to the pearl. He couldn't feel Xiaojun's true intention. If Xiaojun was unwilling to leave the Jurassic secret realm, then he couldn't stay with Xiaojun. After Lin climbed onto the pearl, Xiaojun swam back again. It emerged from the seabed with a lizard carcass in its mouth, and then threw the lizard carcass onto the raft. Lizard? No, lizards that can appear in water. Aren't they the amphibians and reptiles mentioned in biology books? Lin was very curious why Xiaojun brought the lizard's corpse here. It's a pity that Lin is not a scientist. Otherwise, he would definitely take the lizard's corpse away to study it. The evolution of life on Earth is truly amazing. The creatures in the sea finally came ashore and evolved into land creatures, but some of the land creatures then struggled to return to the sea. The fish in the water are also unlucky. For hundreds of millions of years, their natural enemies have never been other fish that should live in the water. From the Triassic to modern society, they have always been food for mammals or reptiles or birds flying in the sky. Ugh. Xiaojun kept calling out and was very anxious and persistent. Only then did Lin vaguely realize that there must be something at the bottom of the sea. The secret realm will close in 3 hours. I'm carrying 2 oxygen tanks. If both tanks run out, or if we encounter any danger underwater, I will immediately return to the pearl. Lin hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether he was talking to Xiaojun or mentally preparing himself. After saying these words, he placed the fairy pterosaur egg on the deck. Then put your wetsuit back on. Jumped off the pearl. Of course, Lin did not forget to take a look at the corpse of the lizard on the raft. Dallas lizard, ancestor of Mosasaur. Fuck you, Xiaojun. You are playing with fire. Mosasaur is the most ferocious marine creature in the Earth's billions of years of history. If it were in this sea area, Linen would not dare to go into the sea at all. Xiaojin actually dared to bring him the corpse of the ancestor Mosasaur. But how come the ancestor of Mosasaur was a lizard several dozen centimeters long? This is too embarrassing. Ugh! Xiaojin cried out like a spoiled child, then dived directly into the water. Linen followed her and sank into the vast ocean. It was completely different from the desolate scene Lin and had imagined. Under the sea in this Jurassic secret land, not only were there ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs, but there were also ferocious sharks and manta rays that looked like bats. Of course, they probably weren't called that in the Jurassic. In addition, there are a large number of shellfish on the seabed. There are also various colorful fish in the water. After Lin went into the water, he could even see several ichthyosaurs tearing the body of a manta ray. I thought they had small mouths and wouldn't eat large animals, but it turns out there's just too much food in the sea, and they don't even bother to eat Xiaojin and me. While diving, Linen was still wondering why these large carnivores didn't eat him. He guessed wrong again and again. In fact, the reason why these carnivores don't eat Lin is very simple. That is, humans are not a dish on their menu. Xiaojin leads Lin into travel through this colorful world. It is not only heading to the bottom of the sea, but also swimming to the bottom of the sea close to the coast. Of course, the target was not the coast where Linen woke up. After swimming for about 10 minutes, there were fewer and fewer creatures in the water, and the depth was getting shallower and shallower. What Linen saw next were lizards swimming on the sea surface. Dallas lizard. This is the lizard's lair. These lizards would become food for dinosaurs in the forest, and for animals such as ichthyosaurs, sharks, and plesiosaurs in the deep sea. So they stay in shallow waters and feed on smaller fish or plankton. Xiaojin, if you swim any further, you will have to go ashore. You are not like these lizards that can crawl on the shore. Linen saw that the water was less than 10 meters deep, and there was a beach ahead. Xiaojin was still swimming forward, so he wondered what Xiaojin was doing. But just when doubts arose in his mind, Xiaojin suddenly swam her tail, increased her swimming speed, and crashed directly into the mud and sand on the seabed. Xiaojin, please don't commit suicide. When Linen saw Xiaojin playing like this, he also flapped his flippers and rushed over. This is if there are stones or shells hidden in the mud and sand. Xiaojin's big forehead must have been broken. You should know that the dolphin's forehead is very important to them. It is their innate radar talent. Chapter 63 Evolution Crystallization. Xiaojin obviously won't let herself get hurt. After it hit the mud and sand, it swung wildly from side to side, making the surrounding sea water turbid. After Linen approached it, I know what Xiaojin is looking for is right here. So he took out his pickaxe and started digging. Linen's tools are helpful. Linen quickly dug out the object under the mud. What is this big, glowing rock? Crystal? It doesn't look like it. The pickaxe stopped digging when it came to an exposed diamond-shaped crystal. Linen then used his hands to dig it out, and it took a long time before he finally dug out the diamond-shaped crystal. Evolution crystal contains special radioactive substances that can make organisms evolve stronger. My goodness, the Dallas lizard evolved from a few dozen centimeters to several dozen meters long. Could it be because of this? Linen just touched the evolution crystal and quickly let go. He doesn't want to become a monster. According to the proportion of the Dallas lizard evolving into the size of the mosasaur, Lin's current height of about 1.8 meters is likely to evolve to 30 or 40 meters. If that were the case, it would be horrible. Xiaojin brought me here to dig up this crystal. It must be because it wants it, but if I take it away, it will definitely affect me. This is a difficult decision. Linen stood in front of the evolution crystal, somewhat undecided. But when Linen was struggling, Xiaojin hit Lin's back with her head, causing Linen to fall directly to the bottom of the sea. But this is on the bottom of the sea. Even if Linen can't maintain his balance, he will not fall into the mud and sand on the seabed. After Linen stabilized himself, he looked at Xiaojin jumping around in front of him and felt a little angry. No one likes to be teased by a dolphin like this. Especially after Xiaojin had played a trick on Linen. She jumped around as if she was mocking Linen. You think I'm weak, right? Okay, I get what you mean. I can carry this evolution crystal with me, but if it causes any changes in my body that I don't like, I will throw it away. Linen thought silently in his heart that encountering this evolution crystal might be his opportunity, but if he really turned around and left without caring, it would be a disaster. When he thinks back on this moment in the future, he will definitely regret it. Anyway, the introduction on this evolution crystal says that it can make creatures stronger. Linen thought that even if his body changed, it would be for the better. If we take this thing out of the Jurassic secret realm, we won't be able to take the oil with us. What a shame. After quietly wrapping up the evolution crystal, Lin swam towards the pearl without looking back. It seems that Lin completed a treasure hunt without any accidents. But soon, due to the departure of Lin and Xiao Zhan, the seabed gradually became clear, and the nearby Dallas lizards suddenly discovered that the evolutionary crystal that they had guarded with an entire tribe had disappeared. Directly locked the target on the only two unfamiliar intruders. But no matter how fast they are, they can't swim as fast as Xiaozhen. Lin and speed is not bad either. Intermediate fins allow Lin to maintain a speed of 6 kilometers per hour in the sea as long as he has sufficient physical strength. This speed is certainly not fast compared to marine life. But the pearl was not far from the place where the evolution crystals were dug up. Lin and Xiaozhen had been swimming for 5 minutes after the Dallas lizards discovered that their treasure had been stolen. It was less than half the distance to the pearl. After the Dallas lizard catches up, Lin was climbing onto the pearl holding the evolution crystal. Fuck, I've disturbed a lizard's nest, and these lizards are so slow to realize it. Hee, can you still come aboard and steal this evolution crystal? When Lin was halfway up the mountain, he saw the Dallas lizards jumping out of the sea frantically, and he turned back to mock them. Then he saw Dallas lizards also climbing up the deck. Fuck, I forgot these lizards are still amphibians. They haven't evolved into mosasaurs yet. Mosasaurs are aquatic animals, but Dallas lizards can only be considered semi-aquatic animals now, and they can still climb walls and fly. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. There seemed to be hundreds of Dallas lizards in the sea. Lin knew that he was definitely no match for his opponent, so he thought about running to the cabin to hide. Then his helper arrived. Large carnivores in the sea opened their mouths wide one after another to catch the Dallas lizards that were swinging their tails wildly on the sea surface. The pterosaurs in the sky also flew towards the pearl. The sky overlords and ocean overlords in the Jurassic secret realm were partying as if it were New Year's Day. Normally, Dallas lizards hide in shallow sea areas. When pterosaurs attack, they run into the forest. When land carnivorous dinosaurs like Allosaurus came to hunt, they dived into the sea. If the ocean overlord wants to eat them, they can still run to the beach. As long as they are not too unlucky and offend 3 overlords at the same time, they can always slip away. But now, there are pterosaurs flying in the sky, and ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and sharks in the sea, and they are too far away from the beach. The Dallas lizard family transformed directly into delicious food on the tables of these large animals. They were killed one after another. Of course, Lin would not just watch the show on the internet. After he found out that the pterosaurs and sharks had turned their target into him, he immediately slipped back to his bedroom as fast as a monkey. Then he held the evolution crystal and gasped for breath. Oops, the pterosaur egg is still on the deck. Lin saw the pterosaur eggs on the deck through the window. He mustered up his courage, ran out again, and brought back the 2 pterosaur eggs. The sea and sky feast that took place on the pearl did not last long after all. Just a few hundred small lizards. They cleverly slipped away. Those who didn't have time to run away were almost all eaten. Only a few small lizards remained, hiding in the shade of the pearl's deck or crawling among the canvas of the sails. The Dallas lizards hiding on the deck were soon found by the pterosaurs and swallowed into their stomachs like earthworms. The Dallas lizard inside the sail managed to save its life temporarily. But after 2 or 3 hours, when the system's voice rang in Lin ears, their lives were about to come to an end. Detected that the survivor Lin was carrying plants, woad, minerals, evolution crystals, petroleum, animals, fairy pterosaur eggs, Dallas lizards. Plants meet the requirements. Carrying minerals and animals exceeding the limit. Please make a choice between evolution crystal and oil within 10 seconds. 109. I choose evolution crystal. Lin made the most correct decision without even thinking about it. Soon the second option came along. This time, Lin of course chose the fairy pterosaur egg. Chapter 64 System, you are naughty again. After Lin made the final decision, he immediately saw that it suddenly became dark outside the pearl. But in the eyes of the animals in the Jurassic secret land, what they saw was the pearl suddenly disappearing. At this point in time, all the animals that were not supposed to exist in the Jurassic secret realm were cleared out of the secret realm. Among them is Xiaozhen. Wait until it becomes bright outside the pearl again. A mechanical voice suddenly came to Lin's ears. Bite. You have entered a new area. The channel in your region has been changed. I should have left the previous sea area. When Lin heard this sound, his first reaction was that he and his boat had been sent to another place by the Jurassic secret realm. Wait until he comes out of the bedroom and takes a look. I found that it was indeed like this. Lin's pearl is currently parked in the vast ocean. There is also sunshine outside. But it is obvious that the sea breeze blowing from this sea area is even colder. It feels like I've jumped from the equator to the frigid zone. Damn, it's so cold. I'll freeze to death if I don't wear any clothes. A cold wind blew, and Lennon got goosebumps all over his body. But when he returned to the bedroom, I don't feel cold anymore. The crystallization of evolution is playing its role. Well, since you can generate heat, I'll place these 2 fairy pterosaur eggs next to you, just so they can experience what prenatal education is. Lennon clumsily built a nest for the 2 pterosaur eggs using wool, weeds, and giant clamshells. Then placed the evolution crystal in the middle as support. After the pterosaur eggshell came into contact with the evolution crystal, the light in the crystal suddenly became active. Lennon could even feel the temperature in the room rise by 2 degrees. It seems this is working. I haven't taken care of the super farm or the ship for 24 hours. I better hurry and finish everything before dark. Looking at the 2 pterosaur eggs, Lennon muttered to himself. Then he thought that the first thing he should do is to get himself some warm clothes. It just so happened that the shield scales of the great shark king were put into the furnace before. By now, the furnace should have melted the shield scales into an artifact. I just don't know whether Lennon can get a set of leather armor or a leather shield. He hurried into the cabin. Go to the workbench near the furnace and see 2 pieces of clothing on the table. Hey, leather jacket. Leather pants. Damn, so cool. Lennon picked up the 2 pieces of black leather armor on the operating table and took a look. He found that these 2 pieces of clothing were made completely according to the aesthetic standards of Earth. Not only does it not look like the leather armor worn by ancient cavalry, and it's no different from modern clothes. I visit La Maison de la Mer twice a year, and there's always something new to enjoy. Unfortunately, he lacks a motorcycle. Otherwise, once Lennon puts on this set of leather armor, he can directly become a knight. Shield scale leather armor possesses impressive defensive power, easily neutralizing the impact and penetration of lower-level weapons compared to higher-level weapons. Even against higher-level weapons, it offers a certain degree of defensive effectiveness. After reading this introduction, Lennon knew that he possessed a rare defensive item in the ocean world. At the very least, in the parchment book, there are weapons that can be made, but no armor. The sharp-toothed dagger gave me a 50-point increase in strength rating, and these leather jacket and pants gave me a 100-point increase. It seems like I'm the best in the ocean world now. Take another look at the rankings. Lennon has surpassed other survivors and ranked first with 1,116 points. However, he is anonymous on the leaderboard. The points of other people are also constantly changing, so no one knew that he was the first one. I wonder if I can get a higher strength rating after the 2 pterosaur babies are born. Lennon is now 100% sure that whatever he brings out from the Jurassic secret realm is his. As for whether this species will appear in other parts of the ocean world, Lennon cannot be sure. But he knew in his heart that it wouldn't flood. Just evolve and crystallize this thing. Why is it so rampant? Over the billions of years of history on Earth, many animals have evolved from small ones into giants. But he was able to evolve directly from the bottom of the food chain to the top of the food chain, relying purely on his own physical strength. Isn't this the Dallas lizard family? Mosasaur was the true overlord of the sea, driving other aquatic dinosaurs and most sharks to extinction. So this evolutionary crystallization may be unique. And this woad, it's not a seed either. I'll find a big pot of soil and bury it there to see if it can survive. Lennon still felt helpless. He didn't know whether the pterosaur would fly away after hatching, nor did he know whether the woad he was carrying would survive. Fortunately, when choosing minerals, he chose evolution crystals. Otherwise, the oil will really be brought out. It's just one can, it's useless. Lennon entered the super farm in a nervous mood. If he didn't go in to sign in today, he would miss this opportunity to sign in. Bite. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain primary fish food 10. Primary fish food can shorten the growth period of fish products by 6 hours. Not a bad reward. Lennon temporarily put the primary fish food in the warehouse. There is no rush to use it. Because he has already waited for 2 days and will be able to catch bluefin tuna tomorrow morning, there is really no need for him to use this primary fish food now. A few days later, in addition to the sign-in option on the notice board, there are also farm tasks this time. Super Farm Mission. Reclaim the 8th piece of land. Reward. Super Farm Magic Pool. Super Farm Magic Pool can reverse plants and animals back to their original appearance. For example, it can reverse white radish into white radish seeds and reverse black croaker into black croaker fry. You're so perverted, you're even resorting to magic. But what kind of magic is that? Black croaker can naturally produce black croaker fry, and white radish can also bloom and produce seeds. You don't need to reverse it. Lennon seriously suspected that Super Farm was playing a scam, and he had evidence to prove it. Bite. It is detected that the host is often dissatisfied with the system. As a very user-friendly system, the Super Farm system now provides unbinding and cancellation services for hosts. Please choose whether to unbind immediately. No, you're such a rebellious son. Dad scolded you and educated you in the hope that you would show a better side of yourself, yet you still want to sever the father-son relationship? Impossible. Lennon was frightened by the system and quickly clicked no. How could he possibly unbind and cancel the Super Farm system? He also hopes that the Super Farm system will dominate this ocean world. Chapter 65, Farm Magic Pond. Lennon finished the last sentence. I won't complain about the system anymore. He still chose to look at the conditions for reclaiming the 8th piece of land first. As long as he completes the task, he can transform the woad into seeds. 8,000 metal ingots? It's not that much. My living standard has improved after all. If I squeeze hard, I can still come up with 1,000 metal ingots. Know that you can meet the needs of Super Farm. Lennon hurriedly left the Super Farm to collect the 1,000 metal ingots. In order to save some resources and collect 1,000 metal ingots faster, Lennon first planned to look for Tong Yaya. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lennon, Yaya, please buy me some metal ingots. Just gather as many as you can within 10 minutes. Maybe it's because I haven't contacted Tong Yaya for too long. When Tong Yaya received Lennon's message again, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Tong Yaya, Boss Lin, I thought you would never contact me again. Lennon, I'm very busy these days. Please help me get the metal ingots. Just tell me if you need any resources. Tong Yaya, okay. Big brother Lin, please wait a moment. Look, Tong Yaya immediately went to buy metal ingots for herself. Lennon went to feed Dolly and Xiaobai first. He actually doesn't lack many resources. At the end of the man-eating shark plague, Lennon exchanged thick wooden boards for 600 or 700 metal ingots, plus what you have on you. It seems that we are only short of about 200 metal ingots. 7 or 8 minutes passed. Tong Yaya came back with metal ingots, and this time, she directly gave Lennon 300 metal ingots. Tong Yaya, Boss Lin, this is all I can muster at the moment. If it's still not enough for you, I'll find another way. Lennon, that's enough. I've put some soil on the shelf. You can buy it with grass and keep it to exchange for other resources you need for life. By the way, if you have the chance to get the blueprint for an advanced building hammer, you must buy it. I estimate that if a natural disaster really comes suddenly next time, all human beings who survive without ships may be destroyed. Tong Yaya, thank you, boss. I understand. See familiar emoticons. Lennon finally smiled. His nerves were very tense throughout the day. SeaWorld is still better. After getting 300 metal ingots, Lennon immediately ran to the Super Farm. The 8th piece of land was reclaimed. Consumption, metal ingot 1,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8th piece of land. The farm store has unlocked the purchase rights for pepper seeds for you. Congratulations to the host for completing the Super Farm mission. Obtain Super Farm Magic Pool. Hey, from now on, I'm going to plant chili peppers on the 8th plot of land, and plant corn on 4 of the other 7 plots, and woad on 3. Woad is a medicine, and chili pepper can be said to be both a vegetable and a condiment. These 2 crops are sure to sell well at the SeaWorld trading post. As for corn, although it is also very important, it will take some time before the corn planted in the large earthen pots on the pearl will mature. Lennon should not be short of biofuels. Let's see how the magic pool can reverse these plants first. A new building has appeared next to the Super Farm store, called the Farm Magic Pond. Lennon clicked on it and saw a submission page. He submitted the woad to the magic pool. Do you want to consume 1 metal ingot to reverse the woad? It's going to consume resources, but it's not that outrageous. 1 metal ingot really isn't that much. Lennon didn't hesitate and decisively clicked to confirm. Then a faint green light flashed in the magic pool. The woad inside gradually shrank and then turned into a brown seed. Consumption, 1 woad, 1 metal ingot. Obtain, I say to seed 1. Since there is only 1 woad seed, Lennon can only plant it on a piece of land temporarily. He simply took out 2 watermelons from his warehouse, also placed in the magic pool to reverse. After obtaining 2 watermelon seeds, he simply planted all 8 plots of land on the farm. I feel like these 8 plots of land aren't enough. Reclaiming the 9th plot will cost 5,000 metal ingots. I have to find a way to reclaim it. After Lennon unlocked more and more economic crops, he finally came up with the idea of stirring up trouble in the ocean world. After Lennon withdrew from the Super Farm, he began to calculate the resources in his hands. There are a lot of planks, but now that the shark disaster is over, the planks are worthless. It's just like nuclear leakage and nuclear wastewater discharge. When the nuclear leak happened, the price of salt went up. When nuclear wastewater was discharged, the price of salt rose again. But this thing itself is not valuable. Even if humans do not eat sea salt, there is still endless salt on the earth. So even if the price goes up, it will eventually come down. Based on this principle, Lennon decided to keep basic resources such as thick wooden boards, palm leaves, and plastics. Then take out the sand, soil, and clay in the warehouse. These resources were collected by him from the islands. There are a lot of them, and it is of no use to him anymore, so just leave a small part. Some people may think, since you have a super farm, why don't you sell vegetables and grains like before? That's because these people only saw the glorious side of Lennon. It turns out that Lennon has only owned the super farm for a short time, and for a long time, he only grew corn, which was used to refine oil. The vegetables and food he had on him were only enough for Lennon's food for 10 days to half a month. As for the fish harvested from the fishery, I have some saved at the moment. But everyone should know that the two prehistoric flying beasts in Lennon's bedroom are about to hatch. In order to reclaim the 9th piece of land as soon as possible, Lennon plans to use some special methods. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lennon, Alex, my brother, please do me a favor. Alex, what the hell? How did you come back to life? Your profile picture was frozen at this time yesterday, and I sent you a message, but it didn't show I was blocked. Lennon, ahem, I was seriously ill and had been lying in bed resting, so I didn't have the energy to read the parchment book. Alex, seriously ill? Then you must rest well. Don't die. Why are you still reading parchment books and chatting with people when you are sick? Go lie down immediately. No matter how Alex looked, he couldn't tell that Lennon looked sick. He even looked at the red glow on Lennon's face and wondered if Lennon had just finished a health check. Lennon, you don't understand. The more we Chinese people are on the verge of death, the more we want to find our closest friends to entrust our affairs to. I am almost dying now. Can you lend me 5,000 metal ingots? Alex, fuck. Do you know how abrupt that turn of events was? Lennon, just tell me whether you want to lend it to me or not. Lennon's idea was very simple, which was to borrow 5,000 metal ingots from someone else first. If you can borrow it, it's a success. If you can't, it's no big deal. Chapter 66, Amazing Naming Talent. Alex, no? Obviously. Alex predicted Lennon's idea of getting something for nothing. Even brothers and friends who have been communicating for a long time cannot trust each other. Perhaps Alex gave Lennon a credit line. You can borrow supplies, but definitely not too much. These 5,000 metal ingots are really too many. If Lennon doesn't return it, Alex will probably vomit blood. Lennon, pledge 5 shark baits. If you are lucky, you can use these 5 shark baits to dig up 5,000 metal ingots. Alex, since you can dig up 5,000 metal ingots with shark bait, why don't you do it yourself? Is it because you don't want to? Lennon, cough cough. I am dying, cough cough. Luckily I found the medicine to cure the disease, otherwise I would have to rely on my own body to bear it, cough cough. You don't know? I almost coughed out my lungs yesterday. Alex, wait. What are you talking about? Lennon, I almost coughed out my lungs yesterday. Alex, that's not it. You said you found a drug that can cure diseases. What is it? Lennon, you profiteer, let me tell you the truth. Do you know China's Isatis root? It is a root of Isatis indigotica, which can treat very common diseases such as fever and colds. Alex, but you have a cough. Can Isatis root cure cough? Lennon, hee, now we have to talk about the leaves of Isatis indigotica. They are a treasure. The leaves of Isatis indigotica are called Isatis indigotica, which can cure cough. Alex, where can I find this good stuff? Do you have any woad seeds? Sell me some. Lennon, 5,000 metal ingots. Alex, are you crazy? No matter how precious the Chinese herbal medicine is, it can't be sold for 5,000 metal ingots. Lennon, a few woad seeds cannot be sold for 5,000 metal ingots. But what if I let you become my exclusive distributor? Oh, I also have watermelon seeds, and I probably won't be able to plant them all in my lifetime. SeaWorld has a big problem right now. After harvesting the plants you grow, you cannot get the seeds. This brings us back to the problem we encountered at the beginning. What if one day all the seeds are planted? Lennon had also thought about this, so he especially cherished the watermelons in his warehouse, and he had not eaten much so far. But now there is a super farm magic pool. This problem will no longer be a problem. Even if other people's seeds are all planted, Lennon still has seeds, and this is probably his unique advantage. I just don't know how long this advantage can last. So take advantage of this while it's still there. Get more of the most basic and important resources. Just beginning. Thick planks are also the standard currency used by the trading house to measure the value of various items. But as planks of wood have become less and less valuable, everyone is now starting to use metal ingots as currency. Alex, distribution? This isn't Earth. Your verbal promise isn't worth 5,000 metal ingots. Although Lennon's proposal was very tempting, Alex still held back and did not foolishly hand over the 5,000 metal ingots to Lennon. Lennon couldn't convince Alex no matter what he did. He thought about it over and over again. Decided to reveal some of the secrets I have been hiding. Lennon, look what this is. Lennon held up the parchment book so that Alex could see his sheep pen. Alex, sheep. Some people have seen them on the island, but they haven't caught them. Don't tell me you want to exchange 2 sheep for 5,000 metal ingots. I can give you 1,000 at most. Because if you want to trade these sheep to me, you can only kill them first. Dead sheep are not worth much. Lennon, you're dreaming. They can keep producing wool for me. How could I sell them to you, a profiteer? My friend, look at this. Lennon returned to his bedroom from the cabin and placed a pterosaur egg on the bed for Alex to see. Alex, an egg this big? An ostrich egg? 50 metal ingots at most. Lennon, you are really blind. How could this be an ostrich egg? Lennon was almost pissed to death by Alex. He knew that Alex couldn't see the detailed information of the fairy pterosaur egg through the parchment book, but he still wanted to scold him. How could an ostrich egg be compared with a pterosaur egg? Pterosaurs are the kings of the sky, while ostriches are cowards. Alex's words were really insulting to pterosaur. Alex was frantically editing text and was about to ask Lin and what animal laid the egg. He looked through Lin Ann's head and saw that there was a hole in the eggshell on Lin Ann's bed. A small head, which was quite large compared to the egg, poked out, and then a claw stretched out. The clearly visible wing membrane behind the claw shocked Alex. Alex, brother, Lennon, my brother, my best friend, my God, it has a wing membrane, and its head is so pointy and big. Is it a descendant of a pterosaur? Brother, 5,000 metal ingots, right? I'll give it to you. Do you have any extra pterosaur eggs? Sell me one. Lennon no longer had time to respond to Alex's crazy words. He saw the first fairy pterosaur hatch and instantly threw the parchment book aside. At this moment, nothing is more important than this little guy. After the baby pterosaur broke out of the eggshell, it just looked at Lennon curiously, then put its mouth into the eggshell and began to suck the egg liquid inside. Lennon didn't dare to move, just watching the pterosaur baby, which was already as big as his palm, eat. After a long while, when the baby pterosaur had eaten all the egg liquid, it jumped off Lin Ann's bed and fell to the floor. Lennon quickly used his hands to pick up the baby pterosaur, put it back to its original nest, and let it feel the warmth brought by the crystallization of evolution. Lennon was also afraid that the pterosaur baby born first would destroy the other pterosaur egg, so he put the pterosaur egg on the bed as well. Later, he witnessed the birth of another fairy pterosaur. One end has a green wing membrane, and the other end has a red wing membrane. From now on, I'll call you Little Green and Little Red. Luckily, I have a super farm with lots of caterpillars. Otherwise, I really don't know where to catch small fish to feed you. Lennon held a caterpillar in his hand to lure the 2 little pterosaurs to jump up, just like using a sausage to tease a puppy. Perhaps it is because of the existence of evolutionary crystals. These 2 pterosaur babies showed amazing vitality right after they were born. Oh. After eating the delicious caterpillars, the 2 pterosaur babies cried out happily. Finally, perhaps because they were tired from playing, they thought of returning to the nest and moved directly to the side of the evolution crystal to lean against it. They're so cute, but I wonder how long it will take them to grow up. My strength points have increased by another 20 points. It seems that the ocean world has already tacitly accepted these 2 little pterosaurs as mine. Chapter 67. I became bald and stronger. Lennon didn't disturb the 2 little pterosaurs from resting, because it looks like they are absorbing the energy within the evolutionary crystals. On the other hand, Lennon, he had spent several hours with the evolution crystal today. Apart from the heat, he didn't feel any other changes. In other words, Lennon had studied physics and chemistry and knew that thermal energy was also a type of energy. That's why I didn't doubt the function of evolution crystals. Only then did Lennon pick up the parchment book. Alex has sent him hundreds of messages, many of which are nonsense, either asking where Lennon got the pterosaur egg from, or asking if Lennon can put the pterosaur egg on the trading house, and also asking how many pterosaur eggs Lennon has in total. Finally, he even said that if the living pterosaur could not be traded, he would like to trouble Lennon to stay in 1C area, and he would go to find Lennon. Just trade offline. Lennon, stop dreaming. I'm telling you the truth. I only have this 1 pterosaur egg, and it has just hatched. The reason I showed it to you is because I want you to trust me. I've revealed my biggest secret to you. Can't you just lend me 5,000 metal ingots first? If I don't return it to you, you can expose the fact that I have a pterosaur on the world channel. Alex, I don't believe a word you say, but if you really want 5,000 metal ingots, give me 300 corn seeds and 5 shark baits. I also want the wool from your sheep. When you grow woad in the future, give it to me so I can sell it on the trading house. Alex also figured it out. Since Lin and really needed 5,000 metal ingots, he would ask for a high price and put forward some conditions worth about 5,000 metal ingots. The 300 corn seeds and 5 shark baits alone might be worth 3,000 metal ingots. In the past, Lin would definitely not sell corn seeds to Alex, because there are no corn seeds to sell in the super farm store. Plant some corn, then use less seed. Corn cobs are also used as raw materials for oil refining. Before castor oil plants and olives were discovered, whoever had the most corn seeds was the richest person in the ocean world. Now with Super Farm Manipool, Lin no longer has much demand for these seeds. It can also be agreed to in exchange for necessary resources. Lin, well, there is only a little wool left. I will give it all to you. Let's trade now. After saying that, Lin hurriedly put everything Alex needed on the trading floor. Consumption: corn seeds 300, wool 46, shark bait 5. Obtain: metal ingot 5,000. Because of the trade of 5,000 metal ingots to Lin, Alex's ranking in the ocean world rankings dropped from 3rd to 48th. Lin's wealth score increased by more than 100 points. However, the ranking will not change. Get 5,000 metal ingots. Lin hurried into the super farm. Then directly click the button to reclaim the 9th piece of wasteland. Reclamation. Consumption: metal ingot 5,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9th piece of land. The farm store has unlocked the purchase rights for pumpkin seeds for you. In just 2 days, Lin had reclaimed 2 pieces of land. At this point, all the wasteland on the super farm has been reclaimed by Lin. Just as he was about to plant the newly unlocked pumpkin on the 9th piece of land, a familiar prompt sound suddenly rang out. Byte. Detected that all 9 plots of land in the super farm have been cultivated. Super Ranch will be online soon. Super Farm system upgrading. Host, please exit Super Farm immediately. It is expected that the upgrade will be successful in 12 hours. This time, when Lin saw the super farm say it was going to upgrade, he immediately retreated from it and did not do anything dangerous. As soon as you leave Super Farm, a smile appeared on Lin's face. The reason why he was anxious to reclaim the 9th piece of land was that he vaguely felt that if he could reclaim all the land in the super farm, he might be able to create something new. Now that I see it, it is really like that. Super farm, super fishery, super ranch. It seems these are the 3 main areas of a farm. This is really comfortable. Others can grow vegetables on the farm and fish in the fishery, but others can't raise the chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep on my ranch. In the ocean world, there are relatively few land creatures. There were not many people trying to survive on the island. It is estimated that at most only 100 humans have caught mammals. Go to sleep. When you wake up, you can go to the super ranch and take a look. It was just getting dark outside. Lin didn't even eat anything. In the Jurassic Secret realm, he just ate some bread and drank some milk to fill his stomach. But he didn't feel hungry at all now. He just wanted time to pass quickly. After Lin laid down on the bed, he forced himself to calm down and then fell asleep. During the night, Lin woke up several times. But the sky outside was still dark. He continued to sleep with his eyes closed. Even when he fell asleep, Lin still tossed and turned, and he was visibly anxious. In this late night, in the corner of Lin's bedroom where no one noticed, the pterosaur's nest was also changing. Faint green and red lights kept flickering, but the light was very weak, so weak that it could not illuminate the area near the nest. Wait until dawn the next day. Lin woke up and was ready to enter the super farm immediately to explore the foundation of the super ranch. He suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Then looked down again. I realized that his body was covered with black sticky substance, and his clothes seemed to be soaked in oil. Fuck, it stinks, what's wrong with me? Lin saw that his body was so dirty that it was unbearable. He didn't even bother to go to the super farm. He just took off his clothes and threw them aside. Then he ran to the cabin and rubbed his body vigorously with seawater, sand, and weeds. Only after rubbing off all the sticky substances on your body can you wash your body with fresh water. My skin has become tougher and darker. I've lost a small amount of hair, but the area where I lost the hair has also grown some stubble. Could this be the effect of the evolutionary crystals? Lin couldn't find the reason for the changes in his body, so he naturally put the blame on the evolutionary crystals. My physical fitness score has gone from 20 to 45. I've become stronger, but I'm also going bald. Looking at my explosive muscles and slowly falling hair, Lin was really a little melancholy. It would be perfect if I could become stronger without losing my hair. However, the stubble of hair on his scalp still gave Lin a glimmer of hope. Chapter 68 Super Ranch. I haven't gotten any taller, and I haven't gotten any stronger, which is good news. Lin was thinking in the Jurassic Secret realm that if he brought the evolution crystal with him, He would also undergo a huge transformation like the Dallas lizard to mosasaur. It's really better not to change. He certainly doesn't want to grow to 20 or 30 meters tall, because people who are 20 or 30 meters tall can no longer be considered human beings, no matter whether you are called a giant or a Superman by others. Linen would feel very unhappy. It's not just me. Dolly and Xiaobai have also changed. Their hair has grown back, and, damn, they've even grown horns. Dolly and Xiaobai are both female sheep, so they didn't have horns before. But the night passed. A pair of 1-inch long sharp horns suddenly appeared on Dolly and Xiaobai's heads. It looks like the pointed corners will get longer in a few days. The evolution crystal is indeed powerful. Linen didn't put the evolution crystal in the cabin of the Pearl, but Dolly and Xiaobai were also affected by the evolution crystal. It seems that the influence range of this crystal is really not small. After feeling the benefits that the crystallization of evolution brings to himself and the animals around him, Linen suppressed his excitement first. First, enter the super farm according to the original plan. Originally, the super farm was divided into 3 areas, but at the beginning, except for the 9 plots of land on the farm itself, the rest of the land was green lawn. Now half of the green lawn has become a super fishery, and the other half is surrounded by fences and turned into a super pasture. Linen still needs to continue digging and expanding the fish farm in order to unlock the fish fry in the store. There is no need to expand the fence on the pasture. The entire ranch is a complete piece of grassland with sheds and kennels on both sides, where Linen can raise several animals. It's really amazing. If you raise dairy cows, you can raise 4, and if you raise chickens, you can raise 40. It makes sense that way. Cows can only be raised in sheds, and chickens can only be raised in kennels. The grassland is shared, but the ranch has strict feeding rules for Linen. Linen will never be allowed to raise cows in the nest or chickens in the shed. At the beginning, there were only 4 types of animal cubs for Lin and to choose from. Chickens, rabbits, sheep, cows. It's a pity. Only chickens can be harvested for chicken, rabbits can only be harvested for rabbit fur, sheep can be harvested for wool, and cows can be harvested for milk. Super Ranch is stubborn. As a human being, you must be satisfied. As a human being, you must be satisfied. As a human being, you must be satisfied. Linen said it 3 times before he suppressed his anger. He really wanted to curse. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Why would he need rabbit fur when he already has wool? Can't he just try some delicious food like roasted rabbit, spicy rabbit head, and rabbit meat buns? In that case, I'll raise 40 chickens, 2 sheep, and 2 cows. I don't have much else, but plenty of grass. And I won't have to waste the farmland growing grass in the short term. Linen was busy spending money, and just buying these cubs almost made him penniless. But it's okay. Except chicken is a disposable product. Both cows and sheep can be kept for a long time. Bite. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain Fermentation Tank Blueprint 1. Fermentation tank can make use of animal waste. There's still this thing. Shit, I figured it out. When Linen saw the 4 big words, waste utilization, he immediately knew what this fermentation tank was used for. Animal manure is fermented and turned into either biogas or fertilizer. Linen guessed that the fermentation tank was most likely a facility that converted animal manure into fertilizer. Because if you want to make biogas, it probably won't be called a fermentation tank, but a septic tank. Good stuff. I can make one later. After the farms, fisheries, and ranches were established, the ecology of the entire super farm gradually began to circulate. Caterpillars from the farm can be fed to fish. Animal manure from pastures can actually be fed to fish. In addition, the farm can also grow grass to feed the animals. Now we can build fermentation tanks, and the ranch can give back to the farm. The 3 major planting and breeding sites directly form a closed loop. Seeing the super farm becoming more and more vibrant, Lin was already very satisfied. From now on, the basic structure of the super farm had been determined. What surprises super farm could give Lin next was beyond his imagination. In addition, the fishery can continue to expand. In order to qualify to purchase animal cubs on the ranch, Lin needs to directly submit resources to unlock it. These are still things that Lin needs to work hard to accomplish. I simply took care of the ranch, fishery, and farm. Lin retreated. The fermentation tank can wait for 2 days. I need to get out of this cold, icy place right now. At present, every time a gust of wind blows over the sea where Lin is, the coldness can cut the skin like a knife. Even though Lin was wearing shield-scale leather armor, his face was still exposed. This means that his physical fitness has improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in such a place. Oh my God, it can't be that serious. There are icebergs floating on the sea. Lin took the telescope and looked around before deciding which direction to go. Then he saw a blue iceberg drifting with the waves. Icebergs are not land. These mountains made entirely of ice are actually part of the ocean. If icebergs appear here, doesn't that mean I might find a continuous sheet of sea ice? Think of this. Lennon immediately took out the parchment book. He planned to see what the locals had to say. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 524,136. The number of 520,000 survivors is a bit exaggerated. But on second thought, this data happens to prove Lin and's guess. If there is a large area of sea ice in this sea area, then when a natural disaster strikes, all the surviving humans will hide on the sea ice, and no matter how powerful the man-eating sharks are, they will have no way to deal with those surviving humans. Is there anyone who wants to form a team to catch seals? I have an intermediate bow and arrow. Whoever can catch a seal with a fishing net can catch it. Come on, even catching seals, the seals in this sea are almost all eaten by sharks. Let's think about how to deal with polar bears. I thought our place was better than other places. At least we have sea ice that can get out of the sea for us to live on. But now it seems that it's just like that. Without food and water, we will starve to death sooner or later. The thick planks and palm leaves we finally picked up have to be used as firewood. Then what should we do? We don't have any resources. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of us wouldn't be stuck in this hellhole. It's okay to complain on the regional channel, but don't complain on the world channel. I understand. No one will reveal this secret. Chapter 69. Polar People Living on Sea Ice. Lennon read what these people said. He closed the parchment book silently. Just as he thought, there were large pieces of sea ice floating on the surface of this sea area. What surprised Lennon even more was that the humans who survived in this sea area seemed to have chosen to live on the sea ice directly after the man-eating shark disaster. This forced them to live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. There's nothing on the sea ice. That's right. There are polar bears. A polar bear that can smash a person's head with one slap. Being trapped on sea ice means being unable to obtain other resources. These people will eventually trap themselves to death, but they seem to think that humans in other seas will die before them. Lennon suddenly discovered that the humans trying to survive in this sea area were the kind who tried to survive by trying to survive. Please explain. They believe that as long as they can survive long enough and all the humans trying to survive in other sea areas die, then this ocean world will become theirs. This idea is correct. It can even be said to be correct. Lennon had watched a TV series before, called The 100. The plot is roughly that a nuclear war broke out on Earth, and all civilizations were wiped out. Those who remained on the station survived. About 100 years later, because the population of the space station was too large, 100 law-breaking young people were sent down to Earth. Originally, the people in the space station thought that there were no living things on Earth. But in fact, there are some people who are living underground. He managed to survive the effects of nuclear radiation. Those people who are trying to survive on the sea ice now actually think the same way. As long as they can survive temporarily and wait until everyone else dies and the disaster is over, they will become the only group of people left alive. By that time, all the resources of the ocean world will belong to them. The idea is correct, but the approach is wrong. In the TV series that Lennon watched, the humans living underground had everything, so they could survive for 100 years. But what do these humans who survive on the sea ice have? Nothing. What if the sea ice drifts to other sea areas, or even melts? There was nothing they could do except wait to die. Oh, no. They can also take up weapons and kill their own kind, so that they can maybe gather enough resources to build a raft. Robbing these people is no fun, but if I catch a polar bear or a seal, I can make a coat, and I think the seal oil can be used in cooking. Lennon has no interest in those humans who live a miserable life, but the animals in this cold sea are not found in other seas. To withstand the severe cold, those seals must have thick fat on their bodies. Polar bears must also have thick fur. Now that Lennon had a target, he raised the sail and began to move towards the iceberg he had just seen. He knew that neither seals nor polar bears could stay in the water all the time, so they would definitely appear on the sea ice. The iceberg that Lennon just saw is actually not small in area. The seals are likely to go up there to rest and sunbathe. Polar bears also often explore these icebergs in order to catch seals. Stay away. I don't want the Pearl to turn into the Titanic. After Lennon approached the iceberg, he was worried that the iceberg would hit his Pearl, so he stayed 1 kilometer away from the iceberg. He took a telescope and observed whether there were any seals on the iceberg. The brown and black seals would be very obvious if they appeared on the sea ice. As the iceberg slowly drifted past, Lennon was able to see the back of the iceberg, and he actually found more than a dozen seals lying motionless on the ice. I'm not the only hunter who wants to kill these seals. Lennon not only saw the seals on the iceberg, he also saw the huge black shadows in the sea. I just don't know whether the black shadow under the sea is a shark, a whale, or some other exaggerated marine creature. Seals are creatures that contain a lot of fat. Whether it's sharks, whales, or polar bears, it is definitely a delicacy on the table. These marine creatures like mammals that are meaty and oily the most. Someone said it before. Why sharks don't attack humans? The reason is actually that humans are too thin, with little fat and little meat, and eating them tastes like chewing tree bark. The attraction to sharks is really too low. So sharks are too lazy to attack humans. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. If there's a whale underwater, then catching a whale is no better than catching a seal. Lennon thought about it and decided to first see what kind of creature was underwater. Anyway, the seal on the iceberg couldn't escape. It's nearby. It's like being ambushed from all sides. Seals don't dare to go into the water at all. In order to make the giant under the sea surface float up, Lennon tied a few fish together with plastic and threw the fish into the sea. See if you can attract the giant creature under the sea. But who knows? When the fish and plastic gradually drifted towards the iceberg, the huge creatures in the sea were not attracted. Instead, the seals on the iceberg became active when they saw the fish and moved towards the edge of the sea. Isn't this just like a moth flying into a flame? Lennon was stunned. These seals were so silly and cute. They knew that there were hunters waiting for them under the sea, but for the sake of a few fish, they still plunged into the sea without hesitation. The moment these seals enter the water, the huge monsters under the sea finally revealed their true faces. Killer whale. Shark. Never mind, I'd better catch 2 seals. When Lennon saw these large animals, he immediately lost interest. Killer whales are not whales at all. They are from the same family as dolphins. If you calculate their value, they are actually not as valuable as seals. As for sharks, their meat is not edible at all. Killing them is useless. Lennon took out the Yaka arrow, blew the arrow whistle, and shot at the seals on the iceberg that had not moved at all. Seals have thick skin and flesh, so even if the aka arrow pierces their body, they will not die immediately as long as they do not hit the head. In order to precisely control the Yaka arrow, Lennon drove the pearl forward a little further. The distance between the pearl and the iceberg was shortened to less than 300 meters. As the pearl approached, the sharks and killer whales quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. They may have never seen such a large ship, so they were a little scared, but before they returned to the bottom of the sea, they still took away the bodies of several seals. Without other hunters, Lennon could hunt seals with greater confidence. Under his precise control, 3 seals on the iceberg died immediately. The other seals sensed danger and quickly slid into the sea. He didn't dare show his face again. Lennon thought that killing these 3 seals was already a good achievement, so he gave up chasing other seals. Chapter 70, Building a Bridge of Trust. It took a lot of effort to get the boss to use his nose. Lennon used the Yaka arrow to bring the 3 seals onto the deck of the Pearl. Collectible symbols appeared on all 3 seals. Ever since the last hunt for the Great White Shark King, Lennon knew that after hunting these animals, all the useful things on their bodies could be collected. Collectible, seal meat. Collectible, seal fur. Collectible, seal grease. Wow, it seems that spending time hunting these seals is the right choice. Seeing that there were so many resources to be collected from the seals, Lennon immediately took the sharp-toothed dagger and began to dismember the 3 seals. Soon, the seal was cut into pieces by Lennon. Obtain, seal meat 243. Obtain, seal fur 3. Obtain, seal grease 104. Each portion of seal meat and seal fat weighs 1 kilogram, and the seal fur is 3 complete sheets. Of course, the remaining bones, internal organs, and scraps cannot be wasted. Lennon picked out the seal bones, cleaned them, and took them back to his room as decorations. As for the internal organs, Lennon cut them into small pieces and fed them to the 2 fairy pterosaurs, Xiaohong and Xiaolu. Among the animals on the Pearl ship yesterday, the ones that had changed the most were Little Red and Little Green. Their bodies had grown from about 10 to 20 centimeters to nearly 30 centimeters. When eating the seal's internal organs, he would take 1 piece at a time. R. The call of the fairy pterosaur is similar to the pronunciation of the letter R in English. If they are hungry, they will make short but rapid calls. When encountering danger or being attacked, it will emit a long, sharp cry. By the sound of their calls, Lennon knew that Xiaohong and Xiaolu were still very close to him. So even if Lennon opened the bedroom door, he would not tie their claws with ropes to restrict their movements. Of course, even if Lennon asked these 2 little guys to fly, they wouldn't be able to fly. Lennon thought that when the wingspan of the 2 little guys reached 1 meter, that is, when their bodies were half a meter long, he would throw them from a high place to a low place, forcing the two little guys to learn to fly. At the current growth rate, it is estimated that in 3 days at most, Linen will be able to see Xiaohong and Xiaolu hovering above his pearl. We have to sell all the seal meat and seal fat. The more than 200 kilograms of seal meat and more than 100 kilograms of seal oil in the inventory warehouse were really too much. If Linen continued to stay in this sea area, he might be able to hunt more seals. He thought that he could take out all these things and divide them up. This thing is definitely better than fish and has higher nutritional value. Regional channel. Private chat channel. Linen. Alex, I will give you 240 portions of seal meat and 100 portions of seal fat. Please help me sell them and exchange them all for metal ingots. I thought about the promise I made to Alex to be my distributor. Linen wanted to give all the meat and oil to Alex. Let him help sell it. This guy is a profiteer. Anything in his hands can be sold at a high price. Alex, sure, you can even hunt seals. I've seen sea lions in the sea before. Their skin is as thick as steel plates, and even intermediate bows and arrows can't penetrate it. Of course, it may be because they are in the water and the arrows encounter resistance when entering the water, so they can't penetrate their skin. Linen, well, I saw seals on the ice, so I hunted them. If they went into the water, I wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Alex, ice? You found the polar region of ocean world? All survivalists assume that the ocean world is a planet like Earth. According to human cognition, every planet has 2 poles. Both poles are relatively cold places. Linen, I'm not sure about that, but I saw people on the channel for this sea area saying that there is a large area of sea ice here. Alex, really? That's a great place. Linen, okay, stop chatting and get down to business. Alex, After. Linen traded all the seal meat and seal oil he had just obtained to Alex. But he didn't ask Alex for the metal ingots first. Out of the desire to build a stable and good partnership with Alex, Linen felt that this trust must be given to Alex. Soon, Alex put the seal meat and seal oil in batches on the trading floor and sold them at high prices. After all, he was not obligated to help Linen sell these ingredients. He also needed to make some money for himself. How much he can earn depends on how high a price he can sell it for. Throw 3 more sealskins into the furnace. The furnace where everything can be melted is Lin N's garment factory. Now it is freezing cold outside, and he got seal fur, so of course he has to make a coat for himself. It's a pity. If I could meet a fox or something, I could get myself a fox fur coat. That kind of clothing is warm and looks domineering. Polar bear ones are also fine. But Linen discovered that in this sea area, because there are too many creatures at the top of the food chain, such as sharks, whale sharks, and killer whales, polar bears can still show off their power on the ice for a while. But if they really go into the water, they may become food for sharks and whales like seals. We need to look for large areas of sea ice. Judging by what people on regional channels say, they are more threatened by polar bears. Polar bears may have already made survivalists a dish on their menu. Linen thought about it and realized that given the poverty of the humans trying to survive in this sea area, they were just prey in front of the polar bears. If polar bears were not very stupid, they would probably hunt humans who are easier to kill and are looking for survival. It's actually not difficult to find large areas of sea ice. During the day, as long as there is sunlight, the light reflected from the sea ice can be easily captured by Lin N's eyes from several kilometers away. Lin N started the engine and made the pearl move forward at the fastest speed. He also deliberately headed north where the light was brighter. Also, don't forget to pay attention to the developments of regional channels. Page 3. Regional channel. Survivors, 524,107. Did you see anyone selling seal meat at the trading house? I saw it. It's that profiteer named Alex. He's selling a piece of seal meat for 3 metal ingots and a portion of seal fat for 5 metal ingots. That's too expensive. Why doesn't he just rob them? I asked him if he had any seal fur for sale, and he told me no. I was freezing to death and really wanted something warm to wear. Oh, I thought seals were a specialty of our sea area, but I didn't expect they could also be found in other sea areas. When will these difficult days end? I really want to go to those warm waters soon. Chapter 71. Boss, take me away. The humans trying to survive on the ice are still complaining. They are indeed difficult. The ice protected them from sharks, but it also deprived them of body heat. Compared with other surviving humans, these people's demand for clothes is really too great. There should be some wise people who choose to leave this sea area after the shark disaster. Linen didn't believe that there was no one who dared to explore and fight in this sea area. The pearl moved 20 or 30 kilometers, and small white dots appeared on the radar display more than once. These small white dots represent rafts. In order to survive, people were always trying to stay away from the ice, and these rafts also pointed the way for Linen. As long as the pearl moves in the opposite direction of the raft's movement, it will definitely find large areas of sea ice. Really? With Lin An's persistent search, the ice surface that looked like the polar continent finally appeared. Is it so exaggerated? Lin An held a telescope and looked at the sea in the distance. He looked left and right, but could not see where the icy coastline ended. No wonder those survivalists can abandon their rafts and survive on this ice. This sea ice is a fucking continent. Putting more than 500,000 human beings seeking survival, there would be almost the same as being on the sea. It is estimated that one could walk for half a day without encountering a single person. Of course, Lin An just described it this way. The closer Lin An got to this giant piece of sea ice, the clearer his vision became. There were many small black dots on the ice near the coastline, and all of these small black dots were humans. They dare not get too close to the coastline because the giant sea ice is also breaking up. It seemed like the iceberg that Lin An saw split from here, then gradually drifted away and then slowly melted. Of course, there are also many people trying to survive near the coastline. Many people were sitting on a 2-square-meter raft, fishing with fishing rods. This raft is the same as the one Lin An was under when he first crossed over to the ocean world. Fragile and vulnerable. As the Pearl gradually approached the ice surface, more and more human survivors looked at Lin An's ship in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. This is no different from breaking into the land of women. The characteristic of the kingdom of women is that there are no men, so when a man breaks in, the citizens of the kingdom of women will be very surprised. Lin An's Pearl appeared here. In fact, the effect is similar to that. It's like a country full of poor people suddenly has the world's richest man. Hey, stranger, can I get on your boat? A small raft slowly moved to the edge of the Pearl's bow, and the white man on it shouted to Lin An, who was standing on the deck. Lin An just glanced down at the man, then returned to the rudder and adjusted the direction of the Pearl. He was going to look for polar bears along the coastline. The purpose is of course the fur of the polar bear. Lin An's contempt made the white man who asked the question angry and embarrassed. He was already very close to the Pearl, so he could easily jump onto the collection net on the surface of the Pearl's hull. A second before this man performed this extreme action, the white dot of the small raft he was on the radar display turned red. After a few seconds, the white man climbed onto the side of the ship along the collection net and stuck his head out to give Lin An an evil smile. It's like saying, if you didn't invite me, I'd come here on my own. I don't want to kill anyone, so why bother? Lin An had no interest in these poor guys, but others were about to ride on his head and pee and shit on him. Lin An could endure it, but Yaka Arrow couldn't endure it either. Half a second later, the white man's smile was frozen on his face forever. Then Lin An heard a plop sound. The number of survivors in the regional channel has dropped by 1. What does it mean when one stone stirs up 1,000 ripples? Lin An had never seen this before. But after he killed the white man, Lin An immediately saw that more than half of the white dots on the radar display turned red. That's not the case. Is this person their relative? Lin An saw dozens of rafts changing direction and trying to catch up with the Pearl. He thought that the white man just now was some great figure. In fact, it is not like that at all. Since the humans who survive on the ice live together in groups, even if there are private fights, they will not do it in front of everyone. On the surface, everyone is very peaceful and no one shows their vicious side. So when the Pearl just approached the ice, although there was greed in those people's eyes, there was more surprise. They didn't dare to shout and kill Lin An in public, even though Lin An was a stranger. After Lin An killed someone, these people can stand on the commanding heights to condemn or even punish Lin An. Even the person who killed Lin An can become a hero of this group, to punish evil and promote good. Who made Lin An a bad guy? But the real intention of those who rushed over was definitely to seize Lin An's Pearl and Lin An's wealth. It's quite troublesome. Well, since you don't want to live, I'll give you a ride. Lin An was not afraid of these people chasing him at all. The speed of the raft could never compare to that of the Pearl. He could have left this place at his leisure. But how could he, who considered himself a villain, allow himself to escape in disgrace? It's a waste, so what? Our tracks have been exposed. Let's give this surviving human on the ice a little Lin An shock. Lin An held a ball of pink dough in his hand and threw it behind the Pearl. This pink dough is the legendary shark bait. At present, shark bait is not as effective to Lin An as before. It is still quite useful to use it as a weapon to destroy the lives of dozens of people. At least the effect looks shocking. As soon as the shark bait touches the sea surface, the effect was immediately apparent. Killer whales, great white sharks, and other types of ferocious sharks hidden in the deep sea were immediately attracted. When they saw a raft on the sea, they started to bite and attack it. Soon, a pool of red blood appeared on the dark blue sea. The screams behind Lin An were also very loud, but soon the place became quiet. Shark bait will only attract ferocious beasts, but it cannot prevent them from attacking. On the contrary, the white shark will become more frantic because of the appearance of shark bait. The deaths of dozens of people caused the humans on the ice to exclaim in amazement, but not all of them sympathized with those who had just died. Don't you have any conscience? They didn't say what they were going to do to you. Why did you kill them? Boss, I'm willing to be your little brother. Take me away. Linen, it's Linen. Those people are really unlucky. They chose the wrong target. Linen, take me away. I can do anything. Chapter 72 Polar Islands. Linen stood on the boat and did not respond to anyone's shouts at all. He was just looking for signs of polar bears on the ice. But because polar bears are white, which is close to the color of sea ice, Linen drove along the coastline for an hour and did not find any polar bears. This piece of sea ice is really big. The locals seem to call it the eternal ice sheet. Linen would also check the regional channels from time to time. He learned the name of this sea ice continent from the words of the humans surviving in this area. Eternal ice cap. It would be great if it were truly eternal. Linen even wanted to abandon the pearl and go to this eternal ice sheet to live the life of an Eskimo. Polar bear, where are you? Linen was searching the ice with a telescope. Suddenly, I saw a small black dot in the northeast direction. He didn't know what the black dot was, but it didn't look like a human being trying to survive because it was too far away. As the pearl gradually approached the small black dot, Linen gradually discovered that this small black was the tip of the highest mountain on the island. The islands of Ocean World are never something that can only be found by relying on treasure maps. But you want to find an island without a treasure map. That requires incredible luck. This is incredible. To be able to see an island in a place like this is incredibly lucky. The island that Linen saw was not on the eternal ice cap, but on the sea 10 kilometers away from the eternal ice cap. It may be because this place is closer to the extreme point of the ocean world, so the temperature is also lower. There is no trace of human survival activities on the eternal ice sheet. From time to time, a sea breeze blows, carrying white ice crystals flying in the air, forming a thick ice fog. Linen was lucky enough to discover the black tip of the mountain from dozens of kilometers away. We were really close to the island. On the contrary, the presence of ice fog affected the vision and made it impossible to see anything. But Linen had already locked the location of the island in advance. He was still able to pass through the heavy ice fog and reach the vicinity of the island smoothly, but when he was 500 meters away from the island, Linen did not dare to drive the pearl forward anymore. The island before us has not yet unveiled its mysterious veil, and the visibility around the island does not exceed 30 meters. The water beneath the pearl turned completely black. The sunlight here is so weak that it is almost invisible. He was able to know that he was only 500 meters away from the island thanks to the radar. Linen stopped the pearl, on the one hand because the visibility was too low, and on the other hand because he saw reefs appeared nearby. In addition, the waves here were very big. There was certainly no romantic golden beach at the landing point directly in front of the pearl. There seems to be no better way except to row a raft. Linen considered that this place was not far from the eternal ice cap, and there was still a possibility that the surviving humans would discover the pearl, so he carried the radar alarm with him. At the same time, move little red, little green, and the evolution crystal into the cabin, and then lock the entrance to the cabin. This way, even if someone breaks in, I can rush back immediately. After taking safety measures, Linen went down the collection net to the raft next to the pearl. Until now, Davis's raft is still sailing with Linen's pearl. I'll carry your pirate spirit with me. Linen stood on the raft and expressed his gratitude to Davis, who was already cold. Seriously, Davis gave Linen so much. The function of this radar alone is comparable to that of an engine. If there is no radar alarm, Linen would never dare to leave the pearl to explore the island so close to the eternal ice cap. The waves near the island are very big, but the sea breeze was not that strong. Linen knelt on the raft, supported the oars with both hands, and began to use all his strength to move the raft closer to the island. The impact of his significant improvement in physical fitness is still very obvious. Linen is now more than twice as strong as before, and his body is also more resistant to cold. Just by wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, and stuffing some wool into the trouser legs and sleeves, Linen was able to maintain a normal body temperature. It would be great if I could sew a little, otherwise I'd definitely turn these leather jacket and pants into fleece-lined ones. Linen now regrets not learning something useful from Earth before. Needlework may not seem that difficult, but it is very hard to do it well and with precision. Reality did not allow Linen to think about these messes anymore. After waving the oars 100 times, Linen finally saw the true appearance of the island. Linen was very lucky. There were no obstacles where he rafted to, so he could go directly to the island. But he also has his bad luck. That is, the landing point he arrived at was basically all reefs, and there was no supplies to collect. Damn it, I hope to find polar bears. It seems impossible to get soil, sand, clay, and other supplies on this island. Lennon left the raft and hurried onto the black rocky beach. Although he couldn't see the entire island clearly and didn't have a treasure map, he knew that this place was an island covered with ice and snow. Even if you think carefully, you will know that it is impossible to collect resources like those on tropical islands. There aren't even any palm trees on this island. Except for the rocky beach, the entire island is covered with snow, and the vegetation is mostly very short shrubs. Lennon's feet made a rustling sound as they stepped on the soft snow. He didn't have a treasure map, so it was naturally impossible for him to go directly to look for the treasure on the island. He went to the island for the resources. There are animal footprints, snow crushed by seals, and a pile of frozen animal feces. It seems this island is an animal paradise. As soon as he arrived on the island, Lennon found various traces on the snow that proved the existence of animals on the island. Especially animal footprints, big and small, all kinds of footprints. This is the good thing about snow. No matter what kind of creature it is, it cannot completely erase its own traces. These footprints provided Lin and with a target. He found a set of footprints that were very different from most of the others. There were so many plum blossom-shaped footprints on the snow that Lennon knew these creatures might be left by Arctic foxes, Arctic wolves, or traces left by Arctic hares jumping. But what made Lennon most happy was that he found hoof prints that were similar to those of cows and horses. Reindeer. Definitely a reindeer. In such a cold place, only reindeer would leave footprints like this. Lennon guessed immediately that the owner of the cow hoof prints must be a reindeer. He couldn't expect that the footprints were left by a yak. Reindeer seem more reliable. Chapter 73 Reindeer Killer. Lennon explored along the reindeer footprints. Soon, traces of a large number of reindeer were discovered. More and more hair and bones appeared in the snow. Lennon would use a sharp-toothed dagger to cut off the horns of these reindeer. Reindeer horns are also a resource that can be collected. Although reindeer antlers do not have much nutritional value, Lennon knows that eating more reindeer antlers can supplement calcium. Following the reindeer tracks, Lennon arrived at what was probably the largest birch forest on the island. As time passed, the temperature on the island gradually rose, and the fog covering the island gradually dissipated. Lennon could also use a telescope to observe the situation in the birch forest. There were indeed some reindeer wandering in the woods, unaware that danger was approaching them. Lennon was standing outside the woods. Observe which reindeer is best for him to kill. He knew that if one reindeer fell, the others would surely flee. This reindeer is quite strong, so we can definitely get a lot of reindeer meat from it. It's yours. The most valuable things on a reindeer are probably its fur and meat, so of course Lin has to choose a big reindeer to shoot. After locking onto the target, he placed the AKA arrow across the trunk of a fallen birch tree, with the arrow's tip in a straight line with the reindeer. Whoa! The arrow whistle that Lennon had rolled under his tongue suddenly played this fatal tune. Lennon once again unleashed the Yaka arrow to its fastest speed. Although the reindeer was 700 or 800 meters away from Lennon, but he was still accurately shot by Yaka's arrow. During the 700 or 800 meters, there were several birch trees blocking the way, but the Yaka arrow still penetrated these birch trees smoothly and hit the reindeer's head without any error. Pretty. Lennon applauded his foolproof shooting skills. Then he got up and rushed straight into the birch forest. He wanted to see how much reindeer meat such a reindeer could provide him. Reindeer meat is as delicious as beef, or even tastier than beef, and has higher nutritional value. I won't say more. If the reindeer meat was sold at the trading house, it would definitely be more expensive than the seal meat that Lennon had sold before. When Lennon ran to the reindeer that was gradually losing body temperature, he unexpectedly discovered that not all the reindeer in the birch forest had run away. There was also a little reindeer, which was probably only as tall as Lennon's, but guarding the reindeer that was shot by Lennon. The little reindeer was licking the blood off the big reindeer with its tongue. Lennon took a look and found that the reindeer he shot had smaller antlers, so it should be a female reindeer. This little reindeer may be its offspring. It's quite touching, but you have to understand that this world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The little reindeer didn't know that Lennon was the killer who shot and killed its loved ones. When Lennon reached out to touch its head, it didn't dodge. Lennon sighed, then kicked the little reindeer hard on the buttocks, scaring the little reindeer away. He still softened his heart. Otherwise, what just flew over was not Lennon's foot, but a high-level axe. Calm down a bit. Lennon began to dismember the female reindeer with a sharp-toothed dagger. You only need to completely cut open the female reindeer's fur and antlers to collect all the resources from the reindeer. Obtain Reindeer Fur 1. Obtain, reindeer antlers 16. Obtain, reindeer meat 206. Not bad. It's amazing to be able to collect 200 kilograms of venison from such a doe. The benefits that killing the reindeer brought to Lin and far exceeded his imagination. He also began to plan to hunt a few more reindeer and then sell them at the trading house. Now Lin will not let go of the opportunity to hunt prey. Ever since the end of the Great Shark Scourge, the development of human beings in the pursuit of survival seems to have entered a period of stagnation. The resources on the sea surface gradually decreased, and wooden barrels were not as common as they were at the beginning. The best blueprints that survival humans can access are advanced blueprints. Some of the rarer blueprints are out of print in the ocean world, such as Lin N's engine blueprint and radar blueprint. It is estimated that there are less than 10 people in the ocean world who own these two items. It seems that humans who survive have returned to the kind of life where they rest at sunset and work at sunrise. All I think about all day is what to eat, how to get food, and what resources to use to exchange for food. 95% of the surviving humans are like the inhabitants of the eternal ice sheet. 24 hours a day, as long as it is daylight, they can do nothing but fishing. Are you crazy? You keep following me. When Lin started looking for the second reindeer, he found that the little reindeer had been following him. Maybe Lin was contaminated by the scent of the female reindeer, which made the little reindeer unable to tell whether its loved one was still alive. Lin did not attack the little reindeer. He just looked for reindeer footprints on the island. When he found fresh animal traces, he followed them. In less than 2 hours, Lin captured more than 3 reindeer and hunted an Arctic wolf. Lin also needs the fur of the Arctic wolf. He even spotted an adorable Arctic fox. But the Arctic fox jumped too fast, and its snow-white fur was too inconspicuous in the snow, so it was difficult for Lin to catch it. In this 1 or 2 hours, the little reindeer never stayed more than 200 meters away from Lin. Perhaps 200 meters is a safe distance for the little reindeer. Lin was able to hunt and kill an Arctic wolf because he discovered that the Arctic wolf was trying to attack the little reindeer. To be honest, there must be more than just these animals on this island. Where did all the others go? The island, covered with thick snow, was dotted with fresh animal footprints. A lot of the feces was still steaming. But when they saw Lin, they all hid, making it impossible for Lin to find them. This made Lin a little distressed. He had the Yaka arrow in his hand. If he could encounter a herd of beasts, he could kill a dozen or even dozens of beasts in a short while. That way it will be more efficient. It's so hard to come across such a polar island. Lin absolutely could not accept that he was forced to leave because of time constraints just because he had killed a few reindeer. It would be great if I could find the treasure chest, but there's so much snow. Even if the bronze treasure chest is covered in snow, I won't be able to find it. Oh, if only I had a perspective cheat. Lin squatted down to process the fur and teeth of the Arctic wolf. Wolf meat cannot be collected, so Lin could only collect the teeth and fur of the Arctic wolf. Although this is the rule, Lin still cut a small piece of wolf meat and took it with him, preparing to take it back for Xiaohong and Xiaolu to taste. Chapter 74 Arctic Wolf's Lair. The reindeer calf, who had just been attacked by an Arctic wolf, was still in shock. He kept standing next to Lin hesitating whether to move away from him. What are you looking at? Get out of the way. I'll hang you up and use you as bait to lure the wolves over and kill you. The quality of Arctic wolf fur is very good, and its toughness and warmth are only inferior to Lin and shield scale leather armor. Why did Lin say that? Because it is mentioned in the introduction of Arctic wolf fur. Arctic wolf fur can be made into blankets, quilts, and leather armor, and has excellent warmth and defensive properties. For example, reindeer fur and seal fur cannot be made into leather armor. Even SeaWorld thinks the fur of these two animals is not very defensive. So, Lin's target shifted from reindeer to Arctic wolves. Since I can't find a stronger polar bear anyway, I can just hunt a few more Arctic wolves and make myself a set of wolfskin armor to wear over the shield scale armor. The extra fur can also be made into a blanket. The little reindeer may have sensed Lin's thoughts. It suddenly made a pig-like sound. Lin was shocked. Damn, it was you yelling. I thought someone was slaughtering pigs. It was the first time that Lin heard the call of a reindeer, and he found that the call was really ugly, like the wailing of domestic pigs in a slaughterhouse before they died. When the little reindeer saw Lin taking away the Arctic wolf's fur and teeth, he ran away. So he barked twice again and ran to lick Lin's trouser legs. The reindeer stuck out its black and blue tongue, melting the ice and snow at Lin's feet. No way. Are you trying to lead me to my death? Or do you want me to help get rid of the wolves? Lin believes that all animals in the ocean world are intelligent, and the little reindeer suddenly became so abnormal after he killed an Arctic wolf. It was hard for Lin and not to feel that it wanted him to go with it to find the wolf pack. If you know where the wolves are, stick out your tongue again. If you don't know, stay away from me. Lin and touched the little reindeer's head and pointed to the corpse of the Arctic wolf, whose fur had just been stripped and its teeth pulled out. The little reindeer looked at the Arctic wolf's body, then licked Lin An's palm with its tongue. Wow, there really are wolves. After confirming this very useful information, Lin An followed the little reindeer's steps and began to move towards the other side of the polar island. The island is so small that the animals on it naturally know each other's nests. However, the Arctic wolves may be in a dominant position on the island, and they will not change their nests at will. On the contrary, reindeer have to migrate all the time, and because the island is small, they keep circling around the island. If they all stayed in one place, then it will really become food for the captive Arctic wolves. On the way to find the Arctic wolf, the little reindeer showed fear more than once. For example, when he looked at Lin An, there was fear in his eyes, and his limbs occasionally trembled. It's probably still wondering whether Lin An has the strength to compete with the Arctic wolf. Such a smart little deer made Lin An want to take it on board the Pearl. Fortunately, when Lin An killed the female reindeer, he was far enough away, and the Yaka arrow flew through the female reindeer's head. So the little reindeer has no idea how its mother died. The reason for following Lin An was because Lin An had the scent of a female reindeer on him. Now it wants to take Lin An to find the wolf pack. I have to say, this is a very magical fate. After stumbling through the snow for half an hour, the terrain around us suddenly became steep. The snow under Lin An's feet gradually turned into an ice cover. As he walked further up, the ice cover disappeared and the color of the island itself was revealed. He was halfway up the mountain he had seen through the telescope. Go further. A huge hole appeared in front of Lin An. There were piles of corpses outside the cave entrance, and black stones of different sizes were scattered around. A gentle breeze can blow up the invisible white hairs on the ground. Is this a wolf den? It's actually a mine. Now I have a reason to go in. Lin An always carries the three-piece set for landing on the island: a parchment book, an alarm, and a metal detector. Most of the things are kept in the parchment book. Only the alarm and metal detector were kept in Lin An's trouser pocket. As early as the moment he reached the foot of the mountain, Lin An detected through a metal detector that the interior of the mountain was full of metal mines. But he didn't see any metal or exposed on the surface. Lin An thought it was impossible to dig up metal mines. As a result, we followed the little reindeer and found the wolf cave. The metal detector also showed that there was metal ore in the wolf cave. Isn't this a mine? Ah. The little reindeer stood at the entrance of the cave, very scared. It was shaking all over, and its head was shaking from side to side. When you get here, you can only see animal bones and white wolf hair. But there was not a single Arctic wolf in sight. Everyone actually knows the reason. That is, the Arctic wolf discovered Lin An and the little reindeer. The Arctic wolves were so familiar with the smell of the reindeer that they did not attack. They just saw that there was a stranger, Lin An, next to the little reindeer. And just because they don't attack for a while doesn't mean they won't attack forever. Wolves are social animals. Don't be afraid. Let's go into the wolf cave first. Again, Lin An did not use the perspective cheat. He knew that there were many Arctic wolves staring at him in the dark. But he had no way of finding the location of these Arctic wolves. Metal detectors only detect metals, not animals. Lin An always kept the arrow whistle under his tongue, and the Yaka arrow was also held in his hand. The high-level axe with a cold and sharp light is also very intimidating. In addition, Lin An's current physical fitness is already very strong, so he really doesn't think that the Arctic wolf can pose a threat to him. As long as the Arctic wolf is not as fierce as Tyrannosaurus rex or Tyrannosaurus rex. No matter how many of them come, Yaka arrows and high-level axes can cause extremely strong damage to them. Certainly, Lin An still can't relax. Standing in the wilderness, Arctic wolves may attack you from all directions. It would be better to go into the wolf cave that looks the most dangerous. In this way, even if he is attacked, Lin An can lean against the hard rock in the first place to ensure that there is absolutely no danger behind him. Before entering the dark wolf cave, Lin An took out the flashlight from the parchment book. He also built a wooden stand for the flashlight. Put the wooden frame on your head and plug the flashlight into it, and you will have a headlamp that does not take up space in your hands. With light, the wolf cave is not so scary anymore. But the fishy smell accumulated inside is quite unacceptable. Various corpses that had rotted and frozen into ice were scattered everywhere, as well as Arctic wolf feces. It is obvious that these Arctic wolves really don't care about the hygiene of their living areas. Chapter 75 King's Style. What a mine! Lin An couldn't be sure before entering the wolf cave. After walking in, I shone the flashlight on the wall of the cave, and all the metal ores emitting a faint silver-white light were illuminated. Lennon smiled, picked up the pickaxe and started digging. Anyway, the Arctic wolves haven't made any movement yet. He can't just stand there in the wolf cave and wait for the Arctic wolves to attack first. That's such a waste of time. It would be better to explore this wolf cave while working. If you let the little reindeer stand at the entrance of a cave and see danger, it will definitely run into the cave. At that time, Lennon was also able to react. This is because the ocean world did not develop any live broadcast system. Otherwise, when other survivors saw Lin doing this, they would probably curse Lin and's ancestors for 18 generations. It's simply not human. He killed the little reindeer's closest relatives, used the little reindeer to find the mine, and finally asked the little reindeer to keep watch for him, taking the greatest risk. It's even more brutal than the Arctic wolf. Alas, I am not a human being. Lennon himself felt that this was a bit too much and lacked any humanity. Since I've thrown away all my moral bottom line, if I don't take away all the metal ore in this mine, I'll be really sorry for my despicable self. Just a slight sigh. Lennon took action on the largest piece of metal ore around him. Obtain metal ore 99. Rich mine. An absolute bonanza. Lennon saw that the ore content in the mine was so exaggerated. The corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. As he went deeper into the wolf cave, he plucked the feathers of passing geese and left the skins of departing beasts, gradually approaching the deepest part of the wolf cave. Woo-woo. The deeper Lennon went, the clearer the faint cries became in his ears. A wolf cub? If it were a full-grown Arctic wolf, it would definitely stay quietly in the dark, and at most, it would just let out a low growl. Only Arctic wolf cubs would make that kind of sound, right? After spending a long time in the ocean world, Lennon was able to distinguish the meaning of the calls of various animals. It is still impossible to specifically distinguish the type of person who makes the shouting sound. However, there is still a huge difference between the calls of adult animals and young animals, so he can judge the growth stage of animals by their calls. Hey, are we finally going to attack? Lennon suddenly stopped deep in the wolf cave and looked towards the innermost part of the cave with a wicked smile. Then I saw an Arctic wolf slowly walking out of the shadows. I knew the wolves wouldn't just leave those cubs in the cave. The Arctic wolf that slowly walked out confirmed Len's guess. The closer he got to the group of wolf cubs, the more impatient the adult Arctic wolf would become. Ouch! The Arctic wolf walked out of the shadows, raised its head, and let out a loud roar. This marked the beginning of the attack on Lennon. This Arctic wolf does not have a high status in the wolf pack. It is definitely not the leader. It is more like a sentinel. After warning the wolves, it suddenly jumped up and bared its fangs at Lennon. Lennon slightly turned his body, and at the moment when the Arctic wolf was about to turn around after missing his attack, he swung the high-level axe and chopped off the Arctic wolf's head. An axe is better. When facing a crazy beast, a high-level axe is obviously more convenient to use than a sharp-toothed dagger. This Arctic wolf is just a sentinel. Deep in the cave, there are other Arctic wolves hiding. They also jumped out and surrounded Lennon. 3 Arctic wolves formed a circle and slowly pushed Lennon towards the wall of the cave. With every step the Arctic wolves take, they let out a low roar, and their fangs are constantly dripping with saliva. Whoa! Lennon didn't wait for the 3 Arctic wolves to launch an attack. Just blow the arrow whistle and let the Yaka arrow penetrate the head of one of the Arctic wolves. The other 2 Arctic wolves also pounced on Lennon. Because the distance between the 3 was too close, the axe in Len's hand accurately hit the body of one of the Arctic wolves, but another Arctic wolf, which he had no time to take care of, directly bit Len's arm. The amazing bite force made Lennon feel like a huge rock was pressing down on his hand. This is Len's specific feeling after the shield scale leather armor's super strong defense offset more than 90 of the bite force. It can be said that without the shield scale leather armor, one of Len's hands would have been disabled. Court death. Being entangled by the Arctic wolf, Lennon became extremely angry. The pain stimulated his nerves and made him sensitive. The hand holding the high-grade axe suddenly loosened, and then pulled out a sharp-toothed dagger from the leggings, slashed it at the Arctic wolf's throat, and the blood in the Arctic wolf's body instantly sprayed everywhere. Lennon also breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall of the cave, breathing slightly. The little reindeer encountered a crisis at the entrance of the cave and quickly ran into the wolf cave. Its cry now sounded more like a pig being slaughtered. It looked as if it was about to have its throat bitten by an Arctic wolf. Lennon didn't have time to rest any longer. He quickly picked up the high-grade axe on the ground and held the sharp-toothed dagger tightly with his other arm that had just been bitten by the Arctic wolf. At the same time, the arrow whistle in Len's mouth began to emit a melodious and clear whistle sound. The melody rises and falls. controlling the Yaka arrow to move continuously in the wolf cave. The Arctic wolf behind the little reindeer was killed first, and then the other Arctic wolves that rushed into the wolf cave fell one after another. Linen walked steadily towards the cave entrance until he met the little reindeer. Then he protected the little reindeer behind him. 1, 6, 9, 12. Add the 4 that were in the cave just now, and that makes 16. As Linen walked, he counted the corpses of the Arctic wolves he had killed. By the time he reached the cave entrance, he had finished counting. He killed 16 Arctic wolves. But he couldn't relax. There must be more than this number of Arctic wolves. Excluding the wolf cubs in the cave, there must be at least 30 of them. Hey, are you the Wolf King? After Lin arrived at the cave entrance, he looked at the empty hillside in front of him. At the foot of the hillside was a large black stone, on which stood a giant wolf with a huge body and cold eyes. Around this black stone, there are 7 or 8 smaller Arctic wolves watching eagerly. The Arctic wolves that just rushed into the wolf cave are probably all soldiers. The Wolf King did not use his superior military forces at all. This attack seemed to be just a test. After looking at Lin meaningfully, the Wolf King jumped off the rock and then slowly disappeared into the snowfield with the other 7 or 8 Arctic wolves. What a pretentious act. Is this the legendary kingly demeanor? This was the second time Lin saw the king of animals. The first time was the king of the man-eating sharks. But although the king of the great sharks is very powerful, he has always been fighting alone. Lin felt like a thug. But this Wolf King is really majestic. Chapter 76 Rare Battle Axe Blueprint. The Wolf King is majestic and powerful, but it can abandon all the cubs in the wolf cave. Lin was completely confused by this behavior. Lin knew that in a wolf pack, only the strong male and female wolves could reproduce offspring. Even worse, only the strongest male wolf and the strongest female wolf in the wolf pack can get together. Because other female wolves want to reproduce, the strongest female wolf will cause trouble, and it will definitely succeed in its destruction. That is to say, the wolf cubs in the wolf cave are most likely the direct descendants of the Wolf King just now. But it was able to abandon its own children and temporarily retreat with other Arctic wolves, which surprised Lin. You can be so cold-blooded. I admire you. Lin knew that the Wolf King was looking for an opportunity to attack him again, so he wanted to dig out all the metal mines in the wolf cave as soon as possible and then return to the pearl as soon as possible. So he asked the little reindeer to keep watch at the entrance of the cave. Go deep into the wolf cave alone. As for how to deal with the group of wolf cubs he had never met before, Lin had his own plans in mind. If anyone is a threat to him, he will kill them all. Otherwise, just abandon it. There are already enough animals on the pearl. What's the point of raising a few more wolf cubs? In addition, Chinese people often use the phrase, an ungrateful person, to describe an ungrateful person. Since such a proverb can appear, it proves that wolves must have a bit of ingratitude in their nature. Then there would be no need for Lin to bring the wolf cub on board. Besides, can this Arctic wolf hunt sharks from the sea or produce wolf hair for Lin on time? You can tell at first glance that it's impossible. Why not bring the reindeer calf aboard? I can cut some antlers and make tea with them when I'm free. It's also good for calcium. Lin turned around and smiled at the shivering little reindeer who was diligently guarding the cave entrance. This is the animal template that can board the pearl. It's useful anyway. If there is no food, you can kill and eat them as a reserve food. I can usually produce a little bit. As Lin went deeper, the amount of metal ore in the warehouse is increasing and is gradually approaching 5,000 pieces. The metal mineral content within the surface is higher than that of those exposed outside the surface. Perhaps there is no mine in the entire ocean world that is richer than this wolf cave. Lin walked slowly to the end. Under the light of a flashlight, 4 or 5 small Arctic wolves were hiding in a den made of weeds and looking at Lin. Get out! Get out! When Lin saw the wolf den, he suddenly became angry and kicked the little wolf cubs with his feet. He became like this because he saw a square metal box hidden in the weeds and placed behind the wolf den. I knew there must be a treasure chest on the island. Damn, even if I didn't get the treasure map, so what? I still found the treasure chest. Lin pushed aside the weeds covering the treasure chest, revealing the treasure chest that was stained with a lot of Arctic wolf excrement. At this time, Lin no longer minded the dirt. Even if there were disgusting things stuck on the treasure chest, he could still tell that it was a titanium treasure chest. The last time Lin encountered a titanium treasure chest, it was the reward for killing the king of the man-eating sharks. The secret treasure map in the treasure chest allowed Lin to possess 2 fairy pterosaurs, an evolution crystal stone, and precious herbs such as woad. There is also a blueprint for an advanced construction hammer. Of course, the importance of the evolution crystal is more important than the advanced construction hammer and other things combined. Encounter the titanium treasure chest again. Of course, Lennon was so excited that he didn't even bother to clean the dirt off the treasure chest. Just open it, go to the beach, and wash your hands. 2 maps. One is a blueprint, and the other one is a secret sea map. Lennon laughed at that time and reached out to take out the 2 pictures in the treasure chest. Obtain, rare battle axe blueprint. Obtain, advanced treasure map. Not bad. This advanced treasure map can at least help me find the next island. Lennon was not very disappointed, even though he didn't find the secret sea map. Anyway, there is still a high-level treasure map at the end. Moreover, Lennon also found the first rare-level battle axe blueprint he had seen so far. A high-level axe can easily chop up most creatures in the ocean world, so a rare-level battle axe is even more awesome. Moreover, primary, intermediate, and advanced axes are all called axes. When it reaches the rare level, the name is changed directly to battle axe. Tomahawk. Tomahawk. When I hear it, I feel like those dwarven weapons forged for the gods in Western fantasy. Obtain, titanium ingots 9. Take all resources from the titanium chest. Lennon also planned to evacuate from this wolf cave. There was nothing valuable in the cave except the 4 or 5 Arctic wolf cubs. After peeling off the fur from the Arctic wolf corpses, Lennon can return to the pearl. The little reindeer at the entrance of the cave suddenly started calling again. Lennon mistakenly thought that the Wolf King had launched an attack again. He immediately rushed to the cave entrance. But when he was halfway through the run and could see the cave entrance, Lennon saw a person standing there. Survival humans? Lennon thought of the titanium treasure chest he had just obtained. I immediately guessed that this person had come here searching for the treasure map. Hey, the treasure map in my hand disappeared. You just took everything from the treasure chest, right? The person standing at the entrance of the cave shouted at Lin and inside the cave. The other party was frank and directly stated that he came here because of the treasure map. Chinese. Lennon did not open the parchment book, but he could understand the shouting of the man at the entrance of the cave. There is only one possibility. Well, I'm Chinese. Are you Chinese too? Let's be frank. Come out and let's talk. Don't worry. Since you found the treasure chest, I naturally won't covet it. But I want to know what you got out of it. The Chinese man at the entrance of the cave took a few steps back, and his whole body was exposed to the sunlight. Lennon turned off the flashlight and walked forward a few steps. Lennon, who was in the darkness, slowly saw the man's face clearly. There was a hint of toughness on the other person's face, but there was no murderous intent. Why does it look so familiar? I can't remember where I've seen it before. Lennon muttered a few words to himself, then walked out holding the Yaka arrow. He really hasn't let his guard down. The Yaka arrow has always been held in Lin En's hand. As long as the opponent takes an offensive posture, the arrow whistle under Lin En's tongue will make a whistle sound immediately. The Chinese man in front of him would also die in an instant. Lennon, following Lin En out of the cave. The Chinese man standing outside also showed a look of surprise. It seems that what those people on the regional channel said was true. You did appear near the eternal ice cap. The Chinese man smiled and extended his right hand to Lennon. Chapter 77. Encounter. The 5th strongest human in the ocean world. Yin Tianyu. Lennon was also a little surprised. He finally remembered who the person in front of him was. The first time the rankings appeared, Lennon looked at the top 10 people. I paid close attention to the other person's profile picture and memorized their appearance. I'm thinking about a day in the future. If you meet, be extremely cautious. Don't be fooled by the other parties pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Yes, I am. I never expected to meet you on this island. Yin Tianyu finally retracted his hand that was hanging in the air. This is at Sea World. No one would shake hands with others easily. Of course, Lin En would not take this risk. What if he reaches out his hand, Yin Tianyu pulls it hard, and then uses his other hand to pull out a dagger and stab Lin En? Who says it isn't? Lin En laughed awkwardly twice. He was still struggling with whether to take action directly. Lin En felt a little ashamed of himself when he suddenly met such a powerful person from the ocean world, and the other party was so friendly. So he was struggling deep down. Should I put aside those emotions and turn into a cold-blooded killer, or just say hello and pass by? Let's get down to business. The treasure map I got is a high-level one. The treasure chests on this island should be able to yield goodies. If it's a weapon blueprint, I'm willing to exchange it for a building hammer blueprint of the corresponding level. Or I can just tell you directly. I have 2 unused high-level building hammer blueprints and a rare-level building hammer blueprint. You know, the survival humans living on the eternal ice sheet have very low demand for ships and rafts, so I have only activated the intermediate construction hammer blueprint for the time being. I personally don't really like sailing. If I could just be a ranger on the eternal ice sheet, the construction hammer blueprint would be dispensable to me, but weapon blueprints are very important to me. Yun Tianyo's frankness really makes it hard to figure out what he is thinking. Still a ranger? If it weren't for the name Yun Tianyo, it would be very ancient. Linen really wanted to scold him. Looking at the white fur on Yun Tianyo's body and his extremely high ranking, Linen felt that what this person said should not be a lie. Rare construction hammer blueprint. Let me think about it. Lin Onjin began to stand there and think. The look of him thinking seriously made Yun Tianyu smile. Because if Lin didn't have the weapon blueprint, what else could he think of? He could just refuse or deny it directly. At this moment, a brainstorming session was indeed going on in Lin N's mind. Exchange a rare battle axe blueprint for a rare building hammer blueprint. No matter how you look at it, he's not at a loss. Contrast owning a more powerful pearl with owning a murderous weapon. If it were in the wilderness jungle, Linen would choose a killing weapon, but in the ocean world, the boat is the foundation of everything. Aren't you afraid that the eternal ice cap will melt? By then, the intermediate construction hammer might not be effective. Linen suddenly raised his head and asked Yun Tianyu very seriously. Yun Tianyu said confidently, "In a deal with you, even if I give away all the high-level building hammer blueprints and rare-level ones, I am sure I can get these two blueprints in the future. Even if the eternal ice cap melts, it is impossible for it to melt in an instant. SeaWorld always gives me some time to react." There were still some words that Yun Tianyu didn't say. That is, he felt that even if Lin exchanged with him, there was a possibility that the blueprint would be duplicated. By then, the blueprint in Lin N's hand will be the same as the manufacturing page that Yun Tianyu has already activated. He definitely won't change it. Lin didn't consider this problem, because only Lin knew that the battle axe blueprint in his hand was rare. It is very likely that Lin is the only one in the ocean world who has this thing. Since it is unique, then why worry about whether it is repeated or not? I'll trade with you, and I won't ask for anything else. After all, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage if I argue. This is a rare-grade battle axe blueprint. Give me your rare-grade construction hammer blueprint. Linen thought about it and decided that upgrading the pearl was more important. He was not sure that he could kill Yun Tianyu, so he agreed to do a deal with Yun Tianyu. The name of Ranger is still too intimidating. If Yun Tianyu knew martial arts, wouldn't Lin have sent himself to jail if he took action? No matter how fast the Yaka arrow is, Lin will not risk his life. A rare battle axe. Sure, I'll trade with you. At first, Yun Tianyu only wanted Lin to have a high-level weapon blueprint, but Lin took out a rare blueprint, which made Yun Tianyu very happy. Two blueprints with golden edges were exchanged between the two. Lin activated the rare-level building hammer blueprint on the spot. The same goes for Yun Tianyu. The real work is done. The situation suddenly became awkward again. Lin wanted to go back to the wolf cave to peel the fur of the Arctic wolf, and Yun Tianyu also wanted to go into the wolf cave to take a look. It may be that the air around seems to be solidifying like ice and snow. The little reindeer barked twice. Reminded Linen. Oh, by the way, I have another gift for you. There are 5 Arctic wolf cubs in this wolf den. The wolf king has temporarily retreated with the other wolves. You can take the cubs back with you. I think on the eternal ice cap, if you have 5 Arctic wolves, especially 5 Arctic wolves with the blood of the wolf king, it will definitely be better than acting alone. Linen himself would definitely not take those wolf cubs away. They were unwanted things anyway, so it would be better to give them to Yun Tianyu. Good. Yun Tianyu was even more surprised this time. Originally, he suffered some losses in the transaction with Linen, although that loss was acceptable to him. But now there can be 5 more Arctic wolf cubs. It seems that Yun Tianyu makes more money in this transaction. On the eternal ice sheet, the role of the Arctic wolf is very important. Not only can it help pull the sled, allowing Yun Tianyu to move quickly on the ice, but it can also help Yun Tianyu hunt animals. Wait for Yun Tian to go into the wolf cave to find the wolf cubs. Linen could also peel off the wolf skin and remove the wolf fangs with peace of mind. Soon, the wolf skins and fangs of the 16 Arctic wolves were all put into Lin An's warehouse. At this time, Yun Tianyu also came out holding 5 wolf cubs. Yun Tianyu wanted to greet Linen with a smile, but Linen gave him a very cold and evil smile, then quickly left the wolf cave with the little reindeer. Why did you leave without even saying goodbye? Yun Tianyu was still a little puzzled. When the transaction just took place, he felt that Lin Onren was a pretty good person. Why are you just leaving now without even saying a word? Wait until he walks out of the wolf cave. When Yun Tianyu discovered that there was an Arctic wolf staring at him in the snow, he immediately realized that the wolf cub in his arms was a hot potato. Damn it, am I taking the blame for Linen? Chapter 78 One-Sided Massacre. Yun Tianyu was targeted by an Arctic wolf. It really wasn't Lin N's intention. Lin N's original intention of asking Yun Tianyu to pick up those wolf cubs must have been good. But the first good thing Linen did in the ocean world actually led to such bad consequences. If he knew, he would definitely scold me for meddling in other people's business. Then he would smile with a clear conscience, and afterwards boast about himself as a living Zhuge Liang, the son of destiny. Doing good things will be rewarded. Linen was of course very happy that Yin Tianyu could help him share some of the pressure. Only some of the Arctic wolves were targeting Yin Tianyu. The strongest female wolf in the Arctic wolf pack brought other female wolves to hunt Yin Tianyu. As for the Wolf King, still so cold-blooded. Maybe it doesn't care about the life or death of the wolf cub. So he took the most ferocious male wolf in the pack and followed Lin and in the wilderness. Little deer, I'll call you Little Deer from now on. I'm not very talented at naming, so please forgive me. When we get on the boat, you have to behave yourself. Dolly and Little White, who got on the boat first, have horns growing on their heads. Your antlers are not suitable for butting sheep, so you have to be careful with them. There are also Xiaohong and Xiaolu. Although they are very small now, there is a saying that goes, don't bully the young and poor, for there are still 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. When they grow up, they might even eat you. Oh, by the way, there's an unnamed rat on the boat. I'll go see what it looks like when I get on board. I wonder how strong the evolution crystal can make the rat. On the way back to the Pearl, Linen kept chatting with Xiaolu, mainly to introduce the family members on the Pearl. Besides, he was also bored, so he talked to the deer. In any case, Linen had no idea that there was any danger behind him. His alertness is not as strong as Yin Tianyu's. There is some reason why Yin Tianyu can call himself a ranger. Don't be afraid when you get on the raft. I'll tie you to it and won't let you fall off. As for how you'll get to the Pearl, I've figured it out. I'll use an AKA arrow to hoist you up. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe and painless. Lin An's mumbling continued, but the surrounding bushes were extremely silent. It seemed that the only sounds in the whole world were Lin An's voice and the sound of the wind. As he walked out of the bushes and into an open snowy field, the fawn suddenly straightened up, its pupils dilated, and the hair on its body stood up visibly. It also let out a cry of fear. Before this, no matter how much nonsense Linen said, Xiaolu never responded. Coming. Linen also stood still. He was not very alert, but he knew in his heart that before leaving the island, the Wolf King will definitely attack him again. If the Wolf King lets him go like this, his status in the wolf pack will plummet. The soldiers and generals around him will no longer care about his identity as the Wolf King, but will challenge him one after another. If there are only one or two Arctic wolves challenging, the Wolf King may not take it seriously. But what if all the Arctic wolves around take turns to fight? The Wolf King will always get hurt. By then, other wolves will take advantage of your situation. That would be a big deal. So it will definitely attack Linen. Even if it cannot kill Linen, it can use Lin and to eliminate the male wolves with disloyalty in the wolf pack. Ouch! This time, the Wolf King was also very far away. It howled to the sky on the snow 7 or 800 meters away. Suddenly, 9 sturdy Arctic wolves rushed out from all directions. These Arctic wolves surrounded Lin and from all directions, not wanting to give him any breathing space. Ambush from all sides? You're playing tricks on me, right? If you dare, let's fight one-on-one. Linen was amazed at the high intelligence of the Arctic wolf, a social creature, and at the same time forced himself to concentrate. At this moment, if he was distracted, he would definitely be the one to die. The defense of shield-scale leather armor is exaggerated. But Lin An's head and neck were not protected by shield-scale leather armor. Whoa! Yaka arrows break through the air. Lin An didn't wait for the Arctic wolf to get close to him. He rushed forward along with the Yaka arrow, aiming directly at the Wolf King. If given the chance, Lin An would kill the Wolf King first. The Yaka arrow got ahead of Lin An and pierced the Arctic wolf in front of him, then turned in the air and attacked other Arctic wolves nearby. Under Lin An's precise control, the Arctic wolves surrounding him fell one after another. The Akka arrows in his hand are more powerful than Yondu's Akka arrows in the Marvel world. Yondu's Akka arrows cannot speed up or slow down. You are still much weaker than the great white shark. Lin An looked at the Wolf King who was less than 100 meters away from him and couldn't help but sneer. In other words, there are enough Arctic wolves. Otherwise, who would take them seriously? Now it seems that the man-eating shark is 4 or 5 times stronger than the ordinary Arctic wolf, and the king of the man-eating shark is also 4 or 5 times stronger than the Wolf King. The gap is too big. That's because my Little Red and Little Green haven't grown up yet. Otherwise all of you scum would be Little Red and Little Green's prey. So what if the Wolf King is nearly 3 meters long? He was still forced to retreat step by Lin An. Woo! The Wolf King let out a low roar after hearing Lin An's few words. But when it looked at the Yaka arrow floating beside Lin An, it swallowed its anger, turned around and jumped, disappearing on the vast snowfield. The Arctic wolf was defeated so easily. Lennon really didn't expect this. But if you really look into it, the aka arrow is a product of mythology and legend, and this group of Arctic wolves is only slightly stronger than the Arctic wolves on Earth. This time, Lennon launched a dimensionality reduction attack. On the snowy plains, Lennon killed 9 more Arctic wolves, all of them male. On the other side, Yun Tianyu was also swimming among the group of female wolves. He did not have as good a weapon as Lennon. After all, the rare-grade battle axe had not been made yet. But Yun Tianyu, holding a fine steel sword, was able to use his graceful body movements to avoid the sharp claws of the Arctic wolves every time, and he could even turn around and cut the Arctic wolf's neck with the sword. As light as a startled swan, as graceful as a flying dragon. It describes Yun Tianyu's body movements. Unfortunately, Lennon couldn't see Yun Tianyu performing his Chinese martial arts on the snow. Otherwise, Lennon would have to pester Yun Tianyu to teach him a trick or two. We're finally getting back to the ship. Don't be nervous, little dear. Don't worry, being on the Pearl is at least better than being on this island. When Lennon pulled the deer onto the raft, the ice fog surrounding the polar island appeared again. The visibility on the sea is very low, and even if you want to see the highest peak of the island, you can't see it. The sun in the sky is just a big white round spot in the ice fog, and it won't be dazzling even if you look directly at it. Lennon thought it was fortunate that there was this ice fog, otherwise this polar island would not have been able to wait for him. Chapter 79, I Can't Afford It. This is the Pearl. I'll take you to the cabin to meet the friends. It took a lot of effort to pull the deer onto the deck. Lennon had to use an axe to chop open the blocked entrance to the cabin. Anyway, every time he left the Pearl, he would block the entrance to the cabin. Even if it was troublesome after he came back, he would do so. Wait for Lin and to walk into the cabin along the stairs. Little Red and Little Green were the first to rush over to greet him, while the other 2 sheep remained indifferent in the sheepfold. The pterosaur walked down slowly and saw 2 creatures that it had never seen in its life. Its eyes were full of uncertainty and confusion. The original passengers on the boat were indifferent to the arrival of Xiaohong and Xiaolu. They only cared about whether Lin and was going to feed them. Lin threw a few corn cobs into the sheep pen, then fed Xiaohong and Xiaolu the Arctic wolf meat he brought back from the island, and then led the little deer into the sheep pen. This will be your home from now on. It's not that I want to lock you up here, but you eat, drink, poop, urinate, and sleep every day. It would be too much trouble for me to clean up if you run around on the boat. Lennon didn't want to lock them all in this small space, but he had no choice. He still has to think about himself. After temporarily settling the fawn down, Lennon took the evolution crystal, Xiaohong, and Xiaolu from the cabin back upstairs. He went to look at the big rat that was still running madly in the wooden wheel. After looking carefully, he did not find any abnormal changes in the big rat. The bluefin tuna should be ready for harvest. Hee, let's go to the super farm first, and then we can figure out how to upgrade the Pearl. Lennon got the Pearl moving again, heading towards the location of the treasure chest on the advanced treasure map. He returned to the bedroom, closed the door, and entered the super farm. The mature bluefin tuna swam around in the super fishing ground, waiting to be harvested by Lennon. Lennon came for it. Naturally, I just reached out and ordered the harvest. Obtain bluefin tuna 9. So few? 1 fry can only yield 3 adult fish. That's too little. It's not that Lennon is greedy. The fish raised in the super fishery before could be exchanged for at least 10 adult fish for 1 fry. As for bluefin tuna, 1 fry can only be exchanged for 3 adult fish. This is a huge difference. Never mind. It looks like 1 fish weighs 3 or 400 kilograms. This yield is acceptable. Lennon clicked into the item warehouse and took a look. He found that the bluefin tuna was very large in size and weight, so he could accept this result. The woad seems to be ripe too. After buying some fish fry and scattering them in the fish farm, Lennon turned his attention to the 9 plots of land on the super farm. The corn is not ripe yet, but the woad is ready to be harvested. Obtain indigo 16. This yield is pretty good. Super farm is really awesome. Because woad has a short growth period and high yield, and there is really no space for super farms nowadays. Lennon used the super farm magic pool to convert a woad seed and planted it in the empty land. After, Lennon went to the ranch to swat away mosquitoes, then collected various animal feces together, waiting to put them into the fermentation tank for waste recycling. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lennon, Alex, my brother, business is coming to me. Alex, don't be anxious, my friend. The seal meat and seal oil are still for sale. It will be difficult to sell them all in a short time. I will return all your metal ingots to you as soon as I sell all these things. Linen, who said I came to you for this? I came to you because I have a bigger business coming my way. Reindeer meat, bluefin tuna, and some Isatis indigotica and Isatis root. Oh, by the way, if you cut the Isatis indigotica inaba, the part that's exposed is the Isatis indigotica, and the part buried in the soil is the Isatis root. We can sell them separately, so we don't have to put the whole Isatis indigotica plant on the trading platform. Linen just found out that if woad is cut with a knife, it can be turned into Isatis root and Isatis indigotica. Alex, sometimes I really wonder if God is blessing you. You even managed to catch a bluefin tuna? How is that possible? Even if you did catch a bluefin tuna, wouldn't it get eaten by a shark when you pulled it up? Or did you use shark bait to catch it? Bluefin tuna is probably the most valuable edible fish in the ocean, because fishing for bluefin tuna is too difficult. The beasts in the sea regard bluefin tuna as their favorite food. If someone is lucky enough to catch a bluefin tuna, it will 100% be eaten before it is hauled aboard. Those sharks will eat fish as long as 50 centimeters. How could I possibly let the tuna go? If you want to catch bluefin tuna, it seems that there is only one way, which is to use shark bait to lure the beast away first. Then go and gamble on that luck. But the value of shark bait is not much different from that of bluefin tuna. If you don't catch any fish, it will be a huge loss. So basically no one does this in SeaWorld. However, since it is said to be basic, there are still people who do it, and they have successfully caught bluefin tuna. According to legend, it seems to rely on high-end fishing rods. Linen, don't worry about it. There are 8 bluefin tunas in total, weighing an average of 400 kilograms each, plus 600 portions of reindeer meat, 10 portions each of Isatis root and Isatis indigotica. Just give me a price. This time it's cash on delivery. Just buy it now. I don't care how much you sell it for later. Faced with Alex's question, Linen simply chose to refuse to answer. He couldn't be completely honest and tell Alex that he had a super fishery with a store where he could buy tuna fry. Alex, bro? Linen, I can't afford it. In the profile picture, Alex had a very painful expression on his face. Alex is a pretty good person. Although he is a profiteer, he is not a completely evil person. How come he has nearly 10,000 metal ingots on him? The price quoted to Linen for metal ingots was definitely not a low price, but he was able to say frankly that he could not afford it. Linen, I'm too lazy to cut the tuna into portions. What should I do? How about I keep the Isatis root and Sephora indigo leaf for now, and you sell the bluefin tuna and reindeer meat. When you have enough resources, you can come to me to pick up the goods. Alex, no? Don't. Compared to medicine, the meat of those animals is just trash. Bro, wait for me. I'll get you 15,000 metal ingots. Wait for me. You have to wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Alex fell silent. However, Linen was still very satisfied with the offer he made. 15,000 metal ingots. Wouldn't this increase Lin and score by another 200? Chapter 80. This is not a game. As early as on the Polar Islands, Lin has activated the blueprint of the rare level building hammer. So he opened the manufacturing page of the parchment book and saw the page for manufacturing a rare grade building hammer. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Rare construction hammer. Copper ingots 12, metal ingots 20, titanium ingots 5, thick wood planks 20, bolts 4. You're going to go to heaven to ask for so many materials. Just a hammer requires so much metal. Linen already felt that this construction hammer would be very abnormal. Manufacture. Consumption. Copper ingot 12, metal ingot 20, titanium ingot 5, thick wood 20, bolt 4. Obtain. Rare construction hammer. Rare construction hammer can upgrade wooden ships into ironclad ships. It is detected that you already have a rare level construction hammer. Do you want to upgrade the wooden boat? Note, if the materials are insufficient, the wooden boat upgrade will fail. Do you want to spend 20,000 metal ingots to upgrade your wooden boat? No. 20,000 metal ingots? If Linen had seen this condition before chatting with Alex, he would choose to jump into the sea to calm down. But now, although Linen was surprised, he could still accept this condition. Alex was able to get 15,000 metal ingots, and I still need to put 5,000 metal ores into the furnace to smelt them. Damn, how long will this take? I can smelt 6 pieces of metal ores an hour, so I can only smelt 144 pieces in a day. Linen calculated that it would take him more than a month to smelt all 5,000 pieces of metal ore. So I just gave up this option. Although he could build another 30 or so furnaces to shorten the time to 1 day. But the pearl is so small that building so many furnaces would take up a lot of space. The weight of these more than 30 furnaces would make the pearl unable to breathe. Lin and sailing speed will definitely slow down significantly. It's okay with the loss. There's nothing we can do. We should focus on upgrading the pearl. In the trading house, There are people who specialize in exchanging metal ingots for metal ores, just to help those human survivors who don't have furnaces or think that furnaces are inefficient. Lennon had done business with this kind of person last time. About 11 pieces of metal ore can be exchanged for 10 metal ingots. This ratio is still acceptable. Quickly exchange all 5,000 pieces of metal ore into more than 4,500 metal ingots. There was also news from Alex. Page 3. Private chat channel. Alex, friend, dear brother, here I come. I bring 15,000 metal ingots. Lennon, what a fuss. Let's make a deal. Lennon looked calm and composed, but deep down he was already in turmoil. He certainly wasn't excited by the wealth of 15,000 metal ingots. Lennon was thinking that he could turn the Pearl into an ironclad ship soon. This time he could finally be far ahead of other surviving humans. Consumption: bluefin tuna 8, reindeer meat 600, Isatis root 10, Isatis leaf 10. Obtain: metal ingot 15,000. Ha! I can finally upgrade my ironclad ship. Lennon held up the rare-grade construction hammer he had just made and was about to upgrade the Pearl immediately. But just when Lennon was fully devoted to the upgrade and expansion of the Pearl, the World Channel on the parchment book exploded. Page 3. World Channel. Lennon deserves to die. Where does this person get so many resources? Are we living in the same ocean world? He just traded a large quantity of seal meat and seal oil to Alex this morning. How come he managed to get so much reindeer meat and 8 bluefin tuna in just one day? Fuck. No matter how much I curse, I can't vent my anger. Do you think Lennon is exaggerating, or is it Alex? 15,000 metal ingots can be taken away without any hesitation. Is this businessman really that rich? I'm European. If a bluefin tuna can sell for 1,000 metal ingots, then no matter how expensive reindeer meat is it really worth 7,000 metal ingots? And what are Isatis root and Isatis leaf? I've never even heard of them. Bluefin tuna for 1,000 metal ingots? Impossible. You can buy it for 700 at most. Lightweight ones are only 400 or 500. Reindeer meat is only 5 at most. Is this profiteer Alex crazy? He's spending so much for so little. As someone from the Southern Dynasty, let me introduce you to some medicinal herbs that have been used in ancient my country. This Isatis root can treat colds, suppress inflammation, and clear away heat and detoxify. Isatis indigotica is similar, mainly used to clear away heat and detoxify, and treat gastrointestinal diseases. Anyway, there are many benefits, and I can't explain them in detail. Oh my god, this is medicine. The people of the Southern Dynasty really steal everything. This herb was clearly first used by our Huaxia country. Forget it, there's no point in talking about that. I just want to know where Lennon got this herb. Do you expect Lennon to tell you? Even if he tells you, what's the use? This herb must be found on an island. He will leave the island at night, and the location of the island will change the next day. In the entire ocean world, it is impossible for anyone to know where this herb is. Go to the trading house. Alex has gone crazy. He's selling one portion of Isatis root for 500 metal ingots, and one portion of Isatis fermentosa for 300. What? It's about who has a darker heart. All in all, Alex is more awesome. This guy used 15,000 metal ingots to buy Lennon's resources, and then planned to sell them at a sky-high price. The key is, the herbs that Alex put on display at the trading house were actually bought one after another. However, Lennon didn't know all this for the time being. He took the rare construction hammer and hammered here and there, first making some simple modifications to the Pearl. Then I pressed the button to confirm the upgrade. Upgrade. Within Lennon's sight, the exterior of the Pearl was quickly surrounded by a layer of iron sheets. From the deck to the outer planks, to the sides, masts, and even the rudder, everything was covered with a layer of iron sheets. The originally brown wooden boat suddenly turned silver gray, which made Lennon feel very refreshed. That's what you call an ocean-going ship. They even have cannon ports reserved for me in the cabin. Oh my god, there's bound to be a naval battle going on. Lennon walked from the deck to the cabin and found that in addition to the previous glass windows, there were now some holes inside the cabin, and these holes were covered with iron plates. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is where cannons are installed. Chapter 81: The Greatest Hero. The changes on the Pearl continue. This time, Lennon can choose to build a designated room in the cabin. Unlike the empty cabin space before, Lennon can build a crew bedroom in the cabin this time. It is a very narrow crew bedroom with upper and lower bunks for 3 people to sleep in and 6 people to sleep in one room. It is also possible to build a toilet in the cabin. In addition, Lennon's own bedroom was also moved from the deck to the bottom, because the room that was previously up there has now become the Pearl's bridge. The biggest change from upgrading from a wooden ship to an ironclad ship is that Lennon has an additional function. He this time Any facilities on the Pearl can be dismantled at will. In addition, installation is not as free as before. Living facilities such as rare seawater purifiers can only be installed in living areas. That is to say, Lennon couldn't put the barbecue grill at the mouth of the cannon. All these conveniences are meant to encourage me to take down the mast, but I won't. Damn, after I take down the sails, who's going to give me the power I need? You want me to waste fuel, right? I have to use it sparingly. Lin Inc. knew very well why this additional function was added, and this function also had limitations. That means asking Lin and to remove the sail. Moreover, Lennon dared to say that if he removed the sail and wanted to install it again, the system would definitely remind him that the sail could not be installed in that area. Your ship has been upgraded successfully. After Lin and planned the cabin. Finally, he heard a system prompt sound in his ears, telling him that the ship upgrade was complete. If you want to change the layout of the Pearl in the future, you must get an epic construction hammer. Looking at the ship's plank whose durability had skyrocketed to 100,000 points, Lennon didn't know what kind of sea monster could pose a threat to him. In addition, the biggest benefit of upgrading to an ironclad ship is actually anti-theft. Now on the Pearl, every door is an iron door, and the locks on it are iron locks. It takes at least 100 hits with a high-level axe to cut the iron lock off. Using a sharp-toothed dagger is faster, but it still takes 50 hits. Lennon, who has the key to the door lock, can rest assured from today on. To get from the deck to his bedroom, one has to pass through 4 iron doors. If someone else had taken so much effort to open 4 doors, Lennon would not have noticed and would have slept like a dead pig. It was he who deserved to die. The thieves who boarded the ship cannot be blamed. Page 3. Chat page. Yin Tianyu, congratulations, you have upgraded your ship. I saw that you got 15,000 metal ingots. I also made a rare battle axe, and the effect is very good. Thank you so much. Suddenly, Yin Tianyu, who had just made friends with Lin and on the polar island today, sent a congratulatory message. In the entire ocean world, he was the only one who knew that Lin and had a rare-grade construction hammer, so he was the only one who sent a message of thanks. This person is quite nice. Lin still has a very high opinion of Yin Tianyu. He has the demeanor of a great hero. Lennon, I have indeed upgraded. Sorry, my overall score has increased to nearly 2,000, which has widened the gap between us. On the leaderboard, the 2 people who moved up the fastest today are both anonymous. The first place is Lennon. The current overall score is 1983. The second place should be Yin Tianyu, whose overall score is 1459. Although Yin Tianyu has also remained anonymous, he said that if he could create a rare-grade battle axe, the rating would definitely skyrocket. That's why Lennon thought that the second one was Yin Tianyu. Yin Tianyu, this is a good thing. I hope you can achieve great things on the sea. I also want to take my battle axe and venture into the eternal ice cap. Lennon, I also wish in advance that you can kill more polar bears and exchange them for more resources. Yin Tianyu, who said I was going to hunt polar bears? With such a powerful weapon, I'll annihilate all the aliens on the eternal ice sheet. I'll come and tell brother Lin the good news. I saw this message sent by Yin Tianyu. Lennon was shocked. He used to think Yin Tianyu was a good person, but he found out that this guy was even more perverted than himself. After all, it turns out that Yin Tianyu was friendly to Lennon only because Lennon was Chinese. Damn, if I were a Japanese kid, this guy would probably attack me the first time he sees me. Lennon touched his neck and immediately felt a slight chill. He thought of his previous evaluation of Yin Tianyu. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. It seems that Yin Tianyu is really this kind of person. He is only friendly to the Chinese and cruel to others. Lennon couldn't say that he had a problem because Lennon didn't care who the other person was. As long as the person posed a threat to Lennon, he would be killed. Alas, I feel so sorry for the people on the eternal ice cap. I'm afraid Brother Tianyu, holding a rare-grade battle axe, might unleash a storm of killing on the eternal ice cap. It's truly the cruelest episode yet. Lennon felt that it was cruel, so his choice was to leave the sea area as soon as possible and stay away from Yin Tianyu. The instigator just ran away. There is no way for humans surviving on the eternal ice sheet to escape. From today on, they will live under the threat of a Chinese night and 5 Arctic wolves. It's another sunny day. The temperature has risen. The warm sunshine is so comfortable. Lennon slept in his bedroom until the next morning. His bed was now cushioned by Arctic wolf skin, and his body was also covered with Arctic wolf fur. He even felt that the planks of the ironclad ship were made of iron sheets, which were too cold to step on. So they also put seal fur and reindeer fur on the floor of the room. Then he made a pair of shoes out of reindeer fur. It is both warm and non-slip. We can't get to the island until tomorrow. Let's finish the work on the farm first. Lennon looked at the sea chart and found that he had only traveled half the distance after a night, and he was still far away from the treasure location on the treasure map. It is estimated that we will not be able to get close to the island until midnight tonight, since it won't arrive in a short time. He started to work on the ship first. Entering the super farm, we first harvested the ripe woad, then caught fish, harvested 40 chickens, and collected wool and milk. Today is the first time that Lennon has harvested products in the super ranch. A chicken can't be split into two for me, and the wool production is the same as that of Dolly and Little White. A dairy cow can produce 2 liters of milk a day, which is not bad. Let's make big plate chicken for lunch today. Let Alex help sell the extra 39 chickens. Lennon would not give these things that were obviously obtained from him to Tong Yaya to deal with. He didn't want the humans in the ocean world to discover the relationship between him and Tong Yaya for the time being. So Alex can only take advantage first. Chapter 82 Humanoid. Bite. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain. Sewing needle blueprint, silk thread blueprint. After finishing all the farm work, Lennon hurried to the notice board to sign in, and then got 2 rare blueprints. Lennon forgot to say one thing. Seal fur, reindeer fur, and Arctic wolf fur cannot be thrown into the furnace because their strength is too low. If Lennon could kill the Wolf King and get its fur, he might be able to make another set of leather armor. But there are no ifs in this world. Even if you give me needle and thread, I can't do embroidery. But I have Tong Yaya. I'll give her these 2 blueprints later and ask her to help make some clothes and quilts. Lennon doesn't plan to spend her time doing embroidery. Tong Yaya has nothing to do recently. Let her learn needlework. You can also process wool and fur, and the resulting clothing can be sold at a higher price in the trading house. Another day without farm tasks. It has been a long time since the super farm mission appeared on the notice board. This left Lennon speechless. He was hoping that a farm mission would appear so that he could become stronger. Hurry out of the super farm. Lennon separated the collected woad into Isida's root and Isida's indigotica leaf and kept them for his own use. He certainly would not sell these herbs to Alex at this time. He knew that since woad was probably the only plant he could grow, then this business is a monopoly business. He can sell it for whatever price he wants. But the prerequisite is that, just like selling diamonds, you have to keep all the inventory with you, and then take out a small amount and sell it slowly. Then let some people exaggerate the efficacy of Isatis root and Isatis indigotica leaf in the ocean world. In this way, Lennon can make a lot of money just by selling these 2 kinds of medicinal herbs. Just give him these 39 chickens first. Lennon looked at the 3 yellow chickens that had been plucked from the warehouse, took out 39 of them, and then specifically traded them to Alex. Each chicken cost Alex 50 metal ingots, which was actually quite a high price. After all, a chicken weighs only a few hundred times less than a tuna. It's just that the 3 yellow chicken is a very difficult animal to find in the ocean world, and no one has ever sold it in the trading house, so Lennon dared to sell it at such a high price. Page 3. Private chat channel. Alex, did you mess up the chicken coop? Or is your boat Noah's Ark? There are all kinds of plants and animals. Alex was shocked when he saw Lennon's order. How come Lennon can sell everything? Yesterday we had seal meat, reindeer venison, and bluefin tuna, and today we brought out 39 chickens. It was hard for Alex not to suspect that Lennon had entered some chicken coop last night and had been busy all night to catch these 3 yellow chickens. The most important thing is that Alex knew that there were sheep and pterosaurs on Lennon's boat. Lennon, if you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. You are the one who caused trouble. You should complete this order quickly and then give me the metal ingots for selling seal meat and seal oil. Alex, I'm just expressing my surprise. Wait, I'll go to the trading house to transfer the metal ingots to you now. Soon. After some operation, Lennon had thousands of metal ingots again. Hee, when you find out that it takes so many metal ingots to upgrade a wooden ship to an ironclad ship, you'll probably cry. With so many metal ingots, Lennon didn't plan to use them to buy anything. No matter how ignorant humans are about survival in the ocean world, they know one thing. Even aircraft carriers are mainly made of steel. That is to say, the ironclad ship is upgraded further. The main material required can only be metal ingots, not copper ingots. However, copper, as a carrier for transmitting electric current, will definitely be in short supply in the future. Titanium ingots may be used in high-precision items. That's what Lennon guessed. If there was a chance to exchange metal ingots for copper or titanium ingots, he would definitely be willing to do so, but he had never heard of anyone finding a copper mine. After chatting with Alex, Lennon clicked on Tong Yaya's avatar again. When trading with Tong Yaya, you cannot specify the person, so you must communicate with Tong Yaya in advance. After trading the sewing needle blueprint and silk thread blueprint to Tong Yaya, Lin traded some Arctic wolf fur and seal fur to Tong Yaya, asking her to help him make a coat and fleece-lined leather pants. It's still too difficult to get short-sleeved jeans. I guess there will definitely be some blueprint later. Wool can now be crafted directly into cloth. Everyone come over to eat. After Lin finished his own work, he started working as a breeder again. Lin threw the fish into the air, and Little Red and Little Green jumped up and swallowed the sea fish into their stomachs. That's incredible. Your height is almost up to my butt. In 3 days, won't you all be adults? SeaWorld's animals clearly aren't following normal growth patterns, especially animals raised by humans seeking survival. They grow very fast. Even with the help of evolutionary crystals, it was still beyond Lin N's expectations that Xiaohong and Xiaolu could grow so big in just a few days. Dolly and Xiaobai have grown up now and are no longer the same as when they were first captured by Lin. He is already half the size, but he still looks like he has no flesh on him. Lin had reason to suspect that Dolly and Xiaobai were deliberately controlling their figures in order to avoid being eaten by Lin. Tomorrow you will learn to fly. Be prepared, I will be very cruel. After feeding Xiaohong and Xiaolu 3 fish respectively, Lin patted their heads to show affection. Lin felt that Xiaohong and Xiaolu could at least grow to be twice as big as their parents, or even more. Everyone has become stronger, and I have become stronger too. The 2 little pterosaurs are undergoing tremendous changes every day, and so is Lin. His physical fitness score has increased by another 15 points today, and now it is 60 points. This is already an exaggeration. In 2 days, Lin became 3 times stronger. If anyone calls me a little dog from now on, I can smash his teeth with 1 punch. Lin punched the air hard a few times and clearly felt that his explosive power and speed had increased a lot. Every time he punched the iron plate of the pearl, it would leave a fist mark on it. Lin today? It can definitely be called a humanoid King Kong. And he continues to get stronger every day. By the way, I haven't seen Xiaojun for a few days. I wonder if it stayed in the Jurassic secret realm or was teleported to other sea areas. What a pity. If it had stayed near the pearl, it would definitely have become stronger. Lin thought that he was able to find the evolution crystal entirely because of Xiaojun, and he remembered that he hadn't seen it for almost 2 days. Chapter 83 Locator. The pearl is getting closer and closer to the treasure on the advanced treasure map. The temperature of the nearby sea areas was also slowly rising. The pearl was originally heading north, but it seemed that after passing the pole, the direction of the compass changes. Lin is not heading north now, but south. If he keeps walking like this, he will be able to complete the journey around the ocean world. Hey, I think I discovered something incredible. If I really sail the pearl around ocean world, will ocean world be stimulated again and a second natural disaster will occur? Or maybe something else will appear. Forget it, let's not do this. What if the second natural disaster is still caused by me? I can never redeem myself from this. I have completely stood on the opposite side of humanity's struggle for survival. This time, Lin didn't dare to try to trigger a natural disaster easily. Apart from other things, he himself didn't want to see the natural disaster come. The pearl cannot guarantee Lin's 100 safety. We're still 10 kilometers away, and we can't see the island yet. Let's just stop here. Wait until afternoon. The pearl was only 10 kilometers away from the treasure on the treasure map. But it would be dark in 2 or 3 hours, so Lin decided to stay away from the island and wait until dawn the next day to go back. This way he would have a day to search for the treasure he wanted. Eating delicious food and feeling the cool sea breeze, Lin sat on the deck, waiting for it to get dark before packing up and going back to his bedroom to sleep. This night was dreamless. The next day, it's not daybreak yet. Lin woke up. The main reason is that he didn't do any tiring work yesterday. The whole day, except for the busy farm work in the morning, I basically played with Xiaohong and Xiaolu on the boat. Plus, I go to bed early, so I get angry early. Just going to super farm to finish today's work. Lin closed his eyes silently, entered the super farm, and started a busy new day. Byte. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain locator blueprint. Locate can be installed on any object. Once activated, the locator will be detected on the host's radar. This is good stuff. When Lin entered the farm, the first thing he did was to sign in. He found that the sign-in rewards of the super farm during this period were very practical. The coverage range of the primary radar is only 2 kilometers. Wait until more advanced radars are available in the future. The role of this locator will become increasingly important. I guess they knew I was going to teach Little Red and Little Green how to fly today, so they gave me this thing. Lin was sincerely grateful to the super farm system in his heart. Then harvest all the ripe corn, watermelon, woad, and peppers on the land. Next, Lin used the super farm magic pool to convert the harvested watermelons into watermelon seeds, and then planted them on 9 pieces of land. He had already decided to go the route of monopolizing the business, so it was impossible for him to grow woad in large quantities. On the contrary, you can plant more fast-consuming fruits such as watermelon. When we take it to the trading house to sell, it might be more popular than vegetables and meat. Everyone has been suffering in the ocean world for so long. Don't they all want to have some fun and enjoy themselves? Lennon thought of a movie he had seen on Earth before. What's it called? Waterworld. The protagonist in the story seems to have always regarded tomatoes and lemons as the most important treasures. However, the ocean world in that movie is much more terrifying than the ocean world where Lennon is now. At least this ocean world has islands. There is land in that ocean world, but no one can find it, which is equivalent to it not existing. It's done. The weather is getting cold. I'll make 2 locators first, put them on Little Red and Little Green, and then take them to the island together. Lennon wanted Xiaohong and Xiaolu to learn to fly on the Pearl, just like he had practiced controlling the Yaka arrow on the raft before. What if Xiaohong and Xiaolu don't seize the opportunity? Fell into the sea. It happened that at this moment, a shark was right below. These 2 fairy pterosaurs are no match for the man-eating shark underwater, so it would be better to take them to the island and let them practice flying. Do you use blueprints? Please note, once a blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Confirm to use. You have activated the locator manufacturing page. Locate: titanium ingot 1, copper ingot 3, plastic 6, metal ingot 3, glass 1, rope 4. Build 2. Consumption: titanium ingot 2, copper ingot 6, plastic 12, metal ingot 6, glass 2, rope 8. Obtain: locator 2. Touching the locator, which was only a few centimeters long, Lennon pressed the switch button and then put the locator around Xiaohong and Xiaolu's necks. These 2 locators are like collars that can be put around the animal's neck. If you want to install the locator on a fish, you have to use nails to nail the locator to the fish's fins. The blued has a very obvious effect. Lennon ran to the control panel and looked at the radar screen. He found 2 small blue dots in the center of the screen. Lennon could also change the settings and change the 2 blue dots into Arabic numerals 1 and 2 respectively. Little red is 1 and little green is 2. This way you can tell who is who on the radar screen in the future. It's done. We can go find the island now. After finishing these things, Lennon quickly collected the anchor, raised the sails, started the engine, and urged the Pearl to move forward towards the treasure. 10 kilometers is not a long distance. In the past, it would only take 10 minutes at most. But now the Pearl is too heavy and the power on board is obviously insufficient. Finally, the boat sailed for 20 minutes before arriving near the island. This island? Wow, I'm going to be rich. Lennon stood at the bow of the boat and habitually took out a telescope to observe the island. He found that the island was actually very large, and the ecological environment on the island surprised Lennon. There are grasslands, forests, mountains, cliffs, waterfalls, and a towering conical mountain emitting billowing smoke. Let's not talk about grasslands and forests for now. If the water in the waterfall is fresh water, then Lennon will be able to get a large amount of fresh water this time. Fresh water is not valuable now, but no matter how worthless it is still a resource and should not be wasted. In addition, this island is obviously a volcanic island, which means there is a high probability that there are mines on this island. Just left the polar islands, and now I've encountered a volcanic island. God is playing a double game of ice and fire with me. Lin-An's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't wait to throw Xiaohong and Xiaolu onto the raft under the boat, and then jumped in himself. Chapter 84: A Wonderful Island Trip. White sand beaches, black rocks, green jungles. As soon as he arrived on the island, Lin-An felt that this island was very different from other islands. Compared to the last time on the polar island, Lin-An could only wander around because he had no nautical chart. This time it's much better. Lin-An took the treasure map, looked at the location of the treasure chest on the map, and walked towards the cliff wall that he had just seen from the Pearl. It is mentioned that there are cliffs on the island. Almost everyone would think that this cliff would face the ocean, but the cliff that Lin-An saw was right in the center of the island. The water flowing down the cliff rapidly forms a waterfall. A pool of water was smashed into the ground, and the water in the pool slowly flowed into the sea along a ravine. It was because Lin-An saw the stream on the map that he thought of tracing the source of the stream and seeing if he could collect some fresh water. But after he stepped into the stream with both feet, Lin-An found out that he was wrong. The ocean world never gave him any chance to find loopholes. There was no way to collect water resources, which meant that there was no way to put fresh water into the item space. Only fresh water taken from the seawater purifier can be put into the item space and traded on the trading bank. If you don't let me get water, I won't do it. It smells like rotten eggs. It's really disgusting. The water in the stream is obviously not drinkable. Not only did the stream water have a smell, but the trees next to it also became withered and lifeless. Giving up the idea of collecting fresh water, Lin gradually increased his speed. Xiaolu and Xiaohong jumped and skipped behind him, barely able to keep up. Wait until Lin walks all the way to the bottom of the waterfall. The huge roar and the mist in the sky slowly cooled his heart. The titanium treasure chest shown on the map is here. Inside the mountain? Not in this pool. Why is my luck so bad? Approaching the bottomless pool, Lin found that he was still some distance away from the titanium treasure chest. The titanium treasure chest and this cliff overlap. That is to say, titanium chests are either on top of cliffs or inside mountains. If it was inside the mountain, that would be troublesome, as Lin couldn't see any caves on the map. Fuck. Go up there first and see if you can find them. If you can't find them, throw little red and little green off the cliff. Lin looked at the cliff that was nearly 100 meters high, and suddenly thought that this was a good place to practice gliding. Xiaohong and Xiaolu fell from this height. If they cannot learn to use their wings to glide, or even fly, then they are both useless pterosaurs and can basically be eliminated. Lin always does what he says. He found a way up on the map and climbed up with great effort. Xiaohong and Xiaolu are even worse than Lin. They really stumbled their way up. They have lived on the pearl since birth and have no concept of land at all. Lin brought them to this island to broaden their horizons. Climbing to the top of the cliff, the trees here are shorter than those below. I don't know where the water comes from, forming a river 20 meters wide. When this river flows towards the cliff, it is squeezed into a stream of only 3 or 4 meters wide. That's exactly why this waterfall is so turbulent. What Lin found very strange was that it was clearly a river, but why did the water downstream have a smell, while the water upstream had no smell? Lin didn't delve into the issue of the smell. He slowly leaned against the river bank, walked to the edge of the cliff, looked down, and was almost scared to death. If he fell from here, he would definitely go to hell. I'm now very sure that the treasure chest is inside the mountain. Xiaohong and Xiaolu, you two go ahead and explore the way for me. Lin looked at his portrait on the map and found that it was more than 10 meters away from the location of the treasure chest. And about 10 meters away from Lin was the river. If there is a treasure chest in the river, he can see it with his naked eyes. Now I can't see anything. The treasure chest can only be found in this mountain. Please don't build me a water curtain cave or something like that. I don't want to climb down from such a high place. Lin sighed and picked up Xiaohong and threw her over the cliff, just like throwing away garbage. Maybe he felt that Xiaohong might be torn to pieces. Lin didn't even look back. He ran over, picked up Xiaolu again, and threw it down. A few seconds passed. Lin hesitated for a moment, but still stretched his neck to look down the waterfall. Then he saw 2 pterosaurs, one red and one green, fully stretching out their wings, the pride of the pterosaurs. The nearly 3-meter-long wings, when fully opened, are enough to support the weight of Xiaohong and Xiaolu. They just opened their wings and glided away into the distance very smoothly. Is this a talent? Lin was shocked. He thought Xiaohong and Xiaolu had to go through a lot of falling before they could learn to fly, but it turned out that it was impossible for them to die from falling. There is indeed an innate difference between the wing membrane and the fleshy wings. Because pterosaurs' wings were thinner and tougher, they could avoid hitting the ground to their death by simply opening their wings when falling from a height. But if birds that are learning to fly cannot flap their wings a few times, they may fall to their death. Lin watched Xiaohong and Xiaolu slide and fall into the forest. It is obvious that this flight learning was a failure. However, because the distance was too far, Lin couldn't go down to find Xiaohong and Xiaolu and bring them up to drop them again. Lin felt the courage of Xiaohong and Xiaolu, and thought that since they were both fine like this, he could also try to climb down the waterfall. It's nothing more than bearing the impact of the waterfall. To ensure your absolute safety, Lin tied ropes to the branches of 5 large trees that required 2 people to hug together. Whether he can safely find the entrance to the cave inside the waterfall depends entirely on these ropes, so Lin must be cautious. Wait until complete measures are taken. Lin also made an oxygen cylinder. He didn't want to faint from lack of oxygen in such a dangerous place. With the oxygen tank on his back, Lin faced the cliff, kicked his legs, and jumped from the top of the waterfall. I just went down less than 5 meters. The tons of water hitting Lin's head was enough to make him unable to bear it. However, as I gradually became familiar with the downward rhythm, Lin slowly moved his body to the sides of the waterfall so that less water would hit his head. So it's here? I said I'd definitely find it. When Lin reached the middle of the waterfall, a 1-meter square hole appeared in front of him behind the water flow, which made him smile again. Chapter 85 Armstrong Cannon. Linen saw the cave he was looking for. No matter what the current situation of Xiaohong and Xiaolu is, he swung over directly, found the location of the cave, and rushed into it. Don't be fooled by the cave's 1-meter entrance. It's a completely different experience once you crawl in. This is what it means to be very narrow at first, only to be able to get through. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly becomes clear. This is a cave with hidden secrets. The space inside the cave is nearly 100 meters large. When illuminated by a flashlight, the stalactites emit colorful lights. The titanium treasure chest that Linen was looking for was placed on a yellow table next to him. The rotten egg smell seems to be coming from here. After Linen took off his oxygen mask, he suddenly found that the smell inside the cave was not very pleasant. So he put the mask back on. Linen didn't want to smell any of these odors, whether they were poisonous or not. The titanium treasure chest is right in front of you. Linen didn't care about anything else. He stepped directly on the yellow carbonate rock and walked hurriedly towards the titanium treasure chest. He didn't even notice the pale yellow halo under his feet. There is no way. This pale yellow halo is almost blending with the surface. If Linen didn't pay attention, he really wouldn't be able to see clearly that it was a collectible resource. When Linen opened the titanium treasure chest, he found that there were only 2 blueprints inside and nothing else. He was still a little excited. The blueprint that comes out of a treasure chest of this level is at least a high-level blueprint. Now 2 blueprints appear. If Linen is lucky, they will be 2 rare blueprints. I'm not greedy. Just give me a rare engine blueprint and a rare radar blueprint. Linen said that he was definitely not greedy, but everything he wanted was very valuable. Rare-level engines and rare-level radars can at least correspond to epic-level common items, or even mythical-level common items. Anyway, if someone wants to exchange the blueprint of an advanced axe for the blueprint of a basic engine or a basic radar, most likely no one will be willing to do so. Obtain Armstrong Cannon Blueprint. Obtain Grenade Blueprint. Armstrong Cannon, a cannon with extremely long range, high accuracy, and powerful power. It can be used in conjunction with grenades. Grenade, a shell filled with high explosives. The artillery and shells are out. But what about the rotten egg smell in this cave? Damn, sulfur mine. Linen slapped his forehead hard. He almost ignored the real treasure on this island. When Linen got the blueprints of the cannon and artillery shells, he subconsciously thought of the gunpowder needed to make the artillery shells. The word gunpowder came into his mind. I immediately understood what was emitting the rotten egg smell. Then Linen quickly took away the titanium treasure chest and began to look for sulfur that could be collected in the cave. Collectible, sulfur. Like other metal ores, mining sulfur requires a pickaxe. Linen had fallen into a misunderstanding before. He thought that the minerals in the ocean world might all be metals, so when he got to the island and the metal detector didn't go off, he thought there were no mines on the island. As a result, he encountered such a big surprise. I dig and dig and dig. Linen took a pickaxe and dug frantically in the cave. The cave was so small that there was not much sulfur or exposed, but every time Linen dug out a piece of sulfur more sulfur would be exposed underneath. I don't know how much time has passed. In any case, Linen ignored time. Only after he dug the cave twice as big as it was at the beginning did Linen no longer see the sulfur mine. Linen knew that there must be sulfur mines in the cave, but they might be buried too deep. If he continued digging, the time cost would be too high. Let's talk about it later. Sulfur alone cannot make gunpowder. Blueprints for artillery and artillery shells appeared at the same time, and sulfur mines also appeared. It seems that there are also saltpeter mines on this island. Damn, why is there not enough time? There is so much soil, sand, clay, and trees to collect, but I can only look and cannot touch them. Linen knew that in order to make grenades, he had to find a saltpeter mine. In order to find saltpeter mines, he had to set aside the remaining time. So Linen did not stay inside the cave any longer. He quickly left the cave, rappelled down the waterfall to the pool, and then searched all over the island. As for Xiaohong and Xiaolu, they are currently completely ignored by Linen. It's not that Linen forgot about them, but Linen felt that. It's time to let go and let them move freely. Maybe they can find their own bloodline memories and activate the instincts in the pterosaur's body. Saltpeter, where are you? I don't have a map now, so I can only wander around. Linen said he was wandering around, but he was actually wandering around with a purpose. Sulfur ores can be found in humid places such as melting caves, but saltpeter is most likely hidden in the driest area on this island. So Linen walked towards the volcano, where it was much drier and the temperature was higher. And because the color of the saltpeter ore is different from the color of the island itself, it is easier to find the saltpeter ore on the exposed surface of the volcano. because the color of saltpeter ore is relatively light, not dark colors like black. So if there is a saltpeter mine there, Linen can find it quickly. This time, Linen had a goal. Sure enough, saltpeter mines were found in the dry areas of the island, but the quantity was not as large as that of sulfur mines, and there was very little saltpeter mines exposed on the surface. It's so hard. I want to find a really dry place in Ocean World. How the hell am I going to find one? What am I going to do? Linen circled the volcano and collected only 30 pieces of saltpeter, not even 1/10 of the sulfur. He just has a headache. But Linen looked at the crater again afterwards. He thought about going over to take a look, but he immediately dismissed the idea. The temperature of the crater is so high that if a mineral like saltpeter is near the crater, it will definitely be melted. In order to dig more saltpeter, Linen hesitated for a moment and returned to the surface where he collected the most saltpeter. Start digging holes in the ground. Anyway, there must be saltpeter underground. The more he digs down where he finds the saltpeter, the greater the possibility of digging up saltpeter mines. When Linen was working hard to collect saltpeter ore, he didn't even notice that there were 2 pterosaurs circling in the sky above his head. Xiaohong and Xiaolu were left alone by Linen for 3 or 4 hours, and finally they learned how to fly. As soon as they learned to fly, they flew over to find Linen. But Linen had already entered the mine he had dug himself, and it seemed that he would not be able to get out for a while. Chapter 86. The truth is within range. Hee, as long as you are willing to dig, you will definitely find a lot of saltpeter. When Linen started digging, he found nothing. But after digging 4 or 5 meters underground, the surrounding volcanic rocks were dug out by Linen, and all the saltpeter mines buried underground were exposed. Hundreds and thousands of saltpeter were stuffed into the warehouse by Linen. Bite. The parchment book item warehouse has reached its limit. Please build a warehouse on the raft or boat in time to store supplies that are not needed on a regular basis. After Linen stuffed 8,000 portions of saltpeter into the parchment book, Parchment called the police directly. Start flashing red. Can it still be filled? I always thought you had unlimited capacity. Now that the saltpeter hasn't been mined out yet, what are you going to throw in there? Linen's parchment book contained a large amount of resources, but he really couldn't find anything that was completely useless. Basic resources, such as plastic, palm leaves, and thick wooden boards, must not be thrown away. These things don't take up much space either. The main reason is that too much mining was done today. Forget it. This saltpeter is more than enough. There's a saying that goes, 1 sulfur, 2 saltpeter, 3 charcoal, plus a little sugar, Big Ivan. I only have 500 parts of sulfur, but I've mined 8,000 pieces of saltpeter. That's ridiculous. Linen hesitated for a moment and realized that he couldn't throw away any of the resources in his warehouse, so he gave up the idea of continuing to mine saltpeter. He walked directly out of the mine he dug. Wait until he appears on the ground. Only then did I realize that the sun had already moved to the west. Luckily, I got out. If I had delayed another hour or 2, I would have been swallowed up by the sea along with this island. Linen didn't give up the idea of continuing to look for sulfur or dig saltpeter until he realized that the sun would soon set over the sea, thus embarking on the journey to leave the island. At this time, Xiaohong and Xiaolu, who had just flown away because they couldn't find Linen, appeared again. The 2 of them swooped down from the sky and flew over Linen's head, as if telling Linen that they had learned to fly. Linen didn't look up at first. He thought an eagle was flying over to catch him, so he squatted down to avoid it. It turned out to be a prank by Xiaohong and Xiaolu. Linen was immediately so angry that he started cursing. You 2 useless birds. You're shitting on your father's head, aren't you? From today on, I'm going to cut off your food rations for 3 days. Bang. Bang. There were 2 more crisp sounds. 2 big yellow croakers fell directly from the sky. It goes without saying that this was vomited out by Xiaohong and Xiaolu. You've grown so strong. You don't need me anymore if you can hunt on your own. You've raised 2 ungrateful wolves. Just wait, I'm having tuna tonight, and you 2 mustn't eat it. Linen also kept a bluefin tuna for himself. He had originally planned to deal with the bluefin tuna in the near future. Now seeing Xiaohong and Xiaolu being so arrogant, he thought about eating it tonight. Even if Little Red and Little Green were good at hunting, it would be impossible for them to rush dozens of meters underwater to catch tuna. Awu. Little Red and Little Green in the sky quickly called out twice, trying to tell Lin and that they didn't mean that. I'm just teasing you 2. Hurry up and fly back to the pearl. I'll be right back. It's a pity that Little Red and Little Green haven't grown up yet. Otherwise they could just grab me and take me back to the pearl so I can fly. Linen signaled Xiaohong and Xiaolu to fly back first. He also sped up and ran wildly on the island. After physical fitness is improved by evolution crystals, Linen was able to maintain a steady speed of 7 or 8 meters per second, even in the complex terrain of the island jungle. Soon, he ran to the beach on the coast. As a Zhou Popi, Lin An's philosophy of life has always been to pluck the feathers of passing geese and keep the skins of animals when they leave. Although the parchment book item warehouse could no longer hold anything, Linen could take out some of the resources and put them on the raft, and then collect the sand and clay from the beach. It's not that I'm greedy, it's mainly because I want to get 2 more furnaces. When Linen and others left the island, he looked at the mountains of resources piled up on the raft and sighed slightly. It's easy. It's easy to survive in the ocean. No matter what resources I come across, I can't bear to throw them away. It's like picking up rags every day. As soon as he returned to the Pearl, Linen ran to the cabin, found a few empty rooms, and stuffed all the ropes, plastics, and some lightweight items into these rooms. After clearing out at least half of the inventory, the item space in the parchment book only showed a proportion of 50. This time, Linen filled up the warehouse with items, forcing the parchment book to use this capacity display. I can't get the blueprints for the warehouse or storage boxes yet, so I can only stuff these things into the cabin. Fortunately, the Pearl has plenty of space inside. If he wasn't afraid of affecting the power of the Pearl, Linen really wanted to throw all those ores and metal ingots into the cabin. These are the things that take up the most space. Think of those ores. Only then did Linen take out the 2 blueprints he found in the water curtain cave. Do you use blueprints? Please note, once a blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Use. You have activated the Armstrong Cannon and Grenade manufacturing page. Armstrong Cannon, metal ingots 1000, copper ingots 20, thick planks 100, ropes 20. Grenade, sulfur 1, saltpeter 2, thick wood 3, metal ingot 3. Gold-eating beast. Fuck. After Lin and activated the Armstrong Cannon, he encountered the item that required the most materials besides upgrading the ship. A cannon costs 1,000 fucking metal ingots. How heavy is this cannon? A ton? I'm afraid it's more than that. But no matter how heavy it is, or how many resources it requires, Linen will build it. There is a military proverb in every country on Earth. The truth is within range. This sentence comes from the mouth of Bismarck, the iron-blooded chancellor of a certain country. His exact words were that the truth is within the range of the cannon. Linen agreed with this statement very much. As long as there are hot weapons, whoever can shoot the farthest has the upper hand. Even if the accuracy is not high enough, they can still crush the opponent with numbers. For example, now another ship appeared next to the Pearl. Someone else wanted to kill Lin Un and occupy Lin An's ship, but that person's ship had no cannons, while the Pearl did. Linen can kill the opponent before he gets close to him. First, build me a cannon and a grenade. I need to do some target practice and test the cannon. Consumption: metal ingot 1003, copper ingot 20, thick wood 103, rope 20, sulfur 1, saltpeter 2. Obtain: Armstrong Cannon, Grenade 1. After the cannon was built, the grenade appeared in Lin An's warehouse, and the Armstrong Cannon turned into a shadow, which required Lin An to install. Chapter 87, but it's snow. I'm alone, and I have to both steer the ship and attack the enemy. I definitely can install this cannon in the cabin. I'll try it out on the deck first. Linen thought about it and decided to place the Armstrong gun on the deck. Anyway, in modern society, almost all warships have cannons mounted on the deck. This makes it easier to operate and also allows you to shoot birds. Linen had no choice. He could only place the Armstrong gun close to the control panel. When the Armstrong cannon is placed in the center of the deck on the control panel, Linen will be prompted whether to load the shells when he stands next to the cannon. That's a good thing. This is the only advantage of a gamified world. There are many things you don't have to do yourself. The Armstrong cannon, which requires several people to move, can be turned left and right by Lin An just by pointing it, and he can also lock the target through the sight on the cannon. Lin An held the sight, looked at the sea surface 1,000 meters away, and then adjusted the position of the Armstrong cannon. Select Fill Shells. After filling the shells, a prompt appeared asking whether to fire. Fire. Lin An shouted out these 2 words calmly and excitedly. Lin An's voice was calm. What was exciting was his mood. Boom. The huge recoil caused the Armstrong cannon to move backwards, but Lin An was not moved at all until he saw a splash of water more than 10 meters high exploding on the sea 1,000 meters away. Then he grinned. Bite. Ocean World's 6th global broadcast detected that the survivalist Lin An used a cannon to harm the creatures in the ocean world. The second natural disaster will sweep across the ocean world. The second natural disaster in the ocean world is an extreme cold disaster. The end time of the natural disaster is yet to be determined. Damn it, you're kidding me. Every time I'm at my happiest, you have to pour a basin of cold water on me. Lin An didn't even know if he was truly destined to be alone. How could he be so full of evil spirits? He wasn't the first to build a ship, nor was he the first to create a rare weapon. So many firsts weren't created by Lennon, yet Lennon was always lucky enough to trigger natural disasters. The last time there was a shark disaster, at least there was a warning, giving the surviving humans 3 days to prepare. But now this second natural disaster has come directly. When the last natural disaster began, it also said when it would end. But this time, just say that the end time is not yet determined. What if the extreme cold disaster lasts for half a year or a year, and all those frozen dead ghosts come to cause trouble for Lennon? But fortunately, the extreme cold weather disaster is nothing more than a drop in temperature, not as dramatic as a man-eating shark eating people. Lennon was not worried at all about the impact of this extreme cold disaster on himself. He has a super farm, so he definitely has no shortage of food and water. Besides, we got so many animal furs before. Warm clothes and mattresses are also provided. The key is that he also has an evolution crystal that emits heat radiation every minute. If all else fails, Lennon can make a bonfire in the cabin to keep warm. He can't be frozen to death no matter what. As for others, if you die, you die. By the way, let's go a little further south so we don't get too close to the extreme point of the ocean world. Lennon thought that his Pearl was still not far from the eternal ice cap, so he planned to raise the sails and move south. As he walked up the stairs and was about to go down to the platform to the driver's seat, he suddenly felt his face getting wet. Is it raining? Lennon looked up at the sky and saw a crystal-clear snowflake slowly falling and landing on the tip of his nose. Oh my God, it really started as soon as it was said, it's snowing. But it's snow. It floats into my eyes. Seeing snow in ocean world for the first time, Lennon couldn't help but sing. But he quickly ran to the bridge and started the engine. At first he only thought about raising the sails. But seeing that the weather was changing so quickly, he changed his mind and decided to use both engines to get to the tropical zone of ocean world earlier. The roar of the engines sounded, and the Pearl began to move forward. At the same time, the humans struggling to survive on the eternal ice sheet began to panic. In the area where they were, it also started snowing, but unlike the light snow that Lennon saw, it was snowing heavily where they were. Chunks of snow, about the size of dandelions, fell from the sky like hail. Soon the eternal ice cap was covered with a thick layer of snow. Yun Tianyu, who was training 5 Arctic wolf cubs to pull wooden boards, saw the horrible weather and shook his head helplessly. He also took out the parchment book and opened the regional channel to watch. He wondered what the others on his ice sheet would do at this moment. Regional channel. Survivors, 521,236. This extreme cold disaster is both good news and bad news for us. How can it be good news? Stop spreading rumors. Lennon deserves to die? When he appeared near the eternal ice cap, we should have tried our best to kill him, so that the second natural disaster would not have happened. Don't worry, I'll tell you why this is good news. You see, our eternal ice cap will melt eventually, and everyone knows it's constantly breaking apart. Now that the extreme cold has arrived, lowering the temperature will not only extend the lifespan of the eternal ice cap, but even expand its area. Don't you think this is good news? Holy crap. Genius. It's true. As long as the eternal ice cap doesn't disappear, we can always live with our feet on the ground. It's much better than those surviving humans floating on the sea. Yes, this is really great news. Other sea areas have a maximum of 200,000 people, but here we have 500,000. Dude, great God. Can you explain why natural disasters are bad news? Yes, I feel pretty good after hearing this good news. Bad news. Are you stupid? The bad news is that you were supposed to have drowned in the sea after the eternal ice cap melted, but now you're going to die in a different way. You're going to freeze to death and die earlier than before. This should be the bad news, right? Ha ha. Fuck. You're kidding us. Why are you showing off? You have to die with us too. That's right. We all die together. Why are you so arrogant? Die with you? Dream on. My buddy has already started sailing. Ha ha ha. Yin Tianyu always thought of himself as a cold-blooded person, but when he saw the comments of those funny people on the regional channel, he actually laughed along. He laughed twice and closed the parchment book. He watched the regional channel in order to find answers and directions. Now that he had found the answer, there was no need for him to look at the parchment book anymore. Brother Lennon, thank you for the 5 Arctic wolves. It looks like we will meet again soon. Yun Tianyu said this in a mysterious voice as if he had foreseen the future. Chapter 88. I'm not worried because I have a fireplace at home. No way, this is going to freeze people to death. The next day, Lennon, lying in bed, was woken up by the cold. There was a layer of Arctic wolf fur under his bed and another layer of Arctic wolf fur covering him, but it still couldn't keep out the cold. Through the glass window, Lennon glanced outside. It was just dawn at this time. The snow outside did not get lighter just because Linen was walking south. Instead, it is getting bigger and bigger. The sky was particularly dark and the clouds were gray. The color of the sea water changed from dark blue to inky black, and it looked like it was going to swallow people up. I need to put on more clothes quickly. My velvet leather jacket and leather pants should be ready. If I don't wear something thicker, I won't be able to do anything today. Linen silently took out the parchment book, thinking about looking for Tong Yaya. Page 3. Private chat channel. Linen, Yaya, are the clothes ready? Tong Yaya, it's done. I'll put it on the trading platform for you right away. Do you want to specify the transaction? I'm afraid someone will snatch it away. Linen, no need. You can just exchange this set of clothes for 5 Arctic wolf furs. Tong Yaya, okay. Soon. Linen exchanged 5 Arctic wolf furs for clothes made by Tong Yaya at the trading house. The quality of the clothes she makes is pretty good. The needlework is very delicate. Linen, you can make quilts and clothes with those 5 Arctic wolf skins. If you can't bear it, just stay in bed, or put facilities such as furnaces and barbecue grills that can ignite thick wooden boards next to you. But it still needs to be breathable. If it is not breathable, you will suffocate to death. I don't know when the extreme cold disaster will be over. Giving Tong Yaya 5 Arctic wolf furs was Lin's greatest kindness. Then let Lin invest resources at all costs to keep Tong Yaya alive. Obviously, it is impossible. Linen thought. These 5 Arctic wolf furs are now worth at least 3,000 metal ingots on the trading house. Before this, there were many people who survived without clothes, accounting for at least 2/3 of the human survival group. Before Lin was teleported to the sea area where the eternal ice cap was located by the Jurassic secret realm. He was also shirtless, wearing only a pair of shorts. The former sea world. No need to wear clothes. But now, you will die quickly if you don't wear clothes. It is easy to take off clothes, but it is not easy to put them back on. Linen was definitely not alluding to any event. He simply meant that even if all the clothes of the survivors in the ocean world were put together, they would not be able to meet even 1% of the demand. Yes, just 1%. When the weather is hot, you can wear 1 or 2 pieces of clothing, but when the weather is cold, if you don't have cotton clothes or trousers, you can only put on more clothes. This may not work. Arctic wolf fur, which is both warm and furry, is naturally the best cold-resistant item of choice for humans seeking survival. But how much animal fur is there in the entire ocean world? I'm laughing. Hee hee, why bother raising chickens? Just go all in on rabbits and sheep. When the weather gets colder, more people will catch colds and fevers. Then plant all the land with woad. Linen knew what humans needed most to survive, so he went straight to the super farm. Harvest the ripe crops first. Then sprinkle woad seeds on the open space. Linen was not in a hurry to sign in. He went to the super ranch, harvested all the chickens, and then bought 40 rabbits. Unfortunately, these rabbits only produce rabbit hair, but not rabbit meat. But this is already very good. What Linen needs right now is rabbit hair. Linen even slaughtered the 2 cows and added 2 sheep to the super ranch. After being slaughtered, the cows will disappear directly and will not turn into beef and enter the item warehouse. On the farm, Linen can also directly remove the immature crops. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain fireplace blueprint. Fireplace can be installed in the room for heating without worrying about fire. Super farm. You are God. Linen was not worried that the extreme cold disaster would pose too much of a threat to him. Now that he can build a fireplace, he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Perhaps I could adopt a few helpless and pitiful girls, but I'd rather just think about it. Putting it into practice is obviously impossible. Once upon a time, Linen also dreams of having a mythical bed where he can make love every day. But now he is awake. In the ocean world, every extra burden could lead to his death. But if there are people who are trustworthy and capable, Linen can let them on board. Both men and women are welcome. It's okay to be a gunner. With the crew, Linen can build more Armstrong cannons. But such people are hard to find. In the ocean world, the most precious treasure is the trust between people. It would be great if you could sign me up for a shackles blueprint. I can distrust others, but I can definitely put shackles on them. Linen had a nice idea, even thinking about raising slaves. But this idea is possible. Many humans will give up their freedom in order to survive. But there is a lack of means to control these people. Once someone figures out a way to control slaves and prevent them from rebelling, there will definitely be many more slaves in the ocean world. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Fireplace. Dry bricks 100. Grapevine sticky matter 20. Metal ingot 5. Goodness, I got a lot of sand and clay on the island yesterday. As if Linen had a premonition, before leaving the volcanic island yesterday, he took out some of the resources from the warehouse and put them on the raft, and then collected all the sand and clay on the beach. Sure enough, He was not doing useless work. Now that we have a furnace, we don't have to stupidly put wet bricks under the farm to dry. We can just throw the wet bricks directly into the furnace. This is more than 10 times faster than before. While Lennon was making bricks, he threw them into the furnace to burn and dry them. In this way, 100 dry bricks were quickly obtained. Make a fireplace. Consumption: dry bricks 100, grapevine sticky matter 20, metal ingot 5. Obtain fireplace. Follow the system's instructions. Lennon installed a fireplace in his room and placed it against the bed. The fireplace also has its own chimney, which can discharge the smoke out of the room, so that Lennon will not be poisoned while sleeping. In order to keep the fireplace warm, of course, thick wooden boards are needed. Lennon threw 50 thick wooden boards into it, and then a countdown appeared on the fireplace. Exactly 24 hours. This consumption is indeed low. Chapter 89: Ice and Snow World. I just mean, why is it frozen so early? Lennon, who had just finished building the fireplace, suddenly felt the pearls slow down, followed by the sound of ice breaking. It makes a very crisp sound. He quickly ran to the deck. This was the first time he went on deck after getting up. The deck of the pearl was covered with a meter of snow. The snow was slowly turning the pearl into an ice lump. A lot of ice floes had appeared in front of the pearl's bow, and the same was true behind it. The noise just now was caused by the bow of the ship hitting a larger piece of ice and crushing it. We can't go any further. It looks like the ocean is 100 frozen. Being frozen here is better than driving straight ahead and hitting an iceberg. Lennon judged the freezing speed of the sea surface and estimated that it would not take long before the sea surface would be frozen. Because once those ice floes touch each other, they will quickly connect together. Small ice floes become large ice floes, and large ice floes become ice sheets. The Pearl was an ironclad ship. The weight is very heavy. It is not difficult to break these icebergs, but Lennon is worried that an iceberg might float by and create a hole in the Pearl. That would be a waste of time. It would be better to stay in this sea area and let the ice float close to the Pearl and freeze it. There is not much point in driving further forward. Lennon didn't have a thermometer in his hand, but with his current physical condition, he could still be woken up by the cold early in the morning even though he was covered with Arctic wolf fur. The temperature outside was probably at least minus 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. But the sea is about to freeze. Lennon was thinking. The temperature has probably dropped to minus 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. I'd better not check the chat channel for a while. The others will probably scold me to death. The ocean world didn't give anyone any time to prepare. It's no exaggeration to say that the temperature was cold enough to freeze people to death. Lennon couldn't stay outside for long. He hurried back to the cabin. Take out the evolution crystal and put it in the sheep pen in front of the cabin. Now Little Red, Little Green, Little Deer, Dolly, and Little White are all huddled together to keep warm. As the fawn is a reindeer, this temperature has little effect on it, but because it is a reindeer, the other 4 animals huddle next to it to keep warm. However, when Lennon put the evolution crystal into the sheep pen, they let the deer go. Evolution crystals can prevent the temperature in the sheep pen from dropping too low. Winter is here, and there's nothing much to do. Humans basically work in spring, summer, and autumn, and then rest at home in winter. This is the norm in an agricultural society. Lennon also fell into a situation where he had nothing to do, but he still thought about what he could do in this environment. One last thought. He decided to research the trading houses. Use the resources you have to exchange for things you will need in the future. Page 4. Trading Bank. Seller, Muhammad. For sale, Advanced Bow Blueprint. Requirement, wool 100. Note, only serious buyers please. I only want animal fur. Seller, Johnsky. For sale, metal ingot 1000. Requirement, cotton coat 1. Note, we are buying warm clothing, no matter how much it costs, we can negotiate. The trend in the trading house has completely changed, and everyone wants to buy items that can keep warm. There are also many people who purchase food. The meat of some animals can provide calories to the human body. Before, Lennon could still see the high-priced seal oil that Alex displayed on the trading floor, but now he can't see anything. 100% of them were bought up by other humans. I feel so bad. Alex took advantage of me again. Hey, there's even a rare blueprint. Holy shit. Lennon walked around the trading house for a long time when he suddenly saw the 3 big words, rare grade. Then he clicked in and took a look. Seller, Kiran Rao. For sale, rare flipper blueprint. Requirement, wool 10,000. Note, I want animal fur, not wool. No wool. It must be fur, not animal skin. Basically, the demand displayed by this kind of transaction order is false demand. Anyway, no one would use 10,000 pieces of wool to buy a rare blueprint. So he can put forward his real needs in the remarks. Talk to this person and see if you can get the blueprint. Lennon thought for a moment, clicked on the profile picture of the Sikh named Kiran Rao and chatted with him privately. Linen, would you like to exchange a reindeer fur? Linen was concise and to the point. I didn't think about talking to this person about anything else, so I just got straight to the point. Kiran Rao, Linen, boss, how could someone like you not know the value of a rare level blueprint? It's just a piece of fur, like giving it to a beggar. Linen 2. Kiran Rao, what difference does 1 or 2 make? I will still be frozen to death. Linen, 2 reindeer furs and 1 Arctic wolf fur in exchange for the titanium ingot and blueprint in your hand. Kiran Rao, 2 more Arctic wolf pelts, and I'll trade. Linen, goodbye. After a few brief negotiations, Linen couldn't continue the conversation. Linen wanted to take advantage of this natural disaster to make a fortune. If there hadn't been an extreme cold disaster, 40 or 50 Arctic wolf furs might not be enough to exchange for a rare blueprint. So Linen wanted to exchange 2 reindeer skins and 1 Arctic wolf skin for the blueprint and titanium ingots in the other person's hands, just to get a bargain. This Kiran Rao doesn't consider the actual situation and wants to raise the price. He thinks he will make a profit if he can get 1 more skin. But Linen didn't indulge him at all. After Lin and continued browsing the trading line for 10 minutes. Kiran Rao still couldn't withstand the biting cold brought by the extreme cold disaster. The Sikhs could withstand temperatures of 40 or 50 degrees, but they couldn't resist the severe cold weather. In order to avoid freezing to death, he could only exchange the rare level flipper blueprint for Linan's fur. Consumption, reindeer fur 2, Arctic wolf fur 1. Obtain, rare flipper blueprint, titanium ingots 6. Kiran Rao said he only had 6 titanium ingots. As for whether they were true or not, Linan didn't think about it too much. It was already a good deal to exchange 3 furs for a rare blueprint. Looks like I can still find a lot of bargains. Being able to buy an extra rare blueprint is a big gain for me. Linan used the blueprint in his hand with a smile, but he didn't think about making the flippers for the time being. It was frozen outside, and he couldn't go to the bottom of the sea. Tell the truth. If we could drill to the bottom of the sea and have constant oxygen, it would definitely be better than staying on the boat. Dang. Boom. Linan was having a great time browsing the trading house. The Pearl's hull made a few more noises. This time, it wasn't a block of ice that struck the Pearl, but something else happened. Linan didn't bother to continue browsing the trading house. He quickly took the parchment book and went out to see what was going on. When he got on deck, he found that the sea had disappeared and the ice completely covered the sea surface. The seawater can only rush and flow under the ice. As for the owner who just made the noise, it was a sea lion that crawled out from nowhere. Chapter 90, this is going to be posted. This is a sea lion on the ice. In the gap where the Pearl meets the ice, there were at least 10 sea lions struggling to get upwards. This might be the weakest ice surface they could find on the Pearl. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen sea lions emerged from the seawater, and the ice holes they drilled out quickly froze again. The Pearl isn't frozen. Linan looked at the surface of the Pearl. Except for the top deck covered with snow, there were water droplets on the iron plates around it. It was obviously caused by the low temperature that could not freeze the Pearl. The evolution crystal is really powerful. It must be the effect of evolutionary crystallization that allows the surface of the Pearl to always remain above 0 degrees. But as the temperature gets lower and lower, this miraculous effect will probably disappear. No matter how powerful the evolution crystal is, it cannot compete with the entire ocean world. Linan didn't expect it to play any big role, as long as it could protect the sheep pen from harm. It just so happens that these dozen sea lions are a timely help. I originally had nothing to do, but now I can use you to practice archery. Linan took out an intermediate bow and arrow that had not been used for a long time from the item warehouse, bent the bow, and aimed at the sea lions that were sticking to the Pearl to keep warm. Snap, snap, snap. Several arrows were shot out in succession. Linan hit the target very accurately. Later, the sea lions discovered that the real danger was not the low temperature, but Linan on the ironclad ship, so they began to rush on the ice. But the ice is different from the sea. These sea lions were shot dead by the Forestry and Forestry Security Department before they could run far. Linan then calmly left the Pearl and collected all the fur, fat, and meat from the sea lions on the ice. It's quite a big gain. These dozen or so sea lions are not as big as seals, but they are more numerous. So they still provided Lin and with more than 5,000 kilograms of meat. The warehouse called the police again this time. But Linan was not far from the Pearl. All the resources that cannot be put down can be directly thrown onto the ice surface and then slowly transported back to the Pearl. As the ice sheet covers an increasingly larger area, the ocean world became an ice-covered planet. Animals that once lived only on islands and ice sheets can now roam freely. More and more polar creatures are beginning to appear in the human vision. and humans seeking survival are also beginning to discover that even though the extreme cold disaster is too terrifying and kills people invisibly, the ocean world still gives humans seeking survival a glimmer of hope. This vitality is naturally the fur, meat, and fat of polar creatures. The number of animals appearing near the Lin and Pearl is outrageous. Polar animals are not completely immune to the cold. The temperature was so low that the entire ocean could freeze over. Even polar creatures might not be able to withstand it. So the Pearl, whose temperature was higher than other areas, became a torch in the dark night. The animal's instincts made them approach the Pearl when they came within reach. This is going to be published. Lennon also discovered this phenomenon. He stood on the deck of the Pearl like a sharpshooter. After killing the seals, fur seals, sea lions, walruses, and reindeer that came over, Lennon was too lazy to go down and collect the flesh and blood of these animals. Let their bodies freeze hard on the ice. Lennon thought that it would be great if the corpses of these animals could attract a few polar bears. Whether it is an Arctic wolf, a polar bear, or the less common brown bear, in this icy and snowy environment, they need animal fat and meat to maintain the energy needed by their bodies. Warm areas are less attractive to them because their fur is too thick. It is very easy for them to withstand temperatures as low as -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. But if the temperature is lower, they will also freeze to death. Really, because a large number of mammal carcasses were frozen on the ice, polar bears and sporadic brown bears began to appear on the ice one after another within Linnan's sight. The Arctic wolf that Linnan wanted to kill more did not appear. Arctic wolves are smarter creatures, and in addition, due to the current low temperature, they can no longer move outside. The Arctic wolves at SeaWorld must be hiding in a cave somewhere, huddling together for warmth. This extreme cold disaster is not just aimed at humans who are trying to survive. All living things are facing a great threat. Intermediate bows and arrows are probably useless now. I still have to use Yaka arrows. Lennon knew that the arrows from an intermediate bow might not be able to penetrate the fur of polar bears and brown bears, so he took out his most powerful weapon. Under the control of the arrow whistle, the Yaka arrows drew beautiful and elegant arcs in the air. Any polar animal that came near the Pearl collapsed. Didn't stand up again. In this extreme cold disaster, it gets dark early. Linnan's hunting only lasted for a few hours before it had to be interrupted due to the weather. Bite. The average sea surface temperature in ocean world has dropped to -60 degrees Celsius. The initial stage of the extreme cold disaster has ended. The extreme cold disaster has entered its final stage. The average sea surface temperature will fluctuate between -60 and -100 degrees Celsius. Except for humans who are trying to survive, all other animals will enter hibernation. Note: please take good warming measures for all survivors. Lennon was collecting the fur and flesh of mammals on the ice when he heard the prompt. Strange, why isn't it being broadcasted worldwide? Just as he finished saying this, a cold wind suddenly blew nearby. After the biting wind blew past the corpse of a polar bear, Lennon saw frost forming on the corpse. Then, Lennon shuddered all over. A gust of wind blew by, and the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees Celsius. Lennon knew that he couldn't stay on the ice for long. Hurry up and get busy, bringing all the animals' fur, flesh, and fat back to the Pearl. Once the initial stage is over, it will be the final stage. There is really no time to relax. After hiding back in his room, Lennon quickly put his hands next to the fireplace to warm them. The ice on his hair and eyelashes also began to melt. But the world outside is completely different. The Pearl's outer layer was completely frozen. The glass windows have become foggy. Lennon had no way of seeing the outside environment through the window. This low temperature is really terrible. Lennon frantically added thick wooden boards into the fireplace to increase the area of burning flames. He was really afraid that the low temperature would extinguish the weak flame in the fireplace. Wait until you see a raging fire burning again in the fireplace. Lennon finally felt relieved. The fireplace managed to withstand this first round of pressure. When the temperature outside dropped to -100 degrees Celsius, if the flame in the fireplace could continue to burn, Lennon would not have to worry about heating at all. Chapter 91 Brothers settle accounts clearly. A total of 78 animal skins, over 20,000 kilograms of animal meat, and 10,000 kilograms of fat. I'm really rich this time. There are no other items in the item warehouse. Lennon threw all the metal into the cabin. Anyway, the Pearl couldn't move now, so he didn't need to worry about the ship being too heavy and slowing down the Pearl. When the speed is 0, there is no room to fall. The rest of the people probably won't have the same gains as me. This natural disaster will freeze to death at least 9/10 of the human race. Lennon finally understood. The Great Shark Plague killed 9 out of 10 humans. The result of this extreme cold disaster will definitely be similar. Just this one time, 9/10 of the personnel were reduced. If there are 8 to 9 more rounds of natural disasters, there will be no survivors in the ocean world. Who cares? As long as I can survive, I'll have to get rid of all these resources first. The temperature is about to drop to minus 100 degrees Celsius. If these people die, no one will buy my stuff. I have to sell it quickly. Oh, and ask Tong Yaya if 5 Arctic wolf furs are enough. Don't let her die. Give her some seal oil to keep her warm. Linen quickly contacted Tong Yaya. It was obviously not enough to keep warm with animal fur alone. At this time, he must eat more meat and fat to absorb calories from these foods. Linen thought that 50 kilograms of fat and 50 kilograms of meat would probably keep Tong Yaya going for at least 10 days, so he gave all these things to her. After that, the formal transaction begins. Linen thought about finding Alex and seeing if he could get something good from him. Page 3. Private chat channel. Linen, Alex, my brother, I'm here again. Do you have any advanced or rare blueprints you can sell to me? Alex, damn it. Linen, I'm freezing to death. Damn you. Why did you build a cannon? Linen, I didn't know that building cannons would trigger natural disasters. If you were in my shoes, would you have resisted building cannons? And I've made it clear that even if you knew that building cannons would trigger natural disasters, you would still build them. Let alone our eldest brother, let alone our second brother. Alex, how many animal skins do you have? And other supplies to keep you warm? Damn, you're number 1 on the list. You must have killed a lot of polar animals. Linen, since you know I am number 1, please speak more politely. Is this the tone you use when talking to the world's number 1 person? Alex, hee, a rare diving suit blueprint. 10 polar bear furs in exchange, or 20 reindeer or seal furs will also work. I was going to use it myself, but now I'm giving it to you for a bargain. Linen, you're giving me a bargain? Hey, buddy, I traded 2 reindeer pelts and an Arctic wolf pelt for someone else's rare flipper blueprint and 6 titanium ingots today. The transaction record is available. You're giving me a bargain at this price? Alex, is our relationship like everyone else's? You call me brother, but you can't save me from the freezing cold. Is that what brotherhood is? Linen, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Since you are such a person, let's terminate our cooperation. After saying this, Linen blocked Alex. What a big deal. With the resources in hand, Linen is still worried about not being able to exchange for treasures. Besides, Alex probably doesn't have animal fur to keep warm. The fur of polar creatures must have the strongest thermal insulation ability. Linen is sure that Alex has never been to the eternal ice cap, so he definitely has never hunted polar animals. In addition, the trading house did not sell animal fur before. Of course, Alex didn't have much in stock. Linen guessed that he must be sitting next to a barbecue grill or a furnace, warming himself with the flames in these 2 facilities, but this approach was definitely not a long-term solution. It was difficult to keep the fireplace in Lin N's bedroom burning. Just how long can the flames in the grill and furnace last? Rare barbecue grill blueprint, rare fishing rod blueprint, rare bow blueprint, rare battle axe blueprint, rare diving suit blueprint. Linen listed all the regular and rare blueprints he could think of, and then placed orders one after another on the trading platform. Exchanged 2 furs from animals such as reindeer, seal, and sea lion for a rare blueprint. Exchange a polar bear, brown bear, or Arctic wolf pelt for a rare blueprint. For Greece, it's 200 kilograms for 1. The price of animal meat is 500 kilograms for 1 ticket. Linen didn't make any remarks either, waiting for others to take his order directly. When Jiang Taigong fishes, only those who are willing to take the bait will be caught. There will always be someone who can't bear it anymore and then comes to take Lin An's order. Go to sleep. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you can harvest the woad grown on the farm, the wool and rabbit hair from the pasture, and the fish from the fishery. All the animals and plants that Lin An is currently growing and raising can be harvested once a day. This way he only needs to go to the super farm once every morning when he wakes up. As for going in every once in a while to kill insects, weeds, and swat mosquitoes, he no longer does that. Right now, on the ice thousands of miles away, a 30-meter-long wooden boat was also frozen. From outside, a faint fire could be seen in the cabin. You can also see a figure moving. This person is Alex, who was blocked by Lin An. He is going crazy. In order to keep warm, he could only eat meat and jump around to allow his body to generate heat. It can be seen that Alex is very bloated, and he has stuffed his clothes with wool to keep warm. He even has a velvet leather jacket. But these clothes are really fragile in the face of extreme cold. If Alex had a few animal skins to cover himself with right now, he could lie in bed and tuck himself in to keep the heat out. Damn it. Damn it. Lin An, you have tens of thousands of kilograms of meat and fat, and nearly 100 animal skins, but you can't sell me some? You even blocked me. Oh my god, should I buy these skins? I feel like I'm losing out. Lin is making a fortune from disasters. God will take him away sooner or later. It's such a hard decision, a really hard one. If I don't buy the animal fur, I'll freeze to death. If I buy it, these furs will definitely be worthless in the future. But rare blueprints are real good stuff and can be sold at a high price at any time. Profiteer. Profiteer. The other survivors called me a profiteer and Lin's lackey. I've shouldered so much criticism for him, and now he doesn't care about me. Alex was on the verge of collapse. The sky outside was getting darker and darker, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. All survivors knew that the temperature in the ocean world would drop to minus 100 degrees Celsius at midnight. Many people are afraid to sleep, fearing that once they close their eyes, they will never wake up again. Chapter 92. Expansion of the Super Fishery. Consumption, Reindeer Fur 2. Obtain, Rare Grill Blueprint. Consumption, Polar Bear Fur 1. Obtain, Rare Fishing Rod Blueprint. Consumption, Brown Bear Fur 1. Obtain, Rare Diving Suit Blueprint. Alex is such a tsundere guy. Why didn't he just make a deal with me yesterday? Lennon found out that the person who traded the rare diving suit to him was Alex, and he smiled as soon as he got up. Before going to bed yesterday, 1/3 of the fur orders Lin and placed at the trading house were sold. He exchanged them for nearly 30 rare-level blueprints with no duplicates. It's a pity that I didn't get a rare weapon blueprint. But Lennon got the blueprints for rare-level telescopes, rare-level metal hooks, rare-level sails, etc. Let's convert the remaining ones into mid-level engines, mid-level radars, and so on. Some intermediate blueprints are more valuable than rare blueprints. So after Lennon knew that it was difficult to exchange for unique rare blueprints, he changed his target to practical items such as engines, radars, and metal detectors. Quickly changed the order requirements. Lennon found that the flame in the fireplace was very weak. Before going to bed, he filled the fireplace with thick wooden boards. According to the rules of this world, those thick wooden boards could burn for 48 hours. But now it hasn't even lasted 12 hours, and the flame is about to go out. Of course, Lin's planks are all there. The fire is about to go out. It's much colder than yesterday. If I hadn't covered myself with 7 or 8 layers of animal fur, I would have woken up from the cold. Also, the effect of the evolution crystals is really too great. Lin's physical fitness score is now 80 points. His physical fitness is approaching that of a Superman. In addition, the evolution crystal inside the pearl makes the temperature inside the pearl's cabin always 10 to 20 degrees higher than the outside world. Even so, the temperature was still too low. Lennon ran to the sheep pen at the bow and saw that Dolly, Little White, Little Red, Little Green, and Little Deer were all asleep leaning on the evolution crystals. This must be what Sea World calls hibernation. Whether it is an animal that can hibernate or not, it will hibernate in this extreme cold disaster to prevent the heat in its body from dissipating too quickly. Seeing that Xiaobai and Dolly, the 2 sheep, were still shivering from the cold, Lennon threw out the largest polar bear fur to cover all the animals. Prevent the heat of the evolutionary crystal from dissipating outwards. By doing this, the temperature in Lin's bedroom will definitely drop by a few degrees. But Lennon is a human being, and his ability to withstand it is stronger than these animals. Go to the super farm. At least you won't be cold in the super farm. Lennon rubbed his arms, then hurried back to the bedroom and got into bed before he dared to enter the super farm. After all, he entered the farm consciously, and if he really left that warm bed, when he comes out of the farm, his body will definitely be frostbitten. No matter what natural disaster happens outside, it always looks like spring in the super farm. The sun is shining, the grass is ankle deep, the fish in the pond jump out of the water at any time. The sheep in the pasture are bleating, and the woad in the fields is ripe. Lennon ran to the bulletin board and started signing in. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain oxygen converter. Oxygen converter. It can absorb oxygen from seawater and convert it into oxygen that humans can breathe. This is another practical thing. It's too troublesome to always have to change the oxygen tank underwater. With this thing, can I stay underwater forever? Lin's understanding was indeed correct. As long as he could bear not eating and the endless darkness at the bottom of the sea, he could indeed stay in the sea forever. But people still need to eat. Taking off the oxygen converter and leaving your mouth free to eat at the bottom of the sea is not a wise choice. Therefore, Lin's dream is destined to fail. Obtain Indigo 98. Obtain Grouper 46. Obtain Wool 403, Rabbit Fur 485. After collecting all the fruits from the super farm, Lennon still chose to continue growing woad. As for the farmed fish, he had no other choice but to raise grouper. Lennon thought that perhaps today he could use wool, rabbit hair, animal meat, and fat to exchange for enough resources to expand the fishery to 9 grids. This will unlock all the fry in the farm store. With 1,000 metal ingots, I think I can expand now. Lennon resisted the urge to buy grouper fry and instead used the resources at hand to expand the fishery. Consumption, metal ingot 1,000. Congratulations to the host on completing the expansion of your super fishery. The farm shop has unlocked the purchase rights for large yellow croaker fry for you. It can continue to expand. Consumption, metal ingot 2,500. Congratulations to the host on completing the expansion of your super fishery. The farm store has unlocked the purchase rights for Atlantic salmon fry for you. Further expansion will cost me 8,000 metal ingots. It's killing me. At present, the super fishery has been expanded by Lin and only 2 grids are left. If he expands it again, he can unlock the right to purchase yellowfin tuna fry. After all the expansions are completed, he can buy bluefin tuna fry. However, the resources consumed are definitely more than what he needs to upgrade the pearl. Although the ranch does not need to be expanded, you need to submit resources to unlock the purchasing rights to purchase animal cubs. The resources required for ranching are even more exaggerated. Lennon can't even do it now. I'll buy 7 Atlantic salmon and raise them. Since there are no rare blueprints left, I'll convert all the animal meat and fat into metal ingots. After Lennon thought it over, he retreated from the super farm. Wait until he opens his eyes. The fire in the fireplace was completely extinguished. The extreme cold disaster is so terrifying that even fire cannot resist the low temperature. Fortunately, Lennon had some easy-to-ignite ignition materials, such as rabbit hair, wool, and coconut hair scraped from the coconuts he had picked before, which were all very good ignition materials. Take a bunch of them and put them in the fireplace. Then pull out all the thick planks and add them back to make flames appear in the fireplace. When the flame touches wool or coconut hair, the burning area will increase. That's all. The fireplace slowly made Lynn's bedroom warm again. Achoo. Lennon stood by the fireplace and sneezed loudly, and his snot sprayed into the fireplace. There was a sizzling sound on the thick wooden board. Fuck, even I, an Iron Man, have caught a cold. I need to make some Isatis root tea. Lennon moved a chair to sit next to the fireplace, then took an iron pot and filled it with some fresh water and placed it next to the fireplace. After the water boiled, Lennon put the Isatis root in to cook. Chapter 93, Even someone as strong as me can catch a cold? I've caught a cold, and I'm sure others will get sick too. Can I sell 1 serving of Isatis root for 1,000 metal ingots? It's just a little higher than Alex's price, but it should sell. Isatis leaf for 800 metal ingots. That's it. As for wool and rabbit hair, 1 piece sells for 10 metal ingots, meat for 10, and fat for 20. Lennon randomly set prices for all the resources he had, then put them on the trading platform one by one. The wool and rabbit fur were sold out quickly. When those survivalists who bought the wool or rabbit hair got their hands, they were immediately stunned. Want to stuff their clothes with wool? At least 200 pieces of wool are needed. The same goes for rabbit fur. It is because the quantity is small that Lennon sells it at a low price. Meat and fat also sell out quickly. The weather was so cold and the sea was frozen. Except for the survival humans who had soil to grow crops to eat, the rest of the people had nothing to eat. The sea fish we stored before were basically useless. What people want now is not to fill their stomachs, but to stimulate the body to produce heat, so they want meat and oil with higher fat content. Yesterday, Lennon wanted to exchange the meat and fat for the blueprint, but of course no one was willing to trade. But now, what Lennon wants is metal ingots. It is considered a basic resource of the ocean world. Everyone has tens or hundreds of dollars in their hands. The kilograms of meat and fat were quickly sold. No one's buying Isatis root and Isatis leaf. Is there anyone with a fever or a cold? I guess I'm too weak. Lennon drank the cooked Isatis root soup, and the warmth entered his body from his throat, making him feel much more comfortable. In this kind of horrible weather, it is a blessing to have this kind of Chinese medicine to drink. It was freezing cold, and Lennon didn't have much to do. After drinking the Chinese medicine, he cleaned the pot and started to make chicken soup, using Isatis root to make the chicken soup. If I could find ginseng in the Jurassic land, I'd be drinking ginseng chicken soup right now. Lennon is still not satisfied with the current situation. Although the medicinal effect of Isatis root is much worse than that of ginseng, if it is used to make chicken soup, it can still improve physical condition and enhance immunity. While quietly waiting for the chicken soup, Lennon leaned against the warm fireplace wall and took a short nap. The Isatis root medicine he had taken before took effect, allowing Lennon to sleep soundly. But not long after, a faint thudding sound came from outside. Lennon was awakened. Don't they say that animals hibernate? Lennon thought the noise was caused by some animal, just like yesterday. Out of curiosity, he put on all his warm clothes and covered his face tightly, leaving only his eyes exposed. Then he left the bedroom and went to the deck to see what was knocking on the Pearl's planks. See the outside world again. Lennon didn't know what words to use to describe it. There was nearly 30 centimeters of ice on the Pearl. When Lennon came out of the cabin, he couldn't open the hatch. He had to use a sharp-toothed dagger to cut through the ice before he could push the hatch open and get out. Hanging on the mast are ice cranes that are more than 1 meter long. Each ice spike can be used as an advanced spear after being cut off. The Armstrong cannon was frozen into a lump of ice, and from the outside, it was impossible to tell that it was a cannon. As for Lin An's driving seat, there was no way to get in. Lennon had no way of seeing what was happening inside the cockpit from the outside. An estimated meter-thick layer of ice obscured everything. Lennon had no idea how long the extreme cold disaster would last, so he didn't think about clearing the ice on the Pearl. He used his sharp-toothed dagger to cut off an ice spike, and then used it as a hiking stick, walking step by step towards the side of the ship. The faint sound continued. Save me, please save me. As soon as Lennon stuck his head out of the side of the boat, he immediately saw a yellow-skinned woman in tattered clothes asking him for help. There are really a lot of Chinese people. China is the second most populous country on Earth. A lot of poor guys were sent to the ocean world. You're lucky to have made it this far. Lennon was not moved by sympathy, but was just impressed by the tenacity of human life. Last night, the temperature definitely dropped to minus 100 degrees Celsius. But this woman who had almost no warm clothing was able to survive. Isn't this a miracle? Some people might say that it was freezing cold in Lin An's weather and he finally saw a woman who wanted to have a baby, but these people might not imagine what the condition of human skin would be like in extremely cold climates. The woman he saw was frostbitten from head to toe, and her skin was either red or black. To put it bluntly, the only thing that looks like a human being about her is her large body shape. Same as Lennon. She also has 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. With this kind of injury, until she is completely healed, if she doesn't speak, Lennon won't be able to tell whether she is a man or a woman. I knew there was no way this woman could climb up by herself, and it looked like he was about to faint. Lennon went down first, tied her up with a rope, and then went up and pulled her up. By the time she was sent into the cabin, she had already fainted. Lennon has no habit of taking care of others. They threw her into the sheepfold, crowded with those animals. Whether she could survive depended entirely on her own luck. Anyway, this is all Lennon can do. I wonder if I can become chess piece number 2. Lennon returned to the bedroom, sat down by the fireplace, and began to think about his chess piece plan. In fact, if Lennon could bring the woman to the bedroom, place her next to the fireplace, and cover her with several layers of animal fur, she would have a greater chance of survival. But Lin An's heart is still too cold-blooded. He didn't want someone to die in his bedroom. It was too creepy. Lin An's chicken soup will be ready by noon. During this morning, half of the orders he placed at the trading house were bought. Lin An then went to the super farm, expanded the fishery, and bought a yellowfin tuna to raise there. Then I looked at the resources needed to expand the last fishery. Lin An left the super farm. To complete the expansion of the fishery, another 50,000 metal ingots are needed. I need to sell half of the Isatis root and Isatis indigotica leaf to make up the 50,000 metal ingots. Or if you sell all the animal meat and fat, you can make up the difference, or even have more than enough. The extreme cold disaster is really great. I may never encounter such an opportunity to make a fortune again. The conscientious supplier Lin and did not raise the prices too much when selling things. Compared with others, he is simply a great philanthropist. The reason why the products are selling slowly is that some people can't get over it. Many people think that it was Lin An who harmed them to this point, and now they have to buy Lin An's resources and let Lin An drain their blood. How can anyone accept this? Chapter 94: The Human Race's Saint. It seems that we may be able to receive hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of metal ingots. Lin An felt really good when he drank the chicken soup. I have to make some sea salt later. I've been adding seawater as salt all day and forgot to make salt. Although this chicken soup is delicious, it's really tasteless. Drinking the chicken soup made with Isatis root can help Lin An's body radiate heat from the inside out. Compared to other survivalists in the ocean world, humans have been exercising on boats or rafts to gain heat. Lin An will attract hatred by doing this. Oh. Suddenly, a scream came from the other end of the cabin. Lin An knew that the woman he saved should have woken up. So she put down her bowl and hurried over. She couldn't let Xiaohong and Xiaolu feed her. There are not only reindeer and sheep on my ship, but also pterosaurs and big rats. If a normal person falls asleep and then wakes up to find himself sleeping with these animals and surrounded by animal feces, he would definitely find it difficult to accept. You're awake, come out. I'll take you to the room to rest. Don't look at me like that. If they hadn't provided you with warmth, you would have frozen to death. Linen buried the evolution crystal in the straw stack and did not let the dull-eyed woman find it. Linen said that the reason the cabin was warmer than outside was because of these animals. Thank you. My name is Zhang Wei. The woman named Zhang Wei introduced herself and then quickly ran out of the sheep pen. Her screams woke up the hibernating animals. Little Red and Little Green became very anxious and began to flap their wings to attack her. Anyone would feel fear towards this prehistoric creature. Especially Xiaohong and Xiaolu are now close to adult size. If their wings were spread out, they would be 4 or 5 meters long. Now that you're awake, eat something first. Linen threw over 20 kilograms of sea lion meat over to Xiaohong and Xiaolu to fill their stomachs. He also added feed to the sheep pen, a mixture of corn and grass, which were Dolly and the others' favorite foods. Zhang Wei swallowed unconsciously when she saw Lin and throwing so much food to the animals. Come with me. Linen said something to Zhang Wei again, then walked into the cabin. There were crew cabins on the Pearl. This has been discussed before. Linen may not trust anyone, but unless he never upgrades the Pearl again, he will definitely have to let some people on board in the future. Unless the crystallization of evolution can allow those animals to evolve extremely high intelligence. Or maybe a robot blueprint will be released in the future. Otherwise, he would not be able to steer such a large ship by himself. That's why Lin and kept a cabin for the crew. There were even several large bunk beds built by Lin and in the crew cabin. You can sleep on the lower bunk here. There's a bathroom inside where you can go to the toilet and take a shower. But don't expect me to bring out fresh water and thick planks to boil water for you to take a shower. You're not dead, and the parchment book is still there. I don't believe you don't even have these resources. By the way, I was kidding you when I asked you to take a shower. You really shouldn't take a shower in this freezing cold weather. It's not good to kill yourself. Drinking some hot water will be good for your body's recovery. I will lock the door from the outside. After the extreme cold is over, I will open the door again. If you are still alive, you can leave. Linen pointed at a bunk bed in the crew cabin and said some irrelevant words to Zhang Wei behind him. But these words also have an emphasis. One of the key points is that after entering this room, Zhang Wei was unable to leave the room for a period of time. Another important point is that Zhang Wei should not think about getting anything from Linen. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of God. It was a saintly act for Lin and to let her board the Pearl. He was a timely help. If it weren't for him, Zhang Wei would have died in the snow and ice outside. What? Are you hesitating? If you don't accept, please leave now. I'm too lazy to kill you. Linen lost his patience immediately when he saw Zhang Wei standing at the door hesitantly. I have to say that Linan's approach is somewhat experimental. Experiment with human nature. I'll move in, but can I trade some resources with you? Like the animal meat I just mentioned? Also, I saw a lot of animal carcasses on the ice outside. Can you lend me some fur? Zhang Wei was afraid that Linen would really kick her out, so she opened her mouth and spoke immediately. Exchange? What do you have? Linen crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Zhang Wei with a smirk on his face, and pointed at his own clothes. A ragged man with frostbitten skin all over his body told Lin and that he wanted to exchange Lin and's resources. To put it bluntly, this is wishful thinking. Intermediate radar blueprint. I'd like to exchange it for 3 animal hides and 20 kilograms of meat. Zhang Wei trembled as she took out a blueprint from her parchment book that Lin and had always dreamed of. This? Linen looked up at the ceiling. He opened his mouth in surprise. Is this what it means when good people are rewarded? Who would have thought that a dying man would have a blueprint of this level in his hands? Linen, who did a good deed for the first time, received such a good reward that he wondered if it was a reward from God. Linen directly pulled the blueprint away from Zhang Wei. This made Zhang Wei's eyes widen, and she didn't know how to describe this behavior. I'm lending you these 3 animal skins. You have to return them when the temperature rises. I'll also give you 3 pounds of meat every day. Girls shouldn't eat that much, or you'll gain weight. I'll also give you half a pot of chicken soup. Isatis root chicken soup. It's worth thousands of metal ingots. Just look at how much Isatis root sells for on the trading floor. Don't look at me like that. You came to my boat because you had to pay. In the past on Earth, would anyone let you stay in their house for free? Those hotel rooms would all cost you hundreds of dollars. How could Linen agree to Zhang Wei's request? Besides, he had already snatched the intermediate radar blueprint and continued to give Zhang Wei hope of survival. The word kind could no longer be used to describe Linen. Use Lin and's true thoughts. His evaluation of himself is the most holy of human race. When Linen mentioned the 3 words, Isatis root, Zhang Wei finally understood who the rogue standing in front of her was. There is currently only one person selling Isatis root in Ocean World, and that is Linen. The 10 packages of Isatis root that Alex had had were sold out long ago. Everyone knows that the Isatis root sold by Alex comes from linen. Fortunately, there is chicken soup. Soon, Linen brought all the chicken soup that he couldn't finish to Zhang Wei. As for the medicinal herbs and the old hen inside, Linen fished them out. Zhang Wei could only find some Isatis roots at the bottom of the pot. Chapter 95. Hugged Together for Warmth. An intermediate radar blueprint. Cool. Linen used up all the blueprints he got directly, and also consumed the blueprints he exchanged at the trading house. Then the manufacturing page of the parchment book activated many new pages. Because of Zhang Wei's appearance, Lin Ando became more cautious. He managed to make a hole in the cabin. The bridge can be accessed directly from the cabin. Then replace the primary radar with the intermediate radar. The radar display suddenly became a 14-inch display screen. The radar coverage has also increased to 20 kilometers. This coverage is actually very large. Compared with the previous radar, it's really a world of difference. There are still quite a few people. The white dots on the monitor went from being nothing at the beginning to hundreds now, and Lin immediately felt the difference. But there is no way. The coverage range of the primary radar is only 2 kilometers. But now it is 20 kilometers, and the coverage area has increased 100 times. Of course, Linen can find more humans trying to survive. Why are these little white dots moving so fast and in the same direction? And are they heading towards me? With the new toy, Linen kept zooming in on a certain area on the screen, and then found that there were a dozen or so small white dots that were very close to each other. And they were getting closer and closer to the pearl. There was less than 2 kilometers left. These people are huddled together. Normally, they shouldn't huddle together for warmth. Why are they running around with nothing to do? Lennon didn't know whether these white dots were people or rafts. He used to be able to determine that the small white dots on the sea were rafts and ships, but now he couldn't be sure. Because there is no ocean now, humans have started to move around by walking again. In fact, Lennon didn't understand what the radar was detecting. From the beginning to the end, whether it was the primary radar or the intermediate radar, the target detected was not humans or rafts, but the parchment book. I saw these dozen or so white dots getting closer and closer to the pearl. Lennon couldn't sit still anymore. He took his sharp-toothed dagger and first cut the ice outside the control panel door, allowing the door to be opened so that Lennon could go out directly. From a distance of 2 kilometers, Lennon, holding the newly made advanced telescope, saw what those dozen or so white dots were. There were at least 10 people holding primary or intermediate axes, chasing the 2 people in front. Because the distance was too far, and these people all had disheveled hair. Lennon really couldn't tell whether these people were male or female, yellow or white, but it was so obvious that there were 2 black people among them that Lennon could still tell them apart. Fuck, you guys are hunting yourselves, don't come to me. You're not even letting me live a peaceful life. Under the threat of a natural disaster, why don't we all stick together for warmth? Why are we fighting each other? Lennon, who had just been whitewashed from a villain to become the supreme saint of humanity, really couldn't understand these people's behavior of killing each other. He felt that if everyone took off their clothes and hugged each other, the chances of survival would definitely be higher than if one person was a lone wolf. Lennon is really not a hooligan. Looking at human civilization, why is it easier for women to get pregnant in winter? Isn't it because they need to hug each other to keep warm? The idiom, stick together for warmth, couldn't have been made up by Lennon. When you have no warmth, if there is a living person around you, no matter if it is a man or a woman, never kill that person, because that person must be your hope of survival. To be honest, in the face of death, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame are not worth mentioning. You're really here. Sorry, we have a fireplace and we don't need to huddle together for warmth, so you'd better die. Lennon saw that those people were only a few hundred meters away from the pearl. These men had also discovered the pearl, because their logo on the monitor changed from white to red. Whoa! Lennon blew the arrow whistle. The Yaka arrow flew out again mercilessly. Let the one-sided massacre take place 500 meters away from the pearl. 2 minutes later, the Yaka arrow returned to Lin An's hand. It's really troublesome to control it from such a long distance. Lennon used one eye to look through the telescope while using his other eye to control the Yaka arrow, so the control was more difficult. All those who held sharp blades were killed by Lennon. The remaining 2 people who were being hunted are still alive. But the 2 of them didn't dare run forward. They were also afraid of being killed by the Yaka arrows that came out of nowhere. Don't lick my bag. I should have let them get closer before killing them. Now I have to run hundreds of meters away to lick the bag. Lennon killed so many people, he certainly couldn't just throw the parchment books they left behind there. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. At least you can pick up some useful things. Wait until Lennon tied his feet to 2 thick wooden boards with a rope. He took out 2 ice spikes to use as ski poles and headed towards the battlefield. It's fun to ski on the ice. It was a distance of 500 meters, and it was reached in a flash. It won't even take a minute. When the 2 people being hunted saw Linen appear in this way, they still didn't dare to move. Linen could now see the true faces of these 2 people. A man and a woman. The woman is white and the man looks like an oil tycoon from Central Asia. Robbery. Give me the parchment book, and you can leave. Linen took away all the parchment books from the dead people, and then asked for the parchment books from the 2 people who were being hunted. There's nothing in our parchment book. All our resources have been exchanged for these 2 sets of clothes. That's why they're hunting us. Also, if we weren't dead, you wouldn't be able to synthesize our parchment book. The man with a black beard swallowed his saliva to hide his nervousness and actually refused Lin's request to rob. I don't care whether you have resources or not. All I want is for you to stop using the parchment book to announce on the regional channel that there's an ironclad ship. You don't want me to kill everyone else in this area, do you? I'm really in a difficult situation. Tell me why you guys keep running into gunpoint every day. How dare you mess with a man who owns an ironclad ship? Why do you have to come to me? Linen hadn't spoken to humans for a long time, so he couldn't stop talking once he started. Just as he said, he was also very annoyed. He doesn't want to kill anyone. In the past, he had to kill people because life forced him to do so he had no choice but to become a pirate. Now that people are living a wealthy life, of course they want to clear their names. But some people still keep running to the King of Hell's house. This is not seeking death, but what are they doing? We won't tell. The oil tycoon quickly gave his guarantee. But the promise he made was nothing to Linen. Linen took out the sharp-toothed dagger and said calmly, either take the parchment book or die. Chapter 96. Why not die? Here you go. Here you go. It doesn't look like Lin and is joking. The 2 people who were threatened by Lin and quickly handed the parchment book in their arms to Linen. After Linen received the 2 parchment books, he thought about it briefly and decided to let the 2 men go. He knew that if he let these 2 people go, he would still expose his position. But he did it anyway. The reason for doing this is certainly not that Lin wants to be honest. Anyone who talks about honesty in the ocean world will be laughed at by everyone. The reason why Lin did this was to test human nature. I'll kill as many people as I can attract. I hope to attract more people. Looking at the staggering backs of the 2 men, Linen actually wanted to use them as a fuse to make a bigger noise. But this time Linen was wrong. After those 2 people left, he had no intention of challenging Linen, nor did he deliberately lead anyone there to die, because they no longer have the parchment book. Therefore, the most important thing is to get the parchment book again. How to get a parchment book? The answer is of course murder. In the ocean world, killing other species seems to solve all problems. I feel like the pearl will turn into an iceberg tomorrow. Why is it still snowing? God, are you going to bury me here? Linen slowly walked back to the pearl, and suddenly, a blizzard began to fall from the sky again. Now, every half hour of heavy snow can raise the entire ice surface by 50 centimeters. The ocean world seems to want to return all the water that has evaporated in the past to the sea at once. Whether it is ice, water, water vapor, or rapidly falling snowflakes, they are all just various forms of water. That is to say, these ice and snow are destined to merge with the sea. But now, it seems that they have to merge with the pearl first. Linen didn't even need a rope. He climbed up the hillside along the snow and climbed back to the deck easily. The snow on the deck was even thicker. It could bury half of Linen. The ice that had just been cut by the sharp-toothed dagger has now returned to its original state. Linen can only grope for the location of the gate and start chiseling the ice again. Ding, ding, ding. Every sound made by the dagger touching the ice was like a death song coming from the depths of this extremely cold world. It was already past noon. The sun was moving below the ice surface, and the temperature outside was dropping rapidly. Lin's face was covered with ice chips, and even breathing became difficult. How did Zhang Wei survive? It must have been colder last night than it is now, but she didn't freeze to death. Linen was so cold that his hands and feet were almost numb. He suddenly thought of Zhang Wei, who was resting in the cabin. The thought that this person could survive the temperature of -100 degrees Celsius with only a piece of clothing seemed a bit exaggerated. But he didn't have time to think about it. The temperature outside was too low. Linen didn't want to stay outside for long, so he increased the speed of breaking ice. 3 minutes later, Linen breathed in the warm air again. He quickly ran back into the cabin, not noticing that the intermediate radar in the control room had stopped working. Yesterday, the primary radar stopped working. So when Zhang Wei approached the pearl, the alarm did not sound. The reason why it can be used today is that Lin Onsai has built the intermediate radar, and the radar has not been frozen into ice, so it can be used. But so much time has passed. The radar antenna was covered with ice and could not rotate at all, so it stopped working. Bite. An ownerless parchment book has been detected. Synthesis or not? Synthesis. The parchment book was synthesized successfully. You have activated the intermediate metal detector and flush toilet manufacturing page. Obtained. Metal ingots 2014. Thick wood planks 1853. Advanced treasure map 1. This group of people is so rich. After Lin returned to his room, he combined the parchment books of the people he had just killed. Such as synthesis. He obtained a wealth of resources and also activated the intermediate metal detector manufacturing page that he needed very much. The advanced treasure map is useless even if you have it in your hand. We have to wait until the extreme cold weather is over before we can embark on the treasure hunt. Lennon knew that he couldn't use this treasure map now, so he put it away. Then he started working on the flush toilet. Before, Lennon used wooden barrels or plastic barrels. He usually sits on the bucket to relieve himself, and then throws everything in the bucket into the sea. If you are too lazy to clean it, you can just throw the bucket into the sea along with the feces. Now you can build a toilet. Of course, Lin wants to experience the convenient life of modern people. He plans to install flush toilets in several of the ship's restrooms. Build me one first, then go to the crew quarters. Lin used the resources at hand to build a flush toilet in the bathroom of his room, and then went to the crew cabin where Zhang Wei lived. In other words, those animals don't know how to use toilets, otherwise Lin would definitely build a toilet for them. Open the door. I locked it from the outside. Why are you still pulling the bolt? Lin used the key to open the lock on the outside of the crew cabin, then pushed the door and found that it was still locked from the inside. He knew that Zhang Wei was on guard against him, so he pulled the bolt inside. After a while, the iron door of the crew cabin was opened from the inside. Zhang Wei was covered in a thick layer of Arctic wolf fur and looked at Lin with dull eyes. There was also a barbecue grill at her feet with some thick wooden planks burning in it. Have you gone mad from breathing so much carbon dioxide? There's no air circulation in this room, and the ventilation holes are frozen shut. You were courting death by lighting the planks on fire in this room. Luckily, I showed up in time. Otherwise, you would have been the first person to die from poisoning rather than freezing to death in this extreme cold. Lin kicked the barbecue grill away and opened the door to let the cold air in. Zhang Wei still didn't say a word. She was extremely weak. The frostbite on her body had not healed, and she had inhaled so much carbon dioxide, tossing and turning. The fact that she was able to survive was a sign that the King of Hell did not want her to go to the underworld. Lin ran to the toilet, looked at the water stains on the floor, and thought of Zhang Wei's much cleaner face just now, and he knew why she was trying to cause trouble by warming herself by the fire. This idiot really took a bath in the air dozens of degrees below zero. Awesome. Lin now believes that some people have good physical fitness and can survive no matter how hard they go through. He thought about it and quickly installed the toilet. Then he walked out. But Lin did not close the door of the crew cabin again. His own room had a fireplace, a chimney, and a special ventilation passage, so he was not worried about poisoning at all. But the crew cabin is not allowed. It's better to leave a door open for her, so that she won't suffocate to death in the end. Chapter 97 Miraculous Ointment. What are we having for dinner? It's getting dark. Let's have grilled bear paws. We need to eat them quickly since they're cut from brown bears. It quickly got dark outside. Lin returned to his bedroom and threw several skinned bear paws from the storage room into the fireplace to roast. Then Lin added a whole piece of bluefin tuna into the fireplace. The ancients said that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Lin can eat anything now. His main point is that I want them all. Anyway, life in the ocean world is already so hard. You have to get yourself some good food. In order to season the bear paws and fish, Lin spent a huge amount of money to buy some seasonings from the trading house, such as pepper and cumin. These spices are more expensive than gold. At first, it can be opened in the wooden barrel. There are no wooden barrels on the sea now, and the sea is completely frozen, so these spices should be used in small amounts. Lin is lucky, at least he can grow peppers, which means he has a condiment. With oil, salt, and chili peppers, you can stir-fry a dish that tastes pretty good. There are still so many survivors. Lin, who had nothing to do, opened the parchment book and took a look. There are still as many as 100,000 survivors in the regional channel. Human life is still very resilient. In this harsh environment, nearly half of the human race can survive. However, based on the experience of the last man-eating shark disaster, Lin knew very well that the faster the number of human survivors in the ocean world decreased, the shorter the duration of the natural disaster. As is the case now, the extreme cold disaster will continue for some time. No one mentioned me. Why didn't those two guys sell me out just now? Lin watched the regional channel just to see if anyone was saying anything about him, but it turned out that the regional channel was quite deserted. There are a full 100,000 people, but not even one message can be sent out in a minute. Most people were freezing to death. It was difficult for my numb fingers to turn to the third page of the parchment book. In order to survive, everyone could only huddle around the fire and pray that a strong wind would not blow out the fire in the middle of the night. Of course, there are also smart ones. Yesterday, some people were making ice caves on the ice or building houses with snow and ice. Like an Eskimo igloo. Those survivalists who were able to build their igloos yesterday no longer have to worry about freezing to death. Lennon, are you there? I want to ask you a favor. As the bear paws and fish were sizzling over the flames, Lin's bedroom door rang. Zhang Wei actually ran over to find Lennon. Let's talk outside. Lennon shouted at the top of his voice. Can you give me some ointment? Just think of it as me lending it to you. Zhang Wei timidly made this seemingly ridiculous request. Why is she funny? It's because she actually asked Lennon for ointment at this time instead of other warming items. Ointments are used to treat external injuries. The only external injuries on Zhang Wei's body were her skin cracked by frostbite. As long as she ensures that she is no longer exposed to cold air, her frostbite will not worsen and may even gradually improve. But it may leave a mark in the future. Zhang Wei was afraid that her body and face would be covered with ugly scars in the future, so she asked Lennon for ointment for treatment. Are you confident about your appearance? Lennon, speechless for a moment, opened the door and looked at Zhang Wei at the door. I didn't realize how pretty Zhang Wei is. My face was cracked from the cold. Her skin was either red or black, and pus was even oozing from her wounds. Lennon didn't think such a person was a beauty at all. Zhang Wei wanted to argue with Lennon, but after looking at the skin on the back of her hand, she didn't know what to say. I'm too lazy to tell you. Since you want treatment, I'll do it for you. Go back to the crew cabin, take off all your clothes, and I'll apply ointment on you. In that instant, Lin's attitude changed. He didn't think of laughing at Zhang Wei's stupid behavior, but planned to help Zhang Wei apply the ointment himself. Zhang Wei didn't know whether to accept it or not. But thinking that Lin was the one with the final say, Zhang Wei simply accepted her fate. She listened to Lin. He returned to the crew cabin, took off all his clothes, lay naked on the bed, and even shed a few tears from the corners of his eyes. You have too much self-esteem. You are no better than a sow now. Do you think I will like you? Stop being so self-indulgent, okay? When Lin saw Zhang Wei's body, the only words that came to his mind were shocking. He had never seen a person covered in frostbite before. But now after seeing it, he found that the White Walkers in Game of Thrones were quite beautiful. Lin quickly applied ointment all over Zhang Wei's body, then left the crew cabin and ran to the sheep pen to check on Dolly and the others. After being woken up by Zhang Wei today, these animals have now gone back to hibernation. Lin took the initiative to apply ointment to Zhang Wei, purely because of the biggest secret on the pearl, evolution crystal. When Zhang Wei was looking for Lin suddenly thought that Zhang Wei, who was suffering from frostbite all over her body, might find that her frostbite had healed completely and her physical fitness had become stronger after waking up tomorrow because of the evolution crystal. By that time, Lin might have to find an excuse to explain the reason. But now, Zhang Wei has ointment all over her body. Tomorrow Lin can say that this ointment is a secret recipe passed down from his ancestors. It has the miraculous effect of strengthening the body and repairing wounds. I'm so smart. Lin covered the hibernating cuties with animal fur, and then went back to the room to enjoy the delicious food. Bluefin tuna meat and bear paws are definitely the two best ingredients in the ocean world. Now they are barbecued by Lin. Just 2 bites of them can make people feel like they are ascending to heaven. Alex has been blocked by me for such a long time. I don't know if he has realized his mistake. Lin was eating barbecue, leaning against the fireplace, feeling the warmth of more than 10 degrees. Suddenly, he felt kind-hearted and pulled Alex off the blacklist. After losing Alex, Lin lost many interests. After pulling out Alex, Lin hurriedly ate up all the grilled food. Many of the things he put on the trading floor were sold. 50,000 metal ingots were just enough. Now we can expand the entire fishery. Lin confirmed that his door was locked, then entered the super farm. Expanding the super fishery requires 50,000 metal ingots. Will it be expanded? Expansion. Consumption. Metal ingot 50,000. Congratulations to the host on completing the expansion of your super fishery. The farm store has unlocked the purchase rights for bluefin tuna fry for you. Bite. It has been detected that the super fishery has been fully expanded and the super farm has begun upgrading. The super farm will be upgraded in 12 hours. Add facility to super farm, Tree of Life. Chapter 98. I would rather be a dog in front of the Prime Minister than a free and easy immortal in the mountains. The super farm system did not give Lin any hint about the Tree of Life. But at the junction of the super farm and the super ranch, A sapling was rapidly growing out of the ground. Lennon knew that this tree was the so-called Tree of Life. But he could no longer stay in the super farm to admire the Tree of Life growing vigorously, because the super farm was flashing red light and forcing Lennon to leave. Enter super farm before Lin and ship, and Lin and will become invisible or disappear in the ocean world. There was one more person on the Pearl now. Actually, there hasn't been much change. The Pearl was still invisible to the humans outside the ship. The humans in the boat just couldn't see Lennon. The super farm system can even make it so that as long as someone stays next to Lennon can remain invisible. It is very easy to show your figure again. You just need to avoid the sight of people around you. Before going to bed, Lennon left the room and looked outside the crew cabin. There is a round glass window above the door of the crew cabin, which was previously covered by a curtain, but when Lennon applied ointment to Zhang Wei, he deliberately tore off the cloth on the curtain, so now he can see the situation inside the crew cabin directly through the glass. Zhang Wei, whose whole body was covered with brown ointment, still lay prone on the bed. He was covered in animal fur and didn't move at all. Probably no bandage. She was worried that if she moved around, the animal's fur would rub off the ointment on her body. He's quite honest. Just don't make trouble. Lennon was particularly careful and hung a glass bottle outside the door of the crew cabin. As long as Zhang Wei pushed the door open, the clanging sound of the glass bottle hitting the iron door would spread throughout the cabin. Wait until the next day. The clanging and banging sounds echoing in the cabin woke Lennon up. He sat up from the bed and looked around vigilantly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that it was already dawn outside. The temperature still hasn't risen. The fire in the fireplace had gone out, and the day was colder than the day before. Although the temperature is about the same, yesterday's average temperature was lower than the day before yesterday, so Lennon feels it is colder today. Quickly rekindle the fire in the fireplace. Lennon opened the door and found Zhang Wei standing right under the glass bottle, looking at a loss. It seemed that she knew that Lin and had always been on guard against her. Are your wounds healed? Is my special ointment effective? Actually, what Lennon applied to Zhang Wei yesterday was clay, not real ointment. To make the ointment you need clay and bird eggs. How could Lennon be willing to waste bird eggs to treat Zhang Wei? Besides, he knew very well that the evolution crystal would allow Zhang Wei to evolve. A secret ointment? Thank you. I misunderstood you. Yesterday, I thought you were just using clay to fool me. Your ointment works really well. My wounds have all scabbed over and fallen off. You truly deserve to be the one selling Chinese herbal medicine in Ocean World. Zhang Wei took off her warm mask and let Lennon see her skin as white as jade. She herself found it hard to believe that there was really a medicine that could make her skin grow again and ensure its beauty and toughness. For example, Zhang Wei feels that the skin all over her body is covered with calluses, which are very tough, but it still retains the appearance and feel of baby skin. Your injuries have healed, so it's time to make a choice. Do you want to stay on the ship or leave now? Staying on the ship will cost you something, so you have to think it over carefully. Lennon crossed his arms, looked at Zhang Wei, who had transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan, and coldly asked her to make a choice. Price. When Zhang Wei heard this word, she immediately closed the collar of her clothes, then lowered her head and began to think wildly. You're blushing like a bubble teapot. The price I'm talking about is freedom. You shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. If you want to stay on the ship, losing your freedom must be the smallest price. As for the rest, don't think too much. I'm the protagonist of a male-oriented novel without a female protagonist. What Lennon wants most at the moment is still to survive in the ocean world. Before he is sure that he can live a carefree life until he dies of old age, he will definitely not focus on romance. In fact, let alone romance. Even the most basic friendship is not something Lennon dares to ask for. All the interpersonal relationships he has established in Ocean World are based on the need for profit. Is there any way you can control me? Zhang Wei thought about it and wondered how he could control her even if Lin and kept her on the boat. There's no point in locking her in the room and not letting her out. It's simple. I'll take your parchment book, put a locator on you, and not give you the keys to any hatches on the ship. In 2 days, my 2 pterosaurs will grow big enough to swallow you whole. Even if you run away, they'll be able to fly into the sky and eat you. You should know that this ocean world is similar to the game world. I have defensive leather armor on me. Even if you chop me with an axe, you can't kill me directly. Besides, if I let you stay on the boat now, you won't have anything else to do except help me cook and do odd jobs, like grinding tofu and feeding the deer and sheep. Lennon became more and more excited as he spoke. He suddenly felt that the rules of this ocean world were quite friendly, especially for a strong man like him who ranks first on the list. Others cannot hurt him, but he can easily take other people's heads. I see. Zhang Wei seemed to have made a decision, but she did not see the dagger hidden in Lin An's hand. It seems that Lin An gave her a choice. But in fact, from the moment Zhang Wei knocked on the pearls board, she had no choice. If she had to say she had a choice, it was the choice between life and death. I'd better stay on the boat. I have no resources left. If I leave, you will definitely ask me to return those animal skins. Without any warm clothing, I will freeze to death outside. Also, after traveling to this ocean world, I realized that freedom is the most ridiculous thing. I would rather be a dog in front of the Prime Minister than a free and easy immortal in the mountains. Zhang Wei has lived to the fullest. She just wants to survive. As for dignity and freedom, she can abandon them. When Lin An heard this, he immediately put the sharp-toothed dagger back into his sleeve. Parchment book. Zhang Wei obediently handed the parchment book to Lin An. She didn't even try to resist. For someone like her, the pearl is simply a paradise. There are rooms that can shelter her from the wind and rain, bathrooms, no worries about food and drink, and even a #1 bodyguard on the list. After taking away Zhang Wei's parchment book, Lin An made a locator, put it on Zhang Wei's ankle personally, and locked it. Even the ring was made of metal, and ordinary people could not open it without a sharp weapon. Chapter 99, Tree of Life. Go back to your room and rest. I'll tell you in advance about lunch and dinner so you can cook. Put a locator on Zhang Wei. Lin An was completely relieved. The most convenient weapon an unarmed woman could find would probably be the barbecue grill in her room. Even though there were ice cones and ice spikes as hard as iron outside, she couldn't get out, so she naturally had no way to get them. Lin An no longer thought about locking the door of the crew cabin. Anyway, there are 3 doors from the crew cabin to his room. Now he can relax completely. After returning to my room, only then did Lin An think of entering the super farm to take a look at the mysterious tree of life. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. Lin An walked into the super farm. He ignored the ripe woad, the harvestable wool and rabbit hair, and the sea fish jumping in the water, but walked directly to the tree of life. Tree of Life. Level 1. It can provide growth power for plants and animals in super farms, super fisheries, and super ranches. It can also attract birds to build nests in the Tree of Life. Current effects of the Tree of Life. Reduces plant and animal growth time by 10, attracts no more than 3 birds to nest, and the wingspan of birds nesting in the Tree of Life will not exceed half a meter. Note: the life tree absorbs energy from plants and animals as they grow. Once the energy tank is full, the life tree will automatically upgrade. Originally, Lin An thought that a super farm with a super farm, a super fishery, a super ranch, a farm magic pool, and a farm shop was the ultimate form. But now there is an extra Tree of Life, which makes Lin An happy again. Hey, I haven't unlocked all the permissions in the super ranch yet. Once they're all unlocked, can you give me other rewards? Also, if this Tree of Life is upgraded to the maximum level, will there be other surprises? Super Farm is the foundation for Lin An to become stronger, so of course he hopes that the Super Farm will be as powerful as possible. The current first-level form of the Tree of Life is already very exaggerated. Reduce the growth time of plants and animals by 10%. According to the Canyon theory of relativity, oh no, it's the Super Farm theory of relativity, the reduced time is equivalent to the extra time. This means that Super Farm now has 26.5 hours a day. As for what specific function the Tree of Life can bring to Lin An, this cannot be confirmed for the time being. Lin An guessed that there must be 2 benefits. Birds build nests, and there are eggs and feathers. It's free anyway. The chickens in the super ranch don't lay eggs. Lin An is already very satisfied to have bird eggs to eat. Simply put, all the harvestable resources in the super farm are collected. Lin An started raising bluefin tuna in the fishery, while he still raised sheep and rabbits on the ranch and planted woad on the farm. Next is the daily check-in. Bite. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain. Sewing machine blueprint, loom blueprint. Sewing machine, a human-powered machine that sews fabric together. Loom, a human-powered machine that combines threads to form cloth. Shit. The super farm system also knows I've hired a new female worker. Hee, this is really going to make me happy. If Lin An had known that he could find a female laborer, he would definitely not have given the silk thread blueprint and sewing needle blueprint to Tong Yeye. But it doesn't matter. Just ask Tong Yeye to process the wool into silk thread, and then let her transfer the silk thread to Zhang Wei. First weave the cloth, then make the clothes. Lin An believes that after experiencing this extreme cold disaster, humans surviving in the ocean world will no longer be naked. The extreme cold disaster directly led the barbaric humans to move towards civilization. Carrying the blueprints of 2 machines, Lin An left the super farm and quickly used up the blueprints. He walked out of his bedroom and installed a sewing machine and a loom in the cabin opposite the crew cabin. Then he happily took out the parchment book, intending to share this wonderful thing with Tong Yeye. Page 3. Private chat channel. Linen. Yeye, the time has come when I need you. I will ask a trader named Zhang Wei to give you a large amount of wool. You can make all this wool into silk thread and then trade it to Zhang Wei. From now on, I will no longer sell wool in the trading house, but clothes instead. Tong Yeye, big brother Lin, aren't you cold? I am so cold. My wooden boat has been frozen into ice. I can't get out, and people outside can't get in. Many people have frozen to death beside my wooden boat. I don't even dare to light a fire for fear of depleting the oxygen in the cabin. Linen, are you stupid? Just make a hole in the top of the wooden boat to ventilate the cabin. Don't suffocate yourself. Tong Yeye, okay, I'll dig it out right away. But boss Lin, who is Zhang Wei you were talking about? Is she also the poor person you rescued? In the entire ocean world, Tong Yeye is the only one who thinks Lin and is a good person. So she naturally felt that Zhang Wei's situation was similar to hers. Linen, well, she was worse off than you. When I met her, she was almost frozen to death. But you know I can't bear to see others die in front of me, so I made ginseng chicken soup for her, wrapped her in thick clothes, helped her treat the frostbite on her skin, and prepared a warm and spacious room for her. She wanted to leave, but I thought it would be difficult for her to survive in this ice and snow, so I persuaded her to stay on my boat. It happened that I got a sewing machine and a loom. In order to help her out of the predicament, I lent her these two machines so that she could earn more resources and survive better in the future. After saying this, Linen was almost moved to tears. He found that he was indeed a very good man. Some people may think that Linen is lying, but he only slightly exaggerated the actual situation. Like the ginseng chicken soup, that was the Isida's root chicken soup that Lin and had left over. It wasn't much different. Wasn't Isida's root and ginseng both roots? He also lent the machine to Zhang Wei so that she could earn resources. This is not a lie. Doesn't Lin and let Zhang Wei work and still serves her with delicious food and drinks every day? Obviously impossible. Linen didn't ask for much. Zhang Wei worked 8 hours a day, and he provided her with food and sleep. This is much more conscientious than the capitalists on Earth. Tong Yeye. Oh, big boss Lin, you are such a kind person. Please let that lucky Zhang Wei trade wool with me, and I will make silk thread so that she can become independent soon. Linen. Okay, I'll go talk to her. By the way, yeah, let me tell you in advance that Zhang Wei's brain is a little frozen, so she doesn't like to talk. If you send her a private message, she may not pay attention to you. Tong Yeye. Hee, it's okay, nervous face. Chapter 100. Work that can exercise your body. Here, your parchment book, take it. Linen took out Zhang Wei's parchment book. Because Zhang Wei was still alive, Linen couldn't synthesize her parchment book. But this is also good. Let Zhang Wei trade directly with Tong Yeye. This is very convenient. No one would think that these two women have anything to do with Linen. What? Are you so kind? Why did you suddenly return my parchment book to me? Zhang Wei was a little surprised. She knew that Linen was a very cautious person, so he took away her parchment book. In this ocean world, without the parchment book, human beings seeking survival would be like Arctic wolves without claws and teeth, and could only be slaughtered. In fact, Zhang Wei regretted it after handing over the parchment book. Now Linen can return the parchment book to her. This made her feel somewhat complicated about Linen. Kindness. You're overthinking it. Trade these 400 pieces of wool to someone named Tong Yeye. Just specify the transaction, and she'll give you 40 rolls of silk thread. After the transaction is completed, I'll tell you what you need to do. Linen threw the parchment book at Zhang Wei and stood beside her, preventing her from turning to other pages of the parchment book. After hearing Lin and's cold words, Zhang Wei finally understood that this was just a use. Lin and has a set of principles for dealing with everyone. Tong Yeye is simple, and the two of them are thousands of miles apart. Lin and cannot threaten her, so Lin should be gentle to her so that she will be obedient. As for Zhang Wei, Lin didn't have the patience to find out what kind of person Zhang Wei was. Anyway, he is right next to you. If you find anything wrong, just kill him. Zhang Wei took the parchment book and completed the transaction with Tong Yeye under Lin and supervision. 40 rolls of silk thread. It can be used to weave cloth or sew clothes. Linen doesn't know yet how many pieces of clothing he can make. Let's go to the room opposite. That's the studio I prepared for you. Linen patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder and asked her to move to the room with the loom and sewing machine. There was no expression on Zhang Wei's face. When she saw the 40 rolls of silk thread, she could guess what Linen wanted her to do. She just couldn't figure out how to travel to the ocean world and still be a corporate slave. Look, this is the machine I prepared for you. It's not the only one of its kind in the entire ocean world, but it's certainly one of a kind. Take these 40 rolls of silk thread to the loom and start working. If the temperature gets low, I'll build a fireplace there for you to warm up. Get to work. When Linen thought that he would soon own a garment factory with only one employee, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He couldn't even imagine what the scene would be like if the first real cotton-padded jacket appeared in the ocean world. In other words, Linen didn't have cotton seeds, otherwise he would definitely have planted some cotton. Okay, I'll do it. Zhang Wei gritted her teeth, walked to the loom, sat down, and began to put several rolls of silk thread on the loom. She didn't need to study the operating principles of the loom. There is a hub with pedals at the bottom of the loom. As long as Zhang Wei keeps pedaling to make the wheel turn, the loom will work on its own. To put it bluntly, Zhang Wei is just a human-powered machine. The loom does not require any complicated operations, but if you want to make a good piece of clothing, you still need to learn clothing making and design knowledge. Linen wants to make this small factory warmer. He actually rebuilt a fireplace. Then the planks of wood were added. Under the scorching flames, the temperature in the room quickly rose to more than 10 degrees below zero, and the temperature near the fireplace was even above zero. Linen, the supervisor, sat right next to the fireplace, watching Zhang Wei's calves moving, and gradually a perverted smile appeared on his face again. I'm such a kind-hearted person. You see, this is just like riding a bicycle. It's a good exercise and warms up the body at the same time. Hearing such shameless remarks, Zhang Wei's face turned red with anger. Is this something a human can say? Based on this efficiency, you've just used up 4 rolls of silk thread in 10 minutes. I'll keep 4 rolls at the sewing machine for you to make clothes. The remaining 32 rolls will be used up in about an hour. I'll give you an hour and a half, and then I want to see 8 pieces of cloth. Linen waited until Zhang Wei had used up 4 rolls of silk thread, and then he took the cloth that Zhang Wei had just woven from the loom. The fabric is off-white, matching the color of the wool and silk thread. Because he didn't have a ruler, Linen used a thick wooden board to measure the cloth. Finally, the exact length of the cloth was 4 meters and the width was 2 meters. Logically speaking, it is possible to make a set of clothes for adults, but if you want to make a cotton coat, you have to sew both sides and stuff the rabbit fur inside. I don't know if this piece of cloth is enough. Linen has nothing urgent to do for the time being. He ran to the sewing machine and began to cut the cloth, preparing to make a set of cotton clothes and trousers according to his own height. Although the leather jacket and leather pants made of animal fur are very warm, the fur rubs against Linen's thighs every day, which is very itchy. Linen doesn't consider making clothes as a job, he just considers it a handmade game. Soon, Linen got involved. More than an hour later, Zhang Wei had used up all the silk thread. She rolled up 8 pieces of cloth and placed them against the wall. At this time, Linen was still sewing his trouser legs. However, once Linen finishes sewing the trouser legs, the set of cotton-padded jacket and trousers will be completed. SeaWorld sewing machines are still strong. When making clothes, there is a direct pattern selection. After choosing the pattern of clothes, lines will appear on the fabric, and Linen just needs to sew along the traces of the lines. Otherwise, by the time Linen finishes researching and making the clothes, it might be dark, and it's not certain whether the clothes made can be worn. Alright, I'm a genius. Holding a cotton coat and a pair of cotton pants, Linen was quite satisfied. Cotton padded coat, a warm coat filled with rabbit fur, with a certain degree of protection, cold resistance level, intermediate. Cotton pants, warm bottoms filled with rabbit fur, with a certain degree of defense, cold resistance level, intermediate. The cotton padded clothes and trousers made by Lin indirectly have item attributes. This proves that these 2 pieces of clothing are equipment approved by Ocean World and can be sold in the trading house. The leather jacket and leather pants that Tong Yiya had made for Lin and before looked like clothes. But when it is listed on the trading platform, it is still called animal fur. Check the detailed information of the fleece clothing, which also shows the information of the animal fur. It's completely different from the 2 pieces of clothing in Lin's hand. Chapter 101 The rebellious period has arrived. In front of Zhang Wei, Linen took off his clothes and put on this cotton coat and trousers. He felt his body warm up instantly. Fuck, the effect is so obvious. It really is worthy of being clothes with attributes. When Linen put on this set of clothes, he even felt a little hot. But this is in the cabin, and there is a fireplace next to it. If he left the cabin, Linen would still be frozen to death. You should also make yourself a set of cotton clothes and trousers, so that you don't have to wear animal fur to keep warm naked. Linen ensured his own comfort and did not think of treating Zhang Wei unfairly. When he saw Zhang Wei's appearance, he felt that she was a little pitiful. Zhang Wei couldn't wear her old clothes at all, so she wrapped herself in polar bear fur like a bath towel. The cold wind kept getting under her, and even with the fireplace, she was still shivering. Also make me a pair of earmuffs, a mask, gloves, socks, and a hat, so that my 7-piece warm set is complete. By the way, make a set for Tong Yaya as well. I'll ask for her height and measurements. After acquiring the ability to make warm items, Lin En's first thought was to ensure his own enjoyment, rather than taking these things to the trading house to sell them. If you live well, the people around you will naturally not let them live too badly. No, Zhang Wei didn't look happy at all. She is now slowly recognizing Lin En's true face. The reason why Lin En asked Zhang Wei to make a set of warm clothes for herself was because he wanted Zhang Wei to be able to ignore the extreme cold and work nonstop for 24 hours. Just like in some dusty workplaces, the bosses will distribute masks to their workers. Capital is always cold-blooded. Lin En put on his new clothes and ran out of the cabin to have fun. He is now wearing shield-scale leather armor on the innermost layer and a cotton coat on the outer layer. Even if the temperature outside is minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, he can still feel the cold except on his face, and other parts of his body don't feel much. It looks like I can do some outdoor activities. That would be interesting. When others cannot be exposed to extreme cold environments for a long time, Lin En can stay outside all the time, which is equivalent to cheating. Lin En remembered that Ocean World had reminded him. During the final stage of this extreme cold disaster, all animals in the ocean world are hibernating. Thinking of this, Lin En naturally turned his gaze to the ice under his feet. If I don't take advantage of this extreme cold to mine all the minerals within 100 miles, I won't even be named Lin anymore. The quiet sea is blocked by ice. The deep sea that was once full of dangers is now harmless. Those animals are hibernating, so what danger is there? Of course, if Lin En dives into the seabed and takes off his diving suit, it would be quite dangerous. Thinking of collecting resources crazily, Lin En picked up the advanced axe and started working immediately. He began digging down along the pearl's plank. All the broken ice dug out was piled up outside by Lin En. After a while, Lin En dug out an ice pit 2 meters deep. No one knew how thick the ice was near the pearl, so Lin En could only continue digging. He knew that if he stopped now, if it snowed in the middle of the night, the ice pit would have to be filled up. About an hour passed. The sun gradually rose to the center of the sky, and the temperature reached its highest point of the day, minus 60 degrees Celsius. Lin En wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the ice cave helplessly. He had dug to 2 meters below the bottom of the pearl, but still could not see the sea water through the ice. Nai, this isn't going to work. You really have to use your ultimate move, right? Lin En looked at the bottom of the pearl ship above his head, and suddenly a wonderful idea came to his mind. Since it was difficult to fight against nature with his own strength, he would use the power of nature to fight against the extreme cold. If he continued digging, Lin En was afraid that he would be buried in the ice pit, so he gave up. He turned back to the boat, found the location of the ice hole he had just dug from the bottom of the boat, and then removed the planking at that location. The solution Lin En thought of was also very simple. Just put the evolution crystal into the ice cave. Of course, Lin En tied a lot of ropes to the evolution crystal, and then tied the other end of the ropes in the cabin. The length of the rope is about 10 meters. The next step is to wait for the evolution crystal to slowly melt the ice. The reason why such a short rope was used was that Lin En knew that the range of influence of the evolution crystal in this extreme cold disaster was only 10 meters. In other words, once the evolution crystal falls to a position about 10 meters away from the bottom of the ship, it can slowly melt the ice within a radius of 10 meters. That's 20 meters in diameter. Lin En didn't believe that the ice cover on the surface of the ocean world could be 20 meters thick. It's time to eat. Zhang Wei's voice sounded above Lin En. Tell Lin En that lunch is ready. Only then did Lin En climb up from the bottom of the boat to the cabin, ready to taste Zhang Wei's cooking. Are you a hungry ghost released from prison? I gave you food and provisions, not to let you use them all at once. When he arrived at the crew cabin where Zhang Wei lived, Lin En was overwhelmed by the mountain of food piled up on the table. He made an agreement with Zhang Wei in the morning and asked her to prepare 3 meals for him every day. He gave Zhang Wei 3 days' worth of ingredients, including 6 kilograms of chicken, venison, and seal meat, as well as vegetables such as potatoes, peppers, tomatoes, and cabbage, which together weighed 6 or 7 kilograms. The staple food was also 6 kilograms of pearl rice. According to Lin En's estimation, it might not be possible to finish all this food in 3 days. As a result, Zhang Wei used up half of the ingredients and food for Lin En in 1 meal. Aren't you hungry? I'm very hungry. Eating more will give your body more energy. Eat now. After eating, I still have to clean up the pots and pans, and then make cotton clothes. Zhang Wei ignored Lin En's speechless expression. She sat back on her bed and started chewing on a piece of venison. This piece of venison probably weighs 1 pound. Okay, let's eat it then. Lin En really didn't expect that he had found a foodie whose appetite was even bigger than his. Normally, Linen can be full with 1 pound of rice and a 3-pound chicken for a meal, and he won't feel hungry for the whole day after eating one meal. Now I meet a guy who can eat 2 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of meat in one meal. I can only admit defeat. It must be that Linen is wealthy. Otherwise, if he keeps eating like this, how could he afford to support such a glutton? But I kept eating. Linen discovered that Zhang Wei had reached her rebellious stage. I made such a large portion of food. Zhang Wei ate a piece of venison, 2 bowls of rice, and some chicken stewed with potatoes and cabbage, and was so full that she lay in bed without moving. Linen had already eaten his fill, but there was still half of the food left on the table. He felt that some rules should be established. Eat cold rice and cold dishes tonight. Fortunately, the temperature is low, so there's no need to worry about the food spoiling. If you mess up your cooking again next time, I'll punish you by not allowing you to eat for a week. Chapter 102 Zoro Clothing. Zhang Wei didn't know what not eating for a week meant to her, but she also knew that wasting food was wrong. I cooked so much food before to take revenge on Linen, but when I think about it afterwards, it was indeed a bit childish. Even if she cooked all the food Linen gave her, she could not hurt Linen. That's just some food. Others have to eat sparingly, but for Linen, he can get a constant supply of food as long as he wants. After you finish eating, go back to work. We don't keep idle people on the pearl. Seeing Zhang Wei still lying on the bed in a daze, Linen kicked her and sent her to work. Linen now seems like a cotton plantation owner in a certain country hundreds of years ago, who whipped slaves at every turn. Zhang Wei was extremely reluctant to be driven to the sewing machine to start her afternoon work. She only made a set of cotton clothes and trousers in the morning, but Linen took them away and gave them to Tong Yaya first. This made Zhang Wei very unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. Time passed quickly. Zhang Wei used up all the fabric woven on the loom and made 6 more sets of clothes, plus the warm items such as gloves and earmuffs that Linen needed. By the time I finished all these things, it was already late at night. Linen was snoring beside the fireplace in the studio. The flame beside him was flickering and would soon go out. Zhang Wei also changed into cotton clothes and trousers, so the cold wind would no longer get between her legs. Plus, with the fireplace, Zhang Wei felt very warm even though the temperature was dropping. Hey, the clothes are ready. I'm going to heat up the food and get ready to eat. Zhang Wei also kicked Lin and with her bare feet. She wanted to make a pair of socks for herself, but she didn't dare. All the fabrics and rabbit fur belonged to Lin and only asked her to make a set of clothes for herself, but didn't ask her to make anything else. Are you done? Give me a set first. Lin rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked Zhang Wei for a set of clothes. Then I thought about it and realized that the bare clothes had no patterns on them and were indeed a bit monotonous, so I used grapevine sticky material to stick 2 letters on them. ZL. Zoro Clothing. It will definitely become bigger and stronger in the future. Originally, Lin planned to stick LZ on it, L representing him and Z representing Zhang Wei. After all, the clothes were made by Zhang Wei, so she had to include her name. But Lin thought again. Except for the Chinese, the rest of the people in the ocean world are foreigners. In order to make the brand of this clothing more famous, he changed the order of the letters. Become a Zoro card. Zoro is a very well-known movie character among foreigners. Sorry, Alex, I'm going to hit you again. Looking at the strong people in the ocean world, there are many wealthy people who are anonymous on the list, such as Linen. He is obviously the strongest person in the ocean world, but he is neither arrogant nor impatient and never reveals his name. This is also to prevent villains. So it's really hard for Lin to find buyers based on the rankings. But only the big guys on the list can afford this set of cotton-padded clothes. Lin's psychological expectation is that when it comes to a set of clothes, he must exchange it for the rare level blueprint that is most useful to him. It is impossible for Lin to exchange it for something like a rare level barbecue grill. If you want to trade with metal ingots, a set of basic clothes will cost 8,000 metal ingots. The extreme cold seems to have lasted for 3 or 4 days. No one knows when it will end. What if it ends tomorrow? Then Lin's cotton coats and trousers would become a pile of pie in his hands, so he had to sell them quickly. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lin, my friend, my dearest, most sincere, kind and honest relative, I have come to you, bringing you great benefits. The reason for looking for Alex was that Lin planned to sell a set of clothes to Alex and asked Alex to help promote it. If anyone knew who the people on the list were, that person must be Alex. Alex, friends? Why didn't you tell me we were friends when I was freezing to death? Seeing that Alex was still angry, Lin smiled. Lin, you must have been frozen to death. When you were about to freeze to death, I told you that brothers should settle accounts clearly. I treated you as my brother, so tell me, did I ever treat you as my friend? Alex, fuck. How could there be such a scoundrel as you in this world? My God, take this man away quickly. Linen, don't be in a hurry to let God take me away, Alex. I have cotton clothes and cotton pants. Do you want to buy me a set? Alex, humph. I have animal fur. At least I won't freeze to death. Your cotton coat and pants are not attractive to me. Linen, don't rush to refuse. I'll show you a deal and you'll know if it's attractive to you. After saying that, Linen went to the trading house, put the set of cotton coat and trousers on the counter, and then specified that he would trade it to Alex. The selling price is 15,000 metal ingots. Of course, it wasn't that Linen really wanted to sell this set of clothes at such a high price. He just wanted Alex to see the specific information about the cotton-padded jacket and trousers. After a while, Alex's face showed a look of shock in the profile picture. He couldn't believe that someone in the ocean world could make clothes exactly the same as those on Earth. There's even a logo on the clothes. Alex, I can't afford it. You can sell it to someone else. I can't afford it just because I'm poor, but it doesn't mean that the clothes are expensive. If this suit was mine, I would probably sell it for 20,000 to 30,000 metal ingots. Linen, you're such a ruthless businessman. I was originally planning to sell it for 10,000, but you really don't want to buy it? If you don't, that would be a shame. What if someone wore this suit and, without having to worry about freezing in the snow, started digging through the ice beneath their feet and finding a way to mine the seabed? Wouldn't that be enough to earn back the metal ingots they used to buy the suit? It's actually possible. After all, even sharks hibernate. Consumption: cotton coat 1, cotton pants 1. Obtain: metal ingot 15,000. Shortly after Linen finished his hypothesis, Alex gritted his teeth and bought the cotton coat and trousers. What Linen said was absolutely true. When others could only stay where they were and try their best to maintain their physical strength and temperature, if someone could move freely, it meant that all the resources in the world would be his as long as he saw them. Alex had the means to dig a hole in the ice, but he had no warm clothing. Now Linen provides warm clothes. Alex just wanted to give it a try. If he were given one day, he could dig through the entire ocean world, and by then he would harvest more than 15,000 metal ingots. Chapter 103: Monopoly Business. Page 3. Private Chat Channel. Yin Tianyu. Linen, do you still have cotton coats and pants? Please give me a set too. I don't have that many metal ingots, but I think you should need this intermediate engine blueprint. After the cotton coats and trousers were put on the shelves, Alex was not the only one who saw the information about this set of clothes. When those people saw such a good treasure but couldn't trade with Linen, they were all as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Ocean World's regional and world channels were all buzzing. Everyone was discussing Lin and selling cotton coats and trousers. Everyone is wondering whether Lin and can achieve mass production. If so, every surviving person will have a set of cotton clothes and trousers and will not be afraid of the so-called extreme cold disaster. Yun Tianyu also saw everyone discussing Lin and on the World Channel. Only then did I know that Linen had made cotton coats and trousers. So he hurried to find Lin and to trade. Linen, yes, let's trade. The intermediate engine blueprint is indeed what I need. Linen was thinking about how to tell Alex that he still had 4 sets of cotton coats and trousers and asked Alex to help sell them. Yin Tianyu came to the door, and he grasped Linen's pain point as soon as he opened his mouth. Because the pearl was getting heavier and heavier, the primary engine had long been overwhelmed. It was like a graphics card being pulled into a mine, screaming every night, hoping that a prince would come and rescue it. If it weren't for the 3 sails still on the pearl's deck, the primary engine would have been scrapped long ago. Consumption: cotton coat 1, cotton pants 1. Obtain: intermediate engine blueprint. Yun Tianyu was not the kind of person who talked nonsense, so he completed the transaction with Lin and directly at the trading house. Yun Tianyu, who wanted to travel around, needed this cotton coat and pants more than Alex. After the second set of cotton clothes and trousers were sold, Linen announced something to all the survivors in the ocean world. These cotton coats and trousers can be mass-produced. It's not that Linen opened a treasure chest and picked up cotton clothes and pants from it. All of a sudden, the number of private messages to Linen skyrocketed, and the amount of this wave of information was even greater than the amount of people scolding Lin and when he set out on the natural disaster. However, Linen did not choose to read the news. Trying to find useful information from hundreds of thousands of private messages is not only inefficient, but will also make Lin and feel worse. However, so many private messages also tell Lin and that there are many people who want to buy. He didn't have to go through the middleman Alex to find anyone to trade with. Of course, at this time, because many people knew that Linen and Alex were connected, some people wanted to ask Alex to find Linen. Just when Alex was thinking of earning back the 15,000 metal ingots by earning information fees, he saw the message Linen sent on the World Channel. Page 3. World Channel. I'm Linen, one of the top 100 survivors. If you'd like some cotton-padded jackets and trousers, please please hide your name first and reveal it in 10 minutes. I'll chat with you privately to discuss the price. Also, let me say this again. I only have 4 sets of jackets and trousers left. The extreme cold is still going on, and only God knows how long it will last. So if you need warm clothes, hurry up. After Lin finished speaking, many strong people who had originally survived on the leaderboard using their real names suddenly hid their names. Regardless of whether I can trade with Linen, if I can chat with Linen, I can add him as a friend. Here's the parchment book. Now, take a look at the value of your cotton-padded jacket and trousers. If I could buy 10 of you, would that be enough? After agreeing to wait for 10 minutes, Lin went to Zhang Wei's place to eat first. He saw that Zhang Wei was still pouting. He threw her parchment book over to Zhang Wei, letting her know that Lin was really nice to her. As a result, after Zhang Wei finished reading it, she picked up the parchment book, covered her chest with her hands, and retreated to the corner. Linen, please don't take off my clothes and sell them. After dinner, there will be a lot of silk threads left. I can make clothes out of those animal furs. Zhang Wei didn't know what was wrong with her. She actually thought that Linen asked her to watch these things in order to take off her clothes and sell them. Fuck, I'm just a black-hearted coal boss in your eyes. Don't worry, as long as you make me 10 coats and 3 quilts out of animal fur before tomorrow morning, I won't take your clothes off. Linen has a bad temper. In Zhang Wei's eyes, he is a bad guy anyway, so he might as well be bad to the end. Anyway, with the evolutionary crystals constantly transforming Zhang Wei's body, Linen felt that she only needed to sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. The rest of the time is spent making clothes. Linen didn't have many animal furs left. It is estimated that Zhang Wei will be able to complete the processing of animal fur in 1 or 2 days. Lin's threat did not make Zhang Wei respond, but he also knew that Zhang Wei would not dare to disobey his orders. From the moment Zhang Wei said at the beginning, I would rather be a dog in front of the Prime Minister's door than a free and easy immortal in the mountains, she lost her spine. It is easy to survive, but it is difficult to live with dignity and comfort. Finish dinner in a hurry. Before the 10 minutes arrived, Linen quickly glanced at the rankings and only remembered the guys whose names were currently missing on the list. Just wait 10 minutes and exclude these guys. The evolutionary crystals strengthened Lin's body day after day, not only strengthening Lin's physical fitness, but also his brain. Lin's memory is now very strong. Not only can he gradually recall things from his childhood, he can also barely achieve the most difficult photographic memory. Just a glance. Linen memorized all the ranking scores on the list in his mind. 10 minutes are up. Many powerful people who wanted to trade with Lin gradually revealed their names. Linen chatted privately with these people one by one, and the first sentence at the beginning was always hello. After counting the strong men who revealed their names, there were 28 in total, which was a very impressive number. Excluding Linen himself, and adding Yun Tianyu and Alex, nearly 1/3 of the strong people in the ocean world are willing to communicate with Linen. Actually, it's a bit exaggerated. Some strong men who did not want to trade quickly stated that they were only doing it for a friend named Garainen, and then disappeared. These people would rather expose their names on the rankings than not add Linen as friends, which shows their sincerity. Excluding this group of people, there are only 15 strong people left who want to buy cotton coats and trousers. Linen sent his requirements to everyone. If you want to trade, you must provide a rare blueprint or resources worth more than 12,000 metal ingots. In the end, Linen will sell the 4 sets of cotton coats and trousers to whoever offers the highest price. Chapter 10 for the seabed is full of treasures. After a period of research, Linen still made the final choice. He exchanged 4 sets of cotton clothes and trousers for 32,000 metal ingots, plus a rare compound bow blueprint, and a very powerful item. This awesome item is called a protective shield. It is in the shape of a jade talisman. Carry it with you. If Lin is about to be attacked, this protective shield can provide Lin with a full body shield for up to half a minute. After the shield's energy is exhausted, if you can find a way to recharge it, you can recharge the shield and achieve the effect of recycling. In order to replace this protective shield, Lin not only got a set of cotton clothes and trousers, but also 3 doses of Isida's root. However, Lin would probably be willing to exchange any amount of things for such a life-saving artifact. The person he exchanged with was also helpless. No matter how strong the protective shield is, it cannot withstand natural disasters. The damage caused by the extreme cold disaster to humans is considered a passive attack, and the protective shield can only be effective against active attacks. What a great thing. With this thing, I should be able to explore the bottom of the sea. Linen took off his cotton coat and trousers and only wore shield-scale leather armor. Then he put on a rare diving suit and rare fins. He held an oxygen converter in his mouth, a flashlight in one hand, and an AKA arrow in the other. He went to the lowest level of the pearl. Looking at the iron plate he had opened, he found that the rope next to it had been stretched straight. This means that the 10-meter-long rope has completely entered the ice cave. Lennon walked over, shone the flashlight into the ice cave, and immediately saw that the evolutionary crystals were refracting the light into colorful rays. To ensure safety, he and I can return to the pearl later. Lennon tied 5 more hemp ropes to the bottom of the boat. They even blocked the entrance to the cabin from the bottom of the ship. This entrance can only be opened with a high-level axe. The rope is never long enough. I can't stay underwater for too long. I have to get back to the pearl before daybreak. Before going into the water, Lennon was actually a little worried. If he went down, without a rope, the chance of him getting back on the pearl would be very low. Just go down. Lennon had no way to locate the pearl's position. Even if it's not long enough, we have to find a way. Is there anything we can use? Lennon opened the parchment book and looked at the items in the warehouse. He found that only the rope was relatively useful. As long as Lennon couldn't bring the radar into the water, even if he installed a locator on the pearl, he wouldn't be able to find the pearl's location. Holy crap, I'm such a genius. Who said we can't take radar into the water? Lennon thought about it and realized that since he could build another raft, he could also build another boat. But the ship cannot be too large. After thinking carefully, Lennon took out 2 thick wooden boards and used a basic construction hammer to turn the boards into a raft. Then the 1-meter square raft was gradually upgraded into an ironclad ship. After the upgrade is complete, a model of a ship appeared in front of Lennon. This ship is only 1 meter long and half a meter wide. This is because Lennon built it based on a raft, so its size is particularly small. It just fits into the ice cave. Hee, now it's finally possible. Lennon only built a radar on this ironclad ship model, and then installed a panoramic glass skylight on the control panel where the radar screen was placed, so that Lennon could see the image on the radar display from outside. After doing all this, Lennon placed a locator on the pearl and then threw the ironclad ship into the ice cave. Since this ice cave was melted into a sphere with a diameter of 20 meters by the evolution crystal, even if an ironclad ship was thrown directly into it, it would not destroy the evolution crystal. After hearing a plop sound, Lennon also climbed down the rope. When he passed by the evolution crystal, he did not take it away. At this time, Lennon could already see the seawater. He also had some idea of the thickness of the ice. The thickness of the ice should be 20 meters, but part of the pearl was frozen in the ice, so the distance between the bottom of the pearl and the seawater was only a dozen meters. The thicker the ice, the better. Maybe everyone thought that Lennon hoped the ice would be thinner so that he could get into the water early. But in fact, Lennon didn't really think so. What he was thinking was, it is almost certain that the thicker the ice, the later the extreme cold disaster will end. Even if the extreme cold disaster is over, such a thick layer of ice will not melt in a day or two. So, Lennon's warm clothing can still be sold. The more money you make, the better. Because they were about to come into contact with seawater, Lennon quickly put the Yaka arrow into the parchment book and then tied a large pile of metal ingots to himself and the ironclad ship model. Allow him and the ironclad ship to slowly sink to the bottom of the sea along the rope. The oxygen converter also comes into play at this moment. With the help of this treasure, Lennon can breathe freely underwater. In addition, the rare diving suit and fins also allow Lennon to feel the power from external objects. He turned his head upside down with the ironclad tied to his back, and with a slight flick of his flippers, he rushed forward dozens of meters. The diving suit even retained a layer of air next to Lennon's skin, making Lennon feel like he was on land, but this layer of air would not affect his sinking. An intermediate metal detector indicated the presence of metal deposits 500 meters below the sea surface. Lennon swung his flippers vigorously and soon saw the mud and sand on the seabed. At a depth of 500 meters, there is no light around. It is a completely dead place. There are no living animals and no plants to be seen. The shells that occasionally appear in the mud and sand are also empty. To be honest, Lennon doesn't know how creatures in the sea hibernate. He was very curious, but he couldn't find the animals. Let's start mining first. Lennon thought about the purpose of his trip. So he picked up the pickaxe and started digging on the seabed. He was like a tireless miner, waving the pickaxe vigorously without stopping for a moment. The deeper the sea, the more minerals there are. Lennon collected a lot of metal minerals. Soon the parchment book was filled with ore. Lennon didn't expect this either. The first time he surfaced was not because it was getting light, but because he had dug too much ore and it couldn't fit in the container. This is ridiculous. There's so much ore, almost 50,000 pieces, and there's more around. Lennon knew that he had found a treasure that no one else could even touch, and his mood became wonderful. And he wasn't going to waste time. Just follow the rope back to the ice cave. Then return to the pearl. Chapter 105 Animal Encyclopedia. It's okay to lose a little. Just exchange these ores for metal ingots, consume them, and then go back to mining. It was just midnight when Lin returned to the cabin. This means he still has time to fill the parchment book again. Moreover, because the temperature is higher underwater, Lin would actually feel more comfortable staying on the seabed at night. Just go back to the boat and sleep during the day. When passing through the cabin aisle, Lin saw that the fire in the studio was still on and Zhang Wei was still sitting at the sewing machine working, and he was very satisfied. This is the benefit of having other people on board. It only costs some food to double productivity. Think about it carefully. At this time, if it was just Lin alone, there was no way he could earn so much money in one day. Going to sea to mine and sew clothes. Lin can only choose one thing to do. But now he can have it all. Wait until tomorrow morning and go out to see if there are any lonely people. Then pull one person aboard, and then I'll have 2 people working for me. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin thought about expanding production. Even if he stopped making clothes in the future, he could hire 1 or 2 more people on board to help with other things. Keep this idea in mind for now. Lin quickly exchanged tens of thousands of metal ores into metal ingots through the trading house. Such a large-scale transaction of metal ore, and in the middle of the night, Lin suddenly became the focus of the ocean world again. Page 3. World Channel. More than 49,000 pieces of metal ore? How did Lin dig them up? Now the entire ocean world is frozen, and there are no islands at all. He can only dig holes in the ice and mine the seabed. Damn, it seems like Lin actually traded for a rare diving suit and flippers yesterday. He also got the blueprint for an intermediate metal detector. Damn, this is so unfair. I also want to dig an ice hole, but it's too cold. The more I dig, the colder it gets. I would have bought 2 cotton coats and trousers if I had known this earlier. Less than 5 hours. I dug nearly 50,000 pieces of metal ore. If I could harvest this much, it would be worth buying cotton clothes and pants for 20,000 yuan. You all talk about digging an ice hole, but do you know how thick the ice is? How can you dig an ice hole casually? Without the right tools, you're not going to dig a hole. Those who bought Lin's cotton padded jackets and trousers are all big names on the leaderboard. If they also go mining, then the gap between them and us will be widened. Alas, what can we do? All the survivors in the ocean world are extremely jealous. But they could only huddle in a corner sheltered from the wind in this cold night, not daring to expose their skin to the air, let alone stretch out their hands to dig a hole in the ice. So they could only watch Lin and obtain more and more resources. Consumption, metal ingot 80,000. The farm shop has unlocked the purchase rights for black piglets, goat kids, and cattle kids. By spending 80,000 metal ingots at one time, Lin unlocked the purchasing rights for 3 kinds of animal cubs in the farm store. Add to that the cows, sheep, chickens, and rabbits from before. There are already 7 kinds of animals that can be raised on the farm. Unlock 2 more types, and you can unlock all the types of animals that can be raised on the farm. The last 2 animal saplings are red deer calves and sika deer calves. Unlocking so many farms at once without upgrading them all. It seems we can only wait until all are unlocked to see if the farms will be upgraded. Lin never thought about raising pigs, sheep, or cattle. He unlocked so many purchasing permissions. The purpose is to consume metal ingots and make room for the pearl and parchment book, and also to see if the super farm system can be upgraded. But Lin's wish did not come true. Seeing that it was already past midnight, he ran to the notice board and started signing in for the day. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain overhead searchlight. Headlight can be worn on the head, and the light can be emitted farther and has greater penetrating power. This searchlight is pretty good. Before, Lin had to either hold the flashlight in his hand or put a stand on his head to fix the flashlight on his head. But now with this searchlight, he no longer needs to carry a flashlight with him. Hey, there's actually a super farm mission. Oh my god, system, you finally remembered that I exist. Lin didn't know how many days had passed before the super farm mission that he had been longing for finally appeared. He quickly clicked it and took a look. Super farm mission. Use the animal encyclopedia to collect illustrations of 99 different animals. Reward, Super Farm Shuttle. Super Farm Shuttle allows the host to take living animals out of the super farm, but cannot bring living animals into the farm. Note, once animals leave the super farm, they will grow and live according to the rules of the ocean world. Do you want to accept the super farm mission? Different from previous super farm missions. This time the system did not force Lin to complete this task. Lin can accept it or not. But there is a good thing called the super farm shuttle. He must accept the mission. Receive. Successfully received the super farm mission. Obtain Animal Encyclopedia. Animal Encyclopedia. Activate by attaching it to the host. When the host is within 5 meters of a certain animal, the corresponding animal's encyclopedia will be activated. Note that the animal must be alive. Lennon looked at an animal illustration that looked like a child's sticker. After thinking for a moment, he stuck it on his arm. The animal encyclopedia directly turned into a pattern similar to a blue dragon tattoo and appeared on Lin-En's left arm. Then Lin-En took a walk around the super ranch and super fishery. The system directly prompted Lin-En that he had successfully activated the illustrations of sheep, rabbits, bluefin tuna, and yellowfin tuna. Lin-En saw that the animals on the farm could also activate the illustrations, so he bought 7 more kinds of fish and 5 kinds of mammals and activated the illustrations of these animals as well. It's quite difficult to activate 99 species. This world tree hasn't attracted a single bird, even if you add the fairy pterosaurs and reindeer on the pearl. At present, Lin-En can only activate the illustrations of 18 kinds of animals, which is still far from 99 kinds. Besides, he didn't know why he himself was not included. Aren't humans also a kind of animals? With this doubt, Lin-En left the super farm. When he passed by the studio, the system prompted him that he had collected a new illustration. Only then did he resolve his doubts. It turns out that if he is not human, he is not considered an animal, but as a collector, he will not be detected by the animal encyclopedia. Chapter 106. Despicable. Before Lin-En entered the sea, he also collected animal illustrations of fairy pterosaurs and reindeer. Then he hurried into the sea, continued to dig his metal deposits. Lin-En was busy until the warehouse of the parchment book was filled up again before returning to the ship. This time, Lin-En made a new discovery. While he was digging for metal ore, he actually found a lot of copper ore. The quantity was not much, but there were still 700 or 800 pieces. In fact, Lin-En has always been able to install various lamps and switches in the cabin of the Pearl, because the bulb of the flashlight can be removed and used. However, wires and circuit boards are necessary to connect these lamps and electrical appliances in series and parallel. The most important material for making circuit boards and wires is copper ingots. There have never been many copper ingots in the ocean world because no one has ever dug up copper ore. In the past, everyone got copper ingots from treasure chests. However, only a few people can see the treasure chest. So copper ingots became a rare commodity. As for titanium ingots, they are even rarer. Lin-En himself doesn't have much money. Let's go to the super farm and harvest the rabbit fur and wool first, then let Zhang Wei start her day's work. Lin-En didn't sleep all night, but Zhang Wei went to bed after making coats from the animal furs. Zhang Wei didn't sleep for long either, but Lin-En didn't care about that. After he harvested all the wool and rabbit hair, he woke up Zhang Wei directly, threw the parchment book to Zhang Wei again, and asked her to trade wool with Tong Yi. Tong Yi then converted the wool into silk thread and traded it to Zhang Wei. What a jerk! Zhang Wei, who hadn't even gotten 2 hours of sleep, sat down beside the loom in a huff, planning to continue her work for the day. She had no idea that even though she had only slept for 2 hours and had worked all day yesterday, she was still full of energy today. Without the parchment book, she didn't even notice that her physical fitness had improved. Lin-En asked Zhang Wei to go to work. He exchanged all the metal ores he dug from metal ingots at the trading house and threw all the copper ores into the furnace. He knew that one furnace could not satisfy his needs at all. Lin-En added 9 more furnaces. If 10 furnaces work at the same time, 40 copper ingots can be smelted in 1 hour. It's only because I've managed to come up with the mid-level engine and rare-level sails. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare add so many things to the ship. Lin-En looked at his masterpiece and went to the control panel on the deck with satisfaction. It was dark in the cockpit, and everything outside was frozen to death by the thick layer of ice. Lin-En came over to see if there were any lone surviving humans within 20 kilometers. Yesterday, Lin-En decided to hire another hard-working and kind person to work on the Pearl. Others work for Lin-En, and Lin-En protects them. This transaction is absolutely fair and just. Because the temperature was too low, the radar antenna was frozen, so Lin-En cleaned the ice off the antenna again. These white dots haven't moved. Humans can really handle it better than other animals. Those untouched white dots represent ice caves, which are hiding places dug out by surviving humans for self-protection. Although the temperature inside the ice cave is also very low, at least there is no biting cold wind. Humans who wrap themselves tightly can also more easily maintain their body temperature. The final phase of the extreme cold disaster has continued into the 4th day today. Many humans who were trying to survive began to freeze to death. It is estimated to last another 3 days. The goal of eliminating 90 of human beings seeking survival in the ocean world can be achieved. Lin-En's appearance at this time was truly a timely help, because most people's physical endurance had reached its limit. Zhang Wei, Take off your cotton coat and trousers and give them to me, and bring me 2 coats. It's not too cold in the cabin anyway, so put on 2 coats for yourself first. When you get another set of cotton coat and trousers, it won't be too late to change into them later. After locking on the rescue target, Lennon went to the studio and patted Zhang Wei's shoulder timidly. The reason why he was cowardly was that he felt that it was not a good behavior to take off clothes that had already been worn by others. But Lin didn't want to waste time. If he could get someone back to the Pearl early, he could rest before lunch and then continue exploring the underwater world in the afternoon. I told you yesterday that you wanted to strip this dress and sell it. As expected, you are truly despicable, ugly, disgusting, and repulsive. The words in my head are not enough to describe you. Zhang Wei felt deeply humiliated. He stripped someone's clothes, and a woman's at that. She really couldn't imagine that Lennon could actually do that. All right, what's there to be angry about? I didn't mean to humiliate you. Hurry up. My time is precious, and I don't have time to waste with you. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll go out and wait for you to change your clothes. Lennon's cowardice was only momentary. Since he had already said those words, there was no way he could take them back. He doesn't care whether Zhang Wei is a man or a woman. In the ocean world, men and women are the same. They need to eat every day, wear clothes when it's cold, and bleed if stabbed. Wait for Lin to close the studio door. Zhang Wei inside clenched her fists and screamed at the air in the room. Oh, she was trembling all over, but she still unbuttoned her cotton coat. She is not stupid. She made the clothes with a sewing machine, but all the materials are Lin An's. Even the sewing machine is Lin An's. To put it bluntly, she, Zhang Wei, is also Lin An's personal property. But no one would bring up such things. If everything were to be laid out on the table, Zhang Wei wouldn't even be able to maintain her self-esteem. Zhang Wei even felt fortunate that Lin was a rational and cold-blooded person. If it were another man, he might not have asked Zhang Wei to sew a coat in the studio last night, but to warm the bed. 5 minutes later, Lin opened the door of the studio on time. Then he took away some clothes that were lying on the ground. He even sniffed the cotton coat in front of Zhang Wei, which made Zhang Wei so angry that she clenched the sewing needle. Lin didn't mean to make her angry on purpose. You are so narrow-minded, but when I bring back another person, you will know what the art of being an emperor is. Lin has read history books. Throughout the history of China, the word checks and balances has always influenced the Chinese people, especially next to the emperor. A shrewd emperor would never favor only one minister or concubine. Emperors who favor only one person are often ridiculous and can definitely not be called wise monarchs. Now Zhang Wei still dares to lose her temper with Lin. Wait until a few more people come aboard the Pearl. Zhang Wei will gradually realize that her existence is dispensable to Lin. Once Lin's mood becomes bad, she will be quickly abandoned, and even staying alive will become a luxury. Chapter 107 I Am God. Thousands of miles of ice and snow. The extreme cold disaster has kept the ice surface shrouded in a very terrifying environment. As soon as the weather warms up a little, heavy snow will fall from the sky, causing the ice sheet to continue to thicken. This also means that those who want to survive cannot always hide in their beds. It is necessary to clear the snow near the entrance of the ice cave from time to time to ensure that fresh air can always enter the ice cave. Lin dragged the half-meter-long ironclad ship model he built yesterday and walked step by step on the ice. 5 kilometers away from the Pearl, there was a small white dot. And near this small white, there are many other scattered white dots. This is obviously a human settlement. But because they are wary of each other, these white dots were at least 1 kilometer apart. Lin gradually increased his speed in walking on the ice. And finally, he simply used 2 thick wooden boards to skate on, just like before. Less than half an hour, Lin saw an ice cave open on the side. The entrance of the ice cave is about 1 meter wide, and the snow outside is very thick. It looks like it has just been dug. These ice holes are so obvious on the ice surface. All the ice and snow dug out by the owner of the ice cave are piled outside, and slowly a small bulge is formed. The rest of the area is flat, but there is a big bulge here, so Lin found it obvious. I'm afraid I won't be able to find you. Lin turned his head toward the entrance of the ice cave and shone the flashlight inside. Hey, get up, your great sage Lin is here. Seeing a ball of black linen trembling inside the ice cave, Lin directly hit the wall of the ice cave with his flashlight. With 2 thuds, a pair of eyes emerged from the black linen. Hurry up and speak. Buddy, I only save Chinese people. Lin also has his own standards for saving people. The first criterion is to save only Chinese people. The spot on the Pearl is so precious. How could Lin give it to people from other countries? As the saying goes, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Even if 1% of foreigners are good people, Lennon doesn't want to look for gold in the garbage dump. Yeah. Because Lennon didn't even flip through the parchment book. Lennon had no idea what the people in the ice cave were saying. But this doesn't matter. At least Lennon can prove that this person is not Chinese. Forget it. Seeing how miserable you are, I'll give you a ride. The pain of dying from lack of oxygen is at least less than the pain of freezing to death. With the idea of being a great saint in mind, Lennon took out a shovel and filled all the snow outside into the ice cave one shovel at a time. After finishing, he stomped on the entrance of the hole with his feet to seal it tightly. He could have avoided doing so, but thinking it would be better not to reveal his tracks, he ended this man's painful life. I am God, Lennon preached very firmly. Isn't it God who can decide a person's life and death? Afterwards, Lennon looked at the radar display on the simulated ironclad ship, found the next target, and continued forward dragging the ironclad ship model. In an hour, Lennon found 16 ice caves, but unfortunately there was no Chinese person inside. When Lennon saw the rich ones, that is, those humans covered in fur, he killed them directly and stole their parchment books and resources. When he met poor people, Lennon did not take any action, but filled their ice holes. Anyway, they can't survive this extreme cold. Even if I survive, those frostbites also wouldn't allow them to last very long at SeaWorld. Hey, the person in this ice cave came out without me calling him. When Lennon rushed to the next ice cave, a pair of black hands just stretched out from the entrance. The black marks on these hands were not caused by touching any dirt, but frostbite that turned the skin of these hands purple-black. The people in the ice cave were almost frozen to death, and it looked like they hadn't eaten for a long time. They just climbed out of the ice cave and wanted to make a desperate attempt. Are you Chinese? If so, say something. Lennon's feet stepped on the snow near the entrance of the ice cave, making a squeaking sound, and the owner of these hands suddenly dared not move. I am Chinese. A faint female voice came from the ice cave. Lennon was delighted. He finally found a Chinese person, and she was a woman. This was really beyond his expectations. I'm Lennon. You must know me. As the saint of the ocean world, the strongest person ranked first, the owner of the Pearl ironclad ship, the master of the evolved, fairy pterosaur, and the owner of the Zorro brand clothing store in the ocean world, you must have heard of my name. My garment factory is in urgent need of a worker. Madam, would you like to come back with me to work on the Pearl? In return, I will heal your frostbite and ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Lennon squatted down and said with a smile to the woman who was about to die. He thought to himself that since he had invited the other party so sincerely, the other party should be able to feel his goodwill and would not refuse him. In fact, Lennon was really overthinking it. As long as he said Lin An's name and said he wanted to take the other person away, the other person would immediately abandon everything and follow him. Nothing is more important than survival. I'll go. The woman shouted these two words with all her strength. Then give me the parchment book. You should also consider me. I definitely won't bring a bomb back to my home. Lennon reached out and took the man's parchment book, then put it on his waist. Then he took out all the cotton coats and trousers from the warehouse, as well as a white fur coat. Put on your cotton coat and trousers first. I'll make a raft and tow you along. You can put on the fur coat later. Now they have to walk 7 kilometers to get back to the Pearl. The woman rescued by Lin and is covered in frostbite and can't even stand up. It is pure fantasy to expect her to walk back with Lennon. This person's injuries were more than twice as serious as Zhang Wei's, so it was a miracle that he was still alive. Moreover, if she wanted treatment, evolution crystals alone would not be enough to allow her to recover within a day. So after returning to the Pearl, Lennon took the person directly to the cabin, then got a large plastic bucket, put her in the bucket, and then poured warm water at 30 degrees Celsius into the bucket, waiting for the person to be completely immersed in the water. Lin Ansai slowly took off all the useless clothes on her body. Let her soak her whole body in warm water. Zhang Wei, come out for a moment. It is difficult to maintain the water temperature at around 30 degrees Celsius during an extreme cold disaster. Lennon called Zhang Wei out. Zhang Wei walked out of the studio and saw a naked woman with bruises all over her body in the cabin. She immediately covered her mouth. Chapter 108 Golden Glimmer. What are you looking at? Come with me and carry this basin to the studio and place it next to the fireplace. You must always keep the water in the basin at 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. If this person dies, it will be your fault. Lin yelled at Zhang Wei, then ordered her to help him move the basin to a warmer studio. Lennon didn't care about what happened next. He had to rest for a few hours and get enough rest before going to mine on the seabed in the afternoon. Wait until noon. Lennon woke up. Zhang Wei has already prepared the meal. And it wasn't as exaggerated as yesterday. Zhang Wei just stewed some isatus root chicken soup, using only an old hen and 2 portions of isatis root. She probably thought about how she recovered quickly after drinking chicken soup 2 days ago, so she also made chicken soup and planned to feed it to the woman soaking in the water. It's not good to keep soaking her. Carry her to your bed and cover her with a few coats. I think she'll wake up this afternoon. If she does, I'll apply ointment to her after dinner tonight. If she doesn't, throw her out. We can't let her die on the pearl. Lin drank the chicken soup, looked at the woman in the water who looked like she had been poisoned, and slowly explained to Zhang Wei. Also, I have something to do this afternoon. Don't worry about me when it's time to eat. I'll leave the room by myself. Zhang Wei put down her bowl in frustration, then ran to drag the woman in the basin back to the crew cabin, then carefully wiped off every drop of water on the woman's body with a cloth, and only then did she dare to cover her with a coat. She now knew that Lin wanted her clothes because he was going out to save someone, so she forgot about the previous unpleasantness. After all, human life is more important than anything else. She also knew why Lin dragged such a dying person onto the pearl. But I still feel that Lin is not that cold-blooded. Because a truly cold-blooded person would definitely find someone with healthy limbs, good physical condition, and not so seriously injured. The woman brought back now has severe frostbite on her body, and the cost of saving her is not low. And after being rescued, she couldn't even work for a while. It was precisely because her mind was filled with so many random thoughts that Zhang Wei did not argue with Lin during the meal. Damn it, I should have searched outside for a while longer. Why did you bring back a half-buried person like this? I hope she's dead. If she were, I'd have to keep looking. If I hadn't been out there for so long and just met this Chinese person, I would have definitely buried her in the ice cave and sent her off. Lin was eating and complaining. His ideas were contrary to Zhang Wei's. If time wasn't so tight, Lin would definitely choose someone with minor injuries to board the boat. The key is that he has no choice. I found such a Chinese person in the morning. After quickly finishing the chicken soup and the rice in the bowl, Lin quickly returned to the seabed along the previous route. In fact, the mineral deposits directly below the pearl have basically been mined out by Lin. Lin even found some animals, such as lobsters, crabs, and some mollusks, and he activated the animal encyclopedia to 26 species. Going further, Lin could only walk to a farther place, but with a metal detector in his hand, Lin could still plan a route for himself. He would go to the place where the mineral deposits were closer to him. After swimming for 5 or 6 kilometers on the seabed, Lin collected a lot of ores, and as the depth increased, the probability of copper ore appearing also increased. Just as Lin was thinking about it, it was almost time for dinner. When he was about to swim back, a current carried away the slightly turbid water in front of him, and a faint golden light appeared on the seabed in front of him. It is not surprising that Lin can see the light's source at the bottom of the sea. Ocean World is a game-like world. Those copper ores and metal ores would emit faint light before being collected by Lin. But this time is different. Not to mention that this faint light is golden. The range it covers is several times larger than the range of light emitted by ore. Moreover, Lin saw it from a distance, and even when he shone the searchlight above his head, he couldn't illuminate the area where the light source was. Anyway, the thing is here, and it can't run away. I'll go upstairs to eat first, and then I have a whole night to see what this thing is. Lin was still very rational. He did not impulsively go to explore directly. Instead, he chose to return to the pearl first, replenish his energy, and then explore the golden glowing area carefully. Anyway, he has rare flippers, so swimming 5 kilometers will only take him 5 minutes at most. So Lin didn't think that choosing to go back to the pearl at this time would be a waste of time. He swam back quickly. Then he quietly went up to the cabin and found that the door of the studio was open, but Zhang Wei was not inside. Zhang Wei, is the meal ready? Also, have you finished making clothes for today? Lin gave all the rabbit hair and silk thread to Zhang Wei early in the morning. According to the normal process, Zhang Wei should have made 7 more sets of cotton coats and trousers. Excluding the set she wanted to take away, there should be 6 sets left. Lin planned to sell all 6 sets to the top bidders who ranked 5th to 10th yesterday while having dinner. This way, you can save time and sell the clothes quickly. It's ready. It's been warming up on the grill waiting for you. Lin is awake, so I'm taking care of her and feeding her chicken soup. I've also finished the work you assigned me. Zhang Wei opened the door of the crew cabin, and the aroma of food that filled her nose made Lin swallow unconsciously. Lin looked at the alien, who was half sitting on the bed where Zhang Wei had slept before, and quickly shifted his gaze to Zhang Wei. To be honest, anyone would find something that is purple and black in color ugly. Plus, Zhang Wei is a beautiful lady. Lin's eyes naturally chose to look at Zhang Wei. Your name is Lin, right? I didn't expect you to be from my family. After dinner, I'll give Zhang Wei some ointment and ask her to apply it on you. Your injuries will be much better tomorrow. We'll talk about the next step then. Lin and looked at Zhang Wei, but his words were addressed to the woman named Lin Ying. This time, Lin planned to use real ointment to treat Lin Ying's frostbite. If he continued to use clay to fool around, he might end up killing Lin Ying. Eat first. After dinner, I'll do my own thing. You continue to take care of her. Go to bed when it's time. Don't leave the crew cabin. Lin moved a stool and sat in the small crew cabin, began to eat, and at the same time began to trade frantically with the parchment book. Chapter 109 Lesberg Undersea Ruins. I got the intermediate item library blueprint, 20 bird eggs, and 60,000 metal ingots. I made a fortune again. Lin exchanged 6 sets of warm clothes for these resources. Then he took 5 coats made of animal fur and put them on the trading floor to sell. It's not expensive, just 5,000 metal ingots for 1 piece. Lin used the bird eggs and clay he had exchanged to make 20 doses of ointment, handed them to Zhang Wei, and went back to his room. The parchment book's item warehouse is full of metal ingots. A total of 120,000. These are used to unlock the ability to purchase baby animals in the super farm store. After entering the super farm, Lin used up these metal ingots directly. Consume metal ingots 120000. The farm shop has unlocked the purchase rights for red deer calves and sika deer calves. It has been detected that the host has unlocked all animal cub purchase permissions, and the land leasing function is now open to the host. Land lease function. The host can lease 1 or more plots of land by consuming resources. The leased land can be used to build fish farms, breeding sheds, breeding nests, and plant crops. Lease price. 1 piece of land requires 200 metal ingots per day. Note, building a breeding shed requires 4 plots of land, and building a breeding nest requires 2 plots of land. Lin thought that after unlocking the right to purchase cubs, the super farm would be upgraded and give him a big surprise. However, the function that popped up was to recycle the resources in Lin's hands. 200 metal ingots a day. I rent 100 pieces of land, which means 20,000 metal ingots a day. Do you really think I'm the richest man in the ocean world? It was obvious that the super farm was trying to steal Lin's resources, but Lin had to pay 40,000 metal ingots to lease the right to use 20 pieces of land for 10 days. Of these 10 plots of land, 2 are used to grow woad. There are also 16 plots for building breeding sheds and 2 plots for building breeding nests. In this way, Lin can add 16 more sheep and 40 more rabbits. It is definitely not cost-effective to build a fishery on rented land. How many metal ingots can a single bluefin tuna fetch? Furthermore, bluefin tuna takes so long to mature that the resources required to rent the land alone could easily equal the price of a single fish. It is more profitable to grow woad and raise sheep and rabbits. Finish the work in the super farm. Lin put on his diving suit again. He began his ocean adventure. Still dragging the model of the ironclad ship, Lin swam straight towards the golden halo he had discovered an hour ago. Even though there was, or under him, Lin did not dive to the seabed to dig. When we were 7 or 8 kilometers away from the pearl, the golden halo gradually revealed its true appearance. What appeared in front of Lin was a golden human-shaped statue. Statue of Apollo, collectible. After all this time, it's just a statue. I thought it was some treasure. Lin slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, his feet stepping on the hard stone slabs covered with mud and sand. Looking at the golden statue of Apollo, he suddenly became very disappointed. The statue is made entirely of gold, so it shines with golden light. Lin touched the statue with his hand, intending to take it away. Gain, gold 258. 1 piece of gold weighs 1 kilogram. Lin saw the 4th metal in the ocean world. At present, he doesn't know what the gold is used for, because there is nothing on the manufacturing page that requires gold to make. The statue was taken away by Lin, and the surrounding sea water seemed to fluctuate. Then a lot of mud and sand were shaken down, causing a huge change in the surrounding environment. A city buried in mud and sand appeared. Bite. You have entered the area where the Lesberg underwater ruins are located. The system's prompt told Lin that his idea was correct. This was a castle. A castle built of granite rocks. It was previously covered by mud and sand, but now that the mud and sand have dispersed, the castle has revealed its original appearance. This castle does not look like the Western castle where princesses live in fairy tales. It is more like a stone city. The castle has walls, but they are not very high, only about 5 meters. There are no pointed towers in the castle. The tallest building is just a 3-story building in front of the statue of Apollo, and the roof is flat. Secret places, ruins, the ocean world probably hides other wonders. As a Chinese, Lin really didn't know what kind of castle this Lesberg was. He only knew that since there was such a relic, it definitely couldn't be just the statue. There will definitely be other treasures here. Let's go take a look at the building in front of us. The building in front of the statue is obviously the most important building in Lesburg. The statue of Apollo is in front of this house, and the other houses are one-story bungalows. Only this one is three-story. Lennon swam over slowly, pushed open the broken door that had rotted away, and only the door frame remained, and then entered the building. There were many stone benches and stone tables in the room, on which some blue papers were buried in the mud and sand, with only a small corner exposed. Lennon was delighted when he saw these treasures. It's a blueprint. He swam over quickly, swept away the mud and sand, and then lifted the blueprint off the table. Obtain, primary crane blueprint, advanced crossbow blueprint, intermediate spear blueprint. Fuck. This ruin is crazy. With just a casual look, you can find 3 blueprints, and none of them are what Lennon has ever seen before. Immediately afterwards, Lennon swam up the stairs to the second floor. The environment on the second floor is not much different from that on the first floor. Just some more stools. There are not many stone benches on the first floor, probably because it was not repaired in the past due to the frequent coming and going of people. The second floor is more like an office. Lennon found 2 more blueprints on the stone table on the second floor. Obtain, Derringer pistol blueprint, musket long bullet blueprint. To be honest, the blueprints found in the ruins of Lesburg have nothing to do with Lesburg. The purpose of Ocean World preparing this kind of place is to give these treasures an attractive packaging. Just like those gifts, the packaging box can only make the gift look better, but it cannot make the gift more useful. Lennon searched the entire second floor and then went directly to the third floor. After going up to the third floor, you need to open a metal door to enter the room on the third floor. Lennon guessed that the third floor should be the office space prepared for the lord or leader of Lesburg. Think of this. He was even more curious about the treasure on the third floor. After Lennon went in and took the blueprint on the desk, he was sure that his idea was correct. Obtain, paper blueprint, feather pen blueprint, intermediate research table blueprint. Knowledge is the primary productive force for progress. Only with pen and paper can we conduct research. If I hadn't come to the underwater ruins of Lesburg today, Lennon actually forgot about paper and pen, 2 extremely important treasures for human beings. Chapter 110 Polygonum Multiflorum. Everyone knows what paper and pen are for, but some people may not know about that intermediate research table. In fact, there is nothing mysterious about the intermediate research table. It is a scientific research equipment for reverse blueprinting. It has the same function as the Super Farm Magic Pool in the Super Farm. The Magic Pool can reverse plants into seeds. The research table can generate blueprints for items made by humans according to the production methods and concepts. The intermediate representative research table can only generate blueprints for intermediate items at most. But even so, it is exaggerated enough. It seems that Ocean World needs to popularize low-level blueprints so that everyone can enjoy basic living security, otherwise this thing will not appear. Lennon thought silently in his heart. Now most people in the Ocean World have not activated all the intermediate item manufacturing pages. Even Lennon has not done it. If someone who knows how to build a ship engine has this intermediate research table, wouldn't he be able to create the blueprint for an intermediate engine? Unfortunately, Lennon has never met such a talent. If he did it himself, the most he could make was tools like an intermediate axe. At least tables, chairs, benches, and millstones can all be made into a manufacturing page. Also, if I connect a power line in series or parallel, can I also make a whole blueprint? I can give it a try after the copper ore is smelted. There is nothing left in this 3-story building. Lennon swam directly out of the third-floor window without going downstairs, and was able to return to the square where the statue of Apollo was placed before. There are still many houses in Lesburg. Lennon searched slowly from inside to outside, exploring every house. Most houses only had the highest level blueprints, which were all intermediate bows and intermediate axes, but in a larger house behind the city of Lesburg, Lennon found a scroll. Dragon Palace Pass. What the hell is this? Is there really a dragon palace under the sea? Is there a dragon king? The third dragon prince? Oh my god, please stop kidding me. The appearance of the city ruins did not surprise Lennon so much. Even after entering the Jurassic secret realm, Lennon was still able to remain rational. But what if the dragon in the myth really appeared in this ocean world? Then Lennon couldn't accept it. Good job. Everyone is trying to survive, but you just get a dragon that can control the wind and rain and kill everyone. How can we have fun? It's not necessarily the Eastern dragon. Never mind. It's just a pass, not a sea chart. Who knows when I'll find this dragon palace? Lennon put the pass away, then looked around the house and saw that there was nothing else, so he went to search other houses in Lesburg. Things like the Dragon Palace Pass, which was not sure whether it was a surprise or a shock, never appeared again. What surprised Lin the most was that he found the manufacturing blueprints for wires, switches, and light bulbs. This means that Lin doesn't have to figure out how to do it himself, and he can still give the Pearl a complete circuit system. Wait until Lin has completely plundered the ruins of Lesburg. There is still a long time before dawn. In addition, those blueprints did not take up much space in the parchment book, so Lin could continue mining on the seabed calmly. He now has a giant beast that swallows metal ingots. In order to keep this giant beast running, Lin may have to spend some time digging on the seabed for a while. The next day it was still dark. Because Lin had filled up the parchment book warehouse, he went straight back to the Pearl to rest. After 2 consecutive nights of this, his body couldn't take it anymore, so today he might need to sleep for 7 or 8 hours before going to mine on the seabed. Well, it's almost dawn. I'm going to the super farm to collect some wool and rabbit fur. It's time for Zhang Wei to get up and start working. I can't have the boss working all the time while she, the employee, sleeps in all the time. Lin thought that since so many breeding sheds were expanded yesterday, today's wool production would be 4 or 5 times that of yesterday. However, the time for expanding the breeding shed was relatively short, so the amount of wool that could be collected was probably not that much. But it is still possible for Zhang Wei to sit in front of the loom and sewing machine for 24 hours a day. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain Polygonum multiflorum seeds 1. Hisho Wu. The root can be used as medicine, which has the effects of calming the mind, nourishing blood, detoxifying, and reducing swelling. Occasional use can also strengthen the body, but it should not be taken long-term. Another new medicinal ingredient has been unlocked. Seeing that the woad was not yet ripe, Lin spent some metal ingots to rent a piece of land and planted the Polygonum multiflorum seeds. This first Polygonum multiflorum plant definitely cannot be eaten. It can only be reversed into seeds after harvesting using the farm's magic pool. After planting more and more, Lin can then sell this thing. This Polygonum multiflorum is a little different from other plants. I can actually control its maturity. After planting the Polygonum multiflorum seeds, 3 options appeared on the land. Lin could choose to let the Polygonum multiflorum mature in 1 day, 3 days, or 5 days. The maturity time is different, and the Polygonum multiflorum grown is also different. Of course, this Polygonum multiflorum is still Polygonum multiflorum, but there are differences between 100-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, and 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. The efficacy of the medicine is also different. However, Lin originally wanted to cultivate seeds and did not intend to produce a 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, so he directly chose a day of maturity. Afterwards, Lin collected all the wool. There are a total of 1,100 pieces of wool, which is about 2 or 3 times the previous amount. There is also a lot of rabbit hair. Seeing that the bluefin tuna were ready to be harvested, Lin cleared out some space in the warehouse and took out some bluefin tuna, a total of 30, each weighing 500 kilograms. It just so happened that the ocean world was still in the midst of an extreme cold disaster, so Lin quickly went out to drain the blood of the bluefin tuna and then froze them so that he could save them for later consumption. He now wants to raise more small red and green edible sea fish, such as yellow croaker. Lin had a premonition that after this period of hibernation, Xiaohong and Xiaolu would wake up, and their bodies would grow so much bigger that they would definitely eat to the point of bursting their stomachs. With these resources, Lin returned to the Pearl, then groped his way outside the crew cabin and pushed the door open. Hey, wake up. Take the parchment book and trade it with Tong Yeye. Exchange 2/3 of the wool for silk thread and use the rest to fill your cotton coats and trousers. Because there is too much wool and too little rabbit hair, some of the clothes made today must be filled with wool. By then, Lin will know whether clothes made of wool or clothes made of rabbit fur are warmer. Chapter 111 Tea in the Tea. No way. Even if you don't consider my feelings, you should think about the fact that Lin, the patient, needs to rest. Zhang Wei opened her sleepy eyes. She really didn't expect that Lin would wake her up before dawn and ask her to work. Saying that Lin is Zhou Paopi is somewhat slandering Zhou Paopi as a person. Rest? Isn't lying in bed resting? Tong Yeye has woken up a long time ago. Do you think everyone is sleeping like a dead pig like you? When Lin was scolding Zhang Wei, he also looked at Lin Ying's condition. The ointment on her body had all scabbed and fallen off. The wounds on Lin Ying's body had healed, but the bluish-black skin color could not completely fade away for a while. It is estimated that in 1 day at most, with the help of the evolution crystal, Lin Ying's injuries will be completely healed. I want to ask, did you also build a sewing machine for that girl named Tong Yeye? She lies down all day, so of course she can wake up whenever she wants. Zhang Wei is really in a bad mood when she wakes up. She never stops talking and keeps on blabbering. Just when Linen thought that Lin Ying was a quiet, socially anxious girl, Lin Ying suddenly forced herself to stand up, holding onto the ladder between the bunks, and weakly said to Linen, "Brother Linen, I can help you make clothes. Just let Sister Zhang Wei rest a little longer. She worked so hard taking care of me yesterday. Besides, Brother Linen gave me a bed to sleep in, a set of clean, warm clothes to wear, and delicious food to eat. I must do something to repay Brother Linen." Fortunately, Lin Ying's face had turned pale, otherwise Linen would not be able to look at her directly. "Zhang Wei, look at them, then look at you. You have no gratitude at all. If it weren't for me, you would have become a human-shaped ice sculpture outside the pearl. Now I'm giving you good food, drink, and shelter, but I just want you to work for me, and you don't want to. Why should I keep you here?" Linen finally got a chance to criticize Zhang Wei, and naturally, he showed no mercy. But he was just talking. He definitely wouldn't really drive Zhang Wei away. During these days of getting along with each other, I found that Zhang Wei was very meticulous in her work, made no mistakes, and had no bad intentions. Linen asked her to stay in the crew cabin and studio only, and she never went anywhere else. In the past few days, the most Zhang Wei had gone to was the sheep pen yesterday, when Linen asked her to help carry the water basin. She just likes to complain, but that's all within Lin Ying's acceptable range. "Great. I'm going to work now, okay?" Zhang Wei didn't know whether she was talking about how amazing Lin Ying was or about Linen. She was so angry that she took the parchment book and went to the studio to work. As soon as Zhang Wei left, Lin Ying immediately said to Linen with a smile, "Brother Linen, Sister Zhang Wei just has a bad temper. Don't be angry with her. I will get better soon so that I can help Sister Zhang Wei share the pressure." Seeing Lin Ying calling him brother or sister in a sweet voice, Lin Ying got goosebumps all over his body. "Speak normally from now on. I don't like women who are teasing. I was mean to Zhang Wei because I saved her, but that doesn't mean you can disgust her. Do you understand? Even if someone is thrown off the boat, it's you, not her. Besides, I like beautiful women, but I prefer hardworking workers." The smile on Lin Ying's face quickly disappeared. He lowered his voice and told Lin Ying word by word that she had better be honest and obedient. "We all come from Earth, and everyone has seen a few special women. Lin Ying's way of speaking makes people feel uncomfortable. Brother Linen, I didn't. Never mind. I won't explain. I will definitely work hard in the future." Lin Ying would never admit that she was scheming. In this world, if there is someone who can pretend to be pure and innocent until the moment of death, then she is innocent. So Lin Ying didn't care what Linen said about her tea. "Rest. Just work hard. I don't ask anything else of you. I'm going back to my room. Tell Zhang Wei to call me after lunch is ready. Also, if you can walk, don't go anywhere other than the crew cabin and the workroom. There are ferocious beasts on this ship. They're hibernating. If you wake them up, I can't guarantee they won't eat you." Lin Ying repeatedly reminded Lin Ying not to walk around or run around, as this was the biggest rule on the Pearl. It's because there are so many secrets on this ship. The hole under the cabin and the evolution crystal hanging there were not things that Zhang Wei and Lin Ying could know about. The fairy pterosaurs Xiaohong and Xiaolu could let Lin Ying know, but if Lin Ying was not present and Lin Ying woke Xiaohong and Xiaolu up, what if Xiaohong and Xiaolu killed Lin Ying? After these days, the hibernating Little Red and Little Green have grown to the same size as their mother. It is nearly 3 meters long and has a wingspan of 6 meters. Its pointed beak, which is the pterosaur's mouth, is almost longer than Lin Ying. Xiaohong and Xiaolu could kill Lin Ying with one stab from their sharp beaks. So, Lin Ying said this to protect Lin Ying. After saying a few words to Lin Ying, Lin Ying went to the studio and confiscated Zhang Wei's parchment book. He absolutely would not let Zhang Wei and Lin Ying keep the parchment book for too long. To put it bluntly, the reason why Lin Ying was able to control these two people was not because his methods were so powerful, but because he got the parchment books of these two people. Even if they wanted to run, they had nowhere to run. And if we don't run now, we will have no way to run after the extreme cold disaster is over. Be careful of Lin Ying. She doesn't seem like a good person. If anything happens, report it to me directly. There's no need to be upset. I still have you in my heart, but she can't get into my heart at all. Lin Ying took the parchment book and whispered into Zhang Wei's ear to comfort her. Then why did you bring this person on board? Zhang Wei also roughly knew what kind of person Lin Ying was. She felt uncomfortable when she thought about having to get along with such a person for the rest of her life. I'm just trying to comfort you, but you still think of yourself as the queen? Let me ask you, when Europeans were selling slaves to Africa, did they care about the slave's character? No way. So, no matter how bad Lin Ying is, what does it have to do with me? As long as she works for me, that's all. Lin Ying is very open-minded. He is not Lin Ying's parent, so there is no need to teach Lin Ying how to behave. There are so many survival humans in the ocean world. If they really don't like Lin Ying, They can just throw her into the sea to feed the sharks and find a replacement. A treacherous villain, despicable and shameless, cold-blooded and ruthless. Zhang Wei scolded Lin again, but the more she scolded, the more comfortable Lin felt. Nowadays, Lin enjoys a comfortable life and likes being scolded. Chapter 112 Life is comfortable. I slept until noon. Zhang Wei's irritable voice rang out from the cabin corridor. Lin threw back the quilt and prepared to go out for dinner. He slept for such a long time and finally had a good rest. He could go mining on the seabed in the afternoon. He felt happy just thinking about it. Currently in the ocean world, the only human being who can easily go to the seabed to mine is probably Lin. Like Alex, after buying the cotton coats and pants sold by Lin, he has been working hard to dig an ice hole, but because the temperature outside is too low and it is snowing, after digging the ice hole, he also has to make sure that the entrance is not blocked. Until now, Alex had never dug through the ice. Unlike Lin, he can directly use evolution crystals to melt the ice, and he doesn't have to worry about it freezing again. In addition, the ice cave dug by Lin is vertically downward, while the ice caves dug by Alex and others are all inclined. In this respect, they cannot compare. You still have work to do after dinner? While eating, Zhang Wei stared at Lin with her big eyes, very curious about what Lin was busy with every day. She also didn't know where Lin got so much wool and rabbit fur. However, because there were 2 sheep on the Pearl, Zhang Wei felt that Lin's wool had been stockpiled for a long time, and it just happened that the extreme cold disaster broke out, so he took it out for processing. This is the benefit of Lin and taking away Zhang Wei and Lin Ying's parchment books. The 2 of them will never know what Lin did. And Lin watched Zhang Wei closely. When he traded the parchment book with Zhang Wei, he would keep an eye on her and not let her communicate with the outside world. Well, while others can't get resources, I have to do more. You should continue making cotton-padded clothes and trousers this afternoon. I will sell them all tonight. After dinner, I will first install the power system for the Pearl so that there will be electric lighting everywhere, and then I will do other things. Lin ate like crazy. After he finished, he took the parchment book and went to the furnace to take out the smelted copper ingots. Then we started making wires and circuit boards, as well as light bulbs and switches. Lin quickly made 20 light bulbs, 200 meters of wires, 20 switches, and hundreds of circuit boards. With the manufacturing page, making these things is a snap. He then spent another hour wiring the cabin and installing light bulbs, switches, and other such things. Unfortunately, Lin didn't have a generator, so for the time being he could only rely on the weak power in the battery to maintain the entire lighting system. Fortunately, Lin has sufficient resources to make batteries. As long as he doesn't keep these 20 light bulbs on for 24 hours, he can afford this consumption. That's all for now. Once we get the generator blueprints, we can build a generator and we'll be done. Lin felt a sense of accomplishment as he looked at the wires he had nailed to the steel plates, scattered in various corners. Lin didn't know how to do these electrical jobs on Earth, but now, relying on the physics knowledge he learned in junior high school, he can roughly assemble these parts together. In fact, this progress is already very great. Continue to be my miner. Lin left the cabin without looking back and started his work for the day. Gradually, all mineral deposits within 20 kilometers of the sea area around the Pearl were excavated by the Forestry and Security Department. Time slowly passed by. In a blink of an eye, it was the 4th day since Lin Ying was rescued by Lin and brought aboard the Pearl. The extreme cold still shows no signs of ending. For the first time, the number of surviving humans in Lin's area dropped below 20,000. The thickness of the ice increased to 30 meters. Lin had given up his plan to explore the seabed because there were no mines nearby, and the evolutionary crystals could only melt ice within a radius of 20 meters, but the thickness of the ice on the sea surface was 30 meters. However, at this time, Lin had become the richest man in the ocean world by selling cotton coats, cotton pants, and Isita's root. As Lin Ying's injuries improved, another sewing machine was added to the studio. Zhang Wei and Lin Ying's daily job is to make clothes. Lin is also constantly adding breeding sheds and nests to increase the production of wool and rabbit hair. At the most exaggerated time, Zhang Wei and Lin Ying could make 40 sets of cotton coats and trousers a day. A few days after he sold cotton coats and trousers like crazy. The price of a set of cotton clothes and trousers has been reduced to 5,000 metal ingots per set, but even so, Lin can still earn 4 or 5 times more metal ingots. I can't let it go. I really can't let it go this time. In the 4 rooms between the crew cabin and Lin's bedroom, Lin built 16 intermediate item warehouses, each of which can hold 50,000 metal ingots. At present, Lin has 800,000 metal ingots stored in the cabin of the Pearl. But he also rented hundreds of plots of land at the super farm for dozens of days. In addition, Linen also stockpiled a large amount of woad seeds, Polygonum multiflorum seeds, wool, and rabbit hair in the parchment book. Zhang Wei, Lining, you can take a break now. Rest for a day and make other clothes tomorrow. I think the extreme cold disaster is about to end. The goal of the natural disaster is to reduce the number of surviving humans by 90. There are now less than 20,000 surviving humans left in the area, compared with the previous number of more than 200,000 people. That's a reduction of more than 90%. In some areas, more people survive, while in some areas, fewer people survive. The standard for ending the natural disaster must be reached when 90 of the people in the entire ocean world die. Therefore, although there is no announcement yet, Linen intends that the extreme cold disaster will end within 1 or 2 days. That's the calculation. The extreme cold disaster may last more than 10 days. The boiling frog method of destroying humanity is even more terrifying than the shark disaster. It makes it impossible for all human beings to even rise up in resistance. Can I get off the boat and play? I haven't really seen this world of ice and snow yet. Once the snow and ice melt, will we be back to the world where all we see is water? Zhang Wei was now wearing a cotton coat and trousers and a fox fur coat. She was not afraid of freezing to death at all, yet she actually made such a request. When the extreme cold is definitely over, I'll take you two outside to dig a hole in the ice and go fishing. But don't go out now. If you really want to go out, take off the clothes I gave you, and I'll let you go out and kill yourself. Linen has always disliked this kind of suicidal behavior. The rest of the people are suffering. You, Zhang Wei, are lucky to have met Linen and saved your life. Now that your life is better, you actually want to go out and see the scenery? Chapter 113 Hibernation ends. I was just saying it casually, but you took it so seriously. Oh, I used to go shopping for clothes every time I had a day off on Earth. Now, the sight of new clothes makes me want to vomit. I'd better go back to sleep. Maybe I can go to the cinema and watch a movie in my dreams. Zhang Wei sighed and went back to the crew cabin. She didn't care about Lin Ying, who was nearby. Even though these two women lived together every day, the longer they lived together, the more they dislike each other. Lin Ying has been working quite steadily these days. No words either. I guess he wanted to change the impression of her in Lin Ying's mind. Lin Ying is not a good manager. If Lin Ying doesn't want to say anything, then don't say it. It's not a big deal. Just work honestly. Here's half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, a bottle of beer, and a can of braised pork. They're all my treasures. For lunch, use them to make a stewed chicken with potatoes. Add this half bottle of Lao Gan Ma to it. The braised pork will heat up and you can eat it. Cook 4 bowls of rice. Let's celebrate our fruitful achievements during this period. Seeing that Zhang Wei started cooking right away, Lin Ying handed the responsibility of cooking lunch to Lin Ying. Lin Ying has also cooked these 2 days, and her cooking skills can be said to be quite good. Yeah, thank you, brother Lin Ying. Lin Ying lowered her head, looking shy. This really made Lin Ying confused. If a bottle of Lao Gan Ma and a bottle of beer could make Lin Ying shy, then if a kiss or some intimacy were to happen, Lin Ying would be blushing profusely. I already told you I'm not buying it. You should try to coax Zhang Wei into a better mood. We're living together, so why make things awkward? From now on, it won't be me sleeping in the same room with you every day, it'll be her. Lin Ying was speechless. Under the influence of the evolutionary crystals, Lin Ying's skin became like a baby's, and she was born with some baby fat. It was difficult for Lin Ying to bear this every day. However, Lin Ying kept repeating one sentence in his mind every day. Anyone who disturbs my mind will be killed at will. With this idea in mind, Lin Ying saw that Lin Ying was always looking at him with tinted glasses, so naturally he would not fall for her tricks. Sister Zhang Wei is a very good person. It's all Inger's fault. I will get along well with Sister Zhang Wei in the future. Lin Ying nodded slightly. She probably couldn't understand why Lin Ying took Zhang Wei so seriously even though she boarded the ship only 2 days earlier than her. Okay, just keep it in mind. I won't tell you these words for the 3rd time. Including the previous warning to Lin Ying, this was the 2nd time Lin Ying reminded Lin Ying. Lin Ying nodded, then went to wash the potatoes and chicken that Lin Ying had just taken out. Prepare to start cooking lunch at this time. Lin Ying planned to go back to his room and continue selling his Isatis root and Isatis indigotica leaf. Sudden, the long-awaited announcement sounded. The extreme cold disaster was about to end at a time that no one expected. Bite. The average sea surface temperature in ocean world has risen to minus 50 degrees Celsius. The final stage of the extreme cold disaster has ended. The extreme cold weather is beginning to subside, with the average sea surface temperature gradually rising from minus 50 degrees Celsius to normal, and marine animals awakening from hibernation. Note, whether the ice surface completely melts has nothing to do with the extreme cold disaster. Fortunately, all my cotton coats and trousers were sold. Linen felt that the temperature around him had suddenly risen a little and immediately began to be glad that he had cleared out his cotton coat and trousers. We don't have to raise rabbits anymore. We can use the empty nests to raise chickens. When the land lease expires, we won't continue to rent the land. The purpose of leasing land in the super farm was to make a fortune during the extreme cold disaster. Now that the extreme cold disaster is about to end, Linen certainly cannot renew the lease of those lands at the price of 200 metal ingots a day. However, the lands still have a few dozen days of use left, and he will not waste this time. They didn't seem to react at all. After hearing the announcement, Linen went back to look at Lin Ying and Zhang Wei. One of the two people was cleaning the food, and the other was lying on the bed in a daze, seemingly completely unaware that the extreme cold disaster was about to end. Only at this time did Lin and confirm one thing. Losing the parchment book was equivalent to being abandoned by the ocean world. But this is a good thing for Linen, as it allows him to better control Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. As noon approaches, the temperature is getting higher and higher. The temperature inside the pearl is 10 degrees Celsius higher than outside because of the evolutionary crystallization. Xiaohong and Xiaolu also woke up as the temperature rose. As soon as they woke up, they let out sharp and long cries. When Lin heard the cry, he ran out of the bedroom excitedly and ran towards the sheep pen. Zhang Wei and Lin Ying also appeared in the middle of the cabin aisle. They both wanted to go and take a look, but were afraid of being attacked by the pterosaur. You two are so big now. The cabin can't accommodate you two. Come on, I'll take you out for some fresh air. Lin ran to the sheep pen and saw Xiaohong and Xiaolu trying to spread their wings. As a result, they pushed Dolly, Xiaobai, and the little deer against the wall and couldn't move. So he quickly let them out of the sheep pen. These two guys are definitely not suitable to stay inside the cabin now. If they fully spread their wings, their wingspan would be estimated to be 8 meters, and Little Red and Little Green are still growing. The largest pterosaur is Quetzalcoatlus, which has a wingspan of 10 to 15 meters when it is an adult. Lin felt that under the influence of the evolutionary crystals, Xiaohong and Xiaolu might be able to break through this standard and become true aerial giants. In order to allow Xiaohong and Xiaolu to leave the cabin smoothly, Lin dismantled most of the deck without considering the consequences. After all, he now had so many metal ingots that they could be piled into a mountain. Even building another pearl would be a matter of a blink of an eye. After sending Xiaohong and Xiaolu out, Lin repaired the deck of the pearl. Leaving the cabin and breathing in the fresh air, Little Red and Little Green excitedly flapped their huge wings to scrape away all the snow on the icy surface of the deck. But when they tried to fly, they only left the deck by 2 or 3 meters and then fell down. Don't get too excited. You're too weak now. I've prepared some good food for you. Eat first to replenish your energy. You'll be able to fly again soon. Lin showed a fatherly smile, and then poured all the various sea fish and chicken that had been prepared long ago onto the deck. Hundreds of fish and more than 100 chickens are definitely enough for Xiaohong and Xiaolu to eat. If that's not enough, there's more in Lin and's parchment book. Some people may wonder how 2 fairy pterosaurs can possibly eat so much food, but they ignore the fact that the largest pterosaur, Quetzalcoatlus, can eat half a ton of food in one meal. It is definitely not an exaggeration to say that Lin prepared a ton of food for Xiaohong and Xiaolu. Chapter 114, Mutated Deer Antler. Xiaohong and Xiaolu are under Lin and's gaze. Just like eating popcorn, I pick up those 40 to 50 centimeters long sea fish and throw them into my mouth. In comparison, they are much less interested in chicken. However, when Lin tried to take out a piece of reindeer meat, Xiaohong and Xiaolu started fighting for it, and in the end the piece of reindeer meat was snatched away by Xiaohong. You like red meat, right? Chicken doesn't really provide much nutrition. If you want red meat, I have plenty here. The seals, sea lions, fur seals, polar bears and brown bears that Lin had slaughtered before all contributed their meat. Part of the meat was sold, but more of it was kept in Lin and's parchment book. Seeing that Xiaohong and Xiaolu liked to eat it, Lin took out half a ton at a time and let them eat it together with the other fish. The chicken and other things were taken back by Lin. Lin, I've been wanting to ask for a long time. Where did these 2 pterosaurs come from? I've never seen pterosaurs flying at sea before. There is no Chinese person who does not know pterosaurs, especially the young people. There are images of pterosaurs in elementary school textbooks, and many of the cartoons I watched as a child also had pterosaurs. Even without the parchment book's hint, Zhang Wei and Lin Ying could recognize that these 2 creatures, about the size of a 2-story building, were pterosaurs. They were found on a volcanic island. I didn't expect them to hatch. Go over there and let them smell you. They won't attack you in the future. Of course, if you run away, they can still find you. Lin pushed Zhang Wei and Lin Ying in front of Xiaohong and Xiaolu with both hands. Xiaohong and Xiaolu had fierce eyes. They suddenly opened their wings and flapped them at Zhang Wei and Lining. Re. The two of them were also roaring at Zhang Wei and Lining, the sound almost piercing their eardrums. Come back, they don't like you very much. You should walk around them in the future to avoid being eaten by them as snacks. Linan looked at Zhang Wei and Lining, whose weight was estimated to be just over 100 pounds, and then looked at the size of Xiaohong and Xiaolu. He didn't think that eating Zhang Wei and Lining was any different from eating French fries for these two behemoths. Aren't you cheating? Zhang Wei quickly retreated behind Linan, looking at the pterosaur with eyes full of fear. In this ocean world, Linan, who has two ferocious beasts as pets, is no different from using cheats. Heck, what's that? When Lining heard this word, she didn't react to what Zhang Wei wanted to express. No way, you don't even know what cheats mean? You've never played games? You look younger than I do. Zhang Wei felt a little strange when she saw that Lin Ying didn't know what the word meant. Even if you want to pretend to be pure, this is not the way to do it. When Lin Ying wanted to explain, Linen suddenly waved his hand to interrupt her. If you don't know, then you don't know. It's not a big deal. Seeing Xiaohong and Xiaolu eating like this, I'm a little hungry. Lin Ying, go and see if the meal is ready. I still have to go feed the two sheep and reindeer. Lin Ying led the two female workers back to the cabin, not caring whether Xiaohong and Xiaolu would fly away after eating. Although Dolly and Xiaobai did not turn into pterosaurs, they were also affected by the evolution crystal. Even their sheep horns are shining with metallic luster. When Lin Ying saw the two teams of sharp corners, he couldn't help but touch his stomach. Suddenly, the scene of Dolly and Xiaobai knocking him to death appeared in his mind. It's terrible, really terrible. The deer are better. The fawn was not very big when Lin Ying brought it onto the boat. Now it looks to be the size of an adult reindeer, and its antlers seem to have higher nutritional value. Seeing such high-quality antlers, Lin Ying thought for a moment, took out the shears used for shearing sheep, and used all his strength to cut off the two pairs of antlers of the fawn. Obtain mutated reindeer antlers 2. Mutated reindeer velvet antlers possesses miraculous benefits, particularly for men and women. They not only nourish the kidneys and strengthen yang, but long-term use can also improve blood production, strengthen marrow, and strengthen bones. Deer antlers are the horns of deer that have not yet ossified, and this is the part that Lin Ying cuts. If reindeer antlers can be transformed into this shape, wouldn't it be even better if I could get a few sick deer on board? Reindeer antlers are calcium supplements and are no different from human fingernails. But now, under the influence of evolutionary crystals, it has turned into a miracle drug. Lin Ying was already looking forward to bringing the sick deer back to the Pearl after he had collected all 99 animal illustrations. Not only sick deer, but also chickens, rabbits, and so on. Oh, when Lin Ying imagines the future, Zhang Wei and Lin Ying behind him suddenly screamed. What a huge rat. So disgusting. Zhang Wei and Lin Ying were both stamping their feet. They were trembling all over and were extremely nervous. Lin Ying turned around and saw that the mouse running wheel he had made for the gray mouse had been broken. The gray mouse was only 20 centimeters long at first, but now it looks like it is almost half a meter long. Not to mention Zhang Wei and Lin Ying would be scared when they see it. When Lin Ying suddenly saw such a big rat, he felt a little scared. It can be said that apart from Little Red and Little Green, the mouse on the ship has the biggest change in size. My dear, it seems that I can't keep you here any longer. I'll put you on the ice field. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck. Lin Ying suppressed his nausea and walked to the big rat. He grabbed its tail, which was as thick as a human's forearm, and pulled it out. The big rat had no intention of leaving and was walking in the opposite direction with all its might. But no matter how strong this big rat is, it is not as strong as Lin Ying. Lin Ying's current physical fitness score is over 100. It is estimated to be the highest in the entire ocean world. He didn't even have any muscles on his body to use, and he just used a little strength to drag the big rat out. Then he grabbed the rat's tail with both hands and swung it hard, throwing it directly onto the ice 10 meters away. Little guy, it's not that I don't want to keep you. It's just that if you get any bigger, you'll make a hole in my ship and let the seawater in. What if the Pearl sinks? As the saying goes, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son will dig holes. Digging holes is the nature of mice. Lin Ying didn't want to get up every morning and patch the holes in the Pearl. If that were the case, it would be a joke. But he wanted to drive the gray mouse away, but the gray mouse didn't want to leave. It was estimated that any animal that felt the benefits of evolutionary crystallization would not want to leave the Pearl, a melting pot. As soon as Lin Ying threw the gray mouse onto the ice, it started running back. Lin Ying didn't want to throw it a second time, so he took out the AKA arrow coldly. Chapter 115 The Mouse's Son Can Dig a Hole. Let's go. Don't force me. I know you can actually understand what I say. Linen held the Yaka arrow tightly and spoke to the gray mouse in a cold tone. The animals in the ocean world have very high IQs. Even the mice have human-like nature. That's why Linen keeps talking nonsense. After all, they were companions who had lived together on a ship. Although Linen disliked the gray mouse, he didn't want to kill it. The gray mouse felt threatened by Linen, stopped immediately, and started digging a hole. It's not digging a hole in the ground, but an ice hole. What? Trying to get back to the pearl by digging a hole? Linen was very curious about what the gray mouse was doing. Just when he was thinking of going down to take a look, the gray mouse appeared again, with a small fish in its mouth. From the time it dug the hole to the time it came up with the fish in its mouth, less than a minute passed. Grass. Linen can guarantee that he has never seen this fish before. Moreover, the animal encyclopedia activated an encyclopedia when it detected this fish. Green devil fish. Wow, you actually dug a hole in the ice and caught a fish for me. Linen jumped onto the ice, walked to the gray mouse, and stuck his head out to look at the ice hole. The 30-meter deep ice hole was dug in just 1 minute. And that doesn't even include the time the gray mouse spends catching fish. If you promise not to make holes in my boat, I'll keep you on board. You can't live in the cabin. I don't mean to discriminate against you. I just don't want to hear those two women screaming every day. Seeing that the gray mouse was trying so hard to show off its talent, and that this talent was quite practical for Linen, Linen thought that it would not be a bad thing to keep the gray mouse. It seems that the gray mouse can swim. If they really encounter any enemies in the future, Little Red and Little Green in the sky can attack them, and Linen can also throw the gray mouse into the water and let it dig holes in the enemy's ships one after another. This is called biological warfare. All right, Zhang Wei and Lin Ying, don't rest now. While you can dig holes, the ice is so thick those sharks can't attack us. You have to use your fishing nets and rare fishing rods to catch more fish. Linen has been hoping that the ice will melt so that he can complete his collection of 99 animal species by fishing. There were gray mice that could dig holes now, so he didn't have to wait until then. He just let the gray mouse dig 3 holes, and then he and Zhang Wei started an all-weather fishing trip. The fish that woke up from hibernation could not resist the temptation of insects. Fishing at this time is probably going to be very easy. There are so many species of fish in the sea, so it is not difficult to compile an illustration of 99 species of animals. You should know that there are 20,000 species of fish in the sea alone. Figure out what you want to do in the afternoon. Linen went back to the pearl to eat. The stewed chicken with potatoes and braised pork at noon were very delicious. He ate 2 large bowls of rice directly. After dinner, Linen mercilessly threw 2 rare fishing rods to Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. Then he announced that he was going fishing in the afternoon. Linen didn't say that this was work, but told them to go out fishing to avoid being bored on the boat every day. Zhang Wei thought Linen was kind enough to let them go out and breathe some fresh air, and she was happy for a while, but after they cleaned up the dishes and went outside to start fishing, Zhang Wei and Lin Ying felt something was wrong. This doesn't feel like play at all. Every time Zhang Wei and Lin Ying felt tired, they would put their fishing rods aside and take a rest. Linen would stand behind them and stare at them with a cold look. Only after they picked up their fishing rods again would Linen return to his position and continue fishing. Linen, you don't really want us to relax, do you? Are you asking us to fish and feed it to the pterosaur? Zhang Wei thought she had guessed Lin Ying's true thoughts, but in fact, Linen wished she would think so. You guessed right, so hurry up and fish. If you don't have enough food for Little Red and Little Green tomorrow, I'll feed them both. At this time, Little Red and Little Green had already flown into the sky, but they did not fly far. They were always circling above the pearl. The temperature was still too low, so Little Red and Little Green would not fly too high. Brutal. Zhang Wei realized that her day off was canceled by Linen, and she didn't say a word during the entire fishing process. However, Lin Ying was always talking and laughing with Linen. Every time she caught a different fish, she would tell Linen the good news and ask him to praise her. Linen needs these different types of fish. With such a good employee always working, even if she is a little picky, Linen will satisfy her psychological needs. Isn't the interaction between people a relationship of satisfying and being satisfied? Lin Ying, you're doing great. I'd be the first to be unhappy if anyone tried to snatch the chicken leg from you at night. Zhang Wei, you need to step up a gear. Look, Lin Ying has already caught the 13th different fish. Why aren't you doing enough? Seeing that an hour had passed, and the fish in the ice cave were eager to jump out, but Zhang Wei had only caught 2 different sea fish, Linen became a little anxious. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to collect all 99 animal illustrations by nightfall. Of course, if Linen was not afraid of danger, he would just jump into the sea. It would probably take him less than a minute to collect a complete illustration of 99 animal species, but doing so would be too risky. The 3 ice caves that have been opened so far seem to be the only 3 places in the entire ocean world where you can get access to fresh air. Many huge creatures that need to come out of the water to breathe are underneath. Shark bait can only attract some large and ferocious creatures, such as sharks and killer whales. But there are some huge creatures that cannot be attracted by shark bait, and they are also under the ice cave. No one would jump down and die. What? Linen, are you disgusting? The fish I caught is at least 5 times heavier than hers. How dare you say that to me? Zhang Wei has been fishing seriously. She wants to catch more fish so that she can feed Xiaohong and Xiaolu. Then Linen said it. I said I was here to have fun, but you didn't believe me. I'm an uninformed person. Catch some different fish so I can learn more about the world. If Little Red and Little Green are not full, I will kill Dolly and Little White instead of letting them eat you. Linen saw that Zhang Wei had really misunderstood. In order to collect more illustrations, he could only be hypocritical and asked Zhang Wei to stop fishing for those big fish. Zhang Wei found that Lin En's words were not accurate and he was always two-faced. She no longer took fishing seriously. Instead, he started playing like Linning, specifically find ways to catch those different fish. Seeing that Zhang Wei was finally on the right track, Lin En stopped disturbing her fishing. Chapter 116 Super Farm Shuttle. By nightfall, Lin En was still one animal short of completing his illustrated encyclopedia of 99 species. He looked at the deep ice cave and decided to go all out. Let Xiaohong and Xiaolu hang him up. Lin En began to dive down the ice cave. He held a flashlight in one hand and a rope in the other. As soon as he grabbed the rope, Xiaohong and Xiaolu would immediately pull him out of the ice cave. Whether it's a shark or a whale, as long as I can see one, I don't need to get too close. A safe distance of 5 meters is still enough for me to escape easily. In order to avoid being killed by someone with ulterior motives, Lin En even locked Zhang Wei and Linning on the Pearl before going down the ice cave. The calm black sea was eerily quiet, but Lin En gradually approached the sea. He is extremely lucky, just about to hit the sea surface. A column of water suddenly spurted out from below, and the fishy and salty sea water sprayed all over him, and then his super farm mission was completed. You have collected the blue whale animal illustrations. It has been detected that the host has collected 99 animal illustrations. Please return to the super farm to submit the task items. I'm truly a child of destiny. I must have done so many good things recently that God has rewarded me like this. Lin En pulled the rope and asked Xiaohong and Xiaolu to pull him out. Since the extreme cold disaster, Lin En has been selling furs and making clothes, and has indeed done a lot of good things for these surviving humans. It is normal to get such a reward. Thinking about getting a farm shuttle as soon as possible, Lin En quickly put all the things outside into the parchment book, then returned to the Pearl, entered the super farm in the bedroom, and submitted the animal encyclopedia to the bulletin board. Congratulations to the host for completing the super farm mission. Obtain Super Farm Shuttle. The Super Farm Shuttle looks like a glass cabin from the outside. It seemed that as long as the animals from the ranch were placed in the glass cabin, they could be brought back to the Pearl. Lin En tried to buy a sika deer cub, then led the deer to the shuttle, opened the hatch, and let the deer in. The resources needed to bring the deer back to the Pearl immediately appeared on the shuttle's display. Do you want to consume 10,000 metal ingots to start the shuttle? Yes. Lin En had already anticipated that using the shuttle would come at a high cost. It was a good thing that Super Farm didn't ask him for 100,000 metal ingots. You have to know that when Lin En was so lucky to get the secret sea map, he only brought back 3 things from the Jurassic secret realm. Consumption, metal ingot 10,000. Obtain, sika deer cub, alive 1. The living sika deer calf was not transported directly to SeaWorld's Pearl. Instead, it appears in the form of items in the item warehouse of the parchment book. Wait, I think I got it. When Lin En saw this result, his scalp instantly became numb and his whole body felt like it was being passed through by electric current. The fact that living creatures are put into the parchment book's warehouse actually represents one thing. That is, it can be sold in the trading house. Because I want to sell things from the trading house, it needs to be selected in the parchment item warehouse. In the past, everyone thought that living things could not be sold in the trading house because they could not put living things into the parchment book. But now, Lin En can do this with the help of the Super Farm Shuttle. The magic pool allowed me to achieve freedom for my seeds. Is this shuttle going to allow me to achieve freedom for my animal cubs? Although Lin En was excited, he still remained rational. There is one thing that he can't solve now. That is to say, it costs 10,000 metal ingots to bring a sika deer to the ocean world. If you put this thing on the trading house to sell, can you get 10,000 metal ingots? The smallest animal sold in the Super Farm store is a rabbit. Lin En bought a cub and found that it would cost 1,000 metal ingots to take a rabbit out. To be honest, The issue of selling live animals is debatable. If you mean selling these animals as pets, maybe someone will sell it. But if they were simply living, moving food items to sell, there would definitely be no fool who would spend 10 or 20,000 metal ingots to buy these animals. So Lennon planned to go to the super farm and ask if anyone would buy these animals. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lennon, brother Tianyu, if you could buy a live rabbit, would you buy it? Yun Tianyu rabbit? Rabbit meat is quite delicious. I would buy it whether it's dead or alive. Lennon, 1,500 metal ingots. Can you accept that? Yun Tianyu. Brother Lin, do you think Tianyu is easy to bully? I can use 1,500 metal ingots to sell a 700 to 800 kilogram bluefin tuna. Isn't it delicious? Lennon, a living rabbit. A living rabbit. Wouldn't you be willing to spend 1,500 metal ingots for a cute little rabbit? Yun Tianyu. So what if it's alive? I bought it. In the end, won't this rabbit be eaten by my wolf cub? Lennon, brother Tianyu, goodbye. After asking the first person, Lennon suddenly felt that this business could not be continued. The most cost-effective approach would be for him to bring these animals aboard the Pearl. Because of the evolutionary crystals, these animals can evolve. For example, the reindeer antlers have magical effects after mutation. If you just take the antlers to the trading house to sell, you may be able to sell them for thousands or even tens of thousands of metal ingots. However, as more and more people go into the sea to mine for survival, the metal ingots will definitely depreciate, and the faster they depreciate, the higher the value of the live animals will be. Just because a business cannot be done now does not mean it cannot be done in the future. Hee. Lennon looked at the sick deer and rabbits in the warehouse and chuckled. He was too greedy. It was already good enough to be able to bring these animals on board the Pearl. There is no need to think about making a huge profit. He went to the sheepfold, released the fawn and the rabbit, and gave the two little animals names. The sick deer is called Xiaohua, and the little white rabbit is called Xiaodu. It is enough to keep so many animals in the cabin for the time being. If there are more, it will be crowded and it will be troublesome to deal with the feces every day. Lin An's fermentation tank has not been built yet. Just wait for the extreme cold disaster to pass. Only then can the fermentation tank be built and placed on the bottom floor of the cabin. The reason why Lin An did not build a fermentation tank for such a long time was because of the impact of the extreme cold disaster. Temperature is required for feces to ferment into fertilizer. In such a low temperature during the extreme cold, the fermentation tank could not function at all. Lennon simply put this matter aside until now. Where did you get the sick deer and rabbit? Zhang Wei suddenly came over from the crew cabin. She came out because she remembered that she needed to give the little white dolly the deer a snack at night. Now Zhang Wei is also responsible for feeding these animals. Lin Ying is responsible for the hygiene on the ship every day. Chapter 117. Set sail again. Set sail again. I caught them outside. Little Red and Little Green are very fierce now. It's easy to catch these two little guys. I snatched the sick deer and the little white rabbit from their mouths and planned to keep them in the cabin. Lennon had thought of this when he was about to bring the two animal cubs onto the Pearl. As long as there is one more animal, they will say that Little Red and Little Green caught it. Really? That's amazing. This sick deer and little white rabbit are so cute. Zhang Wei likes small animals very much, so of course she has to get rid of the gray mouse. Lennon saw that she was so happy. I'm too lazy to take care of it myself. He knew that Zhang Wei would build new nests for the two new animals on board. As for Lennon, he really had no feelings for these animals. Even though he was nicer to the two pterosaurs, Xiaohong and Xiaolu, it was because the pterosaurs were more helpful to Lennon. Lin Ank is a thorough pragmatist. He will be nice to anyone who is useful to him. Play by yourself. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Be careful not to let Dolly and Xiaobai attack Xiaohua and Xiaodu. They are becoming more and more aggressive. They were supposed to be the two most docile sheep, but as they evolved, they turned into fighting sheep with strength that exceeded the limit. This was something Lin An hadn't expected. Yeah, I see. Zhang Wei was having a lot of fun playing with the little rabbit. When Lin An talked to her, she didn't even turn her head. But Lin An didn't care. Wait until the next day. The temperature in the ocean world has clearly risen back to at least 0 degrees. The pearls suddenly plummeted at dawn. Lin An woke up quickly and looked at the window glass that had become clear and transparent. He knew that the extreme cold disaster was over. However, it will take the entire ocean world a long time to digest the effects of this natural disaster. The Pearl's surface temperature is high, so the ice around here must have started melting first. This is a good thing. Lin An hurriedly left the bedroom and went to the deck to look down. He found that seawater was slowly rising from the gap next to the Pearl. Cracks are slowly appearing in the surrounding ice. The bottom of the Pearl can touch the sea surface. This proves that the current thickness of the ice layer is less than 5 meters, Otherwise, the ice layer would probably still be supporting the pearl. Of course, it is also possible that the weight of the pearl was too heavy and crushed the ice below. But no matter which situation it is, looking at this, Lennon knows that in just 2 days at most, the ice covering the entire ocean world will split into countless small fragments. Of course, the situation on the eternal ice sheet will probably remain the same as before. Even this extreme cold disaster helped the eternal ice sheet expand a large area, allowing the eternal ice sheet to remain in the ocean world for a longer period of time. However, Lennon always felt that during the period of extreme cold disaster, all the humans who survived on the eternal ice sheet should have been frozen to death. The temperature there is the lowest. You can try starting the engine and looking for the island on the advanced treasure map. When the extreme cold disaster first came, Lennon killed a group of people, merged their parchment books, and then obtained some resources, including a high-level treasure map. The island on the treasure map is not very far from the pearl. The straight-line distance is about 100 kilometers. The pearl was now heavy and heavy enough to start its engine and use as an icebreaker. Moreover, the pearl now uses a mid-level engine and rare-level sails, so there is no need to worry about power. Even if he hit an iceberg, Lennon didn't care now. Treat Ocean World as a game. When we hit an iceberg, we just took a hammer and repaired it. Since we had plenty of metal ingots, we weren't afraid of running out of them. Lennon now has hundreds of thousands of metal ingots, enough to build dozens more pearl ships. The same thing. When others are unable to move, Lennon is collecting resources, so he can widen the gap between himself and others. The gap widened little by little. Otherwise, by the time the ice melts and the ocean world returns to normal, someone else might have reached the island before Lennon. Boom. The intermediate engine was started for the first time after it was built by Lennon. The low roar sounded like a lion waking up from its slumber, roaring at the boundless world. 3 rare-grade sails were pulled up in a flash. Rushing sound. The perfect curve can take advantage of every bit of wind. Squeak. Crack, crack, crack. The pearl was pushed onto the ice surface by powerful force, and then the heavy bow crushed the ice into pieces after 1/3 of it passed the ice surface. The subsequent ice-crushing process is quite stress-relieving. The bow of the pearl was pushing against pieces of broken ice, creating a dark blue channel on the white ice. Countless fish were chasing the pearl. The giant creatures on the seabed realized that there was a giant steel beast helping them break the oppressive ice, and they also began to hit the ice in front of the pearl. This makes the entire ice sheet fragile. In this way, the speed of the pearl can be gradually increased. It just so happened that the location of Shanghai Island on the advanced treasure map was to the south of the pearl. Going south, the temperature was higher and closer to the equator of the ocean world, so the ice layer was getting thinner as the pearl moved forward. At the beginning, it could only move 3 or 4 kilometers in an hour. When the sun is overhead, the pearl can already maintain a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. With the pearl crushing the ice, the nearby ice melted much faster. We will go to the island tomorrow. Zhang Wei, please make a few pairs of shoes for everyone. Lining, prepare some bread and milk. We will eat on the island. While having lunch on the pearl at noon, Lennon specifically told Zhang Wei and Lin Ying about going to the island tomorrow. As an extremely cautious person, Lennon would definitely take Zhang Wei and Lin Ying with him whenever he left the pearl. Island. I was wondering why you were so anxious to get the pearl moving. Turns out you have a treasure map. In the morning, Zhang Wei discovered that the pearl began to move by grinding on the ice. I just thought Lennon was idle and had nothing to do. Now that Lennon said he wanted to go to the island, his unreasonable behavior became reasonable. Well, we'll go to the island together tomorrow. You two will be responsible for collecting all the basic resources on the island and storing them in the inventory. I'll go look for the treasure chest. After I find it, I'll meet up with you. Lennon used to go to the island alone, and he was the only one who did the work such as looking for treasure chests, chopping trees, and mining. To be honest, it's such a waste of resources on those islands. He couldn't finish digging it all by himself. Things are getting better now. There are 2 helpers here. It's definitely better than Lin and working alone. Chapter 1:18 Sawgrass Swamp. The next morning, the ocean world's ice caps have turned into pieces of floating ice. Only the ice sheets in the north and south can remain in their original state for the time being. Many of the survivors who did not have time to react and build rafts in advance fell into the sea at night. We really didn't expect the extreme cold disaster to come and go so quickly. Lennon hastily signed in at the super farm. After storing all of yesterday's harvest into the warehouse, he prepared to begin the island adventure he had longed for. The pearl arrived near the island yesterday. Lennon only dared to approach the island gradually in the early morning of this morning. When it was dawn, the island emerged from the vast ocean with its ice floes on top. He hurriedly woke up Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. Take these 2 ropes, the pickaxe, the intermediate axe, and the metal detector. Your task today is to chop down trees for me. After chopping down the trees, see if there are any mines to dig. If there are no mines, bring back resources like clay, sand, and stone from the beach. Oh, and seaweed, too. We'll need it. After you've done all this, if I haven't shown up yet, you 2 can walk around the island. If you find any unusual plants, dig them up along with their roots. If there are any animals, don't move until I show up, and then we can work together to capture them. Before leaving, Lin Ying spoke earnestly to Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. He was not worried at all that Zhang Wei and Lin Ying would escape. He was not afraid that Zhang Wei and Lin Ying would return to the Pearl and drive away the ironclad while he was looking for the treasure chest on the island. Little red and green birds are flying in the sky, staring at Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. Lin Ying believed that if these 2 people made any unusual moves, Little Red and Little Green will attack brutally. Finished speaking. Lin Ying asked the 2 female workers to paddle the raft towards the edge of the beach, while he built 2 intermediate item warehouses on the narrow space of the raft. In this way, the resources collected by Zhang Wei and Lin Ying can be placed in the inventory on the raft. Lin Ying didn't need to return their parchment books to them. Speaking of Lin Ying, he got the advanced treasure map, but it took him 10 days to find the island. The area of this island is not very large. Compared with the Haishan Island that Lin Ying found before, this island is not even half the size of that island. But the volcanic island before was a huge island that Lin Ying couldn't explore in a whole day. It's already very good that the island we found now is half the size of that one. And this island has beaches, palm trees, and mountains. At first glance, it is an island rich in resources. You may not believe it when I say it. Because too many thick planks were used as fuel during the Arctic cold, and too many people abandoned their rafts during the Arctic cold, there are actually not many thick planks left in the world now. Even less than metal ingots. However, the metal ingots are controlled by a small number of people like Lin Ying and are not circulated in the trading house. Therefore, the current price of thick wooden boards is still not as high as that of metal ingots. Speaking of which, no matter what you do in the ocean world, you need thick planks. The barbecue grill requires thick wooden planks, and the furnace also requires thick wooden planks to smelt the ores. Every moment, countless thick wooden planks are being consumed. The thick wooden boards used on Lin Ying's Pearl have always been purchased from the trading house. No way. The expenses are too high. There are no trees to cut down due to the extreme cold. The ocean world was covered with ice, and the sea water was invisible. Naturally, there would be no thick wooden planks floating along the ocean current to the Pearl. I am always consuming but not replenishing. Life is so hard. But now it's okay. If all the palm trees on the island could be cut down, Lin Ying wouldn't have to worry about firewood for a long time. Wait until the raft is washed ashore by a wave. The ropes brought by Zhang Wei and Lin Ying came in handy. The ropes are tied to the 2 corners of the raft. 2 people can pull together to carry the raft across the island. Why did Lin Ying let the 2 of them cut down the trees first? It was because there were too many plants in the way before the trees were cut down. I'm leaving now. You must work hard and don't fight. If the resources you seize meet my expectations, I will reward you both tonight. Lin Ying waved the advanced treasure map, patted the deer's butt, and flew out directly. Yes, Lin Ying took the deer with him as well. Reindeer are relatively large animals in themselves. With the influence of evolutionary crystallization, the little deer is now 1.5 meters tall and nearly 3 meters long. It has a strong physique and weighs half a ton. It is no easy task for it to carry Lin Ying's 100 pounds. Moreover, the deer can carry Lin Ying and run easily in the jungle. Lin Ying had to hold on to the rope around the deer to avoid being thrown off by the deer. With the deer around, Lin Ying wouldn't ride a horse even if he got one. Lin Ying rode a fawn. The fawn was not only fast, but also agile. It now had the stability comparable to that of a goat, the speed surpassing that of an antelope, and the endurance far exceeding that of a moose. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as traveling 1,000 miles a day. Moreover, under the influence of the evolution crystals, the deer can only become stronger and stronger. Lin Ying placed the advanced treasure map on the deer's antlers and stretched it out, just like looking at a navigation map. As long as the route was wrong, he would immediately let the deer change direction. It would have taken 2 or 3 hours to complete the journey. Now it only takes less than half an hour to get there. Fuck, it's so hard to find the titanium ingot treasure chest. You gave me the whole cave, but I also have a goal, and now I'm doing this. Following the instructions of the advanced treasure map, the deer brought Lin into a swamp. Most of its limbs were submerged in the swamp water, but having experienced extreme cold, it did not feel cold at all. Lin Ying hates treasure chests hidden in water or buried in the soil the most, as it takes a lot of time to find them. Now this treasure chest is not only hidden in the water, but also in the most annoying swamp. This swamp is not the usual mire swamp. If that were the case, Lennon would not let the deer enter this area. This swamp is covered with sawgrass. It is precisely because there are so many grass plants that it attracts many water birds to live in the swamp. Lennon climbed down from the deer and used a pickaxe and an axe to clear the sawgrass in the area where the titanium treasure chest was located. He had to clear all the weeds before he could look for the titanium treasure chest. Otherwise, even if he sank into the water, he wouldn't be able to see anything. The icon of the titanium treasure chest on the advanced treasure map is still very large. Lennon looked at it and saw an area about 3 meters square. He started cleaning from the edge and slowly moved towards the center area. Suddenly, the water birds on the swamp seemed to be disturbed by something and flew into the sky one after another. Lennon's attention was attracted, and he looked up at the sky. Then he saw red diving towards the swamp. Chapter 119 Biofuel Generator. Didn't I tell it to keep an eye on Zhang Wei and Lennon? Lennon saw Xiaohong getting closer and closer to him, and suddenly became confused. Xiaohong and Xiaolu are usually very obedient. Time did not give Lennon a chance to teach Xiaohong a lesson. The little deer beside Lennon suddenly ran towards the land, and Xiaohong, who was swooping down, also made a sharp cry. Re. The abnormal reaction of these animals made Lennon feel a chill on the back of his neck. He instinctively swung the pickaxe in his hand back, and then felt the pickaxe hit a soft, heavy object. When Lennon turned around again, Xiaohong had just arrived, and the sharp claws on its limbs were holding down a giant python. Just now, this giant python wanted to attack Lennon, but was discovered by Xiaohong. The Burmese python is a nocturnal snake that prefers to live in swamps. With a body length of up to 10 meters, it is the undisputed overlord of the swamps. Depend on. The 10-meter-long python was held down by Xiaohong and was struggling frantically. Seeing that it was about to break free, Lennon quickly raised his advanced axe and chopped at the swamp python's head. The first blow only left a white mark on the python's skin, and the second blow cut its scales. As Lennon continued to swing the axe, the giant python's head was chopped into pieces. A sneak attack, huh? Don't you know I have bodyguards? Lennon spat at the dead forest python, then turned and looked at the shivering deer in the distance. You son of a bitch. I've raised you for so long, and all you know is running away. You're such a wimp. As a wild animal, the deer's ability to sense danger is definitely stronger than Lennon's, so it ran so fast just now. But it ran away, leaving Lennon in the dangerous swamp. Lennon was very dissatisfied with this behavior, but he still needed him out. Otherwise, Zhang Wei and Lennon would have to eat reindeer meat tonight. Xiaohong, send this giant python back to the deck of the Pearl. I don't have time to dissect it right now. When I get back to the Pearl, I'll dissect it and leave the meat for you and Xiao Lu to eat. There are many treasures on this python. The snake skin that can withstand the blow of a high-level axe is the best of the best. There is also the snake gall in the python's body, which is also a precious medicinal material. Watching Xiaohong flying into the sky with the big spicy strips in his hand, Lennon silently touched the jade talisman on his neck. This was a protective shield he had traded from someone else. It was said that it could protect him at a critical moment, but the Burmese python was so close just now, but the protective shield did not react at all. Lennon didn't know whether he should trust the protective capabilities of this thing. Forget it, just wear it. It won't be a problem. Don't let your guard down in the future. Just pretend you don't have this treasure. Lennon stuffed the jade talisman back into his clothes and continued to frantically clear the aquatic plants. After the dangerous scene just now, his hands moved much faster, and he was always observing the movements nearby. He thought that if he noticed the water birds and deer started to run away, he would run away too. This swamp covers a large area, and who knows if there may be other more ferocious creatures. But the Burmese python seems to be the guardian of the titanium treasure chest. After Lennon killed it, he never encountered any danger again. Occasionally, there would be some movement on the water surface, which were just some water rats swimming around in the swamp, and then there were some crucian carp and grass carp that liked to eat aquatic plants. Lennon had no interest in catching them. He cleared away all the water plants on the treasure chest icon, and then cleared away some of the silt at the bottom of the water before he touched the titanium treasure chest. You're really good at hiding. Lennon chuckled and lifted the titanium treasure chest out of the water. Then he glared at the fawn standing nearby, afraid to move, and said, Come here. The little deer walked over reluctantly, then lowered its head so that Lennon could put the titanium treasure chest on its back. Lennon placed the titanium treasure chest firmly before opening it. As always, a blueprint appeared inside the treasure chest. Then an egg popped out. Obtain, Biofuel Generator Blueprint 1, Saltwater Crocodile, Egg 1. You're really kidding me. Crocodile eggs need a python to guard them? I've never seen anything so outrageous. Lennon has seen a lot of strange things in the ocean world, so one more thing won't make much, and one less thing won't make much either. What matters to him is not the crocodile eggs, but the biofuel generator. What the Pearl currently lacks most is power generation equipment. Now he finally got it. This treasure hunt finally came to a perfect end. Lennon collected the titanium treasure chest, then turned over and sat back on the deer's back, patting its butt hard. Let's go? It's still early. Let's go to the top of the mountain and take a look. It took less than an hour to find the treasure chest. Lennon definitely wouldn't go to find Zhang Wei and the others so early. He planned to travel around the entire island first to determine which areas had more resources, and then go back to tell Zhang Wei and the others the information. You can even ride on deer and take them to areas with more resources to mine them. The first thing Lennon saw was the highest point of the island, where he could get a better view of the entire island and maybe even find some metal mines. The little deer had previously abandoned Lennon and ran away alone. This time, after Lennon rode on it, it ran very hard to make Lennon calm down. The speed is directly increased to 100 kilometers per hour, comparable to a luxury sports car. No, even a luxury sports car can't run that fast on this kind of terrain. The little deer ran until all four of its legs were almost broken before it successfully sent Lennon to the top of the mountain. Lennon took out a rare telescope and looked around. This rare telescope can adjust the position of the lens to change the viewing distance. It can see the scenery as far as 10 kilometers away and the ants on the ground as close as 50 meters away. Moreover, the viewing range is particularly large. One eyepiece can cover the environment within a radius of 50 meters. Lennon can zoom in and out at any point within this 50-meter radius, and the clarity is particularly high. Standing on the top of the mountain, Lennon could see Zhang Wei and Linning cutting trees, but they would still have disputes. For example, sometimes, when Zhang Wei wanted to go to the woods in the west to cut down trees, Linning would insist on pulling the rope and walking to the east. The two of them kept wasting time like this, and in the end, either they went south together, or Zhang Wei, who was stronger, dragged Linning west. I guess Zhang Wei herself couldn't imagine how her strength became so great. Like a wild bull. It's all my fault. I should have split the raft into two and put a storage unit on each raft. It would have been much better if humans could focus on getting things done instead of constantly thinking about scheming against each other. Lennon regretted not giving Zhang Wei and Lin Ying a raft each. These two people are not suitable for cooperation. Chapter 1:20 A shock-absorbing deer saddle is necessary. Lennon just glanced at Zhang Wei and Lin Ying, then immediately looked towards the back of the island. The Pearl came from the north, and Lin Ying and his team also landed in the north of the island. What the southern part of the island looked like had always been shrouded in mystery before Lin Ying arrived at the top of this mountain. No way, how come the two sides of this island are completely different? To the north of the island are forests, swamps, and high mountains, which resemble a tropical rainforest climate, but the temperature in the ocean world is too low now, so it is not reflected. But the southern part of the island was made up entirely of black rocks. Lennon saw thousands of seals diving into the sea frantically. As temperatures rise, these seals will leave this habitat and go to colder places. If they stay here any longer, they will die of heat. It's too late. If you run over now, you won't even get some soup. If Lennon had known that there were so many seals on this island, he would definitely have chosen to drive the Pearl to the south and land on this dark brown rocky beach. Then they began to slaughter the seals on the island crazily. What a pity. Lennon's heart was bleeding. But his metal detector came in handy at this point. The metal detector shows that the southern part of the island is full of metal ores, which is good news. Hee, it's just right. Bring Lin Ying here to mine. Let Zhang Wei stay where she is and chop trees. I will ride the deer around the island to see if there are any Chinese herbal medicines. Lin Ying came up with a plan. Since Zhang Wei and Lin Ying together couldn't achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than equal to 2, then he separated the two people. After deciding to do this, Lennon rode the deer and galloped towards the palm grove, where Zhang Wei and Lin Ying were. He truly thought the fawn was a remarkable mount. If it were a horse, it would definitely not be able to reach the same speed as walking on flat ground in the jungle. Anyway, if someone asked Lin to exchange horses with him, he would definitely not agree. I just don't know whether the fawn is male or female. If there were no evolutionary crystals, Lennon could still determine the sex of the fawn by its body shape, but now the fawn is stronger than any reindeer, so it is impossible to determine its sex. I hope you're a doe. I don't really like the feeling of a male on top of a male. Lennon patted the deer's head, telling it to slow down and prepare to break. It felt like only 20 minutes had passed from the top of the mountain to the palm forest. This speed is really exaggerated. Lin Ying, come sit in front of me. I've discovered a metal mine. Take your pickaxe and go dig. Zhang Wei, I won't rush you. I hope you can finish this palm forest before the sun reaches our heads. Linen made way so that Lining could sit directly in front of her. It's not that Linen is a pervert, nor is it that he doesn't want his sister to sit behind him and hug him. To be honest, the relationship between Lin and Lining has not reached that point yet. Linen cannot trust his back to someone he does not trust. I've been wanting to ride Brother Lin and's little deer for a long time. Sister Zhang Wei, you should work hard on chopping trees. I'm going to work somewhere else. Lining stretched out her hand and asked Lin to pull her onto the deer, and did not forget to mock Zhang Wei. Linen was too lazy to care about what happened between the two women. He grabbed Lin Ying's little hand, pulled her up, then gently swung the reins and rushed out. Zhang Wei was left alone, standing there in a daze. The deer was very fast, and this time it didn't have to climb the mountain. It chose to bypass the slope and go directly to the other side of the island. The fawn is indeed very fast as a mount, but its back is not wide or long enough. In order to prevent themselves from being thrown off, Lin and Lining stuck very close to each other. Brother Linen, do you have feelings for me? Lining suddenly turned her head shyly and asked Lin who was holding her. Linen was stunned by the question, and then replied very coldly. I said, I like beautiful women, but considering that the current environment is not suitable for enjoying it, I plan to stay away from women for a while. Besides, people like you are not my type. Although Lining is pretty, she is too coquettish. Coquettishness does not mean cuteness, nor does it mean innocence. She keeps a choked voice all day long, which makes people think that Lining is a green tea bitch. Lin likes Lin Ying's appearance. After all, who doesn't like beautiful women? Not to mention the man who only likes beauties with certain specific conditions. Lin doesn't believe that there are such men. He thinks that men just like beautiful women. It's just the difference between liking and liking more. But Lin doesn't like Lin Ying's personality. If that's the case, then why do you keep pushing against me? The blush on Lin Ying's face extended along her neck to her upper body, and her arms were also dyed pink. Don't overthink it. I was just tossed around. I'll need a whole deer saddle later. I can't ride without shock absorption. Linen did not let go of Lin Ying's hand, but just found a reason to explain that he was not a lustful person. Lin Ying stopped talking after that. She curled up in Lin An's arms, as docile as a little white rabbit. For her, it doesn't matter how Lin An treats her, as long as Lin An doesn't drive her away from the pearl. In the current ocean world, how many people want to board Lin An's pearl? If we really do a statistics, I estimate that more than 90 of people would be willing to do so. See? That black reef in front is the mining area. You don't need to dig deep. Just dig up all the metal ores on the surface and put them into the inventory. Go around the mountain and make a semicircle. You can almost mine all the metal ores. Work hard, and I'll open a can of food for you to eat at night. Lin An put his hands into Lin Ying's armpits, put her on the ground, and then built a raft and an intermediate item warehouse on the spot. No matter what kind of love or romance is, it is not as important as these resources. Lin An made a preliminary estimate and estimated that if all the metal ores on the surface of the island were mined, there would be more than 30,000 pieces. He bought a can of braised pork at the trading house for only 1,000 metal ingots. You'll make money anyway. And he can also spend his time looking for Chinese herbal medicine. Once you find a useful herb, it is like opening a treasure trove. The herbs are even more useful than the biofuel generator blueprint that Lin An found in the titanium treasure chest. After all, medicine can save lives, and electricity just makes Lin An's life more convenient. All right. As soon as Lin Ying's feet touched the ground, her expression changed. Like Lin An, she doesn't like to work. No one likes to work. Everyone wants to lie down every day and have something to eat and money to spend, but it is definitely extremely difficult to achieve such a life. Lin An is already approaching. If there is a chance, he will find a few more obedient people to come aboard the Pearl. He didn't even have to go to the island to find the treasure chest. All he had to do was get those who worked for him to the island. Chapter 121. Escape is shameful but useful. The only places with vegetation on the island are in the north. Lin An had no choice but to leave Lin Ying and start searching for what he wanted in the jungle on the island. Hey, you know what? There are quite a few bird nests on this tree, and there are also a lot of bird eggs and feathers. In the process of searching for herbs, Lin An got a lot of feathers and bird nests, as well as some tree bark that could be collected. The raw materials for making paper are bark and rope. With bark, Lin An can make paper. Feathers can be used to craft quills. The only thing that seemed to be missing was paint, but Lin An had actually already obtained it. The beads in Lin An's hands can be used to produce red pigment, which can be used as ink for writing with a feather pen. After gathering all these raw materials, Linen will be able to make paper when he returns to the Pearl. Then, he can begin to record his life in the ocean world. In addition, with paper, you no longer need to use palm leaves to wipe your butt. This is very important to Linen. Such a large island, but there are no useful herbs? Linen had never studied Chinese medicine before, nor had he learned any pharmacy, so he didn't recognize 99.99 of Chinese herbal medicines. He looked for herbs entirely relying on the clues in the parchment book. If the parchment book indicated that this plant could cure diseases, then Linen would know that it was a herb. If the parchment book doesn't give any hints, then Linen could only grope in the dark. Identify the herbs by remembering their names. But for herbs like Isatis indigotica, everyone knows about Isatis root, but few people know that Isatis root is the root of Isatis indigotica. Linen felt very embarrassed when faced with this situation. I am completely in the dark and can only miss it. Missing it means that we are not destined to be together. This is the bad thing about the parchment book. In fact, many plants can be used as medicine, but it just doesn't list it for you. Fuck it, I'm not looking anymore. What am I supposed to do with just a name? Isn't that bullying? I might as well carry a coconut tree back home with this time. Damn, if I get a coconut tree, I can have coconut water to drink every day. Anyway, my buddy's body is getting stronger and stronger, so it's impossible for him to get sick. I have Polygonum multiflorum and Isatis root to sell at the trading house, and I can also obtain a steady supply of resources. As the sun rose to the top of his head, Linen still hadn't found the herbs he wanted, so he decided to just give up and start fighting. I won't serve you anymore. There is a saying that goes, giving up when you encounter difficulties is the same as not having difficulties. There is another very good saying. Escape is shameful but useful. After giving himself 2 psychological hints in a row, Linen set his target on those vegetables and fruits whose contents could be identified at a glance. He first returned to the palm forest and put the thick wooden boards and palm leaves collected by Zhang Wei into the parchment book, and then asked Zhang Wei to go to the tropical rainforest to cut trees and collect bark. Then Lin and aimed at a 4-meter-tall coconut tree. He picked up the pickaxe and started digging. He had to dig out the entire coconut tree, otherwise it would not be possible to convert it into seeds. If the plants are grown in a super farm, it won't be so troublesome, and the harvested fruits can be directly converted into seeds. This is also a limitation of the super farm. Otherwise, as long as Linen sees a plant that can bear fruit, he can easily pick a fruit and turn it into a seed. He would be so happy. Linen spent the whole afternoon digging up trees. As long as he could dig them out intact, he could put them in the parchment book. He dug up an entire coconut tree, a jackfruit tree, and a lychee tree. He found these after walking every inch of the island. With these 3 fruit trees, Lin An's depressed mood due to not finding Chinese herbal medicine has improved. Eating these sweet fruits always makes people feel better. It was getting dark. Lin An blew the whistle, called down the little red and little green flying in the sky, and then gave them a task. That is to take Zhang Wei and Lin Ning back to the Pearl. Then take back the raft containing the intermediate item warehouse. Xiao Hong and Xiaolu understood what he meant and followed Lin An's instructions and started to catch people. Soon Lin An heard 2 different screams erupting from the sky. Hee, there's nothing I can do. I have to train Little Red and Little Green to catch people. Once they get used to it, I can have them help me catch people on the sea every day. Nowadays, most of the people who survive in the ocean world still rely on a small raft to float on the sea. It was extremely easy for Little Red and Little Green to catch the humans on the raft. However, in order to prevent Xiao Hong and Xiaolu from bringing back a dead person in the future, Lin An plans to train them both in this ability. He didn't mean to make trouble for Zhang Wei and Lin Ning. After Xiao Hong and Xiaolu finished their previous tasks, Lin An asked them to take him and the deer back to the Pearl. However, he did not use the method of catching them. Lin An put ropes on Xiao Hong's 2 paws, and he held the ropes with both hands so that they would not be in too much of a mess. Come, let me see what you have harvested today. When Lin An flew above the deck, he calmly loosened the rope and jumped down from midair. Then, without paying any attention to the giant headless python on the deck, he went straight to search Lin Ning and Zhang Wei's intermediate item warehouse. Obtain. Thickwood 3482, bark 267, metal ore 25732. Because Lin An had collected thick wooden boards and palm leaves cut by Zhang Wei once, there were not so many thick wooden boards here. It's okay. It's not what I expected, but it's not far off. Lin An asked Zhang Wei to cut 10,000 thick wooden boards. Including the ones cut in the morning, Zhang Wei only cut 8,000 boards. With these tree barks, Lin An considered Zhang Wei completed the task. As for Lin Ning, Lin An asked her for 30,000 pieces of metal ore. But the work of mining metal ore involves an element of luck. If you are lucky, you can get 99 pieces of metal ore from just digging. If you are unlucky, you can only get a few pieces. Although it is still more than 4,000 yuan short of Lin En's expectations, it is understandable. Lin knew that neither of them was lazy. You guys go back to the cabin. I have to get rid of this python quickly, otherwise it will stink. Lin waved his hand to let Zhang Wei and Lin Ying enter the cabin. He took the sharp-toothed dagger and planned to dismember the python. This process is very bloody, but also very stress-relieving. Especially the process of peeling the snake skin made Lin feel very refreshed, just like peeling the white skin on his feet. Lin pulled the snake skin hard and separated it from the sticky python meat. After cleaning the python's skin, Lin cut open the python's belly until he found its gallbladder. Then he cut the python in half and let Xiaohong and Xiaolu eat it. Obtain, python skin 1. Obtain, python gallbladder 1. These two things are good things. Python skin has very strong defensive power, and snake gall can be used as medicine to detoxify. Chapter 122 Alarm. Alarm. Lin plans to make inner armor out of python skin. So he threw the whole python skin into the furnace. These highly defensive materials can be better fused together in the furnace. Fusion? Lin didn't know why the word fusion suddenly popped up in his mind. He thought for a moment and threw some of the gold that seemed least useful into the furnace. Gold is very ductile, so it is the best material for making various items. This is why Lin threw gold into the furnace instead of throwing metal ingots. If python skin can be combined with metal, gold is the best choice for lightness. Seeing that after throwing both materials in, the furnace did not stop smelting, but extended the smelting time a bit, Lin was happy. Doesn't this mean that python skin can definitely be fused with gold? But Lin is not sure what the final product will be. Let's wait and see. Lin suppressed his inner excitement and threw the more than 20,000 pieces of metal ores dug by Lin Ying into the 9 surrounding furnaces for smelting. He now has a lot of metal ingots on hand and has no shortage of this resource. Naturally, he would not take metal ore to the trading house to exchange metal ingots with others. Next, Lin started to do the most important thing, which was to build a biofuel generator. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Biofuel generator, metal scrap 24, thick wood 20, rope 8, circuit board 2, bolt 2, hinge 2, copper ingot 12. Manufacture. Consumption, metal fragments 24, thick planks 20, rope 8, circuit board 2, bolt 2, hinge 2, copper ingot 12. Obtain, biofuel generator. Biomass fuel generator. Can generate electricity using biofuel refined by a biofuel refiner. Hey, I've been waiting for this generator for a long time. With this thing, Lin will no longer have to waste resources making batteries. You can even modify those battery-powered appliances and connect them in parallel with wires. Lin couldn't wait to install the generator next to the biofuel tank, then connected the biofuel tank and the generator together, and then connected the wires moved from the cabin to the generator. He pressed the start button, and the biofuel generator began to run. After 2 soft clicks, the pointer showing the voltage pointed to the standard voltage area, which meant that the generator had generated current. It was because of the current that there was voltage. Thump, thump, thump. A continuous sound rang out inside the Pearl. This is the overhead lights being lit. The motor cabin where Lin was located was also illuminated by 3 light bulbs. Energy is the most important thing. Without biofuel, the engine won't start, and the generator won't work. In order to have a steady supply of biofuel, Lin set aside a fairly large area on the Pearl specifically for growing corn. However, during the extreme cold, the corn stopped growing and withered. Lin just then remembered to remove the withered corn and replant new corn seeds. Thinking about it this way, the super farm is really abnormal. It is sunny 365 days a year, and as long as there is enough water, the crops can grow well. Lin, there's a noise in your room. Come out and take a look. Half of Zhang Wei's head suddenly popped into the engine room, waking Lin from his thoughts. Noise? Is that the alarm? Lin asked Zhang Wei. Beep, beep, is that an alarm? I don't know. Zhang Wei imitated the sound of the alarm and then followed Lin into his bedroom. Lin was also standing in the corridor, feeling somewhat uneasy. Someone's coming towards the Pearl. Come with me to the bridge. Lin pushed open the door and saw that the alarm was not only beeping, but also flashing red light, which meant that the radar was sounding an alarm, and it was obvious that someone was coming towards the Pearl. And it wasn't an unconscious intrusion. This is the target of the Pearl. Looking for death. The target is only 2 kilometers away from the Pearl, but it's not dark yet. They are obviously heading for the island, but it's too late. Then they saw the Pearl and knew that the island had been taken by someone else. So they want to rob us? No, this is an ironclad ship. How dare he rob me? Lin hurriedly walked out of the cockpit, took out a telescope and looked at the human who was trying to survive with unknown purpose. Then a wooden ship appeared in Lin En's telescope. The ship was about 50 meters long, with 20 or 30 people standing on the deck. The actual controller of the ship was standing by the helm, holding a telescope and looking at the pearl. The man found that Lin En was looking at him through a telescope, so he scratched his throat with his palm. Provocative. Lin En finally understood why the other party had the courage to come. There were clearly 20 or 30 people on that ship. The numerical advantage is too great. Just stay close to the pearl. Once their people get on the boat, they may be able to subdue Lin En. Zhang Wei and Lin Ying were still in the control room, and the captain of the wooden boat couldn't see them even with a telescope. There are still 2 minutes to use. Lin En calmed down for a moment. He didn't want to sit and wait for death. After knowing the other party's exact location, Lin En returned to the control panel. Lin Ying and Zhang Wei were both very anxious. Lin En asked Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu to catch the people coming towards us. How about we just drive the pearl over and collide with it? Lin En shook his head silently and replied, they have a ship with at least 20 to 30 people on it. If Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu go over, they can hide in the cabin. If we ram them and get too close to them too early, their deck is higher than the pearl's, and they can easily jump onto it. This won't work, that won't work either. Am I just waiting to die? Zhang Wei became anxious and shouted loudly to Lin En. Keep your voice down. Lin En was irritated and shouted, you're stupid. When I triggered the extreme cold disaster, didn't you know I had cannons on my ship? I could have sunk a wooden ship like this before it even got close to the pearl. The telescope used by the captain of the other ship was obviously not advanced enough. Even from such a distance, he couldn't see Lin En's face clearly. If he saw that the owner of this ironclad ship was Lin En, he probably wouldn't dare to come over even if he had 100 courage. But it's hard to say whether there is a chance to replace the wooden ship with an ironclad ship. I'm afraid any ambitious person would give it a try. See if you can get the ironclad ship. If it were Lin En, he would have to give it a try too. You and Lin En go to the cabin. I'll build 2 more cannons. I'll steer the pearl sideways towards that ship. When you see the opposite ship, fire directly. Don't be stingy with the ammunition. Chapter 123 The Fool Across the Street. Cannons blast. It's definitely the romance of naval battle. Pity. Lin En knew that the other side had no cannons or artillery shells to use. He not only has a cannon, but also a pistol. No matter how you look at it, the opponent doesn't have the slightest chance of winning. After building 2 Armstrong cannons and hundreds of grenades for Zhang Wei and Lin Ying, Lin En returned to the control panel and began to control the pearl. Lin En didn't expect that in just 2 days, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of group sex. Once there are more people, collecting resources will be much faster. Even killing has become enjoyable. Captain William, the ironclad ship opposite has started and is heading towards us. Haha, that idiot on the other side isn't trying to sink our ship. It just so happens that I've been tired of staying on this rotten, old ship for a long time. Now I can switch to a metal boat. It can't get any better. Captain William, who do you think is the owner of that ship? A single person driving an ironclad ship is like a mobile treasure on the sea. Those 2 big birds in the sky keep circling over our heads. Can someone please shoot them down for me? The people on this ship are used to being lax. Relying on their large numbers and powerful weapons, they have always been able to dominate the ocean world. When they meet a woman, they will force her onto the boat and have some fun with their brothers. If you meet a man, kill him and plunder all his resources. Then Captain William would use the looted resources to purchase the top-level blueprints, whether it was weapons or various equipment, in order to strengthen the strength of the ship. William's method of controlling his subordinates is the same as Lin En's. He takes away their parchment books and hides them in some unknown place. But the difference between him and Lin En is that he told the people on the ship that there was someone he trusted the most on this ship. Once William died, the rest of the parchments would be thrown away. Moreover, William himself said that even his parchment book was kept in the hands of the person he trusted the most, so even if he was killed, the rest of the people would not survive. In addition, William has always given dozens of people below the right to vent their desires and pressure. So although the survivors on this ship seem very casual, they actually only listen to William. Stop arguing and prepare for battle. That ship looks like it's trying to escape. It's not heading directly towards us. Fokker, let's meet it. The rest of us are going to use the ropes to swing onto the deck of this iron ship. Because he saw no one on the deck of the Pearl, Captain William did not prepare his archers to shoot. It's just a matter of dealing with one person. All he needs to do is board the ship by force, and then the balance of victory will completely tilt towards William. As for Fok, he was the first mate of the ship and specialized in driving wooden ships. Yes, 20 or 30 pirates, who were eyeing the ship with eager eyes, took out their weapons, including machetes, rapiers, and axes. Then each of them tightly grasped a hemp rope in one hand and ran to the other side of the deck, ready to start running at any time and use the rope to jump onto the Pearl. But just as the Pearl and the wooden ship were about to cross each other, the little red and green stars in the sky suddenly swooped down and pressed hard on the sails of the wooden boat. With their weight and the inertia of the dive, the wooden boat swayed from side to side. The pirates holding onto the ropes couldn't even stand steadily, let alone run across the deck and swing onto the Pearl. Archers shoot. Damn, these aren't birds. They're pterosaurs. Damn, how can there be such monsters in the ocean world? Shoot them down. William was almost mad with anger. His planned first attack was ruined by the two pterosaurs. He missed the best attack opportunity. If he turned around to chase the Pearl, he might not be able to catch up. All the pirates on the wooden ship were attracted by the two pterosaurs that blocked out the sky. Some pirates with bows and arrows raised their weapons and shot arrows at Little Red and Little Green, but the two pterosaurs, having achieved their goal, cleverly flapped their wings and flew away. Their wings flapped wildly, and the arrows encountered air turbulence, quickly lost power, and fell down. Damn it! Let them get away. Captain William was so angry that he stomped his feet on the deck. Since the disaster with the man-eating shark, he had never been humiliated by an animal. Captain, the ironclad has stopped. It's not running away. A pirate discovered that the gray pearl had stopped on the sea 50 meters away, and immediately told the angry Captain William loudly. What? Is that guy crazy? Does he think he can deal with dozens of hungry wolves like us by himself? Captain William couldn't believe that someone dared to challenge him, so he immediately turned around and looked at the Pearl, and then saw two square windows opened on the Pearl. Two round black gun muzzles were pointed at his wooden boat. No. Fokker. Sail. Sail. Captain William suddenly realized something terrible. But at such a close distance, it was impossible for two cannons to miss the target when firing at the same time. Even Lennon, after stopping the Pearl, ran to the top of the bridge and controlled the first cannon he built, the one that triggered the extreme cold disaster, and began to bombard the wooden ship. Boom, boom, boom. 3 guns fired in salvo, and 3 grenades accurately hit the hull of the wooden ship and then exploded. 3 huge holes were directly blown open in the wooden ship. All Captain William could see was the crazy drop in durability and the prompt bar indicating that the ship's planks were destroyed. Even if he wanted to repair it now, he could not catch up with Lin and speed of destruction. Abandon ship. Everyone, abandon ship. Use those spare rafts to rush to the iron boat. The owner of the opposite boat is Lennon, and this boat is the Pearl. Brothers, here's your chance to become the #1 in the ocean world. Whoever kills Lin and gets his parchment book will be the captain of the Pearl, the strongest in the ocean world. I, William, will also recognize him as captain. Captain, but Lennon has a cannon. Cannonballs can hit big ships, but wanting to hit a raft? That's just dreaming. Faced with the doubts, Captain William gave the answer immediately. This helped the pirates who were at a loss find their direction. However, Captain William himself did not leave the sinking wooden ship. He waited until all the pirates on the ship rushed towards the Pearl. Then he quietly approached the sea surface, took out the parchment book, prepared to build a small wooden boat, and then installed a high-end sail. As long as the ship is small enough and the sails are high enough, the Pearl will not be able to catch up with him. All of William's resources are in the parchment book. As long as he can escape, he will have a chance to make a comeback. But he was so busy that he forgot that there were 2 pterosaurs watching him in the sky. Chapter 124 Holy Night. Xiaohong gave the opportunity to make meritorious service to Xiaolu. Let Little Green swoop down, grab Captain William's shoulders, lift him up, and then fly directly into the air. On the other side, the pirates who were fooled by William were still desperately paddling the broken planks that fell from the wooden ship, trying to get closer to the Pearl. Joke. William did not return their parchment books to them, so they didn't even have a reel or. If Lennon hadn't used a cannon to blast a hole in the wooden boat, they wouldn't even have had the wooden planks to use. Try my Derringer. Lennon found the blueprint of the Derringer pistol in Lesburg, and then he made it when he returned to the ship, but it was never used. Originally, Lennon could have used Yaka arrows to quickly deal with these offensive pirates, but he had finally found these live targets, so he had to practice his shooting skills. Bang! Lennon, holding the gun in one hand, fired a shot at the pirates on the raft closest to the Pearl. The pirate hugged his thigh, which was bleeding, and screamed. Oh! Lennon was very dissatisfied with his not very accurate shooting skills, and then he fired another shot. This time, the bullet in the pistol hit the pirate's head accurately. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The sharks came straight over after smelling the scent. With these sharks around, Lennon doesn't even need to fire a third shot. and he couldn't fire a third shot. This crappy pistol could only hold 2 bullets at most, so he could only fire 2 shots in a row and then reload. Not as good as Yaka arrows. What a piece of crap. If the survivalists in the ocean world heard Lin An's evaluation of a pistol in this way, they would probably vomit blood and curse Lin An for eating meat porridge. But it's not completely useless. If we encounter a survivalist wearing defensive gear and the aka arrows can't penetrate their defenses, this more powerful musket will be useful. The power of the Derringer pistol is definitely greater than that of the Yaka arrow, that is certain. Lin An could feel that the power of this pistol was probably on par with rare-level weapons, or even a little bit more, but the Yaka arrow was only between high-level weapons and rare-level weapons. Xiaolu, throw him down. Why are there so many people on that boat? They all look like disheveled, barefoot women. Capture 2 of them and interrogate them. Lin An looked at the wooden ship that was gradually sinking and found that there were many women standing on the side of the ship farther away from the sea. These people had disheveled hair, bare feet, and disheveled clothes. They kept asking Lin An on the Pearl for help, so he asked Xiaohong and Xiaolu to catch 2 of them. Although Lin An knew who these women were, it was just a guess. After receiving Lin An's order, Xiaolu directly released Captain William and let him fall directly from a height of 10 meters onto the steel deck of the Pearl. Ding! William is also a mortal, and he doesn't have as strong a physique as Lin An. Falling from a height of 10 meters, he was at least 6 or 7 meters away from the deck of the Pearl. This made William roll on the deck in pain. Your name, the name of the ship, and your parchment book. The reloaded pistol was pointed directly at William's head. As long as Lin An pulled the trigger, William would die from the pistol. William struggled to kneel down in front of Lin An, then took out the parchment book and opened it. Otherwise, he would not understand what Lin An said. Your name, the name of the ship. Lin An repeated it. My name is William, and my ship is called the Holy Knight. Holy Knight. Lin An looked at the women on the boat who were calling for help, and he wondered if he had thought wrongly. Except for that night, these pirates have nothing to do with the Holy Knights. However, when comparing the ancient Western knights and pirates, I really don't know who has higher quality. I won't talk about the eldest brother or the second brother. How many people are on your ship? Also, how do you control them? This is what Lin An cares about most. Human wisdom is endless, especially in terms of controlling people. William can make so many people listen to him, so he must have something extraordinary. There are a total of 29 men on the boat. I haven't counted how many women there are, but there are only 6 beautiful women. Lord Lin An, if you want those women, I can give them all to you. Let me tell you, I have already trained those girls' skills. Ding! Seeing that William was getting more and more excited when talking about women, Lin An kicked him down. Tell me how to control them. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll kill you. Feeling Lin An's murderous aura, William gradually became honest and told him all the tricks he used to control his subordinates. After listening to this, Lin An was thoughtful. William's approach is actually quite good, but it still involves intrigue and is not presentable. Although the pirates on the ship were under William's control, they did not respect him too much. Because, to put it bluntly, William's approach is a game of mutual destruction. If William wants to punish someone, he must be killed directly. Otherwise, when a common man gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away. One life for another. William is doomed too. In addition, the person William told the pirates on the ship that he trusted the most did not exist at all. In other words, if William died, the person who killed him would survive. If the pirates searched the Holy Knight thoroughly, they would definitely find the parchment book hidden by William. Where are the parchment books? Lin An asked the last question. Under my bed. Everyone thought it was made of some thick wooden planks, but I actually hollowed it out in the middle. However, no one would enter my captain's room, so no one would notice this. William was still very proud. He felt that Lin An could not think of such a method. But in fact, Lin An was already cursing William as a fool in his heart. If someone really killed him, they could find the parchment book by just turning over the bed sheet. The difficulty would be 0. Whoa! After Lin An asked the question, he blew the arrow whistle, and the Yaka arrow instantly pierced William's heart. William's pupils dilated instantly. He couldn't understand why Lin An didn't keep his promise, but if he wasn't dead yet, he could recall what Lin An said. Lin An just said that he wouldn't kill him, not that he wouldn't kill him. The 2 women that Lin An asked Xiaohong and Xiaolu to capture had already landed on the deck. When they saw that Lin An had taken William's life, they wanted to cheer, but when they saw the cold look in Lin An's eyes, they became frightened again. I guess in the eyes of these women, all men are demons. Xiaohong, take me to the Holy Knight. William's captain's room has not been flooded by the sea and is the highest point farthest from the sea surface. Lin An thought that there were dozens of parchment books, which he couldn't let go of, so he took a sack and planned to pack the books. Chapter 125 Parchment Book Collector. Xiaohong brought Lin in and landed safely on the stern of the Holy Knight. There were 2 pirates and a group of frightened women left on the ship. After Lin got on the boat, he killed the 2 pirates with 2 shots, and then asked Xiaohong to hold him back. He was hanging in the air, holding a high-grade axe, chopping at the ceiling of the captain's room with all his might. There is no way. The Holy Knight has been erected now. Lin could only choose a safer way to enter the captain's room. It was just a wooden boat built with a high-end construction hammer. Under the crazy chopping of the high-end axe, Lin soon chopped a hole the size of a person on the roof of the captain's room. Lin untied the rope around his waist and jumped directly into the captain's room. Looking at the bed hanging on the floor, he cleared away all the things on the bed, then lifted the first layer of the bedboard, and sure enough, he saw those neatly arranged parchment books. At this moment, seawater flooded into the captain's room. Lin's heart tightened, and he quickly put the parchment books into a sack. Then he crawled out from the hole he had chiseled. The moment Lin jumped out, the sea water rushed in madly from the hole he opened. I almost couldn't get out. Human power is insignificant compared to the power of the ocean. Lin knew this very well. Even he couldn't stay on a sinking ship forever. Grabbing the rope that Xiaohong was swinging on, Lin pulled it gently, indicating that Xiaohong could return to the pearl. Then he heard the cry for help from below again. Help me. Save me. Assist. Lin's head was about to explode. This William was like a stamp collector, capturing women from all over the world. Of course, Lin was talking nonsense. For demons like William, they didn't care about those trivial things. As long as she was a woman, she could not escape their clutches. Chinese. Lin asked the woman in the crowd who was calling for help in Chinese. The disheveled woman nodded frantically. Just jump into the sea. Don't be afraid of the sharks. They will rescue you. Lin pointed at the little green thing in the sky and spoke to the Chinese woman. He did not reach out or throw out a rope because he knew that if he did so, the others would grab the rope or Lin's arm like a life-saving straw. With so many people coming over, Xiaohong is sure she won't be able to hold on, and maybe even Lin will be dragged into the sea. It is not a wise choice to sacrifice yourself to save others. So Lin asked the Chinese woman to jump into the sea. As for whether she dares to jump, it has nothing to do with Lin. After hearing Lin's words, the Chinese woman was obviously stunned for a moment. She looked at the dozens of man-eating sharks that were frantically attacking the pirate raft more than 10 meters away, and suddenly thought of the scene during the man-eating shark disaster. However, anyone with a normal brain can understand that staying on the boat means death, so it is better to fight to the death. The woman hesitated for only a dozen seconds before jumping into the sea from a high place. The women around were stunned and forgot to call for help. They probably couldn't understand why someone would jump into the sea. Wouldn't jumping into the sea at this time be seeking death? Sure enough, the moment the Chinese woman jumped into the sea, a shark was attracted over. But Xiaolu's movements are faster. Xiaolu rushed over and grabbed the man from the sea, leaving the shark with nothing. Lin and the Chinese woman returned to the deck of the Pearl almost at the same time. Find your own parchment books in here. Don't look around randomly. If there's a parchment book here that I can't merge, one of you 3 will definitely die. If there are 2, then both will die. Do you understand? Lin felt embarrassed when he saw 3 more women on the deck. He shouldn't have let Xiaohong and Xiaolu capture 2 people and interrogate them. Who knew William was so soft-hearted? He would answer any question you asked him. There is no need for Lin to serve you at all. Since there are so many people, we can only send them away. This is the reason why Lin asked them to find the parchment book. Meeting is fate. Once they are on the Pearl, we must let them get off the ship alive. The Chinese woman was the first to lie on the ground looking for her own parchment book. The other 2 women were not Chinese and did not understand what Lin meant, but when they saw the Chinese woman doing this, they guessed what Lin said, so they also began to look for their own parchment book among dozens of parchment books. Soon, the 3 of them stood up, each holding a parchment book, staring at Lin blankly, waiting for his next arrangement. Lin thought about it and decided that he would definitely make a lot of money today, so he didn't care about such a small amount of resources. So he took out 100 thick wooden boards, 20 metal ingots, and a blueprint for an intermediate construction hammer. Take all of this, build a raft, and wait until the island sinks completely before leaving. With these resources, these 3 women can at least guarantee their survival for 2 or 3 days. After saying these words, Lin watched the Holy Knight sink into the sea. At least 50 man-eating sharks started feasting around it, eating the women who fell into the sea one by one, and none of the pirates escaped. William was really stingy. The rafts he built for the pirates were all made with basic construction hammers, and they were destroyed in a few bites by sharks. Soon, Lin waited until these parchment books became ownerless. Bite. An ownerless parchment book has been detected. Synthesis or not? Synthesis. The parchment book was synthesized successfully. You have activated the Advanced Seawater Purifier manufacturing page. Obtain metal ingot 95473, thick wood plank 12589, castor seed 214, castor bean 1973. Damn, this boat has an engine and biofuel. Damn it, I might lose hundreds of kilograms of fuel. When Lennon saw that he had obtained more than 200 castor seeds after synthesizing these parchment books, he knew that the Holy Night must have an engine. If there were no engines and no biofuel refiners, why would William have the time to grow castor beans? Corn and olives can be eaten, but the only use of castor beans in the ocean world is to be thrown into a biofuel refinery to extract oil. But it's just a rudimentary engine at best. Thank you, Mr. William, for the castor seeds and so many resources. Killing William and sinking the Holy Night will gain more resources than Lin and has on the island today. Isn't this equivalent to giving Lennon a gift? If anyone else wants to give Lennon a gift, he will definitely welcome it with open arms. Chapter 126 Transgression. I don't want to leave this ship, Lord Lennon. Can you keep me on the ship? I can do anything, including doing it. A white man brought back from the Holy Night saw Lin and take out the parchment book, and immediately stepped forward and said in her hometown language that he wanted to stay on the ship. Before, she was afraid that Lennon wouldn't understand what she said, but now with the translation of the parchment book, she doesn't have to worry about anything. I don't want to leave either. Master Lennon, please leave us here. The other two women also didn't want to leave the Pearl. The three of them were alone in the ocean world, like pigs at the mercy of others. Lennon stared at the three women from head to toe, then took out a bath bucket and poured a lot of sea water and sand into it. All three of you, wash off the dirt on your bodies. He couldn't even see what the women with greasy faces looked like, so how could he let them stay on the boat? Maybe they were used to being ordered around. The three women mechanically took off their clothes that had become strips of cloth. They were able to survive the extreme cold only by huddling together for warmth. Of course, William also gave them enough thick wooden planks so that they could make a fire to keep warm. Lennon kicked the smelly rag into the sea. He felt that wearing this thing would be worse than wearing palm leaves as clothes. Thinking of this, Lennon actually took out a dozen palm leaves and threw them onto the deck. Although he asked Zhang Wei and Lining to make a lot of clothes. But giving it to three strange women like this is impossible no matter how you think about it. What's going on with these three people? Watching the pirates being eaten by the great white sharks. Lennon had not yet returned to the cabin from the deck. Zhang Wei and Lin Ying ran out cautiously to see what was going on. The two of them became alert when they saw a huge plastic bucket in front of Lennon and three naked women standing in the bucket, rubbing the mud off their bodies with sand. After all, when the two of them boarded the ship, they basically couldn't escape this step. However, that was because they had frostbite and had to be treated for their injuries. They said they wanted to stay on the boat, so naturally I had to check their quality. Lennon frivolously lifted the chin of one of the three women, looked around, and was very disappointed. William was lying to me. He said there were 6 beautiful women, but I didn't see any of them. Of course, it's also possible that I was unlucky and didn't bring any of those 6 beautiful women on board. What a pity. With the help of the downward electric light on the mast, Lennon could clearly see the faces of the 3 women. There's no way she can be compared with Zhang Wei and Lining. Cover yourself with these palm leaves and get off the boat. I'm a very picky person, so I'm sorry. Lin Ying's frivolity was pretended. How could he possibly leave 3 more people on the boat? 3 people who had been abused at that. God knows if these 3 guys have any mental problems. In the end times, even if your relatives have problems, you must abandon them decisively, let alone these 3 strangers. Lennon had considered it very carefully to give the 3 of them a reason to get off the boat. Can't you give them 3 sets of clothes? After saying that, Zhang Wei ran back to get her clothes. But her speed was not as fast as the bullet. Bang! Ding! A bullet hit the iron door leading to the cabin, making a crisp sound. Zhang Wei's feet suddenly became 10,000 times heavier, as if they were sucked by a magnet, and she stood firmly on the deck. She could feel that the bullet just flew past her body. You are a Chinese after all. Don't you know that in ancient times, acts of usurpation would result in beheading? I am not an ancient emperor, and I don't have the habit of oppressing people. But you want to give my things to others without my consent? Even on Earth, this is unreasonable. Zhang Wei, why don't you take off your clothes and give them to the 3 of them? Lin Ying's cold voice came into Zhang Wei's ears from behind, which made her suddenly realize that the guy who usually laughed and joked with her was actually a murderer. After Lin Ying finished speaking, Zhang Wei and Lin Ying were silent as a cicada, lowering their heads and not daring to move. No one is willing to sacrifice his life to save an unrelated person. The last time such a person appeared was more than 2,600 years ago. But that person is not pure either. He is just after fame and fortune. He severely threatened Zhang Wei. Linen turned around and looked at the three women again. His patience was gone, and he just wanted to get them off the boat. Let's go? Why are you still standing there? Take this man's body with you. You can take off his clothes and divide them among yourselves. Remember to write about me in the parchment book later. Driven by Linen, the three women had no choice but to leave the Pearl. They finally became the only three survivors, and then were killed by Linen. After the absurd drama ended, Lin Ying and Zhang Wei still didn't dare to move. Then Lin and took Lin Ying's hand and walked towards the cabin. When passing by Zhang Wei, he patted her buttocks hard. Not eating anymore? This is just a warning. It's hard enough for me to support the two of you, and you still want me to give my resources to others? Do you know what thriftiness and frugality mean? Faced with the moody Linen, Zhang Wei really wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to. Other people are moody and may lose their temper at any time. And Lin always has a reason for losing his temper. Because of this, Zhang Wei didn't dare to cry. No one knew if Lin would get annoyed and shoot her again if she cried out loud. Dinner that night was very peaceful. There was almost no one eating at the dinner table. Lin Ying stopped calling Lin and brother and Zhang Wei sister. As for Zhang Wei, the energy she usually had for arguing with Lin had completely disappeared. The person with the least psychological burden is Lin. However, when Lin sat down to eat, the prompt sound of the super farm system rang in his ears. So he calmed down and ate first, and then returned to the bedroom immediately after finishing his meal. Bite. Your tree of life has absorbed enough energy and has now been upgraded to level 2. The tree of life has been upgraded. Lin leased so much land in the super farm. They grow plants and raise animals. After so much time, the tree of life was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. When Lin entered the super farm, he was very happy to see that the tree of life had taken shape and grown to nearly 20 meters high. Because the effect of the tree of life is much stronger. Tree of life, level 2. It can provide growth power for plants and animals in super farms, super fisheries, and super ranches. It can also attract birds to build nests in the tree of life. Current effects of the tree of life: reduces plant and animal growth time by 20, attracts no more than 9 birds to nest, and the wingspan of birds nesting in the tree of life will not exceed 1 meter. Chapter 127: Fixed Islands and Reefs. Reduces plant and animal growth time by 1/5. This alone is enough to make Lin excited. According to this ratio, Lin felt that when the tree of life was upgraded to level 9, it could reduce the growth time of animals and plants by 90. By that time, it will really be cheating. It's a pity that I can't farm ore. Otherwise, I could farm some sulfur and saltpeter, and then I'd have unlimited ammunition. With the super farm, Lin has no shortage of many things, but he lacks the minerals to make artillery shells. Lin said before that the truth is within range. But the prerequisite is that there must be sufficient ammunition. One should not be too greedy. I will give Tong Ye some resources later and ask her to help me see if anyone in the trading house has found saltpeter and sulfur. Lin just likes to ask others for help so that he can save his own time. In the past, ordering takeout on Earth would take several hours. Holding the phone, he kept flipping through the food on it. I just don't know what to eat. With this habit, Lin really doesn't want to go to the trading house to buy and sell some resources himself. Of course, when it comes to some transactions that take a shorter time or are more important, Lin will still do it himself. Another batch of woad has matured, and we have enough Polygonum multiflorum seeds for now. We'll stop growing woad for now and plant Polygonum multiflorum, corn, and soybeans instead. Lin planted Polygonum multiflorum so that he could enjoy the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum himself. Corn and soybeans are planted because Dolly, Little White, Little Deer, and the new Little Rabbit and Little Flower on the boat lack food. The evolutionary crystals made them stronger and stronger, and eating grass alone could not solve the problem of hunger. It's just like when a person is hungry and keeps drinking wild vegetable soup. It can make you feel full for a while, but it won't work for a long time. Lin has been slowly adding dried bear meat to the feed of Xiaobai, Dolly, and the little deer. But they haven't adapted yet and don't seem to like the food very much. But in the future, they will definitely adapt to eating meat under Lin's training. Only by eating meat can their increasingly strong bodies be full of strength. I'll sell some of the Isatis root and Isatis leaf, and save the rest for my own cooking. I don't know when the next natural disaster will come. Sigh. Lin seized a large amount of resources during the extreme cold disaster, making him less resistant to natural disasters now. He is now worried about encountering a natural disaster that he cannot resist and taking his life. But at the same time, he hopes that natural disasters will continue to occur so that he can make a fortune from the disasters. But the most important thing right now is to find the blueprint for the epic construction hammer. I really don't know where I could find a blueprint of this level. Lin N's need for the epic building hammer blueprint is very urgent. After all, the nearly 1 million metal ingots stored on the pearl were all reserved for upgrading the pearl when he got the epic construction hammer. As long as the pearl can be upgraded to the next level. In the ocean world, there are not many things or animals that can threaten Lin. Since the ship was built, the great white sharks no longer run near the pearl. Even sharks know that this ship is not easy to deal with. The next morning, after finishing his farm work at the super farm, Lin went up to the bridge from the cabin as usual. Zhang Wei and Lin Ning took the silk thread given to them by Lin Anxin and started making clothes. Now they are making relatively thin clothes, such as short-sleeved shirts and shorts. These clothes can't be sold for much, but it's no problem to sell a set for 500 metal ingots. Zhang Wei and Lin Ning can do 20 sets a day. That's 10,000 metal ingots. On ordinary days when there is no goal, after deducting the cost of raw materials, I can earn 7,000 metal ingots a day, which is actually very impressive. Are we still heading south? I don't know where we're going. Lin had neither a treasure map nor a secret map, and the sea was no longer filled with resources as before. The ice had melted and seabirds had appeared, but Lin had become a sailor without a goal. Wandering aimlessly on the sea is a very dangerous thing. He opened all the rare sails, then adjusted the course and continued to head south. Lin, who had nothing to do, opened the parchment book. Although it is difficult to obtain some useful information on the world channel or regional channel, it does not mean that it is impossible. Page 3. Regional channel. Survivors, 18,534. Have you heard? Yesterday, the Holy Knights, the largest pirate group in our sea area, encountered Lin and were wiped out by Lin alone. I know, everyone knows this. The 3 people who survived on the Holy Night have been talking about this since last night. Now everyone is saying that Lin is a good man, the pirate killer, the kind-hearted Lin. Let's not talk about this for now. Lin will probably leave our sea area soon. It is said that his ship has never stopped. There's an orange and lemon tree up for auction on Kiri Fixed Atoll. Anyone interested in going over and seeing the action? What's there to see? We can't afford to buy anything. If we get too close to the crowd, what if someone starts killing people over those orange and lemon trees and accidentally hurts me? Yes, then I won't go. Kiri, the owner of Kiri Island, is quite impressive. He even managed to acquire orange and lemon trees. People say he also possesses a rare construction hammer, which is why he privately set up an island and reef in our waters to run an auction house. He takes a commission and mines the seabed. He estimates he needs 100,000 metal ingots to build a large ship. No matter how powerful he is not as powerful as Lin's pearl is an ironclad ship, and the metal ingots and metal ores he traded in the Arctic disaster reached millions. If you compare yourself to the #1 person in the ocean world, then the others won't survive. Lin hasn't watched the regional channel for a long time. He expected that the number of survivors would be less than 20,000. But this was the first time he heard of the fixed island reef thing. However, if he thought about it carefully, human wisdom is endless, and it is not difficult to create a so-called island reef. Lin could also do it. He guessed that the man named Kiri simply built a lot of wooden boats or rafts, arranged these boats and rafts in a circle, and then sank the anchor into the sea, so that the boats and rafts could be fixed. Then let those craftsmen who know some skills, or he himself, build the city wall on the wooden boats and rafts formed in a circle, or build nothing. Lin felt that the possibility of no defensive facilities being built was relatively low. If there were no defensive facilities, William would have brought his holy knight to this fixed island of Kiri long ago. Chapter 128 Sea Boundary. Orange and lemon trees. These are worth fighting for. Auction. Interesting. Lin can guarantee that the island owner named Kiri is 100 up to something, but he doesn't know what the other party is trying to do. To be honest, from childhood to adulthood, Lin has never seen a trading platform more perfect than the trading house. The trading house can do barter, and both the buyer and the seller must reach a consensus before the transaction can be completed. And the trading house does not take any commission. In Ocean World, except for speaking in the world channel, which requires exchanging planks of wood, other functions seem to be free of charge. It is precisely because of the fair, just and open nature of the trading house. The auction house on this fixed island of Kiri seems to be able to auction only living things, such as orange and lemon trees. Lin felt that Geely had ulterior motives, and it was not groundless. There are so many living resources in the ocean world. During this long period of time, the only living things Lin obtained from normal channels were 2 sheep, Dolly and Xiaobai, and a reindeer, Little Deer. If the gray mouse could be counted, that would make 4 animals. Even though it was Lin and who only got these animals, the possibility of others getting living things was even lower. So Lennon thought that there were not many things to auction at that auction house. The island owner, named Kiri, created such a thing. Could it be just for the commission? Absolutely not. But Lennon couldn't figure out what Kiri wanted to do for the time being. But he didn't care about that. He wanted those 2 fruit trees, living fruit trees, instead of the fruit trees that Lennon dug out from the island and put into the parchment book. As for the fruit trees that Lennon dug out, it was not known whether they could survive if they were buried in the soil. He had already taken them to the super farm and converted them into seeds. In order to find out the location of the Kiri Island reef, Lennon found Zhang Wei alone, returned her parchment book to her, and then asked her to inquire about the location of Kiri's fixed islands and reefs on the regional channel. Page 3. Regional channel. Survivors, 18,533. Where is this Kiri fixed island reef you're talking about? I just arrived in this area, and I'm very curious about what a fixed island reef is. I want to go and see it. Welcome, welcome. I'm Kiri, new guest. Head southeast. If you come into contact with a horizontal maritime boundary, follow it eastward. If you come into contact with a vertical maritime boundary, head south. Kiri's fixed islands and reefs are located at the intersection of 5 sea areas. The auction doesn't start until the afternoon, so you'll definitely be here in time. Kiri-sama has appeared. It's Kiri-sama. Lord Kiri, I want to live on your island. Can you take me in? After asking the questions, Zhang Wei got the answer Lennon wanted, and then handed the parchment book back to Lennon. She then quietly returned to the studio and continued making clothes. Why are you still holding a grudge? Looking at Zhang Wei's expression, Lennon knew that she was holding a grudge against him because of the shooting yesterday. When people do something wrong, they never think whether it is their own fault. Lennon ignored Zhang Wei's stubborn temper and began to look for the so-called fixed island reef, as Kiri said. While Kiri was speaking, Lennon clicked on his profile picture and took a look. This person was an Aryan with a turban and a big beard. He always has a smile on his face and looks very kind. If he were to meet this kind of person in real life, Lennon would definitely think that he was an amiable vendor, the kind of guy who specialized in selling street drinks. It's indeed clever. Building a fixed island reef at the intersection of the sea areas will make it easy for others to find it, and it can also be promoted in 5 sea areas. But isn't this just a sitting duck? Lennon raised his eyebrows, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the murderous intent. If the orange and lemon trees could be obtained through normal means, there would be no need to kill people. Lennon started the intermediate engine, and the Pearl's speed was increased to the fastest. Not long after, Lennon heard a prompt sound that he had entered other areas. Then Lennon adjusted the direction of the Pearl. After finding out that the boundary of the sea area was horizontal, he headed east along the boundary. Xiaohong and Xiaolu suddenly let out a long roar in the sky. They both flew high and could see far, so they saw the fixed island reef before Lennon. At this time, Lennon also stopped the Pearl. On the radar display, there were dense white dots 5 kilometers ahead. 5 kilometers, just within the visible range of rare-grade telescopes. Lennon stood in the control room and took out a rare telescope to look at the Kiri fixed island reef 5 kilometers away. For a moment, Lennon thought he saw a pier. In the center of the Kiri fixed island reef is a castle. It looks like a castle because there is a building made of stone. Lennon can't see what the inside of the building looks like, but he can estimate that the outer wall of the building is nearly 20 meters high. Near the outer wall of the building, countless rafts extend outward, most of which are occupied by human survivors doing various things. Some were fishing, some were bathing, and some were sitting by the raft and talking about love. Lennon looked at the building carefully again. He thought that the Kiri fixed island reef should be this building, and the rafts around it should have come here to seek shelter. On the outer wall of the building, Lennon could see patrolling humans trying to survive, and there were some unfilled holes on the wall. Of course, in addition to the small white dots within the fixed islands and reefs of Kili, more or less small white dots also appeared in other locations on the radar display. These people all came from other places, just like Lennon. Are you going over? I didn't expect there would be so many people. Lennon hesitated for a moment, but decided to drive the Pearl closer to the fixed island reef of Kili. He came here for the lemon trees and orange trees, but now he has stopped because of some minor problems. So why should he join in the fun? As the Pearl gradually sailed towards the Kiri fixed islands and reefs, more and more survivors saw the Pearl, a huge ship sailing on the sea, and the news that Lennon had arrived at the Kiri fixed islands and reefs spread instantly. Lennon finally stopped the boat 1 kilometer away from the building, bringing the Kiri fixed islands and reefs within the range of the Armstrong cannon. In order to show his deterrence, Lennon even built 8 Armstrong cannons and placed them in the cabin, just like the two cannons yesterday, with the muzzles pointing at the fixed islands and reefs of Kiri. When the black muzzle of the cannon was revealed, none of the scoundrels nearby who were coveting the pearl dared to move forward. Chapter 129, Lustful. Master Kiri, Linen is here. Inside the Kiri fixed reef, there is a room on top of the middle building. There was a man sitting in the room. This man was the so-called island owner Kiri. He was wearing a red turban and shorts, and looked very out of place. If you look closely, you can see the letters ZL on his shorts. Kiri's clothes are also Zoro brand clothes bought from Linen. The person who was speaking was a white woman, and there were two women standing next to her. If Linen was here, he would definitely find out that these three people were the three people he let go. That's different from what you said. Didn't you say he only had 3 cannons? Kiri twirled his beard and asked the 3 women in front of him, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Master Kiri, with the parchment book, it wouldn't be surprising if Lin and built another 100 cannons overnight. The extra 8 cannons don't mean there are 8 more people on the pearl than I mentioned. The white woman explained that she didn't want Kiri to think she was lying to him. Where are the 2 pterosaurs? In heaven. There are only 2 Chinese women on the boat, right? Yes, Lin is a lustful man. He only targets beautiful Chinese women. He also has a pistol that can only fire 2 bullets at a time, right? Yeah, I saw him fire 2 shots and then load 2 bullets. Do you think he'd come to the island just for 2 fruit trees? If I were him, I'd just fire my cannons and blow the island away. If someone got hurt and fell into the sea, the man-eating sharks would go crazy. By then, everyone would be dead, and he could just come back and collect the resources. Of course he will. Linen is bloodthirsty, but he has a bottom line. He should be more worried about the 2 fruit trees being destroyed. He might not care that much about whether we live or die. All right, you 3 go out and don't show your faces for now. I'll wait for the other bait to arrive. Yes. Linen never thought that someone would plot against him, but his caution was ingrained in him. Kiri thought Lin and would go directly to the island just to take pictures of the 2 fruit trees, but in fact Lin and would never take the risk. Anyway, all the survivors in these 5 sea areas and even the entire ocean world knew that Lin had settled in Kiri's fixed islands and reefs, so Lin had no scruples. He took out the parchment book and had a private chat with Kiri. He said that he could exchange these 2 living fruit trees for 20,000 metal ingots. This is a sky-high price. Lin felt that no one except him would spend so many resources just to buy 2 fruit trees. But after waiting for a while, there was no reply from Kiri, so Lin directly said in the regional channel that he wanted to exchange 20,000 metal ingots for the 2 fruit trees, and asked someone to contact Kiri, and then let Kiri find him. But he had said this on the regional channel, but still hadn't received a reply from Kiri, which made Lin very confused. Even if you don't sell it, you should still reply to the email. Lin didn't think that so much time had passed, and Kiri didn't know that he was looking for her. You have a problem with me? Or am I your target? It's not that Lin is extremely confident. He is the strongest person in the ocean world. Although he is anonymous on the list, everyone knows that he will be ranked in the top 3. Based on this ranking, if we put it back on Earth, it would be almost equivalent to being the ruler of a big country and the richest man in the country. No matter who you want to contact, you can get in touch. Unless he contacts those who have grudges against him. Others may not want to talk to him because of hatred. But Lin didn't think he had ever offended this guy named Kiri. I'm leaving now, okay? If I don't participate in your auction, will I still be unable to get the lemon and orange trees? Lin suddenly had another plan in his mind. He planned to say it on the regional channel that whoever could auction these 2 fruit trees would be given 25,000 metal ingots in exchange. In this way, you can just wait for the auction to be over, get the fruit trees, and then let that person come to you to complete the final transaction. But at this moment, Kiri's reply arrived. Page 3. Private chat channel. Kiri, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, brother Lin. I just saw your message and was really flattered, but I haven't figured out how to tell you, so I delayed for a while. Lin, I haven't figured out how to put it yet. So you're saying we can't trade directly, right? Kiri, it's like this. I have been preparing for this auction for 2 days. As you can see, there are so many people gathered around. If I sell the 2 fruit trees directly to you, what about the others? Lin, your auction cannot be without other items, right? Kiri, yes, but none of them are as valuable as those 2 fruit trees. Lin, okay, I understand what you mean. There's no point in talking so much nonsense if I can't sell it directly. In the end, I'll just trade with whoever wins the auction for the fruit tree. Having said that, Lin has already planned to implement his second method. That is to spread the word that he will use 25,000 metal ingots to buy these 2 fruit trees. Let someone else help him auction it. In any case, Lin himself would definitely not take risks easily. Kiri, brother Lin, Our auction also has handsome men and beautiful women of all races. I heard that you like beautiful women, especially Chinese beauties, and we have them here too. Linen, who told you I like beautiful women? That's funny. I've never been interested in women. Kiri, ahem, I guess I was wrong. But I saw that there are so many cannons on your pearl. Don't you want to buy a few slaves to operate these cannons? Linen, do we need to buy slaves? Why not just capture them? What do you mean? I see what you mean. You just want me to go to your island. But I won't go. Kiri, it's nothing, brother Linen, just be casual. At the same time, Linen and Kiri exited the private chat channel at the same time. We've run out of things to talk about today. On the fixed islands of Kili. It's still the same room. Kiri's face had become very ugly. His biggest target was Linen, but Linen didn't come. This is the first time I've seen a strong man on the leaderboard have the courage of a rat. Kiri slammed the handle of the chair hard. He was also on the list, and his name was revealed, ranking 32nd. Captain William of the Holy Knight is also on the list. The only difference is that William is anonymous and ranked only 95th. It's because of the ranking on the leaderboard. I didn't let William have nothing to do and provoke Kiri. Moreover, Kiri has been announcing that he wants to collect 100,000 metal ingots to build a large ironclad ship. These news became a smokescreen, making others think that Kiri's ranking was not due to his high wealth score, but because of his strong strength, so he was ranked 32nd. Chapter 130, Breaking the Pot. Master Kiri, Linen won't go to the islands and reefs, and is even watching them from the sidelines. I think our plan may not be able to proceed. Imagine if Linen finds out that you forced so many people to stay on the island and then killed them. The Pearl has radar. What do you think will happen if Linen discovers that the white dots on the radar have disappeared in large areas? There is still someone in front of Kiri, and this person is Kiri's think tank. I've been following Kiri since a long time ago. It was this person who suggested building fixed islands and reefs to attract humans seeking survival to gather here. John, if I don't synthesize the parchment book, won't Linen be able to find out the anomaly? Kiri also has radar, but it is a primary radar. To be honest, if there is no radar radiating the surrounding area, Kiri would not dare to build fixed islands and reefs. Over time, with so many people around trying to survive, some people die every day for various reasons. Then Kiri and John discovered that what the radar detected was not ships, rafts, or humans, but parchment books. Linen has not discovered this yet. Linen thought that the radar was detecting rafts and ships that were not his own. Even if you don't synthesize those parchment books, Linen will still have to wait for someone to come and trade with him for the orange and lemon trees. If he can't wait for people to come, he will still become suspicious. Then, if Linen fires a few cannons at our fixed islands and reefs, the huge rocks on the outer city walls are just for show and lack defensive capabilities. I'm afraid they will be directly blown away by the shells. John preached with great concern. He actually regretted not suggesting that Kiri sell the lemon tree and orange tree to Linen. If he had sold the 2 fruit trees to Linen earlier, he would have let Linen leave. Anyway, Linen won't stay here for long after buying the orange tree and lemon tree. Even if this transaction is completed, Lin's guard will be lowered, and he can be tricked into coming to the island. Unfortunately, Linen has already run away. Then what do you think we should do? Pretend to hold an auction, and then send someone over to trade with Linen? That won't work either. With so many people dying suddenly, the number of survivors on the regional channel will decrease. Kiri could no longer think of any way to solve this dilemma. He really wanted to catch all those powerful and wealthy people in one fell swoop and gather enough resources. Everyone thought that Kiri was going to get 100,000 metal ingots to build an ironclad ship and then start sailing, but Kiri wanted to gather enough resources to turn this fixed island reef into an impenetrable fortress. The construction of Kiri Fixed Island Reef began before the Great Shark disaster. At that time, Kiri had a lot of stones but nowhere to use them, so he listened to John and built such a place. After the white sharks had gnawed the outer wooden boards, when they were about to bite the raft that was pressed down by the rocks, they had no place to bite. Kiri led a group of people and successfully survived the shark disaster. Afterwards, this group of people became his diehard fans. He didn't even confiscate anyone's parchment. Then came the extreme cold disaster. Such a fixed island reef is a natural fortress. It is more heat insulating than an ironclad ship and can withstand cold winds from all directions. The open sky hole in the middle can also bring in fresh air. At that time, Kiri sheltered a large number of people and helped them survive. Until the extreme cold disaster is over. It was impossible for Kiri to give up such a home. All the things he publicized were smokescreens. Kiri just liked to do these things to confuse others and then portray himself as a saint. Don't worry about the number of survivors. I've thought about it before. Even if the number of survivors is greatly reduced, because we are at the junction of 5 sea areas, Linen and others will think that the people who suddenly decreased have gone to other sea areas. Lord Kiri, I think you should send someone to take the lemon trees and orange trees across the ocean to find Linen, and then exchange them for 25,000 metal ingots. You can also ask Linen to drive the ship over again, so that he should be willing to trade with you. Of course, to gain Linen's trust, you can also ask for something else instead of the metal ingots, such as some medicinal herbs of equal value. John thought about it and decided that it would be better to make a deal with Linen in advance and then send Linen away. Kiri nodded silently, took out the parchment book, and started chatting with Linen privately. Then he found out that he had been blocked by Linen. Linen directly refused to have any deeper communication with Kiri. When Kiri discovered he had been blocked, he immediately became furious and cursed. This person is not only cowardly, but also petty. There's a Chinese saying that goes, even if a deal doesn't work out, the friendship remains. And yet, I refused to trade with him, and he blocked me. He's such a mean person. John didn't know what to do when he saw how angry Gilly was. Because if he couldn't make an agreement with Linen in advance and send someone directly to trade, there was a high possibility that Linen would directly kill the person Kiri sent. Let's go with the original plan. Linen has cannons, and we have powerful crossbows. If he gets close, we'll make sure he doesn't come back. Kiri was at a loss. He had the same idea as William. That is, he had more people, while Linen only had 3 people. They could kill Linen no matter what, and maybe even seize the pearl. Seeing that Gilly had the intention to kill, John came up with a very subtle idea. Lord Kiri, don't you have a rare-grade construction hammer? You can use a batch of resources to build 50 ironclad ships within our islands and reefs. They should be about the size of speedboats. Then, install engines and powerful crossbows on these speedboats, and then distribute the troops on the islands and reefs in groups of 3 per ship. This way, we can surround and kill Lin and without fear of the cannons on his ship, and even the pterosaurs in the sky can't threaten us. John's idea was an upgraded version of Captain William's instigation of the pirates to charge at the Pearl after the Sacred Night was destroyed by cannons. Captain William failed because he did not have time to prepare more ships, and he did not know how to equip these ships with engines. Kiri not only has resources and people, but also weapons. This method works very well for Kiri. But what if the person in control of the ship runs away with the ship? Even if we take their parchment book, they might use this powerful weapon to steal someone else's parchment book. Kiri didn't want to be the good guy who gave away an ironclad ship for free. At this time, John smiled and said, Lord Gilly, isn't this a great opportunity to purify your army? Why don't we talk to the 150 people individually, talk to each of them, let them watch out for each other, and then let the 50 ships supervise each other. Chapter 131. The auction begins. Oh, with Kiri's brain capacity, he couldn't figure out what John meant for a moment. But after he thought about it carefully for a while, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, John, you're really quick-witted. Accompanied by Kiri's hearty laughter. The auction on the fixed island reef is about to begin. This place has hosted 5 auctions, and there have been no problems each time, so only those auctioneers who are visiting the Kiri fixed island reef for the first time will feel nervous. The other regulars had already started talking about whether they would find a beautiful young woman to spend the night with on the raft outside the Kiri island reef after the auction was over. The fixed islands and reefs of Kiri are usually not open to the survivalists on the rafts outside. But when natural disasters come, Kiri would let these people enter the islands and reefs, and then select strong men from them to join his army. Kiri currently has an army of 200 people who patrol the outer walls of the island day and night. Their main purpose is to prevent anyone from climbing up the wall, getting into the island, and assassinating Kiri. Old Song, you're here. I heard there's a stunning beauty at this auction. Are you here for her? Humph. I, Song-yi, am not the kind of person who can't move when he sees a woman. Alas, what a pity. I saw Lin and Pearl coming over and thought I could chat with him and make friends, but I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Cautious? If I were him, even with millions of metal ingots, I wouldn't rashly land on this island. That's true. The fairest thing in the world is that everyone has only one life. No matter how powerful Linen is, if someone stabs him in the back, he will die. Ha ha ha, you're right. A group of fierce-looking, strong men with advanced weapons were walking around on rafts around the fixed islands of Kiri. They didn't pay any attention to the survivors on the rafts around them. They were laughing and chatting, not worried at all that someone would attack them at this time. Even the villains who usually killed people on sight restrained their murderous intent at this moment and did not massacre the surviving humans on the raft. Everyone knows that the people surviving near the fixed islands and reefs of Kiri are all from Kiri. Whether you beat a dog depends on its owner. So no one bothers these seemingly poor and helpless humans who are trying to survive. The reason why Kiri allowed so many rafts and so many people to surround his fixed islands and reefs, but did not allow them to live there actually had several purposes. One reason was that if the army of 200 people suffered losses or needed to be expanded, the surviving humans outside would be his source of troops. Secondly, Kiri's auctions have always included human merchandise. Where do these human merchandise come from? Most of them come from those who are trying to survive outside. Some people, unable to make ends meet, will capture some beautiful women or men and send them to the islands and reefs to exchange for some resources with Kiri. Third, if an enemy wants to invade the Kiri fixed islands and reefs, these rafts and surviving humans on the periphery can be regarded as cannon fodder and can also be said to be the first line of defense of the Kiri fixed islands and reefs. Kiri himself could not have thought of these things. These were all suggestions given to Kiri by John, his think tank. It is precisely because these survival humans outside are useful that Kiri will provide them with the most basic shelter when natural disasters strike. Squeak. The sun had just set when the iron gate of Kiri's fixed reef rose from the inside. This is a huge iron gate that is 50 meters long. When it is closed, 40 meters of it are under the sea. The auctioneers walked in through the iron gate in groups of 2 or 3. Those who came for the first time all had expressions of surprise on their faces, because this place was very different from what they had imagined. Kiri built many rafts on the sea surface inside the outer wall, leaving no space, so that the entire Kiri fixed island reef was enclosed. In this way, even if someone swims from the sea to the interior of the Kiri fixed island reef and wants to get in, they will have to destroy the rafts. But if he did, the reminder of the reduced durability and damaged raft would also make Kiri realize that someone was coming in. When the auctioneers climbed up the stone steps to the second level of the outer city wall, the iron gate should have been closed at this time, but the gate did not lower. After the auctioneers entered the auction room, Kiri appeared from below. He asked his subordinates to lift all the rafts on the sea with ropes. Then the dark sea surface appeared, and Kiri could still see the dark shadows under the sea. In the surrounding waters, the most sharks are found under the fixed islands and reefs of Kiri. Kiri kills a person every day and throws him into the sea to feed the sharks. Over time, the number of sharks increased. These sharks are also part of the defense force of Kiri's fixed islands and reefs. It's time to build a ship. Kiri took out the rare-grade construction hammer with some pain and began to build small boats the size of yachts. He also added engines and biofuel tanks to each boat to ensure that every speedboat here could have a speed that exceeded the Pearl. The resources consumed in building 50 assault boats are not a small number, not to mention the biofuels. This directly consumed 1/3 of Kiri's inventory resources. While Kiri was building these assault boats, the auction is in full swing. However, the auctioneers were a little puzzled. At such an important auction, not only did Kiri not show up, but even Kiri's think tank John did not show up. In the past, auctions were hosted by Kiri or John himself. But as the auction progressed, some items were competed for by more people, and these people stopped thinking about this problem. There are quite a few good things. Lennon was basking in the sun on the sea 5 kilometers away from the Kiri fixed island reef, holding a parchment book in his hand, watching the information about the auction scrolling on it. The auctioneers who entered the auction all had parchment books in their hands. Some people just went in to watch the fun and had no intention of participating in the auction at all. So we started live broadcasting on regional channels. The most common commodity that Kiri brought out was people. There were a total of 12 people to be auctioned at the auction, 8 of them women and 4 men. There are also orange and lemon trees. There are also some rare blueprints. Even animal skins were put up for auction. It can be seen that Kiri wants to make the auction bigger and stronger. But he couldn't get any really good stuff, so he couldn't attract all the strong people in the entire ocean world. The next item to be auctioned is the orange tree. Lennon held the parchment book in his hand and sat up straight, ready to watch the live text broadcast on the regional channel in real time. Chapter 132. It depends on your luck. Page 3. Regional channel. Survivors, 18,508. The orange tree Lynn and wanted has been brought up. Are 2 fruit trees worth 25,000 metal ingots? Who knows? It's definitely not worth it. I suspect that Lennon and this Kiri are colluding and deliberately trying to drive up the price of the auction items. Don't even raise the price of these 2 fruit trees. If it were me, I would raise the price of that stunning beauty just now. She's so tempting. I can't help myself just by looking at her figure. You guys are disgusting. Is there anyone sitting in the auction who can tell me what the orange tree has been sold for? 8,000 metal ingots. That's really exaggerated. I estimate that no one will bid when the auction price reaches 10,000 metal ingots. Why? If I auction off the 2 fruit trees for 20,000 metal ingots and trade them with Lennon, I can only make another 5,000 metal ingots. There's also the risk of Lin and turning against me, so the profit from 5,000 metal ingots isn't much. It's true. Someone bid 10,000 metal ingots, and then no one else bid. After the orange trees were auctioned, the lemon trees were immediately put up for auction. Lennon learned from the regional channel that the person who bought the orange tree eventually spent 12,000 metal ingots to buy the lemon tree. Obviously, someone didn't want him to buy the two fruit trees so easily, so they deliberately raised the price. But this has nothing to do with Lennon. After he confirmed who bought the two fruit trees, he directly chatted with that person privately. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lennon, brother, if you can dig out the two fruit trees intact, you can put them in the parchment book and then take them to the trading house to trade with me. Because of the super farm magic pool, Lennon didn't care whether the guy who bought the lemon tree and orange tree would kill the two fruit trees. If Kiri and John knew that Lennon had no intention of keeping the fruit trees alive, they probably wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to build dozens of speedboats to deal with the threat posed by Lennon. Mona, huh? If these two fruit trees die, they won't be worth much. They won't bear any fruit. Lennon, just do as I say. I won't cheat you. Mona, okay. This man named Mona was willing to spend 22,000 metal ingots to buy orange trees and lemon trees, because for some reason, he had illusions about Lennon's character. But it was precisely because Mona believed in Lennon. That's why he was able to earn these 3,000 metal ingots. He could make a small fortune just by reselling it, which was pretty good for him. Consumption, metal ingot 25,000. Obtain, lemon tree 1, orange tree 1. The lemon and orange trees that Lennon traded for were not even as long as his arms. That was because he was able to convert the saplings into seeds. Otherwise, these two fruit trees would be of no use. It would be better to expect Zhang Wei to learn a striptease for him than to expect these two fruit trees to grow lemons and oranges. Lennon, brother, in consideration of the fact that you helped me buy the orange and lemon trees, I want to remind you that Kiri has a big conspiracy. He tricked you into coming to the island probably because he wants to destroy you and plunder all your resources. Mona, that's impossible. This auction has been held several times, and there were no problems before. Lennon, I can only say that the fish Kiri caught at the auction before were not big enough. Also, Kiri may not have gotten the rare-grade construction hammer before, so his demand for resources was not as great as it is now. After watching the regional channel of the parchment book for such a long time, Lennon also knew that there was an army of 200 people on the fixed islands and reefs of Kiri. Trying to feed 200 people is no small expense. Kiri has been staying on this fixed island and reef, rarely grabbing resources from the outside. If he does not transform, he will sooner or later be eaten up by these 200 people. Kili Fixed Island Reef. Mona carefully considered the message sent by Lennon. In addition, the person hosting the auction was a woman he had never seen before, so Mona became more and more panicked. Then he stood up and thought about walking out. But when he reached the door of the room, two strong men reached out to stop Mona. No one is allowed to leave until the auction is over. This is Master Kiri's order. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. One of the strong men shouted loudly, then drew the long sword from his waist and made an attacking gesture towards Mona. Mona saw this scene. Even if you are slow-witted, you will know that Lennon's guess is true. There was no such rule as you cannot leave the auction until it's over in the past. I just wanted to go to the bathroom. Why are you making such a big reaction? You scared me out of my urination. Mona patted his chest, slowly retreated to his original seat, and sat down. Then took out the parchment book and sent a message to Lennon. Mona, Lord Lennon, Kiri has placed us auctioneers under house arrest, and the guards guarding the door of the room will not let us leave. Lennon, you'd better hope for the best. If a few dozen of you fight him, maybe you can break out of the encirclement. Oh, no, there are thousands of people trying to survive outside the island reef. You can't run away. Mona, Lord Lennon, can you bear to see such a tragedy happen? Lennon, what does your life or death have to do with me? I'm not stupid enough to attend an auction. Half an hour ago, most of you said I was a coward. Mona, Lord Lennon, how can you help us? Lennon, I'm short of money lately and don't have any way to obtain resources. There are 26 of you participating in the auction, so it shouldn't be difficult to collect 260,000 metal ingots. See the number 260,000. Mona then realized that Lennon and Kiri had the same dark heart. It's just that Kiri is too poor, so he has to kill all the auctioneers in order to get the many resources he wants. Moreover, Kiri was worried that if he took away the resources of these people and let them go, someone would retaliate against him in the future. So I thought of going all out and eradicating the problem completely. As for Lennon, it's purely a playful attitude. He had already got the orange and lemon trees he wanted. There is no shortage of resources. So I thought about having some fun. But even if it's just for fun, you need motivation. These 260,000 metal ingots are the power. Without the prize of 260,000 metal ingots, Lennon would probably have just been watching the show nearby. He didn't know that Kiri had come up with a way to deal with him. Mona, Lord Lennon, I think they should all agree to your conditions, but I can't discuss it with others now. Lennon, tell me the exact location of the auction room. I will fire a cannon at you, and you will be able to jump out of the room and out of the city wall. Whether you can escape depends entirely on your luck. Mona. Chapter 133 Life and Death are destined. Mona, who is on the fixed island of Kili, finally understands what it means that life and death are determined by fate and wealth is in the hands of God. He sent the location of the room to Lennon. Mona became extremely anxious. Who knows if Lin and Shot will kill him? Mona, what's wrong with you? Why did you move the stool to the corner? I felt you weren't normal from the beginning. Is there something wrong with your brain? Mona, if you know anything, please tell us as soon as possible so that we can share the good times and the bad times together. When Mona was about to leave the auction and was stopped by the guards, all the auctioneers present began to realize that this auction was a trap. It was clearly a hangman banquet, but no one dared to be the first to resist. Everyone knew that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, so they all sat and waited for Mona to stick his head out again. As a result, Mona acted like a madman. His eyes were wandering, his movements were furtive. He didn't listen to what the auctioneer on the stage said, nor did he look at what was being auctioned. He just kept moving his stool along the wall. Yes, you can't have a stool. Mona's train of thought was interrupted, and he threw the stool under him away. He thought that if the shell blew the stool into pieces, the wood chips might also become the murder weapon that killed him. After throwing the stool away, Mona huddled in the corner. The two guards felt that Mona was a little abnormal, but he didn't come to check, because Kiri's order to them was to kill anyone who tried to leave the room by force. No matter how crazy Mona was, he was at the auction. At this time, outside the room, there were already many crossbowmen holding crossbows, waiting for the auction to end. They would open the windows and shoot at the auctioneers in the room. These bows and crossbows have the power of advanced weapons and can fire continuously. It is estimated that no one will survive a round of shooting. Just when all the auctioneers were concerned about Mona's mental state, Lin An's Pearl was gradually approaching the Kiri fixed island reef. The guards on guard on the city wall saw the Pearl moving rapidly towards the island reef and quickly rang the copper bells beside them. Ding, ding, ding. The long sound of copper bells echoed in the island reefs. All the guards turned their eyes to Kiri, who was still building assault boats and crossbows on the first floor. John on the third floor also ran out of the room. Master Kiri, Lennon is here again. Because many rafts and ships came towards the fixed islands and reefs every day, the primary radar alarm on the islands and reefs kept ringing every day, so Kiri threw that thing away. It was only when Lennon was almost approaching the island reef that the guards saw the Pearl. Don't panic. See what he wants to do. I still need some time here. Kiri has only built a dozen assault boats so far. It's not that his speed is too slow, but that there are too many facilities to be built on each assault boat, and Kiri has to fill the biofuel tank himself with biofuel. This is a waste of time. If more than a dozen assault boats rushed out at this time, they would not pose any threat to Lin An's safety. Those auctioneers can. John made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Kiri. What he meant was that all the auctioneers could be killed and manpower should not be wasted on the auction. Go ahead and do it. Kiri nodded at John. Let John order the killing of the auctioneers, but at this moment, a deafening sound rang out in the fixed island reef. The whole building shook with the sound. The dust that fell from the cracks in the stones made Kiri feel like he was in ruins. When he brushed the dust off his face and looked up to find out what had happened, he saw that the room where the auction was held had turned into a big hole. 4 or 5 crossbowmen who were lying in ambush outside the window were directly killed. It was Lin and attacked us after all. This barbarian. A bloodthirsty barbarian. Kiri didn't think there was anything wrong with wanting to kill Lennon. Instead, it was unacceptable to him that Lennon had ignited the cannons and attacked the islands first. Master Kiri, quickly get someone on the assault boat to harass Lennon. Let's quickly stop those auctioneers and don't let them get away. John was still standing on the third floor. The cannon only blew open the wall of the room where the auction was held, but did not destroy the entire island. As a think tank, John saw Lin An's accurate bombardment of the room where the auction was held, and immediately thought that someone had contacted Lennon. Those auctioneers were obviously thinking of escaping, but Lin An's shot was too brutal. 4 or 5 of the archers guarding the outermost area were killed. I guess a lot of the auctioneers inside died too. Good. Kiri didn't have time to build another speedboat. He quickly arranged for some people to board the speedboat, and then he and John directed people to clean up the dusty auction site. When he and John went in, they saw nothing but a dozen bodies lying in the rubble. When he looked outside again, he saw that the surviving auctioneers and the living auction items had jumped out of the blasted hole and were running madly on the raft. Catch them and shoot them indiscriminately. Anyone outside who can catch them will be given 100 kilograms of meat. Kiri shouted at the top of his lungs, saying that this would cause all the auctioneers to run away. Then he will suffer a huge loss today. Just as Kiri was loudly ordering the surviving humans outside and his own army, a black dot is flying towards this location. Sir, there are shells. John suddenly pounced on Kiri, who was beside him. Immediately afterwards, there was another loud noise in their ears. More than a dozen huge rocks fell from overhead, killing many people standing in the ruins. Kiri was stunned by Lin An's 2 shots. He was stunned for a long time before he felt a fishy and salty red liquid flowing on his face. When he pushed John away, he found that John had been killed by the stones. Linen, I want it. Boom. Kiri has yet to swear revenge for his fallen friend. Another shell came flying over. This time, Kiri was quick to cover himself with John's body. Then he didn't bother to say anything, just threw John's body into the ruins and quickly ran out of the fixed island. The threat posed by cannons to such a fortress was simply too great. Unless Kiri can build a steel wall, it will be difficult to resist the attack of the Armstrong cannon. Lennon fired 3 shots in a row, feeling that he could intimidate the people on the islands and reefs, and then he turned his target to the assault boat rushing towards him. They're pretty smart, but unfortunately, they're too far away and too few in number to surround me immediately. Lennon stood on the control panel and calmly took out the Yaka arrow. At this time, the role of the Yaka arrow can be perfectly played. Chapter 134. No thanks for the great favor. According to Lin An's estimate, if 40 or 50 assault boats quickly rushed out from the fixed islands and reefs of Kiri, then, when he could only kill the people operating the assault boats in front, the other assault boats immediately surrounded the Pearl and tried to find a way to get on board. Then these people still have a chance to get close to Lennon. There are less than 50 people on these dozen assault boats that suddenly appeared. Lennon held the Yaka arrow in his hand, and he didn't have to worry about any danger behind or on his left or right, so he could directly shoot at the people on the assault boat. Kiri would never have thought that Lennon had a weapon like the Yaka arrow in his hand. Whoosh! The Yaka arrow was released by Lennon. Following the whistle of the arrow, it danced on the sea, piercing through everyone on every assault boat quickly and with great lethality. In less than half a minute, a speedboat crashed into the Pearl's hull and capsized. The remaining dozen or so assault boats that lost control also rushed in all directions. Although the biofuel on these assault boats was quite valuable, Lennon did not try to control these out-of-control assault boats. His attention was still on the people fleeing on the rafts on the edge of the fixed island reefs in Kiri. Zhongwei, go to that assault boat and drive it to pick up those people. I'll have Xiaohong and Xiaolu protect you. There is a speedboat right next to the Pearl, and Mona and his men also need someone to pick them up. So Lennon pulled Zhongwei out and asked her to pick someone up. Zhongwei thought that Lennon was committing murder again, so she looked reluctant. From her perspective, it was Lennon who approached first and then opened fire. However, under the powerful force, she seemed to have no other choice but to climb up the rope to the assault boat and start the engine. Mona and his group came to the fixed islands and reefs to attend the auction. Either they built a wooden boat or they paddled a raft. Because they trusted Kiri, their boats were parked not far away. Kiri had promised them before that he would protect the men's boats and rafts during the auction. But now, because the direction of escape was far away from where they docked the raft, Mona and others soon ran to the edge. They were also bloodthirsty and cruel people. Relying on the more powerful weapons in their hands, they directly killed the owners of the rafts on the edge and wanted to steal the rafts so that they could escape smoothly. Kiri's large army was chasing behind, and the surrounding surviving humans who were protected by Kiri also surrounded him. Hurry up. We can't row a raft with so many people. They have bows and crossbows. If we don't row faster, we'll all become sitting ducks. A big Chinese man urged the male and female slaves who had just been auctioned to row a raft. The rest of them stood in the middle of the raft, looking worriedly at Kiri, who had rushed to the scene with more than 100 people. With this escape speed, not to mention that they cannot escape the range of the crossbow arrows, Kiri can easily capture them by sending 2 ships. These people don't have weapons like Lennon. Song-yi, stop rushing them. Hurry up and make some thick wooden shields and see if they can withstand those crossbow arrows. One of the auctioneers had no choice but to take out some thick wooden boards, tie them up with ropes, and use them to block himself. As long as there are enough thick wooden boards, the crossbow arrows will not be able to penetrate them. In other words, The metal ingots are too small, otherwise these people could use them to build a wall. However, there were also people who saw this scene and took out metal ingots and stuffed them into their clothes. I have to say, this is also a way. If you are lucky, the crossbow arrow may hit the metal ingot and save your life. Why are you in such a hurry? Calm down. Mona was the calmest among the 20 or so people who escaped. He looked up at the pterosaur circling in the sky, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Calm? Mona, I felt something was wrong with you from the beginning. You contacted Lennon and asked him to bombard the islands and reefs. I don't know what price you paid, but if there is a future, I will repay you. Mona, we are brothers from now on. If you have any problems, just come to me. It's so cool to have Lennon fire 3 shots at him. Why didn't he kill Kiri? Lennon is so kind. If it were me, I would definitely bombard this fixed island reef. I want it to collapse completely. Don't talk about that, Lennon. Maybe he thinks the price is too high. Who has ever seen or heard of the materials used to make artillery shells? Lennon probably only has a few dozen shells on him, and every one he uses is one less. Indeed, looking at the method Lennon used against William, it can be seen that he is not a kind person. As I said, great favors are beyond words. Mona, don't worry that we will all be grateful to Lin and forget you. We will remember who our true benefactor is. Mona almost laughed out loud when he heard the praises. He thought that these people just didn't know that he had sold them all for a total of 260,000 metal ingots. If these people knew about this, they would probably swing their butcher knives and chop Mona's head directly. It's precisely because Lin hasn't received the 260,000 metal ingots yet. So Mona dared to guarantee that Lin would come to rescue them. And because Mona was well prepared, he was the first to calm down when Lin bombarded the islands and reefs. While others were dazed or lying on the ground shivering, he took away all the parchment books from the surviving humans who were killed, directly synthesized on site. Mona, who has obtained a large amount of resources, can provide resources worth 260,000 metal ingots even if he has to do it alone. Of course, due to the limited capacity of the parchment book's item space, he only had 80,000 to 90,000 metal ingots on him. But there is another parchment book, which is the parchment book containing metal ingots on the auctioneer, and Mona did not synthesize it. The parchment book contained all the proceeds from today's auction, estimated to be around 80,000 to 90,000 metal ingots. Just by getting in touch with Lennon, you can get such rich resources. Mona was already smiling in his heart. Don't say that, everyone. I told you to stay calm because I've already spoken to Lennon. He'll come rescue us. Look at that assault boat up ahead. Mona calmed down for a moment, not showing too much joy, but simply pointed at the assault boat that was about to hit the raft. Zhang Wei drove this assault boat here. It is a small boat of only 4 or 5 meters long, but it is equipped with a high-tech engine. It can easily reach a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour on the sea. Chapter 135, Ungrateful. This woman is so beautiful. The big Chinese man named Song Yi looked at Zhang Wei on the assault boat parked in front of him and couldn't help licking his lips. At that moment, someone elbowed him. Don't worry about your life. This is Lin An's woman. When Mona and his crew were escaping, they did not ignore the dozen or so assault boats that rushed out from the fixed islands and reefs. They can't ignore it even if they want to. Who knows if those assault boats will come to catch them? Then, as they were paying attention, they saw a streak of light appear from Lin An's side, and then killed nearly 50 people in half a minute. The speed of the Yaka arrow was too fast, and the sea where Lin An killed people was still several hundred meters away from Mona and the others, so they could only see a golden light passing through. No one knows what level of weapon this Liu Guang is. But they wanted to. This is definitely a powerful weapon that they cannot compete with. Come on board. Lennon is waiting for you. Zhang Wei couldn't stand the big men on the raft waiting for rescue, because she also saw several weak, pitiful, and helpless girls on the raft who had no clothes on and had several scars on their bodies. She looked like a girl of 18 or 19 at most. Well, this is a chance to make friends with Boss Lennon. I can't miss it. When I see Lord Lennon, I will persuade him to destroy the fixed islands and reefs of Kiri and capture the devil Kiri alive. Damn, I hate treacherous and vicious people the most. Just mentioning the name Kiri makes me want to vomit. Shameless little Asan. They were shameless on Earth before, and now they can't change their shameless nature in the ocean world. Lord Lin is truly bright, great, and righteous. He is truly the great sage of the ocean world. Listening to the praises of Lin and the disparagements of Kiri, Zhang Wei snorted in her heart. She thought that every word used to describe the man named Kiri could be applied to Lin. Even Lin is 10 times more evil than that Kiri. Lin saves and kills people at will, which makes him different from those big villains. Zhang Wei can only think this way. Otherwise, she is afraid that one day she will want to stab Lin in the back. Within a minute or two, the assault boat took Mona and others to the Pearl. Kiri saw that there was no way to catch up with these people. He was also worried that Lin would take revenge on him. So they used the remaining resources to quickly build an ironclad ship several dozen meters long and urged the humans who were trying to survive and were surrounding the islands and reefs to board the ship. Just take as many people as you can. As Kiri tried every possible way to prepare for evacuation, Lin was not idle either. He looked at the 20 or so extra people on the deck of the Pearl, and a very subtle expression appeared on his face. Among these 20 or so people, 10 were slaves being auctioned off. The rest are auctioneers who participated in the auction. These auctioneers were just on the yacht, and they all said that they would become brothers with Lin when they met him. But when they really got on the deck of the Pearl, they suddenly felt a sense of fear in their hearts, as if they had just escaped from a devil's cave and entered hell again. Xiao Hong and Xiaolu, both of whom were almost 10 meters long, were lying on both sides of Lin. The shock these two prehistoric beasts brought to humans was truly too great. Before, when the two of them were flying in the sky, because the distance was too far, Mona and the others had no clear idea of how big they were. But now, the breath of Xiaohong and Xiaolu could make their hair fly back. The legs of the timid ones had begun to tremble. Mona, right? 260,000 metal ingots. Forget it, let's round it up to 300,000. Help me put them into these 6 intermediate item vaults. Lin waved his hand, and 6 square wooden boxes appeared on the deck. Faced with this sudden price hike, Mona showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he smiled obsequiously at Lin and said, "Master Lin, this is all as we should. Wait a moment, I'll have everyone gather 300,000 metal ingots." After smiling at Lin, Mona immediately turned around and said to his companions with a stern face, "Everyone, Lord Lin originally wanted to watch Kiri's evil deeds, but I think money and wealth are just fleeting and cannot be compared to the importance of life. Don't you agree? So when I asked for help from Lord Lin, I said I would donate 260,000. No, now it's 300,000 metal ingots to you. There are 15 of us here. Each of us needs to contribute 20,000 metal ingots. If you can't come up with more, you can bring items of similar value. I'll take the lead." After Mona finished speaking, he immediately stuffed 20,000 metal ingots into the intermediate item warehouse. He was very decisive and did not hesitate at all. After stuffing it in, Mona smiled at Lin, apparently trying to take credit for it. After Mona gave out the metal ingots, 2 more people moved helplessly and stuffed the metal ingots that Lin wanted into the inventory. No one wants to give away the resources they have worked so hard to collect. But the situation is stronger than people. Lin kept his head down, playing with the pistol in his hand, and didn't even raise his head to look at these people. The less he spoke, the more suffocating the atmosphere on deck became. One after another. Slowly, people came out one after another. Gives resources worth 20,000 metal ingots. Some people really don't have 20,000 metal ingots on them, but they make up for the shortfall with other things. Half an hour passed in a flash. On the other side of Kiri's fixed island reef, Kiri's newly built ironclad ship was about to escape. Lin's patience was gradually worn out. He no longer cared about the people on the deck, but went to the bridge, started the engine, raised the sails, and went to chase Kiri's ironclad ship. Lin waited for a long time, waiting for Kiri to drive all the human survivors surrounding the islands and reefs onto the boat so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Damn Kiri. He actually wanted to lure him to the Hongmin banquet. Lin couldn't help but retaliate. As for the 300,000 metal ingots he extorted from Mona and the others, that was purely incidental. Just play. Wait until Lin leaves. Mona and his group got a chance to catch their breath, and they immediately started talking at once. "Mona, you're selling us out. Hundreds of thousands of metal ingots, and you don't even bother to negotiate. The Chinese Han Dynasty's Song has been holding back on paying the 20,000 metal ingots. He wants to see if there will be a turnaround in the end, and then keep these resources." Hearing this, Mona instantly became unhappy. "Song Yi, you just said that you shouldn't thank me for a great favor, but now you're ungrateful again? If I hadn't agreed to Lin An's conditions, do you think he would have saved us? Just wait and see. Lin is going to chase Kiri. After he gets rid of Kiri, if you still refuse to hand over the metal ingots, I, Mona, will admire you as a man." Chapter 136, Passing the Microphone. The quarrel on the deck of the Pearl was in full swing. It also did not affect Lin An's decision to sail after Kiri's ironclad ship. There are only a handful of ships in the ocean world today that have both rare-level sails and mid-level engines. It may even be that only the Pearl has such power facilities. So it was not difficult for Lin to catch up with the ironclad ship in front. When the Pearl was only 1 kilometer away from Kiri's temporary ironclad ship, the other ship fired a barrage of thick crossbow arrows. Each of these crossbow arrows is as thick as an adult's arm. Xiaohong and Xiaolu flew into the sky in time to avoid the crossbow arrows, while Zhang Wei and Lining were in the cabin loading shells into the Armstrong cannon. Durability -888. Durability -777. Durability -999. Crossbow arrows pierced the deck of the Pearl one by one, causing huge damage to the deck. However, the durability of each ship plank is 100,000. If Kiri wants to destroy the deck of the Pearl, he will need at least another 20 rounds of salvos. Boom! Boom! The 2 Armstrong guns on the bow of the Pearl also responded at this time. Brother Kiri sent dozens of crossbow arrows, and Lennon also wanted to send a few artillery shells as a gesture of friendship. On the ironclad ship visible to the naked eye, the blue-gray plank was dented by the impact of the shell, and then the shell exploded, blackening the hull of the ironclad ship. Another shell landed on the deck of the ironclad, killing dozens of people and throwing many into the sea. Lennon then sped up, trying to keep the Pearl parallel to Kiri's ironclad ship so that the power of the cannon could be fully exerted. The people on the deck of the Pearl were afraid of being shot to death by Kiri's crossbows, so they all ran to the blind spot on the other side of the control panel to hide. Zhang Wei and Lining also did not forget to load ammunition into the horizontally placed Armstrong cannon. One of them loads the shells, and the other lights the fuse to fire the shells. It is very efficient, simple, and fast. After yesterday's battle, both of them have become qualified artillerymen. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon firing was endless, and Kiri's ironclad ship was blown into dents one after another. If 2 shells hit the same position, a big hole would be blown in the hit position. After 2 rounds of bombing, Kiri couldn't hold on any longer. There's nothing I can do. His powerful crossbow could not break the defense of the ironclad ship, but his cannonballs could. How could this work? Isn't this just like the ancient Zheng He treasure ship encountering a modern ironclad ship? No matter how big Zheng He's treasure ship was, or how many people were inside, it could not harm anyone on the ironclad ship. Helpless, Kiri asked someone to tear off a piece of white cloth and then lift it up with a wooden stick. That's the white flag. Lennon felt a little unsatisfied, but he also knew in his heart what it meant to stop when enough was enough. After all, there were not many shells left on the Pearl. Only 500 parts of sulfur were mined at the beginning, 50 of which were used to make pistol bullets, and the remaining 450 parts were used to make 450 artillery shells. Just yesterday and today combined, I have used more than 20 rounds. It's true that every time you use one, you have one less. If you want to sink Kiri's ironclad ship, you will need at least 100 shells, but the cost will be too high. Mona. Lennon waved to Mona, who was hiding next to the control panel. He found that this person was quite useful, smooth, cunning, and aware of the times. Grown-ups. Mona nodded and bowed as he rushed into the control panel. Looking at the high-tech products in the control panel, his mouth was watering. Kiri has surrendered. Go talk to him on deck and ask for 300,000 metal ingots. This crossbow is good, but it's too weak for me. His ship doesn't have any advanced facilities, so I'd rather just have resources. Lennon will never complain about having too many metal ingots. After all, the super farm can consume these extra metal ingots indefinitely. Yes. Mona felt relieved when he heard Lin An's request. He felt that Lin An was still rational. If we really want to kill Kiri and start a life-and-death war here, the resources consumed will be huge, and we may not necessarily gain any real benefits. Because Kiri's ship carried thousands of humans who were trying to survive, there were also thousands of man-eating sharks lurking under this sea. If Lin An opens fire at full power, it will be an easy opportunity for these man-eating sharks. On the contrary, he couldn't get the parchment books from Kiri and others. Follow the rules of SeaWorld. If the host of the parchment book dies and the parchment book is forgotten in an uninhabited corner, the parchment book will disappear and the resources inside will replenish the resources lost in the ocean world. Planks will turn into palm trees and floating planks, and metal ingots will enter barrels or become new metal ore. Those blueprints that are integrated into the manufacturing page will also appear in every corner of the ocean world. Ocean World's main focus is resource conservation. Mona walked out of the control room, stood on the deck, and waved to the ironclad ship opposite. Cold sweat was also coming out of his forehead. No one knew whether an arrow would fly and pierce his heart at this moment. Lennon had exactly this worry, and he was too lazy to waste time talking to Kiri using the parchment book, so he asked Mona to talk to Kiri. In this way, everyone on the opposite ship can know what Mona and Kiri are talking about. These people will also put tremendous pressure on Kiri, forcing Kiri to agree to Lin An's conditions. You bastard, Kiri. You've betrayed me. My Lord Lin An has been ordered by heaven to attack you. Lord Lin An, mindful of the thousands of innocent people you've captured, has shown mercy. Why don't you quickly offer us 300,000 metal ingots to repay His Majesty's grace? Mona stood on the deck, pointed at the ironclad ship opposite, and said a lot of righteous words. Lin An was stunned by what he heard. Lin An didn't know that the parchment book was deliberately translated like this. Or is it that Mona can really come up with so many sexy words? This guy is really good material for being a eunuch. Lin An muttered. He suddenly had the idea of leaving Mona on the boat. Of course, Lin An didn't want to keep Mona just because he knew how to flatter. But from the very beginning, Mona trusted Lin An, otherwise he would not have spent so many metal ingots and taken the risk to buy the orange and lemon trees. From that time on, Mona chose to believe in Lin An's character. Trust is a rare thing in the ocean world. Mona, tell Lin An, give me an hour and I will come up with 300,000 metal ingots. Kiri never appeared from beginning to end. He and his guards all hid in the cockpit and cabin. The people on the deck were ordinary people who were driven aboard by Kiri. His voice came from a loudspeaker. Chapter 137, Money for Life. An hour. Lin An thought that Geely had no resources left. If Kiri could just take out 300,000 metal ingots, he would have taken them out long ago. Time is ticking away. The way Kiri collected 300,000 metal ingots was not unexpected to Lin An. There were more than 1,000 people on Kiri's ship, and it was definitely not because Kiri wanted to save them that he brought them on board. Obviously, it was because Kiri was poor and he needed to make money by cutting leaks before taking these people away. If I could get rid of Lin An, Kiri will definitely take care of these people one by one, then take away their only resources. But now Lin An asked him for the 300,000 metal ingots, so Kiri had no choice but to stage that cruel scene in advance. He first asked the more than 1,000 people on the ship to voluntarily take out resources, but not many people responded. Then Kiri started to get violent. He drove more than 1,000 people into the cabin. Then they handed them over one by one, took away their parchment books, stabbed them with a knife, and threw their bodies directly into the sea. Soon, the great white sharks in this area can party again. The people on Lin An's boat were the ones most touched by this scene. Seeing how Kiri treated those ordinary people, Song Yi and others who had been carrying the metal ingots and refusing to take them out also obediently handed over 20,000 metal ingots. Some people don't have enough metal ingots on them, and other resources can't make up for it, so they can only take out as much as they have. Let's wait and see if Lin An can show mercy. It's too slow. It's too slow. Half an hour later, Kiri found that the guards had only killed more than 100 people so far. He suddenly became anxious, then snatched the crossbow from a guard and shot arrows at the bottom of the cabin. Get off the ship. Shoot everyone and take away their parchment books. We can deal with the bodies later. Kiri completely tore off his disguise, revealing his brutal side. Of course, this is also because his think tank John died, so he has no way to hide his true nature. John is like Kiri's tranquilizer. When the tranquilizer is gone, he can only turn into a madman. Kiri's guards were still obedient. They slowly squeezed into the cabin. The outermost layer of guards were holding advanced close combat weapons, and those standing inside were crossbowmen. Facing those ordinary people who had at most primary weapons in their hands, these guards were simply meat grinders. Master Kiri, don't kill us. We are different from them. Suddenly, in the panicked crowd, 3 women cried for help differently from the others, which caught the guard's attention. Then a guard came up and told Kiri about the situation. Master Kiri, are you also going to kill the 3 women you rescued last night? The guards had no idea of the relationship between these 3 women and Kiri. That's why I came to Kiri to confirm. When Kiri heard that the 3 women who had given him information about Lin An were still alive, he immediately wanted to skin them alive. Kill them. After that, throw the remaining bodies into the sea to feed the sharks. Strip those 3 women naked and hang them on the sails to be eaten by birds. Damn, if it weren't for those 3, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Kiri had planned the auction long ago, but there was a variable, Lin An. If Lin An had not appeared, Kiri would have been able to sleep with hundreds of thousands of metal ingots. He certainly wouldn't think that the plan's failure was due to his greed. So we can only blame the 3 women who brought Lin An's information. Yes, there was also a fierce look in the guard's eyes. Then he walked down the cabin and carried out a one-sided massacre of ordinary people in the cabin. Soon, thousands of ordinary people were shot and more than 1,000 parchment books piled up in front of Kiri. He combined all these parchment books in one go. Then he exchanged some resources for metal ingots at the trading house, and only then did he collect the 300,000 metal ingots that Lin An wanted. In fact, Kiri knew in his heart that those guards must have secretly synthesized some parchment books, but he didn't dare to pursue them now. With the idea that too clear water holds no fish, Kiri contributed all his belongings to linen. And this time the transaction is much more convenient. Just put 300,000 metal ingots on the trading house. Page 4. Trading bank. Seller, Kiri. For sale, metal ingot 300000. Requirement, palm leaf 1. Designated buyer, linen. Consumption, palm leaf 1. Obtain, metal ingot 300000. Linen happily accepted the 300,000 metal ingots and then drove the boat back to the vicinity of the Kiri fixed island reef. He really didn't choose to kill Kiri. Always leave some way out for yourself so that you can meet again in the future. This transaction order appeared in the trading house because Kiri wanted everyone to know that this was his life-saving money. Shortly after the transaction is completed, Kiri's avatar turns gray. If Linen does this kind of thing to coerce others again in the future, others will know that Linen will go back on his word, and then they will choose to risk their lives. They can even choose to jump into the sea and commit suicide so that Linen cannot get the resources from them. Now Linen kept his promise, took the money from Kiri's life, and did not kill him. This is what we tell other survival humans in the ocean world. When you meet Linen, there is no need to fight with all your strength. Just pay the resources and save your life. Once a person has a way to retreat, it is equivalent to losing the courage to burn his boats. For Linen, keeping Kiri would be of great benefit. Okay, it's your turn. Why can't you gather 300,000 metal ingots now? This is only 240,000. You can't force me to learn from that, Kiri. Linen drove the boat back to the vicinity of the fixed island reef, intending to send Song Yi and others down. Who would have thought that after such a long time, these people still haven't taken out the 300,000 metal ingots? Master Linen, I only have 14,000 metal ingots on me. I've already auctioned off the remaining 6,000. If you take her, they can prove that I spent 6,000 metal ingots on this girl. Song Yi failed to collect the metal ingots worth 20,000 yuan, so he could only push out a female slave that he had bought at the auction. To be honest, the female slave that Song Yi photographed was good-looking and had a good figure. He was willing to spend 6,000 metal ingots for her, so it was certainly not a random act. But Linen didn't buy it at all. To Linen, how could these living people be worth 6,000 metal ingots? Isn't there people everywhere in the ocean world? If he wants, he can catch dozens of them in a day. What about you? Song Yi was not the only one who had slaves. Several people also wanted to use these slaves to pay off their debts. Master Linen, your ship is so big. It would be great if you had a few more people to help with cooking and mopping the floor. With your status, it wouldn't be too much to have 1,000 people serving you. Yes, Master Linen, look at my male slave. He is strong and well-built. He is definitely a good hand at hard labor. If you want to play with something else, his skin is also very tender. My slave girl is better than Song Yi's. Look at her buttocks, isn't it big? The long journey of survival in the ocean has tortured some people into becoming perverts. Linen didn't know how to describe these people. Chapter 138, Meeting in the Mountains and Rivers. Maybe he saw displeasure in Linen's eyes. Mona stepped forward and scolded these perverts. Who do you think Lord Linen is? Not only are you filthy at heart, but you actually dare to slander and insult Lord Linen. Linen was quite satisfied that Mona could stand up at this time. Sometimes, you just need to have someone around who is sweet-talking, good at talking, and can understand what you mean. This way, being a leader or a master will be much easier. I'll give you 3 more minutes. If anyone can't gather all the metal ingots, then the others will help. In short, after 3 minutes, if you can gather 300,000 metal ingots, you can get off the ship. If you can't, you will all die. Linen gave 2 choices in a daze. It depends on whether these people are willing to implement it. My lord, does this include me? Mona asked Linen tentatively. He might feel that he had worked so hard that Linen should not be willing to kill him. But Linen said without mercy, well, of course, you pretended I didn't see anything. I killed some of the other auctioneers, and you took the parchment books from them. As Mona frantically picked up the dropped trophies from the ruins. He had forgotten that Linen had to aim when firing the cannon. In other words, Linen had been keeping an eye on the room where the auction was held. Well, all right, sir, please stop talking. I'll make up for the remaining metal ingots. Mona blushed when he saw that Linen had directly exposed him, and he immediately replenished the 300,000 metal ingots. This man was a smart man. He knew that if he didn't replenish the metal ingots, even if Linen didn't settle the score with him, the other auctioneers would. In just one day, after going back and forth for so long, I got 600,000 metal ingots and 2 fruit trees. Linen was still very satisfied. So he happily released a rope to allow the auctioneers to leave the pearl, but when Mona turned around to get off the boat, Lennon grabbed him. I'll give you a chance. Follow me. If you run into danger, I'll protect you. You can help me with odd jobs, passing messages, and running errands. Mona was not mentally prepared at all for the sudden job opportunity. But this person is a wonderful person and his mind works very quickly. It only took a few seconds of hesitation to make the decision. Lord Lennon, I'm like a poet wandering in the wilderness, shuttling through the various seas of this ocean world. I'm really not suited to be by your side and working for you. Of course, if you need me in any way, you can directly message me through the parchment book, and I will do my best to help you. When Mona said this, he had completely expressed his feelings. He looked very cowardly, but deep down he probably wanted to give it a try. The biggest problem with following Lin is that if in the end, only one person is allowed to survive in the ocean world, then Lin will definitely kill everyone around him. Just this point alone was unacceptable to Mona. Like Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. Without Lin, they would have died long ago, so they could accept being with Lin calmly. But Mona has the ability to survive, and he is not weak. It can be seen from the fact that he can casually take out tens of thousands of metal ingots to buy orange trees and lemon trees that this person is also a strong man. Okay, if you don't wanna, then I won't keep you. Mountains and rivers are like meeting each other, and there will always be a chance to meet again in the future. Lennon smiled and saw Mona off, then looked at the last people left on the deck. These are the male and female slaves photographed by Song Yi and others. Just now, Song Yi and the others said that they wanted to hand these people over to Lennon. Although Lennon refused, he still did not let Song Yi take these people away. This fixed island is still usable. I don't think Kiri will come back. You guys should go back to the fixed island and fend for yourselves. The only thing I can do for you is to give you back your freedom. In the past, Lennon would not bother to take care of such trivial matters and would directly let Song Yi and others take these people away. But Lennon suddenly felt that these people must hate Kiri to the core. If he gave them a chance, Kiri might be in big trouble in the future. As a Chinese, Lennon also believes that everything has a cause and an effect. Thank you, Master Lennon. This group of people escaped from the Devil's Cave. They originally thought that Lennon kept them on the boat and planned to use them as slaves, but Lennon actually let them go. There was sunshine in the eyes of those who regained their freedom. They were originally in despair, but now Lennon gave them hope again. Watching this group of people leave the Pearl, Lennon felt like a saint again. What a shame. There is indeed a girl who is pretty and has a good figure. She is probably very obedient. What a pity, what a pity. Lennon sighed, returned to the control panel, adjusted the Pearl's course to due south, and continued to move forward. It can be said that we have completely bid farewell to this fixed island and this sea area. Wait until night. After dinner, Lennon entered the super farm. A full 600,000 metal ingots. Enough for him to rent 3,000 pieces of land. But Lennon did not do such a stupid thing. He chose to rent the use rights of 1,500 yuan of land for 2 days, and then planted corn on the land. Combined with the Tree of Life's acceleration, 2 days is just enough time for the corn and castor beans to mature once. Lin's calculations were very accurate. Originally, it took 36 hours for corn to mature and 20 hours for castor beans to mature, which added up to 56 hours. But if the 20 acceleration of the Tree of Life was taken into account, the maturity time of these two crops could be shortened to within 48 hours. The reason why Lin is so crazy about planting castor and corn is simply because he has seen too many people with engine equipment in the past 2 days. William had one yesterday, Kiri had one, and even Mona, Song Yi and others had engines on their boats. In the past, rafts and ships in the ocean world were moved by ocean currents and wind. But since the extreme cold disaster, as more and more people get their hands on the engine blueprints, the demand for fuel will be huge. Like William, he relies on castor beans to produce fuel. As for what crops Kiri uses, Lennon is not sure, but he thinks it is most likely one of castor beans and corn. Corn seeds can be bought at the trading house, and William has castor seeds. He is also in the same sea area as Kiri, so it is hard to say that the two have never traded before. Lennon planted so much corn and castor at one time. It was he who planned to make a fortune by selling seeds. He would not sell the corn and castor beans he grew. If he did so, he would truly become a great saint. If he only sells seeds, he will suffer some losses, but others will have to buy his seeds and replant them to produce fuel. Doing so will slow down the development of others. Chapter 139, the most extravagant episode. Awesome. It looks like the Tree of Life has also benefited from it. After scattering 1,500 corn seeds at one time, Lennon could directly see yellow light spots visible to the naked eye gathering together and floating towards the Tree of Life. The energy in the energy tank of the Tree of Life is also slowly increasing. This growth rate is not slow. Lennon looked at it for a minute. The energy tank has already increased by 5/1000ths of its energy. This is not the same model as Pinduoduo. If it were Pinduoduo, if you were asked to collect 90 of the energy in one day, it would become 9 days to collect 9 of the energy, and only 1 of the energy would be left to fill the full amount. As a result, the daily energy increase becomes 1/1000th. When the energy is only 1/1000th away from being full, it will change to a rule of increasing by 1/10,000th a day. Fortunately, Super Farm is not Pink Sixie. Lennon knew that as long as there were crops growing on his 1,500 pieces of land, the Tree of Life would be able to maintain this energy growth rate. The fermentation tank should also be built immediately. Thinking of this, Lennon discovered that he seemed to have stored an entire intermediate item warehouse full of animal feces. Moreover, the weather has become very warm, and fermentation tanks have now been built to ferment the feces. So Lennon withdrew from the super farm. Go directly to the bottom level of the cabin. A fermentation tank was built. Fermentation tank can make use of animal waste. Fermentation function, advanced fertilizer, human feces 10, time, 10 minutes. Intermediate fertilizer, chicken manure 10 or sheep manure 10, time required, 5 minutes. Primary fertilizer, 10 pieces of feces of various types, time required, 1 minute. Damn it. If I had known my shit could be used to make high-grade fertilizer, I wouldn't have flushed it into the sea. What Lennon said was a bit disgusting, but the truth was there. Primary fertilizers can reduce the time it takes for crops to mature by 6 hours. This is the only fertilizer Lennon has ever used. Lennon had never seen intermediate fertilizer before, but now he knew its effect, which was to reduce the ripening time by 24 hours. The effect of high-grade fertilizers is immediate ripening. It seems that the highest level of fertilizer is advanced fertilizer. The intermediate item warehouse is filled with 50,000 pieces of animal feces, which are the treasures that Lennon has been saving. Among the feces he stored, chicken manure, rabbit manure, and sheep manure were the most numerous. There are relatively few cow dung and pig dung, and there is not much of anything else added together. Lennon poured all the feces into the septic tank, then looked at the progress bar, which showed that he would eventually get 3,000 portions of intermediate fertilizer and 2,000 portions of primary fertilizer. But it takes a very long time. Knowing that one fermentation tank could not meet his needs, Lennon built 2 more fermentation tanks at the bottom of the boat. Then let these fermentation tanks ferment the primary fertilizer first. This way the speed is faster, and it only takes more than a day to ferment 2,000 portions of primary fertilizer. Lennon also wanted to build 10 or 20 fermentation tanks, but space on the Pearl was very precious. If only he could get his hands on an epic construction hammer. You can upgrade the Pearl again. By then, there will be more space on the Pearl. Finish these. Lennon rolled over calmly and went to sleep. The next morning, Lennon waited until the sun was shining on his, but before getting up. Then we went to the super farm. He knew that the Tree of Life had been upgraded. Bite. Your Tree of Life has absorbed enough energy and has now been upgraded to level 3. Tree of Life. Level 3, it can provide growth power for plants and animals in super farms, super fisheries, and super ranches. It can also attract birds to build nests in the Tree of Life. Current effects of the Tree of Life. Reduces plant and animal growth time by 30. Attracts no more than 27 birds to nest, and the wingspan of birds nesting in the Tree of Life will not exceed 2 meters. Chirp, chirp, cuckoo, cuckoo. It was only when the Tree of Life was upgraded to level 3 that Lennon saw birds building nests among the leaves for the first time. But there are not many of them, only a dozen or so, and of course there are a few more doing whatever they want in Lennon's cornfield. In order to ensure the corn yield, Lennon quickly built some scarecrows in the fields. It looks like the Tree of Life can be upgraded to another level tomorrow. Lennon looked at the energy slot of the Tree of Life. Its upgraded energy had increased tenfold, but the energy absorbed every moment was still the same as last night. The percentage had increased from 0.5 per minute to 0.5 per minute. These 600,000 metal ingots are well worth it. I'll sell the corn seeds and castor seeds tomorrow and get hundreds of thousands or even millions of metal ingots. That will give the Tree of Life some experience. I'll go out and ask others how many resources I can exchange for castor seeds and corn seeds. Lennon was thinking about his plan in his mind, and at the same time, he took out all the bird eggs on the Tree of Life. The angry birds were about to fly over and peck at Lennon's mean hands. But Lennon is not the kind of person who can be bullied by a dozen birds. He grabbed a pigeon by the neck and strangled it to death, planning to make pigeon soup for lunch. This brutal act of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys scared the other birds, causing them to quickly fly into the densest leaves of the tree of life and hide their trembling. Look at your ability, little guys. I'll change a bird every day and try something new every day. The birds attracted by the tree of life, like the animals and fish raised in the ranch and fishery, are all Lin N's meals. Lin N is never soft-hearted when it comes to food. Bite. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain. Intermediate fertilizer 20. It might be that Lin N built the fermentation tank and unlocked this intermediate fertilizer. So today I signed in and got 20 bags of intermediate fertilizer. Lin N saw that the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum were almost ripe, so he used a few bags of intermediate-grade fertilizer to ripen them. Obtain. Millennium Polygonum multiflorum 8. Millennium Polygonum multiflorum. Taking it can permanently improve your physical fitness, but it is only effective after the first 3 doses. If you plant 1 Polygonum multiflorum seed, you can only harvest 2 Polygonum multiflorum plants in the end. The yield is actually very low, and it is the lowest yield among the plants that Lin N can grow. But it is also the most effective. It was also the first time that Lin N saw something that could improve physical fitness after taking it. The 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum I planted before was not said to have this effect. The 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum and the 100-year-old Polygonum multiflorum are both those whose healthcare and medicinal effects account for a relatively large proportion. Eat it raw. Lin N thought about it, then took out a Polygonum multiflorum, washed it, cut it into small pieces, poured it all into his mouth, and swallowed it all. The taste was almost the same as eating a raw sweet potato. Bite. Your physical fitness score increases by 10 points. Chapter 140 Millennium Polygonum multiflorum. It really can add 10 points to your physical fitness score. Lin N didn't expect that the effect of 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum would be so direct. He had previously thought that after eating this 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, it might take some time to digest, and then his physical fitness would slowly improve. It turns out that they are so domineering. Lin N's physique was influenced by the evolution crystals and was already far beyond that of an ordinary person. His previous physical fitness score was 108 points, and it could increase by 1 to 5 points every day. Now it has increased by 10 points in one go. Lin N can clearly feel that his body has become stronger than before. Eat 2 more. Lin N naturally wanted to eat such a good thing directly. I ate 2,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum plants in a row. Lin N's physical fitness score rose to 138 points. This sudden increase in physical fitness further enhanced his strength, speed, and even vision, hearing, sense of smell, etc. The hair that just grew out has started to fall out again. Doesn't it mean that the strong don't deserve to have hair? Lin N touched his hair and gently grabbed it, pulling out a large handful. After each physical strengthening, all the hair on the body will fall off. Although it will grow back soon, Lin N is still not used to it. Especially now there are 2 grown girls on the Pearl, it would be so embarrassing for them to see Lin N's bald head. But I have a hat that I can always wear. Lin N chuckled, and then continued to plant the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum in the empty space. He thought that this treasure could be sold for 10,000 or 20,000 metal ingots. In fact, treasures like the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum look very exaggerated. But in the ocean world, it's not that outrageous. Other surviving humans can also improve their physical fitness by exercising or learning martial arts. It's just that the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum directly cancels that process. Just like someone who wants to lose weight. If he wants to lose 50 kilograms, he needs to control his food intake, exercise, and work hard for half a year or even longer to achieve the desired effect. But rich people can get drugs that can help them lose 50 kilograms of fat at once without any side effects. Of course, there is no such weight loss pill in reality. What Lin N wanted to express was that the effect of the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum was the same as that of a diet pill that could reduce 50 kilograms of fat, and other people could also achieve this effect by investing time and energy. I haven't spoken to Alex in a while. I miss him a little bit. Lin N has some online friends, so many that they can be counted on one hand. Tong Yeye is one, Yun Tianyu is one, and Alex is one. People like Yun Tianyu would feel annoyed if you talked to him, so Lin N never went to him when he had nothing to do. As for Tong Yeye, Lin N's #1 chess piece, she would chat with Lin N every day. Of course, Lin N looked for her because he wanted to convert wool into silk thread. As for Alex, because he likes to peek, Lin N often puts him on the blacklist. Only when Lin N remembers him will he remove him from the blacklist. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lin N, my brother, how are you? It has been a week since our last communication. I am really lonely without you. I don't know where you are wandering in the ocean world. I can't find the way in my dreams, and where can I comfort my longing for you? Alex, speak human language. Linen, you are too direct. You are direct, and so am I. How many metal ingots do you think is appropriate to sell for one corn seed or castor seed? Alex, I'm not sure. The prices on the trading floor are very chaotic. Some people sell a corn seed for 100 metal ingots, while others only sell it for 10. As for castor seeds, I've never seen them and don't know, but they are all used to refine oil. Corn can still be eaten, so castor should be cheaper than corn. Linen, corn can be eaten, but the planting cycle is long. The planting cycle of castor is short, and the oil extraction volume is similar. I think the value of corn seeds and castor seeds should be similar. Alex, if you put it that way, it's true. Why? You're not trying to sell seeds, are you? Who in the ocean world would be so powerful as to sell seeds for these two crops? Planting one seed means one less seed. Linen, I have encountered some difficulties, so I want to sell some seeds. Let's not talk about this for now. I will show you a treasure, and you can give me some advice on how much it should be sold for. Alex, baby? Alex showed a confused expression. He usually paid close attention to Linen's movements, so he knew that Linen had a pistol and a weapon that could turn very quickly. He learned all this from the World Channel. Linen attacked the Kiri fixed islands and reefs yesterday, and this matter has caused a lot of controversy. However, for Linen, all the comments from others were positive. After all, Kiri was the villain. He beat Kiri to act in the name of justice. Some of those who attacked Lin and only criticized Lin and for not killing Kiri. To be honest, it was the first time in the ocean world that more than 1,000 surviving humans were slaughtered within an hour. As long as Kiri lives, people will continue to curse him, especially ordinary people. Page 4. Trading Bank. Seller, Linen. For sale, Millennium Polygonum Multiflorum. Millennium Polygonum Multiflorum. Taking it can permanently improve your physical fitness, but it is only effective after the first 3 doses. Requirement: metal ingot 100000. Note: eating this stuff will increase your physical fitness score by 10 points. Eating 3 plants will increase your physical fitness score by 30 points. Isn't that amazing? Are you jealous? Of course, Linen didn't put this treasure on the trading table just to let Alex see it. If Linen's purpose was really that simple, he could have simply described the efficacy of the 1,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum to Alex without putting it on the trading table. Linen did this just for advertising, to let everyone in the ocean world know that he had such a treasure. Page 3. Private chat channel. Alex, if it were me, I would spend 10,000 to 20,000 metal ingots to buy this 1,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum. To be honest, 10 points in physical fitness score is not much. I can get a high-level axe to add 50 points to the strength score. In the final analysis, as long as everyone's physical fitness score is below 100, then when there is a fight, isn't it still a competition of whose weapon is more powerful? Yin Tianyu, I'll give you 100,000 metal ingots, but I want 3. Brother Linen, please sell them to me. Looking at the private messages sent by Alex and Yin Tianyu respectively, Linen had a rough idea of the price that the 1,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum could be sold for. For someone like Alex, the 1,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum is indeed very powerful, but it is not a necessity for him, and he has no intention of pushing his own martial arts to the limit. But for a knight like Yin Tianyu who wants to travel around the world, a physical fitness score of 30 points can allow him to break through the limits of his body. Chapter 141 Reunion with Xiaojin. Linen thought about it seriously. No reply from Alex. Instead, he chose to trade with Yin Tianyu. For Linen, exchanging 3,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum plants for 100,000 metal ingots is a business he will do no matter how much it takes. After completing the transaction with Yin Tianyu, Linen still has 2,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum on hand, and he did not forget to put these 2,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum on the trading house. But this time, the price is different. Lin Anding's selling price is 50,000 metal ingots, and he doesn't plan to lower the price. You can buy it if you want or not. Anyway, the next time there are 1,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum for sale will be 5 days later, and the quantity will not be that large, only 8 plants. Linen also did not plan to use chemical fertilizers to ripen the 1,000-year-old Polygonum Multiflorum. This kind of business requires a long-term, steady stream of progress and cannot be achieved overnight. Thinking that he now had another way to earn metal ingots, Linen walked out of his bedroom with a smile on his face. Then all the wool and rabbit hair that had just been collected were handed over to Zhang Wei, and Zhang Wei and Tong Yiya were asked to trade. After exchanging the wool for silk thread, Zhang Wei and Lining started the repetitive clothing-making work again. The clothes they make every day are basically sold out. After all, Linen's clothes are not expensive. In Ocean World, Linen is the only one selling new clothes, So with such a large population base, he can easily sell dozens of sets of clothes a day. After all, humans are animals that understand shame and courtesy. Unless the situation is so difficult, no one wants to go out naked. Linen, why didn't you pick a few people to stay with you yesterday? Wouldn't you have earned more money if you had more people making clothes together? Zhang Wei didn't know where Linen got the wool from, but she saw that Linen could produce a similar amount of wool and rabbit hair every day. So she thought that Linen bought the wool and rabbit hair from a trading house, then take it back for processing and sell it on the trading floor. If that's the case, if Linen could find a few more people to stay on the Pearl, he could make more clothes and earn more resources. But apart from expressing his intention to keep Mona yesterday, Linen had not shown any interest in anyone else. You're so shallow. Do you think I can support such a big business with the clothes you two make? I have many businesses, and selling clothes is just a small project. Linen leaned against the studio door, munching on a fresh watermelon, watching two beautiful women work for him. He would often use a wooden stick to stick a piece of watermelon and put it to Lin Ying's mouth to tease her. This kind of life was really comfortable. The reason why he didn't feed Zhang Wei watermelon was that Zhang Wei didn't accept charity. Haha, what a big stall. 3 mouths to feed, plus the animals on the boat. That's only 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 mouths. But I haven't seen you fishing, so how do you manage to come up with a ton of fish every day to feed Little Red and Little Green? You can't just buy them all at the trading house, right? Zhang Wei stopped sewing and suddenly looked at Lin in surprise. If you want to keep Little Red and Little Green full, you have to buy a ton of fish or other meat from the trading house every day, which is indeed a huge consumption. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Our Pearl has long been self-sufficient. Forget it. Even if I tell you so much, you still won't understand. Let's go fishing, buddy. Lin and Zhang Wei basically couldn't continue the conversation. This woman was too straightforward in what she said and did, and had no sense of humor. Now he finally understood why men liked girls who spoke in a coquettish manner. Who can accept living with a straight woman for decades? Sweet girls still have a bigger market. Lin found a place to sit on the deck, carrying a rare level fishing rod. With this level of fishing rod, he basically didn't have to worry about not catching any fish. Even if the Pearl was moving fast, the rare level fishing rod could attract the fish to bite the hook automatically. When Lin was bored and fishing, because the Pearl was moving at full speed, many dolphins appeared around and chased the Pearl. Lin looked at the dolphins and thought of Xiaojun, whom he had not seen for a long time. It seems like ever since coming out of the Jurassic Secret Realm, Lin never saw Xiaojun again. When he was distracted, the number of dolphins around the Pearl was increasing, and dolphins were surrounding the Pearl from all directions as it moved forward. No, this number is too much. Lin suddenly woke up from his past memories. He took a quick look and saw that there were at least thousands of dolphins around him. After realizing something was wrong, Lin quickly stopped the Pearl. Grab a pair of binoculars and watch the dolphins around you. It was not until he saw the dolphin leading the dolphin group in the front that Lin's face showed surprise. Although the dolphin was quite large and looked to be nearly 10 meters long, Lin could still recognize at a glance that the dolphin was the Xiaojun he had been thinking about. It's really Xiaojun. When Lin used the telescope to look at the dolphin also looked back at him and then swam back quickly. Lin put down the telescope, ran to the bow of the boat, and watched thousands of dolphins scatter around Xiaojun. He really didn't expect that Xiaojun hadn't appeared for such a long time, and when she appeared again, she had become the leader of the dolphin group. The dolphins around were bending their bodies, with their heads just below the sea surface, as if they were bowing to Xiaojun, while Xiaojun was standing on the sea surface with 1/3 of her body exposed. Lin looked at Xiaojun, and then felt someone calling him. The voice was very childish, like that of a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. Who is it? Lin once thought he was hallucinating. It's me. Xiaojun suddenly jumped out of the sea, attracting Lin's attention. I'm Xiaojun. Lin looked at Xiaojun, who could talk, and he didn't know what to say. But soon, he noticed that Xiaojun's raised forehead was trembling, and he realized that Xiaojun was not speaking through her mouth. It relied on its forehead, which normally used to gather echolocation, to talk to Lin, and its voice can be heard in Lin's mind. I didn't expect you to evolve something like this. Is it because of the evolution crystal? Lin thought that it was Xiaojun who helped him find the evolution crystal, so Xiaojun might have also gained some benefits. Yes, it's partly due to the mosasaur crystal, but it's more related to me absorbing the blood of the ichthyosaur. Xiaojun called the evolutionary crystal mosasaur crystal, which Lin could understand. But Lin had never heard of the ichthyosaur bloodline she was talking about. It might be what Xiaojun gained in the Jurassic Secret Realm. Lin, I need your help. Xiaojun suddenly came to find Lin because it encountered a problem, but also because Linen happened to appear near the sea area where Xiaojun was active. Faced with Xiaojun's request for help, Linen had no reason to refuse. Chapter 142 Suing. You say? Linen said these two words concisely. Xiaojun immediately began to pass the intermittent information to Lin and through along. Since Xiaojun only understood the human language that she heard from Linen, the information she spoke was a bit messy and irregular, but Linen still understood Xiaojun's general meaning. You want me to help you find the treasure left by the ichthyosaur? This treasure can make you the king of dolphins. Is that what you mean? Linen leaned over and asked Xiaojun. Yes. The treasure left by the ichthyosaur is similar to the mosasaur crystal. I have seen it in the Jurassic secret realm, but I haven't found it. However, I recently found some clues in this sea area. I need your help, Linen. Xiaojun finished these words quickly and looked at Linen, as if waiting for Lin and to jump into the sea. The ichthyosaur treasure Xiaojun mentioned is definitely on the seabed. There is no doubt about this. So Linen had to go into the sea. But there are still 2 living people on the boat. It's impossible for Lin and to just go into the sea. Xiaojun waited on the sea for about 5 minutes. She didn't know why Lin and suddenly disappeared, but she knew that Linen would definitely fulfill his promise to help her find the ichthyosaur treasure, so she kept waiting. When Linen, wearing a diving suit, came out with 2 people, Xiaojun finally understood where Linen had been. Hey, these are 2 new friends. I'm taking them with me to the sea. There's strength in numbers. Linen pushed Zhang Wei and Lin Ying, 2 people who didn't want to go into the water at all, directly into the sea. Then he jumped down too. Some people may ask why Linen is not worried about sharks and whales at this time. In fact, it is because Linen knows that with thousands of dolphins surrounding the pearl, it is impossible for a man-eating shark to come and seek death. And Xiaojun is also very smart. It left 2/3 of the dolphins to continue surrounding the pearl, and then took the other dolphins and Linen into the sea. Linen just saw thousands of dolphins on the sea surface, but in fact there were still 2,000 or 3,000 dolphins under the sea that had not surfaced. These are all Xiaojun's soldiers. It is true that one should look at people with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Xiaojun has indeed made a great success by becoming the leader of thousands of dolphins. However, if it can become the king of dolphins in the entire ocean world, then Linen will be able to follow Xiaojun and enjoy the best life without having to work hard. There must be millions or even more dolphins in the entire ocean world. Even in the small area of the ocean on Earth, there are 6 million dolphins, so the number of dolphins in the ocean world must be no less. When Linen thought about the scene of millions of dolphins following Xiaojun, his blood boiled. If it really came to that, wouldn't even gods and demons have to retreat? Page 3. Private chat channel. Linen, if you have anything to say, just say it here. Zhang Wei, okay. Linen, wait a minute, come up first. Before diving 10 meters below the sea surface, Linen took out the parchment book and sent a message to Zhang Wei. It was impossible to speak underwater, and Linen did not have any technological products such as a walkie-talkie. So I could only take the parchment book and communicate with Zhang Wei and Lin Ying through the parchment book's private chat channel. But after Linen sent the message to Zhang Wei, he suddenly discovered something. That is, he did not find Lin Ying. It's not that there is no one else named Lin Ying in Ocean World. Instead, several other people with the same name and surname as Lin Ying either had gray avatars or the faces in their avatars were different from the Lin Ying next to Linen. Linen didn't know whether he had confused the parchment books or whether it was really as he thought. Lin Ying was still a little confused. She was pulled to the surface by Linen for no apparent reason. Because when Linen was on the pearl, he did not say that he would give the parchment book to the 2 of them. It was used for communication. Lin Ying thought that Linen felt it was inconvenient to go to the sea to collect resources with an intermediate item warehouse, so he gave the parchment book to the 2 of them. After Linen pulled Lin Ying back to the surface, he immediately took off the oxygen converter on his face and asked Lin Ying with a cold face, Lin Ying, what's your real name? I tried to send you a private message with the parchment book, but I couldn't find you. There was no name on the parchment book. If there were 1,000 parchment books, 1,000 people would go looking for the one that belonged to them. Only the owner of each parchment book can know which one is his. If others want to confirm the identity of the owner of each parchment book, there are only 2 ways. The first method is to kill the opponent. If the opponent's parchment book immediately becomes a state that can be synthesized, then it can be considered a match. Another way is to use the public communication platform of the parchment book, which is the chat page and trading house. Whether it is talking or trading items, there is no way to be anonymous. So Linen can usually keep an eye on the transactions between Zhang Wei and Tong Yeye. Linen originally thought that he could go directly to the bottom of the sea with Xiaojun to explore the sudden treasure of fish and dragons, but such an incident happened, which made him a little angry. When Lin Ying was questioned by Linen, she immediately showed a panic expression. She probably didn't expect that her lie would be exposed by Lin and so suddenly. Lin Ying, who was soaking in the seawater, didn't even have the chance to run away. Thousands of dolphins were watching her closely nearby, and there were 2 pterosaurs above her head. Now we are really surrounded from all sides. I'm not lying to you. I actually have 2 names. My mother is Chinese, and her surname is Lin, so my Chinese name is Lin Ying. I'm half Chinese. Lin nodded silently. You are mixed blood. What's your real name? You can't lie this time. Lin had no doubt that Lin Ying was of mixed race. Her Chinese was so authentic. If there weren't Chinese people in her family and the language environment she grew up in was not influenced by Chinese, she would not have been able to keep it a secret for so long. Su Ying, this is my real name. Lin Ying said very affirmatively. Then Lin looked for Su Ying in the parchment book, and this time he found her easily. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lin, when we get into the water, we will communicate using the parchment book. Su Ying, okay. After asking Lin Ying's real name, Lin Ying's anger suddenly disappeared. He thought it was more important to do his business, so he tried again and dived into the sea for the second time. As for Zhang Wei, she was also very surprised when she found out that Lin Ying was not Chinese. Speaking of which, Zhang Wei has lived with Lin Ying for such a long time. She never noticed that there was anything different between Lin Ying and herself. After all this time, it turned out that Lin Ying was not Chinese. As for why Lin didn't ask which country Lin Ying was from, there was actually nothing to ask. His surname was Su, and he said that his mother was Chinese, which meant that he was not a Chinese immigrant from abroad. The remaining 2 possibilities were only the Southern Dynasty and the Northern Dynasty. Lin Ying is very coquettish, and there shouldn't be many Chinese people marrying into the Northern Dynasty, so Lin Ying can only be from the Southern Dynasty. Chapter 143 Undersea Dragon Palace. Sink into the sea. Lin Ying's mind is completely focused on Xiaojun. He swam forward after Xiaojun, and all the fish creatures around him automatically retreated. Some stubborn sharks insist on coming closer, and then dozens or hundreds of dolphins will rush over. It was like a large army passing through the border, and the demons and monsters quickly retreated. The average depth of this sea area is very deep. Lin dived for 5,000 meters before he could barely touch the highest underwater mountain. At this depth, apart from Lin and others wearing rare diving suits, only Xiaojun and 4 or 5 dolphins could follow. The rest of the dolphins stayed on top and couldn't go any deeper. Lin and his team dived down about 500 meters along the veins of the mountain, and the 4 or 5 dolphins had no choice but to come up. Dolphins need to breathe, after all. Lin's oxygen converter had no effect on these dolphins. As for Xiaojun, Lin really didn't know to what extent it had evolved. At the bottom of the sea more than 5,000 meters deep, its skin seemed to have scales that could emit fluorescence, and it could also filter oxygen from the water. This way Xiaojun doesn't have to worry about ventilation. Lin, we're almost there. Have you spotted it? This is a crater. The ichthyosaur treasure is in the basin of the crater. There's a human city there. I don't understand the layout of this human city, so I need your help. There are also dangers on the seabed, so you must be careful. Xiaojun told Lin this relatively useful information, then swung her tail and dived directly down the hillside. Lin also hurriedly chased after him. It is still safe to follow the route that Xiaojun swims. Wait for Xiaojun to stop. Lin silently turned off the headlight. Because Xiaojun has arrived at the place she is looking for, and this place does not need any lighting. In the basin of the crater, 7,000 meters deep from the sea surface above, there is a mythical land that even Lin cannot imagine. Page 3. Private chat channel. Zhang Wei, so beautiful. Su Ying, what is this place, brother Lin? Is this a fairyland? Lin, I'm not sure. I think if there is a dragon palace in the ocean world, it should be here. Xiaojun is right. There is indeed a human city in the basin. It is similar in style to the one in Lesberg, but on a much larger scale. In addition, there are only various algae on the buildings in Lesberg, but here, there are many marine creatures that can emit fluorescence. Corals that should only survive in shallow waters can also be found here, and in large areas. Various shellfish also emit purple, red, and white fluorescence. Various soft corals, hard corals, and anemones cover the buildings. Jellyfish, seahorses, and various fluorescent fish also live in this paradise. Lin suddenly discovered a particularly magical point. Although this is an underwater basin 7,000 meters below the sea, when he walked to the edge of the city, the water pressure became that of a depth of 200 or 300 meters. Perhaps this is why so many creatures can survive here. Where is the treasure? I can't see it. I can't collect these shells and corals. Xiaojun didn't bring me here for a trip, did she? Lin really didn't know where the so-called ichthyosaur treasure was, and at the bottom of the sea, He had no way to communicate with Xiaojun unless Xiaojun could understand lip reading. Page 3. Private chat channel. Linen, you guys should find a way to open the doors of these buildings on both sides of the road in order. Zhang Wei, yes. Suing, okay. Seeing Xiaojun swimming around in this underwater dragon palace, without any target, Linen followed the experience he had accumulated from treasure hunting in Lesburg and asked Zhang Wei and Lin Ying to open the doors of the surrounding buildings so that he could go in and see if there were any treasures. This underwater city has little in common with Lesburg. The doors and windows of the buildings in Lesburg are all destroyed, and it is similar here, but the doors and windows are occupied by the underwater animals and plants. If you want to enter these buildings, you have to clear the obstacles, which is a time-consuming and laborious task. Linen gave Zhang Wei and Lin Ying a pickaxe each and asked them to clear the obstacles. He also took a high-grade axe and chopped through the hard coral in front of a building, then swim inside to find the resources he wants. There are no fewer plants and animals inside the building than outside, and there are more places to hide things. Linen found a bronze treasure chest in a big shell, just like the treasure chest he found in the body of the Great Shark King. If this is the case, the search will be much more difficult than in Lesburg. Linen opened the bronze treasure chest and took away the blueprint and corn seeds in a jar. He thought that it would take several days and nights to open all the shells here. Opening clams is a strenuous job. Back in Lesburg, Linen could simply take the blueprints scattered on the table. It's not as troublesome as it is now. But later, Linen realized that opening clams was not a difficult matter. He actually found blueprints of mucus in the mouths of some soft corals and anemones. The feeling of digging out the blueprints was like digging out feces, which made Linen feel sick. But fortunately, this was at the bottom of the sea and he was wearing a diving suit. This way the nausea won't be so intense. Page 3. Private chat channel. Linen, can you two stop watching and help dig it out? If you can't dig it out, just use a knife to cut the corals open. They won't die if they're cut open anyway. Zhang Wei. Hee, I thought you didn't feel disgusted. Lin Ying. Brother Linen, aren't you worried that someone will hide these blueprints? Linen. Damn, you're talking back, right? Don't do anything tricky. Xiaojun will help me keep an eye on you. If you hide the blueprint, its positioning sound waves will be able to detect it. I'm not stupid. How can I return the parchment book to you without confidence? Linen was just talking nonsense. The fact that Xiaojun can speak is already an exaggeration. Linen now says that Xiaojun can locate those blueprints, which will not arouse any suspicion from Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. What does it matter if a dolphin can speak human language or fly? And almost everyone on Earth knows that dolphins can use sound waves to locate. Zhang Wei and Lin Ying naturally felt that Lin Ying was not lying. With two more people helping to dig out the blueprints wrapped in corals and anemones, Lin Ying's speed in searching for underwater treasures increased a lot. Xiaojun is still determining the location of the fish dragon treasure and does not need Lin Ying's help for the time being, so Lin Ying has time to fill his pockets first. Obviously, the ichthyosaur treasure Xiaojun mentioned definitely does not include those treasure chests and blueprints. Chapter 144, Being Cuckolded. Undersea Dragon Palace. Let's just call it Dragon Palace. Ichthyosaurs are also dragons, so it is not an exaggeration to call the place where the ichthyosaur treasures are buried the Dragon Palace. Come here. The system does not have any prompt sounds, but it has more resources than Lesburg. The strange thing about this underwater dragon palace is that it is not a relic buried in the dust. It is a paradise for marine life. Gurgle, gurgle. There were bubbles constantly rising from the ground. Occasionally, you can see a large pink octopus about 4 or 5 meters long preying on small fish. At this time, Linen roughly understood what danger Xiaojun was talking about. In fact, there were some uncivilized and ferocious creatures living in this underwater dragon palace. Page 3. Private chat channel. Zhang Wei, Linen, help me. I've been swallowed by a shell. It's so disgusting. The 2 pieces of clam meat are sucking me in, and I can't move. Linen, I understand. In fact, Linen saw Zhang Wei being sucked by a 2 or 3 meter long shell. But he just waited for Zhang Wei to ask for help before he ran over, opened the shell, and pulled Zhang Wei out. If no one pays attention and the food is swallowed by the shell, after a long time, even if there is an oxygen converter and there is no need to worry about suffocation, it will still be digested by the clam meat. Page 3. Private chat channel. Su Ying, they have become spirits. These corals, anemones, and shells have all become spirits. Linen, don't make a fuss. This is how anemones and corals are. They are animals, not plants. If you try to take out the blueprint, it will definitely entangle you. Linen saw that one of Su Ying's arms was entangled by a cherry blossom sunflower that was half the size of a person, and suddenly felt that this place was not a paradise. In other words, anemones, corals, and these shells do not have the same wisdom as Xiaojun. Otherwise, as soon as Lin and other outsiders came in, they would attack together and use their tentacles to keep Lin and others here forever. But the situation is similar now. Those sea creatures whose only instinct was to swallow food had begun to move slowly, trying to surround Lin and the others. They simply treated Lin and the others as food. Lin pulled Zhang Wei and Linning out of this corner of the area and did not let himself be surrounded by the overwhelming sea creatures. Instead, he temporarily gave up the idea of searching for the blueprint and bronze treasure chest. Gradually approaching Xiaojun, who was more than 100 meters away from the seabed. Xiaojun looked down at the dragon palace under the sea from a high place, not knowing what she was thinking. Linen approached it and gently stroked its back. Xiaojun then began to communicate with Linen. I can't find the exact location of the ichthyosaur treasure, but I can tell you that it looks like a round bead, and its color should be flawless white. The reason these fluorescent creatures can glow is probably because they absorb the energy of the ichthyosaur bead. It's just that it's hidden now, and I can't find it. Linen nodded silently. No wonder Xiaojun wanted to ask him for help. Since Xiaojun is looking for a gem, according to human thinking, the gem is most likely hidden inside a shell. As a dolphin, Xiaojun has no magic, no hands or feet, and no weapons, so it is indeed difficult for her to open those shells. If that's the case, I know where to start looking. Linen thought about what Xiaojun said. The fluorescent creatures glow because they have absorbed the energy of the fish dragon pearl. In this case, we need to see which hard corals, which are difficult to move in a short period of time, are brighter. After all, the ones with the highest brightness must absorb the most energy and are closest to the ichthyosaur orb. According to this logic, when Linen looked down at the dragon palace under the sea from a high place, he could indeed find that at a certain location, the brightness emitted by the creatures was the highest, and some fish, octopuses, and jellyfish always stayed in that area. With this position as the center point, the brightness of other animals and plants around it is gradually decreasing, but not very obvious. This gave Linen another guess in his mind. The fish dragon orb seems to be moving around quite often. Linen is not making this up. It really takes tens of millions of years of evolution and reproduction for such a place to form on the seabed. If the ichthyosaur orb had never moved, the brightness of the fluorescent creatures on the periphery would definitely be much dimmer than the light emitted by the fluorescent creatures in the center. Now that the target has been locked, Linen had no time to waste, so he patted Xiaojun and pointed to the area he had locked onto. Xiaojun didn't understand what Linen meant at first, but after watching for a long time, she found that the fish, shrimps, octopuses, and jellyfish there were not swimming away, and she immediately thought that Linen had found the location of the fish dragon orb. I'll go and drive those animals away. Please check if there's any trace of the fish dragon orb nearby. Xiaojun didn't find it difficult to deal with these marine creatures. It just so happened that Linen found it difficult to deal with these animals, and his and Xiaojun's abilities could complement each other underwater. Page 3. Private chat channel. Linen, you two come with me and take a look. Our goal is to find a precious pearl. Zhang Wei, precious pearl? Night shining pearl? Pearl? Su Ying, brother Linen, I will definitely help you find the pearl. Linen pretended not to see the messages from the two funny guys and followed Xiaojun directly, swimming to the area he had locked onto. The plants and animals here are obviously more vibrant, but for some reason, they do not grow indefinitely. If the ichthyosaur orb has a similar effect to the evolution crystal, then after such a long time, there should be creatures more abnormal than the ancient ichthyosaur appearing here. But Linen could see some luminous creatures. Nothing else can be seen. When Lin's flippers touched the sand on the seabed, some unknown fluorescent substance also spread along Lin's flippers to various parts of the diving suit. At first, Linen and others did not notice this strange phenomenon. But when they opened all the shells around them and gathered together, they suddenly found that the two people opposite them did not look like one person. Page 3. Private chat channel. Su Ying, brother Linen, why are you and sister Zhang Wei so bright? Zhang Wei, damn, Linen, you're emitting such a strong aura of love. Are you being cheated on? I was wondering why you weren't interested in women. Linen, haha, same here. You two are also green, just like the goblins in the game. Especially Zhang Wei, you are no different from Zack, the hero in a certain competitive game. Zhang Wei, haha, it seems that I have touched someone's heart and made them break down. Linen, don't talk about those nonsense. Have you found the pearl? Zhang Wei, I didn't find anything. There was nothing inside those shells. Su Ying, I didn't find it either. Seeing that everyone had found nothing, Linen suddenly lost his direction. He looked at the green light flashing on his body and began to deduce other possibilities. Chapter 145 Light Algae. The green fluorescence on the three of us should be related to the color of our diving suits. The main material used to make wetsuits is grapevine goo, and grapevine goo is green. The diving suit itself is also dark green. Now Lin is also emitting green fluorescence, so this cannot be a coincidence. Algae, this is a symbiotic algae. Lin looked at the countless glowing dots on his body and immediately guessed the nature of the luminescence of the many creatures in the underwater dragon palace. Perhaps some organisms are able to emit fluorescence naturally, but more organisms rely on algae bioluminescent bodies that float out from the ground to glow. Moreover, if corals want to survive, they must have symbiotic algae. I understand. So many creatures gather here to allow more algae to cling to their bodies. These algae can provide them with energy, and this energy is not only reflected in the emission of light. Lennon looked at his strength rating and found that it had inexplicably increased by 80 points, and it was still slowly rising. He swung his fist, but it seemed like there was no resistance from the water. The speed of his punches was about the same as when he was in the air. Immediately afterwards, Lennon took out a high-level axe and chopped it at the seawater. This time he could clearly feel the obstruction. But after a while, the algae extended to the axe, and when Lennon chopped again, the feeling of obstruction disappeared. Ichthyosaur orb. Strength. Another form of power. If evolution crystals can allow organisms to evolve and greatly enhance their own strength, then the effect of this fish dragon orb is more like an enchantment. Lennon doesn't know yet whether these algae can survive after leaving the seawater, but just this one benefit at the moment, that is, allowing him to perform the same operations on the seabed as on the sea, is enough. Why didn't Lennon dare to go into the water before? Wasn't it because he was afraid of those man-eating sharks and ferocious sea beasts? Some people think that Lennon already has so many weapons. Why are you afraid of those ferocious beasts? No matter how powerful the man-eating shark is, it can't be more powerful than the Arctic wolf king we met on the polar island. But many people actually overlook one point. That's how powerful Lennon is. He is also a human being, not a fish. Even if he went into the water with a rare battle axe and encountered those man-eating sharks, the way he swung the battle axe was extremely funny. That speed must be more than 10 times slower than the speed on the sea. Once you get into the sea, everything starts in slow motion. Then how could Lennon possibly fight a man-eating shark? But now it's different. If he can find the fish dragon orb, he will be able to enjoy the bonus of walking on flat ground in the sea water. Page 3. Private chat channel. Zhang Wei. Lennon, did you see a ghost? You are swinging your fists and chopping with an axe. Su Ying. Brother Lennon, I will try my best to find Baozhu. Don't be anxious or angry. To Zhang Wei and Lin Ying, Lin's various experimental behaviors may seem crazy. But Lennon knew he was not crazy. It seems the fish dragon orb is underground. This time I found you. Since the unknown algae spread out from the mud and sand, and the ichthyosaur orb is the reason for the appearance of these algae, then the ichthyosaur orb is very likely to be underground. After thinking about this, Lennon took out his pickaxe, waited for a while, and let the light algae appear. This was the name Lin gave to the unknown algae creature. Cover your pickaxe with light algae. He began to dig frantically at the mud and sand under his feet. At the same time, he also asked Lin Ying and Zhang Wei to dig together. Every time they dug 1 meter down, Lennon would throw out a few metal ingots. The reason he did this was that he wanted to see which metal ingot would be covered with light algae first. From this, Lennon could determine which position had more light algae. After all, these light algae cannot be seen unless they cover an object. Lennon could only use this stupid method to slowly find the source of the light algae. But Lennon thought it was a stupid method. In the eyes of Zhang Wei and Lin Ying, it was a move of genius. They gradually discovered what Lennon was doing. While marveling at how fast Lennon's thinking was, they also dug the mud and sand much faster. Soon, after digging about 5 or 6 meters into the seabed, Lennon actually dug out a tunnel. Fuck, you're really good at hiding. The tunnel dug by Lin was more than 3 meters wide and 2 meters high. The walls of the tunnel were covered with mucus and luminous algae. These light algae all emit a dark brown light, but after being connected to the outside world, the brown light algae gradually turn into light yellow. Page 3. Private chat channel. Zhang Wei, which way are we going? Towards the front or to the back? Su Ying, I definitely can't go to the back. It's dark there, and I'm scared. Lennon, just go to the back. Lennon made this decision for a reason. Since these light algae are brown in color, the light they emit must be very weak, so there is no problem in going into the dark. It was very bright as he walked forward, but Lennon felt that if he walked forward, he would most likely not find the fish dragon orb, but the exit or entrance of this passage. With this thought in mind, Lennon turned on the headlamp on his head that had not been used for a long time and gradually walked deeper into the tunnel. He couldn't ask Xiaojin to come along, as the tunnel was still a bit crowded for her. Even if Xiaojin squeezed in with her 10-meter-long body, she wouldn't be able to turn. So Lennon decided to take Zhang Wei and Lining with him to explore this eerie passage that no one had ever touched. Under the strong light source of the headlights, the light algae turned directly transparent. But fortunately, they still exist. Because Lennon was walking in this passage full of sea water, he did not feel any sluggishness. His hand holding the axe was still swinging, no different from when he was on the sea. This means that the light algae is still attached to his body and the axe. That's impressive indeed. If I could escape the surface of the sea, and it was during the day, no one would be able to see anything unusual about me. But at night, wouldn't I be a living target if I glowed? Lennon's mind was full of random thoughts, but he didn't stop walking. This passage did not pose any difficulty for Lennon. The underground passage, which did not even have a fork in the road, could not be described as a maze by Lennon. Lennon kept walking forward, and soon, the sticky substance in the passage became more and more. The algae on the soles of his feet couldn't remove the stickiness from the sticky stuff. There really is a creature out there. It must be spitting out so much mucus because it's afraid of me. When some creatures encounter enemies or are stimulated, they will spit out large amounts of mucus to protect themselves. Lennon was thinking that he was getting closer and closer to the real answer, and the slime under his feet could not stop him from moving forward. Chapter 146, Orb of Light. Continue forward for about 100 meters. Lennon felt that he was already 50 meters below the ground. The corridor ahead was getting more and more slippery. He could also notice that there were more and more light algae around him. After all, Lennon had the parchment book in his hand. He could see that his strength rating was getting higher and higher after entering the tunnel. This is really abnormal. My strength rating has increased by 500 points. The ranking score is the sum of the strength score, wealth score, and physical fitness score. Light algae is just an external object, so the added scores are all based on the strength score. But this thing is like Iron Man's armor. The more light algae cover Lin-En's body, the stronger he will be. However, the light algae does not have the high-tech functions of Iron Man's armor. This time I really could have killed a cow with one punch. Luckily, the fish in the Dragon Palace didn't hit me, otherwise they would have broken several of my ribs. Just as Lin-En was daydreaming, the passage in front of him finally came to an end. A natural cave appeared. There was a huge creature sitting on the ceiling of the cave. Page 3. Private chat channel. Zhang Wei, what is this? Suing. Its tentacles are a bit like. Lin-En. This should be a pacifier anemone, and the light algae should be spit out from it. Before, during the shark disaster. When the natural disaster came, Lin-En found a sea area with coral reefs, and he even went into the sea. So he had seen many corals, and at that time, the parchment book would introduce the types of corals to Lin-En. Unlike in this Dragon Palace, there were no hints, and Lin-En could only explore on his own. Lin-En was still deeply impressed by the pacifier anemone, so he could tell at a glance that the creature on the top of the cave that looked to be 10 meters in diameter was a pacifier anemone. Page 3. Private chat channel. Zhang Wei. Lin-En, do you see a bead in the mouth of this anemone? Lin-En. Damn, that's true, but this sea anemone seems to be a fool. Why is it spitting out algae so crazily? Isn't this to make us stronger? No, it has no intelligence. It senses danger, so it keeps spitting out algae. Suing. So, Brother Lin-En, what are you going to do now? Are you going to take the pearl out of its mouth? Lin-En. The best way to deal with anemones is to get an electric fan. After Lin-En finished speaking, he immediately replaced the high-level axe in his hand with a rare-level construction hammer, and then began to build a small ironclad ship. He planned to build an engine on the ironclad ship and then make the engine's propeller rotate. As long as the propeller speed was fast enough, it would be like a meat grinder. But if he didn't get this thing, Lin-En would just rush over, and the tentacles of the pacifier anemone would wrap around him and suffocate him to death. When the ironclad ship was built, the engine started and the propeller began to stir the sea water wildly, causing the sea water in the entire cave to swing wildly. Because Lin-En was reversing the propeller, the ironclad ship kept moving backwards. Lin-En grabbed the side of the ironclad ship with both hands and slowly approached the mutated pacifier anemone. The tentacles of the anemone were also attracted by the suction created by the propeller and were floating towards Lin-En. However, the suction cups of the pacifier anemone have been tightly stuck to the top of the cave. But it's all in vain. No matter how much this anemone mutates, or how much light algae it has on its body, it cannot enhance its defense. However, when the mutated pacifier anemone knew that its life was coming to an end, it actually spit out the pale pink gem in its mouth, then retracted all its tentacles. Its base became larger, wrapping its entire body together. The pacifier anemone, which was green just now, turned brown and shrank to a semicircular sphere with a diameter of less than 1 meter. You're quite sensible. Lennon thought that this pacifier anemone had no intelligence. It turns out that they are intelligent, but they use all their limited brain capacity to figure out how to survive. In fact, if this pacifier anemone had chosen to fight to the death from the beginning and stretched out its tentacles to grab Lin and Zhang Wei, Lin Ying and others, it would have been impossible for Lin and to build the ironclad ship and the propeller so easily. After all, these creatures in the underwater dragon palace have never been exposed to the outside world, and they live entirely on instinct. Light orb can split into light sand, a substance that emits light on its own. Applying the light sand to any object can enhance the power of the object, and the light orb can continuously emit light. So it's called light sand, but it's no different from light algae. Lennon really wanted to take this orb of light away. After all, even if it was of no use in normal times, it would be nice to use it as a light bulb on the Pearl. Lennon also thought that if this light sand was applied to the shells and cannons, the Armstrong cannon would be invincible. However, although Lennon was greedy, he still wrapped up the orb of light and prepared to leave the passage to give it to Xiaojun. After all, Lennon promised Xiaojun that he would help her find the fish dragon treasure. This orb of light is the treasure left behind by the fish dragon, so Lennon naturally would not keep it for himself. Let Xiaojun take the orb of light back. If it can really dominate all the dolphins in the ocean world, it will be of greater help to Lennon. Page 3. Private chat channel. Zhang Wei. Is this what the dolphin is looking for? Su Ying, they are so beautiful. It would be great if they could be strung into a necklace. Lennon, are you crazy? Palm-sized beads strung together into a necklace? Su Ying, can it be cut like jade? Brother Lennon, do you really want to give such a good thing to the dolphin? Zhang Wei and Lin Ying also had parchment books in their hands, so they could naturally see the introduction to the orb of light. It was the first time for them to see such a magical thing in the ocean world. They still haven't discovered the evolutionary crystals on the Pearl. So the orb of light was the first divine object they both saw. Lennon felt that this kind of thing was definitely of the mythical level, even stronger than the mythical level. Lennon, nonsense. These two simple words expressed Lin Ying's feelings. After Lin Ying finished speaking, he closed the parchment book, tied the pearl to his body, and wrapped himself in layers of cloth. He managed to wrap himself up like a fat man. There was no way out. Lennon knew what he would face once he went out. Why is the pacifier anemone hiding in this underground passage with nothing to do? It certainly doesn't like this environment. Even if there is an orb of light, it doesn't need light, it still needs water flow. Anemones are similar to corals in that they both like flowing water. The pacifier anemone can abandon such a good environment outside and hide in this passage because it knows that there will definitely be other creatures outside competing for the orb of light. That's why Lennon thought of hiding it. Chapter 147A Promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I can't hide it, so I have to run away as soon as I get out. Lennon wrapped his abdomen with more than 10 layers of gauze, but the result was that his whole body became brighter. Originally, the orb of light didn't seem to emit a very dazzling light, but once it touched something, it would make that object glow. Lennon was completely numb. Fortunately, he had a diving suit on, so the light coming from his body was only green, which was not too special. After all, there are so many creatures emitting fluorescent green in the Dragon Palace under the sea that they are impossible to count. After making preparations, Lennon didn't waste time in the passage and swam out directly. When you come in, you walk in. I went out and started swimming directly. With rare fins, the speed is amazing. Zhang Wei and Lin Ying also swam with Lennon. Less than 3 minutes. The three of them appeared at the entrance of the hole they had dug earlier. Look up. Xiaojun was still playing with the group of fluorescent animals. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lennon, forget about Xiaojun. Let's just surface and return to the Pearl. Lennon just gave an order and immediately rushed upwards. Zhang Wei and Lin Ying didn't know why Lin Ying rushed upwards, but soon, all the creatures around were swimming towards Lin Ying, and Zhang Wei and Lin Ying followed in panic. There is no way. If you are a little slower, you may be trapped in this underwater dragon palace forever. Moreover, it is still unclear whether the underwater dragon palace can still exist after Lin Ying takes away the orb of light. Without the covering of light sand, the ancient city ruins might actually turn into mud on the seabed. If the other creatures cannot seize the opportunity to return to the sea area they can adapt to while there is still light sand on their bodies, they will not be able to survive under the water pressure at a depth of several thousand meters. Xiaojun watched the glowing Lin and swimming upstream desperately, and instantly knew that Linen had found the ichthyosaur treasure. So it also began to swing its tail vigorously, but it did not have light sand on its body, so its swimming speed was not as fast as other creatures. Linen, with the orb of light on his body, seemed to be possessed by a god. His rare-grade flippers allowed him to swim very fast, and with the possession of light sand, Linen felt that his speed could rival the fastest creature in the ocean. No, even the swordfish, marlin and tuna are not as fast as Linen. Linen swam hard to the surface of the sea from a depth of more than 7,000 meters in just a few minutes. Moreover, when Linen was about to reach the surface of the sea, no fluorescent creatures could swim to this place. The dolphins brought by Xiaojun were organizing a counterattack to repel the fluorescent creatures rushing up. And because they rise so quickly, the luminous sand on their bodies is washed away by the seawater. Without the luminous sand, these fluorescent creatures are nothing more than larger fish and mollusks. They have no chance of winning in a fight with dolphins. But Linen was unaware of all these things. He rushed out of the sea. Because his speed was too fast, the inertia made him jump 7 or 8 meters out of the sea and directly jumped onto the deck of the Pearl. Ding! Linen knelt on one knee, supported himself on the deck with his left hand, and slowly stood up. He looked at the fist mark on the deck and really didn't want to give the orb of light to Xiaojun. If we put the orb of light on the ship and let the light sand spread all over the Pearl, wouldn't the Pearl become stronger and have a faster speed? Good stuff. It looks like this light sand is consumable. Otherwise, I could save some and use it as a secret weapon in critical moments. The idea of leaving the light sand behind only stayed in Lin's mind for a few seconds, and then he gave up. If he really didn't give the orb of light to Xiaojun, Xiaojun would have no way to do anything to him. Xiaojun would even be willing to give up ruling the entire dolphin population to satisfy Lin's selfish desires. But if she did that, Xiaojun would definitely never trust Linen again, nor would she meet Linen again. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Linen untied all the gauze on his waist with a wry smile, then took out the orb of light. He gently wiped off the light sand covering the orb of light, and the light pink orb of light really turned white. I was wondering, Xiaojun said this pearl was pure white, but when I saw it, it was pale pink. It turns out it was covered by the light sand. One hand held up the orb of light. Lin's exposed palms also became transparent. He could see his bones glowing white and his veins glowing red. This feeling is still very wonderful. So this is what you look like when you're exposed to the air. When Linen was underwater, the light sand was attached to the surface of his body, but when he was in the air, the light sand went directly into his pores. When Linen admired the internal structure of his own body, Xiaojun finally swam back to the surface of the sea. Linen, you really found the fish dragon orb. When Linen heard Xiaojun's ecstatic voice, he walked directly to the side of the boat, looked at Xiaojun and asked, "You don't have hands. How are you going to hold this thing?" "Just swallow it. There's no other way. If I swallow it, I'll become the fastest animal in the ocean. The dolphins can only get close to me if they want the light sand. So if I get it, there's a high chance I'll be able to lead an entire dolphin population." Xiaojun explained, and Linen gradually understood why Xiaojun wanted to obtain this orb of light. It is a dolphin, and dolphins are one of the fastest animals in the ocean. With the orb of light, little Jane is the fastest animal. There is no doubt about this. Other animals can't take the orb of light away, so they can only get close to it. Well, the orb is yours. Linen smiled awkwardly and threw the orb of light steadily to Xiaojun. Xiaojun jumped up and swallowed the orb of light. After Xiaojun swallowed the orb of light, it was as if she had evolved, and her huge body began to vibrate in all directions. The light sand can actually seep through its body. All the dolphins that followed Xiaojun benefited. Linen couldn't do this because he couldn't swallow the palm-sized orb of light. Therefore, the light sand could only penetrate his skin and could not penetrate from the inside out. "Thank you, Linen. Please stay here for a day. With the fish dragon pearl, I can lead them to help you bring up all the other things in the underwater city." Xiaojun knew what Linen needed. When in the Dragon Palace, Linen asked Zhang Wei and Lining to collect blueprints and treasure chests. But in order to find the orb of light, Linen gave up the large treasure and swam up directly. Xiaojun has always remembered this, and now it plans to repay Linen. "You're welcome. This is what I should do. I'll wait for you here. I won't leave until you come up." Giving the orb of light to Xiaojun was already a sacrifice for Linen, so he certainly would not give up the treasures in the sea. Chapter 148, I Forgive You. I watched as thousands of dolphins dived into the seabed. Help yourself to find the resources left in the Dragon Palace on the seabed. Linen was in a relatively happy mood. Lost the orb of light. Then he can also get thousands of blueprints and treasure chests of unknown quantity and quality. This can be considered a kind of compensation for Linen. After the dolphins left the sea, Zhang Wei and Lining finally appeared on the sea, and then waited for Lin and to throw a rope to pull them back to the pearl. Any slower, those man-eating sharks will come closer. Linen almost forgot about Zhang Wei and Lining. Once Xiaojin took the dolphins away, the man-eating shark would surely come back. You were swimming so fast. Didn't you think about the two of us still underwater? Zhang Wei was almost angry to death. They really encountered a hardship at the bottom of the sea. So many marine creatures were chasing Linen, and then she and Lining were squeezed together with those marine creatures. If you are not careful, you will be hit by the animals swimming upwards madly. If the dolphins had not dispersed the fluorescent animals in time, Zhang Wei and Lining would have been knocked unconscious underwater. I'm sorry, I really forgot. Lin Anhan smiled and scratched his head, expressing his apology. At the same time, he did not forget to take back the parchment books from Zhang Wei and Lining. Pour out everything in the parchment book. I want to see what good stuff you two have got. Lin An's eyes were full of smiles. He suddenly felt that one should be content. Xiaojin could take him to such a magical and wonderful place and gain so many resources. He should not feel any pain. If it weren't for Xiaojin, he would never have explored the dark world 7,000 meters below the sea in his life. Seeing that Lin An completely disregarded her and Lin Ying's feelings, Zhang Wei angrily took out the parchment book, threw out everything inside, and then smashed the parchment book at Lin An's feet. As for Lin Ying, she didn't dare to be as domineering as Zhang Wei. It had just been a short time since Lin An exposed her lie, and she was still nervous. Brother Lin An, these are the blueprints I got, 78 in total, and some small items were taken out from the bronze treasure chest. Lin Ying squatted on the ground obediently, stacked all the blueprints she got, and Zhang Wei got together, and sorted the various items into different categories. Lin An felt a little sorry for what he saw. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Your name is just a code name. You just wanted to survive back then, and I understand. From now on, I'll still call you Lin Ying. You don't have to feel guilty about this. If a person has to apologize for a lie they tell to survive, then they've truly lost their dignity as a human being. At all times, Lin Ying, you only need to remember one thing. Being a human being requires both self-love and selfishness. After spending such a long time together, although Lin Ying is a bit coquettish every day, she is still dedicated to her work and has never said that she would be lazy or anything. Lin An's affection for her grew. No one dislikes an employee who works diligently and conscientiously. Even if this employee has some scheming intentions, it is a good thing. That's why Lin An forgave Lin Ying's previous lies. If it were Lin An himself, when he was about to die, he met a white man and knew that he could survive by speaking English and claiming that he was from his country. Then Lin An would also lie. It's human nature. There's nothing unforgivable. But Lin Ying had to bow down because of this matter, which Lin An could not accept. He just treated Lin Ying and Zhang Wei as his employees. Yeah, I see. Lin Ying nodded and went back to the cabin. She knew that she still had to do her work today. If the clothes couldn't be made before the end of the day, the smile on Lin An's face would disappear. Advanced Dart Blueprint, Basic Submarine Blueprint, Intercom Blueprint, they're all good stuff. Lin An directly used all the blueprints that he, Zhang Wei, and Lin Ying got from the bottom of the sea. Then it activated many manufacturing pages that he had never seen before. That basic submarine and the radio walkie-talkie are both what Lin An really needs. Primary submarine can withstand water pressure at depths of 1,000 meters. Its defense is comparable to that of a wooden boat built with an advanced construction hammer. It can reach a speed of 5 kilometers per hour and is equipped with a robotic arm for underwater operations. Radio walkie-talkie. Place it under your ear to enable radio communication. Sound is conducted through bone conduction. The connection distance needs to be within 1 kilometer. In the past, Lin An was afraid of man-eating sharks and didn't dare to go into the sea. Now that he has a submarine, he can go into the sea whenever he wants. The submarine may mean more to Lin An than the rare-grade construction hammer. This basic submarine allows Lin An to unilaterally declare that all resources within 1,000 meters of the seabed belong to him. He just needs to find someone to go into the sea to collect them. From now on, Zhang Wei and Lin Ying, one will go mining and the other will make clothes. Then I can rent land from Super Farm like crazy. Lin An laughed happier than anyone else. He found that it was very easy to find the crystallization of human wisdom in these underwater cities. For example, in Lesberg, Lin An got a research table with paper and pen, as well as the blueprint of pistol bullets. The surprises that the Undersea Dragon Palace brings to Lin An are definitely not limited to submarines and walkie-talkies. We should have forced Mona to stay. Lin An now feels a little regretful. If he could have kept Mona and the 10 slaves, he might have been able to form a mining team. After all, Lin An has locators in his hands, which can be installed on submarines. The submarine's movement speed. There is no way to escape Lin N's control. Moreover, as long as Lin N does not equip each submarine with an oxygen converter, these submarines will surface as soon as the oxygen in the submarine is consumed. From this point of view, they are really easy to control. What a pity. Let's wait for Xiaojun to come back and see what other treasures we can get. Lin N can no longer capture people as his slaves. He has discovered that if he rescues people and brings them to the pearl, their loyalty will be higher. If he forcibly abducts them, their loyalty will be lower, and he will have to use high pressure to govern them in the future. Lin N waited on the deck until the sun set and the sky gradually darkened. The pitch-black sea surface was shimmering with waves. But beneath the sea, there are often rays of light blue passing by. There are more and more fluorescent creatures in the sea. Previously, the orb of light was occupied by the pacifier anemone, and the light sand had to penetrate through mud and rocks at a depth of several to dozens of meters to get to it. All those fluorescent creatures could never get away from the area of the Dragon Palace on the seabed. But now Xiaojun has swallowed the orb of light, and light sand is constantly coming out of its body and drifting with the ocean currents, somehow attaching itself to the bodies of some creatures. Chapter 149, Riding the Wind and Waves. The flowing light blue fluorescence soon turned into a ball of light. Moreover, the diameter of this ball of light was getting bigger and bigger. Lin N vaguely felt that this ball of light seemed to be composed of many marine creatures gathered together. Sure enough, half a minute later, countless fluorescent dolphins surfaced, all holding something in their mouths. There are metal treasure chests and blue drawings. Lin N, we've searched the entire underwater city. Here are all the treasures we found. Take them all. I'll also give you a conch. If you ever want to find me again, you can blow it. No matter where I am, I'll know you're looking for me. The countless dolphins in the ocean will carry the sound to me. Xiaojun is the brightest dolphin in the sea, and unlike other light blue dolphins, the light sand on its body emits a sacred golden green light. This allowed Lin N to see its location at a glance. Under Xiaojun's orders, thousands of dolphins used their heads or tails to lift up all the resources they found and sent them to the deck of the pearl. It was the first time that Lin N felt like a piece of cake had fallen from the sky. One of the conches, a milky brown one, hit him accurately, and he reached out and caught it. Sound-transmitting conch. It can emit extremely penetrating sounds, which can be captured by the dolphin's melanin and then ejected. Lin N used to think that this sound-transmitting conch was some kind of magical weapon from mythology. It can also allow Xiaojun, who is somewhere unknown, to hear the sound of the conch. Lin N only found out after reading the introduction. What is amazing is not the conch, but the melatonin of the dolphins. If the conch is compared to a laser pen that emits a laser beam, then the dolphin's melatonin is a mirror that can refract sound waves that are similar to light. The speed of sound in water is 1,500 meters per second. With this speed, as long as Lin N blows the conch, Xiaojun will be able to hear the sound quickly and know that Lin N is looking for it. As for how to ensure that the sound of the conch shell can last forever, that should be the function of the dolphin's melon. Well, I look forward to the day when you can rule the entire dolphin tribe. Lin N estimated that Xiaojun had given him more than 2,000 blueprints, and the deck of the pearl was almost filled with treasure chests of various colors. One of the treasure chests was shining with colorful light under the light. Seeing such a treasure chest, Lin N didn't even think about saying goodbye to Xiaojun. He ran directly to the crystal treasure chest and couldn't wait to open the lid of the treasure chest. Suddenly, a long scroll with colorful light floated out from inside. Obtain Enchanted Book 1. Enchanted Book can upgrade the level of rare and lower level items. Under the colorful scroll, there is a drawing shining with purple crystal light. Lin N's hands were shaking. Did I actually get an epic blueprint? Above the rare blueprints are the epic blueprints, and after the epic blueprints, there is only the mythical blueprints. Lin N tremblingly took out the blueprint from inside. He actually already knew that this blueprint would definitely be epic. This enchanted book is actually an epic item. Since it can upgrade the level of rare items, isn't that equivalent to giving Lin N an epic item? Then the blueprint that comes with this enchantment book is definitely not a low-level blueprint. Obtain Epic Sail Blueprint. Epic Sail utilizes the wind element to increase the ship's speed. Additional skill, Ride the Wind and Waves. Ride the wind and waves. Ride the wind and waves. After use, you can break through the waves and increase the speed of the ship tenfold. This effect will disappear after 1 hour. Cooldown time, 1 week. Fuck. Lin N was stunned. It turned out that epic items had skills. Do you use blueprints? Please note, once a blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Use. You have activated the Epic Sale manufacturing page. Epic Sale, cloth 50, titanium ingot 20, thick wood 100, metal fragment 100, hinge 5. Note: there can only be one Epic Sale on a ship or raft. The quantity is still limited. They're worried that I'll find loopholes. But one is enough. I can replace the other sales with mythical ones later. Manufacture. Consumption, cloth 50, titanium ingot 20, thick wood 100, metal fragment 100, hinge 5. Obtain, Epic Sale. Linen directly installed this Epic Sale in the middle position. Sails are still useful. It consumes no fuel at all and relies entirely on wind power. This is a very useful thing for Linen. After Lin and installed the Epic Sale, SeaWorld also responded to this Epic Sale. Byte. Ocean World Global Report. It has been detected that a survivor has created an epic item. Ranking rewards will be released on the leaderboard. Ranking rewards. All survivors can check their ranking rewards through the parchment book. The top 100,000 survivors will receive ranking rewards at midnight every day. The generosity of the rewards will match the ranking. The top 100 survivors will receive even more generous rewards every Monday and the first of each month. Note: the ranking list will measure the time each survivor maintains in each of the top 100 rankings, as well as the highest ranking, before distributing ranking rewards. For example, if A1 is ranked first and has stayed there the longest, he will receive the first place reward. Otherwise, the reward will be postponed to second place. Byte. All survivors can check the date and time on page 7 of the parchment book. The Ocean World calendar is consistent with the Earth calendar. After getting the Epic Sale, the leaderboard has been upgraded. This made Linen feel that he had reached the late stage of the game. When he can get a set of mythical items, he will be considered to have passed the level. Ranking rewards have been released. Linen didn't bother to collect other blueprints or open treasure chests. He took out the parchment book and turned to page 7. Page 7. Rankings. First, Anonymous, overall score, 5,846. Second place, Anonymous, overall score, 2147. Third place, Anonymous, overall score, 1984. Your score combination is Strength score 3,768 plus Wealth score 1907 plus Physical Fitness score 171. My Wealth score seems to be in the top 5. Linen has always known that he is number 1. After this Epic Sale was built, his Strength score increased by 1,000 points, making it even more impossible for others to catch up with his score level. Chapter 150 Battleship, Part 1. The first reward will not be issued until after midnight. Linen then looked at the calendar that appeared. Tell the truth. Since traveling to the ocean world, Lin has had no concept of time. He only knows that daybreak comes and goes, and can only calculate how many hours have passed, but he has no idea what time it is. As for which day is Monday or which month and day it is, I have no idea. In the past, some people used the ocean calendar, but that was how they calculated the first and second days after traveling to the Haiyang world. After a long time, no one will have a clear understanding of this time scale in their minds. Unless you scratch a notch on a board every morning. Each notch represents one day. This way I can also calculate how many days have passed since I traveled to the ocean world. Linen didn't do it. We have all traveled to the ocean world, which is a completely different world, which means that dates have no meaning. It's not like he knows what day tomorrow is and what he's going to do. Linen only knows 3 days now. That is today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. As for yesterday and the day before yesterday, they are all in the past and not worth remembering. Page 7. Sunday, February 28th, 73rd year of the Poseidon calendar. 2047:43. Poseidon calendar. It's been 72 years. I suspect this calendar was just created. Otherwise, how could tomorrow be both Monday and the first of the month? Doesn't this mean I can get 3 rewards? Linen completely ignored the content of the Ocean World broadcast just now. He was looking forward to receiving 3 big gift packages after midnight. In fact, there are no 3 big gift packages at all, but the rewards available on Mondays and the first of every month are richer than usual. Let's not worry about that for now. It's still early after midnight. What should I use the enchanted book for? What Linen is most concerned about now is the use of the enchanted book. He took out 2 items. One is an Akka arrow and the other is a rare grade building hammer. The strength of the Akka arrow is right between high-level weapons and rare-level weapons. If it is upgraded again, it should be able to have the strength of rare-level weapons to epic-level weapons, but it is not certain whether it can be promoted to epic level. But if Linen enchants the rare-level building hammer, then this building hammer can only be upgraded to an epic-level building hammer. It also represents stronger military force and more comprehensive survival and development capabilities. Lennon really didn't know what to do. After upgrading the Yaka arrow, Lennon will be able to use the power of the Yaka arrow to roam the ocean world for a long time in the future. There will basically be no defense that the Yaka arrow cannot penetrate. But by upgrading the construction hammer, the pearl can be upgraded to another level. Moreover, the enchantment book is so precious. If the Yaka arrow cannot be upgraded to the epic level, Lin will be at a loss. It's such a hard choice. Forget it. Upgrade the construction hammer and upgrade the pearl to the next level with epic sails. Even if I can't defeat it, I can still run away. Lin still didn't dare to gamble on the probability of the Yaka arrow being upgraded to an epic item. What if the Yaka arrow was only upgraded to the strength of a rare weapon? This enchantment book would be wasted. Use the enchanted book on the rare construction hammer. Consumption. Enchanted Book 1. Obtain Epic Construction Hammer. Epic Construction Hammer can build or upgrade ships into battleships with the additional skill, as good as new. As good as new. Can repair damaged battleships, returning them to their original state in an instant. Cooldown time, 1 week. Bite. It is detected that you already have an epic construction hammer. Do you want to upgrade the ironclad ship? Note, if the materials are insufficient, the ironclad ship will fail to upgrade. Do you want to consume 1 million metal ingots, 10,000 copper ingots, and 1,000 glass ingots to upgrade your ironclad ship? A series of prompts gradually calmed Lin's excitement. He found that he did not seem to have 1 million metal ingots. He only had 800,000 metal ingots in stock. However, it was still very easy for Lin to collect 1 million metal ingots. It can be said that there is no difficulty. He went straight to the trading house and bought up all the resources he didn't need temporarily, exchanging them for metal ingots. Soon, 1 million metal ingots were collected. Upgrade. Consumption. Metal ingot 1,000,000. Copper ingot 10,000. Glass 1,000. Lin directly upgraded the pearl based on its original foundation, using up 1 million metal ingots and 10,000 copper ingots, and then the pearl began to upgrade rapidly. 1 million metal ingots is not a random number. The pearl, which was originally more than 40 meters long, underwent the biggest change in volume after Lin clicked on the upgrade. The pearl was increasing in length and width. Soon, the length of the pearl exceeded 250 meters and the width exceeded 30 meters. What Lin had never expected was that the Armstrong cannons originally installed on the pearl had actually merged with the pearl and moved to the most suitable position. For a ship like this, the impact of the sails is really too small. Fortunately, the sails on Lin's ship are epic. However, Lin took the opportunity of this upgrade to directly remove the other two sails, leaving only the epic sail. There is a reason why he did that. During the upgrade of the pearl, Lin discovered one thing. Those Armstrong cannons had become secondary guns on the pearl. There was an area on the pearl's deck that was unfinished. Because Lin did not have a cannon that could match the pearl, the place where the main gun should be placed on the pearl was left empty. Damn, this is a sea war fortress. Lin felt that if he could get a mythical construction hammer, the next upgrade goal of the pearl would be to become a real aircraft carrier. Given the current size of the pearl, if Lin could get some planes, it would be enough for some fighter jets to be launched by catapult from the deck. Your ship has been upgraded successfully. After fully upgrading the pearl into a battleship 250 meters long and 32 meters wide, Lin looked particularly small standing on the deck. Even Little Red and Little Green can no longer take up the entire deck by simply stretching their wings. As for the gray mouse, no one knew where it had gone. Lin only knew that it was on the boat. Wow, this boat is so huge. There are so many treasure chests and blueprints on the ground. Why don't you clean them up, Lin? With such big changes happening on the pearl, Zhang Wei and Lin naturally had to go to the deck to find Lin. When they came out and saw it, they were all very surprised. Everyone knows that Lin must have made a fortune after his trip to the bottom of the sea, but who would have thought that Lin could directly upgrade the pearl? Chapter 151 Battleship, Part 2. You two should open these treasure chests, fold the blueprints inside, and hand them over to me. As for the items, put them in the intermediate item storage. I'll go to the control panel to take a look. The Pearl's bridge used to only have 7 or 8 square meters of space. But now, the control panel is as large as 40 or 50 square meters. Various facilities also appeared inside. The intermediate radar screen was directly filled with it. There are also various current data of the Pearl. Iowa-class Pearl. Type, battleship. Durability of the entire ship, 999999999. Durability of a single steel plate, 999,999. Number of main turrets, 3, 3 vacant. Secondary turrets, 10, 5 vacant. Maximum speed, 40 knots. Power source, mid-level engine, rare level sales. Main gun damage, 0. Main gun range, 0. Secondary gun damage, 100,000. Single mount double row secondary gun, loaded with grenades. Secondary gun range, 1500 m. Naval gun fire control system, none. This information is too detailed. Lennon was like getting a letter of introduction, and he could directly see the complete introduction of the Pearl. Of course, these are just data on paper. The main display screen on the bridge shows the real-time data of the Pearl, such as the ship's speed, how much cargo capacity has been used, and how many shells are loaded. From now on, Lennon can see all the situations of the Pearl as long as he is in the control room. There is even a holographic image of the Pearl's hull on a secondary screen. You can click on the image to zoom in and out to see where it is damaged. No wonder they use so many copper ingots and glass. Turns out they're used to make these screens, windows, and circuits. The Pearl, which is over 200 meters long, is covered with circuits. There are even dozens of sockets in the dashboard. Lennon really didn't know what these sockets were for. There were no electrical appliances on the boat that needed to be plugged in anyway. As the boat gets bigger, it seems like there are fewer and fewer people. I'm missing Mona all over again. Speaking of which, the Pearl was upgraded to battleship level. It can also be regarded as an epic warship. But there are no skills here. The Pearl is still more like a product of technology. Unlike the epic sails and construction hammer, it is no different from things in mythology. Currently, the Pearl does not have a ship gunfire control system. There are no missiles. The so-called missile is a guided missile. There was nothing on the Pearl. In order to activate all the cannons on the battleship, Lennon needed 5 people. When the main guns and secondary guns are fully loaded, 13 people will be needed. Right now, Lennon can fill the secondary gun position. And these secondary guns can also be dismantled. The Armstrong cannon will have to be replaced sooner or later, and it would be funny if it couldn't be dismantled. Lennon, everything is sorted. There are over 4,000 blueprints and various sundries are all in the storage room. You can go and check them out yourself. Lenning and I are going to cook. When Lennon was checking the various functions of the dashboard, Zhang Wei suddenly walked in and told Lin and that she and Lenning had finished their work. More than 4,000 blueprints and various sundries are in the intermediate item warehouse outside. Lennon nodded and hurried out to check the items in the intermediate item warehouse. He thought to himself that since there were so many blueprints, maybe there would be a naval gunfire control system, or even a strong enough gun to be installed in the main gun position. The main gun range of a battleship must be at least 10 to 20 kilometers to be considered qualified. The Armstrong cannon still looks like garbage now. With a range of 1,500 meters, if other ships rush faster, they can reach here in less than half a minute. The tactics that Kiri used to attack the Pearl were very effective in restraining these close-range cannons. If Lin and didn't have the Yaka arrow in his hand, it would have been quite dangerous at that time. Intermediate item library, copper ingots 12483, titanium ingots 548, rare battle axe blueprint, rare crossbow blueprint, primary naval cannon fire control system, olive seeds 127. There really is a naval gunfire control system, but it's not a blueprint. Lennon felt that there might not be a blueprint for this thing. Because the primary naval gunfire control system he was holding looked like a graphics card. There happened to be a card slot on the table in the cab. Lennon randomly found a card slot and inserted the card into it. The monitor immediately showed that the ship's gunfire control system was activated. Primary naval gunfire control system can control the battleship's secondary and main guns to lock onto 3 targets for attack. The better the ship's gunfire control system, the more targets it can lock onto. I think that's how it should be. After reading the introduction to the primary naval gunfire control system, Lennon knew what the intermediate and advanced naval gunfire control systems would look like. At most, they would have some additional functions, such as prediction and positioning. The main function of the ship's gunfire control system is to allocate secondary guns and main guns to intelligently lock onto various targets. The more targets you lock onto, the greater your chances of winning when you encounter the enemy. Lennon just clicked and the sea surface within a radius of 1,500 meters was enlarged, and then 3 crosshairs appeared on it. He can lock onto any target within a radius of 1,500 meters, including rafts, ships, animals, and even fire blanks. This is too strong. When using the Armstrong cannon before, Lennon had to manually lock the target. If the opponent moved too fast, the opponent would run away before Lin and could lock on. But now, he only needs to click on the screen. The crosshairs will move with the target. The Armstrong cannon fires shells at a speed of about 500 meters per second. After firing the shells, as long as the target does not move much within 3 seconds, it can hit the target. Pity. The Armstrong cannon is not a missile launcher, and the grenade does not have a guidance and tracking system. Completed research on the naval gunfire control system. Linen activated all the manufacturing pages that he had not activated. There are more than 4,000 blueprints, but only 56 manufacturing pages were activated for Linen. The rest of the blueprints are duplicates. Just put it on the trading platform and sell it slowly. The rest of the things are all strange and weird. There is everything. Of course, the most numerous are seeds of various crops. Linen got another weapon like the Yaka arrow, but it was no longer a long-range weapon, but a close combat weapon. Mechanical wolf claw arm guard can be installed on the arm. When attacking, a metal blade will pop out. The power is between high-level weapons and rare weapons. The metal blade is very strong. In addition to this mechanical wolf claw arm guard, another item that Linen likes the most is a piece of gold silk armor. The defense of the golden silk armor is pretty good, and it has the defensive power of a high-level defensive item. It is easy to block the attacks of general high-level weapons. Chapter 152 Notice. That's about it. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. I need to list these blueprints one by one on the trading platform. Linen knew that as he wandered in the ocean world for longer and longer, the low-level blueprints would become less and less valuable, so he had to sell them sooner rather than later. The sooner he sold them, the less he would lose. What's more annoying is that these blueprints cannot be listed in batches on the trading platform. No one will buy duplicate blueprints, so they can only be sold one by one. Zhang Wei and Lining haven't prepared the meal yet. Linen began to put the blueprints on the shelves one after another. He put the rare blueprints on the shelves first, and then the lower-level blueprints on the shelves. As for pricing, Linen would search the trading house for the price of that blueprint, and then set the price 10% lower. This way it will sell faster. If he can't find that kind of blueprint, Linen will see how much a similar blueprint is worth. Anyway, the more than 4,000 blueprints I got today are basically a gift from the sky. Linen didn't want to be greedy and sell it slowly. While there are still millions of humans left to survive in the ocean world, quickly sell all the blueprints. More than 4,000 blueprints are not a lot considering the population base of several million, and they will definitely be sold out. But if there is another natural disaster, with the number of survivors reduced by 9/10, Linen could only throw away the low-level blueprints such as the primary and intermediate ones. Byte. Consumption, rare building hammer blueprint. Obtain, metal ingot 45,000. Byte. Consumption, rare grill blueprint. Obtain, metal ingot 4,000. As soon as Linen's blueprints were put on the shelves, people started buying them. Rare blueprints still sell well. Moreover, the price of rare-level blueprints is very high now. Compared with the time when Linen could exchange a few furs for rare-level blueprints during the extreme cold disaster, it is now simply crazy. And everyone has resources. Many people, as long as they can get shark bait, dare to go into the sea and mine on the seabed. The mineral deposits on the seabed are so rich that they can dig up tens of thousands of metal ores in 2 hours. After there are more resources like metal ingots that are similar to currency, the prices of other resources will definitely increase. However, after rare-grade construction hammers become available soon, everyone will want to build ironclad ships, and then too much metal ingots will be consumed, and its value will still rise. For example, Linen has an epic building hammer, and upgrading a ship directly requires 1 million metal ingots. If it weren't for the fact that he made a fortune during the extreme cold disaster, Linen has no way to upgrade the pearl for the time being. Linen, come down for dinner. Lining made shredded pork and cabbage noodles. Zhang Wei's voice sounded in the cabin, and Linen temporarily put aside the matter of selling the blueprint. I am coming. It has been a long time since I last ate pasta. Yesterday, Linen planted some wheat. After the harvest, he asked Lining to knead the flour. Linen originally wanted to eat pancakes, but Lining made noodles instead. But this is also Linen's fault because he was thinking about the Undersea Dragon Palace and the Orb of Light today and didn't tell Lining that he wanted to eat pancakes. This was the first time Linen went down into the cabin after the pearl was upgraded. He walked down the metal stairs. Seeing the cabin becoming so spacious, I couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this is huge, several thousand square meters and 3 meters high. It looks like there are 2 floors underneath. The pearl not only grew longer and wider, but also taller. Just on the first floor of the cabin below, there are 50 or 60 rooms. Excluding the 12 single rooms, the remaining rooms have 6 iron beds with a bed above and a table underneath. There are more rooms on the lower level. The entire battleship can be equipped with as many as 1,500 to 2,000 combat personnel. But now, there are only 3 people on the entire ship: Linen, Zhang Wei, and Lining. Lining and I each picked a single room. Do you have any objections? Zhang Wei suddenly pulled Linen's arm and asked softly. She was still a little afraid of Linen. Otherwise, there are so many rooms, you can just pick one and why ask Linen what to do? No problem, as long as you don't sleep in my room. I'll get you some cotton later, and you and Linen can make a few quilts and mattresses so you can sleep more comfortably. Linen is too lazy to care about these trivial matters in life. He will give Zhang Wei and Lining maximum freedom. It just so happened that among the resources collected by Lining and Zhang Wei were cotton seeds. Linen planned to wait for the super farm, rent a few more pieces of land, and then use primary chemical fertilizers to ripen the cotton directly, so that he would have cotton. To be honest, it is much more peaceful to sleep with a cotton quilt covering you. Uh-huh. Zhang Wei nodded silently. Then he led Lin into the restaurant on the first floor of the cabin. There are several empty areas on the first floor of the cabin. I don't know what they are used for, but you can tell at a glance that they are places like restaurants and kitchens. Because whether it is the dining table or the iron rack used in the kitchen, they are all welded directly to the floor. That's what a warship looks like. Whether it is a bed or a table, they are directly welded to the iron plate. Although they do not look as beautiful as wooden tables and beds, when encountering wind and waves at sea, soldiers will not be injured by the swaying tables and beds. When encountering strong winds and waves, everyone can hold on to these things tightly with both hands to ensure body balance. The Pearl now has a large dining room that can accommodate 500 people, similar to a school cafeteria. There are also several small restaurants. Zhang Wei took Lin into the restaurant closest to Lin An's room. There is a long rectangular table in the restaurant that can seat more than 20 people. It seems that this restaurant can not only be used for dining, but also for holding meetings. The dining table is like a conference table, but it is made of metal. If the restaurant wasn't connected to the kitchen, Linen would have thought this was the conference room on the Pearl. If it really was a conference room, given Linen's personality, he would definitely complain a few words. The most unnecessary thing on this ship is the conference room. There are only 2 people under him. Who should Linen hold a meeting with? If you have anything to say, you can just say it directly at any time. There is no need to hold a meeting. Brother Linen, the cabbage will go bad if we don't eat it now, so I made some shredded pork and cabbage noodles. You can eat them first. If you're not satisfied, there's more in the pot. Lining waited for Lin and to come over, and considerately brought a bowl of steaming shredded pork noodles to the main seat. Then she took her own portion and Zhang Wei's portion and placed them on both sides of Linen. Linen didn't think about eating right away. He went into the kitchen and took a look. He found that the layout of the kitchen was similar to that of some small restaurants, so he went back to the restaurant to eat. I plan to get some more people on board. Lining will have to find people who can cook, and Zhang Wei will bring people to make clothes and quilts. There might be some men coming aboard this time, so I'm telling you in advance. Chapter 153, Reporting a Cheat. Oh, Zhang Wei said, oh, expressionlessly. But Lining didn't respond at all. They knew very well that 3 people were not enough to fully operate such a large ship. So Lining must have wanted to get some people on board. Now it seems that Lining will be responsible for cooking in the future, while Zhang Wei will still be in charge of making clothes. Someone would have to clean the place, feed the animals, and do other chores all day long. Tell the truth. For such a large ship, it takes 4 or 5 people just to clean it. The fact that Lining allowed Lining to cook in the future proved that he wanted to bring more than just a few people on board. Cooking will be easy in the future. Now that we have this kind of kitchen, I can directly bring biofuel to the kitchen to light your fire. Besides, there is also a rare barbecue grill. I plan to hire some people to make various seasonings and oils on the ship. I can grow things like beets, peppers, chili peppers, and olives. Find some people to build farms and ranches on the bottom level to raise animals and grow crops. The Pearl is too large, and Lining cannot leave all these places empty. He has thought it all out. Lining kept some people in one area, locked them up, and made them work for him. All he had to provide them was food and the hope of survival. Then where are you going to find someone? It's not a good idea to just arrest them. Zhang Wei thought that Lin and didn't even want to keep the slaves on the ship before, so he couldn't be the type to capture people on board. For Linen, it would be too difficult to control the people he captured on board. No, we're already in the southern hemisphere of the ocean world. I found an ice cap at the north pole of the ocean world. I think Antarctica must be even colder, so there must be an ice cap there too. When the world was frozen, you two must have suffered terribly. I don't need to tell you how miserable you two were. I just need to find that ice cap and get some people on board. Lin is a human being who is relatively familiar with the ocean world survival. He knows that there are ice caps at the poles of the ocean world. But not many people talked about this matter on the World Channel. In the past, the people on the ice sheet were unwilling to reveal it. They regarded the ice sheet as an unsinkable continent in the ocean world, so they had to protect this secret. Now that everyone has experienced the extreme cold, no one wants to live on the ice sheet. So now the humans living on the ice sheet are almost all survivalists who do not have the ability to survive on the sea. and these people are almost doomed. Lennon appeared and said that he would take dozens of people on board the Pearl. To them, Lennon was no different from a saint. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Wei thought of the horror of the extreme cold disaster and curled up and shivered every day. If she had not found the Pearl and used all her strength to wake Lennon, she might have become a statue. Lennon didn't interrupt the whole time. Her eyes kept rolling in her sockets, as if she was thinking about something. Lennon didn't care about Lin Ying's thoughts. After eating the shredded pork noodles, he went to the super farm to plant plants such as cotton, olives, and beets. After finishing, he immediately stuffed all the cotton into Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. Then lie on the bed and slowly upload the blueprint to the trading house. Page 3. World Channel. It's been 3 hours, and Lennon is still putting up the blueprints. He got a printer? This world is crazy. How come he always has blueprints to sell? Fuck. This cheater. Why can't I report him? How many are there? I counted them, and there are already 2,648 of them. This is crazy. Where in the ocean world could he get so many blueprints at once? Are we all playing the same game? Is it possible that Lennon killed hundreds of people and obtained the blueprints that they didn't have? Haha. These hundreds of people were able to produce 100 or 200 rare-level blueprints, and yet they were killed by Lennon? And not even a single piece of information could be passed on. That's right, this cheater. The survivors in the ocean world are so jealous that they want to bang their heads against the wall. In the past, no matter what resources Lennon sold, everyone was acceptable because they knew how Lennon obtained those resources. But now, no one understands where Lennon got so many blueprints. This is too exaggerated. And Lennon continued to put things on the shelves, as if the blueprints on him could be copied. Lennon's friends also became numb and sent messages to Lennon one by one, asking where Lennon got the blueprints from. But Lennon simply ignored it. There's no way to talk about this kind of thing. Lennon knew that there were a large number of blueprints in the ruins of the underwater city, but what should he do if he told the truth and aroused the enthusiasm of the survivalists to explore the mystery? In Lennon's opinion, the seabed is not that safe. He went to sea twice. They will only go down when absolute safety can be guaranteed. The first time was an extreme cold disaster. All animals in the world, except humans, hibernated. There were basically no ferocious animals in the sea, so Lennon dared to go down. Today it's because of Xiaozhen's protection of thousands of dolphins. In short, generally don't go into the sea. But if Lennon told everyone that if they all went into the sea, there would be city ruins on the seabed and blueprints inside the houses, there would definitely be a lot of people who would take risks in order to get rich quickly. That would definitely kill a lot of people. Of course, Lennon is not that kind. All he wants is to keep this secret so that he can have a greater chance of finding the underwater ruins. What would happen if everyone knew about this and Lennon couldn't find the underwater ruins anymore? Should the poor expect powerful people to tell them how to make money? That's impossible. Wait until a few minutes before midnight. Lennon finally put all the blueprints on the trading floor. He initially estimated that if all of them could be sold, he could earn millions of metal ingots. I'm going to get my reward soon. I wonder what I'll get. I'm the #1 in the ocean world. Lennon muttered to himself that since the rankings came out, he had been ranked first for just over 2/3 of the time, so he would definitely receive the most generous reward. In order to be the first to see what the leaderboard rewards are, the millions of people struggling to survive in the ocean world basically did not sleep. According to the parchment book, it was exactly midnight on Monday, March 1st. Lennon heard the prompt tone. Byte. Dear leaderboard player, your leaderboard rewards have been issued. Obtain Enchanted Book 1. Fuck. Why is there only one reward? I misunderstood, but misunderstanding is misunderstanding. I actually got an enchantment book. My Aka arrow can be upgraded. Lennon chuckled. It felt great to be ranked first. If the daily rewards were this great in the future, he would definitely be able to maintain this ranking. Chapter 154 Ranking Rewards. Get the enchanted book. Lennon couldn't wait to enchant and upgrade the Aka arrow. Consumption. Enchanted Book 1. Obtain Aka Holy Arrow. Aka Holy Arrow. An upgraded version of the Aka arrow. Its power lies between rare and epic weapons, but it often offers unexpected performance. While previously controlled by sound, the Aka Holy Arrow relies solely on brainwaves. It can clearly sense its owner's thoughts, allowing it to execute actions that kill enemies. However, it also has a limited control range of 5 kilometers. If the Aka Holy Arrow is more than 5 kilometers away from its owner, it will lose power. It doesn't matter whether it's powerful or not. The key is that I don't have to blow the arrow whistle anymore. Lennon used to rely on the sound of the arrow whistle to control the Aka arrow. To be honest, that was really troublesome, so he couldn't use the Aka arrow underwater. Now, he only needs to use his brain to make the Aka holy arrow fly. It is indeed more convenient and efficient than before. Moreover, Lennon was somewhat satisfied with the power of the Aka holy arrow. The power between rare and epic levels is enough for him to not have to worry about whether he can break the enemy's defense for a long time. After all, even Lennon himself only got high-level defensive items. The ocean world threw out all the weapons with strong offensive power, but there were few pieces of armor with strong defensive power, which shows that the ocean world still wants humans to kill each other. Otherwise, there really are people who put all their attributes into defense. No one can break his defense, so isn't he invincible? Ask Alex what reward they got first. Lennon didn't know whether he had lost out by using the enchantment book to enchant the Aka arrow, so he wanted to see if those who ranked lower than him had received better rewards. Like Alex, he is almost always in the top 10 of the leaderboard, so the rewards he gets should be pretty good. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lennon, Alex, what did you get? Alex, you mean the leaderboard reward? It's nothing special, just a rare blueprint for a construction hammer. I happened to use it to upgrade my ship to an ironclad. Lennon, oh, okay. Alex, what about you? You're number 1 on the leaderboard. What did you get? Message sending failed. You have been blacklisted by the other party. Alex was about to ask Lennon, but immediately found that he had been blocked. This was the reason why he hadn't spoken to Lennon for a long time. He has always been on Lennon's blacklist. But Lennon is still quite righteous. I would trade some woad to Alex almost every day so that he would have Isida's root and Isida's leaf to sell. This can be considered as Lennon fulfilling his original promise. After asking Alex, Lennon went to ask Yin Tianyu. Yin Tianyu was basically in the top 5, but what he got was similar to Alex. Yin Tianyu got a rare long sword, which was very suitable for him. Lennon estimated that it seemed that he was the only one who should get the epic reward. The enchanted book is definitely epic, but Lennon only used it on the Aka arrow. Those who are ranked 2nd or 3rd should get rewards between rare and epic levels, just like the Aka holy arrow. It's quasi-epic, but it's missing one skill. As for the 4th to 10th, they are all rare rewards. Lennon was too lazy to ask about the latter matters, because they were too different from him. Even if he knew about them, they would not pose any threat to him. Those surviving humans who are not on the leaderboard basically receive resource rewards. Lennon also checked the world channel. Someone said that he only got 3 metal ingots and then cursed. Page 3. World channel. Fuck you. I waited till midnight and didn't sleep. So you give me a metal ingot? Why? I saw the top 10 people on the leaderboard. Each of them got a score of 100 to 1000. So why did I only get 100 planks? After all this time, the double buffs on the 1st and Monday of every month only give this much. Wouldn't the regular rewards be even less? Fuck. I just realized what you said. I don't know when the next time the 1st of every month coincides with Monday, and you only give me this little. Wouldn't tomorrow's reward plummet? I just got a metal ingot. How can it fall so low? Cherish the days when you can get a metal ingot. Tomorrow you might get only a palm leaf. I don't want to report Lennon anymore. I just want to report this ranking list. I've been looking forward to this for so long, but this is just a small reward. It's not enough to fill anyone's teeth. Watching the constantly refreshing complaints, Lennon didn't know what to say. Indeed, Ocean World was really too stingy this time. Lennon still fantasizes about getting an epic reward every day. Looking at it now, if I can get a rare blueprint tomorrow, it would be considered a luxury for the Ocean World. People should be content. This is a free reward. Even if they give me a palm leaf, I can't blame the Ocean World. Go to sleep first. Tomorrow I will go find the ice cap to expand the population of the Pearl. Lennon adjusted his mindset in time and stopped thinking about the reward. In fact, if you think about it from his perspective, it is easy to be satisfied. Wait until you wake up the next day. Lennon received a prompt from the system. His lease of 1,500 acres of land was about to expire. So Lennon went to the super farm to take a look and found that the land he had previously leased for 1,500 yuan was indeed about to expire, but there were only 6 hours left. All the castor beans planted on this land have matured. There is also the tree of life, which has been upgraded. Bite. Your tree of life has absorbed enough energy and has now been upgraded to level 4. Tree of life. Level 4, it can provide growth power for plants and animals in super farms, super fisheries, and super ranches. It can also attract birds to build nests in the Tree of Life. Current effects of the Tree of Life: reduces plant and animal growth time by 40, attracts no more than 81 birds to nest, and the wingspan of birds nesting in the Tree of Life will not exceed 4 meters. Upgrading the Tree of Life was something Lin and had thought about a long time ago. Because the Tree of Life had been upgraded once before, the castor oil plant matured so quickly. Lennon thought that the 1,500 yuan land loan would expire in less than 6 hours. He also doesn't plan to continue renting. So they spread cabbage seeds all over these 1,500 pieces of land. Within 5 or 6 hours, the cabbages would definitely mature. Chapter 155. It's snowing. Bite. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Item Library Blueprint. After Lin harvested the castor beans, he signed in. He thought the reward would be the usual fertilizers and crop seeds, but he didn't expect the system to give him another blueprint. The intermediate item library can hold 50,000 metal ingots, so this advanced item library should be able to hold at least 100,000. Ever since there was not enough space in the parchment book, Lin still likes these storage rooms that don't take up much space and can be moved. With hope for a new day, Lin left the super farm. He saved all the products he got from the farm and gave those that needed to be saved to Zhang Wei, and those that needed to be given to Zhang Wei to deal with. All the excess items will be put on the trading platform. As for the harvested corn and castor beans, they are put into biofuel refineries by the Ministry of Forestry and Safety. To meet the current power needs of the Pearl, Lin built 10 biofuel refiners directly on the bottom of the ship. Now the Pearl is large enough, and Lin can build whatever he wants in the cabin. He even thought that when there were more people on the Pearl in the future, he could build a football field or something so that he could grow some grass. Why are you going to Antarctica? It's still warm here. You won't be able to get there in a while. When Lin gave Zhang Wei wool, Zhang Wei suddenly became curious about Lin's plan to go to Antarctica to find the ice cap. She obviously didn't have a clear idea of the size of the ocean world. I don't know how long it will take to cross from south to north. Of course, Zhang Wei also had no idea about the Pearl's current speed. We must find the ice cap within a day. Call Lin along, and we'll go to the deck together. I'll show you too what extreme speed is all about. Lin smiled faintly and walked onto the deck. Looking at the empty deck, Lin touched the epic sail that was as smooth as silk. He didn't appreciate this work of art properly last night. Now that the sun was shining in the sky, Lin could just see the light golden patterns on the sail, which were basically tiger patterns. As the saying goes, clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger. The tiger's roar is mighty, sweeping the valley and blowing wind, so the tiger's roar creates wind. These tiger stripes must be the key to generating the wind element. The epic sail is white, with these light golden patterns attached to it, just like the mythical beast white tiger roaring to the sky. Activate the skill of riding the wind and waves. Lin put his hands on the mast and muttered to himself that he could actually activate this skill from the control panel. But Lin still wanted to feel the power of the wind. Bite. Ride the wind and waves mode is on. Your ship's speed is about to reach 10 times the battleship's maximum speed. Please take protective measures. The system also considerately told Lin to be careful, so Lin simply hugged the mast and felt the sudden surge in wind speed. Roar. The light golden tiger stripes on the sail suddenly seemed to come alive, walked out of the sail, floated in the air, roared at the surroundings, and then the surrounding strong wind blew up directly, pushing the Pearl forward. At first, Lin felt inertia pushing him against the mast, but he soon adapted to the terrifying speed. Originally, the Pearl's maximum speed was over 70 kilometers per hour, but now it is over 700 kilometers per hour, almost the speed of a civilian airliner. Lin was afraid that if the Pearl went any faster, it would be able to fly in the ocean world. However, the Pearl was too heavy, and even if it went a little faster, it probably wouldn't be able to fly. How well it rides the wind and waves depends on the Pearl's maximum speed. If I can find a high-level engine, the speed should be even higher. The upper limit of epic sails is definitely not here. Why is the wind so strong? Lin, what are you doing? Brother Lin, did you ask us to come out for some fresh air? Zhang Wei and Lin just came out of the cabin at this time, but as soon as they stuck their heads outside, their eyes were immediately blinded by the strong wind. Let you guys come out and see the speed. How about this super boat of mine? It's really fast. Lin's mouth was almost splitting with laughter. He was very satisfied with the skill of the epic sail. It was simply too abnormal, and it did not require any biofuel. The only downside is that the cooldown time is too long. Can only be used once a week. It would be great if I could use it every day. Adding the distance traveled in 1 hour, Lin could make the Pearl sail more than 1,000 kilometers in that day, so he felt that he could definitely reach Antarctica. And he could feel the temperature getting lower and lower. This means that the Pearl is getting closer and closer to the South Pole of the ocean world. Lin's feeling was correct. After the Pearl had traveled about 500 kilometers, some white snowflakes appeared in the sky. After the extreme cold disaster, it was the first time that Lin saw snow falling from the sky. It's snowing. Zhang Wei, who was sewing bedding in the studio, was not excited at all when she saw the snow. Now, It was estimated that no one among the survivors in the ocean world would be happy to see snowflakes. We just experienced a snowstorm and no one wants to see snow. Sister Zhongwei, it seems Brother Lin and has really found the South Pole of the ocean world. Lin Ying's face showed a little worry. Originally, there were only 3 people on the Pearl, including her, Lin and Zhongwei. But soon, Lin wanted to let a group of people on board, which made Lin Ying feel a little uncomfortable. Her sense of security is gradually disappearing. Zhang Wei didn't like Lin Ying very much before, but now she can get along with her normally and even treats her as a younger sister. She noticed Lin Ying's worry and immediately held her hand to comfort her, saying, "Don't be afraid. Lin Ying's attitude towards us will definitely be different from that towards others. He won't let us hang out with others every day. When the time comes, just pick some women to go to the kitchen." Lin Ying nodded. It would be better if Brother Lin and only allowed women on board. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly, shook her head, and said, "He said yesterday that he would let men on board, so don't hold on to such expectations." The worry that had just disappeared from Lin Ying's eyes reappeared. As a woman, she certainly hopes that there are as many women on the boat as possible. After all, Lin Ying is not interested in women. Even if he likes to tease her occasionally, he will not touch her. So even if 100 beauties came on board, Lin Ying was not worried that Lin Ying would be charmed by those women. But if 100 men came up, she and Zhang Wei would be in danger. Lin Ying, standing at the bow of the Pearl, had never really considered what Lin Ying and Zhang Wei were thinking. He had already planned it out. He would put 200 people on board, half of them men and half of them women. He would let the women make clothes, clean, or cook, while the men would go to the second and third cabins to farm and raise livestock. Chapter 156, Ice-Covered City. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 21,453. Are you looking for a roommate? If so, contact me. I have animal hides. The MON mercenary team is recruiting and will be active in Ice Crystal City all day today. If you want to join the mercenary team, you can go to the Rose Tavern on the main street of Ice Crystal City. The City Lord's mansion is recruiting guards. Men must be at least 1.8 meters tall. Food and accommodation provided. The City Lord is recruiting guards again. Is he going to attack other cities? That's right. With the ranking rewards out, these big guys are definitely thinking about improving their rankings. On our Antarctic ice cap, isn't the only way to improve strength to plunder others. I hope that when the war starts, I won't be drafted as cannon fodder. It's over. You said something like that on the regional channel. The City Lord will definitely write it down in his notebook. If I were you, I'd just apply to be a guard. That's better than being used as cannon fodder. It doesn't matter. I'm outside the Ice Crystal City. I'm not afraid of the Ice Crystal City Lord Thor. Hunter from the wilderness outside the city? Did you kill any wild animals? Can you sell me a hide for a little bit? Boss, please sell me some animal skins. The clothes on the trading floor are too expensive. Damn Lin Ying. Every piece of clothing is so expensive, I can't afford it even if I sell myself. Seeing that he was being scolded again, Lin Ying immediately closed the parchment book and touched his nose. He watched the regional channel just to see if the ice cap was in this area of the sea. Then I discovered a few nouns. The Antarctic ice cap, the Ice Crystal City, the City Lord Thor, the mercenary group, and the Rose Tavern. These people really think the ice sheets are continents. Obviously, some of the survival-seeking humans intend to treat the ice sheet in the southernmost part of the world as a continent that will never melt. That's why some strong people build cities in order to reap profits. To be honest, it is not difficult to build a city in a place like this. Stones are very cheap in the trading house. Moreover, the temperature here is extremely low. It may be better than during the extreme cold disaster, but this low temperature is enough to support the humans living here to build ice houses. Lin Ying headed south. Before long, a white coastline appeared. The validity period of the Pearl's ability to ride the wind and waves has also expired. The Pearl gradually approached the Antarctic ice cap. Some human survivors who were fishing on the edge of the ice cap stood there stupidly when they saw Lin Ying's boat. It's time to hire. This place meets my expectations. The regional channels are full of job advertisements, so it makes sense for me to hire. Lin Ying thought that the City Lord could recruit guards, the mercenary group could recruit thugs, and men could recruit women to warm their beds. It is reasonable for him to hire some farmers, cooks, and cleaners on board. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 21,453. Listen up, everyone in Ice Crystal City. I'm Lin Ying. I'm passing by, and I'm looking to recruit 200 people, 100 men, and 100 women to work on my ship. You won't have to suffer from the cold or hunger. I can also guarantee that when only 1,000 people die in the ocean world, 200 of you will be among them. What are you waiting for? Come find me on the beach. It doesn't matter if you don't know where my ship is. I'll bombard your Antarctic ice cap every 10 minutes until the outer edge of the ice cap is shattered or 200 people are on board. Who is this? Fuck Lennon. Why is Lennon hiring people? Didn't those people on the World Channel say that Lennon is a loner? It seems that he only has 2 maids with him. He once had slaves board his ship, but he told them to get out. Are you stupid? Didn't they say yesterday that someone got an epic item? Could that person be Lennon? It's Lennon. It's Lennon. I was at the beach and I saw Lennon's boat. It's so huge. I've never seen such a big boat in my life. There are pterosaurs. There really are pterosaurs. Brothers, I'm leaving now. A bright future lies before me. Damn, I won't have to suffer anymore. Brother, where is Lennon's boat? Please show us the way. 90% of those who can endure the Antarctic ice sheet are extremely miserable. Lennon said that 200 people could get on board, which is equivalent to Noah building Noah's Ark and putting 200 people on board at the end of the world. Lennon would not let the 200 people on board be cannon fodder. When everyone in Ice Crystal City didn't know where Lennon's ship was docked, a loud noise suddenly came from nearby. Boom! It was Lennon who fired at the Antarctic ice cap. Feeling the vibration coming from the northeast, many people who had telescopes picked up their telescopes and looked over there. Ice Crystal City was not far from the seaside, and in order to satisfy the food and drink needs of the people in such a large city, fish had to be caught. When everyone was looking at him through telescopes, Lennon also picked up a telescope and looked at the Ice Crystal City. That's it. Lennon took a look through the telescope and found that the Ice Crystal City was actually not far from him, about 1 kilometer away, but it was blocked by an iceberg. After several fishermen on the coast got on the boat, they told Lennon the location of Ice Crystal City. Lennon moved the pearl a little before he saw the Ice Crystal City. This city on the ice sheet is actually inconspicuous. There is only a stone wall on the outside, which is no more than 5 meters high. The stones are covered with seawater, which freezes into ice and strengthens the defense of the wall. The city gate is a small door 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, and there are guards guarding it. But now the city gates are closed. Thor, the Lord of Ice Crystal City, obviously did not want Lennon to successfully recruit 200 people, and he was a little worried that all the people in the city would rush out at once. Lord Lennon, our Antarctic ice sheet is very large, covering 8 regions. There are now more than 20 castles in these 8 regions, some large and some small. Our Ice Crystal City is considered large, and it occupies an entire region. As for the reason, you should be able to guess it. That is, the ice sheet occupied by our area is very small, and most of it is ocean. There are several thousand people in Ice Crystal City, and many people outside the city are unwilling to enter the city because they have to hand over a metal ingot as tax every day. As for Lord Thor, he's a very mysterious person, but because of his formidable strength, no other city lord would attack Ice Crystal City. Among the fishermen that Lennon had just put on the boat, there was a Chinese man. Lennon had some doubts, so he asked him to explain it to him. After hearing these words, Lennon finally understood why there would be no cities and city lords on the Eternal Ice Cap, because the Eternal Ice Cap was too small and there were few people, but the Antarctic Ice Cap was different. Chapter 157 blast him a few times. The Antarctic ice sheet, which covers 8 regions, is really no different from a continent. If the Antarctic ice cap really does not melt, Lennon would probably want to dominate here, but there are still too few resources on the ice cap, which would discourage people like Lennon. But he can actually build a submarine, and with a submarine, he can dive into the deep sea around the ice sheet to mine. Make a sign, and I'll give you a pen. Write on it. Chinese people stand on the left, and the rest of the people stand on the right. Then you'll be in charge of registering the people getting on board. They have to hand in their parchment slips. That's the rule. Also, tell them clearly that they have to work at least 12 hours a day on the Pearl. If you're willing, you can get on board. If you're not willing, you can go back. The ratio of Chinese people to people from other countries seeking survival is kept at 1-to-1. Lennon thought that someone would be coming soon. Even if the gates of Ice Crystal City were closed, it would not stop those who wanted to get on the ship. The preparations still had to be made. Yes, Lord Lennon. The first Chinese man to board the ship was called Zhang Zhe. He was entrusted with an important task by Lennon, and suddenly he felt that his back could be straightened, as if he was any different from the others who were about to board the ship. You guys nail a piece of wood and a table and chairs. Hurry up and don't dawdle. Zhang Zhe bossed the people who were on the boat with him around. He ordered these people to use the thick wooden boards that Lennon had thrown away to make some furniture that would be used later. The people who had just boarded the boat still had their own parchment books in their hands, so Lennon did not confiscate their parchment books. After all, with the parchment books, they would not have to worry about language barriers. Leaving everything to Zhang Zhe, Lin returned to the control panel to observe the developments in Ice Crystal City. Zhang Wei and Lin were startled by the sound of cannon fire. They went up to the deck and saw that Lin had found the ice cover, and there were 4 more men on the boat. Zhang Zhe saw 2 women appearing on the deck from a distance, and immediately thought that they must be Lin An's 2 maids. So he immediately nodded and smiled at Zhang Wei and Lin. Maybe in Zhang Zhe's view, these 2 women are the ones he needs to curry favor with. Zhang Wei and Lin also saw Zhang Zhe. They did not respond to other people's greetings and hurried to the control panel to find Lin. Lin, why did you let this lapdog on board? Zhang Wei has always been disgusted with such servile flatterers. She thought that when Lin put some people on the Pearl, he would have to screen them. However, Lin didn't even think about screening, but only cared about who came first. Brother Lin, why are there foreigners here? We can't understand what they're saying. Without the parchment book, we can't even communicate. Lin had no problem with Zhang Zhe, but was surprised that Lin broke his usual habit and allowed foreigners on board. Faced with these 2 questions, Lin was actually too lazy to explain. What he did was his business. There can only be one will on the entire Pearl, and that is Lin An's will. As long as he wanted, he could even bring 200 beauties on board and make love with them every day. Zhang Wei, are you stupid? How can you know the true nature of each of them if you haven't spent some time with them? Didn't I find out Lin Ying's real name was suing only after she had been on board for more than 10 days? So your statement is bullshit. Besides, I really like flatterers. As long as flatterers don't slack off at work, aren't they better than those who just bury their heads in work? And Lin Ying, I don't know what to say to you. If I bring 200 Chinese people on board, what will happen if these 200 people stick together? Now there are only 100 Chinese people, plus I am also Chinese. The remaining foreigners, as long as they can speak English, will stick together, and then a wave of Chinese people will stick together. No matter what, these 200 people will be divided into several small groups. To control the people under their command, we must support several forces. From now on, I will be the only one on the ship with the parchment book, which means that I am the only one who can understand what everyone says. But they should be able to get along for a year or so and learn each other's languages. We can deal with potential risks later. Lin An's idea was very clear. He wanted these people to form small groups. But we can't let these 200 people all stand against us. Therefore, necessary differentiation measures are necessary. Why isn't anyone coming over there? After a few minutes, no one appeared on the vast snowfield, and the Ice Crystal City was also very quiet. Lin took out the parchment book and saw that it was Thor, the Lord of Ice Crystal City, who had sent his guards to guard the city walls and not let anyone leave the city. This is going against me. The 10 minutes are up. It's time to fire the second shot. Lin silently clicked on the Ice Crystal City area on the fire control system map. Then click launch. The muzzles of the 5 secondary guns were all aimed at the Ice Crystal City. Boom, boom, boom. 10 shells were fired in succession. Lin raised his telescope and looked over. One of the walls of Ice Crystal City was directly blown down. In the face of real artillery shells, these walls built of stone and ice are still too fragile. Now it's good, anyone can come out. 10 shells were fired, stunning thousands of people in the Ice Crystal City. The guards on the city wall and some survivors in the city were directly killed by this bombing. Nearly 100 people lost their lives on the spot. The survivors in the city didn't know whether to thank Lin for opening the gap for them, or blame Lin for treating human lives as worthless. Anyway, the people who were already on the deck of the Pearl gradually regretted their actions of setting foot on the Pearl. But no matter what the survivors in the city think, it was impossible for them to stay in the city, because no one knows whether Lin will continue to bomb Ice Crystal City. The Ice Crystal City happened to be within the attack range of the Pearl ship's guns. Everyone valued their lives very much, so they would naturally run out through the gap created by the blast. The survivors who did not want to get on the ship ran frantically into the ice sheet. The survivors who wanted to get on board ran towards the Pearl. As for the Lord of Ice Crystal City, he has already ordered his guards to leave the dangerous city. The Lord Thor now deeply regrets building the city so close to the sea. Lin also reminded him that the next time he built a city, he must build it in the deepest part of the ice cap. Otherwise, a ship with cannons could come and fire 2 shots at him. No matter how strong a city is, it cannot withstand such a powerful attack. There are quite a few people coming here. Let's go out and watch a show. Phew. Lin blew a whistle, letting the Aka holy arrow fly beside him, then left the control panel to see how Zhang Zhe chose people. Zhang Wei and Lin looked at each other and followed silently. They were both very curious. Chapter 158 Son of 200. There were nearly 1,000 people pouring over from Ice Crystal City. Lin took a look. I think this person is a little too few. It seems that the 10 shells he just fired made the natives of Ice Crystal City feel a little cruel. That's why not many people came. Everyone formed 2 lines. If you don't have a parchment book, don't come over. There's no place for you on the Pearl. Zhang Zhe stood on the deck, holding a large trumpet made of conch and shouting down. It seems that there are also many slaves in Ice Crystal City, and Zhang Zhe doesn't want these people to cause trouble, so he explained it in advance. Really, if you can't control the parchment books of the ship's employees, it is very difficult for Lin and to make these people submit to him 100. Accepting other people's slaves on board is no different from raising someone else's daughter. Did you see what's written on the board? The Chinese people should stand on the left, and the rest of you should go to the right. Stand in 2 rows, with the young, beautiful, and strong ones standing in front. Kolring, you and Fernandy should organize the team. Absolutely no one, young, old, sick, or weak, is allowed to set foot on the deck of the Pearl. In order to achieve some results, Zhang Zhe worked really hard. Linen didn't even give him any rules, but he made up some rules of his own. Beauty or ugliness or physical strength are really not within Lin's consideration. Anyway, as long as the evolution crystals are on the ship, these people will gradually have a good body. Looks like I need to take that crystal box to store the evolution crystals. Some careful people may notice that after Lin took the epic sail blueprint and enchantment book from the crystal treasure chest, he did not collect the crystal treasure chest. It was because he thought that if he put the crystal treasure chest away, nothing would need the crystals for a while. But if you keep this box, it might work wonders. Lin absolutely did not want others to enjoy the benefits of the evolution crystals, so he planned to pack up the evolution crystals first. Perhaps we could build a room completely isolated from the outside world and the radiation from the evolution crystal. As long as the steel plates are thick enough, the benefits of the evolution crystal can be completely reserved for me. We could also build a wall of radiation-isolating steel plates in a certain section of the Pearl's cabin, dividing the Pearl into 2 areas. Lennon thought about it and decided that he couldn't let the people on the boat continue to become stronger like himself. It would be best if he could just get stronger and stronger while the others stayed the same. Lennon was not selfish. He was purely considering safety. If everyone on the boat could be 100 loyal to him, he would wish these people to be as strong as possible. After a while, 200 men and women who had filled out the list gathered around Zhang Zhe, with parchment books in their hands. It seems that Zhang Zhe did not make the same mistake as Lennon. He checked the names of the people before allowing them to board the boat. Those who have been selected should stand in the middle of the deck. Lord Lin is watching you from there. You'd better not disappoint Lord Lin, otherwise, even if you pass this test, you won't be able to stay on the ship. Zhang Zhe's voice was loud and rhythmic. He shouted so loudly just for Lin to see. Lin was also very satisfied with his performance. Under Zhang Zhe's management, the ice cap people who came here for a different way of life have become much more timid. Many of them regretted it, but they dared not run away. Lin waved his hand and told Lin Ying, "Go get the list, and have Zhang Zhe remove the boarding board. We're ready to leave." Lin had no intention of giving those who regretted their actions a way out, so he directly ordered people to remove the wooden boards connecting the Pearl and the Antarctic ice cap. Then, the Pearl began to move slowly, but it did not move far away from the Antarctic ice cap. After Lin got the list, he immediately adjusted the Pearl's course, keeping it 5 kilometers away from the Antarctic ice cap. Then there will be time to deal with the 200 people who come on board. After Lin returned to the deck, he discovered a particularly interesting phenomenon. Zhang Zhe asked everyone except him to line up, but he was very respectful to Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. As for himself, he stood at the front of the team with his head held high, making him seem different from others. When Lin came over, Zhang Zhe marched in step and saluted Lin. "Lord Lin, the 200 men you requested have been assembled, and their parchment books are still in their hands." Lin nodded and said, "Put them all away. Anyway, I have a parchment book that is enough for translation." Zhang Zhe immediately agreed. "Yes." After Zhang Zhe had neatly stacked the 200 parchment books, he returned to the front of the team. Lin winked at Zhang Wei, asking her to put all the parchment books in her room. Then Zhang Wei and Lin Ying started doing the hard work of moving books. Only Lin and the 200 people who had just boarded the ship were left on the deck. "Hello everyone. You should all know who I am. Otherwise you wouldn't be on board. I want to tell you that once you're on the Pearl, there's no getting off. Of course, if there's any external mission, you can still leave the Pearl temporarily." Lin first stated the first rule for boarding the ship. In fact, most people already had an idea in their minds. The moment the parchment book was handed over, most people accepted their fate. "But the promises I made before still count. I won't exploit you. You'll be working on the ship every day in exchange for food. The total space is only 20,000 to 30,000 square meters, and the farms and ranches you'll be working on are at most 10,000 square meters. I think you can actually finish your work in 2 or 3 hours a day. You can use the rest of the time for entertainment, making friends, and even having sex and having children. I don't care. In the future, I will build a sports field, a theater, and a swimming pool on the ship. I'll let you form your own clubs and hold sports competitions, so that everyone can experience what it's like to live on Earth. At the same time, I will ensure your safety and allow you to persevere through natural disasters one after another. Perhaps with luck, we can leave this world. Lin En's attitude was relaxed at first, but then his speech became faster and faster, and his eyes became more and more fierce. But I have 2 requests. Do the job for me, and obey any command I give you. After Lin En finished his last word, everyone on the deck looked at each other. No one raised any objections, and no one even dared to speak secretly below. Because when Lin En was speaking, a golden arrow was always floating beside Lin En, with the arrow head pointing at the 200 people. Slogans are of no use at any time. The most useful thing is always force. Yes. Zhang Zhe might have thought the scene was too awkward, so he popped his head out and shouted. With him taking the lead, the others also shouted loosely. Yes. Chapter 159 Arrangement of Work. Everyone should be able to farm. Farming is relatively easy in the ocean world, so I won't pick on those who farm. Whoever can cook should step forward first. Lin En took the list and saw that there was nothing written on it except the names, genders, and nationalities of these people. Then he decided on the spot to assign tasks directly. The first thing to ensure is that the quality of the staff in the cafeteria must be good. If the food on the Pearl is delicious, it will appease these people to a certain extent. Me. More than a dozen people stood up one after another, both men and women. These people all had scraps of paper with numbers written on them, and the numbers in their hands corresponded to the numbers on the list. Zhang Zhe did this to make it easier for Lin and to recognize people. Lin En took a quick glance. 7 women were left behind. He said that he didn't care what Zhang Wei, Lin Ying, and the others thought, but he still had to distinguish between close and distant relatives when doing things. As long as there were enough people, Lin En would of course assign these women to Lin Ying and Zhang Wei to take care of. Eliminate the 7 people who are going into the kitchen. Lin En picked another 23 and brought them to Zhang Wei's clothing studio, which was the guaranteed source of wealth on the Pearl. Selling clothes is definitely a stable source of income. At the same time, Zhang Wei cannot be left alone to prepare clothes and bedding for these 200 people. 170 people remained. They were directly divided into 3 groups, with 150 people evenly distributed to farms and ranches, and 20 people responsible for cleaning the Pearl. Lin En doesn't have much management ability, so this is the only way to assign tasks for the time being. If there is something unreasonable later, he'll just make corrections. Zhou Erliang, you said you used to herd cattle, right? From now on, this ranch will be your responsibility. Just teach others what to do. If someone doesn't listen to you, then come to me directly during dinner time. The same goes for others. If someone is bullying you by taking advantage of your power, you can also tell me. And you, Alexander, you are in charge of the farm, so the same goes for you. You must do your best. As for the 20 people cleaning, I don't care how you do it. If I find that the area you are supposed to clean is not clean, all 20 of you will be punished. Lin En simply picked out 2 people, one to manage the farm and the other to manage the ranch. As for the cleaning group, Lin En did not make any arrangements. Master Lin En, then, what about me? Zhang Zhe waited for at least half an hour, hoping that Lin En would give him an appointment, but Lin En ignored him completely. It's not that Lin En ignored this guy named Zhang Zhe. It's not that Lin En has any problem with him. Instead, Lin En wanted to see what kind of character this person had, so he thought of letting him do the work for a while. If he worked hard and was willing to do so, Lin En would keep him by his side as an errand boy. If he felt resentful, then sorry, he would be punished accordingly. As for the standards for punishment, Lin En planned to write them out tonight, even if he stayed up all night. Every country has its own laws, and every family has its own rules. His Pearl also has to have rules. There is no order without rules. You, just go to the farm and work as planned. Lin En said this very coldly, then strode forward and led the 200 people into the cabin. Zhang Zhe probably couldn't stand this kind of blow, so he walked from the front of the team to the back, and the others were laughing at him. Those who like to flatter their leaders will definitely be ridiculed by everyone unless they have a good ending. From now on, the first deck below will be the farm, and the second deck below will be the pasture. The 75 people on the pasture will all live on the second deck below. 10 people will be assigned to clean the second, third, and fourth decks below. The rest of the people will live on the first deck below. We'll eat in the large cafeteria on the first deck below. I'll also clean up the table and wash my own bowls after dinner, just like you do. Now I will build you farms and ranches. Linen was holding the parchment book and building a large earthen basin as he walked, and he also scattered seeds in it. There was nothing else planted on the farm except castor oil. There are no animals on the ranch for the time being, and Linen cannot let mutated animals like Xiaobai and Dolly be raised by others. After a while, Linen will use a shuttle to bring the animals on the ranch from the super farm to the Pearl. Linen has made up his mind that the main thing he will raise will definitely be cattle. The smell of raising pigs is too strong, and the same goes for raising chickens. Linen can't accept the smell, so it's better to raise chickens and pigs in a super farm. The 200 people were so angry that they almost shot sparks in their eyes when they saw Lin and taking out the resources they had always dreamed of. If it weren't for the Aka holy arrow that always followed Linen, someone would probably have wanted to kill Lin and seize the pearl. These people have no idea what level of weapon the Aka holy arrow is. I don't know how powerful the Aka holy arrow is. I just feel that if such a golden arrow can always follow Linen, it must be very powerful. Next is the dormitories. Men live with men, and women live with women. I don't allow random sex on my ship. If a man and a woman want to establish a relationship, I can assign you 2 separate rooms. But you better not break up. If you do, it means that you two are not getting along, and it will also affect the interpersonal relationships on my ship. So I will throw both of you into the sea and leave you to fend for yourself. 100 men plus 100 women, all with young bodies. As long as they are normal people, they will inevitably think about love affairs. Linen would also think about it, but he could control himself. Linen can practice abstinence, but he will not restrict others. But he didn't want to turn his boat into a whorehouse, so he had to set rules. Lin's rule is monogamy for life. If someone wants to be together, it has to be mutually agreed, and there is no possibility of breaking up. Being thrown into the sea by Linen, it is either left to fend for itself or to perish naturally. Master Linen, don't you need someone to serve you? Suddenly, a man gathered in the crowd and asked Lin and in a very low voice. If everyone else had not kept quiet, Linen would not have been able to hear this man's voice. Number 78, Anna, Mao countryman, what you said means that you want to serve me. Linen looked at the girl with the number 78 on her chest and smiled evilly. This Mao girl is quite tall, only half a head shorter than Linen, probably about 1.7 meters tall, and has a thin figure, like those Mao models on Earth in the past, so she is naturally good-looking. If you can, please have mercy on me, my lord. Anna lowered her head with a flushed face. Chapter 160 Language Genius. It doesn't matter whether I have sympathy or not. I really need someone to help me with things. Linen really didn't think about finding a real maid. After all, he didn't have so many things to deal with every day, so he could do his own things and do them well. Another thing is that Lin doesn't trust other people, even Zhang Wei and Lin Ying. Linen cannot trust them. Precisely because there is no need and some concerns exist. Until now, Linen has never thought about finding someone to take care of his life. But things are different now. In the past, Linen only needed to drive the boat, set goals for the Pearl, and take care of some things on the super farm. Now, Linen needs to take care of the eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping of these 200 people. It won't work without someone around. Zhang Zhe still needs more training, but there is no need to train Anna. A maid just needs to be able to do her job, and Linen will not train her to be a manager. When Anna heard that Linen wanted to keep her by his side, she immediately became excited. Thank you, Master Linen. Enjoying the complicated gazes from the other 199 people, Anna hurriedly walked to stand behind Linen. She was only wearing a thin rag, but her body was not frostbitten. It was obvious that she was used to the cold since she was a child, which was why she could survive on the Antarctic ice sheet. My lord, I am more beautiful than she. My lord, I know everything, and I'm clever. Master Linen, please look at me. After Lin picked a maid, the others came forward one after another to recommend themselves to Linen, but Linen was not interested in finding another servant. Zhang Zhe, after all these people move into the dormitory, put up a sign on the door of each room with the names of the people living in that room. Each room must be occupied by 6 people. I will install toilets and showers in those rooms, as well as seawater purifiers. Lin's work was not finished yet. He couldn't just stuff these people into the cabin and leave them alone. He also has to improve the facilities in those rooms, just like a nanny. I heard there was a toilet and a shower. For the first time, the 200 people felt that coming to the Pearl was the right choice. At SeaWorld, it is estimated that no more than 1% of human beings can use fresh water to bathe, toilets, and showers. A human survivor who can come aboard the Pearl. I've said it before. The situation is not very good. So before, when they took a bath, they would just wash their bodies with ice and snow, and when they went to the toilet, they would go naked in the wild. To be honest, this is not much different from uncivilized savages. Even most people don't have toilet paper when they go to the bathroom. Everyone uses palm leaves to wipe their butts. In the entire ocean world, Linen is the only one who can use paper. It is very normal for him to have such superior living conditions on the Pearl. About 200 people. There are 64 rooms in total. Linen spent a lot of materials to install showers and toilets in the bathrooms of these rooms, and also installed a seawater purifier in each room. There are pipes inside the ship that pump seawater directly from the sea, and there is a faucet in each room to release seawater, so these people don't need to go out to get water. After finishing these things, Zhangzhe also helped give Lin and the list of people living in each room. Lin got the list and didn't bother with anything else. He just gave cleaning tools to the cleaners, then led the cooks to the kitchen to find Lin Ying, and then took the clothes makers to find Zhang Wei, asking Zhang Wei and the others to hurry up and make 200 sets of clothes and 200 sets of bedding. The resources spent in the early stages alone are worth hundreds of thousands of metal ingots, but Linen feels that the expenses are worth it. The most important thing comes next. Linen ran to the super farm and used up all the metal ingots he had. He even spent some other resources and managed to get 200 cows and 100 sheep. Damn, 1 million metal ingots, just gone like that. If these people can't create the value of 1 million metal ingots for me, I'll throw them all into the sea. This is because the growth cycle of creatures in the ocean world is relatively short, so Lin dared to bring so many people on board. Of the 75 people working on the ranch, probably more than half of them are shoveling manure. To put it bluntly, Lin didn't think about how much milk and wool these 300 livestock could produce. What he wanted was that these cows and sheep could eat and defecate at the same time. Lin would use the excrement to make fertilizer. Lin will also take the castor beans grown on the farm to the super farm and convert them into castor seeds. There are so many products. 1 million metal ingots can definitely be earned back. It is estimated that it will be almost time for the first wave of castor beans to be harvested. With a planting area of nearly 10,000 square meters, it is estimated that hundreds of thousands of castor beans can be harvested by then. Lin converted these castor beans into castor seeds, and then took them to the trading house to sell. One seed could be sold for at least 10 metal ingots. Super Farm is simply an invincible cheat. Master Linen, lunch is ready. Everyone is waiting for you to go to the cafeteria and eat. At 11:30, Lin's new maid came to the cockpit to ask him to have dinner. Anna was already wearing new clothes, which was a white long-sleeved shirt, white trousers, and a pair of white shoes. This white outfit really made Lin overwhelmed. However, Lin took into consideration that the paint workshop on the ship had not yet been built, and Zhang Wei could only make white and black clothes, so Anna's white dress was not so difficult to accept. After this meal, tell them to eat on time and not wait for me. Also, your most important task from today on is to learn the Chinese language. I don't want to have to hold the parchment book with me all the time when I talk to you. It will also be troublesome for you to communicate with others. As Lin and Anna walked towards the cafeteria step by step, he made everything clear to Anna. In fact, Anna can speak 3 languages. One is French, one is Mao Zedong language, and the other is English. It can be said that among the 200 people on the ship, Anna cannot communicate with the Chinese. Language is indeed a problem. Unable to master various languages proficiently, either Lin had to return the parchment book to Anna, or Anna had to find a translator every time to convey Lin's words, which was quite troublesome. Lin would definitely not return the parchment book to Anna, so Anna could only learn Chinese. Yeah, I'll learn Chinese soon. Anna was very confident. There were so many Chinese people on the ship. When she was free, she would often chat with them and would learn Chinese quickly. Lin had nothing to worry about her. As Lin's maid, Anna might be the only person on the ship who could be affected by the evolution crystals. With the help of the evolution crystals, Anna's brain would develop and her memory would gradually become stronger. Chapter 161, Where is your original intention? The 500-person dining room on the lower deck of the Pearl was no longer as empty as before. About 200 people have already prepared meals. They would start eating only after Lin came down. Lin was very sensible and cooked a few dishes for Lin, because she, Zhang Wei, Lin and Anna were going to eat together, and the rest of the people would eat from a big pot. 200 hungry ghosts who had rarely seen rice were drooling at the sight of the food on the plates. Many people's stomachs have started to growl. After Lin arrived at the restaurant, he simply told everyone to eat as much as they wanted, and then he saw 200 hungry ghosts burying their faces in their plates. This really shocked Lin. To be honest, Lin didn't think that the humans trying to survive in the ocean world could be so hungry. Natural disasters have occurred twice. At the beginning, there were nearly 1 billion people trying to survive in the ocean world, but now there are only more than 1 million. If the survivors want to get food, They can eat their fill by fishing every day. Maybe these people have never eaten food with condiments, so they behave so exaggeratedly. You guys should sit down and eat too. Linen walked over to Lining and Zhang Wei and motioned them to sit down and eat. There are now 200 more people on the ship. Lining and Zhang Wei are not as comfortable as before. They were silent and restrained all morning. The atmosphere on the boat is too depressing. It's too much like a sweatshop. I'm not an exploitative capitalist. Anna, talk to the people at the ranch tomorrow and tell them to build a football field inside the ranch. Then have the people on both sides of the farm and the ranch form a team, and have a few of the cleaners serve as referees. When we are bored, we can hold a ball game on the boat, and I will also think of some rewards for the winning team. Lennon couldn't eat any more halfway through his meal. He sat in the restaurant, and almost no one dared to speak. After those who had finished eating, they just quietly took away their plates and quickly left the restaurant. The whole restaurant was eerily quiet. In order to prevent the Pearl from becoming a large mobile steel prison, Lennon wanted to put entertainment activities on the agenda as soon as possible. Lennon, you're only focused on production now, and not thinking about adventure anymore. No matter how many metal ingots and redundant resources you get, it won't improve your strength. Where has your original intention gone? Seeing that Lin and not only found 200 people to board the ship, but also planned to let these 200 people live comfortably, Zhang Wei suddenly thought that Lin was possessed by someone or his head was hit by the door. She said this to remind Lin and not to forget what is the most important thing in the ocean world. Only by constantly searching for unknown treasures can we ensure our competitiveness and survive in the ocean world to the end. You won't know what I'm thinking. Lennon responded, then put down his bowl and left the restaurant. Anna saw that Lennon stopped eating. Although she wanted to continue eating, she still ran out with him. After Lennon left the restaurant, he walked directly to the bow of the Pearl. He looked back at Anna, who had caught up with him, but didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the conch shell that Xiaojun had given him and blew it towards the sea. Visible ripples spread from the sea surface facing Lin into the surrounding areas. Next, all Lennon had to do was wait. Anna had no idea what Lennon was doing, and she didn't dare to communicate with him directly like Zhang Wei and Lining, so she just stood there stupidly. Lennon found a bench, sat down, crossed his legs, and started fishing. He threw the fish he caught directly into the sky and gave it to Xiaohong and Xiaolu to eat. Since they learned to fly, Xiaohong and Xiaolu have been in the sky all the time except when they were resting. They don't need Lin and to feed them, as they can hunt birds in the sky and fish in the sea by themselves. Some sharks that are less than 1 or 2 meters long can be swallowed by Xiaohong and Xiaolu in one bite. Those slender eels and sea snakes are Xiaohong and Xiaolu's favorite foods. I fished for about an hour. There was finally some movement beneath the surrounding sea. Many ferocious killer whales gathered here, with fluorescent spots on their bodies. What followed were some gray-blue dolphins. These killer whales and dolphins surrounded the Pearl and kept moaning. It's finally here. When Lin and others saw a circle of light approaching from under the sea, they stood up from the bench happily. At the same time, Lin also held a scroll in his hand. When the almost translucent Xiaojun, emitting a bright light golden fluorescence, emerged from the sea, the surrounding killer whales and dolphins all quieted down and began to enjoy the light sand flowing out of Xiaojun's body. The sea within a radius of more than 1,000 meters lit up, even more dazzling than the light from the sun. Countless colorful fluorescent lights are flashing and swaying with the waves. Seeing such a dreamy scene, Anna covered her mouth in surprise. Lennon, what do you want to see me for? Xiaojun's voice is much cuter than before. It seems that the process of conquering the dolphin group is going very smoothly. Even the ferocious killer whales become gentle little animals around it. I need some light sand. Lin said to Xiaojun. Okay, throw me a glass jar. Xiaojun's voice sounded in Lin's mind again. Lin then threw a glass jar over to catch the light sand that Xiaojun spit out from her mouth. The production of this light sand is endless, and Xiaojun will not feel sorry for giving Lin more. It just doesn't know what Lin wants this light sand for. After all, the validity period of light sand is very short. Lin took it and put it in a jar, which only ensured that the light sand would remain active within 1 day. Is this enough? Xiaojun filled the glass jar and then pushed it back to Lin with her head. That's enough. Don't leave yet. I'm going to do an experiment with the light sand. Lin held the glass jar tightly, then threw the scroll in his hand into the jar and rolled it, allowing the light sand to cover the entire scroll. Wait until all the light sand in the glass jar is transferred to the scroll. Lin then pulled out the scroll and opened it. The scroll covered with light sand also emitted fluorescence, but this fluorescence was different from the fluorescence on Xiaojun and the others. This fluorescence had patterns. Here's a map. Even Anna, who was standing next to Linen, noticed that the fluorescent lines seemed to be guiding something. Linen naturally also discovered this phenomenon. Sure enough, the level of this Dragon Palace pass is too high. Special means are needed to reveal the patterns on it. The scroll in Lin An's hand was one he had found in Lesburg before. Linen had no idea what this thing was used for, but after he activated the epic sail skill this morning and rode the wind and waves, he saw the light golden pattern of the white tiger emerging, and then he came up with an idea. That is to make this Dragon Palace pass shine. Chapter 162, The World of Gods and Demons. The light sand glowed along the invisible lines on the Dragon Palace pass. Linen saw a map of the seabed topography. If the Dragon Palace pass only showed the topography, then this thing would be useless. However, on this topographic map with orderly elevation differences, there is another route, which finally leads directly to the lines of a rib. Xiaojun, help me find this place. I will stay in this sea area. When you find it, come and tell me. Linen held up the Dragon Palace pass so that Xiaojun could see the topographic map clearly. If Linen were to rely on himself to find this so-called Dragon Palace, he would probably not be able to find it even if he spent half his lifetime searching the seabed. But Xiaojun is different. It can mobilize thousands of dolphins to help it search the seabed. If Xiaojun could lead the entire dolphin group, it would probably only take a few days for her to find the terrain on the Dragon Palace Pass. No problem. I see there's a mountain range with 3 peaks on this map. I'll help you find it. Xiaojun is very smart, but other dolphins can never be as smart as her. So Xiaojun needs to find a landmark and then mobilize the dolphin group to search for it. Thank you very much. Linen felt very happy when he saw that a big problem could be solved soon. He definitely has not forgotten his original intention, as Zhang Wei said. It's just that he is different from others. Linen has a super farm system, and there is a tree of life growing vigorously inside. This resulted in Lin An's demand for metal ingots being much greater than that of the average person. Others may be able to collect enough metal ingots to upgrade their ships, but Lin An cannot. He needs a large amount of metal ingots to maintain the land leased in the super farm. The more land he leases, the more animals and plants he can raise in the super farm, super ranch, and super fishery. The faster the tree of life grows. Lin An is almost certain that when the tree of life grows to level 9, the function that will appear will be to reduce the growth rate of plants and animals by 90. This function is really perverted. When the tree of life grows to level 9, to be honest, with the original land in the super farm, that is, 9 plots of farmland, 9 plots of fishery land, 1 breeding shed, and 2 breeding nests in the ranch, Lin An can easily feed thousands of people. In order to make the tree of life grow quickly, a large amount of land must be leased. Leasing a large amount of land requires metal ingots. How to earn metal ingots? It still depends on growing those crops. So, with such a large space on the Pearl, how could Lin An not make use of it? The daily consumption of 200 people is not enough to have 10,000 metal ingots, but these 10,000 metal ingots are only enough to rent 50 plots of land in the super farm, and only 50 castor plants can be planted on the 50 plots of land. But now, the farm on the Pearl has tens of thousands of castor plants. As for the ranch, the cattle and sheep are raised so that they can defecate, and the feces can be used as fertilizer. The milk and wool produced can also be sold. Master Lin An, was that a mythical sea monster that just appeared? How could it glow? How could you talk to it? I just realized I don't understand this world at all. As Xiaojun and her fellow tribesmen retreated, the sea returned to calm. The sunlight was still dazzling, but Anna no longer had time to pay attention to the sun in the sky. She was very shocked that there were such magical sea beasts in the ocean world. It's just an ordinary little dolphin. Don't overthink it. It glows because it's mutated. The glow sand I'm talking about is similar to the fluorescent zooxanthellon corals. Also, I can communicate with it because dolphins are naturally intelligent. Lin An patiently explained to Anna to prevent the girl from really thinking that the ocean world was a mythical world. But Lin An felt that with the emergence of epic items, if some mythical items appeared in the future, this ocean world would really become a world of gods and demons. All right. Anna nodded, obviously not believing Lin An's explanation. She was still wondering what that glowing map was. However, everything she had just seen was beyond her cognition. No matter how she thought about it, she could only attribute what she had just seen to the gods. Since you have nothing to do, tell me about the situation in Ice Crystal City. Lin An thought that if he waited for Xiaojun in this sea area, he would probably have to wait for several days. If he was unlucky, the dolphins might not be able to find the mountains on the Dragon Palace Pass for 10 days or half a month. During this waiting time, Lin An can't just do nothing. He has to look for opportunities on this Antarctic ice cap. Okay, Master Lin An, the Ice Crystal City was built by Thor not long after we crossed over to the ocean world. He got a pile of stones from somewhere and built a wall around the ice crystal city. Later, because there were walls here to shelter from the wind, many people came to settle here. However, Thor disappeared at this time. When he appeared again, the disaster of the man-eating shark had passed. At this time, there were already a lot of people in the ice crystal city, probably hundreds of thousands of people. Thor came back suddenly and got a set of leather armor and a helmet from somewhere. Ordinary weapons could not hurt him at all, but he had a very sharp machete. Later we learned that the machete was rare. Relying on the leather armor, helmet, and that sharp weapon, Thor became the city lord again. After that, Thor rarely showed up. I only saw him once. He would hire guards from time to maintain order in the city. But there is one thing I don't understand. That is, there are fewer and fewer people in Ice Crystal City, but why is Thor still continuously recruiting guards? I don't see the number of guards in the city increasing. Others say Thor waged a war against another city, causing the casualties, but I don't think that's the case. If there really was a war going on, why didn't the rangers and hunters outside Ice Crystal City mention it? Anna didn't talk much about the situation in Ice Crystal City. Instead, she focused on Thor and showed her understanding. Indeed, after Lin and bombarded Ice Crystal City with several shots, there were few people left inside, let alone any valuable items. Instead of talking about Ice Crystal City, it is better to talk about Thor. Xiaohong, Xiaolu, fly south and help me find where those people who fled from Ice Crystal City this morning went. Lin followed Anna's line of thought and thought that there was indeed something fishy about that Thor. Not only did he run away, but he also took a bunch of people with him. And in a place like the Antarctic ice sheet, it is impossible that there are no opportunities at all. If there really were no opportunities at all, how could a strong man like Thor stay there? Chapter 163, No Martial Ethics. Xiaohong and Xiaolu are like Lin N's aerial scouts, and the speed is extremely fast. Those humans in Ice Crystal City walked south at a maximum of 5 kilometers per hour. After a few hours, they were at most 20 kilometers away from Ice Crystal City. Anyway, when Lin looked at the intermediate radar display, there were no more densely packed dots. Including the 5 kilometers that the Pearl is away from the Antarctic ice cap, Thor has already led his men at least 15 kilometers. At the speed of Xiaohong and Xiaolu, it only takes 5 or 6 minutes to fly 15 kilometers. The speed advantage of aerial creatures is still too great, and they are very suitable for reconnaissance. Lin waited for less than 10 minutes. Little Red and Little Green flew back. Little Red and Little Green were roaring in the sky, and it seemed that they had completed their mission. Come down, take us over there and capture that Thor. By the way, Anna, you will be able to recognize Thor later, right? Lin thought that if he wanted to find out the secret of the ice cap, there was no more direct way than to capture Thor. Able. Anna nodded firmly. She didn't expect Lin to be so decisive. He said he would go and catch Thor. After Xiaohong and Xiaolu came down, Lin put a saddle directly on Xiaohong's back. Xiaohong is now about 14 or 15 meters long, and its back is also very wide, so there is no problem for 2 people to sit in it. As for Little Green, we will have to catch Thor later. It certainly can't carry people on its back. Lin and Anna sat on the saddle, one in front and one behind. Of course, Anna was definitely sitting in front of Lin. She curled up in Lin's arms, shivering in the cold air hundreds of meters above. She could only rub against Lin to keep warm. The temperature of the Antarctic ice sheet itself is minus 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. The temperature at an altitude of several hundred meters was stable at below minus 40 degrees Celsius, coupled with the biting cold wind. Even though Anna was a Mao Chinese, she couldn't withstand it. But Lin was still very considerate. In addition to hugging Anna tighter, he also took out 2 bearskin coats and covered her with them. If it weren't for asking Anna to help recognize Thor, Lin definitely wouldn't bring this burden along. 6 minutes passed. Lin could already see the dense crowd from high in the sky. Thousands of people huddled together on the white ice cover were too obvious. And the speed of these people has almost stagnated. In the Ice Crystal City, there are walls and houses to block the cold wind, and even fires to keep warm, but in this vast snowfield, they can only wait to be frozen to death. Lord Thor, where are we going? At first, the guards and surviving humans who left the Ice Crystal City with Thor thought that Thor would rebuild a city after leaving the Pearl's range. There are parchment books and thousands of laborers. Building a castle can be said to be a matter of minutes. But once Thor came out, he had no intention of stopping. We need to find an inland sea or build a city on the seashore. Otherwise, these people will starve to death sooner or later if they can't go fishing. Thor, standing at the front of the crowd, had a handsome face and a thin figure. His figure was completely supported by thick clothes. He also wore a helmet on his head, with only his face exposed. The inland sea that Thor mentioned refers to the large and small glacial lakes inside the Antarctic ice sheet. These glacial lakes are actually seas. It's just because some islands suddenly appear on the ice sheet, they will push a big hole in the ice sheet. When the island is discovered, it disappears at night, and a glacial lake will appear on the Antarctic ice sheet. As time goes by, the ice lake will freeze again, but as long as someone continues to clean the ice on the ice lake can be preserved. Almost all the cities in the deepest part of the Antarctic ice sheet are built next to glacial lakes. Thor called these places, the larger ones inland seas and the smaller ones glacial lakes. Because there were so many people around him, he wanted to find an inland sea that was big enough to meet everyone's food needs. Lord Thor, many people are almost unable to hold on. Why don't we stop here? With everyone digging day and night, we will definitely be able to dig out a body of water. Someone suggested that Thor stop here, but this suggestion was directly rejected by Thor. No, I know what you mean, but if you can't hold on, it has nothing to do with me. As long as I can build the city, I will be able to attract a sufficient population sooner or later. As for you, whether you can keep going is your own business. Thor knew very well that no one should be allowed to dig an artificial lake on this ice sheet. He didn't want to bear the costs before digging out the artificial lake. And he knew where the inland seas were. Just walk for another half day, and you will see hope. Look, what are those in the sky? There are two big birds. There's someone on the bird's back. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? It's Lin and's pterosaurs. When he bombarded Ice Crystal City, I saw these two pterosaurs flying over Ice Crystal City. Lin is chasing us. While Thor was still wondering whether to take a break or continue walking, someone with sharp eyes had already seen two huge pterosaurs circling in the sky a few hundred meters away. With a wingspan of 15 meters and creepy red and green hair, these two pterosaurs brought as much shock to these people as a cannon. I thought he just wanted to add some people to his ship, but I didn't expect his target was me from the beginning. Thor turned around and saw Lin, and he misjudged Lin's thoughts. In fact, Lin only fired at those 200 people at the beginning. What Lin didn't know was something else. After he bombarded the Ice Crystal City, actually no one wanted to board the Pearl, but Thor found a way to force some people to come over. Thor thought that if Lin could achieve his goal, he could retreat smoothly. But Lin has caught up now. Is that Thor the one wearing the helmet below? Lin had just heard Anna say that Thor had a helmet. Among so many people, only one person wore a helmet, while the others covered their heads with fur or clothes. So Lin looked for Thor at a glance. That's him. Anna nodded and said, revealing a pair of eyes from her coat. Let's go with the Yaka arrows and test the defensive power of the leather armor on that guy. After Lin locked on the target, he did not let Xiaolu directly catch Thor. He had a rare machete in his hand, which could hurt Xiaolu. So Lin planned to use the most unchivalrous method to cripple Thor first, and then let Xiaolu capture him. Lin threw the AKA arrow casually, and it immediately flew towards Thor below. Seeing that Lin was so unsportsmanlike and wanted to kill him without saying a word, Thor quickly pushed one person after another in front of him and then retreated frantically. Chapter 164 Medicine God. Thor's behavior of using the people around him to protect himself instantly shocked the thousands of people who followed him. Anyone who can stand out from hundreds of millions of people and survive to this day cannot be a fool. Everyone discovered. Lin just stared at Thor. They all tried their best to stay away from Thor, the plague. Even the guards hired by Thor himself began to flee frantically. The speed of the Akka holy arrow did not slow down after piercing through the bodies of several people, and Lin did not think of killing Thor. In the end, Akka's holy arrow pierced Thor's leather armor and made a bloody hole in his thigh. Despite such severe injuries on his body, Thor was still able to limp back. To be on the safe side, Lin used his brain a little, and the Akka holy arrow turned around and passed through Thor's other uninjured thigh. With both legs pierced, even a giant could only kneel on the ground. What's more, Thor is just an ordinary human being. Watching Thor collapse to the ground, Lin waved his hand and asked Xiaolu to dive to the ice and catch him back. At this time, Thor had already accepted his fate. If he was taken away by Lin, he might be able to save his life. If he stayed in this place, the people around him would not let Thor live to the end, even if no one would hurt him. Having lost his ability to move, his final fate was simply to suffer from rapid hypothermia and freeze to death. Anyway, Lin has had. Thousands of people on the ice watched as the huge pterosaur approached the ice, its wings stirring up powdery snowflakes. They were all waiting for Thor to put down the rare machete. But in the end, Thor didn't throw away the weapon that made him famous. The man held the handle of the machete tightly. No waving around. Fortunately, it didn't take much effort. Linen was very satisfied with this arrest operation. With a weapon like the Aka Holy Arrow, even if it doesn't have its own skills, the only difference between it and an epic weapon may be that one skill. Linen, don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. After Xiaolu took Thor into the sky, Thor's face had become extremely pale, but his desire to survive still existed. Whether to kill or not, we'll talk about that later. First, you have to make sure you don't die from excessive blood loss. Throw the knife to me. You can at least seal 2 of the 4 wounds on your legs. Linen stretched out his hand and asked Thor to throw the knife to him. Looking at Thor's condition, he knew that if he didn't press the wound, the penetrating wound would continue to bleed out, and he might really die of natural causes before reaching the pearl. Xiaolu only grabbed Thor's waist. If Thor didn't hold the machete, he could still press the wound with both hands if he tried harder. Faced with the choice between a machete and his life, Thor decisively chose his life. I have to say, he is still very decisive. No wonder he could become the city lord. Linen grabbed the machete that Thor threw at him, and then he saw the introduction of the knife. Rare-grade machete. This machete is made entirely of refined steel and possesses considerable power. It's just a simple machete, nothing special about it. It's far inferior to weapons like the Bayaka Holy Arrow that have built-in bugs. Even the unupgraded Aka Holy Arrow looks stronger than this machete. Although this machete is not very good, but Linen still kept it and planned to sell it later for 10,000 metal ingots. It's obvious that Thor's machete was not made by manufacturing pages. Otherwise, even if he couldn't put it on the trading floor, he could still make more and arm his guards. Wait for Xiaohong and Xiaolu to bring Linen and the others back to the pearl. Thor was already dying. His wounds were completely frozen and his legs were about to become useless. In the ocean world, being disabled was no different from being dead. Linen, save me. Please, save me. I will tell you all my secrets. Thor lay on his side on the cold deck, looking like he was about to die. Linen didn't think too much about it. He dragged Thor into the warmer cabin, then personally made a bowl of medicine with 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum powder and gave it to Thor to swallow. Thor slowly recovered thanks to the medicinal properties of Polygonum multiflorum, and the wounds on both thighs also healed. A miracle drug. This is a miracle drug. No wonder everyone calls you the god of medicine of China. Anyone who sees such amazing medicinal effects will be impressed. There is such medicine. As long as you don't die in the first place, you can be rescued, which is equivalent to having an extra life. It's okay. I have enough of this stuff to eat as a meal. If I hadn't thought about not eating too much, I'd get a sore throat and a nosebleed. Linen had never been injured, so naturally he had never enjoyed the medicinal effects of the 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. However, his words were the truth, not a pretense. He has hundreds of 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum plants in his warehouse, and they can indeed be eaten. Seeing that Thor had recovered, Linen didn't want to waste any more time, so he gave Anna a look, asking her to ask Thor questions. Anna was actually a little nervous when she saw Thor, but because this was on the pearl, she was still able to face the pressure brought by Thor. Thor, why do you take some people to die every once in a while? Those you take out to fight rarely come back alive. Thor looked at Anna with a confused look in his eyes. He didn't know whether he had seen Anna before or not. But soon, he stopped dwelling on the matter and started to be stubborn. Since they lost the fight, naturally not many people came back. Seeing that Thor had changed his attitude, An's eyes slowly narrowed. It seems that you want to die. Linen thought that Thor would be obedient. He had originally planned to let Thor go after he told him the secret about Ice Cap. It turns out that this person doesn't want to live. Thor felt the murderous aura emanating from Lin Anson and immediately became obedient. It seems that no matter whether he is telling the truth or a lie, as long as his answer does not satisfy Linen will kill him. I'm telling you, I didn't lie just now. Those people I brought out of Ice Crystal City and didn't bring back were indeed killed in the battle, and the city lords of the Antarctic ice cap have indeed been attacking each other. However, we're not attacking each other to fight for territory or other people's cities. We are plundering a resource, a renewable resource. Thor was very uncomfortable and told the secret hidden in his heart. It seemed that this secret was only known to a few city lords in the Arctic ice cap. What resources? Linen was very curious. Treasure chests, ores, and any resources you can find at sea are all there. Chapter 165, Follow Your Heart. Is there such a good place? When Linen heard Thor's description, he suddenly became excited. He thought that he was extremely lucky to be able to find the ruins of the city of Lesberg and Ichthyosaur. It turns out that there are even more magical places in the underwater world. Thor nodded silently. Yes, we city lords call that place the Blood God's Landing. It's actually quite easy to find. If you fly south on a pterosaur, you'll see a blood-red area. The ice cap in that area has been stained red by blood, so it's pretty easy to find. Tell me about the wonders of this place. Lennon continued to ask. I discovered this place by accident. When I was traveling on the Antarctic ice cap, I killed a man there, and his blood flowed into the ice and snow. I didn't leave, but rested there for the night. When I woke up the next morning, I found that the man's body was gone, and a bronze treasure chest had appeared in its place. Later, I killed a few more people and waited another night. On the morning of the third day, I found a treasure chest and several hundred thick wooden planks. Afterwards, I often led people to that place and killed them. Gradually, the bloody color of this place spread farther and farther. The more people die on the same day, the more valuable the resources that appear the next day will be. I am not the only one who discovered this strange phenomenon. Other city lords have also discovered it. Or rather, they and I have grown step by step because of the resources given by the place where the blood god descended. To ensure continued rewards, we didn't discuss or sign any treaties. Instead, we all agreed to bring a few hundred people there for a fight every once in a while. Afterward, if there were still survivors, I would send them back to Ice Crystal City, and I would stay there, awaiting the blood god's blessing the next day. Thor kept talking about the blood god, and it seemed that he really regarded that place as the land of gods. As long as there's a dead body, you can get a reward. Have you ever tried using animal corpses? Lennon really wanted to test the wonders of the place where the blood god descended, but he didn't want to kill people for no reason. Yes, the answer is the same. Moreover, the more powerful the animal that dies there, the greater the reward the blood god will give. Thor affirmed Lennon's answer, but did not say why he and other city lords chose to get rewards by killing people. But he didn't say it. Lennon also understood why. Isn't it true that humans are easy to kill, but those ferocious animals are not so easy to kill? Anna, how many people did he take out of the city? Just a rough number will do. After learning about the mysteries of the Antarctic ice cap, Lennon did not ask Thor any more questions, but asked Anna instead. The fact that Anna could notice Thor's abnormality meant that she had been keeping her eyes on him. Then Anna should be able to remember how many people Thor has harmed. Maybe around 50,000 or 60,000. I've seen it. Thor has led people out of the city more than a dozen times. The most were over 10,000, and the least were just a few hundred. Ice Crystal City used to have a lot of people. I remember that after the man-eating shark disaster, there were still 400,000 to 500,000 people alive in our area, at least half of that number in the city. After Thor came back, he took over 10,000 people out that first time. Anna really remembered all of Thor's evil deeds, which was completely different from what Thor said about bringing hundreds of people to fight every time. There are more than a dozen cities in the entire Antarctic ice sheet, and if each city has 10,000 people going to the expedition, the melee involving hundreds of thousands of people is definitely a shocking war. That's not true. Lennon, it was useless for me to take so many people out back then. They were broke and weak, and so many of them died. The rewards we got were not as great as what we would have gotten if I had taken a few hundred people with me later. Thor had a hunch why Lennon asked this question. It was obvious that Lennon was estimating how many resources Thor had. Can you take out 500,000 metal ingots? Lennon blinked and asked Thor frivolously. I can't take it out. If I were still the Lord of Ice Crystal City, I might be able to gather so many metal ingots, but I'm not the Lord anymore. The parchment book can only hold a few 100,000 metal ingots at most. How can I possibly take out 500,000 metal ingots? Thor shook his head frantically in front of Lennon, whose mouth was wide open like a lion. His face turned pale, and he didn't know what Lennon would do to him next. Since you can't afford to buy your life, you can only die. It seemed that Lennon just wanted to find an excuse to kill Thor, so he asked for 500,000 metal ingots. He knew that Thor would definitely not be able to satisfy him. Seeing that Lennon suddenly attacked, Thor wanted to pounce on Lennon, at least to resist. What greeted him was a cute and exquisite pistol. Bang! The smoke emitted by the pistol after firing the bullet made Lennon's nose feel a little uncomfortable. He touched his nose, and then ordered Anna to take out the parchment book from Thor's body. Anna really didn't expect Lennon to be such a person who changes his attitude at will. Anna was a little frightened by the indifference that treated life as worthless. Although Thor is hateful, he is not terrible. What is really frightening is someone like Lennon who does whatever he wants. Just right. Let's use him as an experiment. Before his death, Thor said that the more powerful the life form, the better feedback it would get after being absorbed by the place where the blood god descended. So of course Lennon would try it on Thor's body. Lennon felt that even if Thor didn't make it into the top 100 of the rankings, he should at least be in the top 500. According to Thor, he is worth 10,000 corpses. Lennon did not go to find the place where the blood god descended himself, but asked Xiaohong to take Thor's body to find the magical blood-colored plane and then throw the body down. Tomorrow morning, Linen will just ask Xiaohong to take him there to have a look. Bite. An ownerless parchment book has been detected. Synthesis or not? Synthesis. The parchment book was synthesized successfully. You have activated the advanced sled, intermediate sled, and elementary sled manufacturing pages. Gain. Metal ingots 102384. Thick wood planks 5483. Stones 4396. Corn 1234. Advanced treasure map 1. It's really poor, but there are surprises. Linen discovered that Thor had actually activated 3 levels of sleds and grinned. He said, if Thor didn't have a means of transportation, how could he lead people to die every day? After a long time, Thor realized that he did have a sled, but before that, because too many people had migrated out of the Ice Crystal City, he couldn't use it. In addition, the high-level treasure map found in the Thor Parchment Book item warehouse was also an unexpected surprise. Chapter 166 Really Capable. This high-level treasure map is mostly white. There are islands on the Antarctic ice sheet. Linen spread out the advanced treasure map that Thor had given him. Looking around, only the short distance from the Pearl to the Antarctic ice cap shows the blue ocean, and the rest of the area is blocked by the white ice cap. The icon of a titanium treasure chest is also on the white ice cover. I've heard that some icebergs on the Antarctic ice sheet aren't actually glaciers, but land. After they're discovered, they follow the rules of the ocean world and sink at night, leaving behind large and small glacial lakes. Anna explained to Lin why the island was difficult to find on the ice sheet. In the past, everyone thought that the protruding iceberg was a glacier. There was no difference in appearance anyway, and it was impossible for there to be any plants in this place. So no one went to explore. But there are always people who pass by accident. Over time, people discovered that some icebergs on the Antarctic ice sheet were actually real mountains. It was the ice and snow that covered their original appearance, which made people mistakenly believe that they were just icebergs. Then everyone realized one thing. Those are the animals on the Antarctic ice sheet, most of which come down from these icebergs. It is because of these places that the profession of wilderness hunter appears on the Antarctic ice sheet. Wilderness hunters rarely go into the city. Wrapped in thick animal fur and not afraid of the cold, they always wander on the ice fields, hunting other humans or animals, while also looking for icebergs with resources. Lennon actually didn't quite understand. Since there were such a group of people who never entered the city and were exploring the Antarctic ice cap every day, why did only a dozen city lords discover the place where the blood god descended? Look at this direction. Is there anything special? Why doesn't Thor go treasure hunting with the high-level treasure map? Logically, he only has a rare weapon and is broke. This high-level treasure map could lead him to a titanium treasure chest. If he's lucky, wouldn't it be even better to get a rare blueprint? Lennon first buried the first question in his heart and planned to solve the problem of the advanced treasure map. He handed the treasure map to Anna, asking her, a local on the Antarctic ice sheet, to see what was special about the location of the iceberg. If there is nothing special, it would be strange for Thor to have the treasure map in his hand but not explore it. If it were Lennon, he would probably go exploring first. I don't know. I traveled to the ocean world and discovered the Antarctic ice cap. I then entered the Ice Crystal City from this direction and rarely left the city. I usually just went out fishing. I had a lot of clothes when I first traveled here, and I managed to survive by slowly buying clothes in the city. Although Thor is very hateful, he doesn't want to see anyone die in Ice Crystal City, so the security in the city is very good. As long as you stay in the city, you will not be in danger. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people, unable to survive, sell themselves to powerful people in exchange for the hope of survival. Anna said a few more words, perhaps with some emotion in her voice. She used to think Thor's existence was good. It can reduce the fighting in Ice Crystal City. But now it seems that Thor regards all the surviving humans in Ice Crystal City as his own wealth. Given Thor's character, he naturally does not want to see his own wealth lost. Oh, I'll just have to go and see for myself then. Lennon thought about it, thinking that there is only half of the afternoon left today. It is indeed unwise to look for the treasure chest on the advanced treasure map now. It would be better to wait until tomorrow to see the place where the blood god descended, and then look for this titanium treasure chest. Master Lennon, what are you going to do next? Follow Lennon for a while. Anna felt that she had seen all kinds of magical things that she had never seen since she traveled to the ocean world. So I was still wondering what Lennon would do next. Nothing to do, just rest. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Go find someone to learn Chinese. If you can't learn it in 10 days, I might have to change the maid. Lennon had been busy for most of the day. Although he was not very tired, he still wanted to relax. In addition, Lennon still has some things to do. There's no need for Anna to be around when doing those things. For example, he wanted to set up a studio to make dyes, a workshop to grind soybeans, and a workshop to make seasonings. There is definitely enough manpower on the Pearl at the moment. Lennon naturally wanted to improve his living standards. His goal must be to make the Pearl fully self-sufficient. To be honest, except for salt, all the seasonings used on the Pearl were bought by Lin and at the trading house at super high prices. The reason why Lin ate in a separate kitchen in the cafeteria while the others ate from a large pot was because Lin An's food was seasoned with various condiments, while the food of the other 200 people was only seasoned with oil and salt. Lin An now has a wide variety of plant seeds on him. Condiments like soy sauce, chicken stock, pepper, and chili powder are made from raw materials. The production process needs to be slowly explored. Wait until dinner time in the evening. Lin Ansai has just finished setting up the soybean grinding workshop. He plans to bring a few people over tomorrow to grind the beans specifically so that he can have soy milk to drink, and soy products can also be made slowly. Master Linen, you are really capable and can do everything. Anna really thought that Linen went to rest in the afternoon, but she found Linen 3 floors below the deck. Linen was working in this place, sweating profusely. I didn't even think about asking for help. It's okay. I can handle this myself. If I let someone else do it, it would be more troublesome if they don't do it well. Linen didn't have to do it himself. He just thought that the tools he made would be much better if he did it himself. Sister Zhang Wei and Sister Lining are waiting for you, Master Linen, to have dinner. Let's eat first and then do these things. After dinner, Anna will help you. As a maid, Anna was very considerate, and her every smile and frown was very likable. The main thing is that she is pretty and doesn't have a bad temper. Linen nodded, put the sharp-toothed dagger into the warehouse, and then followed Anna to the cafeteria for dinner. No meeting for an afternoon. Zhang Wei and Lining were both unfamiliar with Linen. After they met, they greeted each other and immediately started eating. They didn't start talking until Linen asked about their work. Linen likes this model. There were only 3 of us on the Pearl before, and it felt more like family. Now the Pearl is more like a sweatshop. Who needs family in the ocean world? Just subordinates are enough. Chapter 167, Going Crazy. Brother Linen, some of them can't cook. Their cooking skills are not even as good as mine. I asked them to cut potatoes into strips, but they cut them into potato strips. I'm so tired now. Lin Ying's words were mostly complaints, but she was not wrong. She was more tired now than before. There are only a few people in the kitchen. We have to cook for 200 people. In the past, Lin Ying could cook for 3 people by herself. It must have been easier before. Even when I used to operate the sewing machine, I still had time to take a break, but now, there is no way to rest at all. After lunch, it's time to prepare dinner. After dinner, I have to clean the kitchen, which means Lin Ying and the others don't have to make breakfast, otherwise they won't be able to get a good night's sleep. You teach them. I didn't ask you to work, but you show some strength and squeeze them to death, and punish them if they don't do well. If you think someone disobeys you, just tell me, and I will throw anyone who makes trouble into the sea to feed the fish. Be a little cruel, and just hand them over to Xiaohong and Xiaolu. Xiaohong and Xiaolu are very envious of the people on the boat. If you feel tired, oppress others. Wouldn't that make you feel relaxed? Ordering others to do work every day shouldn't be tiring, right? Lin An also scolded Lin Ying with frustration. Thinking about it later, Lin An felt that it was his responsibility. He treated Lin Ying as a human being, which was why Lin Ying treated others like this. That seems to be the case. I'll try it after dinner. Lin Ying was enlightened by Lin An, and suddenly felt that she had been like a fool all day, having done most of the work. Zhang Wei is a little better than Lin Ying. Apart from teaching others how to make clothes and bedding, she just finishes her own work and never asks about other people's affairs. She seems to want to be alone. This is also something Lin An cannot tolerate. Zhang Wei, if you keep acting like this, the only place on this ship where you can stay is my bed. As the saying goes, when you're well fed and warm, you'll crave sex. I'm so powerful now, and no one can threaten me. It's time to find a maid to consummate the marriage. Lin An didn't practice any boys' kung fu, and he kept it to himself because he didn't want to have any complicated relationship with others. But if Zhang Wei continues to mess things up, the output of the garment workshop cannot be increased, and there is no one to manage it. Lin An couldn't just throw Zhang Wei into the sea like he did to others. After much thought, the most appropriate thing to do is to get Zhang Wei to bed. No matter what, Lin An will definitely not lose out. Shameless. Zhang Wei saw Lin An saying this at the dinner table. There were other people sitting next to them, and the people in the back rows who didn't dare to speak almost all heard what Lin An said. She immediately blushed from her forehead to the back of her ears. Will scolding me be effective? Will scolding me increase production? If scolding me can increase your efficiency, then I would rather you scold me every day. Lin and slammed the parchment book on the table so that the 202 people in the restaurant could understand what he said. Bang! Lin and slammed Thor's machete to the ground. Let 200 people see the knife. Anyone with sharp eyes will definitely be able to recognize that the owner of this knife is Thor. I've done something ruthless. Do you think I, Linen, am being taken advantage of? You've all seen this knife. I've already killed the Lord of Ice Crystal City. Now you think I, Linen, can kill Thor, so I won't kill you, right? Starting tomorrow, if the kitchen staff can still cut the shredded potatoes into strips, I will cut your fingers into pieces. People in the garment workshop, if you can't finish your work within 8 hours a day, or if the clothes you make are crooked or have the wrong size, I will press you on the sewing machine and sew a 1-meter-long thread into your flesh. People on the ranches and farms, if you can't take good care of the crops and animals, I won't use any cruel methods like breaking your hands and feet to deal with you. I will just make a blender, beat you into meat paste, bury it in the soil, and use it as fertilizer for the crops. And for those cleaning staff, starting tomorrow, if there's any dirt on the boat, all your cleaning tools will be confiscated and you will have to lick it one by one. If you can't lick it clean, your only fate is to be used as fertilizer. Lennon was really angry. Although only Lin Ying complained to him, Lennon could feel that almost all of these 200 people were pretending to obey him, but actually disobeying him. In front of Lennon, they were like good kids, not saying a word and not daring to resist. But as long as Lennon is not around, they will survive. Everyone treated the Pearl as a large theme park, and they were either working lazily or just having fun. As for the managers that Lennon had previously identified, they had no management experience themselves, and they would not be able to manage so many people well if they were suddenly asked to do so. If Lennon didn't take the initiative to ask them to report the situation, they would say nothing and take all the work on themselves, thinking that by doing so, they would not be responsible when Lennon discovered something wrong. This approach was so stupid that it made Lin and want to vomit blood. Lin An's voice echoed throughout the cafeteria, but these people still didn't dare to speak. In fact, they were lazy because they wanted to wait for Lin and to formulate the rules and then follow them. He would never let them suffer any loss. But unexpectedly, Lin now directly set the most stringent regulations for them. There is no work schedule anymore. Anyway, if you don't do your job well in a day, you will either be disabled or die. Brother Linen, don't be angry. From now on, I will definitely do my duty conscientiously. At this time, the only one who dared to speak was Lin Ying. Zhang Wei also dared to speak out, but she would not be the first to speak out at this time. After all, if you speak up for Linen, you will be hated by 200 people, and if you speak up for those 200 people, you may lose your life. Zhang Wei would never do anything that would not be worth the cost. On the contrary, Lin Ying wanted to cling to Lin An's thighs wholeheartedly, and she didn't care whether other people were jealous of her. I don't want to be angry, but if someone wants to take advantage of me and take advantage of my resources, I'm sorry. I won't show mercy. Lin Ying glanced viciously at everyone sitting in the cafeteria. I wondered why no one stood up to resist. At this time, if anyone jumps out, Lin Ying can kill him with thunder and lightning, which is like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. After all, no matter how much you say, it is useless if you don't do it directly. Zhang Zhe, come out. Starting today, you will randomly select 3 people from these 199 people to form an inspection team. Every day, 3 people will make the inspection. I will change the team leader every week. If you find anyone acting strangely, write it down and hand the record to me every night. Lennon thought about it and decided that he couldn't let the people on the Pearl continue to be so lax. Since those management methods were useless, he could only use other means. Chapter 168 Surveillance Camera. Yes. Finally, Zhang Zhe, who was mentioned by Lin Yan, had a bright smile on his face. He didn't expect that he would be hired by Lin Yan in this way. But think about it carefully. It seems that he has no other choice but to be Lin Yan's lackey. That's all for today. After dinner, you can go back and check if there's any unfinished work. The inspection team will be coming tomorrow, so don't let them catch you doing anything wrong. Also, don't think you can do anything unfair. Ordinary team members are replaced every day. If you offend tomorrow's team members, you'll also be caught doing something wrong. The same goes for the team leader. The rest of the people under surveillance, don't hate them. If you want to hate someone, hate me. If you're lucky enough to join the inspection team and want to retaliate against others, you have to think about whether you can hide it from me, because next, I will install surveillance cameras on the ship. Lennon finished his last words with a gloomy face. He did not interfere in the selection of inspection team members, but planned to write the names of the 199 people except Anna, Zhang Wei, and Lin Ying on slips of paper and stuff them into the lottery box. Just pick a few people every day. As for installing the surveillance camera, it is indeed important. But Lin Yan didn't have the blueprint for the monitor. A few days ago, I got thousands of blueprints from the ruins on the seabed, but there was no blueprint for the monitor. Lennon didn't think it was because there were no surveillance cameras in the ocean world. It was just that he hadn't found any. The reason why Lennon was so sure was that there must be a camera. That's because there is a monitoring room reserved on the Pearl. There are screens of all sizes in the monitoring room, and the area corresponding to each screen is marked above the screen. Wait until you finish your meal. Lennon returned to the room, took out the parchment book, and searched the trading house to see if there was the blueprint he wanted. Anna next to him was tidying up Lin N's bedding and also preparing a basin of water for Lin N to wash his feet. Next to Lin N's bedroom, there is a small room of 10 square meters, which is Anna's residence. Lin N has already put the evolution crystal into the crystal treasure chest. As for the treasure chest, it is now placed inside Lin N's bed. The treasure chest was not completely locked, so it could still allow the evolution crystal to emit some radiation to strengthen Lin N's body. As for the radiation, after passing through a steel wall, it becomes half as weak as before, and then it becomes half as weak as before every time it passes through a steel wall. After a few walls, the radiation will have no effect. Lin N's method of measuring radiation strength is also very simple. It's just temperature measurement. Because wherever radiation affects, the temperature will rise. According to this method, Lin N divided the 20 cleaning areas to ensure that they could not enjoy the benefits brought by the evolutionary crystals. However, Anna, Lin Ning, Zhang Wei, and Lin N's former animal companions can still continue to be affected by the evolutionary crystals. It's just that the intensity is not as strong as before. Master Lin N, would you like me to warm your bed? Seeing that Lin N was addicted to browsing the sheepskin book trading house, Anna took the initiative to mention the bed-warming matter. In places like the Antarctic ice sheet, people who have slaves often let their slaves use their body temperature to warm their beds before going to bed. There's a thermometer in my room. Go over there and check the temperature. Then come back and tell me about warming the bed. Lin N raised his eyes and pointed at the hygrometer, thermometer, and barometer hanging by the door, asking Anna to come over and take a look. Then he became fascinated by the parchment book. Anna certainly didn't think of looking at the thermometer. She was not stupid and could feel how high the temperature in the room was. She also didn't know why Lin N's room could maintain a temperature of more than 10 degrees Celsius near the Antarctic ice cap. And Lin N didn't even light the fire in the fireplace. Page 4. Trading bank. Seller, socks. For sale, security camera blueprints. Surveillance camera, high-definition images, but requires power to use. Requirement, metal ingot 10000000. Note, this is the only camera blueprint in Ocean World. If you want one, please private message us to discuss the price. Lin N actually found this order at the beginning. When he saw the 1 million metal ingots marked by the person, he began to hesitate whether to chat privately or not. To be honest, most people put rare items on the shelves and set the prices very high. On the one hand, I want to prevent others from taking advantage of me. On the other hand, I was fantasizing that if I put such a high price on it, and someone bought it, I would become rich instantly. This is actually the same as what happened on Earth in the past, when someone sold Qing Dynasty pottery bowls as blue and white porcelain on a second-hand trading platform. You said that the pottery bowl is not an antique, it is still an ancient thing. But you say that pottery bowls can be more expensive than blue and white porcelain. Maybe, but the possibility is very low. But the seller just wants to get a high price so that he can get rich overnight. I'll test the waters first. If it's too expensive, I won't buy it. Lin N thought about it and decided that he couldn't just give up the opportunity to buy the surveillance camera. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lin N, are you selling the surveillance camera blueprint? I'll exchange it with you for a rare machete and a set of intermediate leather armor. The rare level machete belongs to Thor, and the intermediate level leather armor also belongs to Thor. Although the intermediate leather armor was riddled with small holes from the Akka holy arrow, it was still usable. Waited a minute or two. This Socks replied to Lin N's message. Socks. Lin N, you want this camera to monitor the 200 people on the ship, right? It seems that you are in urgent need of this camera. I won't ask for too much. I will add 30,000 metal ingots to what you asked for. Surveillance cameras are treasures for those who need them, but can only be sold for a little money for those who don't need them. It just so happened that Lin N really needed it. To Lin N, the value of this thing is no less than hundreds of thousands of metal ingots. Because of the surveillance cameras, the workers on the ship all know that Lin N is watching them. In order not to lose their lives, they will definitely work hard. The value they provide to Lin N can be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of metal ingots, and this value will even increase with the passage of time. Lin N, okay, let's do the deal as you said. I'll place an order and you just place the bid. Socks, that's straightforward, boss Lin N. I want to ask you, you are the first person to own an epic item, right? Linen. Yes, it's me. Socks knew everything about the 200 people on the ship, and naturally he also knew that the Pearl was a battleship more than 200 meters long. At that time, many people in Ice Crystal City saw the Pearl, and Linen could not hide it. Although ironclad ships can be made this large, everyone knows that Linen's previous ironclad ships were only a few dozen meters long. So putting several clues together, it is not difficult to deduce that Linen has an epic construction hammer. So Linen admitted it directly. Chapter 169 Amulet. Consumption, rare level machete, intermediate leather armor, metal ingot 30,000. Obtain, surveillance camera blueprint 1. Wait until you get the surveillance camera blueprint. Linen used it up immediately. Then he rushed to install cameras. Lin Anshuan installed cameras wherever they could be installed throughout the Pearl. Say something extreme. Linen even installed cameras in the bathrooms of the female workers' dormitories. He didn't think the people on his ship needed privacy. Cameras were also installed in Lin Ying and Zhang Wei's rooms. Of course, their bathrooms were not equipped with them. Linen still gave his old friend some face. I really want to install cameras in both of their bathrooms. Lin Ying could probably still accept it, but Zhang Wei might really be forced to jump ship by Linen in the end. I was busy until late at night. Linen made it impossible for anyone on the ship to sleep well, but no one wanted to resist. Even Zhang Wei didn't argue with Linen. She also knew how difficult it was to completely control these 200 people. Finally, I can sleep. Linen looked at the time and saw that it was already midnight. It happened that the rewards for the rankings were distributed at this time. Bite. Dear leaderboard player, your leaderboard rewards have been issued. Obtain, metal ingot 10,000. Not bad. Look at it this way. I have a guaranteed reward of over 200,000 metal ingots every month. On Mondays and the first of every month, the rewards will be even more generous. But if I keep doing this, the metal ingots in Ocean World will depreciate rapidly. Linen was not very happy after receiving 10,000 metal ingots. He calculated that there were at least 1 million people still alive in Ocean World. If rewards were distributed in this way, even if no one did anything, millions of metal ingots would flow into the trading house every day. It's fine for a day or two, but over time, the metal ingots will become less and less valuable. In that case, Linen will suffer a lot in the end. However, Linen did not expect that since the Ocean World had previously revealed all the resources owned by the dead humans who tried to survive, the rewards given now would naturally be the resources owned by the Ocean World itself. The more rewards are given out, the fewer undiscovered resources there will be. To put it bluntly, Ocean World came up with the ranking reward thing to start accelerating the development of human survival. The faster it develops, the more people will die. Because you never know when someone will trigger the next round of natural disasters. The next day, Linen got up very early. Because he has a lot to do in this day. The moment he opened his eyes, Linen closed them again. He entered the super farm. Looking at the farm with only 100 or so plots of land left, he sighed helplessly. Just yesterday, he owned more than 1,000 pieces of land, but now he has no metal ingots to rent these lands. Once the situation inside the Pearl stabilizes, we must send dozens of people to the sea to mine. Linen made up his mind and planned to set up a mining team. After all, he could build a submarine. The Ocean World was so big that he could go wherever he wanted. Please sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtain, Amulet 1. Amulet can withstand a single attack from an epic weapon or other low-level attacks for 1 hour. This thing is almost like a protective shield. Linen has a defensive item with the same effect as this amulet. It was during the extreme cold disaster that Linen traded his cotton coat and trousers for a protective shield from someone else. However, the protective shield was more abnormal. It could withstand any attack for half a minute. This does not depend on the attack effect. In other words, even if someone hits Linen with a mythical weapon, Linen can hold on for half a minute. But the amulet is also quite effective. If the people on the Pearl rebel, the protective shield may not be useful for half a minute, but the amulet's 1 hour defense time is enough for Linen to kill everyone. Now he had one more magical weapon to protect himself. Linen happily hung it on his belt. Then he began to diligently clean up the super farm, super fishery, super ranch, and tree of life. The daily output of the super farm is now enough to feed 200 people for 10 days to half a month. Linen always chooses to sell the excess food at the trading house. After finishing the work in the super farm, Linen left the farm on a whim, thinking that it was time to go and see what the place where the blood god descended was. Yesterday, Xiaohong did find a red bloody plane through Thor's body there and came back. Master Linen, you? Linen was lying on the bed. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Anna standing by the door, staring at him blankly. You weren't in bed just now. How did you suddenly appear? Oh my god, are there really gods and demons in this world? Anna was confused. She had just made breakfast and wanted to call Lennon to eat. Then when she came in, she found that Lennon was not in the room, so she planned to go out to look for him. But before she left, Lennon suddenly appeared. He was not only lying on the bed, but also covered with a quilt. Don't make a fuss. Without any means, do you think I'd dare put 200 of you on the Pearl? Think about it from my perspective. No one wants to be killed in their sleep. Having been in and out of the super farm so many times, Lennon also guessed that the super farm system had a way to protect himself from being harmed by outsiders. He was so tired yesterday that he forgot to close the door, so Anna was able to walk in directly. Seeing Anna's reaction and what she said, Lennon roughly understood that the super farm system's way of protecting him was invisibility. Or maybe he was teleported entirely inside the super farm. You are right, Master Lennon, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat in the restaurant or in your room? Anna's eyes wandered for a moment, and she felt that Lennon was more and more unfathomable. Lennon propped up his upper body and sat on the edge of the bed. Bring it to me. Anna nodded silently and quickly went to get breakfast. On the Pearl, the only person who could have breakfast was Lennon. No one else was qualified. As soon as everyone woke up and washed up, they started their day's work. If they wanted to eat, they had to wait until noon. The girls in the cafeteria could eat secretly, but now with the cameras, they don't dare to do that. Moreover, Lin Ying's current performance is completely different from yesterday. She stood behind the cafeteria girls and watched them work. Lennon was very satisfied when he saw the changes on the Pearl. Only if it continued to operate in such an orderly manner could he spend time exploring other things. Chapter 170 Bloody God. The wind above the Antarctic ice sheet is as sharp as a knife. Even Lin had to wear a coat to resist the cold. As for Anna, even if she wrapped herself in 2 layers of coats, she still had to cover herself completely. Master Lennon, we've been flying for half an hour, but why haven't we seen the place where Thor said the blood god would descend? Could it be that Xiaohong flew in the wrong direction? Anna hid in Lin An's arms, tilted her head upwards, and her eyes could only see Lin An's chin. Don't underestimate pterosaurs. They're naturally good at finding their way. Based on the time it took Xiaohong to get there and back yesterday, we should be there soon. Lennon was not worried at all about not being able to find the red ice cover. Instead, he kept looking at the advanced treasure map in his hand. As Xiaohong continued to go deeper into the Antarctic ice cap, Lennon was getting closer and closer to the location of the titanium treasure chest on the advanced treasure map. Oh, Anna nodded slightly and pulled her coat back on. She didn't know why Lennon brought her, a burden, along. It's something that can be done by one person, but it requires 2 people to do it together. Anna can't help at all and even slows down Xiaohong's flying speed. About 3 or 4 minutes passed. Anna, covering herself with her coat, felt her center of gravity sinking. She knew Xiaohong was landing, so she quickly opened her coat. Oh my god! As soon as Anna stuck her head out, her eyes were filled with a rich blood red. The dazzling sunlight shines on the blood-stained ice field, and the reflected red light is so ghostly and terrifying. The fishy smell in the air is so foul that it makes people feel nauseous. There really is a treasure chest, and it's a titanium treasure chest. Lennon is different from Anna. He doesn't care about the blood-red plane at all. He only cares about the titanium treasure chest that appeared at the place where Thor's body disappeared. After going up and down Xiaohong's back, Lennon walked directly to the treasure chest and opened the titanium treasure chest. Take out an item and a blueprint from inside. Obtain, Rare Sled Blueprint 1, Blood God Dagger, Rare, Titanium Ingot 5. Blood God Dagger. This dagger possesses the power of the blood god. Once it pierces someone's skin, the wound will be difficult to heal. Its sharpness is equivalent to that of a rare weapon. Blood god. Haha, bloody god. Lennon put the pitch-black dagger on his waist and slowly walked to Anna. Put your hand out. Lennon ordered Anna. Anna didn't know what Lennon was going to do, so she just obediently placed her smooth and tender hand in Lennon's palm. Oh. Suddenly, Lennon picked up a small knife and cut Anna's middle finger. The severe pain made Anna scream. She had no idea that Lennon would cut her with a knife. Don't scream. I'll take a few drops of your blood. Lennon grabbed Anna's injured hand and pressed it against the blood-red ice. Then a strange scene appeared. When Anna's blood came into contact with the ice, it quickly seeped into it instead of being frozen into ice and snow. Even a wisp of black smoke appeared on the ice surface, wrapping around Anna's fingers and causing her wound to bleed faster. Now I believe in the blood god. God, can you just treat what I just said as bullshit? I was wrong. Yesterday, Lennon thought that the phenomenon Thor described was actually caused by some special creatures. If they put a corpse there, at night, some extremely intelligent creatures would come and eat the corpse, and then bring some resources as an exchange. If Xiaojin can talk to Linen, then it is possible that other highly intelligent creatures will appear in the ocean world. But the black smoke that appeared now appeared out of thin air. No matter what Linen did, he couldn't attribute this to the creation of some magical creature. As for whether it is a god, Linen knew in his heart that the high probability did not exist. But if there really are life forms beyond Lin's cognition, such as advanced life forms or cosmic laws that have the ability to bring so many humans to the ocean world, isn't this exactly the same as God? Next, Linen covered the wound on Anna's hand with ointment so that her blood would not be exposed to the air. The mysterious black smoke also disappeared. The ice surface that had just absorbed Anna's blood remained the same as usual, but after a while, a palm leaf magically appeared on the ice surface. Master Linen, you brought me here. Are you just going to bleed me? Anna's mind was not filled with gods now. She seemed to suddenly realize why Lin and brought her out for an adventure. Linen frowned after hearing Anna's words. What else? Should I use a knife to cut my own flesh for this experiment? Anna saw that Linen actually admitted it directly. He looked up at the two pterosaurs flying in the sky, and then he could only lower his head in grievance. Indeed, if Linen didn't want to cut his own flesh and wanted to get fresh blood, he should either bring someone over or bleed Xiaohong and Xiaolu. Anna thought about it and realized that she had no place in Lin's heart at all. Linen would definitely not be willing to bleed Xiaohong and Xiaolu. TSK, a city lord in exchange for 2 rare items. It looks like I, Linen, am going to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Linen would definitely not escort thousands of people here to die. But what if he were asked to capture those dozen city lords? Then he is 100 willing. Thor also said that the city lords on the Antarctic ice sheet are almost all responsible for tens of thousands of lives. For these scum, killing 10,000 of them would not be too many. Linen doesn't think he is a good person, but he won't kill someone who has nothing to do with him just because of a thick wooden board or a metal ingot. Lord Linen, are you going to go to those city-states next, or look for the treasure on the treasure map? Anna realized that Linen had the intention to kill, and she was curious about what choice Linen would make next. Of course we'll find the treasure first, and then kill people. Those city-states can't escape anyway, and I don't know their exact locations, so I can only let Xiaolu go look for them first, while the 2 of us and Xiaohong go treasure hunting. Linen has scheduled his schedule very tightly. He certainly won't waste time looking for the cities on the Antarctic ice sheet, mainly because there is no map. If there was a map of the Antarctic ice cap, Linen would probably go there first to punish evil and promote good, and then wait until tomorrow to look for the treasure on the advanced treasure map. Yeah, okay. Anna had never seen any islands or gone on any treasure hunting expeditions. Personally, she prefers treasure hunting. As for things like killing people, she is not very adaptable yet. If someone like Anna could adapt to the rhythm of survival of the fittest where you kill me and I kill you, she would not have lived in a greenhouse like Ice Crystal City. Chapter 171, Killing Artifact. This compass is out of order. Just when Linen was about to leave the bloody plain, he found that his compass was completely malfunctioning and the needle on it began to move randomly. Linen didn't know whether he had reached the peak of the ocean world, but he should be close. This area is indeed different from other places. Let's leave quickly. Because the magnetic field around was very strong, Linen felt that Xiaohong and Xiaolu had become a little anxious, so he wanted to leave quickly. Animals are still quite different from humans. Too strong a magnetic field will make their minds chaotic. It might even kill them. Linen quickly asked Xiaolu to find the city, while he, Anna, and Xiaohong followed the marks on the advanced treasure map and went directly to the island in the center of the Antarctic ice cap. There are maps, and you can fly in the sky. Finding an iceberg is really easy. Xiaohong was very fast and flew hundreds of kilometers away in a short while. An iceberg that looked to be 3,000 or 4,000 meters high gradually appeared in front of Linen. There are clouds and mists here, and the sky is full of powdery snowflakes. Those clouds and mists are not water vapor, but ice beads. No matter who comes here, it is hard to imagine that there is land under the thick ice. Linen only had a high-level treasure map in his hand. Otherwise, he would have mistaken this place for an iceberg made entirely of ice and snow. The strong wind brings ice and snow from afar here, and then they are blocked by huge icebergs. Over time, the icebergs will become bigger and bigger, and their height will become higher and higher. It looks like we can't mine or collect other resources in this damn place. The metal detector in Lin's hand was ticking. It seemed that the land under the ice sheet was full of mineral deposits. But this ice sheet alone is tens of meters thick. Linen definitely wouldn't dig an ice cave here just for mining. If he had that much time, he could build a submarine and dig directly for exposed metal mines on the seabed. Wouldn't that be great? However, the metal ore can be discarded, but the titanium treasure chest must be obtained. Master Linen, is the treasure chest you are looking for right down here? How can we find it? Anna and Linen landed halfway up the iceberg and couldn't see where the treasure chest was. She thought they would see a beautiful island and dig for a treasure chest on the beach. As a result, what she saw now was no different from what she had seen before in Ice Crystal City. Bang it! Linen thought about it and realized that he didn't have time to dig an ice cave here, and he was reluctant to part with the titanium treasure chest. If we leave now, who knows where this island will move to tomorrow? The extremely violent Linen. Take a grenade from the parchment item storage. Then he dug a small ice hole, put the grenade into the ice hole, and filled the ice hole with metal ingots. Linen is not only violent, but also afraid of death. He held the hundreds-meter-long fuse in one hand, sat back on Xiaohong's back, let Xiaohong fly high into the sky, and then he dared to light the fuse. When Anna saw that Linen had actually done this and hadn't even taken her into the sky, she had no choice but to wrap her body in her coat and roll directly under the iceberg. At this time, rolling will definitely be faster. It took nearly half a minute for the hundreds of meters of fuse to burn. When the ice cave exploded, Xiaohong had already taken Lin and a kilometer away. As for Anna, she rolled very fast, even faster than the 100-meter champion. She was also at a safe distance. Boom! Followed by a shocking loud bang. The entire iceberg trembled, and the snow on the mountain began to slide down, gradually forming a small avalanche. Lin Anwen sat in the sky, quietly waiting for the avalanche to pass, then patted Xiaohong's head and let it fly back to the iceberg. There was indeed a treasure chest inside the exploded ice. However, this was something Lin and could have anticipated, because he had buried the grenade at the location of the titanium treasure chest on the treasure map. The grenade exploded just in time, blowing out the titanium treasure chest. Explosives are really a great thing. They're absolutely versatile. They can cut through mountains, build roads, and kill people. It would be even better if I could get missiles. Linen was already thinking about good things in his mind, but he knew that missiles were not so easy to obtain. After going through so much trouble to blow up the titanium treasure chest, Linen must treat it well. Linen held the treasure chest and went to find Anna, who had turned into a snowman. Then opened the titanium treasure chest on a flat ground. Logically speaking, Linen had obtained so many rare blueprints with the help of Xiaojin before, so he shouldn't be excited when he encountered these titanium treasure chests. After all, the best that a titanium treasure chest can do is to reveal rare blueprints and rare items. But why would Linen work so hard for a titanium treasure chest? This is simply because titanium chests may also reveal some very difficult to obtain blueprints. For example, advanced engine blueprints and rare engine blueprints. Theoretically speaking, there is a certain chance that items and blueprints below epic level can be opened in titanium treasure chests. Linen is now betting on this probability. God bless me. Give me a naval gun fire control system or advanced engine blueprints. If you ask what Linen lacks at the moment, it is definitely a better naval gun fire control system. And of course he also needs an engine very much. As for weapons and armor, Linen has no shortage of them. Obtain armor-piercing sniper rifle 1, armor-piercing bullets 10, explosive bullets 10, advanced radar blueprint 1, titanium ingots 7. Opening the titanium treasure chest, there was a heavy-looking sniper rifle and 4 bullet magazines filled with bullets. The blueprint that came out was an advanced radar blueprint, which was also what the Pearl needed at the moment. If Thor knew that the titanium treasure chest he hadn't been looking for contained a sniper rifle, he would probably crawl out from under the bloody plains to vent his anger on me. The armor-piercing sniper rifle in the treasure chest is not very big when placed in the box, but when it is taken out, it becomes a weapon more than 1 meter long. Armor-piercing sniper rifle. Effective sniping range up to 2 kilometers, and possesses a very powerful scope system. When used with armor-piercing rounds, it can penetrate at least 5 centimeters of steel plate. When used with explosive rounds, it can guarantee a blast radius of at least 5 meters. It can also be used with ordinary bullets. Linen just thought about himself holding such a gun, aiming at the enemy on the ground from an altitude of 2,000 meters, and then shooting a shot. The feeling was simply amazing. Although Linen can control the Yaka Holy Arrow to fly 5 kilometers away, its accuracy is really too poor. When it comes to killing enemies at a long distance, this sniper rifle is more powerful and its combat methods are more flexible. Chapter 172, A New Order on the Ice Sheet. Windy City. A city in the central part of the Antarctic ice sheet. It is also the city closest to the Bloody Plains. It is far from the coast, but it has several glacial lakes. And this city has the largest population in the Antarctic ice cap. There are more than 20,000 to 30,000 residents in the city. Moreover, this place has become secularized to a certain extent. All the necessary rules and order exist. The mayor of Wind City is a Chinese. His name is Qian Bao. This person relied on his own efforts to create a vivid ancient Chinese city in the ocean world. The Wind City has the tallest city walls in the entire ocean world, and also has the most powerful cold weapon army in the entire ocean world. Qian Bao and Thor's way of obtaining resources by killing humans trying to survive in the Crimson Plains are completely different. Thor will take as many people as he can, and he will not invest anything in these people. But the leopard will arm those humans who are ready to die. Every time, Qian Bao would kill the largest number of people from the other dozen cities with the least casualties, and then share the resources on the bloody plain with the other city lords. It can be said that others are fishing in a dry pond, while Qian Bao is thinking about sustainable development. But it's not that other city lords don't want to be like Qian Bao, but they couldn't get the equipment to arm their soldiers. Besides, the city lords didn't care how many people died. Lord City Lord, there's a rumor circulating in the parchment book that the Ice Crystal City Lord, Thor, was killed by Linen. Should we accept the refugees from Ice Crystal City? The Lord's Mansion of Swift Wind City. The most magnificent building in Wind City is 5 stories high and nearly 20 meters high. It is only a few meters lower than the outer wall of Wind City. The largest hall on the first floor of the City Lord's Mansion is the Meeting Hall of Windward City. Qian Bao would discuss matters here with his generals and staff every day. He really lives his life like in ancient times. If you don't accept it, throw these bags to others. Qian Bao sat on a tiger head chair made of pure copper, covered with several layers of fur that ordinary people could only dream of. There were also several copper pillars in the meeting hall, with thick wooden boards burning inside, which made the meeting hall as warm as spring. Then, Lord City Lord, how do you want to deal with Linen? On the left and right sides of the meeting hall, there were 2 rows of people sitting. Those on the left were wearing ordinary clothes, while those on the right were wearing leather armor. It looks like the civil and military officials in ancient times. But the clothes worn by those civil officials are too modern. If you look closely, you can see the ZL logo. Zhou, what do you think I should do? Linen has powerful weapons like cannons. If he wants, he can just set up a few cannons outside Gale City and bombard the city walls. The residents inside will be frightened and flee like the people in Ice Crystal City. And we can only sit and wait for death. Qian Bao felt very powerless. He thought that he could make a name for himself in the ocean world by relying on cold weapons, and he actually did it. Currently, Qian Bao ranks 28th on the list. It ranks higher than all the city lords on the Antarctic ice sheet. But no matter how high his ranking is, there is still a huge gap between him and Linen, who ranks first. When cold weapons meet hot weapons, they all become fire sticks and pose no threat at all. My Lord City Lord, if Linen doesn't come to harass our Windward City, we will just pretend he doesn't exist. But if he shows up nearby, we can only ask for peace, whether it's by sending women or resources, and we must be humble. Linen's personality was noted in the various information about the powerful people in the ocean world that the people of Shirtsu Pavilion had collected in the past. He is a man of capricious moods, lustful, and values interests, but he is not bloodthirsty. He usually only deals with those who disobey him. Those who take the initiative to make friends with him have never suffered any loss. For example, Alex, who is ranked 7th on the list, is still transferring benefits to Linen. There is also Yuntianyu, which is ranked 4th on the list. As long as Linen has any good stuff, he can buy it first. There is also a woman named Tong Yeya, who has always had a business relationship with Linen. These people are all good friends of Linen. Lord City Lord, if you just compromise, you might be able to gain greater benefits from Linen. Besides, haven't you always wanted to buy a batch of 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum at a low price? This is a good opportunity. Zhou was the most powerful among the staff of Jifeng City. Qian Bao also gave him an official title, calling him the Chief Secretary of the City Lord, responsible for all major and minor affairs of Jifeng City. You can tell from the way these staff members and generals dress. Qian Bao is actually quite nice to the people below him. The leather armor worn by those generals was of the strength of intermediate defensive equipment, and was made by Qian Bao by throwing various materials into the furnace. As for the clothes worn by the staff, they were all bought from Linen. Although Qian Bao and Linen have a trading relationship, it is all conducted through the trading house, and there is no friendship between the two. So now Qian Bao wants to contact Linen through the parchment book, but Linen can't see Qian Bao's information. Unless Linen finds Qian Bao's private message among the thousands of private messages. But the possibility is almost zero. Report. The scouts on the watchtower sent a message. A pterosaur has been spotted in the sky. It's a green pterosaur. Just as Qian Bao was pondering Zhou Li's words, a messenger came running in from outside the city lord's mansion to report the news. Pterosaur, that is Lin's unique thing. Being able to see the pterosaur means that Lin is not far from here. This is the consensus of most humans in the ocean world. Okay, I got it. Qianbao's face had turned bitter. He knew that he would either have to pay a heavy price to please Lin or make plans to escape, but Qianbao was reluctant to leave the place under his feet. Zhou, what price do you think we should pay to prevent Lin from killing us? Zhou, the city lord's chief secretary, lowered his head and thought for a while, then clenched his hands into fists. Lord City Lord, giving Lin 100,000 metal ingots should be enough. In China, a clenched fist represents the number 10. All right, 100,000 metal ingots is a sacrifice, but it's not enough to break any bones. Have the scouts keep a close eye on him. If they spot Lin, notify him immediately. Qianbao nodded as if accepting his fate. You can tell from the way his men are dressed that he is actually very rich. The ranking of 28 can also represent Qianbao's wealth to a certain extent. You should know that Qianbao did not build any battleships or ironclad ships. He relied entirely on his accumulated resources and his own weapons to climb to the 28th place on the rankings. Of course, after the ranking rewards appeared, Qianbao also started to build ironclad ships on the ice lake. After all, building an ironclad ship would increase the additional strength score by a lot. Chapter 173 Windy City. 15. Have you found them all? Lin reunited with Xiaolu at the edge of the Blood Plain before noon. He asked Xiaolu if he had found all 15 cities, and Xiaolu nodded decisively. It took Xiaolu a whole morning to find all the cities, which was not easy. Now that we've found them all, the hunt can begin. If we take the lives of these 15 people before dark, we'll have 15 treasure chests by tomorrow morning. Lin, holding his armor-piercing sniper rifle, couldn't wait to start his plan to hunt down the city lord. For him, there is such a place as the Bloody Plains. Then these city lords naturally became collectible resources, and by killing these dozen city lords, Lin estimated that he could obtain resources equivalent to 1 to 2 million metal ingots. Added together, this is a huge fortune. It is impossible for anyone not to be tempted by such a fortune. Let's start with the closest one. Lin let Xiaolu lead the way in front and Xiaohong followed behind, and began his planned operation to hunt down the city lord. It was a bit difficult to hunt down those city lords before, but now with sniper rifles, the difficulty has been reduced. However, it is still very difficult to accurately find those city lords and kill them. Lin's first target was Swiftwind City, but he didn't know the name of Windward City at first. It was only after approaching the city and taking out the parchment book to read the chat messages in the regional channel that I learned the name of Windward City. White flag. What the hell? Just approaching Windward City. Lin saw white flags hung on the city walls and the city lord's mansion in the center of the city. At first, he didn't think that the other party was surrendering to him. Instead, he carefully looked at this magnificent city. Swiftwind City is a square city with an outer wall that is 25 meters high and each side is a kilometer long. There are 4 city gates in total, and there is a gate tower above each gate. The soldiers walking back and forth are all wearing uniform leather armor. The entire city is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The city lord's mansion is considered the inner city, and the inner city also has a circle of 20-meter-high city walls. There are several icy lakes outside the city. There are many boats and rafts on the lakes, and many people are fishing. Lin also saw an armored ship about 40 to 50 meters long on the largest ice lake. So damn rich, and so willing to give. In Lin's eyes, such a city alone is worth hundreds of thousands of metal ingots. Even if Thor had hundreds of thousands of metal ingots, he would not be willing to use them to build such a large city. Lin also felt that there was no need to build such a strong city. The only use of such a high wall in the ocean world is to resist wind and snow. Facing real cannons, although the wall can withstand it, it will definitely not last for too long. Moreover, the cannons don't need to attack the city walls at all. They can still fire the shells into the city. Lin was right. Qianbao built such a high city wall because he wanted to protect the lives of the city residents during extreme cold disasters. It's hard for me to kill you if you do this. Lin saw that this was both the inner city and the outer city. He wanted to destroy the Lord of Gale City without harming ordinary people. The difficulty was already as difficult as hell. He held a telescope on Xiaohong's back and saw the soldiers on the city wall. These soldiers were not only wearing leather armor, but also equipped with a full set of advanced weapons. Of course, Lin didn't know whether they were higher-level weapons. No one can tell the difference between high-level weapons and rare weapons with the naked eye. Anna, do you know the Lord of Windy City? Lin reached into his coat, pinched Anna's slender waist, and woke her up. It was so warm inside the coat and the flight had just lasted a long time, but Anna was able to fall asleep. Lin admired her very much. In fact, Anna had just rolled down from the middle of the mountain on the ice to the bottom. She was still in shock, and when she relaxed, she suddenly fell asleep. I don't know him. Anna stuck her little head out and quickly tucked it back into her coat. The name of this windy city is not chosen randomly. The wind nearby is indeed very strong, with at least a force 6 or 7 gust of wind blowing. Yes, I knew it was by 1. Xiaolu, you keep an eye on us from the sky. We're going to resort to violence soon. The Lord of Gale City might get away, so we can't let him get away. Lennon had no better idea. After much thought, he decided to use force to intimidate the residents of Gale City. Page 3. Regional Channel. Survivors, 54,973. Hello, residents of Windrush City. Some of you may have seen me. I intend to speak with your city lord. I will give you 5 minutes to have your city lord come outside the city. If I don't see him in 5 minutes, I will bombard Windrush City. Indeed, when the two pterosaurs appeared together in the sky above Windward City, all the residents with telescopes saw him. Everyone had a premonition that Lennon would appear. Now Lennon has finally arrived. The residents of Wind City became very nervous. After all, Lennon is not a good person. Lennon, this devil is here. Stop talking. Be careful, he might find you based on your name and profile picture. Only 2 or 3 people spoke up and said something, and then the regional channel quickly became quiet. This area is different from other places. 99% of the people in the area where Windward City is located live in Windward City. In other words, there are nearly 55,000 people in Wind City. Lennon is now outside the city. Who dares to be the first to offend Lennon at this time? The most important thing is to save your own life and be an invisible person. Lennon, I'm Qian Bao, the Lord of Jifeng City. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll meet you 1 kilometer outside the West City Gate. Qian Bao sent a message immediately, wanting to arrange a time and place to meet with Lennon. Lennon, who had been reading the parchment book, saw the news about Qian Bao and did not say a second word. Instead, he patted Xiaohong's head and asked Xiaohong to fly to the West Gate Tower of Jifeng City. The 4 gates of the Windy City are engraved with the 4 big characters of East, South, West, and North. So Lennon could easily find the West City Gate. After a while, Lennon saw from the sky that the gate of the inner city of Jifeng City was opened, and a team of more than 10 people appeared inside. These people were operating a sled powered by fuel and rushing along the street towards the West Gate. Fuel-powered sleds are really good things, especially in this snowy and icy environment, where they can easily reach speeds of 200 kilometers per hour. Of course, at this speed, if it hits something, the car could easily be destroyed and people could die. Chapter 174, Cooperating with the Performance. This is too fast. He said he would meet 1 kilometer outside the West City Gate in 10 minutes. But it took less than 2 minutes for Qian Bao and his men to come over. His sled seems to be a rare-grade sled, a gasoline-powered sled that can accelerate to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in a few seconds. The Leopard was so fast that Lennon couldn't catch anyone back calmly. But he can't go. Xiaolu can still go and catch people. No way. Lennon had no idea whether the Qian Bao who was talking to him on the regional channel was the mayor of Jifeng City. If someone else came as a substitute, he would be confused and might be fooled. So Xiaolu could only randomly grab someone from the edge of a few ice lakes. If the captured person said that Qian Bao was the Lord of Jifeng City, then there's no big problem. Are you Lennon? Qian Bao and his group of more than 10 riders stopped on the ice field, looked at Lin and in the sky, bowed and asked, "You are talking nonsense." Lennon raised his eyebrows and said with disdain as he looked at Qian Bao, who spoke and acted like an ancient prince. In his opinion, anyone who chooses to settle in a certain part of the ocean world is not very smart. Lennon, I'm Qian Bao, the mayor of Jifeng City. You asked me to leave the city because you probably wanted to attack me, but I don't understand. I've never provoked you. In fact, I'm your loyal customer. Look at the people around me. Half of them are wearing cotton coats and trousers made by you. I've also bought 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum several times. Logically, we should be friends. Qian Bao raised his head and spoke to Lin and in a very sincere tone. But Lennon became more and more impatient. Whether you are the Lord of Wind City or not is not up to you. Look, here comes someone whose words count. Lennon pointed to the sky on the other side, and Xiaolu, covered with zombie green mane, flew over, grabbing a person who was struggling hard. Qian Bao looked in the direction of Lennon's finger, not knowing what Lennon was doing, because Qian Bao didn't know the person caught by Xiaolu. To be honest, although he is the Lord of Wind City, how could he remember all the tens of thousands of people in the city? Don't kill me, don't kill me. The man caught by Xiaolu kept struggling in the air and begging for mercy in panic. He didn't know why he had come out to fish today and suffered such an unexpected disaster. Hey, no one wants to kill you. Is that guy down there your city lord? Xiaohong flew above Xiaolu, and Lin asked loudly to the person who was caught. Although this person was very panicked, when he heard Lin An's voice, he immediately looked at the dozen people below, then nodded desperately and said, "The leader is the city lord, and those beside him are his staff and generals." After confirming Qian Bao's identity, Lin waved his hand and asked Xiaolu to send the captured person away. Then he looked at Qian Bao again. Lin suddenly discovered, it is too troublesome to go to each city one by one to find the so-called city lord. Now that Qian Bao had no intention of fighting, he came out directly. If we meet the city lord later, everyone will want to resist or escape. Lin spent several days trying to capture all the dozen or so city lords. In addition, if Qian Bao is killed now, the mayors of other cities will probably know about it in a short time. If they abandon the city and flee, Lin will not be able to catch them back. Mr. Lin, what exactly do you want to do? If you want resources, I can give you 100,000 metal ingots to buy your life. You are not the kind of vicious person who kills people for no reason. Qian Bao became more and more certain that Lin was coming for him. Otherwise, there would be no need to capture someone to confirm his identity. In fact, Qian Bao is not a good person. If Lin simply wants to kill someone, Qian Bao can hand over all the people in Jifeng City to Lin to kill. As long as he can survive. Qian Bao could even command the entire people of Jifeng City to resist Lin An's atrocities. After all, Lin is only one person, let alone going against tens of thousands of residents in an entire city. Even if 100 people were gathered, Lin would have to avoid their attack. But Lin can fly. He can't beat 100 people, but he can run. It can also attack from a distance and kill others. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Please have everyone else leave first. I have something I want to tell you. Maybe he saw Qian Bao's sincerity, or maybe Lin wanted to take a break. He suddenly gave up the idea of killing Qian Bao right now. All of you should return to the city and have the 3 gates closed. Only people are allowed to enter the city, not to leave. Qian Bao did not hesitate. He honestly did what Lin said because he saw the Aka holy arrow floating beside Lin. Yesterday, Qian Bao knew that Lin used this sharp weapon to pierce Thor's thigh, and then kidnapped and killed Thor. Qian Bao didn't think that the leather armor on his body could withstand this golden arrow. Yes. The people behind Qian Bao breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that they could leave. After all, they did not volunteer to leave the city with Qian Bao, and no one wanted to face Lin. After Qian Bao's men disappeared at the city gate, Lin got straight to the point and said, I know the secret of the blood god's descending place. I also dumped Thor's body there, and this morning I found a titanium treasure chest. Low-level resources are useless to me. The resources I want are the ones I get from the bodies of powerful people like you. So I need you to trick the other 14 city lords into the blood god's descending place. I will kill them, and you can live. Lin has always disdained lying, and what he said to Qian Bao was from the bottom of his heart. Of course, if Qian Bao couldn't help him do this, Lin would still sacrifice Qian Bao's life to the so-called blood god. Of course you can, but Master Lin, you have to cooperate with me in putting on a show. Qian Bao thought about it for a moment. He felt that what Lin said could be done, but he couldn't just ask people to go to the place where the blood god descended. If that were really done, I guess no one will come. Tell me how to act. Lin narrowed his eyes and waited for Qian Bao to tell him his plan. It's simple. I'll trade you 100,000 metal ingots at the trading house. Then I'll tell the other city lords that you came to the Antarctic ice cap only for wealth. As for Thor's death, it's because he prevented you from recruiting crew members in Ice Crystal City. All you need to do this afternoon is to go to each city and extort the city lords. Tomorrow afternoon, they will naturally go to the place where the blood god descended in order to obtain resources. Don't forget, there are still a group of fat sheep on the Antarctic ice sheet, flying around like flies without a master. The other 14 city lords can't just sit there and watch these fat sheep go into other people's mouths. A fierce light flashed in Qian Bao's eyes. The fact that he could say such words also showed that he was a ruthless character. Chapter 175, What a Talent. Thousands of people from Ice Crystal City? Sure, Qian Bao, I'm very optimistic about you. Lin suddenly laughed, not because Qian Bao's plan was perfect, but because he had just thought about enforcing justice yesterday and destroying the 15 murderous city lords on the Antarctic ice sheet. But now he had to become accomplices with these people. Although Qian Bao didn't explain it clearly, Lin knew what he was thinking. Qian Bao must have been thinking of waiting until the dozen or so city lords had handed over the life-buying money to Lin, and then find a few city lords to complain to, saying something about earning back these resources. As for how to make money, it is very simple. Leverage thousands of people from Ice Crystal City to the place where the blood god descends, and then start a war. At that time, Lenin could choose to wait until all these people died, and then come forward to kill the dozen or so city lords. Or he could show up at the beginning, expose the true identities of these city lords, and then kill them. How to do it exactly? Lenin hasn't thought about it yet. But if you choose to show up at the beginning, Lenin will gain a good reputation in the ocean world. But the secrets of the Antarctic ice sheet cannot be hidden. By then, there will surely be a grand scene of many heroes competing for supremacy, and countless powerful people who are capable of sailing to the Antarctic ice cap will rush to the place where the blood god descends. In this case, Lenin has opened Pandora's box. Then I will give you 100,000 metal ingots now, and also give you the map of the Antarctic ice cap. Qianbao took out 100,000 metal ingots at once, and he felt very painful, but this was his life-saving money, and he had to give it to Lenin. We have the map, Qianbao, you have great ambitions. Lenin didn't get the map of the Antarctic ice cap from Thor, but Qianbao had it. It was obvious that Qianbao had made preparations a long time ago, and might directly attack other cities in the future. We Chinese people always plan ahead for everything. It's not a bad thing to prepare in advance. Qianbao explained with a smile that he just wanted to send Lin away quickly. He proposed such a method in order to divert the blame. Indeed. By the way, I have another question for you. I see that there are not only many people wearing leather armor in Swiftwind City, but you also have so many resources to buy the clothes I made. You are much richer than Thor. Where do these resources come from? Lenin heard from Zhang Zhe yesterday morning that Ice Crystal City is already a relatively large city in the Antarctic ice sheet. Logically speaking, even if the leopard is stronger than Thor, it shouldn't be that much stronger. But when Lenin looked around, he found that several of the people who had just followed Qianbao were wearing the same leather armor as Thor. When Qianbao heard Lenin mention this matter, his expression turned ugly again. The change in his expression made Lin instantly understand that the secret of the Antarctic ice cap was definitely not just the place where the blood god descended. Lord Lenin, have you seen those icy lakes? Perhaps because Swiftwind City is close to the pole of the ocean world, some terrifying creatures survive in the sea beneath the ice cap. Those creatures are all dormant. The leather armor worn by the Swiftwind City soldiers is made of the scales of those terrifying creatures. Every few days, I would try to wake up a giant beast, kill it, and collect the resources from it. Also, the Ice Crystal City's lord, Thor, was actually one of my former subordinates, and I gave him the leather armor he's wearing. Qianbao said some things he didn't want to say, and he also concealed some things. It just so happened that what Qianbao said was within Lin's knowledge. Do these creatures have treasure chests hidden in their stomachs? Lord Qianbao, don't be surprised. Remember the disaster of the man-eating sharks? I killed a lot of man-eating sharks back then, and accidentally provoked a king of man-eating sharks. After I killed it, I also got the shield scales that can be made into leather armor, and I also got a titanium treasure chest from its stomach. Lenin guessed that the terrifying beasts under the Wind City should be not much different from the king of man-eating sharks. So I think there must be titanium treasure chests inside those terrifying beasts. It's true. Qianbao smiled awkwardly. He never thought that Lenin even knew this. Forget it. I won't compete with you for these resources. Just guard your piece of land and make a fortune. Lenin is now much more cautious. It's not that he doesn't want this part of the resources, but he feels that if he kills too many sea monsters and it triggers another natural disaster, that would not be good. And no one knows whether these terrifying monsters are the most powerful creatures in the ocean world. Hee, you are a magnanimous person, and I am a mean person. Qianbao lowered his head and admitted his mistake to Lenin. His attitude was quite comforting. Immediately following, Qianbao traded 100,000 metal ingots to Lin and at the trading house. He also gave Lin a map of the Antarctic ice cap. This map has some inaccuracies around the edges. Because the ice cap has been slowly melting and splitting, but the locations of the 16 cities and the bloody plain are correct. Lenin got the map and flew away. Following the markings on the map, they found the other 14 cities on the Antarctic ice sheet, and then blackmailed the city lords of these cities one by one. With Qianbao taking the lead, these city lords were particularly happy to pay protection fees. Everyone seemed to be willing to pay Lin and to get out of here right away. Lenin is also very patient. Every time you blackmail a city lord, you have to get something out of them. Putting all the information together, Lenin had almost figured out everything that was happening on the Antarctic ice cap. For example, many things about Windward City. There is a mayor of a city called Mo Nan City, who was also Qianbao's former subordinate. He is a Chinese named Mo Xiaoyu, the only female mayor among the 16 mayors of the Antarctic ice cap. She told Lin a lot about Swiftwind City, such as the various institutions in Swiftwind City. There is a Shirtsu pavilion that collects various information and stores it in archives. There is a secret agency called Ziyue that is specifically responsible for spying on the situation in various cities. There are also wolf guards who roam around the Antarctic ice cap and gather people to bring to Windward City. The mayor's chief historian is responsible for managing the affairs of Windy City, and the gate guard is responsible for the defense of Windy City. Even the Windy City is divided into 4 areas, namely the 4 counties of East, West, South, and North, and each county has a county government. These county offices not only handle residents' affairs, but are also responsible for collecting taxes. All collected taxes are handed over to the city lord's chief secretary, and then to Qianbao. Because the ranking list started to give out rewards, Qianbao was also strengthening the quantity and quality of his army. In this way, Qianbao can get a lot of resources every day. What a talent! If he were in ancient times, he would have been a provincial governor or a prince. Lenin was shocked when he learned this information. He really didn't expect that someone would plan to build another country in a ghost place like Ocean World. Chapter 176, 15,000. Page 3. Private chat channel. Lenin, I have already extorted those dozen city lords. Together with the 100,000 metal ingots you gave me, I have received a total of 800,000 metal ingots. You can contact them to meet at the Blood Plains tomorrow afternoon. Lenin, who had a lot of harvest, sent a message to Qianbao as soon as he returned to the Pearl. Although he knew that Qianbao probably already knew about these things, it would still be better to tell him. Qianbao. Okay, Mr. Lenin, I may want to tell you one more thing. That is, the strong man Yun Tianyu on the ranking list is also in the Antarctic ice cap. He may know about the place where the blood god descended. Lenin, why didn't you say it during the day? Qianbao. I thought you and Yun Tianyu were in cahoots during the day. Lenin. Okay, I understand. As Lenin closed the parchment book, he still felt complicated. In fact, if Lenin had been paying attention to Yun Tianyu's whereabouts, he would have known that Yun Tianyu was on the Antarctic ice cap no matter what, even if you don't watch the information on regional channels or world channels. Based on Yun Tianyu's habits, you can guess that Yun Tianyu is here. After all, Yun Tianyu doesn't like sailing. He is determined to be a knight. If he is not in the eternal ice cap, then the only place in the ocean world where he can gain a foothold is the Antarctic ice cap. Never mind. The Antarctic ice sheet is so huge, we might not even encounter it. Lenin thought that the Antarctic ice cap covered 8 regions of the ocean world, and the total area was terrifyingly large. It occupied as much as 6 of the surface area of the ocean world. This was because there were oceans in the 8 regions where the Antarctic ice cap was located. Find a comparison. The Antarctic ice sheet is to the ocean world what Africa is to the Earth. The ocean world is bigger than the Earth. The area of the Antarctic ice sheet is really terrifying. However, because of the sleds, the speed of these sleds can easily reach hundreds of kilometers per hour or even thousands of kilometers per hour, and the ice surface of the Antarctic ice cap is very flat. So no matter how large the area of the Antarctic ice cap is, the lords of the dozen or so cities around it can reach the bloody plains in half a day. At first, Lenin really didn't know that the sled could be so fast. It was only after he heard from the city lords that he realized that rare-grade sleds were capable of reaching this speed. However, Lenin was not jealous of others who could use sleds on the Antarctic ice sheet. Xiaohong and Xiaolu's flying speed was not slow. If there was a tailwind, they could reach a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. The map of the Antarctic ice cap that Qianbao gave to Lin and also marked the straight-line distance between the east, south, west, and north lines of the Antarctic ice cap. In fact, the Antarctic ice sheet is roughly equivalent to a circular ice sheet with a diameter of 8,000 kilometers. The 16 cities are not evenly scattered across the Antarctic ice sheet, but it surrounds the place where the blood god descended. The news that Zhang Zhe and Anna had told Lin and before was completely different from this situation. What they told Lin and was that the 16 cities were distributed in 8 areas covered by the Antarctic ice cap, but in reality, there were only 4 areas with cities. Of course, Zhang Zhe and Anna were not lying. But the two of them had no idea about these things and naturally thought that the 16 cities were spread across every corner of the Antarctic ice sheet. It is precisely because the Antarctic ice sheet covers such a large area that Lenin doesn't think he can meet Yun Tianyu. Early the next morning, after Lenin got up and finished his work in the super farm, he received a message from Qianbao as soon as he came out. Qianbao said that he would leave Swiftwind City and head to the Crimson Plains at noon. The battle on the Bloody Plains will break out at 2 p.m. Since SeaWorld has had accurate time, it is much more convenient to do anything. Moreover, Qianbao had discussed with the other 14 city lords before giving such an accurate time. In addition, Qianbao also told Lin and the number of troops sent by each city. More than 10,000 people were dispatched. That's a lot of people. Linen looked at the message sent by Qian Bao and learned that a total of 10,000 troops were sent from these 14 cities, plus the 4 or 5,000 people who escaped from Ice Crystal City. That's 15,000 humans trying to survive. In total, it is roughly equivalent to the number of survivors in an area. If Linen had just stood by and watched, all 15,000 lives would have been lost on the bloody plain this afternoon. Morning. Linen spent the entire morning in the monitoring room on the Pearl. Observed the work attitude of the 201 staff members on board. Sure enough, after the surveillance was installed, everyone stopped slacking off at work. There wasn't much work on the ship. Apart from the 20 people cleaning and a few people in the kitchen, the rest of the staff could finish everything in most of the day. They will also engage in some entertainment activities in the cabin during the rest of the time. The ranch built by Lin and became a place for these people to play football. Of course, there are also people who can't stand the loneliness and do shameful things in the dormitory. Linen did not prohibit men and women on the ship from interacting with each other, even if there is a rule that both lovers will be thrown off the boat after breaking up. Some people still formed a couple. Even knowing there were cameras, these guys couldn't help but want to vent. I just had lunch. Linen took Xiaohong and Xiaolu and flew towards the bloody plain. This time, Lin Ank did not bring Anna, the burden, but took the big rat on the boat with him. He threw it onto the Antarctic ice sheet, then pointed the direction to the big rat and let it run towards the bloody plain by itself. Originally, Linen planned to take Xiao Bai, Dolly, and the little deer to the Antarctic ice sheet to have some fun. But thinking that I was going to do serious work this time, I didn't bring them with me. But Linen thought that after this matter was over, he would take them for a run on the Antarctic ice sheet. Linen flew all the way from the direction of Ice Crystal City to the blood plain, avoided the large forces in more than a dozen other cities. Moreover, Xiaohong and Xiaolu were flying at a very high altitude, more than 10 kilometers above the ground. Linen had to wear an oxygen tank to ensure his breathing, so as to prevent others from discovering Lin An's whereabouts. However, Linen was in the sky, wearing a rare telescope, and could clearly see the scenery on the ground. After all, other people wouldn't sit around and watch what's in the sky, but Linen was heading for the dozen or so city lords. Page 3. Private chat channel. Qian Bao, Lord Linen, you haven't arrived yet? The massacre is about to begin. Our 10,000-strong army has already surrounded the thousands of people in Beijing City. The other city lords want to kill those thousands first and then attack each other. Linen, I'm here. Can you call those dozen city lords together? Qian Bao, yes, Mr. Linen, you want to catch them all in one fell swoop. Linen, yeah, about the same. Chapter 177 Double Standards. Qian Bao didn't know how Linen was going to catch all the dozen or so city lords in one fell swoop. But he still did as Linen said. Qian Bao picked up the parchment book and contacted the other dozen city lords, saying that they wanted to get together to discuss the division of the resources returned by the blood god tomorrow. Originally, there was no need to discuss this issue before. The resources on the Crimson Plain are divided equally among everyone. If there is a treasure chest, it will be divided equally. As for what you can get from the treasure chest, it depends on your luck. If the number of treasure chests is not enough to be divided equally, the city lord who gets more resources will give some things as compensation to others. This method has been used many times. But this time is different. Linen extorted different amounts of metal ingots from each city lord, resulting in different losses for each city lord yesterday. If the resources were divided equally this time, those who suffered greater losses would not be able to accept it. Qian Bao took advantage of this and gathered all the city lords together, under the pretext of negotiation, and told the soldiers that if the negotiation was successful, the battle would not be necessary. Therefore, the soldiers around did not doubt why more than a dozen city lords who used to fight each other as soon as they met gathered together. When Qian Bao gathered the 14 city lords together, when they were planning to discuss resource division in an open space in the center of the blood plain, the rat, which had grown to 2 meters long, had already dug a burrow under the bloody plain. Linen didn't know how Big Rat could keep up with Little Red and Little Green and arrive at the bottom of the bloody plain on time. This thing not only digs holes quickly, but also swims quickly and runs even faster. It's simply exaggerated. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Click. Boom. Linen was counting as Xiaohong was also gliding downwards. As Linen gradually approached the ice surface of the bloody plain, the ice under the feet of Qian Bao and the other 15 city lords suddenly shattered, and they all fell into an ice hole 4 or 5 meters deep. Blood God. It's the blood god. It can't be the blood god. Qian Bao, what the hell are you doing? What's that, Artyom? There are 2 green eyes behind you. Oh shit, what a huge rat. It's a monster, a monster. Go out first, and then find a way to kill this monster. More than a dozen city lords were in a mess in the ice cave, but soon they thought about climbing out of the ice cave, which was only 4 or 5 meters deep. The 10,000 soldiers around discovered that their city lord had suddenly fallen into an ice hole, and they all wanted to come and rescue him. But the appearance of 2 pterosaurs descending from the sky forced the army to stop. Confident of the protection of shields and amulets, Lin very boldly jumped off Xiaohong, then stuck his head over the ice hole and smiled triumphantly. "Everyone, we meet again." The dozen or so city lords who had been blackmailed by Lin yesterday were naturally familiar with Lin's face. They saw Lin appear at this time and became alert. Someone who was quick to react immediately stared at Qian Bao and shouted, "Qian Bao, you're in cahoots with Lin and want to kill us, right?" This shout made the other city lords understand that what happened today was entirely the work of Lin and Qian Bao. The phrase "killing in a trap" is too harsh to hear. "I am just following God's will." Qian Bao laughed and slowly retreated behind Artyom, because the big rat was in the tunnel behind Artyom. Qian Bao knew that the big rat was brought by Lin, so he would definitely get closer to his only ally. "Lin, we paid money to buy our lives. Isn't it too unethical for you to do this?" "Yeah, that Kiri was planning to kill you, but you let him go. Why are you being so hypocritical with us? If you dare to attack us today, the 10,000 soldiers around us will not allow it. Lin, if you're short of resources, just let us go. The war will continue. All the resources that are refreshed on the bloody plains tomorrow will be yours. Lin, if you kill us, no matter who you meet in the future, they will fight you to the death." No matter what, he was the lord of a city, a powerful man who governed nearly 100,000 humans at his peak. Although they were all in the ice hole, no one begged for mercy, and no one was frightened out of control. But even so, they are still afraid of death. He also knew that there was no way he could fight with Lin. What they consider is paying some price to save their lives. "I'm hypocritical? Killing you will affect my reputation? Don't be ridiculous. You guys should know that I must know the secret of the bloody plains. Otherwise, why would I let Lord Qian Bao invite you here? Tell me, if I let your 10,000 soldiers know that you brought them here to sacrifice their lives in exchange for resources, would they turn their butcher knives against you?" Lin smiled, and his smile was very happy. It has been a long time since he stood on the moral high ground and stepped on others. The moment Lin finished speaking, the Yaka holy arrow beside him suddenly shot out, pierced Artyom's shoulder, and directly lifted Artyom to Lin's side. Lin reached out and grabbed Artyom's collar, brought him to Xiaohong's back, and flew into the sky together. This Artyom is the Lord of Sukha, one of the 16 cities on the Antarctic ice sheet. Today, Artyom brought 1,300 soldiers. The Lord of Sukha City. How did he get caught by Lin? Did Lin come here today just for Artyom? When did Artyom provoke Lin? And why did he become a target of Lin? Many of the 10,000 troops on the bloody plain recognized Artyom. As the Lord of Sukha City, everyone has a good impression of him, and Artyom brought the most soldiers. More than 10,000 people on the bloody plain pointed at Lin and Artyom. I have no idea what Lin is going to do to Artyom. The other dozen or so city lords also forgot to climb out of the ice hole. They looked up and saw Lin kneeling with Artyom pressed on the pterosaur's broad back. They knew that what Artyom was experiencing now might be what they would experience in a while. We will soon find out whether Lin kills anyone or not. As the discussions in the crowd grew louder, more and more people learned of Artyom's identity and turned their attention to Lin. Everybody's here to fight. As a result, the battle has not yet been fought. The leader of a faction was actually captured by an outsider, Lin. This is not like filming a movie. Chapter 178, Doing Justice for Heaven. See? So many people are watching. If I tell everyone what you and the other city lords did, will they cheer for me? Lin lifted Artyom up with one hand and asked him with a smile. Artyom felt Lin's strong murderous intent and began to tremble uncontrollably. He no longer had the confidence to question Lin. Lin, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want, please. More than 10,000 people below heard the panicked begging for mercy of Artyom, the Lord of Sukha City, and expressed their dissatisfaction with Lin's actions. They were numerous and powerful, and they really didn't take Lin seriously. Lin, our city lord already gave you 80,000 metal ingots yesterday. Why did you still attack him? Release our city lord. Those who kill people indiscriminately will not have a good end. Lin, the Antarctic ice cap is not your backyard. Don't make the same mistake again. With over 10,000 of us raising our bows and arrows, you'll have no choice but to flee. Release Artyom. Whether it is the Antarctic ice cap or the eternal ice cap, the humans who survive on it are surprisingly united. Don't think that they can fight each other to the death. But if there are outsiders, they will take up arms and fight against them together. It is because of this unity. Not many people in the ocean world know about the existence of the eternal ice sheet and the Antarctic ice sheet. The resources on the ice sheet are already scarce, and they don't want others to encroach on their resources. Shut up. Shut up. Artyom shouted at the chaotic crowd below. Lenin, I beg you, please don't kill me. Do you think these people are worth saving? If you don't kill me, I can trick everyone in Succa City into coming here. Then all the resources the blood god returns will be yours. Lenin was happy to hear Artyom's plea for mercy. The reason why Lenin found it funny was because what Artyom said was right. The more than 10,000 people in the bloody plains were indeed not worth Lenin's rescue. But now Lenin just wants to experience the feeling of being a good person. Just experience it. After the secret of the bloody plains was revealed, it is difficult for residents to survive on the Antarctic ice sheet, because all the strong people in the entire ocean world will gather here. They will hunt their own kind for resources. If the more than 10,000 people on the bloody plain could realize this problem and flee this place earlier, they might be able to survive. It is precisely because Lenin feels that these people cannot survive that he does not care about the insults of the dying. Okay, Artyom, I won't kill you, but you have to tell everyone the secret of the bloody plains. The soldiers who had just been scolded by Artyom heard the brief conversation between Lenin and Artyom. Even if they were stupid, they could sense the importance of words like blood god and secret. Artyom looked at the pairs of eyes below, moved his lips, but no sound came out. He knew that if he told this secret, it would be difficult for him to walk out of the bloody plain alive today. Artyom is not like Lenin, who has 2 pterosaurs to carry him flying. But if he didn't tell it, Lenin would kill him now. Lenin held the blood god dagger, which he had exchanged for Thor's body, against Artyom's throat. The icy, sharp chill penetrated Artyom's skin, causing him to break out in cold sweats and nearly lose his mind. I'll tell you. Even if I don't, Lenin will tell you. The Lord of Succa City. Artyom, I brought 1,300 people to the place where the blood god descended. I want to use the blood of these 1,300 people to sacrifice to the blood god in exchange for the resources I want. The secret of the bloody plains is that you can trade blood and lives with the blood god. Today, all 15,000 people on the bloody plain will die. This is something I discussed with the other 14 city lords. Before today, we sacrificed hundreds of thousands of lives on the bloody plains. Artyom said this with tears in his eyes. The more he spoke, the more he felt that his sin was unforgivable. Originally, the survivors in the ocean world all came from Earth, and they were all civilized people living in a civilized society a month ago. Words like murder and crime are far away from 99% of people. But when they come to SeaWorld, more and more people have blood on their hands. This kind of gap is not something that ordinary people can face up to. As Artyom told the secrets of the bloody plains and the actions of the city lords, more than 10,000 people below collapsed instantly. No one could imagine that they would be the sacrifice. Even the hundreds of men under Qian Bao were stunned. Some of them have fought in many wars. But every time after a battle, Qian Bao will let them return to the city. So they don't know the secret of the bloody plains. Now that everyone knows about this, even if Qian Bao didn't cause much loss to his own people, there will still be people who are dissatisfied with him. As for the soldiers brought by other city lords, they were even more indignant and wanted to kill these city lords immediately. No wonder Lord Thor took us with him when he fled, and no wonder someone led us to this bloody plain today. The eyes of a resident who fled from the ice crystal city were red. There are 16 cities on the Antarctic ice sheet, and at their peak, these cities had tens of thousands of residents. Why are these residents so stable, while Lenin has to worry about controlling the 200 people on the ship? This is entirely because the residents of the city believe that they have both the safety of their lives and freedom. Since their lives and freedom are guaranteed, they are willing to obey the city lords even if it means paying a little tax. But the 200 people on the Pearl have no freedom, and the possibility of betrayal is greater. But now, the residents of the Antarctic ice sheet have discovered that their freedom is fake, their lives are not guaranteed, and they are even sold by the city lords and have to pay taxes to them. This is very ironic. Let me give you an analogy. People living in the city are like pigs kept in captivity. They think they are human beings and free people at that, but their survival is a little difficult. But in the end, they look up and see a farmer looking at them with a knife, choosing which pig to kill today. In the team of more than 10,000 people, almost everyone was in a daze, their eyes filled with confusion and resentment. No one could have imagined that they came here to fight, but ended up knowing such inside information. The butcher's knife has always been on their necks, but they are unaware of it. The instigator, Lenin, was very satisfied with the scene that appeared. He laughed and threw Artyom's body down. Everyone, you can start now. I only want the parchment books in their hands. Chapter 179, Dealing with God. Lin En's words sounded like the whispers of a devil. It directly ignited the flames of hatred in everyone's hearts. 15,000 people raised their weapons and rushed towards the ice hole. The dozen or so city lords in the ice cave looked at the heads appearing above them, their legs trembling with fear, and they became incontinent. They couldn't even utter a sound to beg for mercy. Soon, the first person jumped out of the ice hole, raised the axe in his hand, and chopped at a city lord. People above also raised bows and arrows to shoot at these city lords. Lin had been watching from a height of several dozen meters above. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, a loud noise was heard in the air. Boom! Lin lit a grenade. No way. If it weren't for the sound of the artillery shells exploding, these soldiers would probably have gone completely crazy. That's enough. Those people who took advantage of the chaos to steal the parchment books from these city lords, don't they want to live anymore? Lin used a cannonball to stop the chaos among these people, and then stared at several thieves in the crowd with his sharp eyes. Some people are not only dishonest, but also not smart enough. Steal the parchment book and synthesize it on the spot, then blend in with the crowd. Lin might have really let these thieves slip away. But when everyone was running into the ice hole, a few people crawled in and climbed out. Isn't this telling Lin and that they stole the parchment books of the city lords? Seeing that no one had handed over the parchment book even after he had given the warning, the holy arrow of Akka waits for the opportunity to strike. It pierced a person's heart and then handed a parchment book to Lin. After Lin got the parchment book, he synthesized it directly and obtained a lot of resources, which were not much different from the resources he got from Thor. What? You want me to continue killing people? This is just the first one. There are 13 more. Qian Bao's book was definitely not there, because when Lin caught Artyom, Qian Bao and the big rat escaped through a hole. Maybe he really is afraid of death. One after another, people handed over 8 parchment books. There were 5 people who wanted to take a gamble, betting that Lin would not discover them. Really, Lin really didn't realize who stole the parchment book. But he didn't realize that there were big rats that could smell. The big rat has been below the bloody plains. Its perception is incredibly strong. Okay, my patience is running out. Gray Mouse, find those people. Lin didn't want to delay any longer. If he continued to delay, the bloody plain would absorb the dozen or so city lords who had turned into blood mud. As Lin completely lost his patience, several people on the plain suddenly screamed. All their feet were bitten off. Lin was also very fast. Before most people could react, he controlled the Akka holy arrow and killed these people. Then take away the last few parchment books. Everyone, those of you who want to leave can leave now. Those who don't want to leave can leave that ice hole now. Otherwise the blood god will take some of you away, and that has nothing to do with me. Lin asked Qian Bao to trick these people here not only for the parchment books of a dozen city lords. He was mainly doing it for the gift from the blood god. I don't know why 14 strong men died at once. Will there be 14 titanium treasure chests in the bloody plains? More than 10,000 people knew that if Lin wanted to kill someone, he would really kill him. And they have no way to deal with Lin in heaven. Before, they could fight with Lin for the city lords. But now, Lin has become their benefactor. Lin also has weapons that can easily take their lives. Plus the fear of the unknown, the blood god. These more than 10,000 people quickly calmed down and began to retreat slowly. Some of the braver ones only retreated a few dozen meters and then stopped. Some people also want to see what the blood god is. If everyone wants to see it, Lin will let them see it. If these people are not allowed to see it, there will always be people who doubt the magic of the bloody plain. The blood plain devours intact corpses very slowly, but it absorbs flesh and blood much faster. Wisps of black smoke had actually appeared a long time ago, but everyone was so angry just now that they didn't notice any changes around them. But as the ice hole was emptied, the black smoke gathered together and turned into black smoke. Some black smoke also appeared in other parts of the bloody plain, distributed among the crowd. The panic just now caused some people to be injured, and some people went crazy and swung their weapons around. The black smoke, following the smell of blood, began to wrap around the wounds of the injured, causing them to bleed faster. What's this? There's a ghost. There's a ghost. My blood is flowing. Stay away from me. Blood god. This is a vampire. The crowd soon rioted because of the black smoke. Lin looked at the people surrounded by black smoke and shouted calmly. Use any kind of mud to cover the wound. If you don't have any mud, wrap it up with a piece of cloth to prevent the blood from dripping. With Lin's warning, the injured people began to do as they were told, and soon the black smoke that was wrapped around them dissipated. At this time, the black fog in the ice hole began to slowly fade away. Lin knew that the blood god should have finished eating. The gift is about to appear. As the black fog dissipated, A crystal box appeared in the blood-red ice hole, its color exactly the same as the surrounding ice. The moment Lin saw the box, a terrifying thought suddenly came to his mind. He wanted to bury all the more than 10,000 people on the plane in this ice hole, then blend and mix together. Sacrifice to the blood god. If possible, Lin would like to bring over tens of thousands of people to create a blood pool on the bloody plain. Qian Bao and the others are so stupid, Lin muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he let Xiaohong dive into the ice hole, and then he picked up the blood-red crystal box with one hand. Let's go. Let's go straight to Windward City. At Lin's command, Xiaohong quickly ran towards Jifeng City. Because according to the previous agreement, Qian Bao will return to Wine City as soon as possible after escaping from the Crimson Plain. Lin is going to meet Qian Bao. The reason why he left in such a hurry was not because Lin felt that the more than 10,000 people around would want to snatch the crystal treasure chest when they saw it. Instead, Lin himself wanted to suppress his own bloodthirsty desire. Ever since he came to the bloody plains, the word that comes to mind most often is murder. This thought became even more serious after seeing the crystal treasure chest. The blood god seemed to be tempting Lin. It was telling Lin with practical actions that if he wanted an epic treasure, then he should sacrifice his blood to him. The more lives he sacrificed, the better treasures he could get. Chapter 180 Red Cannon. Nima, this is really weird. Lin watched the blood-red plane moving farther and farther away from him. The cold wind blowing on his face quickly woke him up. The urge to kill in my mind gradually disappeared. However, Lin still coveted the treasures that the blood god would give back to him. Lin can now confirm that mythical gifts can appear in the bloody plains. But if he really wants to obtain a mythical treasure, Lin must at least bring over half of the top 99 strong men and kill them before he can make this exchange with the blood god. We can't go to this bloody plain again. Lin had killed people before. Except for the first time he killed someone. When he felt a little uncomfortable, he was very calm at other times. But today, Lin was greatly affected. Especially the moment when I got the crystal treasure chest. Lin wished he could kill all the more than 10,000 people on the bloody plain. If I did that, I'd probably go crazy. Lin shook his head with some fear, then pressed down Xiaohong's head, letting it quickly descend to the city lord's mansion of Jifeng City. In just a short while, the leopard had slipped back. Calculate the distance from Swiftwind City to the Scarlet Plains. If the rare-grade sled is driven faster, it can go back and forth in just over 10 minutes. Sir Lin, you are finally back. Now everyone in the city knows the secret of the bloody plains. They all want to leave the city to make a fortune. I am afraid I can't control them. You have opened Pandora's box today. Qian Bao has ordered the 4 gates of Jifeng City to be closed. Some residents in the city gathered at the gates, wanting to go out and see what the bloody plains looked like. The parchment book is still too powerful. The world channels and regional channels above are like the internet. It can allow a piece of information to spread quickly throughout the ocean world. However, due to the habits of the ice cap residents, they don't like to speak on the world channel. So they are discussing the affairs of the bloody plains in the regional channel. And Swiftwind City happens to be in the same area as the Crimson Plains. So the first place where the news spread was Wind City. Take all your people and move them to Ice Crystal City. Rebuild a city and create a commercial city to receive the powerful warriors from all over the ocean world. You should know how to do this. It's best not to go to the blood plains again. Lin saw that city lords like Qian Bao were not much affected by the bloody plains, and he didn't know why. But considering that Qian Bao suffered such a great loss because of him, Lin still gave him an idea. We definitely can't take Windward City. Being so close to the bloody plain, there will definitely be big problems. With more and more murderers, Qian Bao's strength is simply unable to suppress those strong men. I thought so too, but if I want to build a city by the sea and defend it against foreign enemies, I need some other things. Qian Bao looked at Lin and with an embarrassed expression. He wanted to make some excessive demands to Lin, but he didn't know whether Lin would agree. Go ahead. Lin looked at the crystal treasure chest on Xiaohong's back and said calmly, as long as it's not an excessive request, I will do my best to help you. Because of Qian Bao, Lin got a crystal treasure chest. There must be 2 epic things in the crystal treasure chest. One is an epic blueprint, and the other is an epic item. Such a huge harvest made Lin very tolerant of Qian Bao. Even if Qian Bao asked for hundreds of thousands of metal ingots, or even millions of metal ingots, Lin would give it to him. I want grenades, the more the better. Qian Bao looked at Lin embarrassedly and said, You have a cannon? Lin Anjin didn't expect that Qian Bao wanted cannonballs. He thought Qian Bao wanted 1 million metal ingots so that he could rebuild a huge city. But now Qian Bao is asking for artillery shells, which means he has the ability to get cannons. Yeah. Qianbao nodded. I got the blueprints for the red cannon and the shells, but I can't get sulfur and saltpeter. You know there are no mineral deposits on the Antarctic ice sheet, so I can't find sulfur and saltpeter mines, and few people in the trading house sell saltpeter. If I want to strengthen the defense of the new city, I must get some artillery shells, otherwise those cannons will just be decorations. Sulfur and saltpeter mines cannot be detected with metal detectors. Also, because this world is an ocean world, there may be sulfur mines on the seabed, but there are definitely no saltpeter mines. So if you really want to make cannonballs, you can only try your luck and buy them at the trading house, or see if you can find saltpeter on an island. It just so happened that Lin had a lot of saltpeter but very little sulfur, so he didn't pay much attention to the trading house. According to Qianbao, it seems that Qianbao has a lot of sulfur. How much sulfur do you have? Don't be shy. Without saltpeter, you can't make grenades. Lin stared at Qianbao and asked. I bought about 1,200 pieces of sulfur in succession. I assigned someone to monitor the trading house. Whenever someone offered sulfur, I would buy it immediately, unless the price was too high. Even then, my people would bargain with the other party. Since I got the blueprints for the red cannon and grenade, a total of 1,500 pieces of sulfur have appeared in the trading house, and only 300 of them were not purchased by me. Qianbao said a few numbers very accurately, which reminded Lin of what Mo Nan City's Lord Mo Xiaoyu had said to him yesterday. There is an agency in Jifeng City that specializes in collecting information. Those people will collect all useful information about the ocean world for Qianbao. 1,200 pieces of sulfur for 400 grenades. If I can make them for you right now. Lin calculated that making a grenade requires 1 part sulfur and 2 parts saltpeter, and the rest of the materials can be ignored. Lin equated the value of sulfur with that of saltpeter, and these 1,200 parts of sulfur could only make 400 grenades. It just so happened that Lin had always kept saltpeter in the parchment book's warehouse. Lin definitely wouldn't dare put something like this on the boat, as it's flammable, explosive, and water-sensitive. Change. Qianbao didn't hesitate at all. If he didn't make an exchange with Lin, I guess I'll never need that red cannon until I die. Wait for Qianbao to throw out piles of sulfur or from the parchment book. Lin put all these treasures into his own warehouse. It would be better to keep this kind of transaction secret from others. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Grenade, sulfur 1, saltpeter 2, thick wood 3, metal ingot 3. Make 400 grenades. Consumption, sulfur 400, saltpeter 800, thick wood 1200, metal ingot 1200. Obtain, grenade 400. Chapter 181 The Fisherman Benefits. 400 grenades were made for Qianbao. Lin had enough resources in his pocket to make another 800 grenades. Moreover, Lin had dug up 8,000 pieces of saltpeter, which was enough to make 4,000 grenades. Only 1,700 grenades have been produced so far. There is still a lot of saltpeter mines left. Since sulfur can be purchased at the trading house, Lin will ask Tong Yeye to help him keep an eye on the trading house in the future. If only we could store 3,000 grenades. Lin can walk sideways in the ocean world. You can attack anyone you dislike. You can solve the problem at hand by yourself. I'll go back first. Lin wanted to open the crystal treasure chest as soon as possible, but he couldn't do such a thing in front of Qianbao. So let's say goodbye early. Qianbao watched Lin fly away, shook his head enviously, and then hurried to find his staff and generals to discuss the relocation. This is why Qianbao did not deliberately kill his own soldiers. Otherwise, Qianbao would never dare to return to Jifeng City. Compared with the soldiers in other cities, the soldiers of Windward City had never suffered serious losses. They simply did not know the secret of the bloody plains. Therefore, Qianbao can still stabilize the situation for now. Lin was flying towards the pearl, passing by the bloody plains. From thousands of meters in the air, he saw that the bloody plain had become a battlefield. The more than 10,000 soldiers were originally stationed in different cities and had little interaction with each other. After knowing that killing people can be exchanged for resources from the blood god, one by one, they immediately raised their weapons and waved them at the people around them. The first to suffer were the thousands of surviving humans in Ice Crystal City. They were the weakest and had no weapons, so they naturally became the fish on the chopping board for the rest of the army. Afterwards, after killing these thousands of people, the armies of more than a dozen cities began to fight in a melee. Only the soldiers from Swiftwind City slowly retreated. Lin picked up the big rat near the bloody plains and left immediately. Those people on the bloody plains have gone mad. Only a true god could prevent this tragedy from happening. Otherwise, even Lin would not be able to stop them. Shortly after Lin left, the 4 gates of Wind City were opened. Those residents who wanted to go to the bloody plains left the city one after another. Some residents who did not want to join in the fun and were relatively weak got on wooden sleds, went in a circle, and slowly migrated towards the Ice Crystal City. As for the army of Wind City, they did not choose to migrate to Ice Crystal City with these residents. Qian Bao led an army of several thousand people, as well as those civil officials, and marched towards the bloody plain. If Linen was still here, he would be able to see from the sky that among the army, some rare sleds were actually carrying black cannons. Linen really didn't think too much about it. His mind was full of his own affairs. That's why I didn't guess that Qian Bao wanted to make a big fortune in the bloody plains. In fact, no matter who you are, if you think about it carefully, you will feel that Qian Bao will not give up this huge wealth. There were originally 15,000 people on the bloody plain, plus more than 10,000 people rushing over from the Wind City. A total of 30,000 people were fighting on the bloody plain. The leopard only needs to wait until dark. When the battle is about to end, then appear as a fisherman. You will be able to harvest what may be the greatest wealth in the ocean world. The parchment books in the hands of 30,000 people, plus the gift from the blood god, are enough to rebuild 10 cities of the same size as Windward City. Linen was afraid that he would be affected by such a strong murderous intent and turn into a madman, or he also wanted to take advantage of the chaos to make a fortune. Back to the pearl. Linen quickly took the crystal treasure chest to his room. The blood-red crystal treasure chest is just like a ruby, dazzling and eye-catching, making people love it. The boatmen they met along the way couldn't help but look at the treasure chest in Linen's hand. These people didn't have parchment books, nor did they know what earth-shattering events had happened outside. They only knew that Linen had made great gains from his outing today. Wait for Lin and to return to the room. He simply locked the door and asked Anna to wait outside. Then he placed the crystal treasure chest on his bed and slowly opened the lid. A dark red drawing and a pitch-black cloth bag lay quietly in the treasure chest. Obtain, Epic Blood Axe Blueprint, Space Bag, Epic. The weapon is a melee weapon, and it can be infinitely reforged. When Linen saw that this drawing was actually the blueprint of an epic axe, he instantly became excited. He didn't have an epic weapon yet. The Akka Holy Arrow only had the strength of an epic weapon, but it didn't have the skills of an epic weapon. This made Linen feel very sorry. But now, he got an epic weapon, but unfortunately, it was a melee weapon. Linen is very timid and is not used to fighting with others. There's also a space bag, which should be a space storage device. He took out the space bag and read the detailed introduction of the space bag. Space bag, Epic can store unlimited items and creatures. When storing living creatures, they cannot resist. If they resist, they cannot enter the space bag. Additional skill, Devour. Whale Swallow can store all dead objects within a square kilometer into the space bag. Cooldown time, 1 week. Bullshit. The space bag surprised Lin, and just as its name suggests. And this whale devouring skill is so useful. If Lin had such a treasure earlier, he wouldn't have had to work so hard to dig sulfur and saltpeter mines. Just open the space bag and put it away. Look at the epic blood axe. Although there was only one blueprint, Linen could still see the information about the epic blood axe. Epic blood axe, a battle axe with the power of the blood god. It possesses indestructible abilities, craves the nourishment of blood, and can absorb the power of blood. The person who holds it can become a god of war. Attached skill, Blood God Fury. Blood God Fury increases the host's physical fitness score by a minimum of 300 points, comprehensively improving the host's abilities. The minimum duration is 1 hour, but this will change with the amount and quality of blood absorbed by the blood axe. Cooldown, 1 week. Oh my god, Lin Onren was dumbfounded. He had no idea that epic weapons could be so powerful. Is this really an epic weapon? How does it look? To be honest, this is no different from a mythical weapon. The key is that after activating that skill, the more you fight, the stronger you become. The lowest bonus effect alone is abnormal enough. 300 points of physical fitness score. The evolution crystal must have worked hard for half a year to make Lin stronger by this much. However, the improvement that the evolution crystal brings to Lin is permanent. Compared to this, Lin still thinks that the evolution crystal should be regarded as a mythical product. The epic blood axe is still a little short. Chapter 182, A Friend Comes From Afar. Do you use blueprints? Please note, once a blueprint is used, it will disappear permanently. Use. Consumption, Epic Blood Axe Blueprint 1. Linen couldn't wait to use up the blueprint, and then quickly opened the manufacturing page of the parchment book. Page 5. Manufacturing page. Epic Blood Axe, Blood God Dagger 1, Rare Battle Axe 1, Rare Iron Halberd 1, Rare Spear 1. I'll go. Linen thought that once he got the blueprint, he could create an unlimited number of epic blood axes. Now take a look. This idea is like a dream. It is impossible to achieve. Rare-level battle axes, rare-level iron halberds, and rare-level spears are all easy to get. Linen can make dozens of them in minutes. But there is only one Blood God Dagger. Manufacture. Consumption, Blood God Dagger 1, Rare Battle Axe 1, Rare Iron Halberd 1, Rare Spear 1. Obtain, Epic Blood Axe. Linen did not feel sad for a moment about the disappearance of the Blood God Dagger. Soon, what appeared in front of him was the Epic Blood Axe. The Epic Blood Axe, which is synthesized from 4 rare-level weapons, does not have a short handle like the primary, intermediate, advanced, and rare-level battle axes. When seeing that making this weapon requires an iron halberd and a spear, Linen knew that this must be a long weapon. Really, the Epic Blood Axe is a long axe, and the handle alone is 1.8 meters long. The reason why Lin could so accurately tell that the length of the axe handle was 1.8 meters was because he was almost as tall as the axe handle. The blade of the Epic Blood Axe appears to be made of the same material as the blood crystal chest. The blade's surface is uneven, but it reveals a cold and icy aura. Some monster fong patterns are revealed on the axe body and the axe handle. Having seen the golden cloud tiger patterns on the Epic sails, Linen naturally knew what these fong patterns were used for. Bite. Please engrave your name on your weapon. Note, after a name is engraved on the weapon, the epic weapon will be linked to its owner, and no one else can pick it up. As Lin gently stroked the bronze monster fong pattern on the axe handle with his fingers, the system suddenly made a sound, and a carving knife appeared in midair. This carving knife is similar to those used in ancient China to correct typos on bamboo slips. Lin held the carving knife curiously, wondering how such a small knife could possibly engrave words on the handle of the Epic Blood Axe. It couldn't be that this carving knife was stronger than the epic weapon. But he only drew a horizontal line on the axe handle, and a real scratch was left on the handle of the blood axe. Moreover, the horizontal line was very deep, not just a simple scratch. Amazing. It would be great if I could keep this carving knife. Lin fantasized for a while, and he knew in his heart that things that appeared out of thin air could also disappear out of thin air. You can't force someone to stay just because he says so. Lin quickly carved his name on the axe handle. The Epic Blood Axe trembled slightly, and the carving knife disappeared. After the master recognition process was completed, Lin picked up the blood axe again and felt that the long axe that seemed to weigh 200 or 300 pounds now weighed only 20 or 30 pounds. The reduced weight of the blood axe is very suitable for Lin's control. Blood God Rage is essentially a trade of blood with the blood god in exchange for power. I'll avoid using this skill if I can. Lin was not confused. If an axe was this powerful, there must be something wrong with it. If the blood planes could be described as a teleportation formation, corpses and blood could be teleported to the blood god, who would then teleport various resources back to the blood planes. That epic blood axe is also equivalent to a small teleportation formation. Activating the Blood God Rage skill is equivalent to activating the formation. The more blood that is sent over, the more gifts the blood god will give. However, the gifts from the blood planes are resources, while the gifts from the blood axe are temporary power. People can be seduced by wealth, and Lin only had the urge to kill on the bloody plains. But humans can also be deceived by power. The Blood God Rage skill is really activated. Lin would definitely be attracted by the power that came from the sky. It is very likely that he would kill people crazily in order to keep this extra power in his body. Lin has opened a Pandora's box. He couldn't easily open another Pandora's box. The second day after the secret of bloody plains was exposed, Lin finished his work as usual and then went on deck. He looked at the ice crystal city in the distance. At this time, many people can be seen improving the walls of Ice Crystal City. A large flag representing the money leopard was also hung on the city wall of Bingjing City. Qian Bao did two big things in the blood plane yesterday. One was to assist Lin in luring and killing more than a dozen city lords. Another thing is to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers, watching tens of thousands of people fighting on the bloody plains, and then when the battle is almost over, directly send a large army to kill the few remaining humans on the plains. In order to speed up the battle and prevent those people from attacking his army, Qian Bao even bombarded the bloody plain. Lin learned about the latter incident last night. Qian Bao did this. There's no way to hide it from others. After two major events happened in succession, other powerful people who had been heading towards the Antarctic ice cap since yesterday have begun to appear one after another in the sea area near Ice Crystal City. Of course, there will be people coming from other directions. The advanced radar that Lin obtained the day before yesterday. This comes in handy at this time. There are tens of thousands of small dots displayed on the advanced radar that can detect a range of 100 kilometers. Of course, Most of the small dots are gathered in Ice Crystal City. There are only a few thousand tiny dots on the ocean surface. But even so, it's still an exaggeration. Almost all of these thousands of people came across the sea to the Antarctic ice sheet. If we wait a few more days, there will probably be more people gathering on the Antarctic ice sheet. The battle for supremacy is about to begin. Lennon stood at the bow of the boat and said with great emotion, "The bloody plain gave many powerful people a reason to kill. Lord Lennon, there are several ironclad ships approaching." Anna pointed to several ships coming from the west and reminded Lennon, "Don't worry, they are all people I know. They just come to say hello." Lennon also looked to the west, with no intention of being on guard against the other party. During the extreme cold disaster, Lennon sold a lot of cotton coats and trousers at high prices, so he got to know many strong people. Some of the strongest people in the top 100 on the list rushed here, and when they saw Lennon's boat, they definitely came over to say hello. But more importantly, I wanted to know some information about the bloody plains from Lennon. After all, Lennon was the one who revealed the secret of the bloody plains. Chapter 183, Being Tricked Again. Brother Lennon. Mr. Lennon. Lin sang. Lennon. There were 4 ironclad ships surrounding them. Lennon knew the owners of these 4 ironclad ships. Among them are the top 10 strongest people, and there are also ordinary strong people who are ranked lower. However, even if they are ranked lower, they are still the elite among the elites among the human beings who are currently surviving in the ocean world. Kojima Muko, Harry San, Zhao Rui, and Net finally meet. Lennon did not show any emotional changes. Since he created the epic Blood Axe, Lennon's total score on the leaderboard has exceeded 9,000 points. The gap between him and the second place further widened. Others only got 2,500 points, and he has 9,000 points. In addition, Lennon knew clearly who the second place was. The guy ranked second must be Qian Bao, because the score of the previous second place has not changed, and he was squeezed to third place. The people behind him didn't move much either. The second place seemed to have fallen from the sky. Lennon knew. It was definitely because Qian Bao had harmed tens of thousands of people, and the blood god had gifted him with an epic item, which allowed him to add more than 1,000 points at once. Lennon has 9,000 points, because Lennon has an epic building hammer, epic sail, battleship, epic blood axe, aka holy arrow, and space bag. The bonus from these 6 items alone is over 5,000 points. Moreover, the Aka holy arrow cannot be considered a true epic item. Epic items give too many bonus points. Everyone knows that among the scores in the ranking list, only the wealth score is virtual, while the strength score and physical fitness score are real. So when they knew that an epic gift from the blood god would appear in the Crimson Plains, they would definitely rush over. As for how many lives have to be lost, these people really don't care. Lennon is so far ahead of others. So when these strong people on the ranking list appeared in front of him, he didn't feel anything. Except for Yukijima Muko, who had a little ability to resist, the other 3 people were tied together and were nothing more than scum whose hearts were pierced by AKA's holy arrow in 1 second. Lin sang, "A few of us would like to purchase accurate information about the blood god's descending location." When the ranking list was first released, Yukishima Muko was ranked 4th. During the extreme cold disaster, she was ranked 7th. Now she is not doing too badly, at least she is in the top 10. 200,000 metal ingots per person, guaranteed to be great value for money. Lennon crossed his arms and directly named a sky-high price. To be honest, in the entire ocean world, Lennon is the only one who knows the bloody plains best, and Qian Bao has to stand aside for now. Of course, it is also possible that Qian Bao has been hiding it and has not told Lennon what he knows. "We give." Yukijima Muko narrowed her eyes and agreed, without waiting for the other 3 stunned strong men to speak. "Muzi, this is too much. For people together have 800,000. Brother Lennon, can it be a little less? We are just buying some information." "Mr. Lennon, how about 500,000 metal ingots? It's easy for Muzi to get 200,000 metal ingots, but for us, it's like cutting our own flesh." Zhao Rui and these 3 grown men are much more stingy than the Japanese woman Yukijima Muko. But it's also because Yukijima Muko is richer and the other 3 are relatively poor. I've put up the entire 800,000 metal ingots. Lin Sang's information is shared among the 4 of us. Everyone, please stop arguing over such a small matter. Yukijima Muko waved her hand to shut up the other 3 men. As expected, whoever can pay the money will be the protagonist. When Zhao Rui and others heard that Yukijima Muko was going to bear this huge expense alone, they fell silent. Courageous. Lennon looked at Yukishima Muko, who was only 1.5 meters tall, but had the aura of a 2-meter tall girl, and couldn't help but praise her. This woman may be considered an ordinary beauty at best, but her luck, skills, and abilities are all top-notch. Since Yukishima Muko has given you these 800,000 metal ingots, I will tell you the secret of the bloody plain. When Lin Ani got the 800,000 metal ingots, he did not keep them for himself. He just told everything he knew, and also put forward some speculations. For example, there is a speculation that if someone kills too many people in the bloody plains, he might go crazy and become a murderer. There is also a speculation that the stronger one is, the greater the possibility of being bewitched by the blood god. After hearing Lin An's words, Yukishima Muko and the other three fell into deep thought. Lin sang, "Do you mean for us to be the fishermen and learn from that leopard?" Yukishima Muko raised a question, because Lin An said that the city lords on the Antarctic ice sheet were not affected much, but he was affected after killing people. This reminded Yukishima Muko that the city lords in the Antarctic ice cap basically would not participate in the killing, and the killers were all soldiers under their command. To be honest, there are more than a dozen armies here. The largest war ever had more than 100,000 participants. Why didn't these people think of becoming deserters after raising their butcher knives? What Lin An knew was that every war would end only when only one side was left or the soldiers were exhausted. Such brave soldiers should not exist in an environment like the ocean world. If only these people were really so obedient and loyal to the city lord. When Lin An was arresting Thor, why did the guards of Ice Crystal City run away? Based on this information, Yukishima Kuriko guessed that only the murderer would be affected if he was on the blood plane. Your thinking is correct. Qian Bao and the others should have known that killing people would have repercussions, which is why they mobilized their troops to take action one by one. Lin An also reviewed it, and felt that Yukishima Muko's guess was correct. It was very strange that a dozen or so city lords formed a large army to attack each other. If they knew that killing someone would result in consequences, then this behavior would be justified. Otherwise, they could just hunt down the strong ones directly. Others can't do it, but Qian Bao can definitely do it. The resources gained from killing one strong man are more than those gained from killing 1,000 or 10,000 people. So why bother with so much trouble? To put it bluntly, you just don't want to become a madman by doing it yourself. Lin sang, "It's a good thing you didn't kill those dozen city lords in the bloody plains, but only killed some thieves. Otherwise, it would be difficult for you to quench your murderous intent." There was a playful mockery in Yukishima Muko's eyes. After analyzing the situation, she found that Lin An had fallen into the trap that Qian Bao had dug for him. It was just that Lin An did not kill those strong men himself in order to show off and gain a good reputation, so he escaped. Otherwise, even if he could get the blood-red crystal treasure chest, he would have to pay a very heavy price. Chapter 184, Golden Spear. Ice Crystal City. Oh no. Now the words sparkling gold are written on the new gate of Ice Crystal City. Qian Bao has named the new Ice Crystal City Sparkling Gold City. The City Lord's mansion, which was built overnight, looked a bit sloppy compared to the City Lord's mansion in Gale City. But this is also the result of many humans working hard all night. It was barely enough for the normal use of the institutions originally under Qian Bao's command. Qian Bao should have been in a state of great triumph. After all, he has now become the second most powerful existence in the ocean world, but the Pearl, which has never intended to stay away, and the several ironclad ships that came close to the Pearl today, make Qian Bao a little uneasy. Lord City Lord, our scouts have already gone to the other dozen or so cities to spread the news of Sparkling Gold City. They are also helping the residents of each city build sleds to get them to Sparkling Gold City faster. However, some of these people know that you also participated in those bloody battles before, and some of them are hesitant about you. The meeting hall of the Lord's Mansion of Shuajin City is still filled with the original team of people from Jifeng City. The generals and staff under Qian Bao suffered no losses. They are still very loyal to Qian Bao. In addition, Qian Bao still gave them a lot of benefits as before. As for the parchment book about the more than 30,000 people who died on the bloody plains yesterday, Qian Bao took out half and distributed it to his men. If you can become stronger by following Qian Bao, then why do you still have to work alone? Besides, Qian Bao never restricts other people's freedom. Thor, Mo Xiaoyu and others who left Gale City and became city lords of other cities are proof of this. If you don't trust them, then don't trust them. My original intention was to bring these people to Sparkling Gold City to protect them, so that the strong outsiders couldn't slaughter these weak people. But they don't even value their own lives. Why should I still have compassion for them and let them fend for themselves? What is before us now is a very important thing. Lin An's ship is on the sea 6 kilometers north of Shuajin City and has not left yet. I wonder if he knew that we took advantage of him yesterday, so he's feeling unhappy about it. Qian Bao is a gentle person in both words and deeds. It can be seen that no matter what he does, it seems to go smoothly. For example, the day before yesterday, Linen appeared outside Jifeng City. The people below asked him to negotiate peace, and he immediately took 100,000 metal ingots to Lin and to negotiate peace. He did whatever Lin asked him to do. Logically speaking, such people should not live long. But Qian Bao has now become the second biggest figure in the ocean world. Lord City Lord, you can take the initiative to give Lin in another 500,000 metal ingots. If he is willing to accept it, it means that he has no murderous intentions towards you. Qian Bao's city lord and chief secretary, Zhou never wanted Qian Bao to provoke people like Linen. But the generals below found it difficult to tolerate Qian Bao's repeated compromises with Linen. My lord city lord, you are no longer the same as you were before. Even if Linen wants to target you, you still have a chance to resist. Isn't the spear that the blood god gave you yesterday enough to kill Linen? It's fine if Linen doesn't dare come to Shuajin City, but if he does, we can hold him back. You only need one shot to take his life and all his status, power, and wealth. A burly man standing in the first row below Qian Bao was shouting at the top of his voice. The day before yesterday, when this man left Jifeng City with Qian Bao to see Linen, he was still wearing leather armor, but now he was wearing real armor. On the left side of the leopard stood a white tasseled spear with golden light and covered with leopard patterns. Qian Bao stared at the newly acquired artifact and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He didn't get a crystal treasure chest like Linen. Not enough people died in the bloody plains yesterday. So the blood god only gifted Qian Bao an epic spear, but even so, Qian Bao was very satisfied. Looking at the entire ocean world, isn't he the only one who has epic weapons in his hands? Qian Bao thought so because he didn't know that Linen had the epic blood axe. But after Qian Bao got this epic spear, he knew that Lin's Aka holy arrow was not an epic weapon. The golden spear is a melee weapon. If Linen doesn't get close to me, I won't be able to deal with him, so I'd better give him 500,000 metal ingots. Qian Bao thought about it, and thought that it was too naive to think that he could kill Lin and with just a spear. The actual points gap in the rankings is real. He only scored 2,500 points, while Lin scored 9,000 points. The 6,500 points he missed are more than the 2 he scored. Although there are many people in Qian Bao, Lin is not a fool. How could he just come over? It is better to spend money to avoid disaster at this time. Well, a group of generals sighed in frustration. They had just achieved a huge improvement, and they were eager to find a strong person to test their own strength. As for those staff members, they relied entirely on their brains to get around Qian Bao. Naturally, they wanted to maintain peace as long as possible without conflicts with other strong men. Report. Lord City Lord, just now, Yukishima Muko traded 800,000 metal ingots for Lin and at the trading house. In addition, Yukishima Muko, Harry-san, Zhao Rue, and Nito seem to be plotting something. The messengers under Qian Bao can report the information discovered by the scouts to Qian Bao regardless of the occasion. The messenger will retreat only after Qian Bao waves his hand. Lord City Lord, don't worry. It's obvious that powerful people like Kojima Muko gave Lin so many resources in order to obtain information about the blood god's descending place. They went there on their own, not Lin who came to them. Given Lin's greedy nature, he naturally wouldn't give them that information for nothing. Taking 800,000 metal ingots from them is a lot, but it fits Lin's style. Zhou thought for a moment and guessed why people like Kojima Muko were looking for Lin. I know that too. Qian Bao was very anxious deep down in his heart. There were some things he didn't tell the people below him. Those are the situations deduced by Lin, Kojima Muko, and others. Those situations are actually facts. Qian Bao really thought that if Lin died in the bloody plains, he could inherit everything from Lin. But he was just thinking about it. If it didn't succeed, then forget it. Success is like a pie falling from the sky. Even if he failed, he still had the resources obtained at the cost of 30,000 lives to provide him with a foundation for Qian Bao. He won't lose out anyway. Especially the fact that Lin made 400 grenades for him made Qian Bao feel that Lin was a good person and they just needed to get along well in the future. But the pearl has been staying on the nearby sea, which makes Qian Bao extremely distressed. He was afraid that his little thoughts would be guessed by others. Chapter 185. Difficulty in Sending Off the Gods. Report. Lin and Kojima Muzi are flying towards our sparkling gold city on 2 pterosaurs. The messenger had been gone for less than half a minute when he ran back. This made Qian Bao hurriedly take out the parchment book to contact Lin. But the only message he received was, "Message sending failed. You have been blacklisted by the other party." Lin sang, "Please sell me one of your pterosaurs." I'm willing to give you any resources you want. Even if you make unreasonable demands, I can still cooperate with you. Over the sea, Yukijima Muko sat on Xiaolu's broad back, feeling the cold wind 1,000 meters above the ground, her eyes full of surprise. In the ocean world, who doesn't want to fly? As long as you fly into the sky, you will be invincible. Excessive demands? Don't you even look at what you look like? Linen glanced at Yukijima Muko. He really didn't have any opinions about the people of Japan. He just had prejudices. But that prejudice was not so strong that Linen would take action the moment he saw someone from Japan. If Yun Tianyu came, he would definitely fight with Yukijima Muko for 300 rounds. Get rid of the prejudice in your mind. Yukishima Muko is at most an average beauty, and there is really no way that Linen can have any thoughts about her. Lin Sang's words are so hurtful. I've heard that you have several stunning maids on your ship. When we return from Ice Crystal City, Lin Sang must take me to see them. Yukijima Muko was hurt by Lin N's words, and then she said a few words to Lin and in a negative way. This Japanese guy is really good at being sarcastic. No wonder there are always on my ojas. Look, that city has been renamed, the City of Sparkling Gold. Everyone says it's sparkling gold. Interesting. Lin N's pair of 24K titanium eyes could already see that the word Ice Crystal on the gate of the original Ice Crystal City had been erased, and the words Sparkling Gold appeared in its place. If Qian Bao changed the name of Ice Crystal City to Gale City, Linen wouldn't think it was a big deal. But he suddenly came up with such a name. It definitely couldn't be a coincidence. Qian Bao probably wants to unite the residents of the city. Yukishima Muko is cultured. She knew that the first 4 words before many mouths can melt gold meant that many hearts can make a fortress. If Qian Bao wanted to convey the meaning of people's hearts make a city, then it is not surprising that this city is called Shuajin City. I bet the epic item that Qian Bao got is called Sparkling Gold, or the item skill must have the word Sparkling Gold in it. Linen suddenly became smarter, not because he really had a genius brain, but after analyzing Qian Bao with Yukishima Muko, Linen found that Qian Bao was actually a bit similar to him. Qian Bao is also a sophisticated egoist. When he named a city, it was either related to himself or, like Windward City, to the surrounding environment. But the 2 words Shuajin have nothing to do with the surrounding environment. Then it can only be related to Qian Bao himself. Linen naturally thought of the epic item that Qian Bao had just obtained yesterday. Okay, we'll find out who's right and who's wrong soon. Yukishima Muko imitated Linen, pressed down Xiaolu's head, and made Xiaolu and Xiaohong dive into the sky above Shuajin City. The humans who were working on the buildings in the city looked up and saw 2 pterosaurs that could cover the sky and the sun flying over the city. They couldn't even stand up straight. Little Red and Little Green are still growing, and it seems that a wingspan of 20 meters is not their limit. Lin has always been willing to devote all his resources to training these 2 pterosaurs. Like yesterday and the day before yesterday, Xiaohong and Xiaolu followed Lin and all the time and did not go hunting. Linen would feed them tons of food in the morning or at night. Little Red and Little Green can currently eat up a mine every day. However, the benefits they brought to Lin and were also huge. Like yesterday on the Bloody Plains, without these 2 pterosaurs, no matter how powerful Linen was, he could still be defeated by others by relying on numbers. But with the 2 pterosaurs there, no one wanted to fight Linen. It's really disgusting that you can just run away if you can't win. What brings you 2 distinguished guests here? Qian Baoren was frightened. He thought Lin would not dare to come to Shuajin City to cause trouble for him. What's the result? Lin came as soon as he said he would, and brought Kojima Muko with him. Qian Bao is now really afraid that Lin will see through his scheming. But it's just fear, not terror. Qian Bao, I heard that you got an epic item. Mu Zi and I wanted to come and take a look, so we came here. Surprisingly, Lin did not mention the incident of being cheated by Qian Bao. In the past, Lin might have been vindictive. But now, he no longer looks at things from the one-sided perspective he used to. Yukishima Muko analyzed Qian Bao so clearly. Wasn't she also planning to let Lin and Qian Bao fight each other? Even if Lin could kill the leopard without any harm, for Yukishima Muko, she would immediately become the strongest person on the Antarctic ice sheet, which would be a great thing. As I meet more and more powerful people, Lin discovered that there were more and more intrigues and deceptions. Should we follow the trend, or just fight as soon as we meet like before? Lin's choice was to combine the 2. Take action when it's time to do it. When you need to use your heart, use your brain. I see. Qian Bao knew that Lin came here to test his cards, but he didn't expect Lin to be so direct. I got an epic level golden spear. Lord Lin, if you want to see it, I'll take it out and show it to you. Lin was direct, and Qian Bao did not hesitate. He had no way of hiding anything from Linen, so he could only take out the golden spear with a golden shaft, a long white tassel, and leopard prints engraved on it. However, Qian Bao just placed the golden spear on the ground and did not hand it to Linen. In this way, Linen could not see the skills and information of the golden spear. But even if he gave it to Linen, Linen would not be able to lift the gun. The golden spear has recognized its master, right? It's really a good weapon. Linen walked around the golden spear but did not reach out to touch it because he saw the words Qian Bao on the barrel of the golden spear. This epic weapon that has recognized its master cannot be touched by others. Only by killing Qian Bao first can the golden spear be transferred to another owner. When Yukishima Muko saw the spear, her saliva was about to flow. Epic weapon. According to the current situation in the ocean world, having such a weapon to defend yourself is almost equivalent to being invincible. After looking at this gun, does Lord Lin have anything else to say? Qian Bao did not mention the matter of recognizing his master. His attitude was no different from before. He just wanted to send Lin away quickly. Chapter 186. Pick on the weak. Fuck. You all think I'm a play god, don't you? Lin was very unhappy with Qian Bao's attitude that seemed to want him to get out immediately. What kind of person is this? Although he had clearly gotten a great deal, Qian Bao acted as if he had been blackmailed repeatedly by Lin. How dare I? Qian Bao lowered his head and touched his nose, not letting Lin see his expression. Sir Lin, if you're all right, I have something else to say. The people of Shuajin City are grateful to you for choosing such a good place to rebuild their homes, so we'd like to give you 500,000 metal ingots as a thank you. To be honest, Qian Bao is very quick in adjusting his emotions. He realized that what he had said before had displeased Lin, so he immediately gave in. Another 500,000 metal ingots were received. Lin naturally would not refuse the kindness from all the subjects of Shuajin City. He opened the space bag with a smile and asked Qian Bao to put 500,000 metal ingots into the space bag. With the space bag, Lin no longer has to worry about not having enough space for the parchment book items, nor does he have to create a temporary item library. City Lord Qian Bao, I have also sensed the sincerity of the people of Shuajin City. Let's talk about another matter. I brought Muzi to you today to tell you that she plans to take over your former Jifeng City. I thought, since Swiftwind City is empty anyway, it might as well be given to Kojima Muzi. This would be considered making the best use of it, Lord Qian Bao. Don't you think so? After Lin received the metal ingots given by Qian Bao, he slowly told the real purpose of him and Yukijima Muko's visit. Qian Bao left Swiftwind City in a hurry yesterday and did not tear down the city at all, which means that Swiftwind City is still intact. That is a fortified city worth millions of metal ingots. Qian Bao wanted to take people to demolish Jifeng City after the initial construction of Shuajin City was completed. The materials and resources obtained from the demolition could be used to expand Shuajin City. But before he could carry out this action, someone had already set his sights on Windward City. Good. I hope Yukijima Muko can treat Windstorm City and the residents left in the city well. Qian Bao gritted his teeth and agreed to Lin An's request. That was material worth millions of metal ingots. The copper pillars used as stoves in the city lord's mansion alone consumed nearly tens of thousands of copper ingots. Moreover, there are giant beasts sleeping under the Wind City, and there are titanium treasure chests in the abdomen of those giant beasts. That's great. I was saying that City Lord Qian Bao is a reasonable person. Look, I'll give him Ice Crystal City, and he'll give me Swift Wind City, and I'll sell Swift Wind City to you. This way, everyone benefits. Lin was grinning. Today he acted as a broker, sold some information, and earned 800,000 metal ingots. He also extorted 500,000 metal ingots from Qian Bao. Later, he would sell Jifeng City to Yukijima Muzi and make another fortune. Originally, Yukishima Muko would not have wanted to be a city lord on the Antarctic ice sheet. But after analyzing it with Lin, she felt that she still couldn't become a murderer herself. Like Qian Bao, forming an army to kill people is the most appropriate method. Lin also talked about the treasure beneath Gale City. Yukishima Muko wanted to control Gale City even more. But if she went to occupy the city directly, Qian Bao would definitely come into conflict with her. Yukishima Muko is not as strong as Lin. Even if she has 3 helpers, she may not be able to deal with Qian Bao. So we asked Lin to be the lobbyist. Lin will not leave the Antarctic ice cap for a while. After a few days, when Lin is about to leave, Yukishima Muko will be able to gain a foothold on the Antarctic ice cap. By then, Qian Bao will not be able to target her easily. City Lord Qian Bao is indeed a good man. I hope we can live in peace on the Antarctic ice cap in the future. Yukishima Muko got what she wanted and bowed slightly to Qian Bao. Although she wanted to occupy the Windy City, she definitely didn't intend to stay here for long. After spending such a huge price, Yukishima Muko must get 1 or 2 epic items before leaving the Antarctic ice cap. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that other powerful people in the ocean world had not yet arrived to reap the benefits. Judging from the score added by epic items, ordinary epic items, such as the epic sales on Lin and ship, must be worth at least 4 or 5 million metal ingots. If we get the weapons, they will be worth tens of millions. Therefore, Yukijima Muko feels that the resources she gives to Lin and now are all investments. Lin and had already clearly pointed out to her how to exchange epic items with the Blood God on the Crimson Plains. Next, it is not difficult for Yukishima Muko to obtain epic items. I hope you can live in peace with me. Qian Bao could be friendly with Linen, but when it came to Yukishima Muko, Qian Bao would just vent his anger through his nose. If Yukijima Muko came to Qian Bao alone today to ask for the Wind City, Qian Bao would definitely let Yukijima Muko know what cruelty is. Okay, I'm quite busy. Musi, I'll give you and Zhao Rui a rare grade sled each later. You can go to Swift Wind City on your own. Linen waved his hand and asked Xiaohong and Xiaolu to bend down. He and Yukishima Muko calmly walked onto the dragon's back and flew away. Qian Bao was left alone, sulking. Up in the air, Linen still gave Yukishima Muko a warning. Musi, considering you've given me so many resources, I'm telling you that it's been a while since the extreme cold disaster. It's not a good thing for the blood plane to appear in public right now. You can hunt more sea beasts and make deals with the blood god. I always feel that if the blood plane absorbs too much blood, there will be some irreversible serious consequences. A natural disaster is expected to occur soon. The smile on Yukishima Muko's face disappeared immediately because of Lin An's words. She knew that Lin An was definitely not exaggerating. According to the nature of the ocean world, a natural disaster was definitely about to occur. The previous 2 times happened by accident. But this time, after the appearance of the blood plains, many people had a premonition that a natural disaster would occur because of this strange place. So, I plan to make a quick buck and run. Lin-san, thank you for your warning. Yukishima Muko is not greedy. Her only thought from the beginning was to make a fortune and run away. However, what Yukijima Muko had thought of before was to gather a group of people to go to the Bloody Plains to exchange for resources. But now, she felt that Lin An's suggestion was correct. If you have the ability to kill those sea beasts, just kill them. Killing 10 sea beasts beneath the Wind City is basically the same as killing 10 city lords. The reason why Qian Bao and his men attacked their own kind was simply because they thought sea beasts were harder to kill than humans. If there were groups of sea beasts waiting for Qian Bao to kill, he would not attack his own people. Always pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. The truth remains unchanged. Chapter 187 Chess Player. Pearl. The 202 crew members on board had no idea what was happening outside. But seeing other ships occasionally passing by the Pearl, they knew that something big was happening on the Antarctic ice cap. They didn't panic too much. Whether it was the herdsmen who were feeding cattle with grass or the farmers who were fertilizing the crops, everyone raised their heads with pride when they thought of the owner of the Pearl. The more chaotic the Antarctic ice sheet becomes, the happier they are, because this proves that their original choice was correct. Anna, Master Lin An is back. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound on the deck, which let everyone know that it was Little Red or Little Green who landed on the deck. At that time, someone in the cabin reminded Anna who was learning Chinese. Anna put down the pen and paper in her hand and ran to the deck immediately. She is Lin An's maid and has to be with Lin An all the time. Lin sang, "Here are 500,000 metal ingots. When I plan to abandon the city and leave the Antarctic ice cap, I will demolish Swift Wind City and trade the remaining 500,000 metal ingots to you." Yukishima Muko promised Lin An that she would use 1 million metal ingots to purchase Gale City, but she did not have that many resources now, so she delivered 500,000 metal ingots in advance. When Wind City is no longer needed in the future, it can be demolished and sold, and then the remaining 500,000 metal ingots can be given to Lin An. With this calculation, it turns out that Yukishima Muko only borrowed the Windy City for a few days. She didn't spend much at all. As for Lin An, it just saved the time of demolishing the city. This transaction is a win-win situation. I'll give you another high-level sled blueprint and build you 4 rare-grade sleds. This way, you and them can reach Windward City quickly. Lin An had never done such a smooth business before. With the idea of benefiting himself and others, he built 4 sleds on a raft. The things given to Yukishima Muko are not valuable. But Lin An was cautious. When he was making the sled, he secretly installed a locator on the bottom of the sled. Lin An did this not because he wanted to do anything bad against Yukijima Muko, nor was he on guard against Yukijima Muko. He simply wanted to investigate Yukishima Muko's actions. Thank you, Lin-san. Yukishima Muko didn't notice Lin-An's little trick. She really needed those for sleds. On the Antarctic ice cap, rare-grade sleds are extremely useful. If there were no 4 sleds, Qianbao might have been able to demolish part of the Wind City before Yukishima Muko and the others arrived at it. Lin-An said in front of Qianbao that he wanted to give the sled to Yukishima Muko just to prevent Qianbao from having any bad intentions, so that he would not end up with nothing and make everyone embarrassed. When Yukishima Muko and the others turned on the engine of the raft and headed towards the Antarctic ice cap, Anna rushed over from behind. Master Lin-An, there are more and more people around now. After a while, when the dolphin Xiaojun appears again, others will notice her strangeness. Why are you doing this? It was Lin-An's plan to send Yukishima Muko to Wind City. Uncovering the secret of the bloody plane is also Lin-An's plan. Even saving Qianbao's life was something Lin-An had planned. Yukishima Muko had previously mocked Lin-An for being plotted against by Qianbao, but Lin-An didn't get angry. It wasn't because Lin-An saw through Qianbao's plot, but because Lin-An was also plotting against Qianbao. So Qianbao cannot die yet. Anna is the only person in the ocean world who knows why Lin-An stays near the Antarctic ice cap. Anna really didn't understand why Lin-An did such a contradictory thing. She didn't want the Antarctic ice cap to become a river of blood, so she couldn't agree with Lin-An exposing the secret of the bloody plane. Although Anna didn't have the parchment book, when she saw the wooden ships and ironclad ships outside, she could guess what Lin-An had done. What do you know? Even if they knew about Xiaojun's magical powers, what could they do to her? There are tens of thousands of dolphins in the ocean world. Who can threaten Xiaojun in front of so many dolphins? I led them to the Antarctic ice cap for a purpose. You just need to do your job. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you down to feed the fish. Lin-An is a ruthless person. How could he care about other people's lives? So no matter how many saints are around him who persuade Lin-An not to do this or that, Lin-An will not change his mind. I see. Master Lin-An, you want to lure all the powerful men to the Antarctic ice cap, so you can explore the treasure on that fluorescent map. But I don't understand. Even if they don't come here, they can't hinder you. Isn't the treasure on the seabed? Anna still wanted to persuade Lin-An, because only Lin-An could control the current predicament of the Antarctic ice cap. What I do has nothing to do with you. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lin-An stared at Anna, and suddenly felt that he was usually too good-tempered. I'm sorry, Master Lin-An, I spoke too much. Anna felt that Lin-An's expression was no longer as kind as usual, and she immediately became timid and did not dare to ask Lin-An's intentions again. Humph, don't say anything you shouldn't say in the future. Lin-An snorted coldly and went straight back to the control panel. In fact, Lin-An knew that the most that could appear in the bloody plains was a mythical artifact, but what was the price? Maybe we need to bury the top 100 strongest people in the rankings in an ice pit. To be safe, we need to bury at least 80 strong men. However, the map on the Dragon Palace Pass requires light, sand to make it visible, which means that the mysterious Dragon Palace is very likely to contain divine objects like the Fish Dragon Orb. In Lin-An's mind, the Fish Dragon Orb and the Evolution Crystal are on the same level as divine artifacts. However, these two items are considered auxiliary magical objects, and Lin-An does not have the instruction manual for these two items. Putting aside the bloody plains, which might turn Lin-An into a murderer, the Dragon Palace is Lin-An's only hope of finding the artifact. Of course, he had to concentrate on finding the Dragon Palace and prepare to search for the treasure. God knows what Lin-An did when he found the Dragon Palace. Will it trigger some mysterious rules? What if the ocean world makes a global announcement at that time, and all the powerful people nearby come to compete with Lin-An for the treasure? How should Lin-An respond then? Therefore, we still have to send people to the Antarctic ice cap. It would be even better if another natural disaster occurs. But the natural disaster cannot start in these few days. At least the natural disaster will not break out until Xiaojun finds the Dragon Palace. Yukishima Muko and Qianbao are both Lin-An's pawns. With them around, the residents on the Antarctic ice cap will not be directly slaughtered by the strong men pouring in from all corners of the ocean world. Therefore, there is a buffer period when natural disasters occur. Chapter 188 Colosseum. What we're saying is, there's no need to play it this way. The day after seeing off Yukishima Muko, Lin-An went on deck as usual. He was not surprised to see more ships around him. Lin-An felt that something was wrong because there were fewer ships near the Antarctic ice cap. After all, who doesn't want to come here to find treasures? But, when Lin-An took out the parchment book, he discovered that the number of surviving humans in his area exceeded 150,000. Among them, there are about 60,000 to 70,000 people who are trying to survive on the Antarctic ice sheet itself. Most of them came from those dozen cities. Some people want to kill people in the bloody plains to earn resources, but some people just want to live in peace. So some people, under Qianbao's control, moved to Shuajin City to live. Get rid of these 60,000 to 70,000 people. The remaining 80,000 to 90,000 are all immigrants. There are only so many people in SeaWorld now. These 80,000 to 90,000 foreign population cannot all be strong. Lin Inc. did not see 80 or 90,000 ships on the sea. Not to mention 80,000 or 90,000. There aren't even 1,000 ships. The sudden appearance of so many people can only mean that some people have brought a large number of ordinary people on their ships, intending to take them to the bloody plains and kill them. These are the extra people who came in the past 2 days. In a few days, half of the people in the ocean world will be dragged to the Antarctic ice sheet and slaughtered like livestock. I'm not a true saint, so I can't save you. Lennon had no intention of saving anyone at this time. He knew that the situation on the Antarctic ice sheet would soon become chaotic. So they started the Pearl and moved a little further away from the Antarctic ice cap. Regional channels through the parchment book. Lennon knew that many powerful people had entered Shuajin City. Those people wanted to find Qianbao to buy or ask for the map of the Antarctic ice cap and information about the blood plains. Some strong people also choose to find Lin and to buy first-hand information. Lennon happily told everyone else everything he had told Yukijima Muko. Gradually, some people didn't want to keep the secret anymore. So all the free men in the ocean world suddenly knew that killing too many people on the bloody plains would make them go crazy. Lennon calls those who can control their own parchment books free men. Lennon, are you saying there are still a dozen or so empty cities for us to occupy? But we don't have transportation, so it's hard for us to get to the Crimson Plains in time like Qianbao and Qingdao Muzi did. If you ask me, it would be better for us to set up camp near the Crimson Plains and build another city. On the deck of the Pearl, a few more strong men arrived. One of them is an old acquaintance of Lennon. Lennon really didn't expect that he would also get involved in the mess of the Antarctic ice cap. Alex, we are old friends, so I advise you to occupy a city, preferably one by the sea. That way you can attack or defend. Do you really think it's a good thing for ordinary people to build a city near the bloody plains? What will you do if someone attacks the city first and destroys you? The people standing on the deck of the Pearl were Alex and several of his companions, all of whom were also strong men in the top 100 of the list. In other words, Alex was confident in Lin An's character and went directly to Lin An's boat. People like Yukishima Muko and others didn't dare to get on Lin An's boat at all. Alex is a man who takes advantage of every opportunity he sees. As a businessman, he was worried when he found that the output of resources in other parts of the ocean world was decreasing, which meant that his business of buying low and selling high would become difficult to do. So he thought of coming to the Antarctic ice cap, the center of chaos, to see if there was any profit to be made. I only provide a trading venue and collect taxes. I don't participate in the fight and just act as a neutral party. That should be fine, right? The clothes Alex was wearing were all sold by Lennon. He deliberately grew his beard long and thick, letting it curl naturally, and trimmed his eyebrows very thickly, so that people would think he looked like an honest man at first glance. However, his eyes, which were constantly moving in his eye sockets, revealed a shrewd look at all times. I have to say, Alex's idea is right. He wanted to act as a lubricant for the war. He took the medicinal herbs given to him by Lennon, treated the wounded outside the bloody plain, and then charged a high fee. At the same time, it also provides a place for those strong people to live and a place to eat, drink, and have fun. You can even hold an auction. Auction the items obtained from the Crimson Plains directly on the edge of the Crimson Plains. Doing these businesses can make Alex a fortune, and he doesn't have to kill anyone. Isn't this a waste of time? Lennon listened to Alex's plan and felt that it was too troublesome for him to come up with such a thing. What a waste of time. Alex didn't understand what Lennon meant. Are you saying you have a better idea? Lennon nodded and said, it's very simple. Since you want to build a city outside the Crimson Plain, why not build it directly in the center of the Crimson Plain? Then build an arena in the city and organize it. Let the strong men around send people to fight in the arena. These people must have the same equipment and weapons. Whoever survives in the end will get all the gifts of the Crimson Plain. If you feel that you won't get many resources this way, you can let those strong men place bets before the game. For example, I bet that my warrior can stand to the end and put 100 lives on it. In the end, if I really win the game, then other strong men will sacrifice their lives to those people in the bloody plain according to the proportion of their bets. The one who finally obtains the resources still belongs to the winner. Isn't this method better than yours? As the organizer of the competition, you can collect tickets and take a cut. After hearing Lin An's words, Alex felt as refreshed as if his run and do meridians were opened. In fact, Linan's method is not very clever, and many people know about it. But no one thought of building an arena on the bloody plains. It's not that people can't think of it, but they don't have the prestige to do it. In addition, if anyone builds an arena and puts humans in it as livestock, then they will completely tear off the face of these humans who have traveled from civilized society to the ocean world. You mean, can you help me? If you can raise your hand, the plan for the Colosseum can be implemented. Alex looked at Lin and expectantly, hoping to hear a positive answer from Linen. Because in Alex's heart, only Lin could do this. If he said he wanted to do that, the Colosseum would be destroyed on the first day of its opening. I'm sorry, I'm almost clean now. How could I do such a bad thing? You guys have your fun, don't come to me. Lin directly chose to disappoint Alex's expectations. He would definitely not get involved in such a thing that would go against his bottom line. Chapter 189 Thermocline. Then you're just talking nonsense. Since I can control such a large place, I might as well capture and kill all the top 100 strong men on the leaderboard. This way is more direct, and I can make more money. Alex thought he was being fooled by Linen, so he turned his face away and sulked. Linen immediately came over, put his arm around Alex's shoulders and whispered, "Brother, why are you angry when I haven't even finished what I'm saying? Then tell me quickly." Alex shook his shoulders, shook Lin's hand off, then turned to Linen again, waiting to hear Lin's advice. Linen chuckled, facing the sea, and spoke slowly. "I can certainly build this Colosseum myself, but others can also achieve the same effect by doing so. Now half of the strong men in the ocean world have reached the vicinity of the Antarctic ice cap. You only need to win over 20 of the top 100 strong men in the rankings to set up the Colosseum. But you must give them a share, and the share must be reasonable. I can help you contact Qian Bao and Yukishima Muko, so that including yourself, 3 of the top 10 strong men will join the group. Yuntianyu is also on the Antarctic ice cap. I haven't contacted him, but you can ask him if he is willing to join. Add the 3 people around Yukijima Kariko and the 3 people around you. That makes 10 people in total. After the Colosseum is built, we can slowly recruit other strong people to join us. In addition, Qian Bao and Yukijima Muzi have a large army that can patrol the bloody plains and stop others from killing people on the bloody plains. You must monopolize the power to kill people in the bloody plains so that the Colosseum can continue to flourish. At the same time, we should also give ordinary people a chance. If ordinary people want to participate, they will be given a set of equipment and weapons and allowed to enter the Colosseum to fight. Of course, the resources gifted to you by the bloody plains are not your main source of income. Your main source of income is definitely opening up the market and allowing people from all over the world to participate, betting on who will be the champion and who will survive in the end. Lennon has already painted a bright future for Alex. But the future is only the future after all. No matter how beautiful it has not yet arrived. Moreover, this future is like a bubble, which will burst if you poke it. Lennon, I have a question for you. If a natural disaster suddenly strikes, then this Colosseum will not be able to operate. Alex also discovered this problem. If SeaWorld continues to maintain its current state so peacefully, opening an arena is indeed very profitable. But what if something unexpected happens? This Colosseum can no longer operate. Many powerful people who want to make a fortune and leave the Antarctic ice sheet cannot guard the Colosseum forever. Yukishima Kariko is actually that kind of person. Everyone has a premonition that a natural disaster may be about to strike. So no one has thought about pursuing sustainable development on the Antarctic ice sheet. Everyone was thinking about dragging some people to the Crimson Plains to kill them. If they were lucky, they could get an epic item and run away. If they were unlucky, they could get a rare item, which was still a profit. That depends on the type of natural disaster. If it's something like the shark plague or the extreme cold, it won't hinder the Colosseum's operations. If it's another natural disaster, you can just run away and come back after the disaster is over. Lennon had really thought about this problem, but he felt that the 2 recent natural disasters did not affect Qian Bao and other city lords from sending people to the bloody plains for sacrifice, so future natural disasters would not necessarily affect the Colosseum. Okay, then I'll go talk to Yukishima Muzi and Qian Bao. Alex thought about it and decided that there was no way he could give up such an opportunity to rise. The resources given by the bloody plains are all random. He just wants to become the master of the Colosseum. You can even do behind-the-scenes operations. For example, hide the better things and replace the public resources. Doing this is much safer than other methods. Go ahead. I'll just use the parchment book to send a message to them both. Also, be wary of Qian Bao and try to form a private alliance with Yukishima Muzi. If Yun Tianyu is willing to work with you, then you don't have to worry about Qian Bao threatening you. Lennon was really worried sick. In order to delay the arrival of natural disasters in the ocean world, he had thought of every possible way. Yesterday, I first asked Yukijima Muko to control a city and absorb ordinary people into the city. In this way, fewer people on the Antarctic ice sheet will die. Today, it was discovered that tens of thousands of ordinary people from other sea areas were abducted to the Antarctic ice cap by those powerful people. Lennon gave Alex the idea of setting up an arena. Xiaojun, please show up quickly. In 2 days, a natural disaster might really come. Lennon looked into the distance and always felt that there was a layer of dark clouds covering the sky above the Antarctic ice cap. But the sea surface below the Pearl was always quiet. I have been staying near the Antarctic ice cap for 5 days. Lennon always felt that Xiaojun should come back. Somewhere on the seabed of the ocean world. This place is nearly 10,000 meters away from the sea surface. Logically speaking, there should not be a trace of light here, but the surroundings seem to be illuminated by the sun, and there is light that can illuminate the surrounding seawater. Xiaojun is the sun. It appeared at the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters deep with thousands of dolphins. If it weren't for the light sand secreted by the ichthyosaur orb, none of the dolphins around it could dive to such a deep distance. What should I do? I've searched the entire ocean, but I can't find the mountain on the map. Is there nothing I can do but go down and look? Xiaojun also has places in this ocean world that she has never been to. That is the seabed beneath it. What appears to be a brown-gray seabed is actually a phenomenon formed by the movement of mud mixed with seawater in a specific area. Just like the clouds in the sky. This is the ocean's thermocline. The creatures living below are completely different from those above because the temperature, water pressure, and salinity are all different from normal seawater. Xiaojun has never been through this thermocline, and she doesn't know what's below. If it were in the past, Xiaojun would definitely not have thought of going down. But now, it has the fish dragon orb, which allows it to protect itself no matter what danger it encounters. You all should swim up. If the light sand loses its effect, you will be in danger. I can go down by myself. Xiaojun was thinking about asking all the dolphins around her to return to the sea area with normal water pressure before entering the thermocline, so as not to take risks with her. The dolphins swam obediently upstream without worrying that Xiaojun would be in danger. Xiaojun, who possesses the ichthyosaur orb, has become the top predator in the ocean world. Chapter 190 Mosasaur Relics. Lennon could never imagine that at the bottom of the ocean world, there was a mysterious area unknown to humans. He also couldn't have guessed that Xiaojun would have the courage to go to a place where no one had ever been for him. Lennon cruising near the Antarctic ice cap. When I have nothing to do, I guide Alex in building the Colosseum. On the first day, Alex reached a cooperation agreement with Yukijima Kuriko and Xianbao. They agreed to jointly build a city on the bloody plains that could accommodate 100,000 people. Yin Tianyu could not be contacted at all. Then that afternoon, they demolished the Wind City and moved all the materials of the Wind City to the Crimson Plains and built a huge city with walls 40 to 50 meters high directly on the Crimson Plains. The city walls are relatively high, but the buildings inside the city are actually very sloppy. At the same time, it was on this day. Qianbao sent his own army and the army temporarily formed by Yukishima Muko to patrol the outskirts of the bloody plain. Stop others from killing on the bloody plains. By the next day, the Colosseum was already built. At Lin and suggestion, Alex named the city in the Blood Plains Champion City. As for the Colosseum, it was named the Colosseum of Gods. Lennon also suggested that Alex and his team use some resources to attract other people to sign up for the Gods Arena competition. Wait until the third day, because there are generous rewards. Many people began to sign up for the competition one after another. The first match of the Gods Arena has begun. Lennon also went to see it in person. 2 burly men, holding wooden shields and intermediate spears, began to fight in the arena with a diameter of 100 meters. This kind of battle where guns hit flesh and blood was spilled directly awakened the savage animal desires of those in the stands. The first game was just one-on-one. For some, there's not much to see. 30 people were directly arranged to enter the second game. The intrigues and alliances among humans alone are a major attraction. However, after these 30 people appeared in the second game, Lennon left Champion City. The blood will make this area abnormal, but the impact will be much less than killing people with your own hands. Lennon didn't come here to watch the show, nor to support Alex and the others. He simply wanted to see the audience's reaction. Sure enough, after the first person's blood spilled onto the ice, everyone present became more angry. It's a pity that I'm too afraid of death. Otherwise, I would definitely let the big rat dig through this bloody plain to see what monsters are hiding underneath. Lennon still didn't have the courage. If it were any other protagonist, any other child of destiny, he would definitely overturn the bloody plane to see what was going on. But Linen didn't dare. He hadn't lived enough. He would not easily try anything dangerous. Unless you have to. Why hasn't Lord Linen returned yet? There are more and more dolphins around. On the deep blue sea, the Pearl stood like a steel castle. But there were dolphins, glowing dolphins, surrounding the Pearl and making constant noises. A lovely girl in a cashmere coat was stamping her feet anxiously on the deck. She was waiting for Linen. Because these dolphins are all looking for Linen. If Linen didn't come back, there would definitely be ships nearby that would notice something was wrong with this sea area. But it didn't take long. She saw two small dots, one red and one green, appear on the horizon. Xiaojun is finally here. Linen sat on Xiaohong's back and saw the fluorescent light flashing around the Pearl and knew that Xiaojun had returned. He was very anxious just now. Because the bloody plane looked a bit strange, Linen thought that the Colosseum might delay the time, so he felt that a natural disaster was about to come. But there is still no news about Xiaojun. This made Linen feel a little worried. But now, seeing Xiaojun coming back, he felt relieved again. Linen hurriedly urged Xiaohong to fly back to the Pearl. He didn't have eyes for Anna, who was waiting on the deck, but was searching for Xiaojun on the sea. Xiaojun, where are you? Linen shouted towards the sea. Then, all the dolphins around made way, leaving space for Xiaojun to swim up. Linen, I found the dragon palace you mentioned. There are the remains left by the mosasaur. Xiaojun reported the good news directly to Linen, and it seemed that she also explored the place for a while. Mosasaur, Linen thought about it. Xiaojun once called her evolution crystal the mosasaur crystal. Logically speaking, the evolution crystal is the treasure left by the mosasaur. Then what other powerful treasures can there be in the dragon palace? Not necessarily. It's a mosasaur. I can't go deeper, but there are ancient mosasaur remains all around. It must be related to the mosasaur. Xiaojun said to Lin and very affirmatively. Okay, you lead the way, and we'll set off now. Linen thought that he had plenty of time to think about the relationship between the evolution crystal and the dragon palace. There was no need to stay in the Antarctic ice cap any longer. He had already stayed in this sea area for too long. That place is very far. You need to go faster. Xiaojun made a relaxed and happy sound, and then wanted to have a speed race with Linen. But how could the Pearl compare to Xiaojun's speed? Never mind the Pearl. Even Xiaohong and Xiaolu can't fly as fast as Xiaojun in the sky. But even so, Linen still activated the epic sailing skill to ride the wind and waves. This skill has a cooldown of 1 week, so of course it's best to use it early so that the cooldown is reduced. Anyway, it has never been used, so it won't save the times for Linen. When the Pearl activates the skill of riding the wind and waves, Linen quickly left the area where the Antarctic ice cap was located, and the pressure in his heart caused by the blood god disappeared. Linen thought about it and felt that Alex was his friend after all, so he sent a message to Alex, asking him not to indulge in Champion City and not to stay in the Crimson Plains when he was free. Alex naturally knew why Linen sent this message. In SeaWorld, having a friend who cares about him is already very heartwarming for Alex. He promised Linen that if he found anything wrong, he would run away immediately and take an ice bath every day. Alex's ice bath isn't really self-torture. The extremely low temperature will eliminate the murderous intent in his heart. Taking an ice bath is a last resort. It is useless, but it is not that useful. Chapter 191 Lin and is a burden. Where are we? We've been sailing for 4 days, and we're almost from the coldest part of the ocean to the hottest. The rest of the ocean world people are heading south. Only Lin and was driving the Pearl against the current. There were almost no other ships to be seen on the vast ocean. The number of surviving humans displayed on each regional channel ranges from a few hundred to 2,000. 70 to 80% of the human population in the entire ocean world has gathered at the Antarctic ice cap. Alex, Qian Bao, and Yukishima Muko have even established an organization called the Temple. They gathered 50 or 60 strong men ranked in the top 100. He also distributed advanced equipment and weapons to his nearly 10,000 strong army. The Gods Arena is full of fighting for 24 hours, and even has 5 types of arenas: 2 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, and 100 people. The size of Champion City has also expanded to accommodate 1 million people. Those warriors who stand out from the arena can also join the temple and share the profits brought by the Champion City with Alex and others. Some even think it would be better to gather all the humans in the ocean world into this one city. There aren't many people left anyway. Let us work together to build the greatest city in the ocean world and continue the flame of human civilization. Alex and the others did the same. As the saying goes, everything goes to extremes and then turns to its opposite, and everything that prospers must decline. Linen foresaw that the glory of Champion City would not last long, so he wanted to get the benefits from the Dragon Palace as soon as possible, and then return to the Antarctic ice sheet to wait for the collapse of Champion City. Steal Alex and his team's achievements. Linen communicates with Alex almost every day, but Alex's hesitant look and the increasing scores of the strong people on the leaderboard tell Lin and that the Bloody Plains produces one treasure after another. Alex even sold Lin a blueprint of an advanced engine. Anyway, they were on the Bloody Plains and had no use for boats, let alone advanced engines. Linen was reluctant to let such immense wealth be buried on the Antarctic ice sheet along with Champion City and the Gods Arena. We're almost there. We're almost at the deepest part of the ocean. Linen, can your diving suit allow you to descend to a depth of 10,000 meters? While answering Linen's question, Xiaojun also asked Linen a question. 10,000 meters? That's a lot of depth. The limit for a rare-grade diving suit is 10,000 meters. Linen hadn't asked Xiaojun much about the situation of the Dragon Palace, so he was still a little surprised when he learned that the Dragon Palace was 10,000 meters below the sea. Well, you should have said so earlier. It seems we can only stop here and then cross the thermocline to find the Trident Mountains. Xiaojun stopped abruptly. She didn't dare to take Linen directly to the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters deep and then find a way to cross the thermocline. The risks of doing so are simply too great. Said so earlier? You're so confused. If my diving suit gets stained with your light sand, I can just pretend the water pressure doesn't exist. Linen was also a little puzzled. It seemed that Xiaojun had become stupider and had even forgotten that it had the orb of light. Oh, I really forgot. Haha, then let's keep going forward. We'll be there in a little distance. Xiaojun responded awkwardly. She didn't know much about water pressure. She only knew that light sand could help dolphins sink to deeper seabed, but she was not sure whether light sand would work on land creatures like Linen. That's why I was worried about whether Linen could sink to a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea. I continued driving with Xiaojun for another hour. Finally arrived at the location of the Dragon Palace. Linen didn't think about bringing anyone else with him. He just stopped the pearl and let the tens of thousands of dolphins around him stare at the pearl. Then he put on his diving gear and went into the sea. He first held Xiaojun and covered himself with the light sand, making sure that his whole body was covered with the light sand before starting to dive. That's amazing. It added almost 500 points to the rating. Linen felt the bonus from the light sand for the second time and thought that if he could keep the orb of light, he could easily form an army that could dominate the ocean world. The soldiers under Qian Bao and Kojima Muko are all trash. With the same equipment, Lin On was light, sand can crush them. However, this idea only existed in Lin En's mind for a while before he dismissed it. The reason is very simple. If he really possessed the orb of light and used the light sand on others, then the humans around him would always want to kill Lin En and snatch the orb of light. However, animals such as dolphins and killer whales are very loyal, and Xiaojun is not worried at all that the dolphins around her will hurt her. The warning on the first page of the parchment book is no joke. Don't trust any human. This sentence is really not empty talk. Trusting others and then being backstabbed is very tragic. Linen, do you see that muddy, rolling sand in front of you? That's the thermocline. It's probably going to be hard for you to get in. Grab my tail, and I'll take you there. Xiaojun's voice interrupted Lin En's wandering thoughts, and it stopped in front of a natural seabed protective layer. In fact, Linen knew what the thermocline was. But few people knew that there was a thermocline 10,000 meters below the sea. He understood that the thermocline was a layer of ocean currents that separated the higher temperature seawater from the lower temperature seawater at a depth of several hundred meters. Since Xiaojun also calls this turbid area 10,000 meters under the sea a thermocline, it means that after passing through this thermocline, the water temperature below must be higher than the water temperature where Lin En is currently located. After all, if the water temperature were any lower, the sea water would freeze, and naturally there would be no other world. Lin En nodded and grabbed Xiaojun's tail fin with both hands. Xiaojun immediately rushed towards the thermocline. It seemed to be encountering great resistance. After Lin En came into contact with the thermocline, he instantly understood why Xiaojun said he couldn't get through it. This thermocline was like a layer of rubber, surrounding Lin En's body from all directions, squeezing Lin En's internal organs so hard that they were almost displaced. If there wasn't a layer of light sand on the surface of his body, Lin En would probably have been squeezed to death by the strange substance in the thermocline. In this environment, Lin En couldn't move at all, but Xiaojun was able to lead him forward slowly. This shows how strong Xiaojun has become now. However, although Xiaojun is strong, it is still difficult for it to move, not to mention carrying a burden like Lin En. The thermocline was less than 1 meter thick, but it took Xiaojun 4 or 5 minutes to pass through it completely. On the other side, Lin An's hand holding Xiaojun's had already touched the warm sea water, while his thigh was still soaked in the cold liquid. Chapter 192 Mosasaur Cemetery. Once Xiaojun crawled under the thermocline, she could use all her strength to pull Lin An over. The moment Lin An was pulled over, he no longer knew how to describe the sea he saw. Originally, at this place 10,000 meters under the sea, there was no sunlight whatsoever. Even if Xiaojun was there, it would be impossible to illuminate the entire sea area. But the place Lin An sees now, almost everything he saw was bright. But the light is not that bright, like rainy weather on the sea. Taking out the telescope, Lin An can see the scenery 10 kilometers away. Moreover, the marine life here is more abundant. There are corals, anemones, and various fish almost everywhere. Some lanternfish have light beads on their heads, like patrolling guards, patrolling this sea area in groups. What shocked Lin An was not these creatures. After all, Lin An had seen all kinds of strange luminous creatures at the place where he found the fish dragon orb. What surprised Lin An the most was the corpses of giant beasts that could be seen everywhere on the seabed. Are these mosasaur bones? Xiaojun had reminded Lin An before that the Dragon Palace was related to the mosasaur. Lin An also brought the evolution crystal down with him, thinking that the evolution crystal might be of some use. As he saw one huge corpse after another, he became more and more convinced that Xiaojun was not fooling him. Almost all of these corpses have dinosaur-like heads, but their limbs have degenerated to the size of a palm. Of course, these corpses did not surprise Lin An. The specific reason why he was shocked by the corpses was simple. If these mosasaurs died tens of millions of years ago, their bones would have long since become nothing but a residue, and would have been mixed with the soil or merged with the rocks on the seabed to become fossils. But the corpses Lin An saw were all intact, and some were not even rotten. The freshest mosasaur corpse, even its body is intact. Xiaojun, you've brought me to a very scary place. The mosasaur is not still alive, is it? Lin An suddenly remembered that Xian Bao said that there were some terrifying sea beasts hiding under the Wind City, and they were not man-eating sharks. He suddenly felt that it was possible that the mosasaur had survived from ancient times to the present. Lin An, you guessed right. The mosasaur survived and evolved and multiplied here. I don't understand why they can continue to evolve without the mosasaur crystal. Xiaojun swam to the largest skeleton in the mosasaur cemetery. Its huge body, more than 10 meters long, looked like a kitten in front of a lion or a tiger in front of the skeleton. Depend on. Lin An was not surprised that Xiaojun could detect his thoughts. He just couldn't help but curse when he saw the corpse of the mosasaur that was at least 50 meters long. Damn, if such a big mosasaur could pass through the thermocline and reach the ocean world. All those people's small wooden boats are doomed. A flick of the mosasaur's tail could destroy a ship. Those great white sharks would also become snacks for the mosasaur. A sea monster this big can swallow me in one gulp. All my defensive items will be useless. Lin An really didn't think that his amulets and protective shields would be of any good effect when facing the mosasaur. Just like no matter how strong an ant's defense is, a mouse can still swallow the ant into its stomach. As for when the ant is digested, it really doesn't matter. Lin An, just take out the map. Do you see the mountain over there? Compare it, and see if we found the right place. Xiaojun didn't have any feelings towards the mosasaur, nor did she feel afraid. With the ichthyosaur orb, Xiaojun could protect herself no matter what. If you can't win, you can run away. At least that's what Xiaojun thought. On the contrary, the larger the mosasaur, the more difficult it is to pass through the thermocline. Without specific conditions, it is difficult for them to pass through the thermocline. Otherwise, these prehistoric monsters on the seabed would have gone up and occupied the ocean long ago. Let's go find the Dragon Palace first. Lin An nodded silently and took out the Dragon Palace pass directly from the parchment book item warehouse. The light sand on his body spread directly onto the Dragon Palace pass, making the patterns on the pass visible again. In fact, there is no need for comparison at all. After Lin An took out the Dragon Palace pass here, the light sand on the pass could actually float in the sea one by one, directly giving Lin An a route to find the Dragon Palace. It's amazing. Lin An suddenly had the feeling of completing tasks in a game, and the automatic pathfinding function provided by those tasks appeared in front of him. As you swim forward along the route given by Guangsha, you will find that the remains of the mosasaur are actually gradually growing in size along the way. The 50-meter-long mosasaur corpse that Xiaojun had just found with great difficulty has gradually become more common. The further you go, the bigger the mosasaur's corpse becomes. Instead, there are fewer and fewer living things. Now we can be sure that this is the family cemetery of the mosasaur clan. Xiaojun, I don't think we will encounter any living mosasaurs. Those mosasaurs must have come here when they were about to die. Lennon looked at the countless corpses around him, and the worry in his heart disappeared immediately. No matter how powerful the dead mosasaur is, it can't move. I didn't sense any scary aura. Xiaojin swims in front of Lin, and because it provides light, sand to make the route as bright as possible. After gradually approaching the mountain range with 3 peaks, Lennon finally understood why Xiaojin called this mountain range the Trident Mountains. You don't know until you see it, and it's really shocking. This mountain range is actually the head of an extremely huge trident. Nature's uncanny craftsmanship has carved the most perfect work on these 3 peaks. Moreover, in the 2 crevices between the 3 peaks, there are some remains of mosasaurs with a body length of nearly 80 meters lying. It was as if a trident had stabbed these mosasaurs to death. The way to the Dragon Palace requires passing through the Trident Peak. Along the way, Lennon was thinking about one question. Why didn't he see the treasure chest? Be reasonable. Even sea beasts of the level of the king of the great sharks can have titanium treasure chests in their abdomens. So how come there are no treasure chests in the corpses of these mosasaurs that are often 50 or 60 meters long? Lennon didn't say whether there might be titanium treasure chests or crystal treasure chests hidden in these corpses. He didn't even see the bronze treasure chest. I won't get anything until I reach the end and find the Dragon Palace. Lennon suddenly had an idea that made him feel a little desperate. If this is really the case, he might as well stay in the Antarctic ice cap, where he can at least get 2 or 3 epic items. Now seeing others closing the gap with him one by one, if he gains nothing, he might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Chapter 193. This is Ascension. Lennon, look, there's the Daowang Gate. We should have found the Dragon Palace. Passing through the Trident Mountains, the view ahead became wider. The number of mosasaur corpses around also decreased, but the corpses were still bigger than each other. Lennon thought that the mosasaur clan should also have classes. The bigger the body, the more powerful it is. When it dies, it can be buried next to the Dragon Palace. Of course, there won't be too many powerful mosasaurs, so the number of mosasaurus corpses around will be much smaller. As for the light gate in front, Lennon also saw it. This door is different from the other doors. The other doors were sealed on the left, right, and top. But this door only has 2 pillars on the left and right, with a layer of water waves flashing with blue light in the middle. Behind the door was a pool of turbid sea water, and Lennon had no way of seeing what was behind it. The route indicated by the pass ends here. It should lead us to this gate. Lennon held the Dragon Palace pass in his hand and walked to the door step by step on the mud and sand on the seabed. He reached his hand holding the Dragon Palace pass into the water. Sudden, a vision appeared. The light gate shook in all directions, and a wave of water appeared and almost knocked Lennon over. Bite. A surviving human has been detected holding a Dragon Palace pass. The anciently sealed Dragon Palace under the sea is now officially open. After the survivor opens the titanium treasure chest, there is a certain chance that a Dragon Palace pass will be opened. The surviving human Lin and holds a Dragon Palace pass and can pass through the Jinhai Gate. 3 consecutive prompt sounds confused Lennon. He didn't have time to react. Suddenly, I felt a suction force. The suction force sucked him into the light gate. Then, before Lennon could steady himself and observe the situation around him, the ground under the sea began to shake, and the area within the light gate began to rise from the ground. Lennon could only see Xiaojin outside the light gate getting farther and farther away from him. Oh my god, this is going to heaven. Xiaojin did not move, but the Dragon Palace inside the light gate began to rise. Just when Lennon was confused, such a large area was in direct contact with the thermocline. The tough thermocline was torn open by the Dragon Palace, and the cold sea water above and the sea water below the thermocline began to blend, forming a channel. Lin Enk knew what this meant. From today on, creatures below the thermocline can appear in the ocean world. Less than half a minute. The scenery in front of Lin and changed again. The land that rose from the ground directly emerged from the sea and was even higher than the sea level. Lennon stood in the light gate and saw his pearl not far away. Then he tried to stick his head out of the light gate again, trying to see how far away he was from the sea surface, and then he received a prompt message. The Dragon Palace Pass is valid for 3 entries. Exiting the light gate counts as 1 entry. Each entry into the Dragon Palace cannot exceed 24 hours. It has been detected that the survivalist Lin and has not yet exhausted his 24-hour exploration time. Are you sure you want to leave Dragon Palace? Leave Jill alone. Lennon hasn't explored anything yet, and he certainly can't waste an opportunity just to see how far the Dragon Palace is from the sea. Since there is 24 hours of exploration time, then Lennon could only temporarily withdraw his mind. He put all his diving equipment into the space bag, And while the light sand could still last for a day, he quickly explored this mysterious dragon palace. Lennon calmed himself down and turned to look at the dragon palace in front of him. Then he discovered that there was no palace in the area behind the light gate. In other words, there was no palace within Lin An's sight. Strange, isn't this just a primeval forest? Behind the light gate, first there was a grassland. Then there is a forest in front of the grassland, and in the distance there is an 8-shaped mountain peak. If there is a dragon palace, it must be on that mountain. Lennon didn't know what dangers there were in the dragon palace, so he took out the epic blood axe and explored forward carefully. Bang! Suddenly, Lennon stopped and looked at what was around him, not knowing whether the handle of the blood axe hit a stone or some other foreign object. When he lowered his head, he discovered the treasure. Bronze treasure chest? My goodness, this grassland can't be full of treasure chests. Lennon tried to use the blood axe to sweep the surrounding grass, and suddenly found 3 or 4 treasure chests, all of which were bronze treasure chests. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he was ready to open all the treasure chests. Wait until he opens the first treasure chest. The familiar system sound arrives. Bite. There are 12 chances left to open the treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest 8 times, titanium treasure chest 3 times, crystal treasure chest once. So that's how it is. Lennon took away everything in the bronze treasure chest and roughly knew what kind of place this dragon palace was. To put it bluntly, this place is filled with all kinds of treasure chests. However, you can only open 9 bronze treasure chests, 3 titanium treasure chests, and 1 crystal treasure chest at a time. One pass allows Lin An to enter 3 times, so this number needs to be multiplied by 3. The ocean world uses this rule to restrict the first human survivors who enter the secret realm of Dragon Palace and take away all the treasures inside. After a preliminary understanding of the rules of this place, Lin An didn't want to stay here for another 24 hours. Quickly use up the number of times you can open the treasure chest, then leave, and then come back to open the treasure chest. If he is lucky, Lin An will be able to get a Dragon Palace pass when he opens the titanium treasure chest in the Dragon Palace secret realm. Now almost everyone in the ocean world knows that there is such a place. If someone has a Dragon Palace pass, they will definitely come directly here. The Bloody Plains produces many titanium treasure chests every day. Alex and his people will definitely come here after they get the Dragon Palace pass. Tell the truth. If Lin An had not used Alex and the others to reveal the secret of the Bloody Plains, a group of people would have flocked to the Dragon Palace secret realm within a day or two. Lin An quickly opened the remaining 8 bronze treasure chests around him, then ran into the forest. He knew in his heart that the titanium treasure chest and the crystal treasure chest would definitely not be on this outermost grassland. After entering the forest, bronze treasure chests are still everywhere. Lin An didn't have to go look for it either, since he had plenty of time anyway. He was running fast, because he knew that there must be good stuff inside. As Lin An went deeper, the originally quiet forest seemed to come alive. The ground began to shake, leaves began to fall, and branches began to creak. Lin An sensed the unusual movement and suddenly stopped, swinging the blood axe fiercely behind him. Roar! The blood axe encountered an obstacle, but it tore the skin of the giant beast that attacked Lin An. Chapter 194. All high-quality treasures. Yes, the one who attacked Lin An was a giant beast. A giant beast that looks like both a dinosaur and a lizard. It looks like a dinosaur because it has a big head like a dinosaur, and it looks like a lizard because its limbs are relatively short. Dragon Island Monitor Lizard. Just one strike of the epic blood axe killed the giant beast. Lin An could also walk forward and look at the information of this giant beast, but he could only see a name. Damn it, all you can do is sneak attacks, right? After realizing that there would be some dangers in this secret realm of Dragon Palace, Lin An also sped up and headed deeper into the Dragon Palace secret realm as quickly as possible. He knew that the sooner he could get out of the forest, the less likely he would be attacked, because there are no trees above the halfway point of the S-shaped mountain. In the green grass, the success rate of these animals attacking Lin An is much lower. But it is not known whether Lin An's intrusion completely disturbed the animals in the secret realm of the Dragon Palace, or whether they could directly lock onto Lin An's position, and more Dragon Island Monitor lizards gathered over. They have big mouths like dinosaurs, and the tongues that come out of their mouths are very different from those of lizards. But the fishy smell is exactly the same. While running, Lin An used the epic blood axe to clear out all the Dragon Island giant lizards that attacked him. At this time, the light sand attached to Lin An played a very important role. Because of the light sand, Lin An can run faster and his body is more flexible. As for his physical fitness, it is strong enough. On this land, it is not the same as in the sea. Linen runs faster than those Dragon Island monitor lizards. Gradually, he left these Dragon Island monitors behind. The titanium treasure chest is here. After going deep into the forest, Linen was attacked by the Dragon Island monitor lizard, which made it impossible for him to observe the surrounding environment carefully. But after shaking off those Dragon Island monitors, Linen slowed down. He saw a towering tree with a tree hole about 1 meter high next to its roots. If you go in and take a look, you can find a titanium treasure chest. There aren't many giant trees like this one. There are very few that contain tree holes. That is to say, as the first explorer to enter the secret realm of Dragon Palace, every tree hole that Linen found had a treasure chest. Otherwise, even if he could find the tree hole, he might not necessarily find the treasure chest. To be honest, the search for the fish dragon orb had a huge impact on Xiaojun. If it weren't for it, no one would have discovered the ruins. So it's normal to get so many titanium treasure chests. In the outside world, there are still very few titanium treasure chests. Even though he had experienced getting rich quickly before, Linen was not in great need of these resources now, but he still wanted to find more treasure chests. Titanium treasure chests are still rare treasures in the ocean world. It would be nice to have another Dragon Palace pass. Linen opened the titanium treasure chest with great anticipation. I found that there was only one item and a blueprint inside, and that item was a scroll like the Dragon Palace pass. It seems that praying is of no use at all. Obtain 7 Malawian Kwacha's naval gun blueprint, composite shield, rare. Now I understand why I can open one crystal chest, but only 3 titanium chests. When Linen took the 2 things from the titanium treasure chest, he instantly realized that the treasure chest in the Dragon Palace secret realm was completely different from the treasure chests that Xiaojun had taken Lin and to find. The treasure chests that Xiaojun gave to Lin and contained very common items. Even if there are hundreds or thousands of them, they may not be of much use to Linen. Maybe it can be used to exchange Lin and for some resources. But the treasure chests in the secret realm of the Dragon Palace are all real treasures. This 7 Malawian Kwacha's naval gun can definitely be used as the main gun on the Pearl. And Lin and's grenades may not even be worthy of it. The composite shield taken out of the titanium treasure chest is also very powerful. This is rare level armor. This is the first time Lin has seen it. It is not inferior to some weaker epic items. After knowing that such good things can be obtained from the titanium treasure chest, Lin began to look for taller trees, and then look for the titanium treasure chest inside. During the process, he would encounter some obstacles from Dragon Island monitors, but those monitors were nothing but trash in front of Lin and's newly acquired shield. As long as Lin raised his shield, the Dragon Island giant lizard in front of him could not break through the shield's defense. Then quickly chop these ugly giant lizards to death with the epic blood axe. After the epic blood axe was stained with blood for the first time, the blood-red color on it became brighter and brighter, and Lin and's control of it became smoother. He always felt that the epic blood axe was more powerful than ordinary epic weapons. It may be because the power of the blood god attached to it can absorb blood, making the blood axe stronger, and Lin can also become stronger. There is no need to activate the blood god fury to achieve this unique effect. To be honest, Lin's heart was filled with joy and worry, which was only half and half. He was happy that the epic blood axe was indeed powerful. He was worried that if this continued, sooner or later, he would not have to stay in the blood plains with the epic blood axe in his hand, but would be influenced by the power of the blood god and turned into a murderer. Become a murderer if you want. As long as you don't go crazy, it will be someone else who dies. Lin instantly pushed away all the worries in his mind. His ability to resolve himself is very strong. As long as he is not the one who dies, let others do whatever they want. It's impossible for him to feel bad every time Lin kills someone. Otherwise, Lin would probably have to stay on the Pearl forever to mourn for those humans who died at his hands, or because of him. He does nothing all day long, but recites Buddhist scriptures. After adjusting your mindset, Lin launched a unilateral massacre of the Dragon Island monitors in the forest. These monitors were not all fools. When they found that Lin did not know how to get tired at all, they decisively gave up the siege on Lin. Lin chose a very good location. He had his back against the tree hole, and only the Dragon Island monitor lizard in front of him could attack him. As a result, he also had an additional composite shield. This is simply a situation where one man can block the passage of 10,000. The scope of the Dragon Palace secret realm is not very large. At most, there are only a few thousand Dragon Island monitors living in this place. A few thousand Dragon Island monitors are not enough for Lin to kill. There were no wild beasts attacking Lin. Lin's search in the forest also became smoother. He quickly opened 2 more titanium treasure chests and found out the locations of the other 6 trees with titanium treasure chests before leaving the forest. Lin is already preparing for his second and third entries into the Dragon Palace secret realm. The more he discovered during his first exploration of the Dragon Palace, the more time he would save in the next 2 times. Chapter 195 Crystal Palace. Obtain 8 Malawian Kwacha's heavy armor-piercing projectile blueprint, intermediate naval gun fire control system. Obtain electric furnace blueprint, oil press. Everything Lin opened from the second and third titanium treasure chests was what he needed. This line. Not only did he get the Pearl's main gun, even the heavy armor-piercing shells for the main gun were obtained. Not to mention the intermediate naval gun fire control system, which can directly control these cannons. As for the electric furnace, it is a higher-level furnace than the current furnace on the Pearl. The efficiency of the previous furnace can no longer meet Lin's needs. The speed at which this electric furnace can smelt or is definitely faster than that of previous furnaces. Just the things that came out of these 3 titanium treasure chests. Lin already felt that the ticket was worth it. Not to mention that he has a crystal treasure chest to open next. The crystal treasure chest is guaranteed to contain an epic blueprint and an epic item. Alex and his team worked very hard at the Antarctic ice cap, gathering most of the humans in the ocean world to go there, but they probably haven't seen the crystal treasure chest yet. At most, you can get some low-intensity epic items. Lin determined his goal. Leaving the forest, we began to climb up the mountain step by step. There must be other dangers in this secret realm of Dragon Palace. Because ever since Lin killed those Dragon Island giant lizards, the entire forest was like boiling water, with either the ground shaking or the trees being knocked down. It seems that there are even bigger beasts in the secret realm of Dragon Palace, but they are not curious about humans like Lin. They would rather eat the monitor lizards with more meat and were too lazy to come and see Lin. Even after leaving the forest, Lin saw a giant python that was more than 10 meters long in the grass. In order to get to the forest as soon as possible and eat some meat, the python didn't even look at Lin. These animals in the Dragon Palace secret realm are really cute. At least they have their own brains and won't attack Lin in a swarm. After all the ferocious beasts in the entire Dragon Palace secret realm were led into that forest by Lin climbed to the top of the mountain without any obstruction. Then he was shocked by the scene before him. Dragon Palace. It's the Crystal Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon Palace secret realm is like a dead volcano. Inside the crater, there is a palace made purely of various colored crystals. The roofs of this palace are all carved with Chinese dragons flying in the clouds, not those lizard dragons of the west. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking at the Dragon Palace in the Tianqing, Lin made a rough estimate. There are at least 70 or 80 buildings in this Dragon Palace. The tallest main building has 9 floors. The peak of the main building's roof is exactly level with the top of the volcano. Under the sunlight, the transparent crystals that make up the main building emit dazzling, colorful light all around. That's not a big deal. In the 9 directions of Dragon Palace, there are 9 crystal dragons of different colors lying across the sky. Each of these crystal dragons is 99 meters long. Lin was not talking nonsense. He ran over and measured the length of these crystal dragons. Of course, he didn't run over with the intention of measuring the length. He just wanted to see if these crystal dragons could be moved away. The results are seen. These crystal dragons are connected to the mountain and cannot be shaken at all. Lin didn't dare to use the epic blood axe to chop these crystal dragons. Wait until he reaches the gate of Dragon Palace. Looking at the gate made of vermilion crystal, he felt itchy in his heart. If only he could move the entire Crystal Palace and put it on the Pearl, it would be so magnificent. However, Lin thought that the Pearl probably could not accommodate this palace complex. The underwater Dragon Palace, the 4 characters on the door plaque, are in Chinese. Those foreigners who come here probably won't understand them. Lin muttered something, then tried to push open the vermilion crystal door with both hands. After he used all his strength, the door didn't even budge, so Lin gave up and went in through the main gate. The weight of these 2 doors is definitely heavier than metal doors of the same specifications. Lin was bored and estimated the height and width of the 2 gates. After a few gestures, he found that this gate alone was 9 meters high and 5 meters wide. Once these 2 numbers came out, plus the 9 dragons around them, and the main building was 9 stories high. Lin guessed. There should be 99 or 95 buildings in the entire Dragon Palace. The Emperor has even been revealed. Wait a minute, a Dragon King will jump out from there. Lin wouldn't be surprised. Since there was no way to enter through the main gate, Lin thought about it, and simply threw a hook lock towards the palace wall, then buckled it and followed the rope. Lin easily climbed over the smooth palace wall and entered. Fortunately, these buildings are not smooth, and the crystal tiles have edges and corners, which gives Lin the opportunity to climb over the wall and get in. Don't go to any of the other buildings. Just go to the main hall in the middle and the tallest building. Since this dragon palace is built according to the Chinese model, then Lin would know which building was the most important. If he was asked to find the Dragon King's bedroom, he wouldn't be able to find it. However, he knew that in such a place, the tallest building, the largest building, and the building in the middle were all very interesting. In addition, the buildings built on the central axis are also relatively important buildings. It just so happens that the central building and the largest building in the Dragon Palace are the same. Lin then went straight to the main hall in the middle of the Dragon Palace. When he was on the top of the mountain, Lin had already memorized the entire bird's-eye view of the Dragon Palace. Lin, who had already memorized the route, walked very fast. It was so quiet in the Dragon Palace that even the wind could not be felt. But after passing several buildings, Lin still felt a little creepy. That is, all the buildings in this Dragon Palace have closed doors and locks on them. Lin did not try to open the doors of those buildings. He thought that if opening the door was so troublesome, he should just open the door he wanted to open instead of wasting time on other doors. After Lin spent more than 10 minutes walking to the outside of the largest palace, all the hope in his heart disappeared. The largest palace is called Dragon God Temple. It doesn't matter what it's called. The key is that the lock on the door is sealed. Is violence the only option? Lin shook the door lock, but the crystal lock didn't move. He doesn't have a key, so if he wants to get in, he has to use violence. Just when Lin didn't want to waste any more time, he raised the epic blood axe with both hands and planned to solve all problems with brute force. The reminder sound that was supposed to come finally came. Bite. Detected that the human survivor Lin was about to open the gate of the Dragon Palace and Dragon Temple under the sea. Please complete the following challenges. Pass the challenge, and you will get a crystal key. Challenge failed. You cannot challenge the palace access control mission again within 24 hours. Chapter 196 Access Control Mission. Access Control Mission? What the hell is that? Lin saw that in the square outside the Dragon Temple, the floor tiles were floating one by one, and it felt like they were forming a maze. I waited quietly for about a minute. The tiles finally stopped moving. Lin looked over again. He then discovered that after the tiles were rearranged, they actually formed a chessboard in the square. There are many black and white chess pieces on the chessboard. It looks like a Go endgame. You're not asking me to play Go, are you? I don't know how to play Go either. Bite. The Dragon Temple Access Control Mission is now open. Requesting the living being Lin to quickly connect 5 black or white chess pieces on the chessboard in front of you into a line. Note, you can only move the chess piece 3 times. Go bang? I know that, but the rules don't have much to do with Go bang. Lin shook his head and didn't worry too much about the difficulty of this access control task. He just felt that it was difficult to observe the chessboard from the ground. So he used the method of entering the Dragon Palace, climbed to the top of the Dragon Temple, and observed the chessboard from above. The access control task did not limit Lin's completion time. As long as he can complete this access control task before being kicked out of the Dragon Palace secret realm, he can get the key to the Dragon Temple. Lin looked at the densely packed black and white chess pieces on the chessboard, his brain constantly working and thinking. It is actually not difficult to find 4 pieces of the same color in a line. But the difficulty lies in moving the chess piece on the board only 3 times, and then connecting 5 chess pieces of the same color into a line. Lin didn't have any good solution. He could only use the most stupid method, which was to first divide the area on the chessboard into a line with 4 chess pieces of the same color. Then look from top to bottom. See which 4-piece lines have movable pieces of the same color near them. Look at the chess piece that is closest to the 4-piece connecting area and see how many steps it needs to move before it can connect with the other 4 chess pieces. In fact, Lin's choices are very limited. There are a total of 29 lines of 4 on the board, but 22 of them have no pieces of the same color around them. The remaining 7 lines are made up of 4 pieces connected together. Lin studied it for an hour, but in the end he gave up. He found that no matter how he moved the pieces, he couldn't connect the 5 pieces of the same color into a line. When Lin was planning to overturn his previous ideas and start over, he suddenly noticed that there was a special chess piece on the chessboard. This piece is involved in 3 lines of 4. That is to say, 3 lines intersect with each other. That's right. It doesn't say you can't move existing 4-character connections. Lin suddenly realized that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. He fixed the areas where 4 pieces of the same color were in a line, without thinking of separating them. If you just treat the chess pieces on the board as randomly scattered chess pieces, don't worry about which pieces have formed a line, then Lin would have more things to observe. Suppose there are 2 white chess pieces next to each other, And if there are 3 white chess pieces around them, then Lin may be able to connect the 5 chess pieces into a line by moving these 3 chess pieces only once. The same is true for 3 pieces in a line. After discovering this, Lin's eyes quickly scanned the chessboard over and over again. He even took out a pen and paper, completely depicted the situation on the chessboard on the paper, and then tried to solve the problem on the chessboard on paper. Without draft paper, it would be difficult for Lin to use his imagination to move the chess pieces in his mind. At this time, the importance of paper and pen is reflected. If all the access control tasks in the entire Dragon Palace need to be calculated, then in the future, the paper and pens made by Lin will be able to sell for a very high price. I figured it out. I knew it. This access control mission can't be too difficult. It's just a brain teaser at most. Lin smiled and jumped down from the Dragon Temple with the chessboard he had drawn. Then he walked to the chessboard in the square and began to push the 2 chess pieces on the board with his own hands. Lin pushed a chess piece twice. A chess piece was pushed by Lin. As he completed the final move, the chessboard suddenly emitted black and white beams of light. When the light beam disappeared, the chessboard and chess pieces disappeared, and the square returned to peace. Byte. You have completed the access control task. Obtain Dragon Temple Key 1. Dragon Temple Key can open the gate of the Dragon Temple. When the holder leaves the Dragon Palace Secret Realm, the Secret Realm will take it back. Like the lock, this key is made of crystal. Looking at the key that was more valuable than jewelry, Lin felt it was a pity. If he could take this key out, it would be great to make it into a necklace. What a pity. Lin is not greedy. He simply likes this key. Now that you have the key, there is no need to waste any more time. Lin inserted the crystal key into the crystal lock and turned it gently, and the door lock was opened. The crystal lock was hanging on the door handle and did not fall off. Wait for Lin to push open the crystal door. The entire Dragon Palace seemed to suddenly come alive. A breeze began to blow around, and the flowing air penetrated into the Dragon Temple, making the originally closed space fresh. The interior structure of the Dragon God Temple is not much different from the court halls of ancient Chinese dynasties. What made Lin feel that this place was most similar to those palaces in China was that at the end of the Dragon Temple facing the door, there was an exquisite dragon throne carved from golden crystal. The golden crystal looks like it has gold threads inside, sparkling brightly, making people want to move the dragon throne out when they see it. Lin looked at this place and found it hard to imagine whether anyone had ever lived here. Regardless of whether it is a human or not, even if dragons really exist, it is still surprising enough. Where is the treasure chest? There is no second floor in the Dragon God Temple. In the hall on this floor, Lin did not even see any crystal treasure chest at first glance. He looked around and thought that the crystal treasure chests might be hidden behind the crystal screens and the crystal dragon throne. Lin cheered up, stepped on the black crystal floor, and walked towards the dragon throne. This is the layout of the Dragon Temple. The crystal treasure chest should at least be next to the dragon throne, so that it looks more classy. When Lin walked to the dragon throne, he found that he could not see anything, and there was nothing behind the dragon throne. Then he realized that he had guessed wrong this time. However, Lin was not discouraged. He searched every crystal screen again, but still could not find any trace of the crystal treasure chest. This is really a ghost. Chapter 197. Mutation of Evolution Crystal. There's no crystal treasure chest in the Dragon Temple? Impossible. If we can't find a crystal treasure chest here, then the chances of finding one elsewhere will be even lower. There must be places I haven't searched yet. Lin talked to himself and analyzed his current situation. Then he began a carpet search of every corner of the Dragon Temple. That dragon above my head is a bit weird. Lin didn't find the crystal treasure chest on the ground, so he turned his gaze upwards. The roof of the Dragon Temple is a round dome. A golden 5-clawed dragon was coiled right above Lin's head, with its huge dragon head facing the ground. Originally, there should be a dragon ball in the mouth of this golden dragon, but Lin felt that the thing did not look like a dragon ball. Damn, it's hidden so tightly. When Lin came to his senses, he suddenly discovered that the thing in the golden dragon's mouth was not a dragon ball at all, but an oval box. To be honest, Lin had never thought that the crystal treasure chest could be made into an oval shape before. However, this oval treasure chest also gave Lin a reminder. The treasure chest in the Dragon Palace may be oval or octahedron. Lin can't fly, so if he wants to get the treasure chest above his head, he has only one way, which is to crawl. But this time, Lin learned his lesson. He poured out tons of metal ingots directly from the space bag, and then climbed to the top of the pile of metal ingots to touch the treasure chest in the mouth of the golden dragon. The treasure chest is made into an oval shape to make it easier for people who come later to take it out. If this oval treasure chest is placed horizontally, it will be stuck on the dragon's teeth, but if it is placed vertically, it will fall between the two fangs. Lin simply operated and easily took out such a golden crystal treasure chest. But before Lin could open the treasure chest, he also found that the space bag on his waist was a little hot. Evolution crystal? I completely forgot about that. When Lin and Xiaojun first went to the bottom of the sea to find the Dragon Palace, they brought the evolution crystal with them. Because Xiaojun said that this Dragon Palace must be related to Mosasaur. The evolution crystal is the treasure of the Mosasaur clan. Xiaojun calls the crystal of evolution Mosasaur crystal. But after entering the secret realm of Dragon Palace, Lin forgot about the evolution crystal. Because it seems that this Dragon Palace has nothing to do with Mosasaur. Lin didn't know why the Mosasaurs on the seabed buried their bodies outside the Dragon Palace. Could it be that the Chinese dragon is also the ancestor of the Mosasaur? But if you say that, Lin definitely won't believe it. The ancestors of Mosasaurs were lizards. If you say that the western lizard dinosaur is the ancestor of the Mosasaur, that's fine. How could the eastern dragon be related to a lizard? Something unexpected happened to the evolution crystal, and Lin had no time to open the treasure chest. He felt that the evolution crystal was emitting a high level of heat at this time, either to prevent him from opening the treasure chest, or there was something inside the treasure chest that could attract it. Lin thought about it, and took out the evolution crystal. He took out the transparent evolution crystal, held it in the air, and observed it for a while, but he didn't find any other changes in the evolution crystal. It seems to be emitting heat all the time, which may be more than 10 times the usual amount. But the heat was more than 10 times greater, but the temperature did not rise to a level that was unacceptable to Lin. Lin still held the evolution crystal in his hand, waiting to see what trouble it would cause next. But after a while, there was nothing unusual going on with the evolution crystallization. But the roof above the dragon temple began to slowly crumble. The first thing to open was the golden dragon's mouth, and its two fangs fell off one after another. Seeing that the dragon temple was about to collapse, Lin picked up the oval crystal treasure chest he had just found and ran out. Of course, he did not forget to put away all the metal ingots he took out. I really didn't expect that you were here to cause trouble. Lin didn't know what consequences would be caused by the destruction of the dragon temple. But he had already begun to regret taking out the evolution crystal. But Lin changed his mind. There's no use regretting. Unless he leaves the evolution crystal on the pearl, as long as he brings the evolution crystal to the secret realm of Dragon Palace, the evolution crystal may destroy the dragon temple. After all, the newly evolved crystals are lying well in the space bag and can emit heat outwards. This shows that no matter what Lin does, evolution crystals will cause trouble. Click. The dragon god temple began to crumble from the roof, and then the entire hall was covered with cracks. The surrounding walls were preserved because they were connected to the ground. Cracks were everywhere, but they would not break again. Not a single load-bearing pillar in the hall remains. As for the dragon throne and the golden dragon on the roof, they were all turned into pieces. But it was among such a pile of golden crystal fragments. Lin saw an object that didn't look like crystal. Is this a bone? As the golden dragon broke into pieces, the white, jade-like bones wrapped in the golden crystal were revealed. These white jade-like bones are not scattered. They are all connected together. From skull to tailbone, it is complete. The evolution crystal mutated, as if because of this skeleton. Bite. Survivalist Lin discovered the skeleton of an ancient Mosasaur. Will he give up the opportunity to open the crystal treasure chest and take the skeleton away from the secret realm of Dragon Palace? Ancient Mosasaur skeleton can be fused with ships, unleashing considerable power. When fused with a wooden ship, the ship gains the defensive power of a high-level defensive item. As the ship upgrades, the ancient Mosasaur skeleton's abilities rise to rare, and the ancient Mosasaur skeleton can be upgraded to mythic level. Wow, it really is related to the Mosasaur. Lin suddenly understood that there were no divine dragons in this world, not even the fire-breathing lizard dragons in the West. In this world, the only creatures that can be called dragons are probably the prehistoric dinosaurs. The golden dragon above the dragon temple is actually made of the skeleton of an ancient Mosasaur. Moreover, this skeleton is so awesome that this Mosasaur might have been the overlord of this world when it was alive. No wonder those Mosasaurs would run to the secret realm outside the Dragon Palace to wait for death before dying. It turns out they are all on a pilgrimage. This is the real dragon god. I give up opening the crystal treasure chest. Lin decided to go all out and directly put the oval crystal treasure chest back where it was. Anyway, there will be 2 more chances to enter the secret realm of Dragon Palace. The most important thing now is to take this ancient mosasaur skeleton out. It seems that as long as Lin can get a mythical construction hammer in the future and upgrade the pearl to its ultimate form, this ancient mosasaur skeleton will be able to unleash mythical power. No matter how you look at it, taking this skeleton away is definitely better than opening the crystal treasure chest. Chapter 198 Fusion of Mosasaur Skeleton. Obtain Ancient Mosasaur Skeleton. A skeleton that was 100 or 200 meters long was directly turned into a model the size of a hand. Lin held the model, waiting for the Dragon Palace Secret Realm to teleport him out. After all, the last time he was in the Jurassic Secret Realm, it was the Secret Realm that sent him out. But Lin closed his eyes and waited for more than 10 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was still in the Crystal Dragon Palace. Oh my god, it's not time yet. Do I need to stay awake? If that's the case. Lin looked at the buildings around the Dragon God Temple and suddenly got an inspiration. He felt that he had become smarter instantly after he cracked the access control task of the Dragon Temple. I don't know if the access control tasks in the Dragon Palace are fixed. If they are, then I can trigger the access control tasks of each palace, copy them down on paper, and then go out and slowly crack them. I can come back later. Wouldn't that save me a lot of trouble? After thinking of this exploitable loophole, Lin took immediate action. He began to touch the door locks of the palaces according to their size and importance. Trigger all the access control tasks. After the trigger, Lin didn't think about answering the questions. Instead, he copied all the questions of the access control task on paper and then solved them randomly. After one access control task failed, Lin continued to trigger other access control tasks. When the 24 hours of entering the secret realm of Dragon Palace were almost over, Lin had only triggered half of the 99 access control tasks in the Crystal Dragon Palace. He counted as he triggered the gate mission. There are exactly 99 buildings in the Crystal Dragon Palace. I'm about to go out. Let's see if they will teleport me automatically, or let me walk back to Jinhai Gate by myself before going out. Lin stayed in the Crystal Dragon Palace. He certainly wouldn't take the initiative to think of walking back to Jinhai Gate. Wait for the moment when the countdown slowly approaches 0. Lin felt his head was a little dizzy and just wanted to close his eyes. He had experienced this feeling of weightlessness once and knew that it was the secret realm of Dragon Palace that was teleporting him out. Soon, the dizzying feeling disappeared. Lin opened his eyes and found himself floating in the sea, surrounded by glowing dolphins. Fortunately, they didn't teleport me to the ends of the earth. Lin was somewhat glad that the Dragon Palace Secret Realm only teleported him to the bottom of the floating sky island, instead of randomly choosing a place in the ocean world to teleport Lin there. Lin, you finally came out. I waited for you outside for a whole day and night. The first dolphin to show up was naturally Xiaojun. After emerging from the sea surface from the Dragon Palace Secret Realm, Xiaojun quickly crawled out of the thermocline channel and then asked countless dolphins to guard this suspended sky island. Because Xiaojun was not the only dolphin that came out from under the thermocline, it was impossible to count the number of sea beasts that came out with them. If there weren't enough dolphins around, Xiaojun and other dolphins have long become delicious meals for those powerful sea beasts. Yeah, the Dragon Palace Secret Realm is quite complicated. Go and do your thing. I have to go in again now. When Lin came out, he couldn't take out the oval crystal treasure chest, and there was also a general access control task waiting for him to trigger. Since traveling to the ocean world, Lin has never had such a full schedule. Or perhaps it could be said that he had never been so busy. Lin, don't rush to the Dragon Palace Secret Realm. We've lured out those terrifying beasts from the seabed, especially those mosasaurs that are often 40 or 50 meters long. They are constantly rising from the depths. Without the thermocline, they will once again become the overlords of the ocean world. Xiaojun could have dominated the ocean world with the fish dragon pearl. As a result, following Lin, he created a big hole in the seabed. Then its dream of dominating the ocean may be coming to an end. I see. I think you should gather all the dolphin groups together. If there are too many dolphins and they have nothing to eat, you can first let them split up and gather together to protect themselves. With tens of thousands of dolphins together, no matter how big those giant beasts are, they won't be able to defeat you. Lin didn't expect that his search for an underwater dragon palace would have such serious consequences. But only the fittest survive. It has become like this now. It is impossible to save the situation, and we can only let these dolphins find a way to protect themselves. Lin is not the kind of person who would shirk responsibility after doing something wrong. The main reason is that there is really no way to make amends, so he can only let Xiaojun tell those dolphins to protect themselves first. This is the only way. I'll inform my tribesmen. Xiaojun knew that the method Lin said was the only way, So she used the same method Lin and used to contact her before to contact other dolphins. Xiaojin used its special forehead to emit sound waves in all directions, and the countless dolphins nearby buried their heads in the sea. The melons of tens of thousands of dolphins act like sound wave amplifiers. Let Xiaojin's voice spread quickly to every corner of the ocean world. Linen thought that since those giant beasts had run out, he had to quickly integrate the ancient mosasaur skeleton with the pearl. In this way, even if a sea beast hundreds of meters long attacks the pearl can withstand that level of attack. While there were still dolphins nearby, Linen quickly asked Little Red and Little Green in the sky to come and pick him up. Wait for Xiaohong to bring Lin and back to the pearl. Lin immediately took out the ancient mosasaur skeleton. Bite. Do you want to fuse the ancient mosasaur skeleton? Fusion. Linen didn't think twice and immediately decided to fuse the skeleton. The ancient mosasaur skeleton in Lin's hand slowly flew up, then split into two pieces, and then became the size and shape that matched the pearl, and it stuck to the steel plank of the pearl and drilled into it. Bite. Your battleship skeleton has been replaced with an ancient mosasaur skeleton. After the ancient mosasaur skeleton merged with the pearl, a huge bony mosasaur skull appeared on the bow of the pearl. Linen didn't know how much stronger the pearl had become. He needed to go to the bridge to see the current information of the pearl. In addition, Linen also needs to install an intermediate naval gun fire control system and install the 7 Malawian Quach's naval gun in the empty main gun position of the pearl, so he has to go to the control panel. Iowa-class pearl. Type, battleship. Durability of the entire ship, 999999999. Durability of a single steel plate, 9999999. Number of main turrets, 3 vacant. Secondary turrets, 10, 5 vacant. Maximum speed, 120 knots. Power source, advanced engine, epic sails. Main gun damage, 0. Main gun range, 0. Secondary gun damage, 100,000. Single mount double row secondary gun, loaded with grenades. Secondary gun range, 1500 m. Naval gun fire control system, primary naval gun fire control system. Ship keel, ancient mosasaur skeleton, epic, attached skill, Dragon King, cooldown, 1 week. Dragon King can summon 10 mosasaurs ranging in length from 50 to 100 meters to fight for the ancient mosasaurus. Chapter 199 Gathering Everyone's Strength. Looking at all the information about the pearl in front of him, Lennon knew clearly what changes had happened to his ship. First of all, the durability of the entire ship and the durability of a single steel plate have increased tenfold. In addition, the ship speed has increased a lot. Now if the pearl is moving at full speed, it can travel more than 200 kilometers in an hour. The other is the skill that is a must-have for epic items. Dragon King. It looks awesome. The truth is that they are really awesome. Summon 10 mosasaurs, 50 to 100 meters long. Just thinking about it makes me excited. In the past, Lennon felt that the battleship had no skills and was no different from a real epic item. But because it was a product of industry and possessed so much technology, it was acceptable for it to have no skills. Now, because of the fusion of the ancient mosasaur skeleton, the pearl also has skills. Lin's wish was finally realized. Bite. Ocean World is now broadcasting to the world. Due to the destruction of the submarine thermocline, the thermocline in the oceans around the world is gradually dissolving. Ancient sea beast will replace the man-eating shark. Please be prepared for any surviving humans. Suddenly, SeaWorld began broadcasting the news to the world. This made Lennon think that a natural disaster was about to strike. The result was that he released those sea beasts, which led to a version update of the ocean world. Indeed, the great white sharks before could only threaten the raft and had no effect on the ship at all. The sea beasts that are emerging from the thermocline now are not targeting wooden ships, let alone battleships. If they really encounter huge monsters that are hundreds of meters long, they may have to avoid them. Now, buddy, not only do we have the ancient mosasaur skeleton, but we also have 10 mosasaurs protecting us. The monsters in the sea are nothing to us. Lennon ignored this system report, which had little impact on him. Then they began to install the intermediate naval gun fire control system and 7 Malawian Quach's naval gun on the Pearl. After he installed these two facilities, he looked at the information on the ship and found that the information of the Pearl had been updated. The intermediate naval gun fire control system can lock onto twice as many targets as the primary naval gun fire control system. Can hit 6 targets simultaneously. For Lennon, this is a qualitative transformation. Of course, the 7 Malawian Quach's naval gun is equally exaggerated. The previous Armstrong cannon could only hit targets 1.5 kilometers away, but the 7 Malawian Quatches can hit targets more than 35 kilometers away. Lennon can now lock onto targets 35 kilometers away on the radar display and attack them. If it's any stronger, it can only be a missile. At present, the 7 Malawian Quatches naval gun may be the most powerful cannon in the ocean world. Lennon no longer expected to be able to actually make something like a missile. And to be honest, if there were no satellites, even if there were missiles, they might not be that useful. No matter how powerful the radar system is, it is impossible to cover most of the ocean world. Master Lennon, have you gone to the island in the sky? Everyone is very scared. The Pearl just shook again, so they asked me to come up and ask you. The Pearl has just integrated the ancient mosasaur skeleton, so there will definitely be some movement. Anna in the cabin knew that Lennon had returned. So he ran up to find Lennon. Go down and tell everyone not to worry. I've simply strengthened our ship's defense and offensive systems. Now the Pearl is unlikely to encounter an opponent in the ocean world. We got so many good things one after another, and greatly increased the strength of the Pearl. Lennon's score on the leaderboard increased by another 3,000 points. The ancient mosasaur skeleton gave Lin Onjiao 1,500 points. Although the 7 Malawian Quatches naval gun was opened from a titanium treasure chest, and its power was at most at the rare level, it also added 500 points to Lennon. Lennon estimated that he would continue to explore the secret realm of the Dragon Palace twice. Maybe I can raise my ranking points to 20,000. Of course, Lennon would have to be very lucky to achieve such a huge improvement. So that's how it is. I'll go tell everyone now so you can work in peace. Anna nodded and prepared to enter the cabin through the hatch inside the cockpit. But at this moment, Lennon suddenly called her. You can speak Chinese fluently now, right? Lennon didn't open the parchment book just now, but he could understand what Anna said. It's not that Lennon knows foreign languages, but every word Anna speaks is Chinese. Yeah, I've almost learned Chinese. As long as the words aren't too unfamiliar, I can understand them. Anna can indeed speak fluent Chinese. If she were still on Earth, even if she was a language genius, she would not be able to learn a language so quickly. The ocean world's transformation of humans is truly ongoing all the time. Every human being living in the ocean world has not changed at all except for their human nature. Everyone's physical fitness, intelligence, and learning ability have undergone corresponding changes. Very good. I'll give you some brain teasers later. Please send them to the staff in the cabin so that they can try to solve them in the restaurant after dinner. I'll be back around this time tomorrow, and I'll give rewards to anyone who can solve the problems. If any of them wanted to leave the Pearl, this was an opportunity. Let me think about giving them 10,000 metal ingots for each puzzle they solve, and letting them leave the Pearl, but they have to be the first to complete the puzzle to get the reward. Lennon was generous for once. Since everyone had become smarter, there was no need for Lennon to solve the remaining 98 access control tasks by himself. Even if there were 98 people on the Pearl who solved these access control tasks, Lennon was also able to remain calm and allow these people to leave the Pearl safely. But the possibility is still very small. I guess in the end, only a very small number of very smart people will be able to answer the questions about the access control tasks. Moreover, Lennon felt that a truly smart person would not choose to leave the Pearl at this time. Because once they leave the Pearl, they may have to face the terrifying monsters that have just appeared in the ocean world. Master Lennon, if someone has solved the problem but is still unwilling to leave the Pearl, then it would be meaningless for them to take as many metal ingots as possible. Anna immediately pointed out the loophole in Lennon's approach. It was just like an ancient emperor rewarding a eunuch with a beautiful woman. The eunuch could not use the beauty at all. So what was the point of the reward? Tell them that I will pay them wages in the form of metal ingots after a while. Then, they will need to pay metal ingots to buy food and water for their daily life on the boat. That way, they will have more things to use. Lennon had already figured out what to do and didn't need Anna to remind him. Chapter 200, Tree of Life Seed. Lennon comforted the crew on the Pearl for a while. In fact, he just showed up and walked around the cafeteria with an epic blood axe. Let these crew members know that they are stronger. Then we went to the secret realm of Dragon Palace. Since Xiaojin said that she would stay in this sea area for a while, Lennon didn't have to worry about being swallowed by a giant beast that suddenly appeared in the sea after being teleported out of the Dragon Palace secret realm. So no arrangements were made, except that Xiaohong and Xiaolu were asked to be careful when hunting on the sea. After all, in prehistoric times, Mosasaurus would also attack pterosaurs fishing on the sea. Little Red and Little Green do not yet have the ability to fight against animals like Mosasaur on the sea. Pass through Xinhai Gate again and enter the secret realm of Dragon Palace. Lennon became adept at it. He quickly found 9 bronze treasure chests on the grassland, then entered the forest and found 3 titanium treasure chests. This time, opened the titanium treasure chest. The most useful thing Lin and got was a rare engine. Even rare engine blueprints can be opened. The treasure chest in the Dragon Palace Secret Realm is really exaggerated. Lin and even felt that the emergence of the Dragon Palace Secret Realm was to improve the overall level of human survival in the ocean world. Knowing that there were many strange beasts in the forest, Lin quickly left the forest. Then he ran towards the Crystal Dragon Palace. After having a goal, Lin can keep running without stopping. This way, the animals would have no way of catching up with Lin and would not be able to pose a threat to him. When Lin returned to the Crystal Dragon Palace again, he stood on the top of the mountain and found that the originally broken Dragon God Palace had been restored to its original state. His target this time was still the oval treasure chest in the Dragon God Palace. Lin had previously thought that after he took away the ancient mosasaur skeleton, the Dragon God Palace would never return to its previous appearance, but he guessed wrong. There is no difference between the Dragon God Palace and before. The only thing is that it can no longer cause the evolution crystal to become restless. Let's start the access control mission first. Lin was very eager to know whether the access control tasks of the 99 buildings in the underwater Dragon Palace were random tasks. If it is random, then he will leave immediately after opening the treasure chest. Go back to the Pearl and tell Anna that everything he said before was bullshit. If it's not random, then Lin has the key to open the door to a new world. When Lin touched the crystal door lock on the gate of Dragon God Palace hard, a mechanical system prompt sound appeared. Bite. Detected that the human survivor Lin was about to open the gate of the Dragon Palace and Dragon Temple under the sea. Please complete the following challenges. Pass the challenge, and you will get a crystal key. Challenge failed. You cannot challenge the palace access control mission again within 24 hours. The square outside the Dragon God Palace began to be rearranged like when Lin first came. After a while, the dust on these bricks settled. A chessboard appears. Lin's expression also became very calm. His reaction was not because he was excited about seeing the chessboard, but because he noticed that the chess pieces on the board had changed. So Lin's current mood is neither happy nor sad. The current situation is that he cannot get the answers to every access control task in advance as expected. But Lin can get an idea to solve the problem. If Lin had followed his original plan, he would have cracked all 99 access control tasks. Then he could sell the standard answers to these access control tasks to the powerful people who held the Dragon Palace Pass. But the current situation is that he can only sell problem-solving ideas. The price of this solution will definitely not be higher than the standard answer. If you really meet some people who know the solution ideas but just can't do the questions. Even with his problem-solving ideas, he couldn't crack the access control task. It's like those teachers who tell students the solution ideas for every college entrance examination question, but in the end, many students still can't solve those questions. Forget it. At least the types of access control tasks are not random. Lin knew that people need to be satisfied, so he began to face this new chessboard head-on and cracked it according to the ideas he used to solve the problem yesterday. After he got the crystal key, he opened the door of the Dragon Temple. Lin became excited again. He had been wondering what was inside this oval crystal treasure chest since yesterday, and now he finally got the answer. Lin sat on the dragon throne and slowly opened the oval treasure chest. Compared to the blueprint inside, Lin was even more looking forward to what kind of items he could get. Because he knew that blueprints could be copied, but the items in the crystal treasure chest should be unique. Obtain, Epic Grill Blueprint, Tree of Life Seed, Epic. This. Lin never thought that the barbecue grill could be so epic. Secondly, I didn't expect that the item he opened would be a seed, and it was the seed of the Tree of Life in the Super Farm. The Tree of Life in Ocean World seems to be different from the Tree of Life in Super Farm. Tree of Life Seed. Epic can give birth to the Supreme Tree of Life. The Tree of Life possesses incomparably powerful effects and may produce life fruit. Consuming life fruit will elevate the level of life. Skills will only appear when the Tree of Life seed reaches a certain stage of growth. It's definitely different. Although Lin has not planted the seed of the Tree of Life yet, just by reading the introduction, he knows that this Tree of Life is different from the Tree of Life in the Super Farm. However, how big the difference is will only be known after the Tree of Life is planted. Epic Grill, let me see what you got. Compared with the hope of seeing the Tree of Life thrive, Lin was simply disappointed with the Epic Barbecue Grill blueprint in his hand. Even if the blueprint provided was a seawater purifier blueprint, Lin would be able to accept it. But what the hell is this grill blueprint? There are several chefs on board now. Lin doesn't need a grill at all. Epic Grill cooks food without fuel, allowing ingredients to better showcase their flavor. Additional skill, Feast. Cool down, 1 week. Feast. Can cook ingredients weighing less than 100 tons into exquisite food at once, and without any seasoning. The food can still become delicious. Awesome. Now the Pearl can hold a banquet once a week. Lin's mood suddenly improved. Of course, it also depends on whether the food cooked on this epic grill is as delicious as the description says. If it's still the same as the rare grade barbecue grill, Linen will probably have a headache.